Blue Star, Jinhai City. What a cute little wild cat. It must be the cub just given birth to by the stray female cat nearby. Zhang Shen looked at the little black cat with black hair in front of him, and a trace of love welled up in his heart. He squatted down, gently stroked the little black cat's head, and slowly stroked it. The little black cat didn't seem to be afraid. Maybe it was comfortably stroked, squinted its eyes slightly, and let out a soft meow. At this moment, a milky white spot of light floated out of the kitten and flew towards him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Pan-Believer Wisdom Race Buster Cat Tribe. The strongest god system in the end of the world is activated. This system is designed to help the host survive in the era of apocalypse and become the strongest god in the cataclysm. Attribute panel activation. Backpack space activation. Main quest activation. System diary activation. What is this sound? System, catastrophe, eschatological, believer, global gods recover, to become the strongest god? Zhang Shen listened to the voice in his head. The whole person was stunned, and there was a panic in his heart. It has been 20 years since the womb was born into this earth-like world. You tell me now, the end is coming? He hurriedly turned his head to look around. In the park square, several old ladies with curly hair and old grandfathers were dancing, surrounded by a group of playful children. On the road not far away, vendors pushed their cars to sell, traffic lights flashed, and waiting vehicles began to drive in an orderly manner. The surroundings are peaceful. There is no sign of the end of the world at all. Could it be that the pressure of finding a company and mixing internships in the past few days is too great, so there are auditory hallucinations? Alas, I really can't stand it. When I get my graduation certificate, I will listen to my parents, go back and farm while taking the civil service exam. Zhang Shen was depressed, but the feeling just now was so real. He couldn't help but hesitate slightly, and whispered, "Attribute panel." Moment. A faintly transparent attribute panel slowly appeared in front of his eyes, and only he could see it. Real name, Zhang Shen. Divine name, not named. Divine rank, tier 0, 0 out of 100. God system, unformed. Godhead, uncondensed. Divine realm, unexplored. Divine skill, not owned. Divine endowment, peeping eye, consumes 1 point of faith, can probe the information of all unknown living or dead things. Divine fire, 0. Faith, 1. Believers, 1 pan-believer. Survival points, 0. Looking at the panel that was called out in front of him, Zhang Shen looked back at the peaceful park, and then looked at the little black cat rubbing his shoes under his feet. It was this little wild cat that allowed him to activate a system, and the message prompted by the system told him that he was in the apocalypse. But there is no end of the world at all now. Although there is no end time, it is also good to be able to activate the system. But I always feel a little weird. Zhang Shen picked up the little wild cat and walked to the stone bench next to him, calling out the panels one by one. Backpack space. A lattice panel resembling a game backpack interface appeared in front of his eyes. After counting, there are 20 grids. There is also a thoughtful mark next to it: anti-corrosion, fresh keeping, quality and heat preservation. Similar items can be stacked in 999 units, and multiple items can be packed as one item unit. Turning off the backpack space, Zhang Shen called out the mainline system panel. One of the main quests, become the supreme god. Mission overview. Blue Star has nurtured the recovery of divine energy for hundreds of millions of years, and global species have turned into various ferocious beasts under the impact of this divine energy. While some species have opened their wisdom roots, evolved into human-like intelligent races, followed their belief gods, and will conquer the sky in the future. You must survive this cataclysm and cultivate your own followers to gather more than 1 million faiths, inspire your own divine space, ignite the divine fire, and become the true supreme god to resist the prying eyes and invasions of future alien gods. Mission objective: obtain 10,000 survival points. Reward: lottery disc activation. Tips: survival points can help the host draw the materials needed to cultivate believers through the lottery disc, as well as treasures, skills, and even divine space that make the host powerful. Looking at the introduction on the main task panel, Zhang Shen frowned slightly and reached out to open the system diary. System diary. On April 1st, 2120, divine energy erupted. Blue Star cataclysmic change. Ferocious beasts ran rampant, and the current civilization of mankind was destroyed, and darkness, killing, plundering, enslavement, faith, and the strong were respected. It will be the main theme before the dawn of the end times. System diary. On April 1st, 2122, Zhang Shen obtained a pan-believer, the Buster Cat Clan with the descendants of the mythical creature Buster bloodline, and activated the strongest god system. Reaching out and taking out his phone, Zhang Shen glanced at the time on the screen, and then looked at the date on the system diary. The time shown in the system diary is April 1st, 2120, and Blue Star is about to experience a cataclysm. But now it's obviously April 1st, 2119. Could it be? In a year, the Blue Star will fall into a cataclysm, and human civilization will be completely destroyed. And I only activated the system today, 3 years later. In other words, my system is 3 years ahead of the end times? After coming to this conclusion, Zhang Shen's mood became particularly complicated. First of all, the bad news is that the end of the world is coming in a year. The good news is that the system arrive 3 years ahead of schedule, and I should be able to use the system to fight for a year of preparation time, strengthen myself in advance, and settle my family. Zangshin sat on a stone bench, stroking the little black cat in his arms with both hands, quietly thinking about how to use this year to become stronger. Since the future apocalyptic cataclysm will make every blue star creature become a divine creature and eventually become a god, then I need many believers and relatives to obtain a large number of faiths, so as to quickly open my own divine realm and become stronger. But how can we get more believers? After some thought, Zangshin set his sights on the little black cat lying quietly in his arms, peeking eyes. With a silent muttering in his heart, the virtual panel that only he could see slowly appeared above the little black cat's head. Intelligent race, Buster Cat Tribe. Qualifications: King level, Normal, Elite, Lord, King, Epic, Legendary, Myth. 0 tier, 0 out of 100. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, Pan-believers, 1 point of faith provided every day. Status, Hunger. Analysis, a race of descendants with a hint of Buster blood in their bodies. Among the millions of cats, there may not be a single cat cub with king-level qualifications. King-level qualifications? Although Zangshin rarely plays games, he understands that the higher the qualifications of a character or servant in the game, the greater his future achievements. And the king-level qualifications of this little black cat made him believe that he would definitely bring unexpected surprises to himself in the future. After all, according to the feedback from the peeping eye, there may not be a single cat with king-level qualifications among the millions of cats. I didn't expect that your little guy is so qualified that you can provide me with 1 point of faith every day. Then, it's decided, my father has adopted you. Looking at the information on the little black cat's attribute panel, Zangshin said happily. However, the little black cat responded to him with only a coo sound from his stomach. Are you hungry? Let's go. The master will take you to buy something to eat, Zangshin said as he picked up the ignorant little black cat and walked towards a nearby store. Suddenly, a sharp warning sounded in his head. Warning, you are about to meet a third-order undead god. With the host's current strength, your family will be plundered and captured by the other party, and you are likely to be killed and refined into an undead warrior. It seemed that in order to emphasize the seriousness of the situation, a virtual panel that only Zangshin could see appeared in front of his eyes, and every word of the warning turned purple. At the door of the store, a figure wearing a long white dress walked out with a plastic bag. Looking at this figure walking out of the store, Zangshin looked at the virtual panel in front of him that was shaking wildly, and a big question mark slowly appeared in his mind. This system, it doesn't seem very smart. Liu Qing looked at Zangshin, and then looked at the little black cat with big black eyes flashing in his arms, and a burst of love surged into his mouth. Squad leader, did you raise this cat? It's so cute. That's right, just adopted. Zangshin nodded. The girl in front of her was wearing a long white dress, her skirt falling gently from her waist, covering her slender and fair legs like a waterfall. She was his college classmate Liu Qing. During college, she served as the class president, and Liu Qing was one of the goddesses in the hearts of the boys in the school, and she won the 2 major school flowers for 3 consecutive years. It is rumored that her family is well off, but she has always worked hard in a low-key manner, and she has expressed her affection for herself during college. Unfortunately, something happened at her home at that time, and she couldn't give a clear response in time. When she returned to school, she went home for another half a year due to family problems, and the relationship ended without a problem. Now, Zangshin didn't expect to meet her again in the store next to the park when he was looking for a job outside. And one day in the future, she will become a powerful undead god, and it seems that she is still very good at listening to the introduction of the system. I see. Liu Qing nodded and reached out to touch the little black cat, but the little black cat slipped out of Zangshin's hand all of a sudden, ran behind his legs, and looked at the woman in front of him vigilantly. It seems to be a little afraid of life, Zangshin said. Liu Qing withdrew her hand a little embarrassed, and then looked up and asked, Brothershin, how is your job search? It's not settled yet. Why don't you come to the self-media company I opened to try? Liu Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Self-media has been quite popular in recent years, and Zangshin also tried it when he was in school, just playing as a hobby, collecting some materials, learning to edit videos and uploading them, so he can earn hundreds of extra income every month. Of course, when the end comes a year later, who cares about work? But how do you live without working? Free? Zangshin asked. As long as he has a high degree of freedom in his work and can earn a few $1,000s a month to cover his daily expenses, then he doesn't care about anything else. After all, you will face a disaster in a year, and it is useless to ask for so much money, and you can buy it directly at 0 yuan. And now, his money is almost gone. I have to pay my monthly rent and urgently need a stable salary to cover the year's expenses. Both parents farm in rural areas and cannot support themselves for a year. As for saying that it is going to be the end of the world anyway, you can go to various platforms to take loans and make wool on the platform, which is not writing a novel. In this world, loan reviews are quite strict, and proof of work income that can be stable for at least half a year in physical goods that can be mortgaged is required. Of course, even if there is, Zangshin doesn't want to take out a loan. After all, he was also worried worried that if the end did not come, he would be burdened with millions of debts, which would be a big joke. The work of self-media is very free, and you have never done it in school. I am short of someone who can collect, record or shoot some of the video clips I need. Li Yuqing said with a smile. Let me do my old business, then how much money do you plan to give me? Zhang Shen asked. The guarantee is 10,000, and the commission is different. Boss, I am willing to do whatever you ask me to do in the future. Ha, Li Yuqing laughed softly, her white dress swaying gently, as soft as silk in the sunlight, making people want to touch it. Well, I need you to go to the 13th floor of the office building opposite the back door of the pedestrian street at about 1 o'clock tomorrow, which happens to be the pedestrian street of the community where you live, and then find a room with a small wooden plaque that says Brotherhood Studio. Obey, boss. Zhang Shen stretched out his hand and put it next to his temple and made a small salute mischievously. See you tomorrow, I still have to leave in advance. Li Yuqing had a smile on her face, as if she had completed a big event, and turned around and left gracefully. Congratulations to the host, fight wits and courage with the undead gods, successfully force them to retreat, protect their relatives, and get survival points plus 1,000. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Zhang Shen was stunned for a moment. Okay, since you think it's okay, then so be it. Walking into the store, buying a few packs of fish sausages, and after scanning the code on the unmanned self-service machine to pay successfully, Zhang Shen hugged the little black cat and came to the stone bench just now, tore open the plastic bag of the sausage, and squeezed out a small sausage and put it on the stone bench. The little black cat stepped forward and sniffed the sausage, opened its mouth slightly, took a bite gently, and then began to eat in big bites. Ha, it seems that you like this fish sausage very much. Looking at the cute eating appearance of the little black cat, Zhang Shen's mood became happy for some reason, and he couldn't help but laugh. The little black cat seemed to understand Zhang Shen's words, and raised its head in response to him with a shot, and then a white light flew out of it and rushed towards Zhang Shen's body. Congratulations to the host, your pan-believers are grateful for your feeding, become your true believers, and reward 1,000 survival points. A big question mark suddenly appeared in Zhang Shen's mind. Can you still play like this? After the little black cat ate a sausage, Zhang Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smirk curled up on the corner of his mouth. You have other brothers and sisters, take me there. Meow. The little black cat meowed understandingly, then jumped off the stone bench and ran towards the back door of the park. Zhang Shen felt that the little black cat seemed to be able to accurately capture his thoughts, so he quickly followed. Behind the park is a fairly large abandoned hospital, and there are many stray cats nearby who regard this place as their home, which Zhang Shen has long heard, and he thought to himself that this should be the nest of the little black cat's brothers and sisters. Soon, a cat ran in front, followed by a man. As soon as he walked to the gate of the park, a tight sound suddenly sounded in Zhang Shen's mind, and a red and purple virtual panel appeared in front of him, with lines of red text dancing wildly on it. Warning, the host takes another step forward and will be attacked by a ferocious and terrifying third-order hell three-headed dog, with your strength. Once attacked by the third-order hell three-headed dog, you and your family will suffer a devastating blow, 10 deaths. Please quickly avoid and leave here. Seeing the warning issued by the system, Zhang Shen's face couldn't help but become solemn, and he half-squatted to pick up the little black cat that was about to run out of the back door of the park. A loud dog bark of Wang suddenly sounded. A chow chow slightly larger than a little black cat and covered in white hair and a little dirty ran in front of them and barked at them. At the moment when this white-haired little chow chow appeared, the system prompt in Zhang Shen's mind became more crazy and urgent. Warning! Warn! The host encounters a third-order hell three-headed dog. Please quickly dodge and leave. Zhang Shen looked at the little chow chow that was less than half a meter tall, looked around, and after confirming that there were no other stray dogs, he was instantly helpless. This little milk dog turned out to be the so-called murderous and terrifying third-order hell three-headed dog? Go where you come from. Where do you go? Zhang Shen waved his hand, picked up the frightened little black cat, and walked straight forward. The little chow was ignored by him, lowering his body slightly, as if to let out a louder roar to declare its ownership of the area. The next second, however, a sausage was thrown at its feet. The sausage exudes an attractive fishy aroma, making the hungry little chow chow close its mouth. It held the sausage in its mouth, looked up at Zhang Shen's back with big shiny almond eyes, as if it wanted to remember this person for the rest of his life. Congratulations to the host, the three-headed dog of the third order hell has a good impression of you. The crisis is lifted, and the survival points are plus 100. Yohi, this can also get 100 survival points. Suddenly getting 100 survival points lifted Zhang Shen's spirits, and he turned his head to look at the little chow chow who was eating sausages, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Little guy, give you another sausage, and you give me another 100 points. Zhang Shen said, his consciousness moved. He took out a fish sausage from the backpack space and threw it over. Wang. The fish sausage appeared again at his feet, and the little chow chow barked happily and couldn't wait to start eating. It didn't take long for the fish sausage to be eaten by the little chow chow, and then it looked up again, looking at Zhang Shen eagerly, as if it was not full. Why don't you have 100 points this time? Isn't that enough? Zhang Shen frowned and wondered, and threw another fish sausage over. After the little little Chow Chow had eaten, he continued to throw. After a while, the whole package of fish sausages had all entered the little Chow Chow's stomach, but still didn't get any survival points. Damn, it's a loss. You will definitely only have survival points if you get the favor of this stupid dog for the first time. Zhang Shen came to a conclusion angrily, so he turned around without hesitation, hugged the little black cat and walked towards the abandoned hospital. At the same time, he thought to himself, if I pay attention to this little Chow Chow again, then I will be a fool. The little Chow Chow was fed by Zhang Sheni, and he was full and happy. But when it looked up and saw Zhang Shen turning to leave, it instantly followed him. Congratulations to the host, get the Pet Mount 3rd Order Hell 3-headed dog, survival points plus 1000, true believer plus 1, faith plus 1. Hearing the sound of the system, Zhang Shen paused, looked down at the little Chow Chow that ran in front of him, and suddenly felt in his heart that it seemed that it was okay to be a little complacent. Peeking eyes. Hell creature, Hell 3-headed dog. Qualifications, Lord, Normal, Elite, Lord, King, Epic, Legendary, Mythic. 3rd Order, 0/10,000. Name, not named. Skill, not comprehended. Believers, true believers, 10 points of faith provided every day. Mood, joyful. Analysis, a hell-type creature with a strong sense of territory. Once you recognize the Lord, you will be extremely loyal to the Lord. Among the 100,000 mutant beasts, it is possible for a strange beast with Lord qualifications to appear. I didn't expect that your little milk dog's qualifications turned out to be at the Lord level, although it's only slightly stronger than the little black cat. However, it should also be a rare pet in the future, right? Zhang Shen walked from the back door of the park to the nearby abandoned hospital, although the distance was not far, but he couldn't help but ponder and think about the crisis that the coming catastrophe would bring. The end of the world will come in a year, human civilization will be destroyed, and then a new civilization will rise, that is, the God civilization. On the eve of evolution, there will inevitably be a cruel and dark period of blood. I hope to grow rapidly during this period and strive to leave my place in the era of national gods, which requires relying on this system obtained in advance to accumulate 10,000 survival points as soon as possible, so as to activate the lottery wheel, obtain those valuable resources, and accelerate the cultivation of my own believers. In other words, this survival point is a strong guarantee for my future. The current survival points are only 3,100 points, and there is still a long way to go before 10,000 points. I know there are 4 ways to get points. The first is to collect believers. The second is to transform pan-believers into true believers. The third is to gain the favor of mutant beasts that are stronger than themselves through feeding, and eventually take them under his command. Fourth, when you encounter a god who may pose a threat to you, force them to retreat. The little black cat in his arms and the little white dog at his feet, Zhang Shen unknowingly walked to the outer fence of the abandoned hospital. The hospital is quite large, with towering walls and an iron gate that is particularly heavy. The door was locked tightly, and through the gaps in the pattern on the iron door, he could vaguely see that this abandoned hospital had been abandoned for a long time. There were several dilapidated cars parked in the parking lot, already rusted, entangled with vines, and the road to the main hospital was covered with weeds. It is said that there have been several fatal incidents here, but later the hospital was closed and never reopened, but became a habitat for stray cats. As soon as he climbed into the iron door, a gust of cold wind suddenly hit, and Zhang Shen couldn't help but shiver. He picked up the little black cat and the little white dog that had come in through the crack in the iron door and walked towards the courtyard. Suddenly, a sharp warning sounded, accompanied by a bright red warning panel appearing in front of his eyes. Warning! Warn! There is a group of intelligent races entrenched here. One of them has a combat power far exceeding that of the host and its pets. Please leave the host quickly. Once discovered, they will enslave the host, and may use all kinds of means to squeeze out the divine energy in the host's body. The consequences will be unimaginable and miserable. Zhang Shen ignored the warning indifferently and walked to the glass door of the hospital expressionlessly. The glass door of the hospital had long been broken, and the ground was full of glass fragments, and he could walk in directly. But in order not to startle the snake, he stopped in front of the broken glass door, took out a pack of fish sausages, deliberately put one in front of the little black cat's nose, let it smell it, and then said, "Go and bring your brothers and sisters, 3 ants and 6 ants, all here, this fish sausage is yours." Look, although the little black cat is petite, it is extremely flexible. It seemed to understand Zhang Shen's meaning at once, let out a soft and cute cry, and rushed towards the depths of the corridor behind the hospital hall. From time to time, there were 1 or 2 cat meows, as if calling out to their partners. In a moment, as if stabbing a hornet's nest, 7 or 8 cat meows sounded one after another in various rooms deep in the hospital corridor. The little Chow Chow heard so many cat meows, and immediately rushed towards the hospital gate like a lit powder keg, barking fiercely. In an instant, the entire hospital fell silent. Special, shut up silly dog. Zhang Shen reluctantly kicked the little milk dog to the side. The little white dog had just calmed down the group of wildcats, and his face was full of pride. But I didn't expect to be kicked aside by the owner in the blink of an eye, and it suddenly whimpered and wanted to express its incomprehensible grievances, but when it saw Zhang Shen's warning eyes, it immediately closed its mouth. Seeing that the little white dog was quiet, Zingshan didn't bother to care about it. But when he thought that the little white dog might scare the cats, he lifted its neck and put it in a broken car not far away. Then he put a few more fish sausages and continued to eat them before turning around and walking to the broken glass door of the hospital, continuing to observe the movement inside. Soon after, the little black cat's cry sounded again, and then its figure appeared in the hospital hall. Behind it, several kittens of different colors followed. Zangshan also noticed that several big cats also appeared in other corners. The little black cat called out to the 5 kittens behind him, signaled them to follow, and ran to Zangshan's feet, first rubbing his trouser hem with his head, then looking at the fish sausage in his hand intently, and licking the cat's tongue slightly. Warning! Warn! The host is surrounded by a group of intelligent races with the blood of Buster's descendants. They are unruly, their strength is far above the host. Once the host is enslaved, they will squeeze out the divine energy in the host's body. Please lead your family to quickly break through the encirclement. Stay away from here. Listening to the crazy prompts in his mind and the virtual panel full of warnings in front of him, Zingshan looked at the wild cats peeking at him in the corners around him. That's it. Will they enslave me? Squeeze me? How to squeeze? Could it be that she has become a cute girl? Like pressing peanut oil? Little greedy cat, this is your reward. Zangshan half squatted down, put the fish sausage on the ground to the little black cat, and threw a few more on the ground, trying to induce the 5 kittens and the big cats peeking at him in other corners to approach. These stray cats have been wandering outside for a long time, and they all carry a lot of wildness on their bodies, and they are not as easy to get close to humans as domestic cats. However, Zangshan was a patient person, and he waited slowly, hoping that the wild cat would not be able to resist the temptation and take the initiative to approach. Time passed bit by bit, and the first thing I couldn't help was the kitten cub that had just been born like the little black cat. A little orange cat with an orange body that looked like an orange cat was the first to approach Zangshan, to be precise, towards a fish sausage at his feet. Look, the little orange cat flashed its cat eyes curiously, looked at Zangshan, and let out a cat meow, as if asking if it could be eaten. Eat, little one. Zangshan smiled softly. Perhaps feeling his friendly smile, the little orange cat began to bite the fish sausage on the ground, ate with relish, and made a tsk sound while eating, raising its head from time to time, looking at Zangshan with those shining little eyes. It was really cute. Congratulations to the host. Get the favor of the bloodline cub of the descendants of Buster, and the survival points are +10. After one kitten approached Zangshan, several other kittens quickly followed. They made cat meows one after another and began to eat the sausages in front of them, and while eating, they looked at Zangshan with their shining little eyes, which looked particularly cute and pleasing. Congratulations to the host. Get the favor of 4 Buster descendant bloodline cubs, survival points +40. The big wild cats hiding in the corner and secretly observing saw that Zangshan had no malice, and after whispering to each other for a while or two big white wild cats with black spots on their bodies tentatively walked to Zangshan's position 5 meters away and stopped. Come on, this pack of fish sausages is for you. Zangshan took out a large pack of fish sausages from the backpack space, tore it open and threw it over. The 2 black-spotted big white wild cats were startled, and together with the other big wildcats, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Zangshan was stunned. When did the cat's courage become so small? Do you still want to enslave me? Zangshan muttered, took out a pack of small fish sausages, continued to fall to the ground, gave them to the 6 kittens around him, and then patiently waited for the other big wildcats to appear again. Half a minute later, the 2 black-spotted big white wildcats, along with the other big wildcats that had disappeared just now, appeared in Zangshan's field of vision again. They slowly approached the pack of big fish sausages that Zangshan had just thrown, first sniffed, then quickly grabbed a large sausage, ran to the side to eat, and looked at Zangshan cautiously while eating. Seeing that there was no danger, the other big wild cats also ran over, picked up fish sausages, ran to the hidden corner and ate them, and at the same time looked up from time to time to observe Zangshan's movements. Soon, the pack of big fish sausages was swept away by several big wild cats in the scramble. Seeing this, Zangshan threw another bag over. This time, the 2 black-spotted big white wild cats and several other big wild cats did not run away suddenly, but rushed over like rockets, bit the fish sausages, and scrambled to eat them on the spot. After eating the second pack of big fish sausages, these big wild cats seemed to be full. Some sat in place and looked at Zangshan, some slipped away, disappeared, and some ran to their nests to continue to observe him. But none of them came closer. Zangshan looked at the lazy appearance of the big wild cats after being full, and couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. These big wild cats have eaten. Why don't you contribute some survival points to me? Is it taken advantage of in vain? And why didn't these little wild cats become my family and be my believers believers like the little black cats. I spent 100 yuan to buy these fish sausages, but none of them came closer. Zangshin looked at the big wild cats that became lazy after eating food and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. These big wild cats are full, why don't they contribute some survival points? Could it be that he was prostituted for nothing? And why didn't these little wild cats become my family and become my believers like the little black cats? I bought these fish sausages for 100 yuan, and if I only get 50 survival points, I feel like I'm losing money thinking about it. Zangshin shook his head and gently rubbed his eyebrows. Are they still wary of me? Thinking of this, he was determined to continue to feed tomorrow, so he stretched out his hand and took the little black cat and the little white dog and climbed out of the large iron door of the abandoned hospital. Congratulations to the host, lead your family in mounts, successfully break through the encirclement of a group of powerful intelligent races, and have plus 1,000 survival points. Then it's not a loss. 4,150 survival points, one step closer to 10,000 points. Zangshin closed the attribute panel, left the abandoned hospital, and walked towards the back door of the park, preparing to go back to his small apartment. On the way home, there are several remote and quiet alleys. Usually, Zangshin always avoids crowded places and chooses to walk in these alleys, but this time, he decided to go to a crowded place. On the one hand, I want to explore the mechanism of obtaining survival points, and on the other hand, I want to understand the world after future disasters through the information provided by the system. In the evening, the sun set on the square of the park and a group of ants were dancing square dances with great interest. Warning, you are about to approach a group of enslaved humans who have been deprived of their divinity and become cheap labor for a certain god, and your appearance may trigger the hostility of this third-order fire god and may even be reduced to slavery, deprived of divinity, and become ordinary people. Looking at the ants dancing happily, Zangshin silently passed by. The host moves forward cautiously, successfully does not alarm the hostility of the fire gods in the square. Survival points plus 1,000. Walking out of the park gate and passing through an uninhabited alley, Zangshin came to a commercial street. At this moment, a crazy and rapid warning sound sounded in my mind, and the bright red warning text flashed on the virtual panel that was constantly vibrating in front of me. Warning, warn, you are about to enter an abandoned and dangerous commercial street, where a horror and murderous beasts are inhabited, and some depraved and dangerous gods are operating here with their own slavery. Please stay away as soon as possible. Ignoring the vibration of the virtual panel in front of him, Zangshin walked slowly down the commercial street, buying some dog food, cat litter, cat plates, cat houses and kennels, and also bought some fruits and daily necessities before walking out of this commercial street. The host is bold, on the dangerous commercial street, and scrupulously plundering materials from other gods and unscathed. Survival points plus 1,000. I'll give you the money, okay? Warning, there are many strange beasts entrenched on this sidewalk, and other gods are active here. Please leave the host as soon as possible. Sidewalks, intersections. Zangshin saw the traffic light turn green, and silently walked over with a cat and a dog in his arms. The host calmly walks through the sidewalk inhabited by strange beasts, and does not disturb other powerful gods staying here. Survival points plus 1,000. Good luck, community. Warning, warn, this apartment is extremely dangerous. It is entrenched by a third-order cursed god and his family, with the strength of the current host and the host. Believer, it is not its opponent at all. Please lead your family and mount as soon as possible, and leave this place quickly to avoid being captured by cursed enslavement. The 9th floor of the top floor of the apartment building, room 902. Zangshin looked at the virtual panel vibrating in front of him, stretched out his hand to open the door expressionlessly, and stepped into his small apartment. This apartment has one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom, and the lighting is good. As soon as he returned to the apartment, Zangshin threw the little black cat and the little white dog into the bathtub, squeezed some foam, and began to clean it to his heart's content. Cats and dogs that have never touched water bark in panic, fluttering and struggling in the water. However, Zangshin did not stop, and after cleaning, he blew it with a hairdryer. After a while, the two pets completely changed. The little black cat's big emerald-like eyes sparkled, revealing a transcendent spirituality, and the hair on its back was black and shiny, which was extremely soft and smooth to the touch. And the little white dog Chow Chow, worthy of being the Lion King of the dog world, has a beautiful white mane around his neck, majestic, and dark almond big eyes are deep and shining. I really don't understand. How did such an excellent dog breed become a stray dog when he was young? Zangshin muttered, walked out of the toilet with the rejuvenated cat and dog in his arms, put them on the sofa, and said to them gently, Xiao Hei, Xiao Bai, this will be your home in the future, and we will become a family. Xiao Hei is the name Zangshin gave to the little black cat, while Xiao Bai is the name of the little Chow Chow. As if they could understand Zangshin's words, the little black cat and the little white dog responded one after another. Aim. Wang. Ha, you guys are playing on the sofa, I'll go and set up a nest for you. Zangshin said, his consciousness moved, and he took out two nests that needed to be assembled from the backpack grid. He then began to assemble and finally put the finished cat house and dog house next to the sofa. Okay, you will sleep here in the future. Zangshin pointed to the two nests and turned to the cat and dog on on the sofa and said, "Aim Wang, Ku." After a busy while, Zangshan felt hungry, made a simple meal, and then sat down in front of his laptop and opened the system diary. He began to extract summaries and conjectures about future catastrophes from the above texts. 1. In the early stage of the cataclysm, the starting point of humans and other creatures will be different. Humans will be transformed into divine beings, and will become gods through faith in the future. Other creatures will turn into strange beasts or open wisdom roots, becoming a beloved intelligent race. 2. Humans can plunder intelligent races, strange beasts, and even divine energy in their own bodies to enhance their own strength. At the same time, you can also enslave the other person and let them do anything for themselves, such as working or even having offspring. In turn, intelligent races and alien beasts can plunder the divine energy of humans and even enslave them. 3. If you want to become a powerful god, it is essential to have strong believers, pets and resources. 4. To open the divine realm, you need at least 1,000,000 faiths. Zangshan thought while recording his conjectures about the situation after the disaster on the document. In addition, he also summed up the experience of brushing survival points just now. At present, obtaining dependents and pets brings the most survival points, but apparently these points are one-time. And to gain the favor of powerful beasts, clans, and even gods, or to be able to safely escape from their siege, these seem to be repeatedly brushed, so as to continue to earn survival points. As for whether these conjectures were accurate, Zangshan decided to try it tomorrow morning. After all, the draw will only activate after 10,000 survival points. At that time, he will be able to use his survival points to extract the resources needed to cultivate believers, so that he can be ahead of the future era of national gods. After determining tomorrow's goal, Zangshan changed the name of the document to Novel Setting Set, closed the laptop, stretched out, and lay down on the bed tiredly to rest. The next morning, the sun was shining. On April 2nd, 2122, your believers contributed 20 points of faith to you. Zangshan opened the system diary and took a look, then hugged He in his left hand and Xiaobai in his right hand, and walked out of the apartment door. At this moment, a system sound sounded in my head. The host Yi Gao was bold, and he rested safely for a night in the apartment building occupied by the powerful curse god and his family, with plus 1,000 survival points. The host calmly passed through the sidewalk inhabited by strange beasts, without disturbing the other powerful gods staying here, and the survival points were plus 10. The host is bold, walking unscrupulously on the dangerous commercial street, unscathed, and plus 10 survival points. The host moves forward cautiously, without alarming the hostility of a powerful god in the park square, survival points plus 10. Zangshan walked silently past a group of old ladies and grandfathers who were exercising in the morning, heard the sound of the system, paused, turned around and went around the park, and turned back. Warning: you are about to approach a group of enslaved humans, who have been deprived of their divinity and become cheap labor for the third-order fire gods. And your appearance is likely to arouse the hostility of this god, and even make you reduced to slavery, deprived of divinity, and become ordinary people. Ignoring the warning sound of the system, Zangshan once again silently walked past the old lady and grandfather who were exercising in the morning. The host moved forward cautiously, not alarming the hostility of a powerful god in the park square, which is worth celebrating. No reward? It seems to be consistent with last night's conjecture. As long as the system that appears on the sidewalk, commercial street, and park square to warn of danger, you can repeatedly swipe survival points, but only the first time you get the most points, and there is only one chance a day to repeatedly obtain survival points, and when you turn back again, even if there is a danger warning, there will be no more survival points reward. I thought I could find a bug. Zangshan showed a hint of disappointment on his face and continued to walk towards the abandoned hospital. Warning: there is a group of intelligent races entrenched here. One of them is far from being able to resist the host and its pets. Please leave quickly, once discovered. They are likely to enslave you and use all means to extract the divine energy in your body. Once you lose your divinity, you will be reduced to a breeding tool man. Climbing into the large iron gate of the abandoned hospital, Zangshan heard the familiar system sound sounding again yesterday. But it seems to be a little different from yesterday. Yesterday it was enslaved once discovered, but this time the system prompted that it was possible to be enslaved. It seems that yesterday's feeding has received a lot of results. As long as you persevere, these wild cats will soon all become my believers. Thinking of this, Zangshan couldn't help but laugh. Buster cat tribes, your gods, here again. Holding the little black cat and the little white dog, Zangshan walked to the broken glass gate of the hospital and stopped. There was silence in the abandoned hospital. He put the little black cat and the little white dog on the ground, took out 5 cat bowls, put them in front of him in turn, and took out a bag of finely chopped cat food suitable for kittens, all of which were filled with 5 cat plates. In the morning, Xiaohei and Xiaobai were both full before being carried out by Zangshan, while Xiaobai had no interest in cat food and sat on the ground wagging his tail. It was the little black cat, smelling the fragrance of cat food, immediately stuck into a cat plate and ate it happily. Zangshan stretched out his hand and pulled it out of the cat plate and said, "Xiaohei, go and call your brothers and sisters to dinner." When the little black cat heard Zangshan Shan's words, his bright eyes looked at the cat food in front of him reluctantly, glanced at it, and rushed into the hospital sensibly. Soon after, a small cat meow came from the depths of the corridor. Immediately afterwards, Shan saw the little black cat running back and continued to bury his head in the cat plate to eat, and at the corner of the hospital corridor and hall, there were 5 kittens. It's just that these 5 kittens, for some reason, seemed to be timidly afraid to move forward. Wang! Suddenly a dog barked, and the 5 kittens swished and rushed deep into the corridor. Damn, silly dog, who asked you to bark? Shan turned his head to reprimand Xiaobai, then picked it up and threw it into an abandoned car not far away. Stay here honestly. The little white dog that was thrown into the abandoned car again showed an aggrieved expression. Whoa, shut up, and I won't take you out next time. Woo. After dealing with the little white dog, Shan turned around and walked towards the glass gate of the hospital, and finally stopped when there were still 3 meters away from the hospital gate and stopped moving forward. At this moment, there are already many wild cats gathered in the entire hospital. In front of the cat plate, a big black cat and the 5 kittens just now were eating cat food with relish. As for the little black cat, it raised its head and drank cat milk next to the big black cat. As soon as he saw Shan's figure, in addition to the 6 kittens still concentrating on eating food, the big black cat also stopped eating and looked up at him vigilantly. It seems that it should be the mother of the little black cat and these 5 kittens. Shan thought to himself. His eyes passed over the big black cat, and he turned to scan the surroundings of the hospital hall. In the hall, several big wild cats were also watching him vigilantly, but their eyes fell more on the 5 full cat food trays, showing a hint of longing, but they seemed to be afraid of the presence of the big black cat and did not dare to approach. Could it be that this big black cat is the leader of this group of wild cats? He guessed in his heart. It's normal to be able to give birth to such an excellent little black cat and become the leader of the cat group, but I don't know what its qualifications are. It just so happens that I have 20 points of faith in my hand now, so I can try to explore their qualification information. Shan thought of this, so he looked at the big black cat. His expression was slightly solemn, and he activated his peeping eyes. Intelligent race, Buster Cat Tribe. Qualifications: Lord, Normal, Elite, Lord, King, Epic, Legendary, Mythic. 5th Order, 0/100000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, no faith. Mood, guarded, confused. Analysis: the patriarch of the Buster Cat Tribe, who has the descendants of the Buster bloodline, is brave and good at fighting, intelligent, and wild and untamable, even if he gives birth to a litter of cubs and his strength declines, but the cat power accumulated over a long period of time is still not something other cat tribes can challenge. Sure enough, this big black cat is the leader of this group of cats, and the mother of the kittens. It seems that as long as it is done, the other wild cats will be able to solve it together. Shan thought in his heart. His eyes turned to the 5 kittens on the side. His heart was full of curiosity. What surprises would they bring to him? Peeking eyes. He called softly. Virtual panels, which only he could see, slowly emerged from the top of the heads of the 5 kittens. Intelligent race, Buster Cat Tribe. Qualifications: Normal, 0 tier, 0 out of 100. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, no faith. Mood, happy. Analysis: Buster cat cubs with Buster bloodline descendants are bold and aggressive by nature. Intelligent race, Buster Cat Tribe. Qualifications: Elite, 0 tier, 0 out of 100. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, no faith. Mood, happy, satisfied. Analysis: Buster cat cubs with Buster bloodline descendants are lazy by nature. Qualifications: Normal. Looking at the information on the panel, Shan was stunned. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. A big black cat with Lord qualifications actually gave birth to a small black cat with King level qualifications, and among the remaining 5, except for the elite cat cub with orange all over the body, the other 4 are all ordinary qualifications? Shan's eyes flashed with a hint of loss, and his eyes wandered around the hospital hall, hoping to find some surprises. Peeking eyes. Soon, he sighed lightly. Among this group of wild cats, except for the 2 big white cats with black spots, which are elite qualifications, the other 8 are all ordinary qualifications. Seeing that Shan didn't move for a long time, the big black cat lowered its head and began to eat the cat food on the cat plate, but its vigilance did not weaken. A few minutes later, the cat food on the cat plate was swept away by the big black cat and the 5 kittens. After the big black cat finished eating, he looked up at Shan before walking deep into the corridor. After the kitten finished eating the cat food, he ran aside to have fun. The little black cat seemed to want to get close to the big black cat for a while, and just wanted to follow him, but turned his head to look at Shan, as if asking for his opinion. Go stay with your mother for a while, Shan said. Look, the little black cat meowed softly, seemed to understand Shan's words, and ran happily towards the hospital corridor. As soon as the big black cat left the cat plate, the surrounding wild cats rushed forward to compete for the cat food spilled outside. Looking at these big wild cats competing for cat food, Shan smiled slightly, took out a pack of adult cat food from the backpack space, and walked towards the cat plate. These wild wild cats were startled by Zhang Shen's sudden approach and took a few steps back. Zhang Shen divided the cat food into 5 cat plates, then stepped back a few meters and quietly waited for these big wild cats to come forward to eat. A plate full of attractive fragrance of cat food made the wild cats instantly ready to move, and when they saw Zhang Shen take a few steps back, they seemed to understand what he meant. This is the food given to them. The first to react were the 2 black-spotted white cats with elite qualifications, who quickly rushed to the cat plate, and the rest of the wild cats also reacted and stepped forward to compete for cat food. Ha, eat slowly, and more. Zhang Shen laughed softly. The black-spotted white cat heard his laughter and looked up slightly at him vigilantly, but seemed to feel his kindness, and then lowered his head and continued to eat cat food. It seems that under the temptation of deliciousness, their guard against me has been reduced to a minimum. According to this development trend, within a few days, I will be able to recruit them under my command and become my first batch of relatives. Zhang Shen thought happily while watching the cats compete for food. Soon, the 2-pound package of cat food was eaten by these wild cats. They seemed to be tasting cat food for the first time, and after eating, they looked up at Zhang Shen with a longing in their eyes. Zhang Shen smiled at the corner of his mouth and took out a bag of cat food from his hand as he stepped forward. Seeing Zhang Shen approaching, the wild cats wanted to run away for a while, but when they saw the cat food in his hand, they made cat meows as if they were asking. There was even a gluttonous cat that took the initiative to run to Zhang Shen's feet and beg for food. Gluttonous little guy. Zhang Shen smiled and poured the cat food into 5 cat plates. The tempting cat food instantly filled 5 cat plates, and the group of wild cats immediately barked happily. Congratulations to the host. Get 10 Buster Cats favor, survival points plus 100. Ha, great. Finally no longer guard against me. It seems that turning you into believers is just around the corner. Looking at the 8 big wild cats who came to compete for cat food, Zhang Shen's heart was full of joy. Soon, the wild cats finished eating the cat food, looked up at Zhang Shen again, and made a soft cat meow, as if they still wanted food. No, wait for tomorrow. Zhang Shen was not sure if they could understand, so he said, in fact, it is not that there is no cat food, but he spent a few hundred yuan to buy more than a dozen bags. But he didn't want to feed them all at once, because only then will they look forward to his arrival tomorrow, thus facilitating themselves to tame them and become their own believers. About 10 minutes later, the little black cat appeared in the hospital hall, walked up to Zhang Shen, and snuggled up at his feet obediently. Zhang Shen picked up the little black cat, and went to take out the poor little white dog that was thrown in the abandoned car before crawling out of the big iron door of the hospital. Congratulations to the host, lead your family and mount, and leave the territory of a group of buster cats without danger, with plus 10 survival points. The points have become less again? It seems that as I guessed, there will be 1,000 survival points for the first brush, and then there will be only 10 survival points left. Zhang Shen frowned and muttered in a low voice, his eyes falling on the survival points on the attribute panel. Now there are 8,280 survival points, only 1720 away from 10,000 survival points. As long as you can find a territory belonging to a certain god, or an area where strange beasts gather, you can get 1,000 points for the first brush. Zhang Shen thought for a while. The nearby area where he could get survival points had been triggered by him, and now only the pedestrian street behind the community was left that he had not been to. That pedestrian street usually has a lot of people, and after the catastrophe, there should be a lot of strange beasts gathered there, which can just bring me the first brush points. By the way, Li Yuqing's studio is in the office building opposite the back door of the pedestrian street, and while eating at home at noon, you can also go there to swipe points for the first time. Thinking of this, Zhang Shen quickly walked through the park square, passed by the commercial street, the sidewalk, and finally returned to the residential apartment. Along the way, he constantly triggered dangerous system cues, but as he had guessed in the morning, he ended up not earning survival points. Just downstairs in the community, Zhang Shengang pressed the elevator button, and a hurried sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Warning! Warn! The third-order curse gods are rapidly approaching. With the strength of the host, they are not their opponents at all. Please flee here quickly, so that the bones are not left. In order to emphasize the danger of the matter, a virtual panel appeared in front of his eyes again, and the red and purple text on it was beating wildly. The elevator door opened suddenly. A little lowly girl wearing a white dress and playing with a delicate puppet doll in her hand, her eyes watery, showed a hint of love. She glanced at Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai in Zhang Shen's hand, and then timidly walked out of it. Danger! The host encounters a third-order cursed god. Please let the family and pets hold this god and escape alone. Although he knew last night that a god would be born in this apartment building in the future, Zhang Shen didn't expect that it would be this little lowly who looked so cute and harmless to humans and animals. Really, in the 3 years of future catastrophe, I am not as good as this little lowly? After the little lowly walked out of the elevator, Zhang Shen couldn't help but muttered in his heart, and then silently walked into the elevator and closed the elevator door. The host is both wise and brave, successfully repels the cursed gods, and the survival points are plus 1,000. The host is in danger, but still does not give up on his family and mount, and the survival point is plus 1,000. Congratulations to the host, you already have 10,000 survival points, and the the lottery disc has been successfully activated. Small apartment top floor, in room 902. After Zangshan put Xiaohei and Xiaobai into their nests, he called softly, "Lottery disc." In an instant, a virtual large disc appeared in front of him that only he could see. This disc looks like the interface of a certain gacha game, with a line of small text written at the bottom. Tips: each draw consumes 1000 survival points, and rewards a total of 6 cards from ordinary to top, divided into white, green, blue, purple, red and gold cards. Guarantee mechanism: 10 consecutive draws must get a guaranteed blue card, 50 draws a guaranteed purple card, 500 consecutive draws a guaranteed red card, and 1000 draws a guaranteed gold card. Draw cards, 0 draws. Draw cards, draw 10 in a row. Zangshan didn't think much about it, so he directly drew 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, the hands on the lottery will rotated rapidly, and in the interlacing of white and green light, it seemed to be vaguely accompanied by a blue and yellow light rotating on the wheel. There is yellow and blue. This should not be able to withdraw money from 10 consecutive draws. The guarantee of the gold card is that it must be drawn out in 1000 draws, and it will be drawn out in 10 draws, which is really a lot of money. Just as Zangshan was thinking this, several prompts sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, 3 white cards, pheasant cub cards, have been stored in the backpack space. Congratulations to the host, drawing 3 white cards, small rice seed cards. Congratulations to the host, drawing 2 white cards, small open air iron ore cards. What are these cards? Zangshan looked stunned, quickly called out the backpack space, and checked it carefully. Pheasant cub card, placed in the divine realm. You can obtain 10 pheasant cubs containing divine energy and can reproduce healthily in the divine realm space. Small rice seed card, sow it into the divine realm space. You can obtain an acre of small rice fields containing divine energy and can reproduce in the divine domain space. Small open pit iron ore card, invested in the divine realm space. It will give the divine realm space a small open pit iron ore containing divine energy. It seems that these 3 white cards will be used for the divine domain space in the future. After roughly knowing the purpose of these 8 white cards, Zangshan felt a little helpless. This white card is too ordinary. It was completely useless to himself now. After all, he hadn't saved enough faith to condense the space of the divine domain, so he could only put them in his backpack as ballast goods. Fortunately, these white cards only take up 1 backpack compartment. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 green card, equipment card, divine rocket launcher. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, skill card, low-level domestication technique. With the sound of 2 prompts, Zangshan's spirit was shocked, and he quickly set his sights on the green card. Divine rocket cannon, green quality, can absorb divine energy in the air and spray a powerful rocket. Domestication, low level, consumes 10 points of faith or a certain amount of spiritual power to domesticate strange beasts. Tips: first, the host only needs to click on the skill card continuously to learn this skill card instantly. 2. The same skill card, after the host learns, will get skill upgrades. Third, the host can also put this skill card into the skill tower of the divine domain space, and believers will have a certain chance of understanding this skill. Fourth, investing skills in the divine realm requires corresponding media construction, and the strength of the skills comprehended by believers is related to their strength and qualifications. Good guy, divine rocket launcher. Just hear the name and know that this weapon is really fierce. But it's a pity, now the divine energy contained in the blue star for hundreds of millions of years has not yet exploded and cannot be used, otherwise I really want to try the power. It seems that this can only be used as a warehouse first. Zangshan muttered to himself, his eyes turned to the blue card, and a trace of relief welled up in his heart. Although I didn't withdraw money from the 10-game draw, I finally got a card that I could use. So, he quickly clicked on the card in succession. Congratulations to the host, you have learned the art of domestication. When he was a child, he played a lot of Dream Treasures, and Zangshan had long been fond of being able to domesticate a group of pets with excellent qualifications. I didn't expect to directly master this skill now. You have to find a target to try. Zangshan turned his gaze to Xiaohei and Xiaobai lying on the sofa, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he whispered to them, domestication. Domestication fails, and the host cannot domesticate its pets and intelligent races. A prompt sounded. Damn, don't say it earlier. It seems that I can only go outside to find other strange beasts to try. Zangshan muttered, got up and prepared to cook, but suddenly felt dizzy, and suddenly sat back on the sofa, feeling as if his spirit had been squeezed out by a third, as if he had stayed up all night. It must be the spiritual power consumed by using domestication just now. It seems that when the cataclysm comes, if I don't use the domestication skill with the help of faith, with my current mental power condition, I can only use it twice a day at most. Get a good rest, otherwise you will fall asleep more than 3 times. Zangshan rubbed his head, lay on the sofa and thought for a while, and felt that his spirit had recovered a lot, so he went to the kitchen to get some food to eat, and then hurried out, preparing to go to Liuqing. Warning! Warn! The pedestrian street in front of the host has been occupied by strange beasts, and there are many dangerous gods lurking. Please leave the host quickly. Zangshan listened to the prompt in his mind, looked at the red and purple virtual panel in front of him, rested his hands on the back of of his head and walked leisurely towards this pedestrian street. At the same time, his eyes scanned around, as if looking for something. It took about 10 minutes to walk. Zangshan looked at the back door of the pedestrian street getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Especially, didn't you say that strange beasts were rampant? Why did you walk for a long time and didn't encounter a hint from a strange beast? Where did they all hide? Congratulations to the host for moving forward cautiously and passing through this dangerous pedestrian street safely, rewarding survival points plus 1000. As soon as he stepped out of the back door of the pedestrian street, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Sure enough, the first swipe is undoubtedly 1000 survival points. Zangshan thought to himself, quickly walked to the office building across the pedestrian street and stopped, and then an urgent prompt sounded in his mind. Warning, the host is about to step into the territory of a third-order undead god and his family, and once discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Yuqing is a third-order undead god, and it seems that after the cataclysm, she took this office building for herself. I don't know which intelligent races her relatives are. In the elevator, Zangshan pressed the 13th floor, looked at the virtual panel in front of him, and fell into deep thought. Ding! The elevator door opens. A slender woman, wearing sexy black silk high heels and a waist-length white tulle, appeared in front of his eyes. Her skin is as smooth as jade, her waist is slender, and the tulle fits close to her snow-white waist curve, outlining her hot figure, and her proud career line looks extremely attractive. Warning, warning, the host is discovered by the relatives of the third-order undead gods. Please escape quickly. Isn't this Lu Tongtong, a roommate in the same dormitory as Li Yuqing in college, one of the two major school flowers in Jinhai University? How could she become an intelligent race, and became Li Yuqing's family? Lu Tongtong saw Zangshan, with a charming light in his eyes, showing a surprised look. Brother Shan, it turns out that you are the mysterious master that Li Yuqing said. Zangshan walked out of the elevator with a puzzled face. What mysterious master? Li Yuqing told me in the morning that we are like siblings in the studio, and we will usher in a mysterious master in the afternoon, but I didn't expect it to be you. Lu Tongtong laughed softly, her hair gently hanging down her shoulders in laughter, swaying with the breeze, with her charming temperament, making people involuntarily want to get closer and feel her unconsciously seductive aura. The charm of this girl is simply so exciting. Zangshan swallowed his saliva slightly and said modestly, she expected too much from me. I was just playing casually at the time, and I wasn't professional. It's okay, the two of us are not professionals, Lu Tongtong said, his eyes rolled, and he stretched out his finger to the corridor on the left. The room in 1314 is a vacant room bought for her by Qingqing's family, and now it is our studio. Okay, Zangshan responded, and at the same time cast a peeping look at Lu Tongtong, who walked into the elevator. Intelligent race, ghost race, qualifications, king level, normal, elite, lord, king, epic, legendary, myth. 4th level, 0/50,000. Name, Lu Tongtong. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Li Yuqing, third order undead god. Devotion, 100 points of faith are provided to the gods they believe in every day. Mood, joyful. Analysis, originally a third order hell god, he offended the 4th order demon god for protecting the host and was brutally killed, but fortunately Li Yuqing found the body, consumed countless precious materials, and was able to transform and resurrect and become a powerful ghost. Zangshan stared intently at the panel that appeared above Lu Tongtong's head, with a hint of shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. What's wrong? Lu Tongtong was in the elevator, looking at Zangshan in confusion. No, it's okay, Zangshan hurriedly stammered in response. Then I'll leave first. Lu Tongtong pressed the elevator button and the door slowly closed. Ding. Well, go ahead. Zangshan nodded, his eyes showing some complicated emotions. He didn't expect that a random peek would reveal the secret of Lu Tongtong's transformation into an intelligent race, which was actually related to his future self, and because she offended a 4th order demon god, she died tragically at his hands? In the end, it was Li Yuqing who found her body, which made her transform into a ghost and become a member of the intelligent race. What exactly happened in the next 3 years? How could I become the target of a 4th order demon-type god and cause her to suffer such a bad fate? Zangshan was puzzled, and then thought of another question. With his own ingenuity, how could he still stay in the 0th order in 3 years? Could it be that all of this is related to that 4th order demon-type god? This thought flashed, and Zangshan's heart suddenly lit up with a glimmer of inspiration. If this is the case, then everything can make sense. Why is he still level 0 in the 3 years of catastrophe? Let me just say, with my ingenuity, how can I not even be as good as a child in 3 years? Muttering slightly in his heart, Zangshan's expression became more and more solemn. In the future, will I really have an enemy of a 4th order demon-type god? Congratulations to the host, calmly forced the 4th order ghost patriarch away, and did not alarm the 3rd order undead gods, and obtained plus 1000 survival points. Zangshan originally had a little heavy mood, but when he heard this voice at this time, his spirit was shocked, and he actually got 1000 survival points again? In an instant, his mood improved a lot. After all, survival points are the key to his strength. As long as he can quickly increase his strength before the cataclysm of the end end of the world comes. He will definitely surpass that fourth order demon god at that time, so he no longer has to rely on Lu Tongtong's protection, resulting in her tragic death. Thinking of this, Zangshan decided to work harder to obtain various first brush survival point rewards in the future to quickly improve his strength. Turn around and walk to the left side of the hallway. Soon, he came to the door of a room. The door is pasted with the number 1314, and a small wooden plaque is hung on the doorplate, which reads the words Brotherhood Studio. It should be here. Zangshan knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened. Squad leader, I thought you were going to let me go. When Li Yuqing saw Zangshan, she immediately joked. There was a little delay on the way. Zangshan's eyes fell on Li Yuqing's body, and his eyes unconsciously showed a hint of amazement. Li Yuqing's dress today is different from before, wearing a black off-the-shoulder top, delicate and snow-white shoulders, tight collarbones, and half of the exposed skin, showing white temptation. Come in, squad leader. Li Yuqing invited with a smile. I just met Lu Tongtong. Zangshan followed Li Yuqing into the studio, looking at the space as he spoke. The studio is spacious, but it seems a little empty. Inside there are 4 large rooms, a hall, a kitchen and bathroom, as well as a matching balcony with several pots of unknown plants. Why is this studio so empty? No desk, chair, or card slot? Zangshan asked suspiciously. Because our studio was just established yesterday. The things you said, Lu Tongtong and I just ordered online, and they can be delivered on about Monday. Li Yuqing replied calmly. I see. Zangshan nodded. In other words, there are only 3 people in this studio now. Me, you, and Lu Tongtong. The 3 of us, isn't it enough? Li Yuqing asked with a smile. Of course it's enough, but how do you plan to run this studio? Let's raise a few self-media video accounts of different styles in the early stage, and then take a look at that. Li Yuqing obviously prepared a lot of content and told a lot of things, and Zangshan also shared some of his small experiences and opinions. Soon after, the sunset in the distance poured in through the window, shining on the delicate face of the beautiful woman full of fighting spirit, which looked red and cute, which made people unconsciously attracted. Zangshan couldn't help but be attracted by this temperament, took a step closer, and his eyes fell on the sweet Yin Tao's small mouth. He lowered his neck a little. Li Yuqing's eyes widened, and her body trembled slightly, but she didn't push Zangshan away. At that moment, Zangshan realized this. When he found that Li Yuqing did not refuse, his heart became bold, his hands gently slid on her back, and the breathing of the two gradually became rapid, and later became even heavier, and the gasps were intertwined. Congratulations to the host, under the temptation of the third order undead gods, successfully counterattacked, won the first victory, and survived plus 1000. 4 hours later, Zangshan was sent downstairs by Li Yuqing's spring-eyed appearance. Li Yuqing poked her head out of the car window. Husband, I have to accompany my parents back to my hometown to worship my ancestors. In the past 2 days, and I can only come back on Monday. Remember to help me collect some interesting material videos first. Got it. You go back and have a good rest. Zangshan smiled and advised, pay attention to safety when driving. Well, I'll tell you when I get home. Okay. After watching Li Yuqing leave, Zhang Shenkai turned around and returned to his apartment happily. In fact, Zangshan had noticed Li Yuqing's feelings for him long ago. It's just that he always felt that he was not worthy of her. However, at that moment, he didn't know why he plucked up the courage to kiss her. Finally confirmed the relationship with each other, taking an important step. Maybe it's because I know that the end is coming and my mentality has changed, so I don't want to leave any regrets. Zangshan thought so in his heart. Back in the apartment, as soon as they stepped into the door, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai rushed over and rubbed around his feet, as if they were lovers who had been reunited for a long time. Looking at the two little guys at his feet, Zangshan couldn't help but laugh. You're all hungry, little babies. Come, the master will pour you dried fish to eat. The next day at noon, Zangshan opened one eye in a daze, and vaguely seemed to see a slender and turbulent girl with a pair of black pointed ears, wearing a sexy black leather coat, looking like Zhu Zhuqing, lying obediently on the head of his bed. He was startled and opened his eyes. A watery, sparkling golden cat eye, an extremely cute little black cat, lying on the side of the bed. Where is there any sexy black leather coat? It is simply a cat that looks like Zhu Zhuqing. The little black cat saw Zangshan wake up and barked happily. Zangshan looked at Xiao Hei, who ran to the bedside at some point, and couldn't help but smile. Little baby, when did you run to the master's bed? I haven't checked carefully before. I don't know if you are a male cat or a female cat. The owner will come and take a look. Zangshan said, picked up the little black cat and gently set aside the cat's legs. It turned out to be a mother's. In the future, if you become a wise race, you can become a big beauty to serve your master. Xiao Hei tilted his head, and there was a trace of doubt in his round cat eyes. Since you didn't object, then consider yourself agreeing. Zangshan laughed and walked outside the house with Xiao Hei in his arms. Xiao Bai, who was sleeping in the doghouse, sensed that he came out, immediately stuck out his tongue and walked out of the doghouse, happily rubbing under his feet, and at the same time let out a wang cry. So, Zangshan picked up Xiao Bai, put aside his dog legs, and wanted to check it, but Xiao Bai struggled and shouted wang. Want wang. Damn, the one with the target is actually a public one. Woo woo. The little white dog struggled to make a a louder sound. Silly dog, shut up, you'll die at a glance. Zhang Shen scolded, threw the struggling Xiaobai onto the sofa, then took out a bag of cat food and a bag of dog food from the compartment of his backpack and poured it onto their plates. Meow. Wang. When Xiaohei and Xiaobai saw the food, they immediately ate it happily. Zhang Shen turned around and walked towards the toilet, turning on his mobile phone to check the message Li Yuqing sent to him. It was a message sent at 10:30 in the morning. Li Yuqing, good morning, husband. Li Yuqing, I talked until after 4 o'clock in the morning last night and I only slept for 5 hours, and my mother called me to worship my ancestors. Li Yuqing, I'm so sleepy, husband, I'm busy first. Zhang Shen, my wife, I just woke up. Wait for you to finish worshipping your ancestors, and then make up for your sleep. After a simple reply to the message, Zhang Shen waited for more than 10 seconds. I didn't see a reply, guessing that the girl might be busy, so he went to wash up quickly, and when he returned to the living room, Xiaohei and Xiaobai also finished eating. Xiaohei, get up and go see your mother. Zhang Shen picked up Xiaohei and walked towards the door. Xiaobai followed, but Zhang Shen stopped it with his foot, and instead of letting it walk out of the gate, he said, Xiaobai, yesterday in the abandoned hospital, you old dog barked, which scared Xiaohei's family. So this time, I won't take you to an abandoned hospital, you stay at home today to take care of the house. After saying that, Zhang Shen quickly closed the door when Xiaobai showed a puzzled look, turned around and pressed the elevator. Vaguely, he seemed to hear Xiaobai making an aggrieved wang sound in the room. The host is bold, and in the apartment building where the powerful third-order curse gods and their families are entrenched, he rested safely for a night, and his survival points were +10. The host is calm, passing through the sidewalk inhabited by strange beasts, and does not disturb other powerful gods staying here, survival points +10. The host is as bold as a fight, on the dangerous commercial street, unscrupulous, unscathed, survival points +10. The host moved forward cautiously, did not startle the hostility of a third-order fire-type powerful god in the park square, and the survival score was +10. Walking out of the apartment building, Zhang Shen quickly passed through the sidewalks, commercial streets, and park squares. Not bad, yes, 40 survival points in hand. Make persistent efforts today, subdue all these wild cats, and then go to places where you haven't been before, strive to get more survival points, and strive for the second 10-game draw. Zhang Shen planned today's itinerary while looking at the abandoned hospital not far away and walked quickly. As a result, as soon as he walked to the gate of the abandoned hospital, when he was about to climb in, a different prompt sounded quickly. Warning, warn, there is a murderous second-order demon god who is active in this area. Please lead your family to leave this area as soon as possible. Once discovered, you will die without life. What? Is there a second-order demon who is a god? No, is there someone in an abandoned hospital? Zhang Shen was puzzled, quickly climbed into the big iron door, hugged the little black cat, and ran towards the broken glass gate of the hospital. When he ran to the broken gate of the hospital, there was a sharp and mournful cat meow in his ears, as if it came from the hospital hall. At the same time, a young man's sharp laughter also sounded. Lao Tai, come and see, these wild cats are starting to move again, wanting to get close to these 5 kittens, ready to rescue them. Lao Tai, hurry up and swipe a 666 for the anchor. Today I promise that none of these annoying wild cats will be able to run away. Zhang Shen stared in the direction of the hospital hall. At this time, standing in the center stood a young anchor wearing a colorful jacket and a face full of acne, with his back to Zhang Shen, shouting enthusiastically at the mobile phone screen. In his other hand, he was holding a 2-meter-long bamboo pole with 5 ropes tied to it, and one end of the rope was tied to the hind legs of 5 kittens, surrounded by 10 wild cats, including Xiaohei's mother, the big black cat, and the black-spotted white cat, who arched their bodies angrily and let out angry cat roars. However, the young anchor didn't care about this, but smiled and raised the bamboo pole in his hand. In an instant, the 5 kittens were pulled by ropes and hung in the air, screaming in horror. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shen was furious, clenched his fists, and quickly rushed to the hospital hall. Let them go! A roar erupted from his mouth. He quickly ran into the hospital hall, jumped at the back of the young man who had not yet reacted, and kicked hard. The anchor of the flowered jacket heard movement behind him, and was about to turn around when he was kicked to the ground. Before he could stand up, Zhang Shen grabbed his clothes and slapped him hard. Do you think it's so fun? The young man roared angrily while struggling to fight back. Who are you? Dared to slap me in the face? I eat by my face. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Shen slapped him again and roared, you abuse my cat, and ask me who I am? Eat with your face? Right, then I'll let you rely on it. Pap! Zhang Shen pressed the anchor with one hand, raised his palm at the same time, and frantically slapped him in the face until the young man was dizzy and finally cried and begged for mercy. Don't hit me. Please don't hit me in the face again. I don't dare anymore. Please let me go. I really rely on my face to eat. Zhang Shen hit him more than 10 times, staring fiercely at the young anchor who had been beaten beyond recognition, before he stopped, grabbed his neck, and threw him out of the door of the hospital hall along with his mobile phone. Get out, let me see you one more time, and I'll beat you once. The young man covered his red and swollen face, picked up the mobile phone on the ground, and ran out of the hospital hall in embarrassment. The host defeated the strong with the weak, successfully suppressed the second-order demon gods, words, rescued the Buster Cat clan, survived plus 3,000 points, and won the favor of the Buster Cat clan. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Xinban's angry face was slightly stunned, and then he calmed down, closed his lips, opened the attribute panel, and glanced at the survival points. It really gives 3,000 survival points. Survival points, 7,320. Zhang Xin looked at the survival points in his hand, was in a happy mood, and turned to walk towards the 5 kittens surrounded by a pack of wild cats. At this time, the big black cat and the spotted black big white cat were desperately biting the rope tied to the kittens' hind legs with their teeth, trying to free them. When he approached, the big black cat stopped biting, turned around and led the other wild cats to let out a low growl at him, as if warning him not to approach. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. You keep biting this rope, I'll help you untie it," Zhang Xin said softly. However, the wild cats didn't seem to understand his words and remained vigilant, reluctant to let him approach. Look! Suddenly, just when Zhang Xin was hesitating to step forward directly to untie the rope, the little black cat on the side ran over, rubbed the big black cat, and barked coquettishly. At this time, Zhang Xin saw that the big black cat's originally guarded eyes became softer, and he took a step aside. The other wild cats were relieved to see the big black cat and took a step back. "Good job, Xiaohei," Zhang Xin secretly praised in his heart, quickly walked over, and reached out to rescue the 5 panicked kittens from the rope sleeve one by one. As soon as they were relieved, the 5 kittens immediately let out cheerful but slightly frightened cries and pounced on the big black cat. "Ai meow." Seeing that the kittens were safe and sound, the big black cat thanked Zhang Xin, and then made a cry full of maternal love to the kittens, gently licking their messy hair to soothe their emotions. Zhang Xin felt relieved when he saw this scene, so he took out a pack of big cat food, tore it open and fell next to the big black cat and 6 kittens. The 5 kittens smelled the scent of cat food, turned their heads, rushed towards the cat food, and began to gobble it up. The big black cat looked up at Zhang Xin, and after about 10 seconds, he lowered his head slightly and began to enjoy the tempting cat food, obviously also hungry, and seemed to be no longer so wary of him. Look! The surrounding wild cats smelled the scent of cat food and couldn't help but bark. 1 or 2 just wanted to come over to eat, but hesitated because of the majesty of the big black cat, and could only look at the bag of cat food in Zhang Xin's hand that had not yet been poured. "Ha, I have everything I want to eat." Zhang Xin laughed and scattered the remaining cat food on these wild cats. Look! The 10 big wild cats were shocked at first, but the next second, when they saw the food scattered by Zhang Xin, they scrambled for cat food, and even 1 or 2 fought for the same piece of cat food. "Don't grab it, there's more." Zhang Xin smiled and took out another bag of cat food and gently sprinkled it. The big black cat quietly ate a few bites of the cat food in front of him, looked up at Zhang Xin who was feeding the wild cats, and then looked at the 6 kittens who were enjoying the cat food. Its round gilded cat eyes seemed to shine with a light, as if it had made a decision, and opened its mouth to make a horn-like cat meow. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xin saw a pale white light gushing out of the big black cat and the surrounding wild cats, flying towards him. The sincerity of the host moved the patriarch of the Buster tribe, and she decided to lead the clan and follow you, with survival points plus 3,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 16 pan-believers, faith plus 160. Ah! Zhang Xin heard the system's prompt, and his heart suddenly blossomed. These wild cats finally all submitted to themselves, and they also gained 3,000 points, which was enough for him to draw another 10 in a row. Immediately, Zhang Xin did not hesitate to open the lottery wheel. Lottery, 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, the virtual wheel turned in front of him, accompanied by a golden light in blue, green, and white. Seeing the golden light, Zhang Xin's heart swelled with a trace of anticipation again. However, when he thought that he was also golden last time, but he didn't draw a gold card, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The gold card guarantee has to be drawn 1,000 to come out. How can it be so easy to draw? Kotai may just be a lottery special effect. As he muttered to himself, the light on the roulette wheel suddenly became brilliant, and the golden light flew out instantly and headed straight for him. Congratulations to the host. Draw the gold card, the divine domain card, the chosen place. Zhang Xin's eyes widened, his heart full of disbelief. Out, withdrawn? He quickly opened the compartment of his backpack, and a gilded card with dazzling light was quietly suspended in the compartment of his backpack. Chosen land, gold card, which can open up a divine realm exclusive to the host in the void. The characteristic of this divine domain is that it cannot be captured by any god, and as the host grows, countless rare miracles will be derived. Characteristics. This is really a gold card. It's actually a divine domain card. Zhang Xin stared at the card excitedly, his heart full of excitement. With this divine domain card, he no longer had to wait until he had 1,000,000 faiths to activate the divine domain, saving countless hours and risks. It's so cool! Zhang Xin secretly shouted in his heart, and then began to carefully study the contents on the card. According to the instructions on the card, this divine domain card far exceeds the average divine domain card, that is to say, the divine domain, activated by everyone in the future, will be divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, and his divine domain obviously belongs to the highest level. This means that in the future he will gain benefits beyond ordinary people. Just as Zhang Shen was making a reverse inference about the level of the divine domain from the introduction of the divine domain card, 5 white lights suddenly flew out of the lottery wheel and rushed towards his body. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 white cards, plankton cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, freshwater green shrimp card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, freshwater carp card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, small jade gemstone mining card. Zhang Shen looked at the backpack compartment where the white card was stored. Plankton card, a group of plankton that contains weak divine energy. Investing in the divine domain can ensure the survival rate of juvenile fish and shrimp in the divine domain and increase the output of aquatic food. Freshwater green shrimp card, put into the freshwater of the divine realm, you can breed a group of freshwater green shrimp containing divine energy, and long-term consumption of this freshwater green shrimp can weekly increase the divine energy in the body. Freshwater carp card, thrown into the freshwater of the divine realm, you can breed a group of freshwater carp containing divine energy, and long-term consumption of this freshwater carp can also slightly increase the divine energy in the body. Small jade gem mining card, invested in the divine realm, you can mine jadeite containing divine energy, as well as a small amount of gemstone materials filled with a certain elemental energy. For new white cards, Zhang Shen only stayed on the first 3 white cards for a second and then turned his attention to the last one. Small jade gemstone card. Through the information on this card, a conjecture suddenly appeared in Zhang Shen's mind. The jadeite and gemstones mined by the small jade gemstone mining card seem to be more than just decorations. They could be a strategic resource for the future. It can be used to create some kind of special equipment, and it is even possible to create extraordinary weapons to enhance the combat power of oneself and one's followers. Could it be that my divine energy rocket launcher is made from these minerals containing divine energy? Zhang Shen secretly guessed in his heart, but he didn't expect to be attracted by a few more prompts. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 green cards, skill cards, and low-level agility amplifier. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 green card, small multifunctional mining and refining locomotive. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, equipment card, camouflage mask. 3 green and 1 blue. Not bad. Zhang Shen secretly praised, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and looked towards the backpack space grid where the green and blue cards were stored. Agility amplification, a low-level skill the host can learn to use. Each time it is used, it consumes 10 points of faith, or a certain amount of stamina, which can greatly increase the agility by twice for 5 minutes. Investing in the divine realm, believers who exist in the divine realm will have a certain chance of comprehension. Small multifunctional mining and refining locomotive, a mine cart that can automatically mine minerals and refine minerals by entering commands. Camouflage mask, blue quality, after wearing, you can pinch the face according to the host's wishes, change into the appearance of others, and change into the other person's voice. It's all good things. There are 2 identical skill cards, one can be used for yourself, the other can increase the skill level, and of course it can also be used on believers. This small multifunctional mining and refining locomotive is simply an artifact to solve what you lack. With it, when you put 3 resource mining cards into the divine realm, you can mine directly. And this camouflage mask, it's really wonderful. If you wear it yourself and become the boyfriend of a certain beauty, wouldn't it? It seems that things that I didn't dare to try before can also be boldly tried. After making some evaluations of these 3 green and 1 blue cards, Zhang Shen immediately learned the agility amplification technique and continued to click on the agility amplification card with both hands. Does the host learn the agile amplification technique again? Yes. Congratulations to the host, the agility amplification technique has been upgraded to the intermediate level. Each time it is used, it consumes 10 points of faith / 20 points of faith, or a certain amount of physical strength, which can greatly increase the agility by 2 / 5 times for 5 minutes. Yes, intermediate agility amplification, you can choose to double or 5-fold as you like. Then if you upgrade the agility amplification technique to an advanced level, you should be able to choose a higher multiplier when using it. Zhang Shen guessed in his heart, and then focused his eyes on the golden divine domain card again. He was ready to use this God Online card directly, then transfer all the wild cats here, that is, his followers, to his divine realm. In order to avoid retaliation from the young anchor who was beaten away by himself just now, he bought some cat food, poured some poison, and poisoned the wild cats here. Immediately, Zhang Shen tapped the divine domain card twice in a row with both hands. Please ask if the host uses the principal card. Yes. As soon as Zhang Shen finished speaking, the gold card in his backpack instantly flew out, turning into countless fragments floating in front of his eyes, and the fragments gradually converged into a mini version of the galaxy covered with countless stars. Looking at the mini universe in front of him, Zhang Shen's eyes and mind seemed to be attracted into it. When he realized that he was going to be pulled into this cosmic galaxy starry sky, he subconsciously struggled and resisted this pull, but a hint rang in his ears. The host does not need to resist. Now through the will of the blue star, protect your consciousness and fly over your divine domain. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Shen no longer resisted, his mind relaxed, and his consciousness flew along along with this pull. In an instant, the stars moved, and in the endless darkness of the void universe, stars shining with bright starlight, and exquisite galaxies passed in front of his eyes. By the time he came back to his senses, his consciousness had condensed into his form, appearing over a planet mostly shrouded in darkness. He lowered his head and looked down at the planet, and strangely, at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, he could clearly see a small area that was not shrouded in darkness. The moment his eyes touched that area, he felt a strong sense of ownership and intimacy for this visible continent. Congratulations to the host, your divine domain has been activated. Please name your divine domain. Is this area my divine domain? Zangshin whispered to himself, his heart shocked. The divine realm requires a million faiths to activate, but now with this divine domain card, I actually activated it in advance. It's so cool, but what name should I choose? Zangshin thought for a moment and said softly, the domain of Yanhuang. Congratulations to the host, the name of the Yanhuang domain is successful, and you can understand the detailed information of the Yanhuang domain by silently reciting the divine domain panel in your heart. Warm reminder 1. The expansion of the land of the divine domain is closely related to the strength of the host, and the host can also obtain the expansion of the land of the divine domain by plundering and absorbing the potential of others' divine domains. Reminder 2. If there is a divine energy species in this divine domain, once it is eaten and absorbed by other extraterritorial divine species, or non-divine species, it will damage the potential of the divine domain, otherwise it will increase the potential of the divine domain. The divine domain interface is open. Zangshin called softly in his heart. A panel with a pale white light quickly appeared in his field of vision. Divine domain interface. Domain name domain of Yanhuang. Area 1000 square kilometers. Environment 30% flatland, 20% water, 20% forest, 15% mountains, 10% canyons, 2% caves, 2% deserts, 1% others. Wonder, Palace of the Gods, rare wonders. Through the Palace of the Gods, the host can personally descend to the divine realm. Characteristics, hidden spirits, rare characteristics, no god can detect the coordinates of the divine domain. Divine blessing, rare trait, any creature without divine energy, as long as it is a believer in the host, will maintain itself in the divine realm full of divine energy and will not age rapidly. Family, none. Strange beast, none. Minerals, unexplored. Vegetation, arbor forest, shrub forest, moss, aquatic herbs. Animal, none. Aquatic, none. Evaluation, when the highest level divine domain, SSS level divine domain, chosen land, and divine domain are expanded, there is a certain chance that special intelligent race groups will appear, and rare characteristics and rare wonders will be derived. Sure enough, as I guessed, my divine domain level is the highest, and there are actually 3 SSS. In other words, the evaluation level of the divine domain is like the letter level of a certain type of game, from high to low. It is SSS, SS, A, B, C, D. Zangshin looked at the information on the divine domain panel and made a preliminary reverse speculation about the level of the divine domain. At the same time, he also had a general understanding of the overall situation in his divine domain. He looked down at his divine domain again, and had a more intuitive understanding of it in his heart. The area of his divine domain is similar to that of Jinhai City. A long winding river flowed slowly from the invisible darkness to the area where his vision could cover. The river is clear and transparent, and the pebbles below are clearly visible, like the mother river of the divine realm, shuttling between the mountains and finally diverging along 2 huge mountains. A river continues to advance through ancient forests towards the plains, irrigating the land like fertile soil. The other flows along the mountains towards the dark areas outside the divine realm. Zangshin briefly looked at the river before turning his attention to the depths of the canyon formed by the confluence of 2 mountain ranges. Here, a majestic and sacred palace radiates dazzling brilliance. Zangshin stared intently. The palace was built against a cliff, and huge stone columns supported a magnificent dome that reached the top of the mountains, on which were carved majestic small dragons. That's the dragon of China. From a distance, it looks like 1,000 dragons are flying around the domes and the tops of the mountains. Zangshin's gaze gradually moved down, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The palace is extremely beautiful, with an exterior wall made of white marble, smooth as a mirror, and looks like a white cloud hanging in the canyon from a distance. On both sides in front of the palace gate, 2 huge statues stand. One of them is a giant beast shaped like a wolf dog, with flames burning endlessly in its mouth, majestic. The other is a statue of a beautiful woman holding a bow and arrow and wearing tulle, with wings dancing like butterflies behind her. Is this a spectacle, a palace of gods? I don't know what it will be like in the closed palace. Zangshin muttered to himself, his heart full of curiosity. The host is in the divine domain, only needs to condense consciousness to open the palace gate, and at the same time, if he is deeply conscious of a certain target, he can see through all obstacles in the divine domain and gain insight into all the secrets in the divine domain. Hearing the system's prompt, Zangshin did not hesitate to focus his attention on the palace gate. In an instant, the palace gate of the god's palace slowly opened, revealing a ray of bright light. As the palace gate opened, Zangshin's consciousness darkness deepened, and the roof of the palace dome quickly became fade and transparent in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, everything in the palace of the gods was clearly displayed in front of his eyes, shocking his heart and at the same time with a hint of surprise. He was shocked by the huge sky-high oil paintings hanging on the walls around the palace, depicting various mythical gods, wearing halos on their heads and holding artifacts, with different expressions, as if showing people the sacred and solemn atmosphere. To his surprise, a huge statue of a god enshrined behind the seat in the central main hall turned out to be exactly the same as him, with lifelike carved details, extraordinary handsomeness, and imposing momentum. Handsome, so fucking handsome. Zhang Shen sighed, his eyes withdrawing from the palace. However, we have to think about how to bring the family into the divine realm. When Zhang Shen muttered to himself, the system's intimate prompt sounded in his mind again. The host only needs to condense his consciousness and call the gate of the divine realm to open the door of the divine realm in front of him and bring believers into the divine realm. At the same time, the host can also freely locate and open the door of the divine domain anywhere in the divine domain according to their own wishes. I see, then how do I get out of here? The host only needs to condense and realize the ontology to return. I understand, consciousness is omnipotent, and if you have a problem in the future, try to gather consciousness first. Zhang Shen teased, and then gathered his consciousness to return to his own body. In fact, when his consciousness was in the divine domain, Zhang Shen could clearly feel that his body was standing quietly in the abandoned hospital, motionless. But he knew that with just one thought, he could quickly withdraw his consciousness from the divine domain back to his body. When his consciousness was withdrawn and returned to his body, Zhang Shen twisted his waist and knees slightly and moved his joints. After all, standing for a long time made him feel a little uncomfortable in his feet, and then he looked at the wild cats surrounding him, eating cat food with relish. He gathered his consciousness and called out in a low voice, "The door of the divine realm is open." In an instant, a spiral of white light appeared in front of his eyes, which immediately turned into an illusory and transparent thin film aperture. Through this film, you can see a towering palace of gods, exuding an incomparably majestic aura, which makes people want to bow down and pray and surrender to it at first sight. All the wildcats present were startled by this sudden gate of the divine domain. They instinctively wanted to escape, but when their eyes fell on the palace of the gods inside the gate of the divine domain, they all stopped and froze in place as if they were shocked. Zhang Shen saw this, and his heart was suddenly happy. He was originally thinking about how to lure them into the divine realm, but he didn't expect that they were all too scared to move because of this god's palace, which was really worry-free. So, he stretched out his hand to pick up the big black cat in front of him who was struggling slightly, and threw it directly into the gate of the divine realm. Warning: the host's believers did not have a trace of divine energy in their bodies, and when they entered the divine realm, they would pass the time like 10 years, aging and decaying at a speed. What? Zhang Shen heard this prompt, his heart was suddenly shocked, and he immediately wanted to rush in and hug the big black cat out. But at this moment, another prompt sounded. Divine domain characteristics, triggered by divine blessings, the host's believers receive a little divine energy protection, and can safely survive normally in the divine domain. Phew, it's thrilling. Zhang Shen breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a trace of happiness flashed in his eyes. It turns out that species without divine energy will quickly age and decay. In the divine realm, no wonder every time those species cards are drawn, it will prompt that they contain divine energy, and the original species without divine energy cannot survive in the divine realm at all. After the small episode, Zhang Shen quickly threw the 10 big wild cats on the side, the other 5 kitten cubs, as well as his own little black, and several cat plates on the ground, all into the gate of the divine realm. Then, he also walked towards the gate of the divine realm. The moment he stepped into the gate of the divine realm, a prompt sounded in his mind again. Under the action of the palace of the wonder god, although the host is not a true god, he can still enter and exit his own divine realm freely without hindrance. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Shen looked at the magnificent palace of gods in front of him, hugged the little black cat beside him who looked around with curiosity, and said, "Fortunately, there is a wonder of this palace of gods, otherwise before I became a true god, I guess I can only rely on consciousness to enter my divine realm." "Look!" Xiao Hei shouted as if he understood, and the wild cats, who had already been thrown in by Zhang Shen, still did not dare to move when they came to the gate of the god's palace at such a close distance. Zhang Shen thought about it and tried to carry them to the edge of the forest 20 meters away from the palace. At this moment, these wild cats dared to start walking around and look around. However, Zhang Shen found that these wild cats, together with the big black cats, actually looked at him with awe when they looked at them. "Don't be afraid of me, become my true believer," Zhang Shen muttered in a low voice, and then poured a lot of cat food into the cat plate before turning around and leaving the divine realm alone, preparing to buy them some cat nests so that they could have a place to live on the edge of this forest. Immediately, he concentrated slightly and opened the door of the divine domain. Back in the center of the abandoned hospital hall again. After walking out of the divine realm gate, Zhang Shen concentrated slightly again and said close softly, and the divine domain gate in front of him disappeared without a trace. It seems that this is how the gates of the divine realm are are opened and closed. Zangshin summed up the use of the gate of the divine realm, turned around and climbed towards the large iron gate of the abandoned hospital, and then walked towards the park square, preparing to go to the commercial street. Warning: you are about to approach a group of enslaved humans who have been deprived of their divinity and become cheap labor for the third-order fire gods, and your appearance may trigger the hostility of this third-order fire gods, and may even be reduced to slavery, deprived of divinity, and become their slaves. When Zangshin walked to the park square, he heard the sound of the system. He stopped slightly and looked at a group of old people not far away with interest. At this time, they were following an old man in a gray Tai Chi suit, imitating his movements to practice Tai Chi. The old man had a kind face, but the Tai Chi in his hand was played fast and powerful, quite a master. Who is the future third-order fire god? Zangshin thought silently and walked quietly past the old men. However, not long after, a familiar young voice came from behind him and suddenly sounded. Master Ma, it's him. He said that your Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi is garbage, and it is not even as good as his daily running and exercise. I couldn't stand it and argued with him, and he actually attacked me. Warning: the host disturbed the attention of the third-order fire gods, and in front of the gods, the host would definitely be plundered of divine energy and become its slaves. Ask the host to escape quickly. A hurried system prompt sounded, and Zangshin's footsteps paused slightly. Noticed? So what to do? Will it be cheated? Thinking of this, Zangshin turned around and followed the sound. I saw the young anchor who had been slapped all over his face in an abandoned hospital and shouted loudly in front of the old man who taught Tai Chi. It turns out that this old man is a third-order fire god. It's really unbelievable. A person who seems so kind has become so vicious after the cataclysm and enslaved this group of old men and ladies. Zangshin shook his head slightly, but he felt a little relieved. In many disaster films, originally docile people will become distorted and perverted in the face of catastrophes in order to survive. But is this not the case in reality? Just when Zangshin was thinking like this, the old man surnamed Ma, followed by a group of old guards, walked towards him one after another, obviously trying to seek justice for the young man. You say that my Ma Jinren's Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi is garbage? The old man surnamed Ma asked with a bad face. I didn't say that. Zangshin shook his head. Then it's always right for you to beat my little apprentice, right? Ma Jinren said coldly. Do you know why he should be beaten? Even if it's wrong, you can't beat him like this. Old man Ma said in a deep voice. Then what do you want to do? Zangshin frowned and asked. It's very simple. Isn't it said that Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi garbage? Ma Jinren said, separating the horse steps. Then let's make a gesture and let you see how powerful my Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi Quan is. Ha! Gesture? Zangshin understood that the old man Ma wanted to show off his skills. He immediately waved his hand and refused. Forget it. If I run into you, you just lie on the ground and cheat me for money. I have nowhere to cry. Ma Jinren was angry. You say I will deceive you of money? If there is really a mistake, my old horse will not rely on you. Then I won't compare anything to you. After Zangshin finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Stop. An old lady who was a loyal fan of Ma Jinren stopped in front of Zangshin and said, Young man, do you look down on our Ma Jinren? If you dare to go like this, believe it or not, I will sit on the ground and falsely accuse you of going bankrupt. Old lady, I'm really afraid of hurting you, Ma Jinren, Zangshin said helplessly. The old lady didn't listen to his explanation at all and sat on the ground and cried, Mom, I hit someone, come and take a look. Seeing this, Zangshin couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart and said, damn. Okay, don't cry, just gesture. But it's okay, I won't be merciless in fighting. I'll go all out, and I can't blame you for hurting you. The latter sentence was what Zangshin said to Ma Jinren. Joke, I, Ma Jinren, have been running a martial arts gym for many years, and once boxing champion Tyson asked me to compete, and with just one move, I let him return, and I still need a little young man to keep his trump cards. Ma Jinren chuckled and reposed the posture of Tai Chi. Ma Jinren has also fought with the boxing champion? The old men and women next to them talked about it. No, I heard Ma Jinren say that the boxing champion even wanted to worship him as a teacher at the beginning, and he wanted to teach 100 million tuition fees, but our Ma Jinren actually didn't charge it. Ma Jinren is worthy of being a master in the world, and his Tai Chi has long been superb, and this young man still wants to hurt our Ma Jinren. That's right, it's good for young people to learn a lesson now. That's right, otherwise I wouldn't know the sky is high. Hearing Ma Jinren's words and the discussions around him, Zangshin's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He didn't want to be beaten, so he directly used 20 points of faith on the spot and performed the agility amplification technique, instantly increasing his agility by 5 times. Under everyone's surprised gaze, he rushed towards Ma Jinren at an elusive speed and kicked him hard. With a soft sound, Ma Jinren was kicked into the young anchor next to him, and the two fell together and fell to the ground. Ah, Ma Jinren, are you okay? Pinch the person quickly. I'm fine, don't pinch me, help me up. In the chaos, old man Ma was helped up by a group of old ladies. Ma Jinren, who was helped up, was confused. This is too fast, right? If Shaoli hadn't been a cushion, he would probably have fainted. The old lady on the side was stunned when she saw Ma Jinren standing up and asked with concern, Ma Jinren, are you really really okay? I'm fine, it was just an accident just now, and before he even said the start he did it. It's too unethical. Ma Jinren said. That is, if you don't talk about martial arts, you will do it before you say it starts. The old lady who was sitting on the ground crying just now echoed. At the same time, she turned to Zhang Xin and said, young man, you don't talk about martial arts, and you don't even shout to start, so you do it. Zhang Xin hesitated for a moment and replied, then, let's do it again? Yes, I have to do it again, the old lady said. Ma Jinren on the side suddenly heard this, pushed aside the crowd, looked up at the sky, and exclaimed, ah, I suddenly remembered, there is still something going on in the martial arts hall, young man, let's make a gesture another day. After saying that, Ma Jinren didn't look back and quickly ran towards the park gate, ignoring the shouts of the old ladies behind him. The host defeats the strong with the weak, suppresses and repels the third-order fire gods, and has 2,000 survival points. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Xin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought to himself, this real horse is probably a good opportunity to repeat the score. So, he shouted cordially to Ma Jinren who was running towards the park gate, Master Ma, when is the next gesture? Is it okay tomorrow? Ma Jinren, who was running, heard Zhang Xin's voice, slipped under his feet, and almost fell on all fours. After Ma Jinren left in a hurry, the elderly around him did not embarrass Zhang Xin, but helped the fainted young anchor leave the scene. Everything seems to have never happened, and there seems to be some subtle changes. Zhang Xin turned around and continued to walk towards the commercial street. Warning! Warn! You are about to enter an abandoned and dangerous commercial street, where a group of ferocious beasts are inhabited, and some depraved and dangerous gods haunt with their own slavery. Please stay away as soon as possible. Ignoring the warning in his ears, Zhang Xin walked into a supermarket selling pet supplies. When the supermarket owner saw Zhang Xin coming in, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Young man, here you go again. Do you want to buy some toys for your kittens and puppies this time? Zhang Xin thought for a while and nodded. Do you have any recommendations? This Mint Cat Ball, a well-known brand, is a very popular pet toy. As long as you pinch it lightly, it can release a smell that attracts cats, and there is no harm. The supermarket owner pointed to a row of colorful balls the size of an adult fist on the shelf and excitedly recommended. How much is this Mint Cat Ball? 110,000. Zhang Xin's face suddenly sank. This ball is too expensive. 10 balls are equivalent to a month's rent. No, you have to hurry home and use the Jade Gemstone card, and then arrange for a mine truck to mine jadeite for some money. Zhang Xin thought about it in his heart, and finally spent 500 yuan, bargained with the boss for half a day, bought 50 Mint Cat Balls, and left the supermarket. As for the cat house, he decided not to buy here. This is definitely not because they cannot afford it, but because the quantity is too large and inconvenient to carry. So Zhang Xin finally decided to go to Pink Sixie's department store to take a look, planning to order a cat nest on it, and it will be delivered to your door tomorrow at noon. After leaving the supermarket, Zhang Xin did not get survival points from the supermarket owner. He was not surprised by this. After all, when he used his peeping eyes to probe the information of the supermarket owner, the feedback he got was the same as most people in the commercial street, or animals, just a corpse that died in the cataclysm. Warning! Warn! This apartment is extremely dangerous. It is entrenched by a third-order cursed god and his family, with the strength of the current host and the host. Believer, it is not its opponent at all. Please lead your family and mount as soon as possible, and leave this place quickly to avoid being captured by cursed enslavement. Good luck, community. Zhang Xin returned to the room with another warning prompt. With a creak, the door opened, and immediately a cheerful dog bark was heard. Whoa! At the door, Xiao Bai, who had been waiting for several hours, wagged his tail and let out an extremely happy cry towards Zhang Xin, as if he had lost it. Immediately afterwards, a faint milky white light appeared on Xiao Bai's body, and only Zhang Xin could see it, and this light rushed towards his body. Congratulations to the host, your three-headed dog of hell has developed a strong belief in you and become your fanatical believer, with plus 1,000 survival points and plus 100 faith. Zhang Xin was stunned for a moment, his heart full of doubts. How did Xiao Bai, who was left at home by him for a few hours, suddenly become a fanatical believer? With a hint of confusion, Zhang Xin looked at the little white dog that kept rubbing and flattering under his feet, and even followed him to the toilet. At that moment, he thought of a cat losing effect. It is said that cats become particularly obedient and attached when they return to their owners again after being lost. Xiao Bai was a stray dog at first, and he took it in. Maybe it was just a puppy that didn't know how to be abandoned, so after he was left alone at home for a few hours, he had a similar reaction. After Zhang Xin went to the toilet, he hugged Xiao Bai and sat on the sofa. Xiao Bai, how about the master take you to a place to play later? Wow! The little Chow seemed to understand Zhang Xin's words, and there was a hint of curiosity and happiness in his watery almond eyes. The master will take you there when he buys something. Zhang Xin smiled and turned on his mobile phone, selected some cat nests and cat litter trays and other items on Pink Sixie, and finally paid 1,000 yuan through Pink Sixie's monthly payment credit. Just as he was about to open the door of the divine realm, suddenly his WeChat rang. Zhang Xin saw that it was a message from his precious girlfriend Li Yuqing. Husband, I've been busy until now, my phone ran out of battery just now, I don't know the message message you sent, I'm sorry. Don't say sorry in the future, just say I love you. Zhang Shen replied. Hee, got it, love your husband. I'm so sleepy now, I'm about to eat with my eyes closed. I really want to sleep. Zhang Shen sent a voice with concern. After dinner, take a shower, go to bed quickly. Husband, I put my phone aside to charge, I have to eat quickly. Li Yuqing also sent a voice. Wait, wife, do you know where to recycle jadeite? Recycling jadeite? I have an uncle who is in the jade business in Jinhai City. Husband, do you have jadeite and want to make a move? Yes, baby, I have a jade mine at home, so your husband has a lot of jadeite, and I want to find a reliable buyer and make some moves. Zhang Shen said truthfully. He knew in his heart that Li Yuqing would definitely not believe this, and would only treat him as a joke. Sure enough, Li Yuqing replied with a smile. My husband really knows how to brag. Immediately afterwards, she sent another voice. But since my husband has jade in his hand and wants to make a move, and he doesn't want to say the source, then I won't ask. When I go back on Monday and take my husband to my uncle's shop, I will definitely be able to get a good price. Zhang Shen couldn't help but smile and didn't explain much. Okay, let's go eat. Daughter-in-law. Obey orders, husband. Li Yuqing sent a voice message mischievously, and also attached an emoticon. Zhang Shen also replied with an emoticon, put his phone aside to charge, and then condensed his consciousness and opened the door of the divine realm. The moment the door of the divine realm opened in the living room, Xiaobai, who was lying next to him, was shocked by the palace of the gods that appeared in the gate of the divine realm, slowly stood up, moved forward with his steps gently, and walked towards the gate of the divine realm. In other words, it was walking towards the giant statue at the entrance of the god's palace, which looked like a wolf and a dog, and had a ball of fire in its mouth. Zhang Shen was a little surprised. As soon as the cats saw the god palace, they immediately did not dare to move, but Xiaobai boldly walked towards the statue at the door of the god palace. Could it be related to this statue? Zhang Shen was puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. Time would give him the answer, and now he didn't need to rush to understand. Xiaobai walked into the gate of the divine realm and went straight to the foot of the dog-shaped statue, constantly rubbing the statue, and made a dog bark or two that seemed to say hello. Zhang Shen also walked in, and as soon as his consciousness moved, he closed the door of the divine realm, turned around and walked towards the depths of the god's palace, sitting on the seat in the center of the palace to rest for a while. After feeling the grandeur of the palace, Zhang Shen walked out and walked towards the edge of the forest. Wow! When the little white dog saw him leaving the god's palace, he immediately caught up with him and followed him closely. I thought you would rub around that statue for hours. Zhang Shen smiled and picked up Xiaobai, and quickened his pace towards the edge of the forest. The time of the divine domain coincided with the blue star, and it was evening at this moment, and the sky was dark. Of course, even if it was night, Zhang Shen looked at his divine domain, still as bright as day, without any difference. The cats that were brought in just now were wandering near the edge of the forest at this time, not going deep into the forest or wandering around. As Zhang Shen approached the edge of the forest, a small and familiar cat meow came from the dense grass. A little black cat with a lot of fur and black hair with a few withered branches and leaves rushed out and ran to his feet to rub it. When Xiaobai in his arms saw Xiaohei, he immediately jumped out of Zhang Shen's arms, circled around Xiaohei, and let out a few cheerful screams, as if he was seeing a good friend who had been reunited for a long time. Zhang Shen squatted down and picked up the dead branches on Xiaohei's body, and there were several kitten meows of different sizes in his ears. When Xiaobai heard these cats, his hair immediately stood up, and he looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 5 kittens appearing next to the big tree not far away, showing a fierce and vicious appearance, making a barking sound, as if warning them not to approach. Zhang Shen frowned slightly, a little headache. Whenever Xiaobai sees these kittens always barking, how to integrate them in the future? Suddenly, behind a big tree, a reproachful meow sound sounded, harsh and clear. Next to a big tree, the big black cat slowly walked out, stepping on the steps like a tiger descending the mountain, followed by a few kittens, staring at Xiaobai, and slowly walking towards Zhang Shen. The moment he saw the big black cat, Xiaobai's momentum suddenly weakened, but when he saw the owner beside him, he seemed to have regained some confidence and barked again. Wow! Meow! The big black cat's gilded cat eyes flashed with a dangerous light, staring straight at Xiaobai, and let out a thorough cat meow, with a strong sense of reprimand in his voice, as if to warn, puppy, you call again. Wow! Xiaobai's cry was weaker again, but he still kept screaming. But when the big black cat walked up to it, it looked at the big black cat's huge figure like a tiger, sharp eyes, and slightly raised huge cat's claws, and instantly lost all momentum. Its limbs trembled and instinctively took a step back, and lowered its head and did not dare to look at it, as if admitting it. Ah ha ha ha. Zhang Shen couldn't help but laugh gloatingly. He thought that Xiaobai would confront the big black cat beyond his own strength, but he didn't even have the courage to resist. But also, the dog's nemesis is the cat, which is an instinct written in the genes. No matter how bullying Xiaobai is, once he faces the threat of the big black cat, the fear in his genes will still appear instinctively. Of course, Zhang Shen also had to admit it. Xiaobai can bark all the time under the gaze of the big black cat, and wait until the big black cat raises its paws to do it before admitting it, which is much more courageous than most puppies. However, Xiaobai admitted it, but the big black cat did did not intend to let it go. With a meow, the big black cat's claws slapped Xiaobai's head coldly amidst Zhang Shen's laughter. Xiaobai was in so much pain that the dog immediately barked. Whoa, look! The big black cat let out a scolding cat meow again, as if telling Xiaobai to shut up, and at the same time raised the cat's paws again, and the cold light flashed on the paws. Xiaobai was so frightened that he immediately closed his mouth and did not dare to bark anymore. However, the instinctive trembling of the body became more and more obvious. Zhang Shen wanted to step forward and take Xiaobai away. After all, Xiaobai was his mount in the future. If he slapped him again, he wouldn't be happy. At the moment when Zhang Shen was about to step forward, a small black shadow rushed to Xiaobai's side faster than him. The black shadow was a little black cat. The little black cat stood in front of Xiaobai, opened its small mouth, and let out a small and weak cat meow to the big black cat, and then rubbed into the arms of the big black cat, making a pleasant meow sound, as if it was a little girl who was coquettishly in her mother's arms. In this kitten meow, the sharp eyes of the big black cat gradually softened, and the sharp claws raised high were slowly withdrawn. In the end, it even lay on its back and rested lazily. And after Xiaobai realized that Xiao Hei had rescued it, he softly let out a whining sound that seemed to be a thank you. Seeing this, Zhang Shen couldn't help but smile in his heart, half squatted down to pick up Xiaobai, reached out to caress its hair, calmed its emotions, and then turned around and walked towards the left side of the edge of the forest. When he was looking down at the divine realm before, he saw a small stream on the left side of the edge of the forest. Above the stream, there is a waterfall pond, the water of which cascades down the mountains and forms a pond below, and the water from the pond flows to the edge of the forest, which forms this small stream. Zhang Shen planned to put plankton cards in that small stream to let those plankton multiply for a few days, and then put in freshwater green shrimp and freshwater carp in order. Soon, he walked almost 100 meters and finally saw the small stream. The stream is wide, almost 4 or 5 meters. The stream varies in depth. The deepest part seems to be about half a meter. The clear stream can see the bottom, and stones of different sizes are randomly scattered on the riverbed. The banks of the stream are shaded by green trees, and the canopy of the trees sways, and walking in them feels like being in a painting. The breeze blew and the leaves rustled, bringing a fresh breath, which made Zhang Shen feel a burst of comfort and immediately swept away all fatigue. It's really a good place. In the future, this stream will be called Hushy Bay. As for the pond and waterfall above, it will be called Hushy Pond and Hushy Waterfall. Zhang Shen gave this place a name, and then took out the plankton card and concentrated slightly. The white card in his hand instantly turned into countless faint starlight spots and flew towards the stream. The host drops one plankton card in the water area of his or her divine domain, gains 10 plankton groups, and plus 1 god-level experience. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Shen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. After these few days of exploration, he has been thinking about how to gain god-level experience to improve his god rank. Unexpectedly, just by using cards in the divine domain, you can increase your god rank. Immediately, he took out a few white resource cards, turned into a consciousness, and flew to the sky above the divine domain. The host drops one plankton card in the water area of his or her divine domain, gains 10 plankton groups, and plus 1 god-level experience. The host puts 3 small rice seed cards in the plain area of his divine domain, gains 3 acres of small rice fields, and plus 3 divine level experience. The host drops 2 small open pit iron ore cards in the mountainous area of his divine domain, obtaining 2 small open pit iron ores, and plus 2 god level experience. The host drops 1 small jade gem mine card in the canyon area of his divine domain, obtains 1 jade gem mine, and plus 1 divine level experience. Divine rank, tier 0, 8 out of 100. After Zhang Shen put all the resource cards in his hand in one go, his eyes fell on the god level on the panel, and he nodded in satisfaction. It didn't take long for his consciousness to freeze slightly, and he returned to his body, turned around and picked up Xiaobai, opened the door of the divine domain, and returned to the living room of the apartment. After closing the door to the divine domain in the living room, he reopened it and stepped in. In an instant, Zhang Shen's figure no longer appeared in front of the gate of the god's palace, but appeared in a small canyon in the divine realm. This small canyon is like a giant comb scratching the rock, and the winding arc connects several nearby hills, about 2,000 meters from the palace of the gods. When the jade gemstone mining card was put in just now, Zhang carefully selected it for a long time, and finally decided to throw it into this small canyon and named it Jade Valley. The mouth of the canyon is spacious enough to accommodate 3 cars driving side by side, and as the depth increases, the walls gradually expand outward, the size of a football field. Large woods inside cover mountain walls and flat ground. Zhang Shen walked inward along the valley entrance, his vision gradually narrowed, and all he saw was emerald green plants. As the terrain gradually descended, his eyes were attracted by a large cave attached to the valley wall, which was the jade gemstone cave he had turned into a jade gemstone cave with a jade gemstone mine. The rattan at the entrance of the cave hangs down, overgrown with weeds, dark and quiet. From the outside, this cave seems to have undergone many years of wind and rain erosion and geological evolution, and it looks vicissitudes and ancient. But the interior flashes with colorful light from time to time, adding a mysterious and bright atmosphere to the entire cave. Zhang Shen peeled off the rattan, stepped on the weeds, jades, and walked quickly into the cave. For a moment, his eyes couldn't help but widen. On the uneven walls of the mine, the slightly protruding dark green jade shines with the unique luster of jadeite. I'm rich. He was secretly happy in his heart. So much jadeite, if it is all mined and sold, how much is it worth? Zangshin squatted down and picked up a jade stone the size of a goose egg in the rubble under his feet. The moment he touched this piece of jadeite, his spirit was shocked, as if he felt a special energy trying to rush out of this piece of jadeite, flowing to his body and nourishing his body. Is this energy the divine energy contained in jadeite? He secretly speculated in his heart, and then used the peeping eye of the jade in his hand. Jadeite, white quality material, jade containing a trace of extremely weak divine energy, long-term wear, can improve physical fitness. Jadeite containing a hint of weak divine energy turned out to be a white quality material. If you divide the grade of materials according to the color of the draw card, the white quality is undoubtedly the lowest. Then on top of that, there should be green quality, blue quality, purple quality, red quality, and gold quality. Zangshin speculated about the quality level of the material, continued to bow his head, and picked up some small jadeite the size of a partridge egg from the rubble on the cave floor. Immediately afterwards, he used his peeping eye again to verify his guess, and the result was still white quality material. Could it be that the yield of materials above white quality in small jade gemstone mines is not high? After some thinking, Zangshin had some guesses about the quality probability of the small jade gemstone mine. He put more than a dozen pieces of jade in his hand into the backpack space, then took out a green card and walked out of the mine, his consciousness frozen. In an instant, a black mine truck with a cold glow appeared in front of him, and all corners of the body were full of cutting-edge technological elements, 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, equipped with 6 wheels, and a large container carriage in the shape of a long barrel. It looks like a mobile base tank from Red Alert. This locomotive is a small multifunctional mining and refining locomotive. Zangshin was not interested in the car, but when he saw the appearance of the minecart, he was still shocked. Immediately, he opened the door of the cab. The interior of the car is full of intelligence and super technology. He stretched out his hand and gently touched the intelligent holographic projection screen on the roof of the car with his fingertips, and the lights in. The car instantly lit up, and the various operating states and photo information of various parts of the locomotive were clearly presented on the screen. At the same time, as he tapped the prompts of those locomotive parts on the screen, voice prompts continued to come from inside the car. Intelligent geological and mineral exploration mode, click to start. Intelligent refining mode, click to start. Smart radar. Zangshin chose the smart mining mode and gently clicked on the prompt. A faint hum followed. A radar sign appeared on the screen of the cab, followed by a series of voice broadcasts. The prospecting radar is activated, and within a kilometer of this area, there is a small jade gemstone mine, of which stone materials account for 60%, jadeite accounts for 35%, and gemstones account for 5%. Yes, Zangshin replied without hesitation. As soon as his words fell, the automatic mining and refining locomotive slowly adjusted the front of the locomotive and drove to the entrance of the jade gem mine to stop, and then the rear door of the container car opened, and 5 robot soldiers holding miners' tools came out and slowly walked towards the mine. On the display screen of the minecart, the picture of these 5 robots mining gems and jade in the mine is displayed in real time. Zangshin clicked on the information of one of the robot soldiers, and the relevant information of this robot soldier quickly appeared on the screen. 001 Machine Miner, Automatic Mining, Current or Storage Space 100. Click here to switch to manual control. Looking at the information of the machine miners, Zangshin couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this small intelligent mining and refining locomotive was like a slave minecart in the Yuri's Revenge version of the Red Alert game. He stared at the screen for a while, trying to manually control the miner of Machine 001, gently digging the jade on the cave wall. He carefully controlled the robot arm, and after an unknown amount of hard work, he finally carved out a piece of jade as big as a sesame cake. However, the sleepiness gradually hit, and he took out his phone and looked. Oh my god, it was already more than a little bit. He immediately transferred the robot miner back to automatic mining mode, opened the door of the divine realm, hugged Xiaobai who was dozing next to him, and returned to the apartment building. Turning around and opening the door of the divine realm again, he planned to carry Xiaohei back to the house. But when he saw Xiaohei sleeping quietly in the arms of the female cat with his brothers and sisters, he decided not to disturb it, but quietly filled a few cat plates with cat food under the gaze of the big black cat, and left. Early the next morning, as the mobile phone rang, Zangshin picked up the mobile phone at the bedside in a daze and pressed the answer button. "Hello," he said casually. A voice as crisp as a lark came from the other end of the phone. "Husband, what time did you go to bed last night? It's past 10 o'clock, and I haven't gotten up yet." Zangshin rubbed his eyes, thought for a moment and replied, "It seems to be a little. Staying up late again? Didn't you agree to go to bed earlier in the future? I had something to do at home last night, and I was too busy mining." After an hour of phone chatting, Li Yuqing was busy going to lunch. Zangshin's consciousness froze slightly, and instantly condensed a consciousness body above his divine domain, and his eyes quickly looked down towards the Yanhuang domain. On the edge of the forest, Xiaohei was playing with the 5 kittens with mint cat balls, while the 2 black-spotted white cats next to him curled up on the haystack like guards, quietly observing. But the cat pot next to them is empty. Strange, big black cat. What about other cats? Zangshan scanned the trees and weeds on the edge of the forest suspiciously, but never found them. His consciousness froze slightly, and he soon realized that they were all taken to the edge of the river by the big black cat. At this time, the big black cat was by the stream, with a pair of sharp cat eyes staring at the stream in front of him, jumping on the raised stones on the stream from time to time. Soon after, it jumped onto a large smooth rock lying flat in the middle of the stream, lowered its body slightly, and stared at a dark shadow in the water. That gesture made Zangshan think of a word: fishing. That's right, the big black cat brought the wild cat group to the stream to hunt. Zangshan looked at the black shadow in the water, and then clicked on the panel of the divine domain. Aquatic, plankton, 200 groups, 20 clusters of plankton were released last night, but I didn't expect the reproduction speed to be so fast, and it only took one night to develop to 200. It seems that the rations for freshwater green shrimp fry and freshwater carp fry are available, and they can be arranged to be released. Zangshan said as he took out 2 white cards. His consciousness condensed slightly, and the cards in his hand turned into a little starlight and poured into the Yanhuang domain. The host drops 1 freshwater shrimp card in the water area of his divine domain, obtains 1,000 freshwater shrimp seedlings, and plus 1 god-level experience. The host drops 1 freshwater carp card in the water area of his divine domain, obtains 100 freshwater carp fry, and plus 1 divine level experience. It's really generous, 1,000 freshwater shrimp fry and 100 carp fry, and it takes at least 3 or 4 months to breed the next generation. When the time comes, the cats will be able to catch fish or big green shrimp here. Zangshan said, his eyes on the junction of the forest and the plain. The 3 acres of rice seedlings put in yesterday are now sprouting green sprouts, and Zangshan looked at them with peeping eyes. Rice field, seedling stage, no accident. It is estimated that rice can be harvested within 3 months. Yes, you can have a harvest in 3 months. However, what will the taste of rice with divine energy taste like when eaten, and what kind of changes will it bring to the body? Zangshan thought to himself, and then turned his gaze to the Emerald Valley. After a night of mining, hundreds of jade of different shapes have been accumulated in the small mining refiner. Zangshan looked at it with a peeping eye, and his last gaze stayed on a palm-sized jade shaped like an ingot. Jadeite, green quality material, jade containing thin divine energy. Sure enough, as I guessed, the quality division of mineral materials is the same as the color level of the draw. It's just that the number of jadeite appearances of this green quality is too small, and only 1 piece of green quality appears in hundreds of jadeite jade. Just as Zangshan was looking down at everything in the divine realm, Xiao Bai's dog barking suddenly sounded in the living room. Ding dong! The doorbell followed. Zangshan quickly withdrew from consciousness, returned to his body, walked towards the door, and saw a young man wearing a pink sixie costume standing at the door through the cat's eye. In the elevator behind him, there were 2 young people who were also wearing pink sixie costumes, carrying 1 cardboard box after another out of the elevator. Hello, is this Zangshan's home? Zangshan opened the door, and the young man in Cece's costume immediately asked enthusiastically. Yes, I am Zangshan. Zangshan replied, and at the same time swept his eyes to the 1-meter-high packaging boxes behind the young man, and asked, did the cat nest I ordered last night arrive? Yes, please sign here. Zangshan nodded, quickly wrote down his name, and then gave way and said, move the cardboard box to the middle of the living room. 10 minutes later, Zangshan locked the door, walked to the living room, and positioned the door of the divine domain to the edge of the forest to open it. Wow! Xiaobai saw Xiaohei in the gate of the divine realm, who was having a lot of fun with the 5 kittens, and immediately barked happily and ran over. Xiaohei turned his head and saw Zangshan and Xiaobai on the other side of the divine realm gate, and immediately shouted happily. After Zangshan put the 20 large cardboard boxes into the backpack space, he walked in, came to Xiaohei, and reached out to stroke its hair. Xiaohei didn't see him all night, and made a meowing sound, rubbing Zangshan's palm very clingingly. The 5 kittens also seemed to want to share Zangshan's intimacy, and they rubbed over one after another. Of course, Zangshan did not treat these kittens partially, gave them equal love, and gently stroked them a few times. However, he found that the hair of the 5 kittens was a little dry, far from the smoothness of Xiaohei, which made him think in his heart, and when he became familiar with them, he would give them a bath. After a small interaction, Zangshan filled several cat plates with cat food, and saw the kittens and the 2 black-spotted white cats next to them, running over to eat. Subsequently, he put all the cat nests in the backpack space to the edge of the forest and began to place these cat nests. Bang! After more than an hour, the 20 pet cat houses were quickly assembled and placed. These cat houses are stump-shaped, each of which has a different shape, about 1.5 meters in length and half a meter in diameter. There are 2 spacious tree holes in the middle, which are covered with soft fur pads, and the cats can sleep peacefully as long as they get in. After the cat house was settled, Zangshan thought for a while, and then unilaterally announced to Xiaohei and the other cat cubs, although he was not sure if they understood, from now on, this area on the edge of the forest will be the new home of your Buster Cat Tribe, and this is your tribe's land, Buster Town. Look, the little black cat raised its head, barked as if it understood, and then curiously held the mint cat ball in its mouth and ran to the largest stump hole. After a while, the other 5 kittens also ran in, trying to grab the mint cat ball under the little black claw to play. Xiaobai looked outside the stump, as if he wanted to go in and play, but hesitantly glanced at the 2 black-spotted big white cats who were enjoying cat food on the side. It's okay, go. Zhang Shen nudged Xiaobai and encouraged. Xiaobai then jumped in. Soon, it and Xiao He played mint cat ball together in the tree hole and blended into this new environment. Seeing this, Zhang Shen smiled slightly, took out his mobile phone and glanced at the time, and found that it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The matter of the divine realm has come to an end. He said to himself, I should also work hard to get more survival points and enhance my heritage. After saying that, Zhang Shen left Xiaobai here, turned around and left the Yanowang domain, returned to the apartment, opened the door, walked out of the apartment, and started today's daily scoring. The host is bold, and rested safely for a night in the apartment building occupied by the powerful cursed gods and their families, with plus 10 survival points. The host is calm, passing through the sidewalk inhabited by strange beasts, and does not disturb other powerful gods staying here. Survival points plus 10. The host is bold, on the dangerous commercial street. In the park square, a group of old ladies and old men, as in the past, followed Ma Jinren to practice Tai Chi. Ma Jinren gestured to Tai Chi while turning his eyes to the park gate from time to time. In fact, he didn't want to come to the park today, and he was worried that the young man who wanted to compare with him yesterday would appear here again. But his greatest pleasure every day is to enjoy the admiration and love of the enthusiastic old ladies. After a psychological struggle, he finally came to the park. But fortunately, the young man didn't show up today, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. When he thought of the speed of the young man's action yesterday, Ma Jinren's heart was a little tight. That speed is too fast, simply beyond the ability of ordinary people. The old men and women thought they were dazzled and didn't notice anything, but his eyes were fine. If it weren't for Xiao Li's support yesterday, he might have been lying in the medical room of the martial arts hall. Fortunately, that guy didn't come to the park today. Ma Jinren was secretly happy in his heart, and when he raised his hand to make a white crane wing gesture, the corner of his eye inadvertently swept to the park gate, and he suddenly saw that the young man yesterday was walking towards him. At that moment, his steps paused, turned to the old men and ladies beside him, and quickly closed his fists and said, I'm here today, I still have something to do in my martial arts gym, let's disband. After saying that, Ma Jinren walked straight to the back door of the park. Seeing this, an enthusiastic old lady immediately shouted, Ma Jinren, you are walking wrong, the park gate is over there, you have to go far like this. But Ma Jinren didn't seem to hear it, and still walked to the back door without looking back, and even in her shouting, his steps quickened, as if he had been oiled, looking very anxious. Zhang Shen saw Ma Jinren from a distance and was about to walk over quickly, but he didn't expect Ma Jinren to suddenly turn around and walk towards the back door. He was a little puzzled and stopped in front of the disbanded old ladies and old men. An old lady recognized Zhang Shen and said with a smile, Yo, aren't you the young man yesterday who wanted to compare with Ma Jinren? Yes, I passed by today and wanted to ask Master Ma for advice again. Zhang Shen replied, Ma Jinren has something to go back to the martial arts hall, and if you want to find him, you can go to his martial arts hall, just on the Red Rice Road on the left side of the park gate, and you can see it by turning left after walking more than 300 meters. An old lady seemed worried that Zhang Shen was lost and added, there is also a massage parlor next to it. Thank you, auntie. Zhang Shen nodded in thanks. You're welcome, Ma Jinren's business is our business. So, Zhang Shen turned around and walked in the direction pointed by the old ladies. Yesterday, I got 2,000 survival points for the first time from Ma Jinren, which is much more than what I have obtained before. Zhang Shen wondered why Ma Jinren and the anchor young man contributed so many survival points. He checked the system diary and found that there was a pause between the words suppress and repulsion. Is it because he started a fight and triggered the suppression effect? In the end, both of them escaped, resulting in a knockback effect, so the first brush will have 2,000 survival points? Therefore, Zhang Shen wanted to make a gesture with Ma Jinren again. On the one hand, it is to confirm whether it can be repeatedly obtained by comparing with Ma Jinren, and on the other hand, it is also to explore whether it can obtain 2 survival points with different effects at once. People came and went on Redmi Road, and Zhang Shen thought that as soon as he stepped here, he would trigger some dangerous system prompt. There was no warning of danger. Could it be that after 3 years, this road will disappear? Not even a strange beast entrenched? Or did the people walking around here not survive 3 years, became gods, and were buried in the changes of the times, so I didn't trigger any danger warnings? Zhang Shen guessed a little in his heart, and then followed the old lady's guidance and walked quickly towards the martial arts hall. When he turned left at the end of Hongmi Road, a sharp warning suddenly sounded in his ears. Warning, warning, the host is about to step into the territory of the third-order fire gods and their relatives, and once discovered, they will be deprived of divine energy in their bodies, reduced to slavery, and even reduced to ashes in their anger. As if to warn him of the seriousness of the matter, a red and purple warning panel that only he could see kept vibrating in front of his eyes. Zhang Shen ignored the system's warning and looked up at the martial arts gym next to the massage parlor. At first, he thought that Ma Jinren would be the kind who only opened a small martial arts hall, and he was the only one in the martial arts hall. Unexpectedly, the scale of the martial arts hall in front of him surprised him. This martial arts hall is quite spacious, with a simple architectural style and 3 floors high. Zhang Shen walked in along the open door, and what came into view was a 100 square meter front courtyard with a lot of sandbags tied to the yard, and next to 7 or 8 sandbags about 1.5 meters long, a group of children with immature faces who seemed to have just entered junior high school were making a childish ah-ha sound, waving their tiny fists hard. One of them looked slightly older than the other children, and when he saw a stranger coming in, he immediately turned to look at Zhang Shen. Who are you looking for? Warning: the host was discovered by the family of the Third Order Fire God, the First Order Fire Slave, and with the strength of the host, he was not his opponent at all. Please run away quickly. I'm looking for Ma Jinren, Zhang Shen said, secretly rolling his eyes in his heart, thinking that he was such a big person. How could he not be the opponent of a group of children? The child said, Ma Jinren hasn't come back yet. If you want to wait for him, you can go to the hall and ask Uncle Li when he will come back. Oh, okay. Zhang Shen nodded, turned around and walked towards the hall of the martial arts hall. The hall of the martial arts hall is very large, with all kinds of old-style hot weapons hanging on the walls of the hall, as well as many honorary certificates. On the left side of the hall, more than a dozen young men in white uniforms, under the gaze of a middle-aged man, were fighting each other in the training area. These young people seem to be well trained, their moves are fierce and vigorous, their movements are quite orderly, and they change rapidly in the fight. Zhang Shen couldn't help but have a new understanding of Ma Jinren's views, and secretly admired him in his heart. How could he, who seems to be a charlatan, teach such an excellent young talent? Is there really a real talent to learn? If I hadn't cheated yesterday, wouldn't I have to be pressed to the ground by them? Just as Zhang Shen was thinking, the middle-aged man walked towards him. Danger! The host was discovered by the family of the Third Order Fire Gods, the Fourth Order Fire Slave Patriarch, and with the host's strength, he was not his opponent at all. Please run away quickly. Who are you looking for? The middle-aged man asked in a rough voice. Zhang Shen replied truthfully, I am looking for Ma Jinren. Oh, is there anything wrong with looking for him? Yesterday Ma Jinren asked me to compare with him, and I said that I would gesture again tomorrow, and when I went to the park square just now, he said he wanted to go back to the martial arts hall, so I came over. After hearing this, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed instantly, and his tone became a little unkind. Ma Jinren hasn't come yet. Young man, if you want to compete, do you want to compete with my apprentices first? Zhang Shen noticed the change in the middle-aged man's tone, and felt a little puzzled in his heart, but he was very happy with his proposal, thinking that, if he could compete with them, wouldn't he be able to get a lot of survival points? So he nodded without hesitation and said happily, okay. The middle-aged man was obviously a little surprised to see Zhang Shen agree so simply, and asked tentatively, Ma Jinren is the treasurer of our town hall. Where have you practiced as a young man? I haven't practiced any martial arts, but I'm a little faster than ordinary people, Zhang Shen said truthfully. Just be faster. Dare to kick the gym? Dare to beat my nephew so embarrassed? The middle-aged man thought secretly in his heart, turned to the disciples around him and said, this young man competed with Ma Jinren yesterday, and today he wants to continue to challenge. Which of you wants to practice with him first and try his martial arts? Suddenly, more than a dozen young people stopped their moves and moved closer to Zhang Shen and the middle-aged man. As they walked, they whispered as they written, he is the young man who beat the owner's nephew like a pig's head yesterday? What does the owner mean by let's teach this young man a lesson? It should be. Listening to the surrounding voices, Zhang Shen instantly understood why the middle-aged man's words just now changed so much. It turned out that he was the real head of this martial arts gym. Then what is Ma Jinren here? The treasure of the town hall? If there is an old man in the family, what if there is a treasure? A young man who was as fat as Sammo Hung and had a face full of acne walked up to Zhang Shen, looked him up and down, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, Master, I want to compare with him. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hesitated and finally nodded. You, come here. The fat young man pointed at Zhang Shen and walked towards the middle of the training area on the side. Fatty Zhang is the first to climb up. Fatty Zhang likes to beat people who are more handsome than him into pig heads, and it seems that this young man is going to suffer. Is it miserable? He dares to come to our martial arts gym. He must have some ability, otherwise he would not have beaten Shaoli unconscious. This is also the same. I just heard him say that his speed is relatively fast, and Fatty Zhang's biggest weakness is that he is slow, and he may suffer a loss. Is it slow? Then go straight to 5 times the speed. Zhang Shen looked at the fat man in front of him, listened to the discussions around him, whispered to himself, silently walked to the middle of the training area, stood opposite the fat man and said, are you ready? I can be fast. Rory, come on. Fatty Zhang roared impatiently and rushed towards Zhang Shen. Speed amplification technique. Zhang Shen silently thought in his heart, and instantly felt a surge of energy pouring into his body, and the whole person was as light as a swallow. He moved slightly, his body swayed like a ghost, and easily avoided the shoulders that Fatty Zhang rushed left over. Ah, it's so fast. The middle-aged man saw Zhang Shen's swaying steps, and his face showed a look of surprise. It's too fast. Just when he was shocked, Fatty Zhang turned around again and rushed towards Zhang Shen. However, Zhang Shen was as fast as the wind, and at the moment when Fatty Zhang ran, he quickly came behind him, raised his foot and kicked his buttocks hard. Bang! Under the action of inertia, the force of the impact made Zhang Fatsi fall to the ground, and he made a painful pig cry. The host defeats the strong with the weak, defeats a second-order fire slave, and has plus 50 survival points. Well, why isn't it the first brush, only 50 points? Is it because it's just mobs? Or was Lu Tongtong's first brush at that time the first brush of all the family members? Listening to the prompt in his ears, Xingxian stood in place, a series of questions flashing in his heart. At this moment, the young people around him stared at Zhang Shen in surprise, as well as Fatty Zhang who was screaming on the ground. They were stunned. Zhang Shen's speed just now was simply unprecedented, and it seemed to be twice as fast as their owner. Is this still the speed that a person should have? The only martial arts in the world are fast. He is so fast, none of us are his opponents. Yes, are you going to be kicked out of the gym today? If this matter gets out, how can our martial arts hall continue to open in Jinhai City? All kung fu has weaknesses. If he keeps at such a speed, his body will definitely be overwhelmed. We can use will battles to continue to consume his physical energy. I don't believe he can maintain this speed all the time. Wheel battle? Wouldn't it be too despicable? No, according to the rules of the ancestors, if someone goes to the martial arts hall to compete without an invitation, even if they kick the gym, they can follow the rules of the gym and go directly to the wheel battle. Okay, I'll come first. A radical young man walked up to Zhang Shen. I'll fight you. My name is Li Qing. I don't know your name? My name is Shen. Please give me more advice. Ah, Li Qing shouted suddenly and quickly ran towards Zhang Shen. He was fast, but Zhang Shen was faster, and after easily dodging, before Li Qing could react, he kicked him on the buttocks, instantly kicking him to the ground. The host defeats the strong with the weak, defeats a third-order fire slave, and has plus 100 survival points. Level 3. How can you get 100 survival points? The moment he heard the system prompt, Zhang Shen's eyes widened, and a guess about defeating the hostile family and obtaining survival points flashed in his heart. Could it be that the first order gives 10 survival points, the second order gives 50 points, the third order gives 100 points, and the fourth order can have 1,000 survival points? My name is Zhang Er. Another young man walked firmly to Zhang Shen, trying to consume his physical strength. However, he was quickly kicked to the ground. The host defeats the strong with the weak, defeats a second-order fire slave, and has plus 50 survival points. My name is Wang Er. Another young man appeared in front of Zhang Shen, but in an instant, the host defeats the strong with the weak, defeats a second-order fire slave, and has plus 50 survival points. My name is. The host defeats the strong with the weak, defeats a third-order fire slave, and has plus 100 survival points. After kicking the last young man down in the same way, Zhang Shen received a hint of another 100 survival points, and he couldn't help but feel a burst of satisfaction in his heart. This trip to the martial arts gym was really not in vain. All of a sudden, he brought himself 1,300 survival points. However, in order to verify one thing, he set his sights on the middle-aged man with an extremely ugly face, and hesitated for a moment and said, Master, I don't want to come to the gym, but I actually hope to have a fight with you, and I beg you to fulfill it. The middle-aged man clenched his fists and took a deep breath, already regarding Zhang Shen as the biggest opponent in his life, walked to the center of the training area, stood still and posed a Tai Chi posture, and said, the 30th generation descendant of the Fire Martial Arts Hall, Li Ziyuan. Master Li, I'm here. Zhang Shen bowed, his body turned into a phantom again, rushed towards Li Ziyuan, and then stretched out his leg and kicked at his buttocks at a very fast speed. At the moment when his foot was about to kick, a big hand seemed to have already foreseen it and quickly blocked his heel, and even if Zhang Shen hadn't reacted quickly and retracted his foot in time, his foot would probably have been caught by the middle-aged owner. It's dangerous. As expected of the master of a hall, although your speed is not as fast as mine, but with your prediction of my attack habits, you have successfully blocked my attack. Zhang Shen took a few steps back and said to the middle-aged owner who was still on horseback. The middle-aged owner failed to grab Zhang Shen's foot and realized that the opportunity had been lost, so he withdrew his steps and said calmly, the opportunity is gone, I admit defeat. The host defeated the strong with the weak, defeated a fourth-order fire slave, and had plus 200 survival points. As the prompt sounded in his ears, Zhang Shen's heart sank slightly. He thought that defeating the fourth-order intelligent race would give him 1,000 survival points, but he only got 200 points. It seems that the 1,000 survival points contributed by Lu Tongtong that day should only be the first survival points of the family. Just as Zhang Shen was guessing this, the middle-aged owner walked up to him, and after a moment of silence, he clenched his fists in his hands and said, although you did not win by martial arts, according to the rules of your ancestors, you successfully kicked the gym and the wheel battle of many people in this hall, so you have the right to ask all the warriors in this martial arts hall to do what you can. Ha! Zhang Shen was stunned for a moment, looked at the middle-aged master, and asked hesitantly, can I ask your martial martial arts gym to do something for me? However, yes, this is a rule passed down from our ancestors, but it cannot violate morality or law. The middle-aged owner replied, I don't actually need you to do anything for me. Zangshin shook his head and said, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by an angry martial arts youth. Are you looking down on me leaving the fire martial arts hall? Yes, do you look down on our martial arts gym? Other martial arts youth also echoed. Seeing this, Zangshin's heart tightened, and it seemed that he did not ask them to do something for himself, but it really seemed a little inappropriate. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thought for a moment, and suddenly had an idea, and said, then I want each of you to accompany me every day, how about it? In an instant, the entire martial arts hall was silent. You're so fast, don't we have to be kicked down by you every time we compete? A young man from the martial arts gym said. Zangshin thought for a while, and then said, well, I only play 20% of my fastest speed at a time. 20% of the fastest speed? What kind of speed is that? It should be about the same speed as our owner going all out. Someone estimated. Ah, that's great, so that we just challenged in disguise, don't we have a master who only has speed and no martial arts? A young man said excitedly. The middle-aged owner glared at him, turned to Zangshin and said, if this is the request, there is no problem at all, but it seems that you have suffered a little and become their sparring partner. It's better to teach you some martial arts and moves when sparring. Zangshin's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. In the case of only speed, if you can master some basic moves, then your strength will definitely increase significantly. This is really a win. Not only can he brush survival points every day, but he can also improve his combat level. Zangshin is secretly happy in his heart. At first, he just wanted to compete with Ma Jinren and verify some things, but he didn't expect to accidentally develop a martial arts gym as a point brushing point, and easily earned 1005 survival points. Then I'll thank Masterly. Zangshin happily bowed his hands in thanks, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Intelligent race, one new tribe. Qualifications, Lord, Normal, Elite, Lord, King, Legendary, Epic, Mythic. 4th level, 0/50,000. Name, Li Ziyuan. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Ma Jinren, 3rd order fire god. Devotion, 100 points of faith are provided to the gods they believe in every day. Mood, little depressed. Analysis, originally a 1st order fire god, he unfortunately died in the battle with the mutant beasts, and was finally reborn from the ashes under the talent of Ma Jinren and became a new life form, but he was enslaved by it forever in this life. Looking at the feedback, Zangshin was shocked. The Huono clan actually became a Hua slave under the talent of Ma Jinren. Wouldn't it be that he misunderstood Lao Ma? The system has always said that he enslaves his comrades, but this is actually what he means? It seems that he is not a heinous god who has been reduced to a heinous god after the cataclysm. Thinking of this, Zangshin was puzzled, so he asked Masterly, Master, that Ma Jinren is not the owner of the martial arts hall. What is he doing in the museum? He has been working as a cleaner in our library for almost 10 years. Owner Li said slowly. The cleaner? Zangshin was greatly surprised. Masterly nodded and said, that's right, he is basically responsible for the hygiene in this martial arts hall. If nothing else, he would go around the nearby park square, play a trick or two of Tai Chi, fool those old men and ladies, and then ask them to bring their grandchildren to me to learn some defensive moves. For every child I brought, I give him a little subsidy. Well, okay. Zangshin wiped his sweat and thought to himself, sure enough, he overestimated the old man Ma. Just as he was thinking, a child's crisp voice came from the courtyard of the martial arts hall. Master Ma, someone is looking for you. Xiaoxin, who is looking for this real person? Ma Jinren said, looking towards the hall of the martial arts hall with curiosity, and met Zangshin directly. At this moment, his expression was shocked, and he turned around to escape from the martial arts hall. However, Zangshin unceremoniously performed a speed amplification technique, and the moment he stepped out of the martial arts hall, he instantly appeared in front of him. Ghost! Ma Jinren was frightened by Zangshin's ghostly speed and exclaimed. His old legs trembled, and he stumbled to the ground. Where was he? Still in the park? The host is brave, defeating the strong with the weak, suppressing the 3rd order fire gods, and survival points plus 100. Zangshin thought to himself, sure enough, you can repeatedly brush survival points, and not only the survival points provided by the 3rd order intelligent race are 100 points, but even the 3rd order gods. Could it be that the 3rd order strange beast is also the same? Listening to the prompt sound coming from his ears, Zangshin looked helplessly at Ma Jinren, who fell to the ground in fright, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Ma Jinren, didn't you say you want to compete with me? Why do you run away when you see me? Ma Jinren listened to Zangshin's words, and secretly glanced at the children around him who had been brought by the old lady to practice martial arts, and found that they were all looking at him. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged on his knees and said with a slight hesitation, Who said I was going to run away? I was just tired from walking. I felt comfortable on the ground, and wanted to sit on the ground for a while. Zangshin glanced at Ma Jinren's expression, and he understood it in his heart, but he didn't want to expose him. Oh, I see, it's really comfortable to sit on this ground, so you can continue to sit. After saying that, Zangshin tried to suppress his smile, and looked up at Master Li, who came out and said, Master, I have gone gone back in advance, and I will come back tomorrow." Master Li nodded slightly. Zhang Shen turned around and walked out of the gate of the martial arts hall, and a crisp voice rang in his ears again. "The host is attacked by the Third Order fire gods and their family slaves, and vows to resist to the death, but defeats them all and gains plus 1,000 survival points. Is this the first brush triggered?" Zhang Shen's footsteps paused slightly. Survival points, 6,050. Seeing the number of survival points, Zhang Shen was indescribably happy. Yesterday he had just fired 10 times in a row, but he didn't expect that now he was only 3,950 survival points away from being able to draw again. It's just 3,950 survival points. Where is it better to brush it? Zhang Shen lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up at the sky. The sun was slowly setting in the west, and the sky in the distance was gradually shrouded in darkness. It's getting dark. The first brush that can be stimulated nearby has been activated by me. Forget it, let's go home and make dinner, and find a way to get more survival points tomorrow. After Zhang Shen made a decision, he walked quickly home. It takes about 40 minutes from the martial arts hall to the Good Luck community. Along the way, Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing video chatted, and time quietly passed in laughter, so that he did not feel bored. When he walked downstairs to the community, he suddenly heard the danger warning sound from the system, and the little girl who was a third order cursed god couldn't help but think of the little girl who was a third order cursed god, but he didn't think much about it and took the elevator directly home. Despite the lack of survival points, Zhang Shen couldn't bear to attack the cute lowly girl. As for the 10-point survival points in the pedestrian street behind the community, as well as the 10-point survival points in Li Yuqing's community, he decided to give up today. No way, it's too dark and the road is too far. After tossing in the martial arts gym for so long, he felt a little sore in his feet and didn't want to leave anymore. After returning home, Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing chatted for another hour before hanging up the WeChat video and quickly going to prepare dinner, and then their consciousness froze slightly and appeared above their divine domain. He lowered his head slightly and looked down. Soon, his gaze penetrated the layers of black clouds and landed on his divine domain. At this time, the divine realm is also night. On the edge of the forest, the place he named Buster Town. Looking at each stump-shaped cat nest attached to the big tree and the cats in the nest, I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Shen's eyes turned to the palace of the gods. In front of the palace gate, Xiaobai was lying under the dog and beast statue, his big round eyes glancing at the closed door from time to time, as if expecting him to come out of it. Seeing this, Zhang Shen withdrew his consciousness, positioned the gate of the divine domain to the palace of the gods, and then teleported over, opened the palace gate, and appeared in front of Xiaobai. When Xiaobai saw Zhang Shen walking out of the palace of the gods, he excitedly ran to his feet and shouted, "Wow, I miss the master. Come on, see what the master brought you." Zhang Shen smiled and said, his consciousness froze. He took out Xiaobai's dog plate and kennel from the backpack space, placed it in front of the dog-shaped statue and said, "You will live here in the future." Wow! Xiaobai screamed as if he understood, and there was a hint of joy in the dog's barking. "Ha, it looks like you like it here." Zhang Shen smiled, took out a bag of dog food, filled the dog tray and said, "Eat something, go to bed when you're full." Wow! Xiaobai screamed twice and began to eat. Zhang Shen turned around and walked towards the edge of the forest. Soon, he came to the edge of the forest, and Xiao He, who was resting in the stump-shaped cat nest, woke up instantly, screamed excitedly, jumped out of the arms of the big black cat, ran to Zhang Shen, and meowed softly. "Ha, I miss the master too, I'm hungry, come on, eat something and go to bed." Zhang Shen smiled and stroked Xiao Hei's cat's head, his consciousness froze, and he took out a bag of cat food from the backpack space and filled it with cat plates. The other wild cats also raised their heads and looked at him at the moment Zhang Shen appeared. When they saw him filling the cat plate with cat food, the cat's eyes flashed with green light, and they all let out wolf-like cat meows, rushed out of the cat's nest, and scrambled to pounce on the cat plate to eat cat food. "What's the matter? Ha, eat slowly, and there are still some after eating." Zhang Shen smiled and watched the cats eat for a while, and when he was sure that they couldn't eat it, he filled the cat plate again, and then went to the Emerald Valley and personally carved out a palm-sized stone. The stone is mixed with a piece of white jadeite. Zhang Shen specially went to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, made a gap in the stone, and after revealing the jadeite inside, he left the divine realm with the stone containing the jadeite, preparing to rest early tonight and pick up Li Yuqing, who came back from ancestor worship tomorrow. The next day, the doorbell rang. Zhang Shen opened his eyes in a daze, walked out of the door, and looked at the cat's eye on the door. In an instant, a girl appeared in front of him. The girl wore a white camisole dress that outlined the concave and feminine curves of her body. Next to the snow-white shoulders on the left and right, the tight collarbones are unreservedly displayed, simple but exquisite, perfectly outlining her graceful figure, which not only highlights the femininity of women, but also contains strength, all of which made Zhang Shen's mouth dry. When he saw Li Yuqing, the whole person instantly woke up and hurriedly opened the door. What caught my eye was Li Yuqing's slender and fair legs, which were fully revealed through the high slit of the camisole dress, like a sculpture, giving her a unique and moving sense of layering. "Husband." Li Yuqing smiled sweetly. Zhang Shen stepped forward and hugged her soft and and slender waist. Wife, why did you come back so soon? Didn't you say it was 8 o'clock? Hee, guess what? Li Yuqing responded mischievously. Leave early. He smiled slightly. That's right, does my husband plan to wait for me outside the door all the time? She pretended to be ridiculous. When Zangshin heard this, his heart was hot, and immediately the princess picked up Li Yuqing, closed the door, and walked straight to the bedroom. Ah, my husband doesn't want it. It's only early in the morning, Li Yuqing exclaimed. The host defeats the strong with the weak, and is very brave, and in just 1 minute he suppresses the third-order undead gods, and the survival points are plus 200. Zangshin's cheeks couldn't help but turn black. The host shows great power, defeats the third-order undead gods, and the survival points are plus 200. 2 hours later, with another prompt, Zangshin opened the system diary with satisfaction and took a look. Suppress 200 survival points, and defeat another 200. I didn't expect that the results that I didn't get from Ma Jinren yesterday were verified by my wife today. I don't know if there are any other ways to get survival points that I haven't explored. He thought to himself, and then began to think deeply again. Ah, husband, don't. Li Yuqing's plea for mercy echoed in the air. An hour later, amidst Li Yuqing's plea for mercy, Zhang Shenkai reluctantly finished work, went to wash up, and then prepared breakfast. By the time breakfast was ready, it was already noon. Wife, come out to eat. Zhang Shen shouted loudly, and when he walked to the door of the bedroom, he saw Li Yuqing covering the quilt, pressing his hands on the quilt, and sending WeChat. Who are you messaging to? Zhang Shen asked curiously. Li Yuqing raised her head, the seductive pure charm on her face was still undiminished. She opened her mouth slightly and said, didn't my husband say that there is jade and wants to make a move? My uncle asked when we would pass. Let's go after breakfast together. Zhang Shen said after thinking for a while. Okay, I'll go take a shower. Husband, you eat first. Li Yuqing said, revealing her beautiful figure from the quilt naked, and walked towards the bathroom. The host is bold, and rested safely for a night in the apartment building occupied by the powerful cursed gods and their families, with plus 10 survival points. Zhang Shen ignored the prompt in his ear, walked to Li Yuqing's car, turned on the co-pilot, let her sit in, turned around and sat in the cab, and asked, where is your uncle? City Center, World Trade Center. Li Yuqing replied, so far. Zhang Shen said, turned on the navigation, located the location of the World Trade Center, and accelerated to drive there. On this journey, Zhang Shen discovered a new idea for brushing points. The host speed passes through the pedestrian street, and does not disturb other powerful gods staying here. Survival points plus 10. The host passed through the department store street, did not alarm any mutant beasts, and the third-order earth gods who dabbled in here, and obtained survival points plus 1000. The host passes through Fuxing Avenue, does not alarm the mutant beasts here, and the third-order wood gods living here, survival points plus 1000. The host passes through the botanical garden, does not alarm the powerful intelligent race lurking here, and the survival points are plus 1000. With the system prompt sound that sounded in his ears from time to time, Zhang Shen's heart blossomed. Why didn't I think of it last night? He thought, I can take the bus around the city, quickly walk around the city, and trigger those areas where you can get the first swipe of survival points first. It's only been about 20 minutes, and I have triggered 2 areas where third-order gods exist, and 1 place that is occupied by intelligent races. He felt a burst of joy in his heart. All of a sudden, there will be 3000 survival points in the account, and now we can draw 10 consecutive draws again. With a smile on his lips, Zhang Shen's heart was full of joy, ready to go back for 10 consecutive draws tonight. After all, not far ahead is the largest building in Gimhe City, the Trade Building. The Trade Building covers a vast area and towers into the sky, with a total of more than 100 floors. The ground floor to the 3rd floor is the trade area, the 4th and 5th floors are the food and beverage area, the 6th, 7th and 8th floors are the entertainment area, and the higher floors are the branches of various enterprises, private institutions, and foreign businessmen, where companies have set up. Warning, warning, the host is about to break into the trading building. In this building, there are dozens of gods wandering, and there are gods with strength up to the 4th order, leading their followers, entrenched here for a long time. With the strength of the host, once discovered by these gods, it is possible to be captured and enslaved. Please leave the host quickly. As soon as he drove the car to the entrance of the parking space on the negative floor of the trade building, Zhang Shen heard a hurried prompt. He was not surprised by the presence of dozens of gods in the building. After all, the trade building is so huge, and the people who can operate here are basically the few elites and talents in the city. And these people, with their wisdom and ability, have a much higher chance of surviving the cataclysm for 3 years than ordinary people. After finding a parking space in the parking lot, Zhang Shen picked up the school bag containing the jade ruff and carried it on his back, while Li Yuqing took his arm, and the two took the elevator straight to the 20th floor of the trade building. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Zhang Shengang and Li Yuqing walked out of the elevator, and a familiar urgent sound quickly sounded in his mind. At the same time, a virtual panel in front of him, which was red and purple and only he could see, instantly vibrated wildly. Warning, warning, on this floor, there is a third-order water god staying here. With the host's current strength once discovered, it is very likely to be enslaved by it, depriving the a host of divine energy in his body. Please escape quickly. There is actually a third-order god here? In which room is this god? Zhang Shen pondered silently, stopped, and swept his eyes to the corridors on both sides of the floor. On the 20th floor of the trade building, there are 10 different companies. He knew that it would not be easy to find the deity from these units. So, he quickly put down his mind and walked directly to the left corridor with Li Yuqing left and right, towards the innermost unit. Li Yuqing said as she walked, "My uncle's name is Shi Mingqiang. He made his fortune by designing jewelry for others in his early years, and now he also does some jade and jade business, and the innermost room 2020 is the jewelry design company he opened." "Then your uncle is self-made," Zhang Shen responded lightly. Li Yuqing nodded and said, "If you exclude the millions my father invested in him in the early years, it should be regarded as self-made." "Yo," Zhang Shen said with a smile, "it seems that my future father-in-law is richer than I imagined." When Li Yuqing heard this, she stopped, looked at him, and was silent for a moment. "Does my husband want to know?" "I don't want to." Zhang Shen smiled, stretched out his hand to hug Li Yuqing's tender waist, and walked towards room 2020. In fact, Zhang Shen didn't care how rich this old man he had never met was. It is not that he knows that there will be an apocalyptic cataclysm in a year, but his attitude towards money has always been to spend money and live a simple and leisurely pastoral life rather than pursuing the luxury of drunken gold fans. As for the plan to exchange jade for money this time, it is not that I really want to grow melons, fruits, and vegetables, but that I hope that when money still works, with the help of the power of money, I can get more survival points faster and improve my strength. At the front desk of room 2020, a girl who looked like she had just graduated, wearing exquisite work clothes, immediately stood up and said, "Hello, you have. I'm Li Yuqing." "Oh, you are Miss Li Yuqing. Mr. Shi is waiting for you in the office inside. You can go in directly," the front desk lady said. "Okay, thank you." Li Yuqing responded politely, took Zhang Shen's hand, and the two walked inside. In jewelry design companies, there are many office rooms. Li Yuqing seemed to be very familiar with this place, and when she passed by each office, she softly introduced to Zhang Shen, "This is the design department, and the jewelry brought by my mother is designed by them. This is the finance department, this is the business department." Soon after, Zhang Shen walked to a door with the words, "General Manager's Office" written on it during Li Yuqing's introduction. Li Yuqing tapped twice, and a middle-aged man's voice came from inside. "Enter." Li Yuqing pushed the door in. Zhang Shen wanted to follow him in, but suddenly a tight warning sound sounded in his ears. "Danger! Dangerous! The host is about to encounter a third-order water god staying here. Please leave quickly." That third-order water god can't be Li Yuqing's uncle, right? Hearing the sudden warning from the system, Zhang Shen's heart was shocked. He immediately set his sights on the office. At this moment, in this office, which was a little larger than his living room, in addition to the middle-aged man sitting in the office chair, there was also a woman dressed as a beautiful young woman. This beautiful young woman has a delicate face, her plump figure is tightly wrapped in a white shirt, and she is dressed in a capable women's suit. The skirt wraps around her slender legs, and the black stockings look particularly attractive. Zhang Shen only glanced at the beautiful young woman, and then moved his gaze to the delicate box in front of her. The box contained a fist-sized stone, and one corner of the stone was cut to reveal a touch of emerald green. Li Yuqing walked into the office and shouted to the middle-aged man sitting in the office chair, "Uncle Shi, I didn't bother you, did I?" "No, Xiaoqing, you sit on the sofa next to you and eat something first, and Uncle Shi and this lady will talk again," the middle-aged man said, motioning for Li Yuqing to sit on the sofa for a while. "Okay." Li Yuqing nodded, pulled Zhang Shen who was standing at the door and walked in with him and sat on the sofa. On the sofa was her favorite cashew nuts, as if they were specially prepared for her. After Li Yuqing sat down, she unceremoniously picked up 2 packs of cashew nuts, one for herself and one for Zhang Shen, and said softly, "That's my uncle, Shi Mingqiang, who is good to me." Zhang Shen nodded, his eyes stayed on Shi Mingqiang for a moment, and then turned to the box in the young woman's hand, listening curiously to their conversation. The young woman sitting in front of Shi Mingqiang glanced at Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing, as if she didn't care about their existence, and said to Shi Mingqiang, "Mr. Shi, if you still want to cooperate, then this piece of rough jade containing imperial jade in my hand will be skinned and developed and designed for auction by your company, but you have to sign a risk agreement with me for 30 million, otherwise I will go upstairs to find your nemesis." "Ms. Liu, I know that your company is in urgent need of a liquidity now, and I can sign a risk agreement, but I have to wait for the jadeite rough in your hand to peel off the skin, and then revalue, and then we will sign the risk agreement." Shi Mingqiang's voice was steady, and he paused for a moment and continued, "And you also know, without thorough skinning, it is inaccurate to predict the imperial jade content contained in it based solely on this trail scratch. If there is only a small point exposed by this scratch, then the profit of the entire development process will be at most 10 million, and it will not reach 30 million. Shi Mingqiang spoke slowly. The beautiful young woman closed the box, stood up and said, "In that case, then let's talk about it another day. You are always welcome to come." Shi Mingqiang stood up and said. Hearing this, the young woman turned around and walked out of the office, and walked gracefully up to the 21st floor. The host Hongfu Qitian man, who lives in the same room as the third-order water gods, is safe and sound, and has plus 1,000 survival points. What the hell? What does it mean to be in a room? Zangshan, who heard the prompt in his ears and was shocked. Why does it sound so strange? Wait, this young woman turned out to be a third-order water god? Zangshan came back to his senses and wanted to confirm it with his peeping eyes, but found that the beautiful young woman had left the office. So, he casually threw his peeping eyes at Shi Mingqiang, who was walking over. The information obtained shows that Shi Mingqiang is just a corpse that was annihilated in the catastrophe. Sure enough, that woman is the real third-order god of the water system. Zangshan sighed lightly in his heart. Just now he thought that this third-order water god was Li Yuqing's uncle. He thought to himself that he would trigger the 2 entries of suppress and defeat on Shi Mingqiang later, so as to complete the first survival points. I didn't expect it to be this beautiful young woman who was short of money. If you find her, wouldn't it be easier to suppress and defeat every day? After all, she seems to be very short of money. No, even if she is short of money, she is gone. Where should I find her and how to contact her? In this way, she will be suppressed and defeated? After the young woman left, Shi Mingqiang walked towards Li Yuqing, sat on the sofa opposite them, and said with a smile, "The little girl has become more beautiful after a long time." Saying that, his eyes turned to Zangshan. "This young man who wants to sell rough jadeite, I just saw you holding hands in the surveillance. Could it be your boyfriend?" Li Yuqing blushed slightly and admitted calmly, "Yes, his name is Zangshan, and we are in the same class in college." "Hello, Mr. Shi." Zangshan stretched out his hand. "The young man looks good. It seems that Xiaoqing has found a good boyfriend." Shi Mingqiang said, stretched out his hand and shook. Zangshan gently, "I heard Xiaoqing say that you bought a few stones in the jade field before, and jade was opened a few days ago." "Yes, I chopped it with a kitchen knife and it turned green, so I didn't split it again," Zangshan said, put his school bag on the table in front of the two of them, and took out a palm-sized stone. Shi Mingqiang didn't care much about the jade rough in Zangshan's hand. What kind of jadeite was opened? But when he saw the dazzling turquoise luster shining through the gaps in the stone, his eyes suddenly straightened, and his breathing was slightly rapid, as if his whole mind was drawn in. "It's so beautiful, it's so beautiful, it's the best," Shi Mingqiang said obsessively, stretched out his hand to take the jade rough in Zangshan's hand, and examined it carefully. After a full minute, he came back to his senses, calmed down his excitement, held the jade rough with love, and said to Zangshan, "Young man, this piece of jadeite, I can't value it, it's just the green light shining out of this gap. It can already be determined that it is the green dew emperor jade in the imperial jadeite." "What is green dew emperor jade?" Zangshan asked, puzzled. "Green dew imperial jade is the best of imperial jade, very rare, even a little bit of thumb. It can be auctioned for 30 million. And in your jadeite rough, the volume of green light alone is auctioned, and the minimum valuation starts at 50 million. "Ah, at least 50 million. Li Yuqing's beautiful eyes opened slightly. She had seen a lot of money, but she didn't expect Zangshan's jade rough to be so valuable, so she suddenly heard the price quoted by Uncle Shi, and she couldn't help but gasp. Shi Mingqiang nodded slightly and continued, "And this is the auction price of the rough stone. If it is designed into jewelry through my design department to be auctioned, it can be auctioned for at least 200 million. "Uncle Shi, you're not kidding. 200 million, Li Yuqing exclaimed. "Green dew jadeite is worth this price. It contains an energy that has not been explained by science so far, and long-term work can maintain health and improve immunity," Shi Mingqiang explained patiently. After hearing this, Li Yuqing turned around and said excitedly to Zangshan, "Brother Shin, you are developed. This piece of jade is worth 200 million. When Shi Mingqiang heard this, he smiled and said, "Niece, this is still my preliminary conservative estimate. If your boyfriend agrees, I can now arrange for someone to peel off this green dew emperor jade. If the exposed volume is larger, the price may double." Zangshan has always maintained a light attitude towards money, but even when he heard such a number for the first time, his heart couldn't help but be turbulent. He understood that this jadeite was not bad, but he had underestimated its value before, and at most he thought that he could exchange it for about tens of millions. Unexpectedly, the market valuation of this jadeite far exceeded his imagination, and this valuation was based on the fact that he split this green with a kitchen knife. If the jadeite volume the size of half a palm is revealed after peeling, wouldn't it be conservative to reach 800 million? And such jadeite, he still has a lot of jadeite in his backpack. There is also a mine at home. This is the wealth of the sky. Let me ask, which person who is indifferent to fame and fortune can achieve inner peace in an instant? Zangshan took a deep breath. "Yes, listen to Uncle Shi's arrangement." "Okay." Shi Mingqiang's voice was full of excitement, and he immediately called and arranged for the most professional and top-notch skinning master to arrive. Meanwhile, the beautiful young woman who left Shi Mingqiang's office just now was negotiating with Shi Mingqiang's old rival on the 21st floor about the jade rough in her hand. However, until she was completely skinned, the other party would not sign a risk agreement with her at all, and hinted at her daydreaming and wanting to play with empty gloves. This made her extremely angry, so she returned to the 20th floor again, planning to talk to Shi Mingqiang again. If it really didn't work, she could only peel off the jade rough. But for the jade rough in her hand, she had a keen intuition, and knew in her heart that there might be only that touch of green that was the emperor emperor's jadeite, which was far lower than her valuation. When she appeared at the door of Shi Mingxiang's office again, Shi Mingxiang, like an elder, faced Zhang Shen like a nephew and waited for the arrival of a professional jade rough peeling master. Mr. Shi, I didn't bother you. The beautiful young woman stood at the door, knocked lightly, and forced a smile. Shi Mingxiang saw the beautiful young woman standing at the door, stood up from the sofa, walked over and said, Ms. Lu, no. Mr. Shi, I want to continue talking to you, my jade rough, the beautiful young woman said. Shi Mingxiang stood in front of the beautiful young woman, nodded slightly and said, yes, but if you must sign that risk agreement, you must wait for the jade rough in your hand to be completely peeled. The beautiful young woman hesitated for a moment, and finally seemed to have made a big decision. Okay, then you go first and sit for a meeting, wait for a while. Shi Mingxiang said, took out his mobile phone and took a look, and then said, I'll go to the elevator to pick up the skinning master. Okay. The beautiful young woman nodded and walked into the office. She wanted to sit in an office chair, but when she walked into the office and saw the big stone in front of Zhang Shen, she was immediately attracted by the deep green light revealed by the scratches on the stone. She didn't know much about jadeite, but her intuition told her that the value of this piece of jadeite rough was much higher than the piece in her hand. Immediately, she sat on the sofa chair opposite Zhang Shen and said softly to Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing, are you also here to entrust the development of the jade rough in your hands? Zhang Shen was still thinking about how to find this beautiful young woman, so that he could swipe his survival points for the first time and suppress and defeat her. As soon as he saw her take the initiative to approach, he was happy and said calmly, well, I accidentally got a jade rough, and I heard Mr. Shi say that you can sign a risk agreement of at least 200 million. The beautiful young woman's breathing suddenly tightened. The corners of Zhang Shen's mouth curled slightly, as if the bait had been hooked. The beautiful young woman quickly regained her expression and smiled politely. Little brother really knows how to joke. Can this jade rough sign a risk agreement of 200 million? 200 million, it's really a joke. Zhang Shen responded with a smile. The beautiful young woman showed such a look and exhaled softly. It should be possible to sign a risk agreement of 500 million. Zhang Shen's words were like a strong medicine, which instantly choked the breath of the beautiful young woman, who had not yet been completely relieved. Ahem, at least 500 million, this is impossible. Little brother, you are so naughty and love to joke with your sister. The beautiful young woman said disapprovingly, it's really impossible. Shi Mingxiang's voice suddenly sounded from behind them, and there were two people following him. When the beautiful young woman heard Shi Mingxiang's words, she showed such an expression again, and at the same time glared at Zhang Shen slightly, like an angry little female cat, dissatisfied with the repeated jokes of the young man in front of her. Unless this piece of jadeite rough is peeled and exposes the volume of the green du emperor jadeite, which is the size of half a fist, otherwise you can only sign a risk agreement of 200 million yuan at most. Shi Mingxiang stood beside them and added, ah. Hearing the second half of Shi Mingxiang's sentence, the beautiful young woman's slightly angry expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of astonishment. She was not familiar with the young man in front of her, and felt that he might just be a young man who liked to joke and didn't believe his words very much. But Shi Mingxiang knows that he is a person who says one is one and will never joke casually. Therefore, this means that the jade rough in front of the young man is really as he said, with a conservative valuation of 200 million. If you can get this risk agreement as a guarantee and apply for a loan of 100 million yuan with the bank, you can not only solve the problem of the company's capital flow, but also hand over your grandfather to your own company, pull back from the edge of liquidation, and barely continue your life for the previous year. In just 1 second, countless thoughts flashed through the beautiful young woman's mind, and her expression gradually became more complex from astonishment. After Shi Mingxiang finished speaking, he turned sideways and introduced to the two people beside him, this is the most professional and top international jade rough stripper in Jinhai City, Quajun, and Qua Master. The young man next to him is his apprentice and the younger generation of good players in the skinning industry, Jia Xiaoman. Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing. The beautiful young woman got up one after another, turned to Master Qua beside Shi Mingxiang and said, Master Qua, Master Xiaoman, hello. Hello. Xiaoman responded politely. You guys are good. Master Qua's mouth opened slightly, and he subconsciously perfunctory, not realizing his gaffe, because at this moment, his eyes were already deeply attracted by the green light from the stone on Zhang Shen's table. Green du Emperor Jade. He was fortunate to be skinned once when he was young, and thus became famous. Now, more than 40 years later, he didn't expect to encounter the stone block containing the green du Emperor Jade again, and even feel the special energy that even scientists can't explain until now. The glory and pursuit of a jade stripper in his life is to peel the top jadeite. Shi Mingxiang understood Master Qua's gaffe very well, smiled slightly, picked up the jade rough on the table, handed it to him and said, Master Qua, this jade rough will be peeled by you. Okay. Master Qua's voice was full of excitement. He carefully held the stone, and looked at the green light obsessively, as if he was looking at a beautiful woman. After a long time, he turned to the apprentice beside him and said, Xiaoman, prepare the tools quickly. Yes, master. Zhao Xiaoman quickly opened the tool luggage bag in his hand, quickly took out all the props needed for skinning and put them on the table. Shi Mingxiang assisted on the sidelines, but he prepared another set of tools. At the same time, he said to Zhao Xiaoman, "This Ms. Lu's imperial jade ruff will be peeled by you later." Zhao Xiaoman was stunned when he heard this, and then showed an excited expression. The glory and pursuit of a jade stripper in his life is to peel the top jadeite. Immediately he said gratefully, "Thank you Mr. Shi for your trust." Soon, 2 peeling plates are ready. Master Kuo put on plastic white gloves and slowly put the stones into a container containing special water. At the same time, he took out a small skinning knife, carefully opened the seam split by Zhang Shen with a kitchen knife, and began to peel off the stone layer on top. On the side, Zhao Xiaoman also began to peel Ms. Lu's jade ruff. At this moment, among everyone present, except for Zhang Shen's calm face, everyone else stared nervously at the peeling operation in front of them. The beautiful young woman also showed a nervous and expectant look, staring intently at Zhao Xiaoman's every move, hoping to peel off more imperial jade. However, it didn't take long for her eyes to be attracted by the luster of the green Du Emperor jade that was gradually peeled off in Master Kuo's hands. Just when Zhao Xiaoman stopped moving in his hand, accompanied by a light sigh, she seemed to come back to her senses and turned her head to look. At that moment, she gritted her teeth and stared at the only thin piece of imperial jade left in Zhao Xiaoman's hand in a daze. Her intuition did not deceive her. The imperial jade strip from this rough stone is too little, and at most it can only sign a risk agreement of 10 million with Shi Mingxiang. However, with a risk agreement of 10 million, she could not borrow 30 million from the bank to solve the immediate urgent need. In an instant, her eyes dimmed, as if she had lost all faith, collapsed on the sofa, and looked up slightly at the ceiling. She tried all the channels where she could borrow money, but many investment institutions in the industry know that the company she runs is losing money every year, and now it is on the verge of bankruptcy and liquidation, and no one is willing to help and lend her money. As she was immersed in such thoughts, her eyes were drawn to a dazzling turquoise luster. She glanced lightly, and most of the jade ruff in Master Kuo's hand had been peeled, revealing half a fist-sized green Du Emperor jadeite. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened, and her slender eyelashes fluttered slightly. The area exposed by this green Du Emperor jadeite alone, can it be valued at least 400 million? At that moment, her breath faltered, and she looked up at the owner of this piece of jadeite, the young man opposite her. At this time, the young man was calmly watching Master Kuo peel the jade ruff, without any nervousness or expectation in his expression, as if he was just appreciating a peeling skill. The beautiful young woman couldn't help but feel a touch of curiosity in her heart, and Zhang Shen's calm look shocked her. This is a jadeite ruff worth hundreds of millions. Why can he be so calm? Zhang Shenjiang was concentrating on appreciating Master Kuo's craftsmanship and suddenly felt a burst of gaze. He raised his head slightly, just facing Ms. Lu on the opposite side. In an instant, he smiled faintly and continued to immerse himself in Master Kuo's skills. However, Zhang Shen didn't realize that it was this plain smile that made the beautiful young woman's heart ripple, and she had a strong intuition. The young man in front of him, as long as she asks him for help, he will definitely lend a helping hand. She seemed to see hope, and the thought of asking him to dinner and pouring out her predicament swelled in her heart, and even her cheeks were slightly red, and her fingers gently lifted her collarbone, slightly opening her collar. Soon, the fist-sized green Du Emperor jade finally appeared in the hands of Master Kuo. He held this piece of jadeite, feeling the faint energy surging in it, and looked at it obsessively for a long time before reluctantly handing it to Shi Mingxiang and said, "Mr. Shi, the peeling is complete." "Old sir, you have worked hard," Shi Mingxiang said gratefully, reaching out to take the green Du Emperor jade. In an instant, he felt a burst of refreshment, and the fatigue in his body seemed to be swept away, and he deeply felt the value of this rare piece of jadeite. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head to Zhang Shen and smiled and said, "Good nephew, this time you really sent it. This fist-sized green Du Emperor jade, if it is handed over to my company to publicize and develop, as long as the scientific institutions on the side of Lao Mold, Lao Yin, and Lao Goose know, it can be auctioned at least 1 billion. Yes, listen to your arrangements, Uncle Shi." Zhang Shen nodded indifferently and then said, "But I need to sign a billion risk agreement." Shi Mingxiang suddenly showed a look of embarrassment. Seeing this, Li Yuqing turned to Zhang Shen and said, "Brother Shen, Uncle Shi is estimated to be difficult to sign this agreement with you." "Why?" Zhang Shen asked curiously. "Because of this risk agreement, book assets and all net worth must reach 1 billion yuan to be signed." "I see." Zhang Shen nodded. "Uncle Shi, how much risk agreement can you sign with me?" Shi Mingxiang thought for a moment and said, "With my company's working capital and all inherent assets, plus my personal villa, house, and car, at most more than 700 million. 700 million, that's fine." Zhang Shen nodded without thinking about it. This. Shi Mingxiang was deeply moved by Zhang Shen's trust. This is a billion project. If there is any mistake in this piece of Lulu Emperor jade ruff, or if he claims to have lost it after hiding it privately, he only needs to pay 700 million yuan to be done. Of course, he would never do such an immoral thing and smash his signboard. "Thank you for your trust, nephew," Shi Mingxiang said, calling a clerk to print out 2 agreements. One is a risk agreement agreement of 700 million, and the other is a risk agreement of 10 million. Subsequently, he asked someone to call a lawyer for notarization. Half an hour later, Zhang Xin and Shi Mingqiang signed the agreement. This agreement, the two of them each have one. Shi Mingqiang took his agreement. His heart was extremely excited, full of satisfaction with this niece's boyfriend, and felt that he was the god of wealth in his life. Therefore, at this moment, he gambled all his net worth, did not bring in other institutions to share the risk, and signed that risk agreement. He carefully put the agreement into the safe, and took out another dark gold card and handed it to Zhang Xin, nephew-in-law. According to the agreement, there is 100 million funds in this card, and now it is yours. As for the remaining money, after I auction this piece of green Du Emperor jade, I will give it to you in this card. Okay. Zhang Xin took the dark gold card without hesitation, and then left with the agreement and Li Yuqing. The beautiful young woman who witnessed everything on the side also quickly signed a risk agreement of 10 million with Shi Mingqiang, and then hurriedly walked out of the company and chased after Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing. However, in the corridor on the 20th floor, Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing were no longer there. She strode her slender thighs and ran quickly to the elevator area, her high heels making a crisp click. There were also no Zhang Shen and the others in the elevator area. She stared anxiously at the 6 closed elevator doors, one of which had a light on the negative second floor. It's going to the second floor. The beautiful young woman's heart moved, and she hurriedly pressed another elevator button and ran to the second floor. Bite! The elevator door on the second floor opened, and she quickly ran out of the elevator area, her eyes scanning the wide parking lot blankly, and cars parked in the parking space, which made her feel strange. Where are the people? The beautiful young woman whispered to herself, lowered her head slightly, looking a little lost. She turned around, wanting to go to Shi Mingqiang to get the young man's information and home address. Ms. Lu. A crisp voice suddenly came from behind her. The beautiful young woman's heart was shocked. She quickly turned around and looked. Seeing Zhang Xin standing alone behind her, her eyes calm, with a faint smile on her face, as if she had already been waiting for her. You seem to be looking for me? Zhang Xin asked with a smile. The beautiful young woman subconsciously wanted to deny it, but under the gaze of those eyes that saw everything, her intuition told her that it was best not to deny it, otherwise she would lose the opportunity to continue talking to the young man. She paused slightly, and finally nodded and said, yes, I want to find you. What are you looking for me for? I'm short of money. If you are short of money, you can borrow from the bank. The beautiful young woman smiled bitterly. If there is not enough collateral, they will not lend it to me. So, you want to borrow this risk agreement in my hand in order to go to the bank as a guarantee. Zhang Xin raised his hand and shook the risk agreement in his hand. Yes, take it. In the elevator area, when the beautiful young woman went down to the negative second floor, Shi Mingqiang happened to be taking the elevator and came towards the negative second floor. Although he did not introduce other institutions to share the risk, he was still cautious and prepared to go to the insurance company to buy an insurance policy for the 2 jadeite roughs. Ding! The negative second floor has arrived. Shi Mingqiang walked out of the elevator happily, only to hear the conversation between Zhang Xin and Ms. Lu. In an instant, his face darkened and his mood became unhappy. This is all the family business he has worked hard to run for 40 years. Are you really willing to give it to me? Outside the elevator area, the beautiful young woman was a little suspicious that the young man was joking with her. Of course, Zhang Xin responded. Are you kidding? No kidding. There is no free lunch in the world. What do you want me to do? I want to beat you up every day. Ha! The beautiful young woman was stunned. Ha! It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Xin laughed. Actually, I haven't thought about it yet. Add a WeChat first, and I'll tell you when I think about it tomorrow night. Okay. The beautiful young woman nodded and took out her mobile phone. I sweep you, or do you sweep me? I'll sweep you. By the way, what's your name? Lu Miao. Lu Jin? The Miao of the Three Waters. Thank you very much for being willing to help me with this risk agreement. As long as I get through the difficulties, you can speak up if you need help. Lu Miao said very sincerely. Okay. Zhang Xin looked at Lu Miao's sincere appearance and smiled faintly. For her, this agreement was very important, but in his opinion, it was nothing more than a piece of waste paper. After all, there will be a catastrophe in a year, and he knows that his small jade mine can be worth $1 billion if he takes out a single piece. His vision and cognition are completely different from ordinary people. If a person knows that he wants money, there will be a steady stream of money. And those things that are extremely important to others can be easily obtained with money, and the vast majority of people subconsciously don't care too much about it. At this time, for Zhang Xin, the value brought by that risk agreement was far less than the survival points he got from Lu Miao. It's a pity that most people still stay in their original thinking patterns and have not been able to change. Just like Li Yuqing's uncle Shi Mingqiang, he could not understand Zhang Xin's behavior at all and gradually fell into autism. In the elevator area, Shi Mingqiang listened to the conversation between Zhang Xin and Lu Miao, and suddenly felt a little regretful why he didn't bring his rival upstairs together. This is his self-made company and family business. In his heart, like a yellow flower girl, he was temporarily entrusted to Zhang Xin, but he was used by this kid. In fact, it is not right. It it should be borrowed. This is really sloppy. After Zhang Shen added Lu Miao as a friend, he turned around and walked towards the car not far away. Li Yuqing sat in the co-pilot's position, watched Zhang Shen sit in the cab, and asked with interest, "Husband, how do you know that this beautiful sister is looking for you?" "Because she is short of money and wants to attract investment, and your husband and I have money now," Zhang Shen said, took out the dark gold card in his pocket, shook it, and put it in the car cabinet. "So husband, are you waiting for her to come down to you?" "That's right." Zhang Shen nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car out of the parking lot. "Baby, where are you going now?" "Back to the jeweling office building. Tong Tong sent me a message just now saying that the desks, chairs, computers, etc. in the studio have arrived." Li Yuqing replied. "Okay." Zhang Shen nodded, slammed on the accelerator, and the car rushed out in an instant. "Slow down, boss," Li Yuqing said, glancing at the dark gold card that Zhang Shen had just put in the car cabinet. "My husband has so much money now, what do we plan to use it for in the future?" This question has long been brewing in Zhang Shen's mind, and his answer is to use money to get more survival points. But how to exchange this money for more survival points, he has no detailed plan. Therefore, Zhang Shen thought for a while and replied, "I haven't thought about it carefully, I'll tell you when I have the answer." "Okay." Li Yuqing nodded obediently, hesitated for a moment and said, "If my husband doesn't want to open a self-media company with me and wants to do something else, I will also support you. After all, the self-media studio was just me and Lu Tongtong at the beginning. I came to fish for my husband on purpose at the beginning." Zhang Shen couldn't help but snicker. "No way." Li Yuqing's cheeks were slightly red, and she said in a weak voice, "I just couldn't find anyone at the beginning, so I went to find my husband." "Ha ha." Zhang Shen laughed and didn't continue the topic, just understand it in his heart. Warning, the host is about to be captured by a third-order undead god into her territory. Once entered, it will be imprisoned, enslaved, oppressed, and even in danger of life. Please break free from the shackles as soon as possible and stay away from this third-order undead god. The car quickly stopped at the jeweling office building. Zhang Shen listened to the prompt in his ear, demonstratively hugged Li Yuqing's soft and delicate waist, clung to her, and walked towards the Brotherhood studio on the 13th floor. In front of the door of room 1314, Li Yuqing pressed her handprint on the smart lock, and the door opened instantly. As far as the eye can see, more than a dozen office chairs and large cardboard boxes are all placed in the center of the living room. In the other 4 rooms, there were also 3 or 2 cardboard boxes. Lu Tongtong heard the door ringing, so he walked out of the side door, saw Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing coming in one after another, and immediately joked, "Boss, you have finally returned from your honeymoon." "What a honeymoon? We just go to the city center to do business." Li Yuqing blushed. "Why do you still go to the city center? Don't we have a bed in our studio? If you think it's inconvenient for me here, you can give me a few days off and come back." Lu Tongtong continued to tease. Li Yuqing blushed at Lu Tongtong's words, rushed over, pressed her to the sofa on the side, sat on her, and stretched out his hand to scratch her slender and snow-white waist. "Ah, ha ha ha, don't ha." Lu Tongtong struggled and smiled and wanted to get up, but Li Yuqing didn't intend to let her go, and even reached into her clothes to scratch it. "Ah, don't scratch, your husband is here." "Ah, my clothes are messed up, don't ha, I'm going to be seen by your husband." Tell you to make fun of my aunt." Li Yuqing continued to scratch, and at the same time a bad smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "If you see it, then you are a member of my Zhang family." "Okay, you said it. See if I don't seduce your family Shen that day ha. Don't. I really want to. See if I don't scratch you to death." Zhang Shen looked at Lu Tongtong, who was scratched by Li Yuqing. Her clothes were messy, and her snow-white skin was exposed, and she swallowed her saliva slightly. Immediately afterwards, he silently reached out to close the door, picked up the cutter on the side, and began to open the boxes. The boxes in the living room are basically high-end desks and chairs that need to be assembled to be used. The cardboard boxes in the other rooms should contain desktop computers and some related office equipment. After Zhang Shen was busy for a while, Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong, who had laughed and played enough, also sorted out their messy clothes and began to help. After more than 2 hours, the empty living room was divided into 2 areas. In the area near the gate, there is a set of soft sofas, tables, chairs and coffee tables. In the area near the balcony window, there are 4 single-person office card slots combined into a large desk close to the wall window. In each office card slot, there is a padded office chair and a computer. "It's finally done, it's so tiring." Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong stretched slightly to soothe their tired bodies. Zhang Shen sat on the soft sofa chair, glanced at his mobile phone, and said softly, "It's 6:30. Do you want to go downstairs to have something to eat?" "Husband, I don't want to go down anymore, let's order takeout," Li Yuqing responded. Lu Tongtong nodded and agreed. "I want a burger and fried chicken." "Me too." Li Yuqing followed. "Okay, I'll do something." Zhang Shen quickly placed an order on his mobile phone and chose 3 burgers and fried chicken. However, suddenly, his expression changed slightly, thinking of those wild cats in the divine realm who hadn't fed them today and were probably hungry. He immediately said to Li Yuqing, "Baby, give me the car keys, I'll go out and pick you up later." "Husband, Tongtong and I are here to discuss the future of the studio tonight, and if we are sleepy, we will sleep in the innermost room. If you have something to do, too. Go busy, don't worry about me, Li Yuqing said while handing the car key to Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen took the key and quickly walked out of the office building. The host Jiren Tianxiang, under the enslavement of the Third Order undead gods and their relatives, escaped from heaven and survived +20. He ignored the prompt in his ear, opened the car door, and quickly drove towards the good luck community. As soon as he got home and closed the door, Zhang Shen couldn't wait to open the door of the divine domain in the hall and got in. In an instant, his figure appeared in the town of Buster. The cats in the stump cat nest, when they saw him appear, immediately jumped out of the nest, surrounded him, and kept meowing. The little black cat rubbed at Zhang Shen's feet, making a staring sound similar to hunger. They're all starving. Zhang Shen stroked Xiaohei's cat's head, quickly took out a large bag of cat food, and poured it all into the cat plate that was too clean to be clean. Aim. The surrounding cats saw the cat's plate full of food, and instantly let out an excited cat meow. In an instant, more than 10 wild cats appeared with a faint white light and rushed towards Zhang Shen. Congratulations to the host, your believers sincerely thank you for the rich food. 16 pan believers have become your true believers. Survival points +1150, faith +160. Listening to the prompt sound from the system, Zhang Shen felt surprised. He didn't expect that due to a momentary negligence, these wild cats would starve for a day, and they would all turn into his true believers. Immediately, Zhang Shen checked the attribute interface and saw that the survival points had exceeded 10,000, and he was extremely happy, so he directly carried out the third 10-game draw. 10 consecutive draws. As soon as Zhang Shen finished speaking, in front of him, on the lottery wheel that only he could see, the pointer revealed a hint of purple, red, gold in the white, green, and blue light, and slowly rotated. A few seconds later, several white lights flew out of the roulette wheel. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, aquatic and grass card. Congratulations to the host, drawing 2 white cards, barbarian cow cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, ordinary strain card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, ordinary insect card. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Shen quickly opened the backpack space and looked at the white cards. Aquatic plant card, a group of aquatic plants containing divine energy, put into the divine realm, will begin to derive various aquatic plants that adapt to the water, so that the water quality of the water in the water will rise, and the aquatic species will better adapt to the area. Barbarian cow card, a group of barbarian bull cubs containing divine energy, with a long growth cycle and amazing brute strength, can be trained as mounts. Long-term consumption has the effect of strengthening the body and improving strength. Ordinary strain card, put into the divine realm, it will breed common edible mushroom groups, which have a fast growth cycle and are delicious, but the divine energy contained in them is extremely subtle. Ordinary insect card, invested in the divine domain, common insects containing a small amount of divine energy will gradually be born. When Zhang Shen checked these white cards, another blue light flashed in front of his eyes accompanied by blue light. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 green cards, divine rocket launcher. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 green card, divine chariot. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 green card, breed flower fur. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, skill card, potential empowerment. It's a divine rocket launcher again. If there are 7 more, then wouldn't I be able to form a divine rocket artillery team of 10 believers in the future? Zhang Shen looked at the divine energy rocket artillery card, and the picture of himself having a divine rocket artillery team appeared in his mind, and in the early days of the apocalypse, he swept away all kinds of strange beasts, and he couldn't help but be excited. But soon, his eyes turned to 3 more cards. Divine vehicle, a vehicle equipped with a number of super-intelligent technologies and defense systems, which can resist attacks from second-order beasts and change the shape of the vehicle as needed. Unexpectedly, I happened to lack a means of transportation, and this divine chariot card was really suitable. And looking at the text explanation, it seems that this tank can change its appearance as I request. Looking at the introduction of the divine energy chariot, Zhang Shen immediately liked it, but did not release it immediately, but turned his gaze to the other 2 cards. Breeding flower fur, a plant that mutates under the impact of divine energy, and its flowers are dried and added to feed, which can greatly enhance the growth rate and reproductive ability of the species, and is also one of the commonly used main drugs for strength multiplication agents and physical strength agents. Potential empowerment, a low-level skill card that consumes 20 points of faith or overdraws a lot of physical strength and spirit, can empower yourself or your target, increasing your strength, speed, physique, and spiritual 4-dimensional attributes by 1 to 3 times, lasting for 1 minute, and cannot be used in conjunction with other auxiliary skills. With this breeding fur, can't I accelerate the growth and reproduction of my Buster cat tribe and other species placed in the divine realm? Thinking of this, Zhang Shen did not hesitate. His consciousness froze slightly, and in an instant, his consciousness turned into a consciousness body and appeared at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters in the divine realm. Immediately afterwards, he put into the aquatic plant card, barbarian cow card, ordinary strain card, ordinary insect card in breeding fur 1 by 1. The host puts 1 aquatic plant card on his divine domain, and some common aquatic plants will begin to reproduce and evolve in your divine divine domain, and the divine level experience is +1. The host drops 2 barbarian bull cards in the plane area of his divine domain, obtains 20 brute cubs, and +2 god level experience. The host puts 1 ordinary strain card into his divine domain, and some areas suitable for mushrooms will quietly breed some edible common mushrooms, with +1 divine experience. The host puts 1 ordinary insect card into his divine domain, some common insects begin to appear quietly in your divine domain, god level experience +1. The host places a breeding fur by the river pond in his divine domain, and obtains 2 breeding furs, and the species in this area will significantly increase their growth rate, and the god level experience +1. After putting all the throwable cards he had just gotten, Zingshan checked the backpack space and found that there were still 3 white cards and a pheasant cub card to use. Now that there are insects in the divine realm, these pheasant cubs should be able to find insects to eat by themselves, and their survivability will be greatly enhanced. After Zingshan talked to himself, he threw out the pheasant cub card. One was dropped in the forest, one in the mountains, and the other in the plains. Each pheasant cub card contains 10 cubs, 5 males, and 5 females. After completing the delivery, Zingshan retracted his consciousness and returned to himself again, learning skill cards and potential empowerment. Then, his eyes fell on the buster cats who were eating cat food with relish, reached out and stroked Xiaohei and a few other kittens, and then walked towards Xiaobai guarding the door of the god's palace. Xiaobai was sleeping soundly in the doghouse, and the dog plate full of dog food last night was empty at the moment. Seeing Zingshan approaching, Xiaobai opened his eyes, jumped out of the doghouse, and barked excitedly. "Hey, I miss my master, I'm hungry too." Zingshan squatted down, stroked Xiaobai's fluffy dog hair, then took out a bag of dog food, filled the dog plate, and put the remaining half bag of dog food aside, and waited for Xiaobai to eat it after he finished eating, and then left the divine realm. As for the divine chariot card, Zingshan planned to wait until tomorrow to buy a car and get a license plate before carrying out a plan to steal beams and replace pillars. When he left the divine domain, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Time flies so fast, I don't know if Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong have finished discussing. Zingshan said to himself, picked up his mobile phone and made a video call. Soon, the video was connected. Li Yuqing was wearing a light yukata and was staying in the bathroom. Zingshan's eyes were sharp, and he vaguely saw Lu Tongtong's naked figure flashing quickly beside Li Yuqing. "Husband, are you done?" "Well, what about you? You should be done." "Yes, Lu Tongtong and I are taking a bath together. It's a coincidence that you called at this time." "Then I'll hang up. I'll call you later." A minute later. "No, that girl doesn't mind. What do I have to mind?" In the video, in the corner that Zingshan couldn't see, Lu Tongtong's teasing voice suddenly came. "Ha ha." Li Yuqing smiled briskly, lifted her hips slightly, sat in the bathtub next to her in an extremely seductive posture, and then said, "Husband, we just picked out 2 video topics. I was going to ask you tomorrow, since you are busy. Please set a direction for us. How about it?" "Okay, what are the 2 themes?" "One is a pet-themed video account, and the other is a video account with the theme of ancient Hanfu women. Which one do my husband think is more appropriate to do first?" "Let's try this ancient Hanfu woman first. This topic is more popular, and both men and women like to watch it." Zingshan replied truthfully. "Then Tongtong and I will go to the trade building tomorrow to choose clothes, and then convert the side bedroom of our studio into a Hanfu room, and if my husband has time, he will come over and record a video for us. Of course, by the way, I want to buy a car tomorrow." "Okay, what type of husband are you going to buy?" "It's a bigger one. It's best to be able to fly over the wall. I heard that wooling is good." "Ha, my husband really knows how to joke. I'm not kidding." After chatting for a while, Zhang Shinkai hung up the phone and prepared to go to bed. "Congratulations to the host, your believers have contributed 270 points of faith to you. Next." Zingshan sat up, listened to the prompt in his ear, went to wash up, and then entered the divine realm, fed the group of cats, opened a few cat food and put it aside, and then left the divine realm with confidence, ready to brush the nearby survival points, and then pick up Li Yuqing. The car quickly drove down the sidewalk through the high street and eventually stopped in front of Park Square. When Zangshan got out of the car and walked towards the gate of the Park Square, he always felt as if he had forgotten something yesterday. When he walked to the gate of the park and saw Ma Jinren teaching the old men and ladies to play Tai Chi in the Park Square as always, Zingshan patted his head slightly and suddenly realized, damn, I was so busy yesterday that I forgot to go to Li Ziyuan's martial arts gym to brush up on survival points. That's a full 1,500 survival points. No, starting today, we must reasonably plan our daily schedule and strive to get the most survival points before dark. Zangshan made up his mind and strode into the park gate, ready to find Ma Jinren for daily survival points swiping. In the park square, Ma Jinren still took the old men and ladies to practice Tai Chi in the morning, and he didn't feel that someone was slowly approaching. Zangshan walked behind Ma Jinren, saw his raised palm, and playfully reached out and gently high-fived him, triggering a system warning. Ma Jinren was concentrating on morning exercise, his palm was slapped, he turned around and stretched his neck to scold, but Zangshan's laughter sounded in his ears. Ma Jinren, let's continue the last competition today. Ah, sparring, forget it, another day, another day. As soon as Ma Jinren saw that it was Zangshan, he shrank his his neck, quickly waved his hand, and then turned around and walked towards the back door of the park as if he were running away. I still have something to do in the martial arts hall, so I'll go back first. The host defeats the strong with the weak, suppresses and repels the third-order fire gods, and gains 200 survival points. Ha ha. Listening to the system prompt, Zangshan laughed happily and shouted loudly to the fleeing Majinren, after you return to the martial arts hall, tell Li Ziyuan, I had something to do yesterday afternoon. I forgot about the past. I will go to him to practice martial arts this afternoon. It doesn't matter if Majinren heard it or not. After Zangshan finished speaking, he turned around and left the park square, drove to the pedestrian street, and brushed the survival points in this area before going to the Juling office building to pick up Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong, two beauties. Warning, the host is about to approach the of a third-order undead god. Zangshan ignored the prompt in his ears and quickly parked the car at the door of the trade building. Soon, Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong, two big beauties, one wearing black silk and the other wearing white silk, walked out of the Juling building. The door opened, Li Yuqing sat in the passenger seat with a fragrant aroma, and Lu Tongtong sat in the back seat. Husband, let's go buy a car first, and then Tongtong and I will go to the trade building to choose Hanfu. Li Yuqing said. Okay. The largest car dealership 4S store in Gimhe City. Zangshan took Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong, two beauties, and instantly became the focus of the audience as the crowd flowed in. A delicate saleswoman moved quickly and immediately greeted her, with excellent eyesight, and could see who was the protagonist at a glance. Sir, hello, my name is Xiaoya, I am a salesperson here. Do you have a car that suits your heart? Or what price range do you plan to buy? A car that suits you? Not yet, the price is within 1 million. When Xiaoya heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and her heart swelled with excitement, wanting to take Zangshan to see the models of several internationally renowned brands. Zangshan followed Xiaoya for 2 steps, but suddenly turned around and walked towards the area of several Wuling models. Sir, you are on the wrong path, you should go this way. Xiaoya immediately reminded. Zangshan turned around and asked suspiciously, huh? Aren't the prices of these Wuling cars also within 1 million? When the saleswoman Xiaoya heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little teased, and her female colleague Xiaoya, who had never greeted Zangshan, couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Xiaoya, a car of 50,000 yuan is also counted within 1 million. Xiaoya didn't seem to be very good with this female colleague and glanced at her fiercely, but quickly adjusted her state, quickly caught up with Zangshan's pace, and asked enthusiastically, which Wuling car do you want to buy, sir? Now there are several of the hottest Wulings on the market, and the prices are also very affordable, ranging from 70,000 to 200,000, and now there are. However, Zangshan didn't seem to hear it, and his eyes swept over these Wuling cars, pointing to the innermost Wuling car that cost 2 million. I want this. Xiaoya, who was introducing the low-end model, looked in the direction Zangshan pointed, was slightly stunned, and asked with certainty, Sir, are you sure you want this Wuling car? Li Yuqing also followed and asked suspiciously, Husband, this is an RV. Do you really want to choose this one? Yes, it's cool. You can sit in front and behind, and there is a lot of space in the back, not only to sleep, but also to do a lot of things. Zeng Shin said, and whispered in her ear, I saw in the post-bar group that the vibration of this car is good, and we can try it secretly at night. Li Yuqing instantly understood, and her cheeks were slightly red. Lu Tongtong on the side coughed lightly, as if reminding everyone that she was still here. Since you chose this one, do you want to go up and try it? No, just swipe your card and leave. Ah, sir. Xiaoya was surprised and happy. Soon, Zangshan quickly swiped his card in the surprised eyes of Xiaoya's female colleague, and then drove the huge Wuling RV, left the car dealership, and went to the vehicle management office to queue up for registration. Behind him, Li Yuqing drove her car and took Lu Tongtong to the trade building to choose Hanfu. When the car was registered and waiting for the notice to extract the license plate number, Zangshan drove the Wuling RV and prepared to go to the trade building to find Li Yuqing and the others. As a result, not long after it was opened, a prompt sounded in my ears. The host passes through the botanical garden, does not alarm the powerful intelligent races and strange beasts here, and the survival points are +10. By the way, there is a smart race group here. It's okay, you can go and take a look. Zangshan said to himself, sent a message to Li Yuqing, telling him to do something in the botanical garden, so he parked the car in front of the gate of the botanical garden, bought a ticket, and walked inside. This botanical garden is very large and is planted with many rare trees that are hundreds of years old. On weekends, it is crowded here, but today is Tuesday, and there are not many people in the botanical garden. I don't know where that group of intelligent races is. Zangshan wandered around the botanical garden for more than an hour, but never found the specific information about the intelligent race group mentioned in the system prompt. There is a pine forest in front of you, and if you can't find the last piece of park, you have to turn around and look for it again. Zangshan said to himself and walked to the pine forest. As he approached an ancient pine tree, a long-lost prompt sounded in his ears. Warning, warning, the host is approaching the intelligent race of monsters. According to the host's current strength, if you take another step forward, you will be captured by its tamed beasts and eventually become rations. Please stay away quickly. Ah, no, these pine trees are the intelligent race, the monster race? Zhang Shen was a little flustered. If the ancient pine here is really a wise race of monsters, then he can't communicate with them at all, let alone make them believers. After all, humans cannot communicate with a vegetative person, let alone a tree. At this moment, a pitch-black ant looked up at Zhang Shen, his eyes lit up, and the depression in his heart suddenly turned into invisible, and then he vented his anger on this black ant. Immediately afterwards, a dangerous warning sounded. The host kills the tamed beast of the 4th Order Monster Clan Chief Ant Queen, and the 2nd Order Strange Beast Rapid Ant Beast gains 10 survival points, according to the host's current strength. If you do not escape quickly, you will be surrounded and captured by its tamed beast group and family members. Please escape quickly. What? The leader of the strange tribe queen? Could it be that this strange force tribe is not these ancient pines, but a group of ants? Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zhang Shen instantly thought of a possibility, and hurriedly checked whether there was an ant nest around the ancient pine in front of him. Soon, 1 meter behind the ancient pine tree, he found a pyramid-shaped mound above his knees. The mound is filled with tiny holes, in which many ants are busy moving in and out. Zhang Shen's eyes lit up, and then he threw out a peeping eye. Monster lair. Ha, sure enough, that ancient pine is not a monster race. The real intelligent race group is the ants in this ant nest. Zhang Shen was happy in his heart. If the ancient pine is an intelligent race, it will be difficult to transplant it into the family, but with these ants, it's much simpler. However, he did not immediately want to transfer the ants in this ant nest home. He first thought of the question just now, that is, how to communicate with the mother ant in the ant nest, make her surrender to herself, and lead the ant colony to become his own believers. Why don't you buy an ant box now? First find out this queen, as well as all the male ants and workers that will evolve into intelligent races, and then put them in an ant box and take them away. Thinking of this, Zhang Shen glanced at the faith 421 points of faith on the attribute panel and immediately rejected the idea. Just from the mounds piled up in this ant nest, you can imagine the number of ant colonies, at least thousands, and at most hundreds of thousands. And if you want to find out which are intelligent races and which are strange beasts from so many ants one by one, it is simply a dream. It is better to take the whole nest of ants directly. Zhang Shen frowned, thinking about the most reliable way. He still had to start with the female ant king. As long as he can make the female ant king fear himself, he will eventually surrender to himself and worship himself as the master. Then you can use this to command all the ants, so that they see themselves as gods and then become their own believers. But how can I communicate with the female ant king? Do you use animal taming books? Tame it? No, animal taming is useless for intelligent races. It can only to strange beasts. Suddenly, the corners of Zhang Shen's mouth paused slightly, and his eyes flashed instantly. Why didn't I think that those ant soldiers who evolved into strange beasts could just pass on my request to the queen ant? Immediately, Zhang Shen threw a peek eye at several workers who were larger on the edge of the mound. Intelligent race, monster race, qualifications, normal, 2nd order, 0/1000, name, not named, skill, not stimulated, believers, no faith, mood, alert. Analysis, in the ant colony, all workers are female, and this worker ant is no exception. It is a hard-working, obedient worker ant who is born as beautiful as other female ants, but has a hint of strange strength. Why is this analysis still popularized? Who do you look down on? Who doesn't know that in the ant colony, except for those male ants, the rest of the worker ants are all female ants, which is simply a daughter country? No. Why did I choose a random ant become an intelligent race? Could it be that there are more intelligent races in this ant nest than I imagined? If that's the case, then you'll get rich. As long as I conquer the queen ant, all the beautiful female ant girls in this ant colony will belong to me alone in the future. Zhang Shen's eyes flashed, but he quickly woke up again. Bah, what are you thinking? I feel a little overwhelmed to deal with Li Yuqing every day. Muttering, Zhang Shen threw out a peeping eye again, facing another ant that looked slightly larger. Insect creature, rapid giant antmon. Qualifications, normal, 2nd order, 0/1000, name, not named, skill, not activated, believers, no faith, mood, anxiety. Analysis, a bug-type creature driven by the queen ant of the monster tribe is impatiently transmitting the signal emitted by the death of a companion to the queen ant. It's you. Zhang Shen immediately used a beast taming technique on this rapid ant beast. Congratulations to the host, the beast is successfully tamed. The pet rapid ant beast, Pan Believer +1, survival points +10. Yaxi, you must hit a shot. Zhang Shen said to himself, trying to send a signal with his consciousness and let it come to his feet. Come here. In an instant, the black ant left the mound and crawled to his feet. Circle around. The black ant immediately turned in place. You are really obedient. You will be my #1 general in the future, and the master will give you the name Haizai. Zhang Shen was amused for a while, and then began to give orders seriously. You go and tell the queen ant that she will submit to me, believe in me, and obey my orders, and you can enjoy endless food, otherwise you will suffer the wrath of God. The black boy who received the signal quickly crawled into the ant nest to convey Zhang Shen's will. However, a few seconds later, Zhang Shen received bad news. Danger! Dangerous! The host's behavior angered the queen of the monster tribe, and the pet black boy was executed by the queen of the monster tribe, and the host was asked to escape quickly, otherwise he would face retaliation, enslavement, and oppression of the queen of the monster tribe and become a tool for reproduction, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn, this queen ant is really bold. She dares to execute my black boy. Do you still want to turn me into a reproduction tool? Zangshin was furious and decided to teach the queen a lesson. He took a deep breath, bent down slightly, and blew the top of the mound in front of him. This breath was like a level 10 wind on the ground. The ant nest formed by countless ants piled up after countless days and nights. The fine grains of sand were instantly blown away. In the blink of an eye, Zangshin blew out a hole. In the hole, there were many ant eggs, and countless worker ants were running around, like ants exploding in a pot, in a mess. However, the ants soon regained order and quickly transferred the exposed eggs to the depths of the burrow. Seeing this, Zangshin threw a peeping eye at an ant again, and after confirming that it was a strange beast, he used the beast taming technique. What a bold man who dares to execute my black boy. Do you still want to use me as a tool for reproduction? Zangshin was furious and determined to give the queen a little color. He took a deep breath, bent down slightly, and blew into the mound in front of him. This breath was like a level 10 wind on the ground. The nest formed by countless ants day and night. The fine sand was instantly blown away, and in the blink of an eye, Zangshin blew out a hole. In the hole, piles of ant eggs and busy workers are messed up, like ants that have exploded a pot. However, soon the ants regained order and quickly transferred the exposed eggs back to the depths of the burrow. Seeing this, Zangshin threw a peeping eye at an ant again, and after confirming that it was a strange beast, he used the beast taming technique. Congratulations to the host, the beast is successfully tamed, the express ant beast is obtained, and the pan-believer +1 is worth celebrating. Ha! No more survival points? Zangshin was stunned for a moment, named this new ant pet Haizai number 2, and then gave an order. Haizai number 2, go and fulfill your eldest brother's legacy, send a message to the ant queen, and tell her that this is the result of executing Haizai. At the same time, tell her that as long as she is willing to surrender to me, believe in me, serve me, and give orders for me, I will not pursue her mistakes, and I will let her enjoy endless food, otherwise she will feel the wrath of God. Haizai number 2 received the signal and continued to convey Zangshin's message to the queen ant. But in less than a second, Zangshin Yen watched Haizai number 2 flee in a hurry, and more than 10 ants around him suddenly chased after him like crazy, quickly surrounded Haizai number 2, pounced on it, and rolled it into a small black ball. Danger! Dangerous! The host's behavior angered the queen of the monster tribe, and the pet black boy number 2 was executed by the queen of the monster tribe, and the host was asked to escape quickly, otherwise he would be retaliated, enslaved, and squeezed by the queen, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn, I'm really doing it now. Tigers don't show their power. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? Zangshin rolled up his sleeves and performed animal taming techniques on those seemingly strong black ants, and frantically beat them down. In an instant, a group of strong ordinary workers, plus an elite qualified male ant, became his pets. From now on, you will be my new black boy. You are Haizai number 2 and Haizai number 3. Zangshin casually named this new group of pet ants, and then gave appointments and orders to the male ants. Haizai, now take the female soldiers I gave you, enter this daughter country, and catch the queen ant, and then I will reward you with a few beautiful female ants to play with. Zangshin said generously, and then exerted 3 potential empowerments on the male ant Haizai, Haizai number 2, and Haizai number 3, and used the last 60 points of faith. The black male ant received Zangshin's signal, and after potential empowerment, it seemed to have been beaten like chicken blood in an instant, and its size doubled. It wielded an ant that was larger than other workers, leading more than 10 strong female ants, and rushed towards the depths of the ant nest with a menacing momentum. In less than 10 seconds, Zangshin found that all the ants seemed to have exploded, frantically drilling into the depths of the ant nest, and in his ears, hurried voices sounded one after another. Danger! Dangerous! The host's behavior angered the queen of the monster tribe, and the pet black boy number 4 was executed by the queen of the monster tribe, and the host was asked to escape quickly, otherwise it would be retaliated against, enslaved, squeezed, and become a tool for reproduction, with unimaginable consequences. Danger! Dangerous! The host's behavior angered the queen of the monster tribe, and the pet black boy number 5 was executed by the queen of the monster tribe. Please flee quickly, otherwise you will be retaliated against, enslaved, squeezed, and become a tool for reproduction, and the consequences are unimaginable. Dangerous! Danger! Dangerous! The host's behavior angered the queen of the monster tribe, and the pet black boy number 15 was executed by the queen of the monster tribe. Please escape quickly, please escape quickly, otherwise you will be retaliated against, enslaved, and squeezed by the queen of the monster tribe, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Listening to the urgent prompt in his ears, Zangshin's brows furrowed, and he seemed to be fighting a difficult battle in his heart, and an inexplicable sense of anxiety surged in his heart. After all, except for the 3 black boys who applied potential empowerment, all the other black boys had died in battle, and his current faith had been exhausted. If the black boys can't catch the queen, this thrilling battle will end in failure, and they can only wait until tomorrow when the wild cats will contribute a batch of faith. Suddenly, at the entrance of a passage, a black figure was squeezed out and pushed out. Zhang Shen's brows instantly relaxed. It was He Zai, who was using its huge ant head to push it out of the chopstick-sized passage with a pile of black ant corpses. Immediately behind it, He Zai number 2 and He Zai number 3, who are slightly larger than the surrounding workers, are trying to carry a large white ant with a white belly, a slender body, and 2 long tentacles on their heads, that is, the queen. Ha ha. Zhang Shen couldn't help but laugh. The little girl's skin was finally pulled out by me. He quickly picked up a wide leaf and placed it at the entrance of the passage, asking He Zai number 2 and He Zai number 3 to bring the queen ant to the leaf and then transmit a signal to He Zai. Tell this queen ant that surrender to me, and there will be a steady stream of delicious food and warm and comfortable nests to live in, or I will slap you to death. He Zai received Zhang Shen's order and turned his head to raise the huge ant egg at the queen. Immediately afterwards, the queen twisted her huge body and a faint light emerged from the surface of her body, flying towards Zhang Shen. The host is both wise and brave and offers a temptation that the leader of the strange power tribe, the queen ant, cannot refuse. She decides to follow you and obey your orders. Survival points plus 1000, Pan-believer plus 1. Ha, it worked. Zhang Shen stared at the queen ant in his palm and continued to instruct He Zai to convey the message. Let the queen ant give orders so that all the ants of her entire tribe will submit to me, always obey my instructions, worship me, do whatever I want, and do whatever they want, and they must obey unconditionally. He Zai quickly passed Zhang Shen's order to the queen ant. Soon after, the queen struggled to move her fat body, hovering on the edge of the leaves, her tentacles swaying towards the nest. Zhang Shen instantly understood and put the leaves into the lively ant colony at this time. When the ant colony saw the queen appear, they immediately gathered around, as if they wanted to get rid of the black boys. However, the queen only twisted her fat body slightly, and her tentacles swayed slightly, and all the ants stopped moving. Immediately afterwards, in the black ant colony, the bodies of 1 or 2 ants emitted white rays of wisdom one after another, rushing towards Zhang Shen. Congratulations to the host. Under the advocacy of the queen of the monster tribe, all the ants of the monster tribe follow the queen and worship you as a god, with plus 5500 survival points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 550 pan-believers, faith plus 5500. Ah, it's so profitable. 550 pan-believers were harvested at once, except for 5 male ants, all of them were female. And not only did I make up for all the faith I consumed, but I also got an additional 6500 survival points. In this way, my survival points have reached 9230. There are only 770 survival points away from the next 10-game draw. Zhang Shen was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After all, these 2 hours of busyness had earned more survival points than the previous 2 or 3 days. Really, you are not wrong in judging yourself. The fastest way to get survival points is to find the intelligent race and turn them into your own believers. Subsequently, Zhang Shen looked around, and after confirming that there was no one, he quickly called out the door of the divine domain and positioned it in the Emerald Valley. In an instant, a 2-meter-high and 3-meter-wide divine domain gate appeared in front of him. Zhang Shen's consciousness was slightly concentrated, and according to his own thoughts, he shrunk the door of the divine realm in front of him to the size of a palm, and then said to He Zai, let the queen ant lead. All the ants whose bodies glowed just now all walked in towards this aperture. The black boy who received the order quickly conveyed the owner's intentions to the queen ant. The queen ant received the instruction and shook her antennae slightly. In an instant, several ants that had just glowed began to push the queen's body, carrying more than 500 strong ants, lined up in a mighty black dragon, and walked towards the gate of the divine realm. Warning: the host's believers do not have a trace of divine energy in their bodies, and after entering the divine realm, they will pass the second like 10 years, aging and decaying at a rapid pace. The moment the queen was carried into the Emerald Valley, a familiar warning sound sounded in Zhang Shen's ears, but then a reassuring hint came. Divine domain characteristics, triggered by divine blessings. The host's believers receive a little divine energy blessing, and can survive normally in the divine domain. Fortunately, there is a god who can bring believers into the divine realm in advance. Zhang Shen let out a breath of ease, and turned to He Zai. Now I have to fulfill my promise. Go and select a few female ants whose bodies didn't shine just now, and whose bodies didn't shine just now. Come to me. He Zai received Zhang Shen's instruction and turned around and ran towards the depths of the ant nest. 7 had ant wings behind them, resembling small queen ants, and 3 of them carried 3 young ant eggs with long wings on their backs and slowly crawled out of the passage. Yo, the young man is having a lot of fun, and he doesn't even let go of such a small one. Zhang Shen joked, and then said, okay, I've liked these queen ant candidate girls for a long time. Okay, my lord will satisfy you and make arrangements for you. Therefore, Zhang Shen tamed these 10 winged candidate queens and tamed them one by one. Followed by, he gives orders to these candidate queens. From now on, you are all black boys, and you can do whatever it wants you to do, including reproducing offspring. After the order was issued, Zhang Shen selected 10 stronger-looking female ants and tamed them. Then, he asked these 10 female ants to serve as He Zai's personal maid, and motioned for He Zai to lead his woman and the 10 female ants into the gate of the divine realm. Zangshin hoped that Heizai could quickly form a powerful ant beast army for him in the area away from the ant queen. As for Heizai number 2 and Heizai number 3, Zangshin thought for a moment and let them become the guards of the queen of the monster tribe, responsible for transmitting his orders at any time. After everything is arranged, I waited for almost 15 minutes. Zangshin saw that there was no single intelligent race of strange ants around him, so he took out a bag of cat food and poured it around the queen ant, as well as the Heizai tribe 50 meters away from the queen. Then, he closed the door of the divine realm, turned around and went to a nearby vending machine, bought a 5-liter bucket of frozen Master Kong boiling water, and then poured the water on the mound nest. In an instant, the ant nest collapsed, and the black ants and eggs were all exposed. Zangshin immediately stepped on it. The host is fearless of life and death. In the siege of the rapid ant beast, breaks the cauldron, fights with his back to the water, kills a large number of rapid ant beasts, and has a survival point of plus 5,770. Hearing the system's prompt, Zangshin lifted his feet and stepped on the ant piles that were washed aside by the water again. However, this time there was no systematic prompt. Zangshin then turned around and left here. He knew in his heart that the remaining ant colony should no longer survive in the last 3 years, and was judged by the system to be a living mutant beast. If you step on the ant colonies that are washed everywhere by water, you probably won't get any production points. After he left, the surviving colony quietly formed a new and different ant colony in the event of losing the queen, giving birth to a new queen, and a year later, with the washing of divine energy, new intelligent races and alien beasts would be born here. Of course, these are all afterwards, and Zangshin did not know about it. At this moment, he was walking towards the gate of the botanical garden, and while opening WeChat, he wanted to send a message to Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong to ask them if they had chosen Hanfu. It turned out that half an hour ago, before 12 o'clock, Lu Miao sent him a message. "What are you doing? Are you free the morning after tomorrow? What's wrong?" Zangshin replied. Lu Miao quickly replied with a voice, "The morning after tomorrow, I need you to take that risk agreement and go to the bank for a loan with me, and I need you to be present and sign your name when the time comes." "Okay, send me the address, and I'll go over then." "Okay, thank you." Lu Miao sent a voice message with an address. Zangshin took a look and found that it was the headquarters of the largest China Merchants Bank in the city, just over there at Jinhai Wharf. That area doesn't seem to have triggered the first brush yet. I'll go take a look tomorrow, Zangshin said to himself, and then sent a video to Li Yuqing. As a result, it was hung up in seconds. Zangshin was stunned for a moment, and not long after, Li Yuqing sent a voice. "Husband, what's wrong? Tong Tong and I are in the dressing room, changing into Hanfu. Baby, it's 12:30 now. What are you going to eat for lunch?" "Husband, we haven't chosen yet. There are still several costume Hanfu shops to go to, and we didn't really want to eat lunch, because when we were choosing Hanfu just now, we ate some snacks, and now our stomachs are a little full." Zangshin responded, "Okay, then you continue to choose. I'll go eat something casually, and I'll go to the fire martial arts hall later, and I'll go downstairs to the studio in the evening to pick you up and eat together." "Go husband." "Wait, what color does your husband like?" "Ha?" Zangshin was stunned for a moment and found that the voice was withdrawn, and then a new voice was sent. "Go husband." Zangshin couldn't help but smile. Near the botanical garden, Zangshin bought a random grilled cold noodles, ate a few bites, and then drove to the Lihua Martial Arts Hall. By the time he arrived at the martial arts hall, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The martial arts hall was particularly quiet, and Li Ziyuan was the only one in the hall, sitting on the coffee table on the side to enjoy tea. "Young man, you're here." When Master Li saw Zangshin walking in, he immediately got up and walked towards him, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. Zangshin nodded, his eyes scanned the quiet martial arts hall curiously, and asked, "Master Li, where are your apprentices?" "They are all on their lunch break, and they will get up in about half an hour," Li Ziyuan replied. Zangshin nodded, clenched his fists slightly, and said apologetically, "Master Li, what happened last time? I was a little reckless, please don't blame me." Li Ziyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No, I was also responsible at that time, and I wanted to vent my anger on my nephew, but I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by you." I asked him afterwards and learned that this kid actually did the cat abuse for the sake of live broadcasting. Hearing this, Zangshin knew that Li Ziyuan did not take the matter of the day before yesterday to heart, so he went straight to the topic. "Master, you mentioned that you wanted to teach me some martial arts moves the day before yesterday. What are you going to teach me? You haven't received formal training before, have you? For example, did you learn karate, sanda, etc. in school?" Li Ziyuan asked. "No, I haven't learned any self-defense moves since I was a child, except for being faster than ordinary people." "Faster?" Li Ziyuan pondered silently in his heart, thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll teach you some basic practical moves first, such as introductory courses such as fighting, taijutsu and sanda, and then teach you the moves of other factions after you master the basics. Of course, if you are interested in certain weapons, you can also learn from me." "Thank you, Master Li." Zangshin clenched his fists and thanked him. Li Ziyuan waved his hand and smiled. "You're welcome. I'm also a little selfish. If you compete with us at such a fast speed, there will be a certain improvement for the disciples of my my martial arts academy, including myself. Soon after, under the guidance of Li Ziyuan, Zhang Shen began to learn some basic introductory moves in martial arts. Half an hour later, the disciples of the martial arts hall appeared in the hall one after another and had a friendly discussion with Zhang Shen. In the center of the training hall, Zhang Shen activated twice the agility amplification technique and continued to attack Zhang Er on the opposite side. But at this moment, his speed did not reach the level of metamorphosis when he was 5 times amplified. With his rich experience, Zhang Er barely dodged the attack and tried to find an opportunity to counterattack, and Zhang Shen failed to strike, and his heart was not impatient. Just now, under Li Ziyuan's teaching, he had a certain understanding of fighting techniques and learned 2 or 3 basic moves. Now, while competing with Zhang Er, he thinks about how to apply the fighting moves he has learned to actual combat so as to defeat his opponents and improve his combat power. When the end of the world comes, you will have more strength guarantees. When the sun set, Zhang Shen swiped 1500 survival points at the Lihua Martial Arts Hall, so he drove to the Juling office building and waited for Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong to go downstairs for dinner. But after waiting for a long time, only Li Yuqing walked down from upstairs. Zhang Shen looked up and was instantly amazed. At this time, Li Yuqing was wearing a red belly pocket draped in a golden tulle hanfu. Her long black hair was coiled into a bun, and a golden orchid hairpin was inserted, embellished with jade jewelry. Her eyes were as clear as water, gentle and piercing, as if she could see through people's hearts. The cherry lips were slightly open, and the kind smile made everyone around feel like a spring breeze. Zhang Shen was a little stunned. At this moment, Li Yuqing is like a classical oriental princess. Although she is gorgeous, she does not lose her simplicity and naturalness, exuding a lasting charm, which makes people can't help but ripple in their hearts. Husband. Li Yuqing opened the co-pilot's door, imitated the tone of the ancients and said, Sister Tong, go shopping with me today. My legs and feet are a little tired, so I won't go to eat. Zhang Shen heard this and cooperated. Then lady, let's go to the banquet. Put. More than an hour later, Zhang Shen parked the RV again under the Juling building. Husband, let's go up and rest. Li Yuqing said. Zhang Shen smiled mysteriously. Wife, I won't go back to the studio to rest tonight. Then if you don't go back to the studio, where are you going? To you? Li Yuqing asked suspiciously. No, don't go anywhere, just in the car. Let's try the performance of this RV. That's right. Ah, here, don't, you will be discovered. Li Yuqing's face flushed, but there was a faint excitement in her eyes. Zhang Shen smiled and said, it won't be discovered. I can raise the privacy glass, and people outside can't see what's inside. And the sound insulation effect of this car is also very good. Said. Zhang Shen locked the car door. The privacy glass slowly rose. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the 2 single seats in the back. After passing through these 2 seats, he came to the RV's rest area. In the rest area, there was an assembled soft bed for 2 people, which was put down by Zhang Shen at this time, and he smiled mischievously at Li Yuqing, who was still sitting in the co-pilot. Madam, it's time for us to go to bed. Congratulations to the host. Your believers have contributed 830 points of faith to you. The next morning, Zhang Shen listened to the prompt in his ear, turned his head, and his eyes fell on the defenseless Li Yuqing, who was as charming as a sleeping beauty. With a move in his heart, he decided to use a pleasant way in the RV to brush 200 survival points, then got up and got dressed, and sent Li Yuqing to the studio to continue catching up on sleep. Immediately, Zhang Shen started the vehicle and started today's survival points brushing journey. First, he leaves the spirit gathering building and earns 10 survival points. He then walked through the pedestrian street and entered the good luck community, then drove to the sidewalks and commercial streets. Finally, he parked the car outside the gate of Park Square, walked in to find Ma Jinren, and in the name of competition, he triggered the suppression. Again, defeated 2 entries, and then drove around the entire Jinhai city for 2 hours, trying to walk through all the areas that could be triggered. Luckily, in addition to the department store, Fuxing Avenue, and Botanical Garden triggered in the morning, Zhang Shen also triggered the first brush of 4 areas, namely the zoo in the east of the city, the Jinhai Wharf in the west of the city, the quarry in the north of the city, and the Entertainment World Dance Hall in the south of the city. After some points, Zhang Shen found that it was noon, so after eating a few bites of food at random on Hongmi Street, he rushed to the Fire Martial Arts Hall to continue learning martial arts from Li Ziyuan, and at the same time brushed points. It was 3 hours later that he came out of the martial arts gym. For Zhang Shen, brushing points in the Lihua Martial Arts Hall is not the most important thing. The key is to make up for his shortcomings in fighting and combat martial arts. On the way to find Li Yuqing, he silently calculated in his heart, and the harvest of this day actually reached 7,000 survival points. So, he opened the properties panel to view. Survival points, 21,700. 20,001 survival points are just enough to draw 20 in a row. He secretly thought to himself, I don't know if I can have some more. Good luck and get a gold card. No, the chance of withdrawing a gold card is not high. It seems that the purple card will be guaranteed until 50 draws. Zhang Shen said to himself, then exhaled the lottery wheel and said to the system proudly, System, 20 consecutive draws. In an instant, a white light flashed, and the needle on the roulette wheel rotated for a while, and then 10 white lights lights flew out. Congratulations to the host, draw 5 white cards, prop cards, and smart mining locomotives. Congratulations to the host, draw 3 white cards, construction cards, and divine energy smelting furnace. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 white cards, construction cards, and space warehouses. Zangshin's eyes focused on these 10 white cards. Intelligent mining locomotive. Enter the corresponding command to automatically collect minerals. Divine energy smelting furnace, a smelting furnace that can smelt divine energy minerals into fetal membranes without losing divine energy. Space warehouse, a warehouse with an area of 1,000 square meters. After integrating into the same space warehouse, the internal space will continue to improve. With these white cards, aren't the 2 iron mines in my divine domain able to be mined and utilized? Zangshin whispered to himself, and his eyes turned to the 8 green cards in the backpack grid. Among these 8 green cards, the divine energy rocket launcher appeared again, and there were still 5, and the divine energy chariot also appeared 3. He was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that if he came to draw 10 consecutive shots next time, his divine rocket artillery team would be formed, and even a divine tank squad might be formed in the future. Just as he was thinking this, 2 more prompts rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, skill card, healing technique. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, talent card, divine control. The talent card is finally out. Zangshin couldn't help but shout, staring at the 2 cards closely. Healing, low-level skills, can be learned by double-clicking, consumes 50 points of faith or spiritual power, and can heal pain. Divine control, double-click to use, can be advanced, consumes 1,000 points of faith or a lot of spiritual power. Control the target to act according to your own ideas. The higher the target level, the lower the success rate, the same level 100%. Control, consume 1,000 points of faith or a certain amount of spiritual power per minute. The host is equal to each rank of the opponent, greater than or less than the hour, and the faith consumed per minute is halved or increased by 50%. It's so strong. With this divine control, as long as my faith is strong enough, I can control whoever I want and do whatever I want between the same level. Zangshin simply browsed the healing technique and was deeply attracted by the talent card of divine control. He did not hesitate to start studying. By the way, I also learned healing. When the RV was parked in the Juling building, Zangshin turned off the lottery wheel, went upstairs to Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong for dinner, and discussed where to shoot Hanfu videos to attract traffic and fans. On the first day, Zangshin swiped 200 survival points from Li Yuqing and began his entire daily scoring. There was no first brush triggered today, only 2,210 survival points. The next day, Zangshin brushed the nearby area again, and then circled around the south, north and east of the city, and gained 30 survival points before driving towards the west of the city. But instead of going directly to the Qingxi wharf, he met Lu Miao at a bank headquarters near the wharf. About 20 minutes later, Zangshin sent a voice message to Lu Miao. I'm almost there, where are you? Lu Miao's voice quickly returned. I just arrived at the door of the bank. You are almost there, then I will wait for you here before going in. Okay. Zangshin hung up the phone and drove to the door of the bank 30 seconds later. Lu Miao stood in front of the bank gate, wearing a tight light red dress, which perfectly set off her tall figure and matured as a peach. Under the skirt, the slender legs are tightly wrapped in silky black silk, shimmering slightly in the sunlight, which is very charming. This willow cat is definitely dressed up on purpose. Zangshin muttered in his heart, parked the car and got out of the car. Lu Miao was slightly surprised to see Zangshin walking down from the huge Wuling RV. She greeted him with a smile. Her body naturally approached him, took his arm, and said affectionately like a sister next door, Zangshin, your RV is so cool. My sister also wanted to buy such a car a few years ago to visit our country's scenic spots. Warning, the host is imprisoned by the third order water gods. Please break free quickly to avoid enslavement. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zangshin couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he pretended to easily approach Lu Miao's tall body, feeling Wan Mei in the quagmire, and then said, that's great, I just have this idea. Why don't we wait for you to finish this busy time? Let's go together. Lu Miao didn't expect Zangshin to be so bold. Her cheeks were slightly red, but her tone was still as kind as that of her sister next door. Okay, when my sister's company gets over this crisis and time is free, as long as your little girlfriend doesn't mind, I will go around with you and relax. Ha, that one word is a certainty. Zangshin responded with a smile. Let's go, Sister Lu. Let's go in and get down to business. Okay, Lu Miao said, easily holding Zangshin's hand and walking in together. In a corner not far away, in a van, a pair of eyes with black sunglasses were staring at them. Zangshin and Lu Miao walked into the bank, and the lobby manager inside was obviously very familiar with Lu Miao, and immediately came over. Sister Lu, you're here again. It's not that I won't lend you a loan, but that the head office really doesn't have so much money to lend you now, the lobby manager said. Lu Miao nodded and understood. I know, but this time your president will definitely lend me a sum of money. Saying that, Lu Miao took Zangshin in his arms and continued to walk towards the president's office deep in the bank. As soon as I walked into the door, a well-dressed lady sitting in an office chair, dressed well, looked about 50 years old, raised her head slightly and politely said to Lu Miao, Ms. Lu, when will you come? Don't notify me in advance, I can go out to pick you up. Lu Miao took Zhang Xin to the office chair in front of the president and sat down, not being polite to her, and directly handed over the folder. In his hand, President Li, I won't be polite to you, I want to use this as a guarantee to take out a loan from you, do you think it's okay? President Li pushed his glasses, without a trace of superfluous expression on his face, slowly reached out to take the document and opened it. Suddenly, her expression shocked slightly. The 700 million yuan risk agreement, and it is also signed by Mr. Shi, the largest Jinhai jewelry company in the city, who signed it. Well, who is Zhang Xin? Why haven't I heard of it? It shouldn't be fake. Lu Miao replied, President, don't joke, the one next to me is Zhang Xin. He and Mr. Shi just signed the agreement a few days ago. As for the truth or falsehood, you can call to confirm. Li Yinchang glanced at Zhang Xin in front of him slightly seriously. She saw Lu Miao coming in with his hand just now, thinking that it was the little white face she was looking for, but she hadn't looked at him at all. As a result, this young man dressed in ordinary and casual clothes was not a novice, but seemed to be a Thai. Okay, please wait a moment, Li Yinchang said, then picked up his mobile phone, looked for Shi Mingxiang's WeChat, and made a video call. Trade building. At this time, Shi Mingxiang was sitting in the office, happily listening to the suggestions of the think tank team, discussing how to maximize the publicity of this piece of green to Emperor Jade and achieve a small goal through it. Suddenly, his phone rang. He reached out to pick up the phone, and Li Yinchang's figure immediately appeared in the video. Li Yinchang, hello, is there anything wrong? Mr. Shi, did you sign a risk agreement of 700 million yuan with a young man named Zhang Xin? As soon as he heard the words of the president of the recruiting bank, Shi Mingxiang's joy just now disappeared without a trace. He understood that the president's call meant that his nephew was about to give all his family assets to Lu Miao's woman as a guarantee. Taking a deep breath, Shi Mingxiang nodded and said, yes, I used all my net worth to sign a risk agreement with him for 700 million. Mr. Shi, I'm recording you on video now. Let me ask you, now he wants to use this agreement as a guarantee for Ms. Lu Miao. Do you agree? Although Shi Mingxiang didn't want to agree, when he thought of the huge value of the green Du Emperor Jadeite, he said without hesitation, agree, he can borrow as much as this agreement can guarantee. Okay, I see. The content of the conversation between you and me will be uploaded to this agreement loan information. If you're sure it's okay, I'll continue the conversation with them, but I'll send you an electronic document later and ask you to sign it. The president hung up the phone, and the original meticulous expression on his face instantly appeared with a smile, turned to Zhang Xin and Lu Miao and said, this agreement has been verified and can indeed be used as a guarantee. How much do you plan to borrow? I want to take out a loan of 100 million. How much interest will I have to repay a year? Lu Miao asked. 8%, pay off the principal and interest after 1 year. What did you say? Zhang Xin, who had been silent on the side, suddenly asked with a serious expression. 8%. The president's voice was a little weak. After all, she reported 2 points higher. No, next sentence. Zhang Xin said, pay off the principal and interest in 1 year. Hearing President Li's words, Zhang Xin's heart suddenly blossomed. In a year, the end will come. He reaffirmed, are you sure that it is okay to repay the principal and interest after a year? Zhang Xin curled up a smile on the corner of his mouth. Then President Li, I want to take care of you and lend you hundreds of millions. How many 100 million is a loan? President Li was stunned. 700 million. What? 700 million. President Li exclaimed. What's wrong with this, can't it? Well, okay. Well, no, this risk agreement can only lend 90% of the amount at most, that is. The bank president picked up the risk agreement and prepared to calculate it carefully. No need to forget it, I can always borrow 500 million. Zhang Xin said. President Li hesitated for a moment and said, if it is 500 million, judging from all Shi Mingxiang's assets, there should be no problem. Okay, the principal and interest of these 500 million are all mine, and then one of them can be transferred to her account, okay? Zhang Xin proposed. Lu Miao was shocked by Zhang Xin's loan of 700 million yuan in one go just now, but when he came back to his senses, he was stunned when he heard that he wanted to lend him 100 million interest-free. Zhang Xin can't do it. You can borrow me money. It's already the greatest help to me. How can you still count the interest as yours? Long-winded, I don't lack that little interest money. Zhang Xin waved his hand and said, but he was secretly thinking about it in his heart. After a year, the money is not money and there is no need to pay interest at all. It's better to take advantage of the fact that you are not a future third-order water god and let you owe me some more favors, which is much more cost-effective. Sure enough, when Lu Miao heard his words, he felt warm in his heart, silently remembered this kindness, and planned to repay the interest in another form. She gently placed her hands on her legs that were brought together, rubbing the silky black silk. When the formalities were completed, Zhang Xin and Lu Miao were warmly sent out of the bank door by President Li. Walking to the RV, Lu Miao bent down slightly and said gratefully, Zhang Xin, thank you, you have helped me so much, and I don't know how to repay you. If you don't know, then I owe it first, and I'll tell you when I need it. Zhang Xin smiled. Okay, the Jinhai wharf in front is my property. Where are you going to be busy? Why don't I take you there. Then Jinhai Wharf is yours? Zhang Shen was a little surprised. When the Jinhai Wharf was triggered the day before yesterday, the prompt was that there was a third-order water god with several second-order water gods to establish a territory here. Could it be that the third-order water system god is Lu Miao? That's great. At that time, Zingshan still wanted to go in and see if he could meet those second-order water gods and trigger some more first swipe points, but the dock did not allow outsiders to enter. Thinking of this, Zingshan nodded to Lu Miao, who was looking forward to it, and said, "Okay, I passed by the day before yesterday and wanted to go in for a walk, but the doorman didn't let outsiders enter. Since that area is your company, then you can take me on a tour." "Of course, you can." Zingshan opened the car door and asked curiously, "By the way, Sister Lu, why does such a big pier seem to be supported by you alone, and no one helps you take care of it?" "Hey." Lu Miao sat in the co-pilot, sighed softly, as if recalling a bad past, and confided, "How can anyone help me now? My parents divorced when I was young, and I was raised by my grandfather to help run the pier. The year before last, my grandfather was unwell, so he arranged for me to go on a blind date with the second son of the Yi family over in Yinhai. Everything went well on the blind date. I didn't have a good impression of that man, and I didn't feel annoyed, so I thought that I was 25 years old, and I didn't meet the so-called true son, so I convinced myself to find a man and form a family. Soon, we went to get the certificate that day and started the wedding the next day, but on the night of the wedding, I wanted to hand myself over to him, but the man was a lowly man, and he had already hollowed himself out in private, and he didn't do it at all. That night, he took a lot of medicine but still couldn't do anything, and finally poisoned himself. Then there started to be trouble over there, and the Yi family's eldest and younger Yi calendars were even more excessive, constantly targeting my grandfather's company's wharves and farms to rob us of our business. Even because of this, shareholders began to force my grandfather to hand over the company's location to someone of their choosing, and my grandfather was so angry that he was admitted to the hospital to recuperate, and now I feel like I'm alone. Zhang Shen drove while quietly listening to the woman sitting next to him, and gradually realized the tenacity in her heart. He admired why she was able to survive the disaster for 3 years and become a third-order water god. Soon, the car was stopped by the doorman at the entrance of the Jinhai Pier. "Why are you here again? This is a freight port, and it is not possible for relevant personnel." As soon as the doorman uncle saw this familiar RV, he immediately walked out of the security booth and shouted loudly at Zhang Shen in the car. But the next second, when he saw clearly that it was Lu Miao sitting in the passenger seat, the words in his mouth suddenly froze. "Mississippi. Xinwei, this is the benefactor of our company, and he can enter and exit our dock at will in the future." "Got it, miss." After the doorman finished speaking, he immediately motioned for his colleagues in the security booth to quickly raise the iron fence and let him go. "Warning, the host will break into the territory jointly established by a third-order water god and several second-order water gods. With the host's combat power, once discovered, it will be difficult to escape from this place. Please leave quickly." Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Shen frowned slightly. This prompt made him feel a little wrong. Why did the system use break-in instead of grab-in? Although the doubts in his heart were not resolved, he didn't think much about it, and his eyes had already been attracted by everything about Jinhai Wharf. Gimhe Terminal is the city's largest cargo port and has a spacious interior full of containers and forklifts. The freight categories in the port are also closely related to the surrounding industries, mainly including import and export rubber, logs, hardware products, electrical accessories, etc. After the RV drove into the dock, Lu Miao began to introduce the situation of Jinhai Wharf to Zhang Shen. "Why is the bank unwilling to give you a loan for such a big dock?" "Alas, because Yili, the young man of the Yi family in Yinhai City next door, expanded the small wharf on the outskirts of Jinhai City into a secondary port, with a tonnage of 1,500 tons last year, and as a result, he used low prices to pull away most of the enterprises that had previously cooperated with our port. I understand, this dock seems huge, but under the disruption of the Yi family, it is already operating at a loss." Lu Miao shook her head. "It's not the wharf that lost money, but the clam farm that my grandfather developed with a lot of money 3 years ago." Zhang Shen drove the RV and chatted with Lu Miao while circling the pier, but it did not trigger any warning prompts from the second-order water gods, so he went to Lu Miao's office building and went around again. But the result is still the same. He still didn't receive any warnings, which made him wonder, could it be that those second-order water gods are not here? Or is there a place you haven't moved to? Zhang Shen was puzzled and decided to leave. "It's almost noon. I invite you to a restaurant to try the clam boiling pot. The clams there are all provided by my farm, and the taste is absolutely delicious," Lu Miao enthusiastically recommended. "Boiled clams, I just love this." Zhang Shen nodded, took Lu Miao, and drove the RV out of the port terminal. However, not long after leaving, as soon as the RV drove out of the port, suddenly 2 vans stopped in front of them, and then 7 or 8 gangster-looking people jumped down, holding sticks in their hands. At this moment, a prompt sounded in Zhang Shen's ears. The host encountered a third-order water god, and several first and second-order water gods were surrounded, and it was recommended that the host start the motor to break them down and escape quickly before they formed an insurgency. encirclement situation. What kind of ghostly suggestion? I'm still young and don't plan to eat royal rice. Zhang Shen complained about the system in his heart. These gangsters shouted at the RV from a distance. Get off. It seems that the security here is not very good. Zhang Shen smiled and prepared to get out of the car. Lu Miao frowned, grabbed Zhang Shen's finger that was about to open the car door, and whispered, Zhang Shen, they are gangsters nearby, there may be any misunderstandings. I'll ask. If you go down alone, there will be no danger, right? It's okay, I've seen my grandfather have a friendship with them before. They are very polite to my grandfather, and many people are related to my grandfather, and they shouldn't do anything to me if they work as porters at my wharf. Okay, be careful. Lu Miao nodded, opened the car door, and walked towards the gangsters. A yellow-haired gangster wearing sunglasses, obviously the leader of this gangster, led a group of younger brothers, and walked towards Lu Miao. They stopped between the motorhome and the van. Zhang Shen also got out of the car uneasily, stood in front of the door of the RV, and did not step forward. The yellow-haired gangster with sunglasses looked at Lu Miao and said with a smile, Miss Lu, our brother has been spending a lot lately, and I want to borrow some money from you to turn around. My company can't hold on anymore. How can I borrow money from you? Lu Miao coldly refused. Miss Lu, we saw you go to the bank just now, and finally the bank president warmly sent you out. If you don't have money, I don't believe it, or do you think we are easy to deceive? What if I don't borrow it? If Miss Lu doesn't borrow it, then play with us for a few days. The yellow-haired gangster teased. Yes, haha. The younger brothers behind him showed lewd smiles and echoed. Miss Lu, if you stay with us for a few days, we promise not to borrow money again, and even give you money, fair trade. Yes, we can still cover you. As long as we are comfortable serving us, we will. Listening to the vulgar words of these gangsters, Lu Miao was so angry that he wanted to step forward and beat them. You dare to hit me? The yellow-haired gangster squinted his face and scolded arrogantly. Lu Miao was startled, his palm suddenly stopped, reason overcame the impulse, and slowly withdrew his hand. When the gangsters saw this scene, they laughed one after another. Boss, she coaxed, haha. In the laughter of the surrounding gangsters, the arrogance of the yellow-haired gangsters became even more arrogant. Little girl, don't you want to hit me? Why did you take it back again? Come on, hit me, call you for free, come on. Snap. A crisp slap sounded, and a red mark appeared on the yellow-haired gangster's face. All the gangsters present were instantly speechless, showing an unbelievable look. Get out. Lu Miao was also shocked, his eyes widened, and he was surprised by Zhang Shen's sudden appearance. Zhang Shen rubbed his palms and muttered softly at the corners of his mouth, I've seen you for a long time, and I've never heard such an excessive request in my life. When Lu Miao heard this, her originally tense face suddenly relaxed, and she couldn't help but laugh. When the gangsters heard Zhang Shen's words, they finally reacted. Huang Zilian covered his face that was fanned red by Zhang Shen and roared angrily, brothers, kill him for me. Suddenly, the gangsters waved their sticks and rushed towards Zhang Shen. Lu Miao was frightened by these gangsters, her legs went weak, and she immediately squatted down, subconsciously holding her head with her hands, trying to protect herself. However, Zhang Shen did not have a trace of panic on his face in the face of the running bastard, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes flashed with excitement. During this time, he learned combat skills at the Lihua Martial Arts Hall, but he never had the opportunity to perform them well. Now, the opportunity has finally come. He immediately used twice the agility amplification technique, kicked a gangster holding a stick on his side, and then used a left hook and a right hook on the other gangsters, quickly knocking them all to the ground. When the yellow-haired gangster saw that the little brothers were put down one by one, he was stunned, and his heart was filled with fear, and he didn't dare to move forward anymore. Zhang Shen stretched out his hand to him and gently hooked his finger. The yellow-haired gangster looked around, saw the little brothers lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and finally roared, plucked up the courage to himself, and rushed up. Yes, I still have a little guts. Zhang Shen praised, and then used the yellow-haired gangster to see clearly, and fell over his shoulder, easily knocking him to the ground. After all the gangsters were knocked down, Zhang Shen turned around and walked towards Lu Miao, who had just squatted down because of fright, and stretched out his hand to pull her up. It's okay, get up. Ha! Lu Miao heard Zhang Shen's voice, put down his hands holding his head, and looked up to look around. She was shocked to see all the gangsters lying on the ground, holding their stomachs, letting out painful wails. They were all defeated by you? She asked in disbelief. Who else could it be? Zhang Shen replied with a smile, then turned to the yellow-haired gangster who was pretending to be seriously injured and said, if I let you know that you dare to blackmail Lu Miao, I will never let you go. Now I count to 3, and if you don't drive the van in the way, I'll beat you up again. When the yellow-haired gangster heard this, he immediately got up, took his younger brothers, and fled in a van in embarrassment. The host defeats the strong with the weak, suppresses and repels a third-order water god, and has plus 2,000 survival points. The host defeats the strong with the weak, suppresses and repels a first-order water god, and has plus 2,000 survival points. Host defeats strong with weak, suppression plus 2,000. The host defeats the strong with the weak, suppresses. It's numb. 14,000 survival points, plus the daily points in the past 2 days. It is already 18,000. In the afternoon, go to the Fire Martial Arts Hall to brush 1,500 survival points, and you you are only 500 survival points away from 20 consecutive draws. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zhang Shen's face was filled with an incomparably bright smile, and this happiness came too suddenly. He immediately turned around, took Lu Miao's hand, who was still ignorant, and walked towards the RV by himself. Seeing Zhang Shen holding her hand, Lu Miao felt a strong sense of security in her heart, and there was a ripple in her heart. Zhang Shen, under the guidance of Lu Miao, quickly came to a restaurant far from the pier and close to the coastline. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhang Shen smelled a delicious taste emanating from the boiled clams, and suddenly felt his stomach rumble and his stomach was hungry. Lu Miao took Zhang Shen into the restaurant. There were many customers inside, and there were a few people waiting in the numbering area. As soon as the proprietress saw Lu Miao, she immediately greeted her warmly. "Lu Miao, you are here." Lu Miao nodded and said with a smile, "Auntie, I brought my friends over to eat. It seems that they are all full today. There is no place, right?" Yes, Lu Miao brought his friends to eat. There must be a place. The proprietress smiled and took out a key from the cabinet. "Lu Miao, it's still room 666 upstairs." The guests waiting on the side were suddenly dissatisfied. "Didn't you just say that there were no seats? Why do you still have one? That private room is not open to the public. If you have any opinions, go to another one." The proprietress turned around and said, taking Zhang Shen and Lu Miao upstairs without looking back. Following the proprietress, Zhang Shen and Lu Miao to the private room of room 666. The private room is not big, with a square dining table in the middle and many ancient paintings hanging on the wall, which is particularly warm. Zhang Shen looked out the window and could see the sparkling sea, and in the distance was a neat sea sand field with no end in sight. The proprietress simply asked Lu Miao what set meal she wanted, and then closed the door and left very sensibly. "That sea sand is my family's clam farm," Lu Miao introduced softly. "It's a lot more than I thought," Zhang Shen said. Soon, the waiter brought a large pot of hot pot with chopped green onions and clams in water. The pot was full of clams the size of thumbs, spitting out small bubbles, and there were a lot of chopped green onions floating on the water. "Turn on the heat, boil for another 10 minutes and you can eat." Lu Miao stood up and said, "What sauce do you want? I'll mix it for you." "Cha-cha sauce, add some garlic and chili oil." "Okay." Lu Miao went out to prepare the sauce. Zhang Shen looked at her back, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lu Miao is a third-order water god, and he has the first brush points of the two entries suppress and repel, but he has not yet triggered it. If it is triggered, you don't have to wait to go to the martial arts gym today, and you can directly draw 20 consecutive draws. But he couldn't really beat her like a gangster to trigger the two entries of suppression and repelling, let alone press her to the ground every day, suppress her francily, and then beat her fiercely like Li Yuqing. Zhang Shen rubbed his head, a little headache. When Lu Miao brought the seasoning and took some drinks and side dishes by the way, the two continued to chat. In about 10 minutes, the clam water boiling pot gradually boiled, and Zhang Shen couldn't wait to pick up one and take a bite. Suddenly, the tender and delicious clam meat hit the taste buds. "Ah, it's been a long time since I've eaten such a sweet clam boiling pot." Zhang Shen couldn't help but admire. "If it's delicious, then eat more," Lu Miao said mischievously. Half an hour later, Zhang Shen was sweating profusely, and Lu Miao walked out of the restaurant and walked towards the RV parked on the grass carpet in the distance. At the same time, he kept praising the clams. "Lu Miao, your clams are so delicious." "It's delicious, come back one day, I'll continue to treat you to eat," Lu Miao warmly invited. "Ha, you can. By the way, where are you going next?" "Go to the Fire Martial Arts Museum, where I learn some kung fu every afternoon," Zhang Shen said. "No wonder you are so powerful today, you practiced there. If I have time, I will sign up for another day," Lu Miao said, seemingly unintentional, but very thoughtful. Zhang Shen suddenly stopped because of Lu Miao's words, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. If Lu Miao also goes to the martial arts gym, wouldn't it be possible to arrange sparring and complete the first brush so as to get 2,000 survival points? Thinking of this, Zhang Shen immediately smiled and said, "Sister Lu, if you want to learn, you don't actually need to go to the martial arts gym. I can come over and teach you one or two tricks every day." Lu Miao didn't expect that he would say it casually. Zhang Shen was willing to teach her to practice martial arts every day, and immediately nodded happily and said, okay, but will this delay your time?" "No." "Then let's start now." "Ah, so fast?" Lu Miao was stunned for a moment. "Yes, now I'll teach you a simple and practical over-the-shoulder fall," Zhang Shen said seriously. Lu Miao looked around the lawn and hesitated for a moment. "Why don't you change the place?" "No, the action will end soon," Zhang Shen said, stretched out his hand and grabbed her arm, suddenly raised his shoulder, and then gently pressed her body to the ground in Lu Miao's exclamation. "The host is both wise and brave, suppresses the third-order water gods, and the survival points are plus 1,000. Ha, the first brush won." Zhang Shen smiled happily in his heart, and suddenly felt a soft touch coming from his arm. He looked down, his arm accidentally pressed where he shouldn't, deep in her softness, and the other party's cheeks were slightly red. His breathing was a little rapid, and his red lips were slightly open, looking innocent and seductive. This scene makes people can't help but feel restless. Zhang Shen took a deep breath, tried to restrain this restlessness, gently pulled Lu Miao up, and said, "This is called over-the-shoulder pressure, which which allows you to easily overwhelm an enemy who is more than 10 times stronger than yourself or throw the opponent out. I was afraid that you would fall just now, so I took advantage of the situation and turned into over-the-shoulder pressure. Oh, Lu Miao blushed slightly. Do you want to try it? Well, okay. Lu Miao nodded and reached out to grab Zhang Shen's arm, her full muscles making her feel a sense of security and belonging. She tried to pull her arms towards herself and tried to complete an over-the-shoulder fall, but was unsuccessful. She couldn't help but have a puzzled look in her eyes, and heard Zhang Shen patiently teach, when you grab my arm, don't pause for too long, give me a chance to react, do it in one go, and then use some force along your arm, otherwise it will be difficult to do 4 or 2,000 pounds. Oh, I'll try again, Lu Miao said awkwardly. Zhang Shen looked at Lu Miao, who had not succeeded once, sighed and said, it's getting late. I'll teach you again. I'm going to rush to the martial arts gym. You can take a taxi back then. Immediately, Zhang Shen grabbed Lu Miao's arm, made an over-the-shoulder press again, and then quickly stood up and said, go back and think about it. Lu Miao nodded. Go take a taxi. I'll come to you tomorrow. Zhang Shen said, okay. Lu Miao turned around and walked to the avenue to take a taxi, and at this time, a prompt slowly sounded in Zhang Shen's ears. The host is both wise and brave, repels the third-order water gods, and has plus 1,000 survival points. Ha, I also got the first brush of the repelled one. Zhang Shen listened to the prompt in his ear, his heart was full of joy, and he was ready to return to the RV, planning to draw 20 in a row. But the moment he stepped on the RV, Li Yuqing's WeChat video suddenly sounded. Zhang Shen had no choice but to put the lottery on hold for the time being and directly connected to his wife's video call. Husband, look at the two of us standing together. Isn't the effect attractive? As soon as the video was connected, Li Yuqing's voice came over. At this time, she was dressed in yesterday's hanfu, and her fair skin exuded a dusty temperament. And Lu Tongtong next to her is dressed in a seductive Sudaji costume, perfectly showing her graceful posture and snow-white skin, revealing a fox charm. If you shoot a video, it will definitely attract attention. Li Yuqing urged, husband, don't just look at it, give me some evaluation. They are all very good-looking, one is charming, the other is dusty, full of contrast, and it must be very attractive to shoot videos. Zhang Shen commented, while his eyes were unconsciously attracted by Lu Tongtong, and he began to think in his heart. Lu Tongtong is the fourth-order ghost patriarch, and like Li Ziyuan, he only needs to suppress once a day to get 200 survival points, which is really considerable. But the question is, how to replace the temporary license plate after getting the license plate number, so that you can go to other cities on the highway to trigger various first brushes? Maybe you can treat Li Yuqing in the same way. Bah! Or like treating Lu Miao? Make her want to learn some martial arts? Just when Zhang Shen was thinking about how to brush points here with Lu Tongtong, Li Yuqing smiled and said, husband, let's go to the park square tomorrow to shoot these 2 sets of clothes to drain the flow. No problem. After confirming the clothes, Li Yuqing talked about other topics. Husband, have you helped sister Lu Miao's loan to get it? It's done, but there are some small troubles in the middle. What's the trouble? Immediately, Zhang Shen was talking to Li Yuqing about the gangster incident he had just encountered while driving the RV to the Lihua Martial Arts Hall at the corner of Redmi Street. After talking on the phone for almost 20 minutes, the RV finally drove to the door of the Fire Martial Arts Hall, and Zhang Shen ended the call. Finally arrived at the Martial Arts Hall, brush the points first and then draw 20 times in a row in the evening. Zhang Shen said, got out of the car and walked towards the Martial Arts Hall. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he swiped 1,500 points and asked Li Ziyuan for a few anti-wolf skills before leaving and going home. Good luck, community. Zhang Shen closed the door and lay on the sofa, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he appeared in the sky above the divine domain. He lowered his head slightly, and through the white clouds tens of thousands of meters high, he came to the Yanhuang domain. At this moment, the divine domain, like Blue Star, was in the evening. In front of the cat nest in Buster Town, Xiaobai and Xiaohei and a few kittens played min cat ball carefree. The big black cat on the side was lying in the largest stump cat nest, slightly closing its eyes and sometimes opening its eyes. Other wild cats either stayed in the cat nest or lay on the tree, and some squatted on the edge of the empty cat plate, licking the empty cat plate from time to time. Fortunately, I have money now, otherwise I can't afford to support this big family. Zhang Shen muttered to himself, retracted his consciousness, opened the door of the divine realm, and began to feed cat food and dog food. Immediately afterwards, he walked to the waters of the river and the bay, looking down at the stream in front of him. The plankton that was initially released has developed into thousands of clusters, and has begun to spread along the stream to other rivers in the divine realm. Freshwater blue shrimp seedlings and freshwater carp fry also follow the pace of plankton, distribute to other waters, lurk among the new aquatic plants, and settle down. Zhang Shen looked at it for a while, then walked to the river stream pond and came to the 2 breeding fir trees planted by the pond. These 2 breeding firs, 2 meters high, grow like camellias, although they have not yet bloomed, but the breath emitted by the pale green leaves attracts tiny beetles like poison, and finally overdraws and falls into the quagmire, becoming a delicacy for wandering little carp fry. This breeding fir has not yet bloomed, and the leaves alone have made these insects crazy, and even even made me a little restless, and I wanted to go to Liuqing. If it blooms a year later, how terrifying will it be? Zangshan muttered, then left the divine domain, condensed his consciousness again, appeared at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and swept his eyes towards the Emerald Valley. I received the queen of the monster tribe in the Emerald Valley before. She had already taken her daughters and settled down next to the valley wall on the left, starting the construction of a new nest, as well as the ant kingdom. Haizai, on the other hand, led its 20 female ants to find a small hole on the side of the valley wall at the mouth of the Emerald Valley as their home. They live a carefree and leisurely life, working hard for Zangshan to breed a rapidly growing army of ant beasts. Zangshan retracted his gaze and swept towards the small multifunctional mining refiner deep in the Emerald Valley. In the rear compartment of the locomotive, 1,000 pieces of jadeite rough have been stored. Among them, there are 950 pieces of white quality, 49 pieces of green quality, and only 1 piece of blue quality. Meanwhile, 3 gemstones in the jadeite rough are placed alone. A fiery red, agate-like ruby, a turquoise, emerald-like emerald. There is also a blue sapphire that resembles a sapphire crystal. Zangshan cast a peeping eye on those gems. Fire crystal, white quality, containing a hint of divine energy, and a gemstone with fire elements. Wood quartz, white quality, containing a hint of divine energy, and wood-based gemstones. Crystal stone, white quality, containing a hint of divine energy, and at the same time a gemstone with water elements. Although it is not clear what the use of these crystals is, the production is so scarce that it must be very precious in the future. Zangshan thought so, and then checked the barbarian bull cubs, pheasant cubs, and rice fields in the divine realm before slowly retracting his gaze and calling out the lottery wheel. 20 draws in a row. As soon as Zangshan finished speaking, the lottery wheel began to turn, and a few seconds later, white lights flew out quickly. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 white cards, small copper mine cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 white cards, small silver mine cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 white cards, ordinary hair group cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 white cards, ordinary fruit tree seedling cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, ordinary sheep card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, ordinary vegetable seed card. It's another 10 appetizer resource cards, put into the divine realm, which can bring 10 points of divine level experience to yourself. Zangshan muttered and swept towards the white cards. Small copper mine card, can mine small copper ores containing divine energy. Small silver mine card, can mine small silver mines containing divine energy. Hair group card, a hair cub containing divine energy. Its meat is delicious, and its fur contains a faint divine energy, which seems to be a material for some kind of equipment. Fruit tree seedling card, fruit saplings containing divine energy, put into the divine realm. Each card will derive 10 fruit tree saplings of 10 different varieties. Sheep card, a sheep cub containing divine energy, and the sheep's horns and hair are good materials. Vegetable seed card, vegetable seeds containing divine energy, put into the divine domain. Each card will derive 10 vegetable seedlings of 10 different varieties. Zangshan glanced at the introduction of these 10 cards, and his consciousness instantly condensed, so he put these 10 resource cards into the divine domain. The moment he put these resource cards, there were bursts of beeps in his ears. Congratulations to the host, draw 3 green cards, divine rocket launcher. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 green cards, divine chariots. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 green cards, skill cards, and air covers. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 green card, skill card, flying technique. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 blue cards, family cards, mechanical life maids, mechanical combat maids. Zangshan ignored the 2 permanent green cards of the divine rocket cannon and the divine combat vehicle, and turned his attention to other new things. Air shield, a low-level skill, consumes 20 points of faith or a certain amount of physical strength, can form a transparent air shield in front of you, which can resist the attack of strange beasts or gods of the same level once, and can also resist the attack of conventional firearms for a long time until the energy in the air shield is exhausted. Flying, a low-level skill, consumes 100 points of faith or a certain amount of spirit and physical strength, and can run in the air for 30 seconds. This is really a good thing. With these 2 skill cards, aren't you like a master in a martial arts novel, invulnerable to knives and guns, flying over the wall? Immediately, Zangshan learned these 2 skills, and the air shield was also upgraded to the intermediate level, and then set his sights on the 2 blue cards. Mechanical life made, B-level mechanical heart, can be improved, modeled after Alice in Final Fantasy, has a variety of life skills, is no different from a real person, is absolutely loyal to the host, obedient, can take care of the host's daily housework and divine domain affairs, and can also complete some simple workplace work well. Mechanical combat made, B-level mechanical heart, can be improved, modeled after Tifa in Final Fantasy, proficient in a variety of melee skills, amazing boxing, no different from a real person, also absolutely loyal to the host, obedient, able to hunt some tricky beasts for the host and accompany the host for combat training, improve the host's strength while gaining an additional divine level experience. Wow! The mechanical tribe modeled after Alice and Tifa, these 2 are my favorite heroines in Final Fantasy, and even fantasized about. I spent 2 semesters of pocket money before, but I didn't buy their figures. Now, they can get it so easily. Zhang Shen's eyes flashed with excitement. He quickly withdrew his consciousness body, opened the door of the divine realm, and appeared in front of the seat of the god's palace. He took out these 2 blue cards of the family clan, and as soon as his consciousness froze, the 2 cards turned into faint blue light. Congratulations to the host. Get a fanatical believer, mechanical life made. As the prompt sounded in his ears, Zhang Shen gradually appeared a tall figure wearing high heels. This tall figure wore a black and white maid suit with a wide V-neck. The tight maid suit wrapped her proud white body, a big wavy blonde hair shawl down, long eyelashes, dark blue eyes with a mysterious and elegant atmosphere, and the beauty of the mixed race was unforgettable. Thank you, God, for waking me up, giving me life, and giving me the opportunity to serve you. As soon as she appeared, she bent down slightly and saluted. With her movements, the dress could not completely wrap the tall and erect proud figure. Zhang Shen's eyes were involuntarily attracted, and she couldn't help but feel a little restless in her heart, thinking of the introduction on the card. This mechanical life maid who is no different from a real person is completely her own maid, not only can take care of the trivial matters of life but she can do whatever she wants to her. A bold fantasy instantly spread in Zhang Shen's mind, and at this moment, a prompt sounded in his mind again. Congratulations to the host. Get a fanatical believer, mechanical combat maid. Zhang Shen hurriedly looked to the right of the mechanical life maid, and suddenly a girl figure of a mechanical combat maid appeared. This mechanical combat maid has long black hair fluttering in the wind, and her face is like an angelic standard melon seed face, willow leaf eyebrows, apricot kernel eyes, cherry mouth, high nose bridge, devilish figure, perfectly gather all the beautiful features of oriental women, and her sharp and slightly indifferent eyes, as well as a cold temperament, make every man aspire to have such a perfect female image. Zhang Shen thought to himself, thank you, God, for waking me up, giving me life, and giving me the opportunity to serve you. The mechanical combat maid bent down slightly, made a bird-like sound, and saluted Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen came back to his senses and said to them, in the future, you will be called Xiao Ai, you will be called Xiao Di. You don't need to call me the God Lord, just call me the Master. You don't need to say anything more, just use you. Yes, thank you Master for giving me the name. They responded in unison. Zhang Shen nodded, wanting to arrange some affairs in the divine domain to Xiao Ai to take care of, and then practice with Xiao Ti to gain divine level experience. However, when he raised his head, he saw a sweet smile on the face of Xiao Ai, a maid of life, and his innocent eyes warmed his heart. At that moment, Zhang Shen felt the cordiality and tenderness exuded by Xiao Ai, as if that warm breath would never dissipate. Then, he glanced at the mechanical combat maid Xiao Ti, her slightly raised chin exuding confidence, and her faint red lips made people stop. For some reason, Zhang Shen's heart began to restless, and he realized that the arrangement of the divine domain seemed to be temporarily put aside. At this moment, he hugged their skin with a faint coolness, as if it were real, and passed through the gate of the divine realm and returned to his bedroom. 2 hours later, a prompt sounded in my head. Host, in Xiao Ti's successive battles, completely defeated, God level experience +6. Congratulations to the host, your believers have contributed 1030 points of faith to you. The next morning, around 4 o'clock, the sky was gray. Zhang Shen was woken up by holding his urine, and a prompt sounded in his ears again. After quickly relieving his hand, he returned to the bedroom, stretched out his hand and hugged Xiao Ai and Xiao Di, who had different styles beside him, and closed his eyes again. But he did not continue to sleep, but his consciousness condensed and appeared in the sky above the divine domain. Zhang Shen's eyes fell on the mountains 10,000 meters away from the Emerald Valley, where his 2 small open-pit iron mines were located before. Now, he took out the 2 copper and silver cards he got yesterday and quickly put them down. Then, he put the 5 intelligent mining locomotives, 3 divine energy smelting copper furnaces, and space warehouses that he had drawn last time. In the future, this mountainous area will become my industrial zone. It seems that I haven't chosen a name yet. What should I call it? This is the south of the divine domain, and there are so many mountains, or it is called Lingnan Industrial Park, referred to as Lingnan District. After naming this area, Zhang Shen threw another space warehouse card to Buster Town, slowly retracting his consciousness, and preparing to hand over this Lingnan area to Xiao Di. As for Xiao Ai, he planned to let her be responsible for the care and management of the family and species in the divine realm first. After leaving the divine domain, Zhang Shen looked at the 2 snow-white temptations beside him, his heart fluctuated, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily muttered softly. It seems that today's divine level experience has not been brushed yet. An hour and a half passed. Under Xiao Ti's superb skills, the host failed to counterattack one after another, and finally disarmed and surrendered, with +5 experience of the god rank. Why is 1 point missing? Is it because I last half an hour less? Or is this experience random? After a burst of good feeling, Zhang Shen got up to take a bath and dress under the careful service of Xiao Ai and Xiao Di, and then sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for them to prepare breakfast for him. Soon, a simple and hearty breakfast made of eggs, chives, radishes, pork belly, mushrooms, sausages and onions was presented to him. Zhang Shen picked up a piece of chopped green onion egg and put it in his mouth, tender and delicious. It's delicious, it's just as good as the craftsmanship of the hotel chef, or even better. Zhang Shen couldn't help but praise. If the master wants to eat, Xiao Ai can buy fresh ingredients for you every day and make them for you himself. Xiao Ai said with a smile. Ha, that's good, but I don't dare to let you cook with me every day. Is the master worried that the hostess will find out about our existence before the catastrophe comes? Xiao Ai asked gently. That's right, master, although we have the same active flesh and blood as normal people, and you feel no different from humans, our heads are mechanical cores. If the hostess finds out, you can ask us to open our brains, show us our mechanical hearts, and then tell her that we are the out-of-print, simulated plastic-made dolls you bought from the online store at a lot of money. Xiaodi said lightly, as if he was talking about two goods. Hearing Xiaodi's straightforward remarks, Xingxin was almost choked. Whenever the girl is with her, she often inexplicably mentions adding a little mood, asking if she wants a few beautiful maids, or ordering a few simulated plastic-made dolls online, and even actually placing an order. But in the end, he cancelled all the orders. Well, this time there is no need to buy it all, because they are all already with him. And, is it realistic? Of course, it's realistic. After all, except that the core of the brain is a mechanical heart, they are no different from normal people in other ways. I'm not worried about letting her know about your existence, but before the cataclysm comes, if you expose your identity to my girlfriend, there are too many things to explain. Xingxin said, his voice paused, and then he said his plan. So I plan to take some time in the next few days to buy a piece of land in the suburbs, and then you can help me transform it into a sanctuary that can accommodate my family's life after the cataclysm, and then you will change your identity and show up to her and protect her before I get my license plate and go to other cities. Master, just leave this kind of thing to us, don't bother you to take time to worry about these little things, Xiao Ai said. Xingxin patted his head. Why didn't I expect it? But your ID documents are. Xiaodi raised her head and said, Master, as long as you give us money, we can find someone to solve these problems easily. Soon. That's good, Xingxin said, taking out the supreme card he had at China Merchants Industrial and Commercial Bank of China from his pocket and putting it on the table. There are 400 million in this card. I'll give it to you. The password is 123456. After breakfast, Xingxin opened the door of the divine domain in the bedroom and positioned it in the palace of the gods. I'm going to record a video for your hostess, Xiaodi. The mining over there in Lingnan district will be handed over to you, and Xiao Ai, the species in the divine realm will be left to you to take care of. Among them, the two ant colonies in Emerald Valley and the cats in Buster Town. They will become intelligent races in the future. You should take care of them more. Okay, master. Xiao Ti and Xiao Ai both nodded. Xingxin did not close the door of the divine realm, and when he turned around and was about to leave, he received a text message on his mobile phone, which was notified by the vehicle management office to extract the license plate number 3 days later. Finally, there are still 3 days left. You can change the RV into a divine chariot and go to other cities for the first time. Xingxin sighed, suddenly thought of something, and returned to the bedroom. Immediately afterwards, he took out 2 cards of the divine power chariot, and his thoughts froze. In an instant, outside the gate of the palace of the gods, 2 huge vehicles with the same size as the RV and resembling the base car in red alert instantly appeared at the door. These 2 cars will be your means of transportation in the future, and they will be used in the divine realm. You also buy 2 cars on the Blue Star, and after getting the license plate, I will give each of you a divine chariot to use on the Blue Star. Thank you, master. Xiao Di and Xiao Ai were grateful. Xingxin nodded, his eyes fell on the maid clothes on them, thought for a moment and said, when you go out today, buy some clothes by the way. Okay, master, we will choose the right clothes or stockings to wear according to your preferences. Xiao Ai responded mischievously. Xingxin didn't expect her to see through his thoughts, so he added, you can do whatever you like. After saying that, he turned around and went out and drove away from the good luck community. The host is bold, and the curse is a god in the 3rd order. Survival points +10. Listening to the familiar prompt sound in his ears, Xingxin drove out of the good luck community and drove to the door of the brotherly studio. It's only 7 o'clock, it's really early, I don't know if they got up. Xingxin looked at his phone and pressed his finger on the smart door lock. Creak. The door was not locked and opened directly. Xingxin walked in and suddenly heard a faint gasp which came out of Li Yuqing's closed bedroom door, mixed with the call of dad, husband. Early in the morning, could this girl be? Xingxin's eyes widened, as if he had discovered a new continent, and gently walked towards Li Yuqing's closed door, ready to turn the doorknob to surprise her, but found that it was locked inside. At this moment, another loud it's coming came from the room. It's so loud, isn't she afraid that Tong Tong next door will hear it? Xingxin muttered in a low voice, his eyes turned to Lu Tongtong's room next door with the door closed, and wanted to knock on the door to join. But in the next second, Lu Tongtong's voice came from the room, which sounded like he was calling dad and husband doesn't want it. In an instant, Xingxin's knocking on the door stopped, and his eyes widened. What the hell is going on inside? Why is Lu Tongtong also inside? Could it be that Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong are not in, or they may be female compatriots? If that's the case, isn't it a joke every time Li Yuqing mentions mentions those beautiful maids? Maybe she really has a bold mind, likes both herself and good-looking women? Good guy, if that's the case, if you take Xiao Ai and Xiao Di to see her in the future, won't you be hurt by her poisonous hands? And then, thinking of this, Zhang Shen's face became strange. If Li Yuqing really has such a habit, should she push the door in, ask clearly, and then join in? The more he thought about it, the more excited he felt, and Zhang Shen's heart gradually surged with inexplicable excitement, and he was even a little about to move. At this moment, the sound in the door seemed to come to an abrupt end, and the battle was over. No, they're over. Before determining whether Li Yuqing has that kind of habit or just the super friendship developed with Lu Tongtong, I will avoid it for a while and talk about it when I am sure. Zhang Shen thought so in his heart, like a thief, hurriedly turned around and walked towards the door, gently closed the door, and went downstairs. After sitting in the parking lot for almost a minute, he adjusted his mood slightly, and finally sent a WeChat message to Li Yuqing. Baby, I'm downstairs to you, are you awake? Li Yuqing's video WeChat immediately rang. Zhang Shen took a deep breath and clicked to connect. Li Yuqing sat on the edge of the bathtub, wrapped in a white towel, looking delicate and fair, with an attractive figure, and her voice was still as sweet as ever. Husband, Tongtong, and I are taking a shower in the bathroom. Then I'll give you the video later. Husband doesn't need it, we just chat like this. Tongtong doesn't mind, why should I care? In the field of vision that Zhang Shen couldn't see, Lu Tongtong's delicate voice faintly came. Such a scene. Zhang Shen suddenly remembered that this scene seemed to be the same as the scene a few days ago, but he didn't pay much attention at that time. About 40 minutes later, Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong appeared outside the gathering building. One was still wearing the golden thread coat and red belly pocket, with hair accessories on his head, holding a wooden sword in his hand, and walking around like a golden sword fairy descending to earth. The other is dressed in a pink dress with 9 snow-white foxtails hanging behind her, and Su Daji is properly dressed, and her face is difficult to hide her charm, which is particularly attractive. The two walked hand in hand to his RV, opened the door, and sat in. Li Yuqing sat in the co-pilot, fastened her seatbelt and said, "Let's go, husband, Tongtong and I haven't rested well, and we will come back to catch up on sleep after filming and recording." Not resting? Probably because he was too tired from playing in the morning, Zhang Shen secretly speculated in his heart, and then drove towards the park square, brushing the survival points of the sidewalk and commercial street by the way. Soon after, outside the park gates, Zhang Shen stopped the car, took Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong out of the car, and walked towards the park gate, attracting the attention of many people on the road and taking pictures. How are you going to shoot? Husband, we plan to record a short video of the golden fairy chasing Sudaji first. Try the response, if it's good, make a short video of the golden fairy being captured by Sudaji, take it to an abandoned hospital, and want to suck the purple mist fairy. That's a good idea. Hey, husband, we want to set the background in the center of the park square. In the center of the park square. Zhang Shen thought of Mai Jinren, so he said, it seems that there is a group of people playing Tai Chi every day. Yes, I just want this background. There is a master in Tai Chi every day, teaching a group of old ladies to play Tai Chi. We can use them as the background. I hold a wooden sword, chasing Lu Tongtong and running in front of them. Li Yuqing said. Lu Tongtong added, in the later stage, Brother Shen, can you cut them into a group of Taoist priests wearing GI robes, and then show that panic look because of our appearance? I'll try it. Zhang Shen replied uncertainly, and walked towards the gate of the square with the two women. Today is the weekend, and there are many more people exercising in the park square at 9:30 than usual. In the middle of the park square, Ma Jinren is still leading the team to play Tai Chi. He glanced at the gate of the square from time to time, and when he saw Zhang Shen walking towards him, his attitude was calm and skillful, and he said to the old ladies in front of him with some distress, "That's it for today, I have something to do in the martial arts hall. Let's disperse." Husband, look, it's that master. They're playing Tai Chi. Let's go over quickly. Li Yuqing said. His eyes fell on the master. He glanced this way, closed his fists and said a few words to the old ladies, and then turned around and ran towards the park gate. At that moment, she was stunned. Why did they suddenly break up? Yuqing, I think he suddenly disbanded the team after seeing us. Lu Tongtong frowned slightly. Zhang Shen saw Ma Jinren turn around and ran away, vaguely feeling that he might be afraid that he would have to compete with him, and wanted to save some face in front of these old ladies, so he hurriedly ran away. You wait, I know Ma Jinren, I go and call him for help, it should be no problem. Li Yuqing came back to her senses and immediately said, Husband, go quickly. Zhang Shen nodded, performed the agility amplification technique, and the speed instantly doubled, and under their surprised eyes, they quickly ran in front of Ma Jinren. Master Ma, every time you see me, you have to run, is there any secret? Zhang Shen asked with a smile. Ma Jinren hesitated. Who said I want to run? I'm not going back to the martial arts hall to clean. Last time, you have been shirking it until now, let's continue to fight. Compete and change the day. Ma Jinren waved his hand and shook his head. Zhang Shen smiled secretly in his heart, and then said, let's change the day. There is actually something I want to ask you for help today. What's the matter? I want to record a video, and I hope you can lead your old lady fans to continue playing Tai Chi and give us a background. No time. Ma Jinren refused. Not free? Then let's compete now. It just so so happens that I also want to try the level of fighting practiced in the martial arts gym. Zhang Shen clenched his fists with both hands and walked slightly towards Ma Jinren. Ah, don't come here, your speed. How can my three-legged cat kung fu beat you? Ma Jinren was startled, his old legs trembled and he fell to the ground. The host is brave, defeating the strong with the weak, suppressing the third-order fire gods, and survival points plus 100. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zhang Shen couldn't help but laugh and continue to pretend. How do you know you can't beat it if you don't try? Don't, me, I can cooperate with you. Ma Jinren should have said that a long time ago, right? The corners of Zhang Shen's mouth rose slightly, stretched out his hand to lift the sweaty Ma Jinren, and walked towards the center of the park square. At this time, Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong were standing in the center of the park square, surrounded by a group of old ladies who had not left after the disbandment. Girl, the hanfu you wear is so beautiful. Are you going to make a movie? It should be a short video. An old lady guessed. Short videos, now very popular on Douyin. Another old lady continued. Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong dealt perfunctorily with the old ladies. Hey, Ma Jinren, why are you back? This young man is also here. Are you going to start fighting? An old lady saw Ma Jinren and Zhang Shen coming, and immediately asked. As soon as Ma Jinren heard the competition, he immediately said from a distance, let's discuss again another day, and I want to ask you for a favor today. What's the matter, Ma Jinren? An old lady came forward with other old ladies to ask. At this time, Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong turned around and saw Zhang Shen approaching with Ma Jinren. They stepped forward. This is Ma Jinren, and he agreed to help us. Zhang Shen introduced. Li Yuqing said to Ma Jinren, Master Ma, please. Well, Ma Jinren responded a little reluctantly, turned to the old lady beside him and said, this young man and his girlfriend want to make a short video, hoping to use our morning practice Tai Chi as the background, and want to ask us for help. Ah, with us as the background, then aren't we going to be on fire too? A group of old ladies talked about it, but soon under the organization of Ma Jinren, everyone lined up and began to pose for Tai Chi. Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong also quickly chased and fled from not far away, slowly running past them. Zhang Shen picked up the camera and started recording. After going back and forth and recording 3 videos in a row, Zhang Shenkai shouted, it's time to call it a day. Then he walked to Ma Jinren, pulled him aside, and whispered, Ma Jinren, I thought about it, why don't we have a discussion, lest I come to you every day? Ah, didn't you say that you won't compete today? Didn't I see that you don't seem to plan to go back to the martial arts hall? Who said it? I'm going back now. Ma Jinren hesitated, turned around and ran towards the back door of the park. Congratulations to the host, defeat the strong with the weak, repel the third-order fire gods, and have plus 100 survival points. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zhang Shen smiled and left the park square with the 2 tired girls with satisfaction. Under the gathering building. I have something to do in the afternoon, so I won't go up first, Zhang Shen said. Li Yuqing yawned, hugged Lu Tongtong with both hands and said, okay, husband, the video trimming will be handed over to you. Tongtong and I will go up to catch up on sleep first. Okay, it's ready in a few days and I'll send it to you, Zhang Shen said, and Xiao AI, a mechanical life maid who can be proficient in professional skills, suddenly flashed in his mind and immediately said, maybe I can show you tonight. After leaving the gathering spirit building, Zhang Shen found that his afternoon schedule was full and he thought that he would hand over the work of editing the video to Xiao AI first and then brush the scores. However, when they returned home, Xiao AI and Xiao Di were not there. Zhang Shen had no choice but to leave a note telling Xiao AI to trim the video according to Li Yuqing's ideas and attach his mobile phone number, then put down the camera to be trimmed and hurriedly drove to the Lihua Martial Arts Hall. In just an hour, he quickly swiped 1,500 survival points. Li Ziyuan was full of praise for this, praising him for his rapid progress, which made Zhang Shen blush, and he felt a little embarrassed. After that, he drove around the city again, triggering the department store street, Fuxing Avenue, Qingdong Zoo, Chengbei Quarry and Chengnan Entertainment World Song and Dance Hall, and obtained 50 survival points before driving to the west of the city. When the RV was parked downstairs at Jinhai Wharf, Zhang Shen sent a message to Lu Miao to confirm whether the beauty was upstairs, and then took the elevator upstairs. The terminal office building is 9 stories high and covers a large area. Lu Miao's office is located on the highest floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lu Miao and her female secretary Xiaoya came into his eyes. Lu Miao was wearing a casual white sportswear, full of energy, while the secretary Xiaoya beside her was wearing a professional white shirt. On her upper body, a black skirt on her lower body, and her slender legs wrapped in black stockings, looking capable and professional. I was planning to go down to find you, but when I saw the elevator going straight to the 9th floor, I knew you were up, Lu Miao said with a smile. Zhang Shen nodded. I thought you were busy, so I wanted to come up first. The things that should be busy are all done at noon, Lu Miao said, took her secretary into the elevator and stood next to Zhang Shen. The over-the-shoulder fall and over-the-shoulder press you taught yesterday, I specially asked my friends after I went back, and now I will do it. Really? Zhang Shen asked curiously. Don't underestimate me, Lu Miao said, pressing the button on the 7th floor. Let's go to the 7th floor. Xiaoya knows that you want to teach me some self-defense techniques, so this morning I asked someone to clean out the infrequently used large living room on the 7th floor and lay out some sports cushions. Ding dong. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor, and Zhang Xin and Lu Miao walked towards the large living room covered with sports cushions. Soon, Zhang Xin and Lu Miao stood face to face. Come on. Zhang Xin waved to Lu Miao, who quickly stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Xin's arm, and completed an over-the-shoulder fall in one go. It's true that I've made a lot of progress, but Zhang Xin stood up and said. Lu Miao's face showed a happy look. But what? But how do you deal if someone grabs your arm and wants to give you an over-the-shoulder throw? Ah, Lu Miao was stunned for a moment. I didn't think about it. I'll give you an over-the-shoulder fall now. See if there is a countermeasure. Okay. Zhang Xin hooked the corner of his mouth, quickly reached out and grabbed Lu Miao's arm, and threw her directly onto the cushion. The host is both wise and brave, suppressing the third-order water gods, and survival points plus 100. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Xin was secretly proud, and sure enough, he got more survival points from gods above the third order or from other people's relatives above the third order. You're so fast, I didn't even react before you threw me out, Lu Miao said as she got up. Zhang Xin smiled and said, if the enemy attacks you, it will definitely not be slow. Yes. Lu Miao nodded in agreement. Then if Master Zhang someone falls over your shoulder, how will you deal with it? Master Zhang. Zhang Xin was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, you try to throw me on your shoulder again. Okay. Lu Miao stretched out her hand and quickly clasped Zhang Xin's shoulders, using her waist as a fulcrum, ready to throw him up hard. But, unexpectedly, a big hand directly grabbed her clothes on the back of her waist, destroyed her force point, and then swept her legs to her back knees. In an instant, Lu Miao lost her balance and fell to the ground. That's it. Zhang Xin stretched out his hand and pulled Lu Miao, who was lying on the cushion. You try it too. Lu Miao nodded and began to trying several times before succeeding once. Zhang Xin looked at the time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and said, okay, that's it for today, you go upstairs. Lu Miao nodded, took the towel and water handed over by Xiaoya next to her, and asked, do you want to go eat clams and boil them together? I still have something to do later, tomorrow. Okay. Lu Miao's eyes flashed with regret, and he got into the elevator with Zhang Xin. I'll see you off. No. Zhang Xin pressed the button on the 9th floor. The elevator went up to the 9th floor, and after Lu Miao and the secretary walked out of the elevator, they turned around to say goodbye to Zhang Xin, and then walked towards the office inside. Congratulations to the host, after many battles, finally defeated and successfully repelled the third-order water gods, with plus 100 survival points. It seems that as long as I take the initiative to suppress the opponent, as long as the other party leaves before me, this can trigger the conditions for defeating and repelling. Zhang Xin slowly concluded, and then drove the RV away from Jinhai Wharf. However, he did not plan to leave the west of the city immediately. Instead, he circled around in a big circle, ready to go to the yellow-haired gangster and brush up on survival points. After all, among the 8 of them, there is 1 third-order, 3 second-order, and 4 first-order water gods, which add up to 580 survival points per day. It's a waste not to brush. However, Zhang Xin turned around, but never found the group of people, and finally had to stop in front of a large billiard bar near the pier and walk in. Boss, I want to inquire about a few people, Zhang Xin said as he put down 100 yuan on the bar. Who? The bar owner took the money. The yellow-haired gangster around here seems to be called Huang Ziliang. This guy, he was still playing billiards with me just now, and he didn't give me any money. As soon as I saw someone calling him, he took his friends and said that he was going to the dock bar to meet the boss. Wharf bar, see the boss? It seems that there is still someone behind this guy. Zhang Xin muttered to himself, then returned to the RV, turned on the navigation and went to the dock bar. Soon after, the RV was parked in a remote corner near the marina bar with no cameras. Zhang Xin did not get out of the car immediately, but took out a camouflage mask card from his space backpack and focused on it. In an instant, a transparent mask as thin as a cloud appeared in the palm of his hand. After putting on the camouflage mask, Zhang Xin only felt a coolness, and then he did not feel any discomfort, and then he took out a mirror and began to pinch his face according to his own ideas. After a while, a knife-cut face with the aura of a domineering president, faintly revealing a few vicious cold lights, appeared on his face. This face, even if Li Yuqing is standing next to me, you can't recognize me. Zhang Xin touched his face and made a few expressions, all of which seemed very natural, as if he had this face. Then, he raised the privacy glass, changed into a black suit, opened the door, and walked out of the RV with a smirk. Warning! Warn! The host is about to encounter a third-order water god, as well as a number of first and second-order water gods. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible, so as not to encounter a disaster. Walking to the gate of the pier bar, Zhang Xin heard the system's prompt, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile, and sure enough, he was inside. He immediately planned to walk in. However, the next second, 2 sloppily dressed arrest people at the door stopped him. "It's not open now, get out." Zhang Shen frowned slightly, turned around to the back door, and saw an open bar private room window on the second floor. His heart moved, he used the flying technique, quickly rushed into the window, opened the door of the private room, walked towards the corridor, ready to find Huang Ziliang and other gangsters, and left after brushing the survival points. But as soon as he walked out the door, he heard a roar coming from the first floor. "Waste." Zhang Shen frowned slightly, turned around, and walked towards the stairs on the first floor. At this time, in the bar hall on the first floor, Huang Ziliang took a group of younger brothers and stood tremblingly in front of a sofa card seat. On the sofa, a big boss wearing a gold chain, a face full of flesh, and holding a cigar in his hand was scolding at them. Around the big boss, there were several strong thugs, and the atmosphere was tense. "Tell me, I'll ask you to take Lu Miao to the quarry in the north of the city. Why haven't you seen anyone for 2 days? Don't you take my boss seriously?" The big boss's voice was rough. The yellow-haired gangster trembled and said, "Boss Wu, give us 2 more days." Snap! Boss Wu stood up abruptly and slapped him. "Give you 2 more days. Do you want to go to the sea to feed the sharks now?" The yellow-haired gangster was frightened and begged for mercy. Don't, Boss Wu. We went yesterday, but we didn't expect that there was a person who was very good at beating that woman, and that person beat us all. You can see the injuries on our faces. They were all beaten by him. A person who was very good at fighting. Could it be the bodyguard hired by that bitch's grandfather? Boss Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. "The old man is not dead. It seems that he is on guard against me. Boss Wu, we promised to arrest people tomorrow." The yellow-haired gangster covered his red and swollen face and pleaded. "Others are on guard, and they still grab a fart. Get out." Boss Wu kicked the yellow-haired gangster, turned around and took his men to leave. The yellow-haired gangster didn't dare to dodge, was kicked out of the door, and happened to fall at the staircase on the first floor, saw a eavesdropping figure, and immediately shouted, "Who are you?" "Ha!" The big boss who was about to go out heard the sound of yellow hair, turned his head and roared, "Which mouse is eavesdropping there? Get out of here." Zhang Shen realized that he was exposed, so he stopped hiding, and came out and sneered at the so-called Boss Wu. What is the ability of a big boss to bully a dying person and a weak woman? When Boss Wu heard this, he was immediately upset and yelled at his men, "Grab him and break his mouth for me." In an instant, all his men, including the yellow-haired gangsters and others, rushed directly towards Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen immediately used his potential empowerment to improve his four-dimensional attributes, and then slapped the first yellow-haired gangster who rushed over, directly knocking him to the ground. The host defeats the strong with the weak, suppresses the third-order water gods, and the survival points are plus 100. Hearing the sound of the system prompt, Zhang Shen showed a smile on the corner of his mouth and stretched out his hand to slap the little brothers who were yellow-haired gangsters, and they all fell to the ground by being slapped one by one. Then, he threw over-the-shoulder throws on the approaching Boss Wu's thugs one by one, easily knocking them to the ground. Damn, what's going on with these thugs? They can't even survive for 3 years. Zhang Shen was dissatisfied in his heart, and turned his eyes to Boss Wu in front of the bar gate. At this moment, Boss Wu looked at the young man walking towards him in horror. This young man in a black suit actually knocked down his men one by one and wailed like a ghost in the dimly lit bar at a speed beyond their imagination. He immediately wanted to turn around and run away. However, Zhang Shen appeared in front of him in an instant and reached out to grab his collar. "Whose mouth did you just say you were going to break?" Boss Wu was so shocked that his jaw was about to drop. The cigar in his hand fell to the ground, and he stammered, I. Snap! Zhang Shen slapped it, but did not hear the expected prompt in his ear, and was suddenly a little speechless. This big guy can't even live for 3 years. He is really worse than his younger brother. He thought to himself, thinking that he could brush it for the first time. Immediately, Zhang Shen slapped him in the face with some dissatisfaction, then turned around and walked to the booth on the side, picked up the wine on the table, poured a glass, scanned them and said, "Trash, get out of here, don't affect my drinking." Boss Wu, who was a little confused by the beating, came back to his senses at this time and yelled angrily at Zhang Shen, "What is your name? Dare to leave your name?" Zhang Shen thought for a while and replied, "Yin Hai Yi family, Yili." "Okay, I remember you." Boss Wu left cruel words and led his men out one after another. After the yellow-haired gangsters left, Zhang Shen received 580 survival points, and he did not continue to sit on the sofa but left the bar directly. Walking out of the bar, he circled around at great speed before taking off his mask, then turned around and walked to the place where the RV was parked, got into the car, and drove back to the jeweling office building. Okay, they don't know if they've gotten up, Zhang Shen said to himself and sent a message to Li Yuqing. "Baby, are you up? Want to go out to dinner?" Soon, Li Yuqing's voice replied, "It's up, but Tong Tong and I don't want to go out." "What do you want to eat?" "I'll take it to you," Zhang Shen asked. "Burgers and fried chicken," Li Yuqing replied. "Okay," Zhang Shen agreed. About half an hour later, Zhang Shen came to the door of his brothers, opened the door and walked in, and found that Li Yuqing was the only one in the room. "Husband, you're finally back. Tong Tong and I are starving to death." Li Yuqing was wearing cool suspender pajamas, her figure was concave and convex, and the details were clear, and Zhang Shen was dry to see it. "Where's Tong Tong?" Zhang Shen asked. "She went downstairs to get the courier and came back soon," Li Yuqing replied. "Oh, then let's eat treat first. Zhang Shen said, put the takeaway in his hand on the table, and said while opening it, daughter-in-law, recently I was learning fighting skills at the Liwa martial arts gym, and by the way, I asked the curator for a few women's anti-wolf techniques, and I plan to teach you and Tongtong. What do you think? My husband wants to teach us women's anti-wolf skills. Li Yuqing responded while eating the hamburger, I used to learn Sanda, and I didn't need it much, but Tongtong didn't. Her husband can teach her. When she comes, ask her if she wants to learn. Zhang Shen said. Okay. Li Yuqing agreed. Soon after, Lu Tongtong walked into the living room with the courier and picked up a hamburger and ate it. Li Yuqing told Tongtong that Zhang Shen wanted to teach them women's anti-wolf skills, and Tongtong showed a strong interest in this and expressed that she wanted to learn. Zhang Shen felt proud for a while, feeling that he could brush it for the first time, so he asked Tongtong to stand in front of him, grabbed her arm, and quickly applied a over-the-shoulder press, instantly crushing her to the ground. The host is brave, suppressing the Fourth Order Ghost Clan leader, survival points plus 1000. Ha, finally the first brush arrived. Zhang Shen looked at Lu Tongtong with an ignorant face in front of him, and felt a burst of joy in his heart, pulled her up and said to her, come, you try, press me over my shoulder. Wait, you're too fast. Yes. Then let me tell you about the movements in detail, listen carefully, grab my shoulder first and the other hand. So that's the case, then I'll try. Lu Tongtong followed Zhang Shen's instructions and suddenly exerted force to complete a not very standard over-the-shoulder press. As a result, he failed to suppress him, but instead pressed his soft body tightly to Zhang Shen's head. Zhang Shen felt the soft touch on his face, stretched out his hand and gently pushed Lu Tongtong away, stood up, nodded and said, yes, that's it, it's just that the speed is not fast enough and it is easy to happen to the situation just now. Then I'll do it again. Lu Tongtong's face flushed slightly. Yes, it's okay to come a few more times. A few minutes later, Lu Tongtong said, it's so hot, I'm not coming, I'll go take a shower. After saying that, he walked towards the bathroom and closed the door. The host is overpowered. Let the Fourth Order Ghost Patriarch retreat 3 houses, survival points plus 1000. Retreat? This should be the first brush to repel the defeat entry, Zhang Shen said to himself and then sat on the sofa. Will my husband stay tonight? Li Yuqing saw Zhang Shen sit down, turned over, put her hands around his neck and sat face to face in his arms like a coquettish, twisting her waist, as if provoking a spark. Zhang Shen felt a little overdrawn recently, and said helplessly, I put my camera at home, those videos, these are not in a hurry, you can do them tomorrow. Then, so what, could it be that you are afraid, husband? Being provoked by Li Yuqing, Zhang Shen was angry. Fart, you man is the strongest god in the future, how can you be afraid? Fairy, look at the move. Zhang Shen roared, picked her up and walked to the bedroom, and Lu Tongtong, who was behind the bathroom door, heard his words and instantly understood what they were going to do. Half an hour later, a prompt sounded in Zhang Shen's ears. Ah, the host has his back to the wall, suppressing the Third Order undead gods, and the survival points are plus 100. The next day at 5 o'clock, the same prompt sounded again. Soon after, the door opened, and Zhang Shen saw Li Yuqing falling asleep with satisfaction, silently holding the wall, slowly walking towards the bathroom, and muttering at the corner of her mouth, this girl, she sleeps for 3 hours a night, why is she so energetic? Lu Tongtong was woken up early in the morning, opened the door to drink water, and happened to see Zhang Shen walking into the bathroom against the wall, with a smile on his charming face. What is the strongest god in the future? You can't walk against the wall. Saying that, she poured a glass of water, sat in the office area, turned on the computer, and didn't seem to know what she was doing, and finally, Baidu searched for information about chapter 46, what is the strongest god in the future, and she was not allowed to walk against the wall. Ha, finally the first brush arrived. Zhang Shen looked at Lu Tongtong with an ignorant face, secretly happy in his heart, pulled her up, and said with a smile, come, try to press me over my shoulder. Wait, you're moving too fast. Then let me tell you about the movements in detail, you see, first grab your shoulder, and then, with your other hand. So that's the case, then I'll try. According to Zhang Shen's guidance, Lu Tongtong suddenly exerted force and completed a not very standard over-the-shoulder press. As a result, he failed to suppress him, but instead pressed his soft body tightly to Zhang Shen's head. Zhang Shen felt the warmth on his face, stretched out his hand to push Lu Tongtong away, naturally stood up, nodded and said, yes, that's it, it's just that the speed is not fast enough and it is easy to happen to the situation just now. Then I'll do it again. Lu Tongtong's face flushed. Yes, it's okay to come a few more times. A few minutes later, it's so hot, I'm not practicing, I'm going to take a shower. After Lu Tongtong finished speaking, he walked towards the bathroom. With a click, the door closed. The host is overpowered. Let the Fourth Order Ghost Patriarch retreat 3 houses, survival points plus 1000. Retreat? This should be regarded as the first brush of the repelling defeat entry, Zhang Shen said to himself, sitting on the sofa with his buttocks. Husband, are you staying tonight? Li Yuqing saw Zhang Shen sitting over, turned over, and sat on his lap, put her hands around his neck, and sat in his arms across from him coquettishly, her snake-like waist twisted slightly, as if to stir up a war. Zhang Shen felt a little overdrawn recently, and he couldn't do it, and said in a low voice, I put my camera at home, those videos are. These are not in a hurry, and they can can be dealt with tomorrow. Then, so what? Could it be that you are afraid, husband? Being so excited by Li Yuqing, Zangshan couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. Fart, you man is the strongest god in the future. Where can you be afraid, fairy? Look at the move. Zangshan roared angrily, resisted her and walked to the bedroom. At this time, Lu Tongtong behind the bathroom door heard his words and immediately understood what they were going to do. Half an hour later, a prompt sounded in Zangshan's ears. The host has his back to the wall, suppressing the third-order undead gods, and the survival points are plus 100. The next day at 5 o'clock, the same prompt sounded again. Soon after, the door opened. Zangshan looked at Li Yuqing, who was intoxicated in sleep, silently held onto the wall, and slowly walked towards the bathroom, and whispered softly, "This girl, she only sleeps for 3 hours a night. Why is she so energetic?" Lu Tongtong was woken up early in the morning, opened the door to drink water, and happened to see Zangshan holding onto the wall and hurriedly walking into the bathroom, with a smile on his charming face. "What is the strongest god in the future? You can't walk against the wall." Saying that, she poured a glass of water, sat in the office area, turned on the computer, and didn't seem to know what she wanted to do, and finally Baidu searched for the decomposition of overshoulder pressure. Zangshan came out of the toilet and saw Lu Tongtong sitting in front of the computer, so he stepped forward to say hello. "Get up so early. Isn't it early? I was woken up early in the morning by your screams." Lu Tongtong was blunt. Zangshan smiled awkwardly and glanced at the computer in front of Lu Tongtong. A video of how to deal with overshoulder pressure is playing on the screen. Morning is the best time to consolidate learning. Do you want me to use overshoulder pressures? You used the method explained above to deal with me. Lu Tongtong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The two came to the living room. "Are you ready?" Zangshan asked. "Well, okay." Immediately, Zangshan completed an over-the-shoulder press on Lu Tongtong at a very fast speed. In an instant, the prompt sounded, and the survival points plus 100 arrived. "Why are you so fast every time?" Lu Tongtong complained a little. "Then I'll slow down this time." A few minutes later. "Don't come, let's learn tomorrow. I'll go to the bathroom to take a shower and then sleep for a while." "Okay." Zangshan nodded and watched Lu Tongtong walk into the bathroom until the prompt sounded in his ears again. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, turned around, and walked into Li Yuqing's room, told her that he had something to go out, and then went downstairs. Started today's daily scoring. First, he drove around the neighborhood and then went to Park Square to continue looking for Ma Jinren. Seeing that it was not yet noon, he went to the martial arts gym and brushed 1500 survival points. Then, he drove around the city, came to Lu Mao's side in the west of the city, and swiped another 200 survival points. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he put on a camouflage mask, changed his face, and found the yellow-haired gangster who was taking his younger brother in the alley to collect protection fees. On the spot, he turned into a knight who saw injustice on the road, beat Huang Ziliang and others again, and got 580 survival points before leaving satisfied. Zangshan returned to the apartment but did not see Xiao Ai and Xiao Di. He walked into the bedroom and glanced at the door of the divine realm on the wall, thinking about lying on the bed and entering the divine realm to see if they were inside. However, he found a brand new Huawei mobile phone on the computer desk next to his bedroom. He had seen this phone before and was the pride of domestic production. At that time, he also wanted to buy it, but the price seemed to be more than 20,000 yuan, and he couldn't afford it, so he finally chose the Xiaomi he uses now. Zangshan walked over and picked up his phone, but he didn't expect the phone to ring. He clicked to connect, and Xiao Ai's voice came immediately. "Master, you're finally home. Did you buy this phone for me?" Zangshan asked. "Yes, master. When we add you as a WeChat friend, it shows that strangers cannot be added, and your calls are also intercepted by strangers. Because I don't know when the owner will come back, we set up a camera at your door before going out the next day, and once you come back, I call this phone." Zangshan remembered that only he could add friends on his WeChat, and others could not add them, and mobile phone calls were directly intercepted by the highest strangers. As a result, the mobile phone number he left yesterday forgot about it, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Send me your mobile phone number, and I'll add you as a friend later." "Okay, master. I have already processed the video clip you want. As long as you add me to WeChat, I can send it to you," Xiao Ai said. "Okay, where are you now?" "Master, Xiao Ti and I are near the Chengdong Zoo. We plan to buy all the cheap abandoned warehouses in this area today, and we can go back to you after signing the contract to discuss the plan to renovate the warehouse." "Okay, you guys get busy first." Zangshan hung up the phone and waited for Xiao Ai to send their mobile phone number, then took out his Xiaomi phone and searched for their WeChat ID. It didn't take long for him to find their numbers. Their WeChat names are all given by himself, Xiao Ai and Xiao Di, and their avatars are also photos of themselves. Zangshan sent an application to add it, and the result was approved at once. "Xiao Ai, master, I'll send you the video." "Xiao Di, master." Zangshan replied to Xiao Ai with a good word, and sent Xiao Di another emoticon touching her head. The video came back quickly. Zangshan clicked on it and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Ai is indeed a life made with a variety of workplace skills. In the video, the original Park Square has turned into a cloudy mountain Taoist temple. temple. And Ma Jinren and the group of old ladies, according to Li Yuqing's request, changed into Taoist robes, with rich expressions on their faces, looking at their heads with a hint of fear and nervousness. Above their heads, Li Yuqing was volleying Lu Tongtong. Her whole body was full of special effects. Sometimes the sword energy was flying, and sometimes the peach blossoms were scattered, like pink fairies. If you don't know, you probably think this is a clip of which movie it edited. Zhang Shen thought to himself. Zhang Shen yawned, feeling a little sleepy, and casually forwarded the video to Li Yuqing. But it didn't take long for him to receive a silent response. This girl hasn't gotten up yet. Maybe she really didn't get up. After all, her schedule has been a bit messy lately. She sleeps during the day, but she looks like a night owl at night. No wonder she will become a god of the undead after the cataclysm. Zhang Shen muttered in his heart and yawned again. It's really sleepy. I have to take a nap too. When Xiao Ai and the others come back, they will have the energy to listen carefully to how they plan to transform the warehouse into a shelter. After saying that, he lay down and closed his eyes and fell asleep. An hour and a half later, Li Yuqing woke up. She picked up her mobile phone and sent a sentence to Zhang Shen. Husband early duck. Subsequently, she opened the video sent by Zhang Shen and was instantly shocked by the effect of the editing in the video. She couldn't wait to rush to the next room, pulled up Tongtong, who was also catching up on sleep, and said, Tongtong, come and watch the video edited by my husband. It's like making a movie. Ah, is it really done so quickly? Lu Tongtong rubbed her eyes and looked at the picture in Li Yuqing's mobile phone. All of a sudden, she was attracted by the effect in the video. This is a small video we shot yesterday? Zhang Shen edited it out today? Li Yuqing nodded quickly. It's unbelievable. Brother Shen's editing level is so superb. Yes, I originally thought my husband was just an amateur, but I didn't expect that with this short video alone, our self-media account could develop. Yes, forward the original video to me. I will go to the computer and upload it to our Douyin account, and after the review is approved tomorrow morning, you will be able to see the effect. Okay. Li Yuqing forwarded the video to Lu Tongtong, and was about to send a WeChat video to Zhang Shen, but was pressed off by Lu Tongtong. Nizi, you are not wearing clothes yet. If there are outsiders next to Zhang Shen, then won't we be seen? Yes. Li Yuqing stuck out her tongue and quickly ran towards her bedroom. In the good luck community, Zhang Shenjiang was sleeping soundly, and the mobile phone at the bedside suddenly rang. He didn't look at the mobile phone screen, but connected it by feeling, and Li Yuqing's voice came immediately. Husband, I watched your video, it's really good looking, and our debut will definitely attract a lot of traffic and fans. Well, it's so dark, husband, where are you? I'm sleeping. Zhang Shen responded lazily, reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, picked up his mobile phone, and appeared in the video. Li Yuqing saw Zhang Shen sitting up, leaning on the head of the bed, and said with concern, my husband has worked hard, I won't sleep for a while, and we will talk when you wake up. No, let's talk and sleep until dawn, and wake up naturally. Zhang Shen said, hee, my husband is the best. Husband, your video, our debut will definitely attract a lot of traffic and fans. If the response is good, we can recruit 2 more logistics to assist in the filming of the series, and then take the advertisement and start a live broadcast. Listening to Li Yuqing tell her blueprint, Zhang Shen hung up the phone, and when he was about to continue sleeping, the door outside the house opened. The lights in the living room are on. They're back. Zhang Shen's heart moved, and he immediately got up and walked out of the bedroom. Sure enough, Xiao Ai and Xiao Di are back. They carried shopping bags in their hands and changed into new clothes. Xiao Ai wore a white v-neck shirt, a black women's suit, and a short black skirt that wrapped her knees, and her slender legs were set off by silky black stockings, like a capable female secretary. Xiao Di is dressed in a cooler dress, with a tight white short jacket on the upper body, outlining a slender waist, and loose ripped jeans on the lower body. When Zhang Shen looked at their clothes, their hearts surged slightly. Xiao Ai and Xiao Di said in unison, Master. Well, you're back. What did you buy? Zhang Shen asked. Xiao Ai shook the white food bag in her hand. I saw that the owner has been working hard day and night recently, so Xiao Di and I bought you some meat. I don't know if you like it or not. It's still a little love and considerate. Zhang Shen smiled and took the food bag, put it on the table in the living room, and opened it to see that there was a chicken called flour chicken, a platter of beef offal, and a lamb kidney and a large bowl of wolfberry and sea cucumber bone soup. Xiao Ti also put the food bag in his hand on the table and took out a large box of roasted oysters inside, each of which was plump and attractive. Zhang Shen saw that his index finger moved, picked up his chopsticks, and while eating, he asked, how do you plan to transform that warehouse into a shelter? Master, there is a reservoir near that area, and there is a water supply plant. If a disaster occurs in a year, we plan to take over the water plant and take full possession of it. Xiao Ai said quickly. In front of the warehouse is a large zoo with a vast area and high walls. If we can clean up the strange beasts inside, we can dig a tunnel in the future to connect to the warehouse and use it as an outpost. After that, use the hoarded cement and reinforced concrete to build stronger exterior walls, and some. Listening to Xiao Ai's detailed introduction, Zhang Shen slowly enjoyed the food in front of him. After he finished eating, he put down his chopsticks and said slowly, ah, very good, just follow your plan. Tell me if the funds are insufficient, and I will take some jadeite to exchange for money. Got it, master. answer. We plan to appear in Jinhai City as returnees at that time, Xiao Ai continued. Returnee foreign businessmen? Zengshan thought for a moment, nodded and praised, smart, in this way, you can get a lot of support and convenience from the local government. Although there will be some convenience at that time, we do not have a hidden purchase channel for foreign equipment for the time being. I want to wait for Xiao Di to open up some underground channels and then spend a lot of money, Xiao Ai said. Zengshan interrupted her, you don't have to be so troublesome. After you determine what equipment you need, you can accompany me abroad and have a 0 yuan purchase. Jinhai City, in an office building in the north of the city. Behind a huge desk, Boss Wu sat on a rocking soft swivel chair, with a charming secretary hanging beside him, and couldn't help but vent his anger. Suddenly, a young man's voice came from outside the door. Uncle Wu, I have found out the details of the Inhai Yi family's e-calendar. Come in, Boss Wu said as he pushed the secretary hanging on his body to the table and asked her to kneel down and continue to serve him. The door of the office was pushed open, and a young man with cold eyes and clear eyebrows walked in. Uncle Wu, say, Boss Wu responded impatiently. Uncle Wu, the Inhai Yi family operates a number of industries, and now they have begun to expand their markets to surrounding cities. And that Yi calendar is the piece of Jingxian Bay Wharf on the outskirts of Jinhai that Uncle Wu took a fancy to under the heavy gold bid last year. After listening to what the young man said, Boss Wu was furious, suddenly hugged the female secretary's head and hit her hard, clenching her teeth. Inhai Yi family. The young man observed Boss Wu's emotions and added slightly, by the way, Uncle Wu, that Yili is the eldest brother of Lu Miao's dead husband. Boss Wu's eyes widened suddenly, he pressed the female secretary's head, regardless of her safety, and roared, Zhang Xian, give me an order, arrange for a few cars of people to go to the suburbs of Jingxian Bay, smash that pier for me, and that Yili, I want to see his face beaten into a pig's head. Yes, the young man named Zhang Xian responded, turned around and left the office with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. On the western outskirts of Gimhe City, a brightly lit Golden Line Bay pier. In front of the containers, the porters quickly carried the goods in the boxes to the pallets next to them. When the pallet is fully loaded with goods, the forklift transports the goods to the large truck next to it. In the 3-story office building not far away, a tall young man with well-defined features and a black suit gazed through the window at the busy scene of Gold Line Bay Pier. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, who was the housekeeper of the youth. The middle-aged man bent down slightly and reported to him, Master Yi, I have arranged according to your instructions, and tomorrow several important customers of Lu Miao's long-term cooperation will visit our Golden Line Bay Wharf. As long as we lower the price a little tomorrow, we can attract all the big customers of Jinhai Terminal. Very good, tomorrow we have to take down those big customers no matter what. Jinhai Wharf relies on the orders of those small customers and cannot support such huge operating expenses. The young man turned around, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ah, within half a year, Lu Miao's woman will come to beg me obediently, and I will use some special means to complete what he failed to do when he was alive for my brother. Ha, bang. Suddenly, the door of the office was kicked open hard. A group of gangsters armed with sticks swarmed in. The leading gangster had a scar on his face. He first glanced at the middle-aged man, then looked at the young man standing by the window, and then pointed at the young man with a stick and said, Are you Yili? No, I'm a part-time worker. The young man quickly shook his head and pointed to the housekeeper's servant beside him. He is. The housekeeper's servant was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, Ah. The scar man looked at the expression on the middle-aged man's face, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said to the gangster brothers behind him, That middle-aged man Yilishin doesn't need to move. I'm going to talk to him for a few words and leave. You guys will scrap the young man in the window for me. I don't like people who get in the way. Yes. The gangster brothers quickly ran towards the young man at the window. When the young man heard this, his eyes widened, and he shouted in horror, I am Yili. I am Yili. If you have anything to tell me, that middle-aged man is my housekeeper. When the gangster brothers heard this, they stopped and turned their heads to look at the scarred man. The scarred man spat out a mouthful of phlegm disdainfully and said coldly, I hate it the most when someone lies to me. You guys slap his face into a pig's head for me. The middle-aged servant doesn't have to move, and the rest go and smash the goods at his dock. Ah. Yili panicked again and wanted to escape. Several gangsters pressed him to the ground and slapped him one after another. Pa pa pa. Ah. Good luck, community. Zengshan didn't know anything about this, because he casually mentioned Inhai Yi family, Yili, which caused Yili and Jingxian Bay to be beaten into a pig's head, and the goods on the wharf were smashed to pieces. At this moment, after he finished a meal specially prepared for him by Xiao Ai at 9:30, he took Xiao Di and Xiao Ai to his divine realm Lingnan Industrial Zone for a walk, consuming his full stomach. Lingnan Industrial Zone is centered on this number 1 space warehouse, and the surrounding trees will be cleared in the future, and a large area should be set aside for the position of the left backing mountain to be built into housing. And on the right, I want to, in the future. Zengshan stood in front of the gate he named the number 1 space warehouse, explaining his plans for the area to Xiao Ai and Xiao Di in detail, and at the same time walking towards the 2 small open-pit iron mines. These 2 small open-pit iron mines are more than 1,000 1,000 meters away from the number 1 space warehouse, and there are 3 divine smelting copper furnaces next to them. However, due to the lack of fuel containing trace amounts of divine energy, it is still not in use. Therefore, all the iron ore collected by the 5 intelligent mining locomotives is temporarily stored in the number 1 space warehouse. Shouty listened to Zhang Shen's plan for Lingnan district, and nodded slightly. Master, Shouty also plans so. It seems that we coincide. Zhang Shen said with a smile, reaching out and touching his stomach. My stomach is not too strong. Go back to take a shower and sleep. Yes, master. Xiao Ai and Xiao Di responded in unison. Zhang Shen was about to open the door of the divine realm when he suddenly thought that he had not officially fought with Xiao Di and wanted to brush up on the divine level experience. He turned to Xiao Di and said, Xiao Di is a battle maid, and the master wants to compete with you. Xiao Di immediately responded, okay. Soon, the two stood face to face. Xiao Di, I'm here. Zhang Shen shouted, quickly consuming 20 points of faith, casting a 5-fold agility amplification technique, and quickly rushing towards Xiao Di, throwing her over her shoulder to the ground in the blink of an eye. The host is brave, easily defeating the believer Xiao Di, and the god level experience +1. What? There is only 1 point of divine level experience? Zhang Shen listened to the system's prompt, and the whole person was stunned, but soon wondered, why did the victory gain more divine experience than the failure? Is it the wrong method? No, after all, Xiao Ti is a mechanical battle maid. How could he be killed by himself all at once? Could it be that she released water and let herself win, so she only had 1 point of divine level experience? Just when Zhang Shen was puzzled and turned his gaze to Xiao Di, who stood up again. Seeing his doubts, Xiao Di slowly explained, Master, before the cataclysm came, Xiao Ai's abilities and I had not yet awakened, and you used your divine skill to increase your speed by 5 times. Zhang Shen seemed to have realized, and he was a little reluctant in his heart, wasting this rare divine level experience improvement in vain. In that case, let's compete tomorrow morning. Yes, Master. Xiao Ai stepped forward and took Zhang Shen's arm, and said playfully, Master, it seems that I am a little unhappy. Why don't I? With Xiao Di tonight? When Zhang Shen heard Xiao Ai's proposal, he immediately shook his head and interrupted. No, the master just wants to have a good rest tonight. Xiao Ai couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker, while Xiao Di behind her was expressionless, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. The next day, the sky was gray and bright. Zhang Shen slowly opened his eyes and sat up. I haven't slept for a long time until I woke up naturally. Xiao Ai and Xiao Di were dressed in white and pink sexy suspender pajamas, and when they saw Zhang Shen wake up, they also opened their eyes from pretending to be asleep and sat up. Master, lie down for a while, and Xiao Di and I will make you breakfast. Xiao Ai said. Zhang Shen nodded, picked up the new mobile phone on the bedside and took a look, only to find that it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Immediately afterwards, he lay down again, his mind condensed, and he opened the attribute panel to check the current divine level experience. That's good. Divine rank, tier 0, 66 to 100. There are still 34 points of divine level experience, and you can be promoted to the first rank. I don't know what changes will be brought after the first order. Zhang Shen said to himself, and his eyes turned to his survival points. Survival points, 8,800. With only 1,200 survival points, you can draw 10 in a row. Now it's 70 consecutive draws, and if you miss 30 consecutive draws, you can get a red card guaranteed. Although the red card is worse than the gold card, it is still 100 times stronger than the purple card. What kind of red cards can be drawn at that time, and what kind of improvement can it bring? Zhang Shen thought about it, and began to wonder how to mention to Li Yuqing that he wanted to go to other cities in a few days. Just as he was thinking, the tempting aroma of vegetables wafting from the kitchen aroused his appetite. He immediately got up to wash up, and after washing, he went into the living room. On the table, Xiao Ai and Xiao Di had prepared 3 small stir-fries, a small pot of white porridge. Master, you can eat. Xiao Ai took off her apron and walked over with a smile. Zhang Shen nodded, sat on the sofa, took Xiao Tixing's white porridge, picked up the dishes, chatted while eating, and asked them about their plans for today. After a while, after breakfast, Xiao Ai went to wash the dishes. Zhang Shen pulled Xiao Ti to the front of the number 1 space warehouse and started today's competition. Xiao Ti, I won't use my abilities this time, so don't release water. Zhang Shen said. No, master. Xiao Ti nodded, clenched his hands into fists in front of him, and took a coping posture. So, Zhang Shen quickly rushed towards Xiao Ti, and when he was approaching, he kicked over. However, Xiao Ti just dodged sideways, and before he could react, she suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled and pushed again. In an instant, Zhang Shen was pushed to the ground. Xiao Ti didn't give him a chance to fight back at all, quickly sat on his back, grabbed his arms firmly, and locked him. No matter how hard Zhang Shen struggled, he couldn't get rid of the shackles. In the battle with the believer Xiao Ti, the host is as immovable as a mountain, and the god level experience is +5. Listening to the system's prompt, the helpless Zhang Shen still couldn't move even though he struggled desperately, and his face was slightly red. The system's praise is too much, right? What does it mean to be as immovable as a mountain? It is clearly vulnerable. Seeing Zhang Shen give up struggling, Xiao Ti let go of her hand and helped him up. Master, I didn't hurt you. No, Zhang Shen shook his head and said, I didn't didn't expect you to be so fast. It could match when I used double the agility amplification. Master, in fact, I am using normal speed, and you think I am fast because at the moment of your action, my mechanical core has been quickly simulated hundreds of times. The little rise and fall of your shoulder, I can predict how far you are going to kick over. I see, Zingshan suddenly realized, that is to say, you subdued me without exerting your strength at all. Shouty nodded slightly. Well, it seems that competing with you is simply asking for trouble. Unless I use my ability to make myself so fast that you can't react, I can win you. 5 minutes later. But if you use the ability, the experience point increase is only a little. After Zangshan finished speaking, he took Shouty back to the bedroom, and then left the good luck community with Xiao AI and Xiao D to apply for identity. As soon as she got into the RV, Li Yuqing sent a video call. Got it. After seeing it, Xiao AI said empathetically, Master, the hostess has called, and it is estimated that she will have to talk to you for a long time. Let's take a taxi to the dance hall in the south of the city and find someone to give us the identity of a returnee foreign businessman. Zangshan nodded in agreement. Okay, I heard that the south of the city often eats black. You should pay attention to safety. After Xiao AI and Xiao Di left, Zangshan sat in the RV and turned on the video call, and Li Yuqing appeared on the screen wearing a set of white short linings. Husband, our short video has just been reviewed, and many people have commented. Li Yuqing said with a smile. What have you commented on? Zangshan asked questions while starting the RV. Li Yuqing said excitedly, many people say what kind of movie promotional video this is, how can it not be found on the internet, and some people even ask which actress the Golden Thread Fairy and Sudaji are. Haha, how are the fans growing? Zangshan asked with a smile. In just a short while, the number of fans has increased from 0 to 1500, and it is still increasing. It seems that the debut was very successful. Yes, husband, according to this trend, I will soon be able to recommend it to the region. Zangshan swiped the survival points near the community while talking to Li Yuqing, and finally stopped the car at the Lihua Martial Arts Hall and got out of the car with his mobile phone. When Li Yuqing saw him get out of the car, she asked curiously, Husband, where are you going? I plan to go to the martial arts gym to practice. Zangshan replied. Oh, my husband is going to exercise, then I'll go catch up on some sleep, and in the evening we will go to the newly opened restaurant downstairs and book a private room to celebrate. Zangshan hung up Li Yuqing's video and walked into the Fire Martial Arts Hall to brush points. After completing all of today's daily survival points, his survival points have reached 11,780 points. This means that he can do 10 draws in a row again. However, he did not immediately draw a lottery, but first taught Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong the new anti-wolf techniques they learned from Li Ziyuan today, and then they went to a nearby restaurant to celebrate. Soon, more than a dozen sumptuous dishes were served on the table in the private room, and a large plate of grilled oysters was being grilled. So much? Zangshan asked in surprise. I'm happy today, husband, eat more. Li Yuqing replied. What kind of wine do you drink? Lu Tongtong then asked. Li Yuqing said, I remember that my husband is not very good at drinking, but I know that my husband likes to drink sweet fruit wine, and I have asked the waiter to buy 2 boxes, both of which are my husband's favorite fruit wines. Zangshan wanted to refuse, but when he heard that it was not liquor and beer, he said, just buy a case of wine. It's okay, buy more, and put it back in the car when the time comes. Soon, the waiter brought a box of colorful fruit wine. Li Yuqing quickly filled everyone's cup and said excitedly, Husband, Tongtong, we have finished this cup to celebrate the success of our debut in the Brotherhood studio. Li Yuqing raised his glass, and Zangshan also picked up the cup and clinked glasses with the two of them. Cheers! After a glass of fruit wine, the topic of the three became active. From the future development of the studio, to all kinds of interesting things on campus, to Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong's acquaintance since kindergarten, almost all the memories were talked about. Zangshan enjoyed such an atmosphere, knowing in his heart that a catastrophe would come in a year, so he cherished the peaceful time he shared with Li Yuqing even more. That night, the three of them chatted until 11:30. Lu Tongtong drank too much, but she still knew how to take care of people, and before she knew it, they drank 2 boxes of fruit wine. This fruit wine is sweet in the mouth, and there is no immediate drunkenness, but with the stimulation of spicy dishes and the passage of time, the stamina gradually appears. Zangshan actually didn't drink much, just a little more than 4 bottles, but the amount of alcohol was limited, and he was already drunk in basically 2 bottles, and in an instant, his consciousness became blurred. Waiter, pay the bill. Zangshan covered his head, feeling dizzy and bloated, walked to the counter to swipe his card, returned to the private room, hugged. Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong, who were also confused, walked to the door of the studio, and pressed the button of the smart lock. Ding dong! The door opened. Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong were drunk along the way. When the door opened, Li Yuqing asked drunkenly, Husband, are we home? I'm home. Zangshan shook his head, tried to concentrate, hugged the 2 girls who were snuggling up to him, and walked in. As soon as he walked into the door, Lu Tongtong leaned on Zangshan, opened his beautiful eyes slightly and squinted slightly, and asked, We're home, what are we doing? Zangshan closed the door with his feet, hugged the 2 people who were swaying, stood there and thought for a while before saying, Sleep. Yes, go home and sleep. Li Yuqing leaned her head on Zhang Shen's arm, her red lips opened slightly, her face revealed a charming rosy color, and suddenly showed a bit of excitement and weirdness, and said drunkenly, "Husband, the three of us tonight, can we sleep together? Let's sleep together." Zhang Shen muttered to himself and couldn't help but recall the secret of discovering Li Yuqing a few days ago, and said in a ghostly manner, "It doesn't matter, ask Tongtong." Lu Tongtong's charming and seductive face showed a foolish smile, and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. "If you sleep together, you will sleep together, and you will take it off and sleep together. Let's go to the bedroom and sleep." In the confusion, Zhang Shen didn't know what he had said, but after lying down and closing his eyes, it seemed that four little hands began to pull his clothes, and then he felt as if he was in a piece of magma, and he was completely drunk and unconscious. Next, Zhang Shen opened his eyes in a trance, and his confused and puzzled eyes fell on the bed where only one person was lying, and he couldn't help but feel dazed for a while. Here, it seems to be Yuqing's bedroom? He was talking to himself, ready to get up to open the bedroom door, and wanted to go out to drink, but felt powerless. Immediately afterwards, his head was swollen and painful, as if he was about to explode and dizzy. This made him feel uncomfortable and had to lie down again and close his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, the scene of hugging Lu Tongtong and Li Yuqing at the door after getting drunk last night came to mind again, and then the picture of the three of them walking into the bedroom together flashed in his mind. Afterwards, he lay in bed in a daze, seemingly experiencing some pleasant sensory experiences. All this was like a dream, like flowing water passing through my mind and gradually becoming blurred. Last night, the three of us actually slept in the same bed? Zhang Shen rubbed his swollen temples and tried to recall last night's scene, his voice showing a little hesitation and disbelief. "I seem to have fallen asleep, and they stripped me naked, and then I had some pleasant experiences?" He sat up again, leaned against the head of the bed, looked down at his neat pajamas, and muttered uncertainly, "Or those pleasant experiences, am I just dreaming?" Creak! At this moment, the door was pushed open. Li Yuqing walked in a yukata, with a happy look on her pure white and sweet face. "Husband, you are awake. Do you know? Our video has more than 2 million likes and more than 10,000 followers. I think we can prepare to shoot a second short video." Zhang Shen responded softly, looked at the smile on Li Yuqing's face, and hesitated. "Baby, after we came back drunk last night, did the three of us all sleep together? Then after I fell asleep, I was blown away by you." "Husband, what did you say?" "After coming back last night, Tongtong went back to her room to sleep." Li Yuqing interrupted him, sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Zhang Shen with big watery eyes, and teased, "Does my husband want something to happen with Tongtong last night?" "No." Zhang Shen shook his head, rubbed his swollen head, and continued, "I seem to have drunk fragments, dreaming." After hearing this, Li Yuqing seemed to have discovered the new world, and giggled. "It turns out that my husband will be fragmented when he is drunk. If you drink too much, that's how it will be." However, his consciousness was blurred, and it seemed that something had happened, and it seemed like he was dreaming. Zhang Shen said, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the bright red on the white sheets, and he was surprised. "Why is there blood on these sheets?" Li Yuqing looked over, exclaimed, and her face flushed, "I'm ashamed. My husband is a relative who suddenly came last night, and there was no paper, so I dyed it." As she spoke, she pulled out the white sheet. "Oh." Zhang Shen nodded, still a little suspicious in his heart. "Does my husband still have a headache? I'll rub it for you." Li Yuqing reached out to rub his temples and continued, "I ordered a takeaway for my husband, a sobering soup and a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. If you feel better, I will help you wash up and eat something to recover." "Okay." Zhang Shen nodded, walked out of the bedroom with Li Yuqing's support, and glanced at Lu Tongtong's closed door. "By the way, haven't you woken up yet?" "She woke up early, took a shower after lunch, and now she's going to bed again." Li Yuqing said. "Lunch? It's noon." Zhang Shen was surprised. "Yes, it's a little bit." Li Yuqing said. "Your drinking capacity is so good, you drank more than a dozen bottles of fruit wine last night, and you can wake up before me," Zhang Shen said as he walked towards the bathroom with Li Yuqing's support. In the bathroom, Zhang Shen looked at his tired and slightly weak face in the large glass mirror on the wall, his eyes widened, and he muttered, "Wine can make me so haggard. From now on, it's time for me to quit drinking." Li Yuqing on the side snorted and said with a smile, "Color words, husband, you really don't mention it." After eating the sobering soup and preserved egg lean porridge, Zhang Shen obviously felt that his body had regained a lot of strength and his spirit was better. "But my head is still a little up." This made him not want to think about it at all, so he went back to his room and slept for half an hour, feeling much better, before he was ready to quickly brush today's survival points. "Baby, I have something to do. I have to go outside for a while," Zhang Shen said. "Oh, are you coming back at night?" "I'm not coming back. I'm going to get something on the computer at home." "Okay, husband, drive slower." After Zhang Shen left, Li Yuqing walked to the door of Lu Tongtong's room, turned the doorknob, and saw Lu Tongtong lying on the bed. Playing with her mobile phone, she threw the white sheet in her hand to her, with a bit of ridicule in her tone. "This is your mark." Lu Tongtong stretched out his hand to take the white sheet, glanced at it, and said lightly, "He is gone." "Yes." Li Yuqing nodded, slightly dissatisfied in her tone. "I said why don't you listen to me? Today is such a good opportunity. You can have a showdown with your husband on the way, but but you ran back to your room early in the morning and didn't let me tell him what happened last night. Lu Tongtong folded the sheets and said slowly, if that's the case, I don't know if Brother Shin will cherish me more for you. You just love to think about this. Li Yuqing shook her head helplessly. The host finally escaped from the territory of the third order undead gods after thousands of hardships, and the survival points were +10. As soon as he walked out of the spirit gathering building, Zhang Shin's ears sounded, and he opened the attribute panel to check it. Survival points, 12,190. 12,190 survival points? Zhang Shin frowned slightly, puzzled. He remembered that yesterday's survival points were 11780. If you add the 10 points you just got, it should be 11,790. Why are there 400 more survival points? Could it be that you got it from Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong? Zhang Shin was puzzled, and then opened the system diary to check it. System diary, at 4:15 a.m. The host was destroyed by the third order undead gods and their fourth order ghost patriarchs, and finally completely suppressed and repelled them, with +400 survival points. Looking at the records in the system's diary, Zhang Shin reappeared in his mind all the pictures of drunkenness last night, as well as the wonderful sensory experiences from his body when he closed his eyes. In an instant, his eyes widened, and his consciousness gradually woke up. After getting drunk last night, I was indeed in a state of confusion and was squeezed out by the two of them. But why did Li Yuqing say no? Zhang Shin had a hint of doubt in his heart, so he drove the RV and started today's daily scoring. By the time all the survival points were finished, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He glanced at the survival points, 14760, then called out the lottery wheel and whispered, 10 draws in a row. The lottery wheel in front of him began to turn, and after a while, white lights flashed in front of his eyes, and then, prompts sounded quickly in his ears. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, wild boar card. Congratulations to the host, drawing 1 white card, ordinary herb seed card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, small coal mine card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, small gold mine card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, energy recovery potion card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, physical recovery potion card. Boar card, boar cubs containing divine energy, boar skin and boar fangs are excellent materials. Ordinary herb seed card, a herb seed card containing divine energy, put into the divine realm. 10 different varieties of herb seedlings will be derived according to the characteristics of the placement area, 10 plants of each type. Small coal mine card, a small coal mine containing divine energy, which is an ideal fuel for smelting and forging other divine material minerals. Small gold mine card, a small gold mine containing divine energy. Energy recovery potion card, 10 bottles of low-level energy recovery potions containing trace amounts of divine energy, which can effectively restore the energy lost by the divine species without side effects. Stamina recovery potion card, 10 bottles of low-level stamina recovery potions containing trace amounts of divine energy, which can effectively restore the physical strength lost by divine species without side effects. Looking at the introduction of the last 2 white cards, Zhang Shin's eyes lit up. This energy recovery potion and physical recovery potion can completely restore a person's energy and physical strength. This is really a good thing. It is the baby he needs most now. After all, after learning that there would be a catastrophe in the future, he was busy every day, trying to improve himself and enhance his heritage, and his body was obviously a little unbearable. Now that there are these 2 potions, wouldn't it be possible to recover the energy and physical strength that have been consumed recently at once? He can even make him 10 times a night. Just as Zhang Shin was secretly sighing, there were another prompts in his ears. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 green card, divine chariot. Congratulations to the host, drawing 1 green card, intelligent mechanical worker. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 green card, strange beast factory. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, skill card, stealth card. Zhang Shin slightly ignored the resident card divine energy chariot and set his sights on the 3 new cards. Intelligent mechanical worker. After entering the instruction, the intelligent mechanical worker can be given the corresponding job identity and let him complete the corresponding task. Good thing. Zhang Shin secretly admired in his heart. This intelligent mechanical worker is simply a rare treasure for building the divine domain. As long as you enter the corresponding occupational instructions, it can become a certain type of work to work for me. He turned his gaze to the next card. Strange beast factory. Once used, a small strange beast factory will be generated. Simply throw in the beast corpse to strip, split, and classify valuable divine materials on the beast. The higher the rank or qualification, the higher the chance of appearing rare materials. This is too convenient. Zhang Shin said secretly, with this strange beast factory, in the future, you can throw the killed strange beast directly into it and easily strip off the material. He couldn't help but pronounce the name of the card and then turned his gaze to the blue card. Stealth card, low-level skill, the host can learn to use. Once used, along with the host and the items it carries, quickly fall into a state of invisibility. It consumes 100 faith or a certain amount of spiritual power per minute and will appear once attacked. Investing in the divine realm, believers have a certain chance of comprehension. This stealth card is really amazing. Zhang Shen's eyes flashed with excitement. With this skill, as long as his faith is supported enough, he can stay invisible to whoever he wants to stay in. On the spot, Zhang Shen decided to learn this skill card directly. As for the Beast Factory, he decided to wait for the cataclysm to have the corpse of the beast before putting it into the divine realm. After the 10-day draw, Zhang Shen sent a message to Xiao AI, telling her to go home for dinner tonight, and then drove to the good luck community. About half an hour later, Zhang Shen walked out of the elevator and opened the door of room 902, and a tempting aroma of rice came to his nose. Xiao Ai's voice sounded, "Master, the meal is ready, you can eat it." "Well, not bad." Zhang Shen nodded in satisfaction, sat down at the dinner table, and asked while eating, "Where is Xiaodi?" "Xiaodi is dealing with something in the south of the city, and she should be back soon," Xiao Ai replied. "What is she dealing with over there?" Zhang Shen asked curiously. Xiao Ai said truthfully, "When I applied for an ID card yesterday, the group of people thought that Xiao Di and I were good-looking and wanted to tease us, but Xiao Di taught us a lesson. And tonight Xiao Di wants to subdue all those people and ask them to apply for our ID cards." Zhang Shen nodded after hearing this. He was actually very relieved that Xiao Di had come into contact with the forces on the side of the song and dance hall in the south of the city. After all, Xiao Di is not a human, but a mechanical family, and it is easy to deal with these small roles. After eating, Zhang Shen lay slightly on the sofa when Xiao Ai went to wash the dishes, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he poured into the divine realm. His eyes pierced through the layers of white clouds, and quickly dropped the boar card and herb seed card at the junction of the plain and the forest. Then, he dropped a small coal card on the hilltop near the Lingnan industrial zone. Finally, he regained consciousness, closed the door to the divine domain in his bedroom, and relocated to the edge of the rice field. Since the rice field was put into use, Zhang Shen has never asked and let it grow freely. In the rice fields, some weeds are also growing wantonly, competing with rice for nutrients. Zhang Shen stretched out his hand and took out the smart mechanic card. His consciousness froze, and the green card in his hand instantly turned into a green light. In the green light, a humanoid robot wrapped in aluminum alloy, like a small Gundam, gradually took shape and appeared. Just when Zhang Shen was carefully examining the aluminum robot, Xiao Ai walked in after washing the dishes and chopsticks. "Master." Zhang Shen turned his head to look. At this time Xiao Ai had already taken off her kitchen skirt, wearing only a cool white shirt and a mini short denim skirt, plus a pair of black stockings, which seemed tempting. Xiao Ai walked up to Zhang Shen and said with a smile, "Master, you only need to open the lid on its back, perform the first identity authentication, let it remember the owner's voice and appearance, and then you can directly give instructions to it." Zhang Shen nodded, looked away from Xiao Ai, walked to the back of the intelligent mechanic, saw a red switch button, and pressed it. The lid on the back of the intelligent mechanic instantly popped open, revealing an LCD screen. The screen reads First Identity Authentication. Zhang Shen followed the prompts to authenticate his identity, and then said softly, "Rookie, become a migrant worker." Immediately, the intelligent mechanic's eyes lit up instantly, and then its gaze swept to the rice field in front of him, and the sound of machinery sounded. "Master, these 3 acres of rice fields have never been taken care of. Do you need me to manage the whole process?" "Yes," Zhang Shen replied. The intelligent mechanic, whom he named Rookie, began to walk towards the rice field, squatting down to remove the weeds that grew wantonly carefully and quickly. After a while, a small piece was cleaned up, and Zhang Shen was quite satisfied when he saw this. If there are a few more smart mechanic cards, someone will do the chores in the divine realm. "Master." Suddenly, Xiaodi's voice came from the living room outside the gate of the divine realm. Zhang Shen turned his head, and his eyes lit up. In his living room, Xiaodi is wearing a black cape, a black short coat that reaches the waist, slim-fitting black leather pants and high heels, and cool bangs diagonally to the left, which looks particularly sassy. "Xiaodi, your outfit is so cool. You have the style of a big sister in a Hong Kong movie." Zhang Shen walked out of the gate of the divine realm, hugged Xiaodi's delicate waist, and praised, "Does the master like it?" Xiao Ti raised his chin slightly and asked confidently. Zhang Shen nodded, "I like it." When he saw Xiaodi's slightly raised chin, he couldn't help but think of what happened the night before, and decided to avenge his shame. He looked at the energy potion and stamina potion cards in the backpack space, and his consciousness froze, and 10 bottles of red and blue test tube potions as long as index fingers appeared from the backpack in an instant. The red one is the physical potion, and the blue one is the energy potion. Zhang Shen took out a bottle of physical strength and a bottle of energy potion, and took it in one breath without hesitation. The potion was cold when it was in the mouth, and then the spirit was instantly shocked, and every cell in the body seemed to have been greatly replenished. In an instant, he felt that all the energy and physical strength consumed during this time had been restored, and he even felt a little over-energetic. Immediately, he hugged Xiao Ai and Xiao Di and rushed towards the bedroom. 4 hours later, a prompt sounded in his ears. "The host and the believer shouty. The battle is 300 rounds, and the winner is still not determined. God level experience +7. The next day at 8 a.m. Zhang Shen opened his eyes, sat up, and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to play with Xiao Ai and Xiao Di until 6 o'clock o'clock in the morning last night, but I only slept for 2 hours, but I felt energetic, as if I had slept for 8 hours. I even feel like this state can last for a whole week. When Xiao Di and Xiao Ai heard Zhang Shen's voice, they also opened their eyes from their fake sleep and sat up. Master, these 2 potions are specifically for divine creatures. As a result, you drink it before you even transform into a divine creature, and the effect is naturally extraordinary, Xiao Ai said with a smile. No wonder, Zhang Shen suddenly realized. Xiao Di added, and, Master, this potion contains a touch of divine energy that can continuously nourish every cell in your body for up to a week. No wonder I feel like this state can last for a week, Zhang Shen said as he spoke, and suddenly thought of a question. After taking this potion containing divine energy, will these divine energies finally be absorbed by my body? Xiao Ti and Xiao Ai both shook their heads. No, Xiao Ai immediately explained, Master, the divine energy in these potions can only be completely absorbed by the body of the divine creature, otherwise it will slowly volatilize into the air in the end. After hearing this, Xingqian seemed to understand. I understand, if I give myself or non-divine species creatures rice containing divine energy in the divine domain to eat, it will only moisturize the cells of the body and improve the physical condition, but it will not be retained for a long time because of long-term consumption, and it will eventually volatilize. Xiao Ai and Xiao Ti nodded. That's a bit of a pity. I thought I could take this opportunity to cultivate divine creatures in advance, Zhang Shen said with a slight regret, and then picked up his mobile phone. A text message suddenly pops up on the phone screen. Hello Mr. Zhang, your headline watermelon video playback income this month is 513 yuan, and it has been automatically credited to your account. I didn't expect that the money I made from video playback before would still be more than 500 yuan after a month of interruption. Zhang Shen looked at this text message and was full of emotion. Now, not counting the jade in Shi Mingxiang's hand, the benefits that may be brought in the future, as well as the 400 million in Xiaoti's Supreme Card, there are more than 90 million available deposits and cash on hand. This is exactly several times more than these 500 yuan. Although the 500 yuan is not much, it used to be an important source of living expenses, enough for parents not to have to take out part of their stretched income to support themselves. Zhang Shen thought of this, opened WeChat, clicked on his mother's WeChat account, clicked directly on the transfer, entered 1000000, and prepared to send it. Xiao Ai on the side saw it and said softly, the master gave so much money to his aunt, how will he explain the source of the money to her later? It's really hard to explain. Hearing Xiao Ai's reminder, Zhang Shen stopped his fingers, looked at her and said, then Xiao Ai, what do you think we should do? With 1 year left until the cataclysm, I hope that in this last year, parents can buy what they want, live the life they want, and enjoy the peace of the last year. Master, you want your parents to look face in front of their relatives, Xiao Ai said, and I also want my uncle and aunt to feel glorified because of their master, not in the vulgar way of throwing money. Xiao Di on the side added, okay, it seems that you have seen this, so I will pretend I didn't say what I said before. The serious expression on Zhang Shen's face disappeared instantly, and he said in a tone, since you have seen through it, what should I do? The master chats with his aunt normally, and when he wants to go home this month, tell Xiao Ai that Xiao Ai will go with you to ensure that you are satisfied by then. Xiao Ai said, okay. Zhang Shen nodded and said, I think it should be no problem to send more than 2,000 yuan in the past, so I said it was a bonus of 5,000 yuan rewarded by the boss. Yes, but my aunt probably won't accept it, but she will be very happy to see the master's intentions, Xiao Ai said. Hearing Xiao Ai's words, Zhang Shen sent a greeting or two to his mother, and by the way, he mentioned that he performed well in the internship and received a bonus of 5,000 yuan, and then transferred 2,000 yuan. Sure enough, as Xiao Ai said, the mother confiscated the money at all, and only replied, it's good if you have this heart, it's not easy for you to work outside, if you make money, keep it for yourself, treat your colleagues when you should treat them, don't be stingy, make more friends if you can, and strive to bring a girlfriend home for the new year. Got it, Mom, but you should accept this money, after all, this is the first time I've made money for my family. Zhang Shen replied, Mother, if you have that mind, when you worship your ancestors in a few days, come back when you have time, right? You haven't been to the ancestral hall for several years, and many relatives. Ask your father every time why you don't go. Your father doesn't want to directly mention the things you don't want to go, he can only say that you are busy with school and can't get out. Zhang Shen saw the message from his mother and couldn't help but hesitate. When he was a child, his grandparents were always prejudiced against his mother's age, feeling that she was 3 years older than his father and was dissatisfied. They are also not enthusiastic about their second-ranked father, which makes him subconsciously dissatisfied with his family. Moreover, many relatives have weak feelings, and they always push back when they come to you for something, but they always talk nonsense when they help, which makes people feel bored. When something happens, it is the mother's family who are usually restrained and more willing to take the initiative to help. Zhang Shen gradually realized that distant relatives were not as good as close neighbors, and the people in the family were not as down-to-earth as his mother's family. Therefore, after going to college, he naturally didn't want to go to the ancestral hall to worship his ancestors anymore, nor did he want to meet those people, let alone listen to their their boasts. Xiao Ai on the side saw his hesitation and said softly, "Doesn't the master want his parents to save face because of you? Why don't you take advantage of this ancestor worship? Moreover, isn't the owner thinking about how to tell the hostess that you want to go out for a walk after getting the license plate number tomorrow? You can just tell her that you are going back to worship your ancestors for 2 or 3 days." Zengshan listened to Xiao Ai's words and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Ai is really the master's caring life maid. "Come, give me a kiss." After a light kiss on Xiao Ai's cheek, Zengshan replied to his mother, saying that he would go back in 2 days, and then asked about other household things. Seeing this, Xiao Ai and Xiao Di left the bed and began to prepare breakfast for him. Soon after, Zengshan ended chatting with his mother, got up to wash and eat. After breakfast, he quickly completed today's scoring routine. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon came. After Zengshan taught Lu Miao a new anti-wolf technique, he drove around the west of the city for a long time, but failed to find Huang Ziliang and his gangsters. In the end, he had to give up in today's scoring and return to the Brotherhood studio. In the studio, Lu Tongtong and Li Yuqing were holding small notebooks and writing dialogue lines about preparing to record the second small video. Zengshan sat on the sofa, looking at Lu Tongtong and Li Yuqing's lines, and couldn't help but think of the experience the night before yesterday. If it weren't for the system diary confirming what happened between the three of them, Zheng Shenzhen thought that the vague experience that night was just a dream. After the two finished their lines, Zheng Shenkai told Li Yuqing that he would go back to worship his ancestors after getting the license plate number tomorrow. "My husband is going back to worship his ancestors, it will take a few days?" Li Yuqing asked. 3 days. Zhang Shen replied, jokingly, "Do you want to go back with me to see your parents?" Hearing Zhang Shen's words, Lu Tongtong on the side couldn't help laughing out loud. Li Yuqing shook his head sharply. "I don't want it. Whoever brings the object home for the first time goes to the ancestral hall to worship his ancestors, it's too much." The next morning, after Zhang Shen brushed 200 survival points with Li Yuqing, he used the excuse of practicing anti-wolf techniques to brush 200 survival points from Lu Tongtong. Finally, he drove the RV with satisfaction, inspected the nearby survival points, and drove towards Lu Miao's office building. "Get out, Gimhe Pier." Lu Miao excitedly ended today's meeting, checked the time, it was already 12:30, ready to apply a mask, enjoy a lunch break, and wait for Zhang Shen's arrival. At this moment, for Lu Miao, waiting for Zhang Shen's arrival every afternoon has become the most anticipated and happy moment in her busy work. She couldn't describe how she had an uncontrollable affection for this young man who was a few years younger than her, but seemed to be 20 years more mature than her. Even though she knew in her heart that the other person was already accompanied, she still couldn't suppress the spread of this feeling. She couldn't help but regret that she had received the certificate so hastily. If this is not the case, she feels that with her own charm, she may be able to compete fairly with his girlfriend and develop a sister-brother relationship. Now, she can only settle for the second place, eager to become his lover and experience more care and care. Alas, Lu Miao sighed lightly in her heart, and her troubles gradually emerged. In these days of contact, as soon as she closed her eyes, his figure appeared in her mind, especially the picture of him protecting herself and repelling Huang Ziliang that day, and that sense of security made her deeply fascinated and unable to extricate herself. She realized that she had fallen in love with this young man who suddenly broke into her life and fell in love with her younger brother. However, she couldn't guess the young man's mind at all. Why did he care so much about himself? Insist on teaching yourself anti-wolf techniques every day, but don't respond much to your several active hints? Is it because she is worried that she needs him to be responsible? But I don't need it. Is it that I am not bold enough? Or are you not attractive enough? Thinking of this, Lu Miao looked at the white V-neck shirt on her body, which set off her full career line and revealed a hint of mature charm. At this moment, Xiaoya outside the door knocked on the door and came in. "Boss, he's here, he's on the 7th floor. It's so early today." A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Miao's eyes, and then he quickly said, "Tell him that I will change my clothes and go down." "Yes." After Xiaoya left, Lu Miao stepped forward with her slender legs and left the office chair. She walked into the independent house next door, opened the closet, and prepared to change into a casual dress. But the next second, her eyes were drawn to the one-piece sexy yoga clothes on the side. She hesitated, put down the casual sportswear in her hand, and chose this one-piece yoga suit. Soon, the one-piece yoga clothes that wrapped around her figure outlined the perfect curves, making her blush, and she took the special elevator to the 7th floor with satisfaction. As soon as she walked out of the elevator, she said to Xiaoya who came over, "You don't have to go in and hand me a towel today." As soon as Xiaoya saw the boss's seductive outfit, she immediately understood, nodded, and opened the door of the training room, and closed the door after Lu Miao walked in, guarding the door. "Master Zhang, why are you here so early today?" Lu Miao smiled energetically. Zhang Shen saw Lu Miao wearing such a one-piece sportswear, and her perfect body line was fully visible, and she couldn't help but feel a surge in her heart. His body, which had become energetic due to the energy potion, instantly had a chain reaction. He couldn't help but take a second look, then retracted his gaze and said, "At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I will go to the vehicle management office to draw cards, and then go back to my hometown to worship my my ancestors for 3 days, so I came over early today. When she heard that Zhang Shen couldn't come for 3 days, Lu Miao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But soon, she smiled again and said, I see. By the way, Master Zhang, you taught me the day before yesterday, if someone suddenly attacked and hugged me from behind, how to throw the other person to the ground with a backhand. I forgot a little. Really? Then I'll be the target. You will be the pervert to sneak up on me from behind, and I'll give you another memory. Saying that, Zhang Shen turned around and turned his back to her. Okay. Lu Miao smiled happily, a smile curled up on the corner of her mouth. She stepped forward with her slender legs, stretched out her hands, pressed her proud body against Zhang Shen's back, and clasped her hands tightly on his stomach. Master Zhang, I'm ready. Zhang Shen felt the fragrance of Miaoling's body coming from his back, the temperature and softness, which made him can't help but react again. When he heard Lu Miao's words, his heart tightened, and he wanted to end it all quickly, so as not to fall into embarrassment. Immediately, he jumped slightly, his center of gravity tilted back, and directly pressed her back behind him. The host defeats the strong with the weak, suppresses the third-order water gods, and has plus 100 survival points. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Shen quickly stood up. Lu Miao also stood up, turned around, and said, Master Zhang, let me try it this time. Okay. Zhang Shen witnessed Lu Miao's white back and her young figure, and couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to restrain the desire that arose from his high energy. He stepped forward quickly, wanting to nod in greeting, reached out and hugged the slender waist as flexible as a water snake from the socket of her back and arms, clasped his hands tightly, and suddenly outlined the huge peach just right. Impulsive thoughts came to my mind again. At this moment, Lu Miao quickly jumped with all his strength, focusing all his weight on his back and leaning back slightly. Zhang Shen pretended to be unprepared and was caught off guard by this backward force and pushed down on the soft mat. After Lu Miao leaned Zhang Shen back to the ground, he did not get up immediately, but turned slightly sideways, with a blush on his face. Looking down at him, his eyes revealed a different expression, and he teased softly and seductively, sister's clothes make you react. Zhang Shen's cheeks were slightly hot, and he was about to speak, but unexpectedly Lu Miao had lowered his head. At that moment, he felt an unusual enthusiasm and emotion. So, he no longer restrained himself and responded positively. An hour later, Zhang Shen hugged Lu Miao, who had completely turned into a woman, and returned to her room to rest. I'll come to you again in 3 days. Lu Miao was lying on the bed, like a gentle little wife in love, and nodded obediently. When Zhang Shen left Jinhai Wharf, he hurried to the vehicle management office to shake the license plate number. It didn't take long for him to shake the license plate number of ZS12356. The staff of the vehicle management office asked him if he wanted the license plate number or if he would like to wait in line for the second lottery text message notification. Zhang Shen immediately shook his head and directly chose this license plate number. He doesn't care about the license plate number, as long as he can replace the temporary license plate, get on the highway smoothly, quickly go to other cities to swipe the first brush, and get survival points, he will be satisfied. When the license plate number, RV registration, and owner information were all photographed and entered into the traffic system, Zhang Shen drove the RV to the Municipal Investment Promotion Building and stopped, waiting for the arrival of Xiao Ai and Xiao Ti. Soon after, he saw Xiao Di and Xiao Ai wearing elite white-collar suits, each carrying a large bag and a small bag walking out of the inside. Next to and behind them, there are several leaders who seem to have seen on TV and are responsible for attracting investment in Jinhai City. When Xiao Ai and Xiao Di walked to Zhang Shen's RV, Zhang Shen opened the car door. However, the two ladies did not get into the car immediately, but turned to a middle-aged man with a slightly fat figure and slightly gray temples and said, Leader, and, although our Longshan Group is a joint venture with a bad reputation overseas, we are very satisfied with the investment convenience provided by your city. However, we need to go back to the meeting to discuss the specific investment plan. The middle-aged man who was called the leader of and by Xiao Ai responded with a smile, Miss Alice, as long as your Longshan Group is willing to develop the abandoned warehouse area on the outskirts of the city into a new city residential area to help solve the city's growing population pressure, then even if your needs are raised, we will go all out to give you absolute convenience. Of course, if you choose new land in other urban areas of the city and develop it in depth to solve the employment pressure, our Jinhai Investment Promotion Office will also fully cooperate. Leaderin added, Okay, Leaderin, thank you for taking care of us returnees in the future. Xiao Ai stretched out her hand and shook Leaderin lightly, then turned around and sat in the back seat. After Xiao Di closed the car door, Zhang Shen stepped on the accelerator and the car quickly drove away, and he asked curiously, This Longshan Group won't be made by you after falsifying your identity, right? Yes, Master, Xiao Ai replied. Zhang Shen frowned slightly, then it won't show the filling, right? Don't worry, Master. This group is a foreign real estate company that is about to go bankrupt, and yesterday Xiao Ti and I invested 100 million yuan to completely complete the acquisition. Xiao Ai said, Well, I'm relieved of your abilities. However, according to the new city residential area mentioned by you and Leaderin, is the 400 million funds I gave you enough? Zhang Shen asked. Master, the startup capital of 400 million, when the catastrophe catastrophe of the year comes, it is enough for Xiao Ai to leverage a financial leverage game of tens of billions. Xiaodi replied softly. Zangshan's thoughts changed, as if he had realized, I understand, the white wolf with empty gloves is the same as the game I played in China Merchants Bank. Xiao Ai shook her head slightly. No, master. The finances of Jinhai City will not allow me to borrow so much money to invest in the construction of the shelter, so if the construction needs to be accelerated and funds are tight, I will arrange for intelligent mining vehicles to mine a ton of gold ore, deposit it and operate in the financial market of the bad luck country, get more funds, to exchange for raw materials, transport it back to Jinhai City, and then recover the deposited gold mine when the time is ripe. Zangshan nodded understandingly, and then turned to Xiaodi and asked, send you back to the good luck community, or go somewhere else? Song and Dance Street in the south of the city. Tick replied, why are you going there? Zangshan asked. Yesterday I received a batch of little brothers, and today I guess there are thorns that need to be taught a lesson before I will be honest and obedient. Xiaodi said, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, left her seat, picked up the large bag set aside, and walked to the rest area in the back carriage. Zangshan saw Xiao Ti enter the rest area through the camera display in front of the RV and quickly took off her clothes. Then, she changed into a white short coat that only reached the waist with a draped suit on the outside, and the lower body was the super sexy black leather pants from last night with black high heels. She then put her hair accessories aside, and her oblique bangs hung coolly over her delicate features. When Xiao Di changed her clothes and sat back in her seat again, her whole temperament also changed. Zangshan looked at Xiaodi, who had a temperament as big as the eldest sister, and then looked at Xiao Ai, who was dressed like an elite white-collar worker, and couldn't help but say, you are really changeable elves. Xiao Ai responded with a smile, if we don't change, how can we be the master's right-hand man? After hearing this, Zangshan laughed heartily. Soon after, the RV stopped at the Song and Dance Hall in the south of the city. After saying goodbye to Zangshan, Xiaodi set foot in the south of the city, where the three religions and 9 streams of Jinhai City gathered. As soon as he got out of the car, Zangshan saw 2 cool girls wearing black leather pants and black jackets, quickly walking towards Xiaodi, and then didn't know what he muttered, so he followed Xiaodi and strode towards a dance hall. Master, those 2 girls were abducted here from a remote mountainous area to be singers, and then Xiao Di happened to meet and save them, and now they have become Xiao Ti's eyeliner and follower here. Xiao Ai explained simply. Zangshan nodded, stepped on the accelerator, drove into a remote abandoned factory, and then stopped the car. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness shook slightly, and a divine energy chariot slightly larger than the RV suddenly appeared in front of him. Zangshan quickly took off the license plate number of the RV and replaced it with a divine chariot. Xiao Ai on the side was also busy, quickly transporting the contents of the RV to the divine chariot, and then entering commands on the display screen to scan the appearance and internal structure of the RV in front of him. In just 10 seconds, Zangshan named the chariot number 1 divine tank, and the appearance and internal structure changed. At first glance, this number 1 divine chariot seems to be just an ordinary Wuling RV. However, in fact, it is a divine chariot equipped with many high-tech intelligent equipment that can transform into a 5-meter-tall mecha man. When the transformation of the number 1 Sheneng chariot was completed, Zangshan sat in the cab, stretched out his hand to turn on the intelligent automatic driving function, and drove towards his hometown of Tonghai Xiang Town. Zangshan's hometown is located in Tonghai District, Jinhai City, which is the farthest of the 5 districts under the jurisdiction of Jinhai City, separated by a Yinhai district on the way. As long as the number 1 Sheneng chariot gets on the Jintai Expressway on the western outskirts of Jinhai City, it can reach Xiang Town on the outskirts of Tonghai City in 3 hours. About 40 minutes later, as soon as the number 1 divine chariot drove out of the western suburbs of Jinhai City, it heard the roar of a freighter in a small town not far away. Xiao Ai pointed ahead and said, Master, over there is the wharf town of Jingxian Bay. After this wharf town, we can get on the highway and go straight to the Copper Sea. Zangshan nodded, his eyes fixed on the gradually approaching dock town, and suddenly a hurried voice came from his ears. Warning! Warn! The host is about to approach a 3rd-order water god and 2 first-order water gods. Once discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. Please avoid it quickly. Yes. As if to emphasize the urgency of the matter, a reddish-purple panel kept flashing in front of his eyes. It looks like it's going to trigger the first brush. It's really exciting. Zangshan was secretly happy in his heart, stretched out his hand to mark the location on the display map in front of him, and then leaned on his seat, patiently waiting for the number 1 divine energy chariot to pass through this dock town. As long as he leaves safely, he can easily get 1,000 survival points. As for the subsequent survival points of those gods, it is not too late to brush them by the way when you have time. Just as Zangshan was thinking, his eyes were attracted by a scene at the gate of the pier. 30 meters away, several young gangsters who seemed to be making trouble, holding sticks in their hands, were negotiating with the workers and managers of the dock, and although the atmosphere was tense, they did not seem to fight. However, the back of those young gangsters made Zangshan feel a little familiar, but the number 1 divine energy chariot had just passed too fast, and he had already left the dock town before he had time to to identify it carefully. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sounded in his mind. Host, successfully leave the dot town haunted by the third-order water gods and the first and second-order water gods, and the survival points are +10. What's the situation? Why are there only 10 survival points? Hearing this prompt, Zangshan was stunned and immediately gave an order. Number 1, turn the front of the car and stop next to the gate of the pier. Received, Master. The number 1 divine chariot moved in response, and in the mechanical sound, the front of the car quickly turned and drove to the dock gate to stop. Master, what's wrong? Xiao Ai asked suspiciously. It's okay, I just saw that the people in the dock were a little familiar. I'll go down and say hello. You wait for me above. Zangshan said, took out his camouflage mask, put on another face, and quietly got out of the car and walked towards the open unattended pier gate. After getting a few meters closer, he finally saw clearly that the gangster holding a stick and shouting at the dock workers was Huang Ziliang. It turned out to be Huang Ziliang, a gangster. Why did he take his younger brother to the wharf in the suburbs to make trouble? No wonder he couldn't be found at the Jinhai wharf these days. Zangshan whispered to himself, thinking to himself, just in time to get close to listen to what they are doing here, and by the way, chat with them and wipe away their survival points that they haven't brushed today. At this time, Huang Ziliang and his younger brothers did not notice that behind them, there was a pair of insidious eyes staring at them secretly. In front of them, an obese supervisor representing the dock workers looked at a few cigarettes in his hand with disdain. Just these few cigarettes? You want to send our brothers back? Huang Ziliang lit a cigarette in the hand of the obese supervisor with a stick. The obese supervisor broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and quickly shook his head. No, our boss said that as long as you don't make trouble every day, everything is easy to discuss. Easy to discuss? Okay. Huang Ziliang stretched out 3 fingers. Submit 300,000 yuan a month. What? Hand in 300,000 yuan a month? The obese supervisor looked shocked. Why, don't you want to give it, do you? Huang Ziliang was aggressive and then shouted to the brothers beside him. Brothers, rush in for me and smash their goods. Seeing this, the obese supervisor panicked, quickly scolded the workers behind him to retreat, and said eagerly to Huang Ziliang, wait, brother, everything is easy to discuss. 300,000 is not a small amount, I have to call my boss to ask. When Huang Ziliang heard this, he looked at the other party with satisfaction and immediately urged, hurry up, don't waste my time. Saying that, Huang Ziliang couldn't help but laugh, thinking that he hadn't fished for oil and water for several days, and he couldn't let the other party escape this time. In the past few days, they have been beaten by a stranger and have not been able to make any money at all. Yesterday, Boss Wu's brother Scar asked him to come here to trouble the In Hai family, and by the way, he told him this morning that as long as the other party was willing to be soft and pay 200,000 yuan a month, everything would be easy to discuss. As soon as he heard that there was oil and water to fish here, he understood that these people were willing to bow their heads, and today he naturally didn't want to really fight the opposite side. Zangshan looked at them without doing anything, with a hint of regret on his face. After all, he also wanted to take this opportunity to teach this Huang Ziliang and his younger brother a hard lesson, and earn 580 survival points by the way, but it didn't work out. This forced him to start thinking about it and looking for other opportunities. His heart moved, and he walked stealthily to the container behind the workers, gradually revealing his figure. Just as he approached the workers, the obese supervisor also stepped aside and quickly dialed the boss's phone. In an office at the Golden Thread Bay Wharf, young Master Yi looked at the gangsters who appeared in the distance, and his heart was filled with anger, and he had nowhere to vent. There is no way, the other party is a local snake. The police have arrested a batch, new gangsters will follow, and those who are detained will still come back to make trouble after being released, which is simply an endless cycle. Suddenly, the door opened. His middle-aged servant housekeeper hurried in and reported, Master Yi, the goods of Mr. Jia, Mr. Shin, and Mr. Li have been smashed the most recently, and the other party said that we are not very peaceful here, and have unilaterally terminated our cooperation with us, and asked us to give double compensation, and then turned around and went to the wharf on Lu Miao's side. Several important customers of Lu Miao's family who met last time also said that they would not sign a contract with us. I inquired clearly. Someone pretended to be the name of the eldest young master and slapped that Boss Wu in the bar of the west wharf of the city. Yi Li's face was red and swollen. Listening to the report of the middle-aged housekeeper in front of him, his face became more and more gloomy. When the middle-aged housekeeper said the last word, he almost vomited blood with anger. Especially, his ancestors for 18 generations, who was pretending to be me and causing me this evil god for nothing. Even Yi Li, who thought he had a good cultivation, couldn't help but burst into foul language at this moment. Young master, don't be angry, I have asked someone to explain, and sent your photo to the other party to confirm that the person was not you that day. The housekeeper servant said, explanation? Is it still useful to explain? Maybe the other party has long known that that person is not me, and when he can't find that person, he can only find a face and reason in front of his younger brother and the outside world, and now he must want to take the opportunity to blackmail from me. Yi Li roared angrily. Then should you tell the master about this matter and let him help solve it? Before the housekeeper could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Li's roar. Do you want everyone in the family to think that I am incompetent in Yili? Doodle. Suddenly, the housekeeper's cell phone rang. He glanced at it and was responding to a call from those annoying obese supervisors in front of the pier gate. Young master, it's Director Zheng's phone. Pick up. The housekeeper immediately connected the phone, and then the howl of the obese supervisor was heard. Leader, the other side is willing to reconcile. They will no longer make trouble, but they have to hand over 300,000 yuan a month. When Yili on the side heard this, he laughed angrily, smashed my goods, drove away my customers, and wanted me to pay 300,000 yuan a month. No way, let them go to hell. The housekeeper's servant heard the young master's words and hurriedly persuaded, Young master, I know you can't swallow this breath, but if we don't pay this money, we will lose more every month. I think we can stabilize them first and then spend a lot of money to do something, so that we don't have to pay this money every month. After hearing this, Yili gradually calmed down and finally said reluctantly, Do as you say, let Xiao Zheng not conflict with them. Yes, young master. The housekeeper immediately relayed Yili's words to the obese supervisor on the other end of the phone. When the obese supervisor was talking to the housekeeper and servant, Zhengshan also mixed into the pile of workers and grabbed a young worker who was obviously watching the excitement. What's going on? Who are they? Why are they so arrogant? And they want us 300,000 yuan when they open their mouths. You're new, aren't you? The worker looked at Zhengshan and said. Zhengshan nodded. I just came to report today. Strange has to know. I heard that our boss Yili ordered a lady at the dock bar and didn't give money, and beat the other party's boss Wu, but now the other party has been sending people to make trouble. Poof. Zhengshan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This made several nervous workers around him cast their eyes. Zhengshan hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I haven't received professional training, and I don't think our boss would do that kind of thing, and he didn't pay the young lady and beat people. That's right, it's obvious that the other party is deliberately looking for faults. The surrounding workers echoed. Yes, there must be a misunderstanding in the middle. Zhengshan immediately followed, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Unexpectedly, last time I casually reported a pseudonym at the dock bar, which actually made this Yi family Yili mess with boss Wu. I'll just say, why did Huang Ziliang run so far and bring his younger brother here? It turned out to be because of me. Zhengshan thought of this, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, recalling what Lu Miao said yesterday. I don't know what's going on. The customer who was poached before suddenly came to the door to renew the contract. It turns out that it is unintentional to plant willows in the shade. The fat steward on the side, after receiving the reply from the above agreeing to give money, suddenly looked full of confidence, and walked over. The expression on his face was obviously much more relaxed. Seeing this, Zhengshan guessed in his heart that Yili should have been aggrieved and compromised. If you compromise, how can you brush the survival points of the yellow-haired gangster and his little brother? Moreover, how can you extort others without being taught? Zhengshan thought of this and decided to vent his anger on Yili so that he would not be so aggrieved. Thereupon, when the obese supervisor was about to speak, he shouted suddenly, Specially, you gangsters are easy to bully us workers, aren't you? Brothers, I can't bear it anymore. Come with me, don't do them a meal. It's really easy for us workers to mess with. Saying that, Zhengshan quickly rushed forward and kicked the yellow-haired gangster to the ground. The host defeats the strong with the weak, suppresses the third-order water gods, and has plus 100 survival points. Hearing the familiar prompt in his ears, Zhengshan felt happy. But the yellow-haired gangster and the little brother behind him couldn't be happy. This was a naked slap in the face. In their industry, the most important thing to do is to have a face. It is unreasonable to talk about it, but start to do it. The yellow-haired gangster, supported by his younger brothers, roared angrily, You are shameless, brothers, kill them. A few grumpy workers had long been unable to bear it. After all, these gangsters had also beaten them up when they smashed the goods before, and now when they see someone taking the lead, they will not be punished if they are investigated. Immediately, they roared, took the tools in their hands, and rushed up. The fat steward saw the two sides suddenly fighting, and panicked, and wanted to stop it. But the yellow-haired gangster hit him immediately and slapped him hard and pulled out one of his front teeth. But in the next second, the yellow-haired gangster was kicked away by Zhengshan, who had used twice the agility amplification technique. Subsequently, Zhengshan accelerated towards several other familiar old customers, and then kicked over. Soon, under Zhengshan's cheating, all these gangsters were beaten away. The obese supervisor covered his mouth, watching those gangsters being beaten and fleeing. Without a trace of relief in his heart, he sat directly on the ground, took out his mobile phone tremblingly, and called back to the middle-aged housekeeper servant, Leader, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's a fight, and you beat people away. Yili, who was sitting in the office chair, heard the voice coming from the housekeeper's phone, immediately stood up suddenly, and roared, Waste, waste, you are simply a bunch of waste. At this moment, an unfamiliar mobile phone number called his landline. He wanted to hang up, but suddenly realized something, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally answered. On the other end of the phone, Brother Scar's cold voice came. It seems that young Master Yi doesn't want this matter to end here, so that's good. No, listen to me, Yili said eagerly. But only the beeping sound after hanging up was left in the landline. In an instant, Yili collapsed weakly on the office chair. When Huang Ziliang fled with their little little brother in embarrassment. Zingshin heard the system's prompt, quickly retreated behind a container, started stealth, and leisurely walked out of the gate of the Golden Line Bay Wharf in front of the obese supervisor and returned to the RV. Zingshin opened the door of the cab, sat up, and said softly, "Number 1, continue to set off. Tonghai Xiang Town. Received, Master." The number 1 Divine Energy chariot made a mechanical sound, quickly turned the front of the car, and drove towards the Jintai Expressway. When it was about to arrive at the Jintai Expressway, the number 1 Shining chariot asked, "Master, there is a toll station on the Jintai Expressway in front of you. Do you want to turn on the stealth mode to pass?" "No, stop at the window normally when it's almost there, wait for me to pay, and then get on the highway." Received, Master. When Zangshin took the card handed over by the toll booth attendant, he pretended to step on the accelerator, slowly left the toll gate, and successfully got on the highway. After getting on the highway, he continued to let the number 1 Divine vehicle activate the automatic driving function. He lay leisurely in the driver's seat, chatting with Xiao AI to find out what they were busy with recently and what they planned to do, and at the same time sent back messages to Li Yuqing and Lu Miao from time to time. After driving on the highway for more than 10 minutes, when passing a small village next to it, a warning suddenly sounded. "Danger! Dangerous! The host is about to break into the territory of a third-order Earth god. Once it is by." Before the warning sound fell, it stopped abruptly, followed by a new prompt sound. "The host moves forward cautiously and bravely, passing through the territory of a third-order Earth god safely, and the survival points are plus 1,000. Zangshin smiled when he heard this. Yes, the first brush was finally triggered today. I don't know how many first brushes can be triggered by this high speed. Just as he was full of anticipation, the number 1 Divine chariot drove into a tunnel. At this time, another prompt sounded in his ears. "Warning! Warn! The host is about to step into the mutant Earth Dragon's lair. Please leave quickly." When the Divine chariot left the tunnel, another prompt sounded. "The host is brave and courageous, passing through the mutated dragon lair safely. Survival points plus 1,000. Half an hour later, another prompt sounded again. "Danger! Dangerous! The host is about to break into the territory of the 5th Order Mountain Giant A. Please." Half a minute later, the Divine chariot drove away from this high-speed section through the mountains, and another prompt sounded. The host calmly passed through the mountains entrenched by the giant ape king of the 5th Order Mountain, and did not disturb them. Survival points plus 1,000. Xiang Town is located a few kilometers on the outskirts of the west of Tonghai City. Therefore, Zingshin needed to drive the number 1 Divine Energy chariot into the east gate of Tonghai City, then drive out of the west gate of the city, and finally continue along an old cement road for a few kilometers to reach Xiang Town. When the number 1 Divine Energy chariot drove off the Jintai Expressway and drove towards the east gate of Tonghai City, Xiao AI suddenly said, "Master, although my aunt didn't accept your transfer, this is your first time going home to work, and if you bring some gifts back, they will definitely be happy." "You're right, Xiao AI. What do you think is better to buy?" Zangshin asked. "My uncle and aunt make a living from farming, and if you don't have massage equipment or anything like that at home, you can buy a set," Xiao AI suggested. "Okay, number 1, look for a nearby store where you can buy massage equipment." Zangshin gave instructions to the Divine chariot. "Received, Master. We are relocating the destination for you, and the destination is Tonghai Center Street, Wangde Plaza." When the number 1 Divine Power chariot confirmed its repositioning, it quickly turned the front of the car and drove towards Wangde Square on the next street. Zangshin opened the attribute panel, glanced at the survival points, 19,900, and his eyes lit up instantly. "It's really good. This high speed allowed me to get more than 10,000 survival points at once. It's so fast." The corners of Zangshin's mouth rose slightly, and he thought to himself, when the points were enough to make up 20,000 yuan, he was ready to draw 20 in a row. Just as he was thinking about this, the number 1 Divine Energy tank had already driven into the parking lot of Wangde Square on Tonghai Center Street. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sounded in his ears again. "Danger! Dangerous! The host has broken into the territory of a third-order dark god and his family, and once discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. Please stay away quickly." Ignoring the prompts in his ears and the virtual panel in front of him, Zangshin got out of the car with Xiao AI, took the elevator, and went straight to the shopping supermarket in Wangde Plaza. Soon after, Zangshin and Xiao AI returned to the number 1 Divine Energy chariot with large and small bags of goods in their hands. "We seem to be buying a little too much, and my parents will definitely say that I spend money indiscriminately." Zangshin looked at the various supplements on the back seat and said. Xiao AI smiled lightly and said, "Master, you can say later, except for that set of massagers, the rest are the greetings that Xiao AI gave to her uncle and aunt." "Ha, great." Zangshin laughed. "Xiao AI is really my 4 treasures in the study, so they won't accuse me of spending money indiscriminately." "Yes, Master, when you see your uncle and aunt, you can say that my name is Alice, and my identity is. I came here because the owner introduced me and wanted to invest in the construction of a prefabricated vegetable factory." Zangshin nodded, listening to Xiao AI repeat her identity, while letting the number 1 Divine chariot continue to drive towards Xiang Town. The host calmly leaves the territory of the Third Order order dark gods and their relatives, and the survival points are plus 1,000. 20,000 survival points. Zheng Xin's eyes froze, and he couldn't wait to call out the lottery wheel and directly drew 20 consecutive draws. In an instant, the roulette wheel turned, and 10 transparent white lights flew out. Congratulations to the host, draw 5 white cards, prop cards, and smart mining locomotives. Congratulations to the host, draw 3 white cards, construction cards, and vacuum fresh keeping storage. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, ordinary wild duck card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, ordinary tea tree card. Zheng Xin ignored the 5 smart mining locomotives and turned his attention to the other 3 new cards. Vacuum preservation storage warehouse, a storage warehouse that can store food and thoroughly vacuum freeze and preserve it, which has 10 times the effect of food preservation and preservatives, covering an area of 1,000 square meters. It can be lifted, and each lifting will improve the quality and anti-corrosion effect by 10 times, and the internal space will be expanded by 10 times, but the external footprint remains unchanged. Ordinary wild duck card, placed into the divine domain, 10 ordinary wild ducks containing divine energy will be derived, 10 of each breed, and the feathers of the wild duck may have different material uses. Ordinary tea tree card, placed into the divine domain, 10 ordinary tea trees containing divine energy will be derived. Long-term picking and drinking can make people refreshed and refreshed. Among them, some tea leaves are one of the preparation materials for energy potions. When Zheng Xin finished reading the introduction of these 3 new cards and was about to think about how to use the vacuum fresh keeping storage library card, another prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host, draw 3 green cards, prop cards, and divine chariots. Congratulations to the host, drawing 2 green cards, prop cards, and intelligent mechanical workers. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 green cards, equipment cards, and soft leather gloves. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, construction card, and guard level shield. Zheng Xin didn't care about the 2 green prop cards, but set his sights on the newly appeared equipment cards and construction cards. Soft leather gloves, green quality equipment, a pair of transparent and thin gloves, ordinary swords, and even bullets are difficult to penetrate. Guard level shield, a transparent shield that can cover up to 72 square kilometers, easily resisting attacks from strange beasts or gods below the second order, and can be upgraded. Zheng Xin carefully read the introduction of soft leather gloves and guard grade shields, and made a decision in his heart instantly. Soft leather gloves, he was going to keep one for himself and the other for Xiao Ti, who was good at boxing, and the guard level shield, he wanted to throw it directly into the shelter in the event of a catastrophe. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 red card, rule card, wormhole orbit card. The red card has finally appeared, and it is a rule card that has never been seen before. Hearing the system's prompt, Zheng Xin quickly turned his head to look at the red card. Wormhole orbit card. Using this card, you can set the primary and secondary wormhole orbital points at 2 locations A and B, and shuttle between the 2 orbital points, and the change of the distance of the main and secondary orbital points will not affect the intercommunication of the 2 wormhole orbital points. Of course, the same suborbital points can be transmitted to each other, and the number of shuttles between any orbital points is 1 time per day. Can be lifted. This is really a good thing. Zheng Xin stared at this wormhole orbit card and suddenly understood its wonderful use in his heart. Looking at the introduction of the card, he quickly thought of how to use it. Just set the main track point in your bedroom, and the secondary track point is set on the number 1 divine chariot, and when you return to the bedroom at night, you can go through the main orbit point and appear on the soft sleeper of the number 1 divine chariot to sleep. Then, the number 1 divine chariot will take him to other places to earn first swipe survival points. During the day, he returned to the bedroom through the secondary orbital point on the divine chariot to do other things, such as digging for species in Gimhe City that would transform into intelligent races in the future. In this way, he will completely get rid of the busy daily life of scoring points. It's a win-win solution. Zheng Xin was thinking about how to use this wormhole orbit card when a prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100 card draws, and a new side quest is triggered. Mission requirements: accumulate 100,000 survival points and have not been used. Reward: purple card lottery roulette is activated, 100,000 survival points each time, draw 10 consecutive draws once, and guarantee 4 purple cards. New side quests: only 100,000 survival points can open the purple card lottery wheel, and there are at least 4 purple cards in the 10 consecutive draws? This doesn't seem to be a loss. After all, a normal lottery roulette requires 50,000 survival points to get a purple card. Zheng Xin whispered to himself, feeling that this task seemed very cost-effective, and decided to accumulate 100,000 survival points first to activate the purple card lottery wheel. Just as he made this decision, 2 more prompts rang in his ears, which turned out to be the prompt for the 2,000 survival points obtained by the number 1 divine energy chariot when it arrived at the west gate of Tonghai City. Yes, another 2,000 survival points have arrived. When I go back, I must go around Tonghai City and then go back to Jinhai. Zheng Xin silently thought in his heart, then leaned on on the cab chair, his consciousness froze, appeared in the sky above the divine realm, and quickly put down the resource cards, construction cards, and prop cards he had just obtained. When he entered the divine realm, the number 1 divine energy chariot had already left the west gate of Tonghai City and drove straight along an old road to Xiaoyang Town on the outskirts. Xiaoyang Town is composed of 12 natural villages, with a relatively dense population, nearly 100,000 people, and is one of the major towns on the outskirts of Tonghai. The roads in the town are all smooth cement roads, and 3- and 5-story self-built buildings can be seen everywhere. However, most of the young people in these buildings are not there, and they have gone to super first-tier cities such as Shenzhen and Guangdong City, or second-tier Dongguan City, Fomen City, Huiwei City, and other places to develop. Generally, only during the Chinese New Year, holidays, or township customs such as welcoming the master, worshipping Mazu, and worshipping the ancestor will they take leave to go home. When the number 1 divine energy chariot transformed into a Wuling RV and drove into the gate of Xiaoyang Town, the sky had completely darkened. On the dimly lit road, street lights lit up one after another. Many pedestrians who had just gone out for a walk after dinner cast their eyes curiously on this huge giant Wuling RV. The development of Xiaoyang Town is good, and most families have a car as a means of transportation, so they have seen many models. But they saw such a huge RV for the first time, and they couldn't help but start talking about it. Whose car is this? It's a fight with a big truck. Yes, this car is driving in the direction of Huayang Village. Could it be that the heir of the Yin family bought it richly? I heard that their Yin family is going to worship their ancestors the day after tomorrow. Why don't you say which heir of the Zhang family bought it richly? Their Zhang family also worship their ancestors the day after tomorrow. Cut. Those people in the Zhang family have a few foundations in the family, and everyone knows it. From which generation the Zhang family started, they worshipped their ancestors on the same day as the Yin family every year, and there was never a shortage of comparisons, and they were even more magnificent when they worshipped their ancestors. Along the way, Zingshan sat in the number 1 divine energy chariot, listening to the discussions of the surrounding townspeople, and couldn't help but smile. At the corner of his mouth, and his eyes eagerly looked at the village plaque around the corner, which read the 3 big characters, Huayang Village. He was almost home. Zingshan's home is in the southernmost part of Huayang Village, Xiaoyang Town, close to agricultural land, although far from the town center, but there are many self-built manor mansions around. However, his home is not a manor, and he can live here, thanks to the fact that 10 years ago, when the official family released the land, his mother gritted her teeth and borrowed money from her mother's family to buy this 200 square meter construction land from the official family at a cheap price. Subsequently, my mother borrowed money from her mother's family to build a 2-story self-built building here. Unfortunately, there was no money after that. The exterior wall is still a cement wall, not paved with tiles, and the exterior wall of the courtyard is arbitrarily built into a circle with adobe bricks left over from other people's houses, which looks particularly shabby. Compared with the manor mansions of 7 or 8 wealthy families around, it seems out of place. When the number 1 divine energy chariot stopped at the door of the house, Zingshan looked at the familiar short adobe wall through the window, as well as the flowers, plants, and fruit trees in the wall, and a sense of intimacy surged in his heart. He turned to Xiao Ai next to him and said, Xiao Ai, this is the home where the master has lived for 10 years. Xiao Ai nodded, glanced at the unfinished 2-story self-built building in the courtyard, then looked at an old-fashioned motorcycle parked at the door, and reminded, Master, it seems that there are guests at your house. If the RV is parked here, this motorcycle will not be able to drive out later. That's right, so the owner doesn't plan to park the car in front of his house so as not to get in the way, Zingshan said, driving the number 1 divine power chariot to the open space in front of the manor gate 20 meters in front of him before stopping the car. He got out of the car with Xiao Ai holding various mountain treasures in his hands, and walked towards the door. The large iron door of the courtyard is not locked. Zingshan pushed open the big iron door, walked towards the door of the house, stood at the gate, and looked inside through the mosquito curtain. At a glance, I saw my parents sitting on the tawny oil waxwood bench in the living room, their brows furrowed. Opposite them, on an oil waxwood chair, sat an old man who was smoking sweat, tall and thin, with thick and gray hair. Zingshan recognized this old man, who was the oldest uncle of the Zhang family, and he couldn't remember his real name, only that people of his generation called him Zhangbald before. Then the motorcycle at the door is his. Zingshan thought to himself and then felt confused. I have very little contact with this so-called uncle. How could he suddenly come to the door as a guest? And looking at the frowning brows of the parents, it is obviously not as simple as coming to the house to chat, right? Is there anything you want to ask your parents for help? Just when Zingshan was thinking like this, Xiao Ai next to him gently touched his arm. It turned out that the uncle in the living room got up justly, reached out to take the stack of money taken out of his mother's pocket, and was about to turn around and leave. Zingshan came back to his senses, opened the mosquito curtain and walked in, and shouted mischievously to his parents who were about to send his uncle away. Dad, Mom, Hu Han-san, I'm back. His parents are Zhang Yukai and Wu Xianyi. As soon as the two stood up together, they heard Zingshan's voice at the gate, thinking that they had heard it wrong, and quickly turned their heads to look over. over. When they saw Zhang Shen carrying a large bag of gift boxes on the dining table next to them, the frowns on their faces gradually relaxed. At the same time, they also looked at Zhang Shen in surprise at the little love behind Zhang Shen, who had big wavy curls and wore a casual skirt, looking particularly snow-white and elegant, like Xiao Ai, a foreign mixed-race princess. In an instant, the two of them thought about each other. After all, in their cognition, Zhang Shen never brought a girl home, and this time he suddenly brought back a girl, which most likely hinted. Just as the two were guessing quickly, Zhang Bald quickly put the money in his hand into his pocket. He walked towards Zhang Shen, showing his mouth full of yellow teeth, and said with a smile, "Shen, I haven't come back to worship my ancestors for several years. It's rare to come back this year. Let's go to the clan ancestral hall with your parents tomorrow to help and worship the ancestors together the day after tomorrow. Go when you have time." Zhang Shen frowned slightly and said lightly perfunctory. If it weren't for his mother's face, he wouldn't want to step into the clan ancestral hall at all and pay attention to these family members who had been mean to their family. Hearing Zhang Shen's tone, Zhang Bald also understood that this kid was not familiar with his family since he was a child because of his family's attitude towards his family. Therefore, he didn't say much, but glanced curiously at the foreign woman beside Zhang Shen, then turned around and walked out of the door, starting the motorcycle to leave. When Zhang Bald opened the courtyard gate and saw the giant Wuling RV parked at the door of the Li family manor next door, his expression was slightly shocked, and he said enviously, "If this car, the descendants of the Zhang family, drive to the clan ancestral hall, it will be more eye-catching, but unfortunately the Li family is too picky, and it is impossible to borrow it." After saying that, Zhang Bald shook his head and drove away on a motorcycle, not linking the car with Zhang Shen. After the uncle left, Zhang Shen's parents Zhang Yukai and Wu Xianyi also walked up to him. Zhang Yukai looked at Zhang Shen, his slightly fat face was full of loving smiles, and the moment he approached him, he suddenly waved his palm and gently patted his head. "Who are you, Hu Han-san? You changed your name and surname when you went out, right?" Zhang Shen seemed to have expected it, flashed slightly, and smiled. "Can't hit. Stinky boy, when did you react so quickly?" Zhang Yukai said, raising his palm, as if he must pat Zhang Shen's head, who quickly took a step back and dodged. "Okay, you two don't meet like children." Wu Xianyi took Zhang Youcai's arm, motioned for him not to make trouble, and then said to Zhang Shen with concern, "Why don't you call in advance when you come back? Your dad and I will prepare your favorite food." "Isn't this trying to surprise you?" Zhang Shen replied. "It's really a surprise." The mother had a kind smile on her face, and her eyes fell on Xiao Ai behind him, as if she was looking at her future daughter-in-law. Her tone was full of smiles, and she said to Zhang Shen, "Quickly introduce my parents." Zhang Shen heard his mother's words, and when he saw her eyes looking at Xiao Ai, he understood what she was thinking, and hurriedly said, "Mom, this is a very good friend of mine, named Alice. I just came back from overseas this year, and I want to do real estate in our Jinhai, and I also want to invest in other businesses in Jinhai, so I brought her to Tonghai to invest in building a factory to make prefabricated dishes. When I came to worship the ancestral clan, I took her here to learn about the situation." Oh, when they heard that it was not their son's girlfriend, Wu Xianyi and Zhang Yukai felt a little disappointed, but when they learned each other's identities, the two of them couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, they could see that this mixed-race girl had an extraordinary temperament, not like an ordinary foreigner at all, but it turned out to be a real estate business. Then, this girl must be the daughter of a wealthy family, belonging to a level they have never been exposed to. Inexplicably, the two felt that fortunately this was not their son's girlfriend, but just a good friend of their son. "Uncle, aunt, hello, my name is Alice, and I may have to trouble you to take care of me these days." After Xiao Ai introduced herself, she picked up the big bag full of mountain treasures that Zhang Shen put at her feet and handed them to them. "Auntie, I don't know what gifts you like, so I chose some delicious ones. Be polite and polite. Don't see the outside world when you come. You don't need to bring any gifts." Wu Xianyi said with a smile. "Dad, Mom, this is the first gift I bought for you after making money. A set of massage equipment. You can try it to see if it is available." Zhang Shen picked up the paper box on the ground and added, "Just make money and spend money indiscriminately." The mother's eyes were happy, but her voice was a little serious. Zhang Yukai heard that it was a massager bought by Zhang Shen, stretched out his hand and said, "The stinky boy finally knows how to honor me. Just when I was farming and sewing recently, I felt a little pain in my waist, just in time to try, you broken thing. Is it good to use?" Saying that, Zhang Yukai took the paper box and walked to the living room to disassemble and use it. When Xiao Ai walked to the living room, Xiao Ai said to Wu Xianyi, "Auntie, this massager is Shen's intention, and the effect is easy to use." When Wu Xianyi heard Xiao Ai's words, she immediately smiled and said, I know. Are you hungry, girl?" "There is a little bit," Xiao Ai replied. "Then I'll go make you something to eat." Zhang Shen said, "Mom, I want to eat fried eggs and braised noodles." Xiao Ai said, "Auntie, I can make noodles. Let me give you a hand." "Oh, my daughter doesn't need it. I can do it. You and Shen just came to my house. It's okay, Auntie. I cook by myself at home. My daughter can still cook." "Yes, Auntie, so let me give you a hand." "No, you've come from afar. How can you?" Before Wu Xianyi finished speaking, she was interrupted by Zhang Shen. "Mom, don't see Xiao Ai outside. I often rub food at her house. The food she cooks is delicious." Yes, auntie, don't see me, Xiao Ai echoed. Well, okay, girl. In the end, the mother hesitated and compromised and walked towards the kitchen with Xiao Ai. Zangshan walked to the living room, looked at his father who was using the massager on the bench opposite and said in a deep voice, I saw that you gave money to your uncle just now, and it seems that you have given a lot. The cost of worshipping the ancestors to the clan. The uncle said that this year the Yin family invited a lion dance team, so several clan elders discussed it and decided to invite people to dance English songs and dances for the ancestors in front of the ancestral hall, so this year's expenses will be slightly more, and each family needs to pay twice as much money as in previous years. How much is a double? 3,000. Really, just doing these superficial kung fu and bluffing has no practical meaning at all, and I even think that the Zhang family is the old landlord hundreds of years ago, and how beautiful it is for future generations. Zangshan said dissatisfiedly. Zhang Yukai responded calmly, it's useless to be angry, otherwise I will leave with your mother in the future. You have the ability to bear the gossip of the entire Zhang clan, build us an ancestral hall, move us over, and worship as much as you want every year, or even once every few years. Zangshan heard his father say this, and his eyes lit up. Dad, what you said makes sense. Zhang Yukai heard this, his eyes widened, he grabbed the pillow on the chair and threw it at Zangshan. Zangshan seemed to have expected it, quickly dodged, and said with a smile, Dad, you can joke, can't I joke? I don't think you're kidding. Zhang Yukai responded, no one knows a son better than a father. Zhang Yukai grabbed another pillow. Soon after, the father and son returned to normal and began to talk about other things. On the other side of the kitchen, Wu Xianyi was frying eggs while trying to understand the real situation of Zangshan outside through Xiao Ai, who was washing vegetables. Xiao Ai, when did you meet my family, Shun? My family is out there, has I caused you a lot of trouble? I've known you for several years. Shin is very. My family Shin is a little sloppy in doing things. I like it. Auntie, Shin is a very enterprising person, very reliable. Once Xiao Ai could answer everything Wu Xianyi wanted to ask appropriately, and Wu Xianyi was in a happy mood. Soon, 4 bowls of fried eggs and braised noodles and a few side dishes were served on the dinner table. Zangshan's family and Xiao Ai chatted while enjoying pasta. After eating, Xiao Ai followed Zangshan to the second floor, but they did not live together, but each person had a room. Since Zangshan's parents lived on the first floor, after the 2 old men fell asleep, Zangshan ran to Xiao Ai's room to toss and turn, and did not return to his room to catch up on sleep until 6 o'clock the next morning. As a result, less than an hour later, Zangshan had not yet fallen asleep when he heard his mother knocking on his door and asking him if he was awake. Mom, I'm not awake yet. I won't eat breakfast. Rabbit cub, you can still talk if you don't wake up. You learn more from Xiao Ai. Get up early in the morning to help your mother water the fruit trees in the courtyard. I'm sleepwalking, Mom. Just like your dad. Talk nonsense. Your dad and I will go to the ancestral hall to help, and we will come back at night. You take good care of Xiao Ai, take her around, and taste our specialties here. Mother advised. Well, I know Mom, you go busy, don't worry about me and Xiao Ai. Zangshan responded vaguely and continued to catch up on sleep. But it didn't take long for him to open his eyes and secretly scold himself for being confused. What do you sleep at home? You have to go to the RV to make up for it. Immediately, Zangshan pulled Xiao Ai and walked out of the house towards the RV. Morning. The road to the west of this relatively remote Huayan village is empty. Zangshan opened the door in the back of the RV, turned to Xiao Ai and said, Xiao Ai, you go to the cab and sit down. Let number 1 go around Xiayang town, and then drive to Tonghai City for another lap. If I haven't woken up yet, let number 1 go to a few big towns around me to continue turning. Anyway, I haven't woken up yet. Just keep driving and don't repeat the same place. Got it, master. Xiao Ai nodded. Although she didn't know why Zangshan wanted to catch up on sleep in the RV, since the owner didn't explain, she wouldn't ask. Soon, the huge RV drove slowly on all the passable streets in Xiayang town. Zangshan, who was lying on the soft sleeper of the RV, turned on the air conditioner in the rest area, concentrated slightly, and whispered to the system, before I wake up, please don't remind me if there is danger. After saying that, Zangshan waited for a while, but did not hear the system's response, so he squinted his head and fell asleep. In a daze, he felt a soft little hand seem to cover him with a quilt. I don't know how long it took. Zangshan felt a burst of hunger in his stomach in his dream, and slowly opened his eyes and sat up. He picked up the mobile phone next to him and looked at it. 11:30. Many people on WeChat sent him messages. Zangshan clicked on it and saw that there were Li Yuqing, Lu Miao, Xiaoti, and some public account advertisements, and the information of everyone in the group was mixed. After replying to the messages of the 3 women, he opened the properties panel to view. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his survival points reached 22,900. It seems that in the past 4 hours, I have triggered the first brush in 20 places. Zangshan muttered to himself, then opened the system diary and took a look. Among these 20 places, there are 2 in the town, 11 in Tonghai City, and the remaining 7 are the 2 large towns near Huayang town, as well as the locations of the 3 strange beast nests encountered on the road. It's a pity that there is no information about the intelligent race, otherwise it can be abducted. Zangshan felt a little regretful, got off the soft couch, and walked toward towards the co-pilot's position. When he walked to the passenger cabin, he saw that Xiao Ai had just finished the call. "Master, are you awake? Are you hungry?" Xiao Ai put down her phone and asked. Zhang Shen nodded, sat on the co-pilot, and asked out of curiosity, "Who called you? The voice sounds a little familiar." "It is the leader of the Jinhai Investment Promotion Bureau, NXIN. He asked me about the investment and construction plan for the new urban area, and I told him that there was no problem, and he wanted to talk to me about the specific details in detail. I told him that I was here in Tonghai to participate in the family's folk customs and was considering whether to set up the largest prefabricated vegetable factory in Guangdong and Guangdong here, so I couldn't go back to Jinhai for the time being. It seems that this leader is really a good leader who is conscientious and seeks the welfare of the people," Zhang Shen said. "Indeed." Xiao Ai nodded, and then the topic changed. "Does the master want to eat at home or go out to eat? In the town in front, I remember that there was a very delicious oyster cake. Go to that town to eat, and then continue to go around the surrounding towns and go home," Zhang Shen suggested. "Okay, master." When the sun began to set, Zhang Shen ended the day's first point swipe and returned home with Xiao Ai when night fell. Zhang Shen's parents did not come back. Zhang Shen sat in the living room, took out an energy potion and a physical strength potion, and said to Xiao Ai, "This blue and red potion, I want to give them 2 potions. What should I do?" "Master, didn't we buy blue wolfberries? When my uncle and aunt come back, I will brew 2 cups of blue goji berries and pour them into it. Then you really can't see it. What about the energy potion?" "Master, I'll soak red goji berries tomorrow morning," Xiao Ai replied. "Ha, what a good idea, then leave it to you." Zhang Shen laughed and handed the 2 pills to Xiao Ai to deal with. Then, he sent a WeChat voice message to his parents and asked them when they would come back. "It's coming soon, on the way, I just bought some food and was delayed," the mother responded by voice. Not long after, Zhang Shen's parents came back tired. Seeing this, Xiao Ai quickly brewed 2 cups of blue wolfberry, poured the physical strength potion into it, and handed it to Zhang Shen's parents. After Zhang Shen's parents drank it, they felt tired and praised the blue wolfberry for being good. Soon after, Xiao Ai went to the kitchen with her mother to prepare meals. After dinner, Zhang Shen and Xiao Ai were downstairs, listening to their mother talk about the arrangements for the clan ancestral hall tomorrow, and then returned to the room on the 2nd floor, preparing to get up early tomorrow to report to the ancestral hall. The next day, the sun was shining. The old market street at the east end of Huayang village is spacious enough to accommodate 10 cars in parallel. Ancient clan ancestral halls and temples can be seen everywhere on both sides of the old street. This is the birthplace of many clans in Huayang village. However, these clans do not hold ancestral worship on the same day, and basically stagger the time to avoid colliding with each other. The reason why the Yen family and the Zhang family's ancestor worship clan chose the same day was because the ancestors took a fancy to this auspicious day of the zodiac, and no one was willing to give in. However, the ancestral halls of the 2 clans are on the same street, one at number 5 Market Old Street and the other at number 6 Market Old Street. Therefore, gradually, from the beginning of not knowing which generation, the 2 families began to compare with each other in the folk customs of ancestor worship. Either it is more pompous than whose ancestor worship ceremony is greater, or more capable and influential than whose descendants, and so on. In this competitive atmosphere, the ancestor worship of the Zhang family and the Yen family can attract many people to come and watch every year. Even some clever people started live broadcasting. No, there was a conspicuous young man holding a mobile phone and taking a close-up of a BMW car that slowly drove to the door of the Yen family ancestral hall. Among the people watching the excitement, some people knew the BMW car well and began to introduce it on the spot. That car is a BMW VSS, worth 1 million, and it is a car bought by Yan Li, the eldest son of the Yen family. I heard that Yan Li has seized the business opportunity in the past 2 years and made a lot of money by processing prefabricated dishes in Dongguan City. Oh, I see. This Yan Li is really a young and promising person. Yes, much stronger than the descendants of the Zhang family next door. Hearing the people around them talking that they were inferior to the children of the Yen family, the descendants of the Zhang family next to the Yen family immediately straightened their faces and were full of displeasure. And Yan Li, a young man in the BMW car, heard someone praise his achievements, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, so he parked the car in the main parking space in front of the clan ancestral hall before getting out of the car. Under the gaze of the surroundings, he walked towards the gate of the Yen family ancestral hall. At this moment, a loud horn suddenly sounded behind him. Yan Li's footsteps paused, and when he looked up, his pupils contracted suddenly. The people around him also shifted their eyes from Yan Li behind him because of this horn. In an instant, everyone was stunned. A car with a front higher than their height, and the driver in the cab was not even visible, slowly approaching them. Everyone quickly gave way to a wide passage, and discussions came and went. What kind of car is this? It's like a giant. That's right, this car is big and long, and it looks very sturdy. Can anyone tell me what kind of car this is? Come and popularize science. The young man who was broadcasting immediately said, I know, this is a Wuling RV, and the starting price of the lowest configuration is 2 million. Hiss, 2 million a car. Whose car did you buy? buy. It's so luxurious, it's even cooler than Yen Li's car. Seeing this car, Yen Li couldn't help but be stunned. In front of the gate of the Yen family, many Yen family members were also stunned. They know best the family background and strength of each household. At present, in the Yen family, the only one who can afford the most expensive car is Yen Li's BMW, so he deliberately let his car appear last in park. In the main parking space directly opposite the gate of the ancestral hall, showing that the Yen family is richer than the Zhang family next door. But what is the situation with this RV? Could it be that the Zhang family next door bought it? Several elders of the Yen family had this thought flashing in their hearts, and they immediately looked up at the Zhang family next door. However, when they saw the people of the Zhang family, they all showed envy, as if they thought that the car belonged to their Yen family. The elders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This car obviously did not belong to the Zhang family. After all, they are clear about the family background of each of the Zhang family, and absolutely no one can afford such a huge car. It should be a passing car. The Yen family made up their minds. In an instant, all the Yen family members also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this was just a passing car, not the Zhang family's. However, when the RV slowly drove past the front of their family ancestral hall and parked in the parking space in front of the Zhang family ancestral hall sect, suddenly, several Yen family elders and contemporary Yen family heads who were sitting in the main seat of the ancestral hall couldn't sit still, stood up, and showed unbelievable expressions. This car belongs to the Zhang family. Impossible, maybe it's to come to the fun, and I parked in the wrong parking space of the Zhang family. That's right, maybe it's the wrong stop. And several clan elders sitting in front of the gate of the Zhang family ancestral hall also stood up at this moment. Uncle, how could this car be parked in the parking area of our Zhang family? Zhang Yoxin, the head of the contemporary Zhang family, asked with a puzzled face. I saw this car at the gate of the Li family manor next to Yotsai's house before. Zhang Balding said. Oh, uncle, you mean, you borrowed it from the Li family manor next door? Zhang Yoxin responded. Otherwise, how could this car belong to our Zhang family? The second uncle of the Zhang family chuckled and sat down. After hearing this, several children of the Zhang family around them showed expressions of, so that's what happened. But when they turned their heads and saw the stunned look of the Yen family next door, they couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. In an instant, the son of the head of the Zhang family said softly, let's pretend that this car belongs to our Zhang family, and give the Yen family on the opposite side a little color. Okay, this proposal is good. No problem. This proposal was instantly supported by the younger generation of the Zhang family, and everyone had the expression this car is our Zhang family on their faces. Although several Zhang elders did not agree with words, they also made a gesture, sat back calmly, and talked and laughed, and more unaware onlookers began to talk about it. This RV is parked in the parking space in front of the Zhang family ancestral hall. It seems to be the Zhang family's car. What? This is the Zhang family's car. Impossible. Who in their Zhang family can afford such an expensive car? It's not impossible. I heard that the Zhang family has a collateral branch that has been developing in Hong Kong and Macau for many years. Maybe this car is the collateral branch, and now it comes back to participate in the ancestral worship of the clan, and the fallen leaves may return to their roots. Listening to the discussions of the people around me. At this moment, even many Zhang family members on the periphery began to wonder. Their Zhang family knew best about their family background, and no one in the family could afford such a car. This car can't be parked in the wrong place, right? For a while, many Zhang family members flashed this idea, turning their heads to look at an elder sitting peacefully in front of the ancestral hall with a smile on his face, but they were puzzled. The soundproofing of the motorhome is very good. So in the car, at this moment, except for Xiao Ai knowing the discussion of people outside the car through voice, Zingshan's family had no idea about it. Of course, although he knew in his heart, Zingshan still didn't pay attention to the situation in the outside world. After all, his personality was like this. After parking the car, Zingshan turned to his parents sitting in the back row and said, Dad, Mom, we're here, let's get out of the car. Okay, Xiao Ai's car is so comfortable to sit in, Wu Xianyi said as she opened the car door with Zhang Yukai. As soon as the door opened, the surroundings, which were originally lively and talkative, instantly became quiet. This sudden silence made Zhang Yukai and Wu Xianyi, who were about to get out of the car, stunned, and they were puzzled and didn't know what was going on. At this time, everyone present saw Zhang Shen's family walking down from the Wuling RV, and their eyes widened, showing an expression of disbelief. How could there be a Zhang Yukai family in this car? Isn't it theirs? How is it possible? How can their family afford such a car? They must have borrowed it. Hey, the woman next to Zhang Shen is a foreign girl. She looks really good. This car won't be hers. It's possible. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Zhang Shen and his parents instantly understood why it was suddenly quiet just now and why everyone looked surprised. It turns out it's because I love this car, Wu Xianyi said in a low voice, and looked at Zhang Yukai. The two instantly understood the cause and effect of the matter. At this moment, whether the car was bought by Zhang Shen or his friend, the Zhang family felt that the emotions that had been pent up just now because of the conspicuous BMW car were finally released, and a kind smile appeared on their faces. It seems that because of this RV, beauty, their faces are also stained with brilliance. Zhang Shen saw it in his eyes and knew the performance of these family members, but he didn't say much. He followed his parents to the rows of benches in front of the ancestral hall gate, looking for a place to sit. It is still early before the time to worship the ancestors, and everyone cannot enter the ancestral hall yet, but can only wait on the benches outside for the arrival of the people and the arrival of the ancestor worship. Zhang Shen's family had just sat down. The eldest aunt, who was extremely disgusted in his heart, immediately pulled a few strange aunts and aunts around and exchanged pleasantries to inquire about the RV and the identity of the foreign woman beside Zhang Shen. As soon as Zhang Shen saw these people coming, he knew what they were thinking, so he quickly pulled Xiao Ai up and sat down on a chair next to an ancient tree next to him, really not wanting to listen to their pretending concern. After all, he had seen through their bitter faces a long time ago, and he had already broken his heart. However, he thought that staying away from these people would allow him to escape their entanglement. The current head of the Zhang family is Zhang Shen's father's eldest brother, and he has a child named Zhang Jianming. Zhang Jianming quickly walked to Zhang Shen with a few cousins, and said with a warm smile, "Brother Shen, since you moved out of the ancestral house, we haven't seen each other for several years. What are you busy with now? There is time to get together more so as not to be unfamiliar." Zhang Shen tilted his head, looked at this young man of his own age, and thought for a moment before showing a sudden face. "Oh, it turns out to be a pariah, that old guy. Listened to your mother's instigation and kicked us out of the ancestral house. You seem to be clapping happily at the door. Why are you worried about rustiness now? At that time, I was young and ignorant. Brother apologizes to you here, let the past pass." Zhang Jianming smiled awkwardly, trying to ease the atmosphere. As he said, he stared at the beautiful foreign woman who was close to him next to Zhang Shen, and continued to say familiarly, "Shen, this is your girlfriend. Quickly introduce it to your clan brothers." "Yes, Brother Shen, your car belongs to this female friend next to you. Can you lend us to drive it?" Next to Zhang Jianming, a cousin who Zhang Shen was not familiar with also asked familiarly. Zhang Shen listened, laughed, raised his index finger and pointed at them one by one, his face full of joy as if he had been right. However, Zhang Jianming and a few cousins of the same generation next to him saw Zhang Shen laughing like this, and a trace of sour envy and jealousy flashed in their hearts, and when they were about to further inquire about the background of this foreign woman, Zhang Shen's laughter suddenly paused, and his expression became serious. "It's none of your business." The atmosphere between Zhang Shen and several cousins instantly froze. A clever cousin came out in time to round things up. "Brother Jianming, how can there be someone like you? Shen just came back. You asked about other people's affairs. This is not appropriate." Yes, another round sound sounded. "Brother Shen, it's true that my cousin is talkative," Zhang Jianming said with a smile, and then said to the clan brothers around him, "It's almost time, let's go help prepare firecrackers." After saying that, Zhang Jianming squinted his eyes and said to Zhang Shen, "Do you want to come with me?" "Oh, then we won't bother you and the beautiful lady next to you." After saying that, Zhang Jianming quickly turned around and left directly with his cousins around him. After they left, Xiao Ai whispered to Zhang Shen, "Master, you clan brother, hypocritical." "I know," Zhang Shen responded lightly. Soon, Wu Xianyi came over. "Shen, go say hello to your uncles and uncles, so as not to be said that your father can't teach his children and doesn't understand the rules. Hey, Dad just cares too much about what these people are talking about." Zhang Shen sighed and walked towards the 5 sallow single-back seats placed in front of the ancestral hall with Xiao Ai. On the 5 sallow single-back seats, sat 3 uncles, his father, and Zhang Jianming's father, that is, his uncle Zhang Yoxin. In front of this row of seats, there were many old women of relatives around. When Zhang Shen walked over, these old women wanted to ask Xiao Ai beside him if she was his object. However, at this moment, a huge sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from the Yin family not far away, attracting their attention. Okay. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that a car that was not expensive slowly stopped in front of the Yin family, and an honest-looking old man walked down, which immediately caused a lot of commotion around him. "Ah, it's Mayor Li." The mayor walked to the gate of the Yin family ancestral hall. The mayor of the town actually came to watch the Yin family's ancestor worship. This is the first time. I remember that the mayor only went to the richest family in the town to watch the folk customs once, or 5 years ago, in order to let the richest man in the town build a cement road, but this time he came to Yan's house. "No, what are you doing? Look at the mayor." Listening to the discussion in the distance, many members of the Zhang family stood on tiptoe and looked over. It turned out that the mayor was holding a brush and writing the 4 big characters "young and promising" on a piece of red paper and gave it to Yenli. As soon as the Yin family saw that Yenli took the 4 big characters presented by the mayor, they immediately seized this opportunity to show off to the Zhang family, and many juniors shouted, "Thank you for the mayor's gift." When the villagers watching next to the Zhang family heard this, some people immediately began to discuss, "This year, the Yin family is really long-faced," and even the mayor of the town personally came to inscribe them. As soon as these words came out, the Zhang family's mood instantly dropped, and they felt that they were a little shorter. However, the next second, their emotions fell to the bottom. Okay. Because they saw that 2 big red flag cars slowly approached and finally stopped at the Yin family, just close to the Zhang family's parking space. Everyone present instantly widened their eyes and couldn't take their eyes off. Among these two red flag cars, the person who got off the front car turned out to be Leader Gu, who was responsible for the economic construction and development of Tonghai District, as well as several other leaders of Tonghai District. What shocked a small number of people the most was that the person who got on and off the red flag car behind turned out to be the leader of the Jinhai Investment Promotion and Development Bureau and his secretary. Although many villagers present were not very familiar with Leader Gu of Tonghai District, as the god of wealth who drove Tonghai District to common prosperity, can be described as a household name, bringing benefits and convenience to many villages and towns. In front of the gate of the Yin family ancestral hall, Mayor Li, who was trying to win over Yin Li to invest in his hometown, was immediately shocked when he saw the two leaders getting out of the car and hurriedly greeted them. The Yin family father and son and uncle also quickly followed. Leader Gu, why are you here? Mayor Li hurriedly walked to Leader and Leader Gu and greeted him repeatedly. Leader smiled and said kindly, I heard that you have a folk custom of worshipping ancestors here. We passed by and came here to join in the fun, but I didn't expect Mayor Li to be there. Leader, I came here because I heard that Yan's son has a prefabricated vegetable processing workshop in Dongwon City and wants to set up a sub-workshop here to expand the processing line, so I want to see if I can support him to establish a sub-workshop in his hometown. Mayor Li's face was full of sincerity and fear, and he hurriedly explained, for fear of being misunderstood as receiving the benefits of the Yin family, so he came here. Oh, so that's it. Leader smiled and looked at the old man of the Yin family who had gathered around. Yin Li immediately stepped forward and said, yes, Leader, I just listened to Mayor Li's words, and this idea came to my mind, planning to establish a production line in my hometown. Leader looked at Yin Li and said with a smile, it is a good thing to work hard outside, make the business bigger, and bring feedback to the development of my hometown. If you need any policy convenience, just tell Mayor Li and wait for him to sort out the information before handing it over to the Gu Bureau to evaluate the feasibility. Hearing Leader N's words, the faces of the Yin family members instantly filled with smiles, like a spring breeze blowing on their faces. When the contemporary head of the Yin family saw his son talking to Leader he invited Leader Gu, the ceremony of worshipping. The ancestor is coming. Why don't you go to our Yin family hall to rest, chat, and better feel the customs of our township here? It's really time to talk about it in order to better understand the township customs here, but it's not here with you this year. Leader smiled and shook his head. After saying that, Leader accompanied by Leader Gu and others, turned around and walked towards the gate of the Zhang family ancestral hall. At that moment, the Zhang family's eyes widened. The two big leaders, Leader and Leader Gu, actually walked towards the gate of their ancestral hall. Are you going to go to their clan hall to chat? Therefore, Zhang Balding and the other two uncles of the Zhang family, as well as Zhang Yoshin, the contemporary head of the Zhang family, were full of excitement in their eyes and quickly sorted out the ancient costumes on their bodies. They didn't care about Zhang Xin and Xiao Ai, who were lured over by Wu Xianyi, and hurriedly crossed them to meet them. Leader Gu. Several people said respectfully, hello, I want to come to you to chat and feel the customs of the township. It should be no problem. Leader asked with a smile. That's right. Of course. Zhang Bald, Zhang Yoshin and others looked excited and said repeatedly, leaders, please come here. Then it's nagging. Leader smiled and passed a few of them, walked to Zhang Xin and Xiao Ai, and said cordially, Miss Alice, and this little brother, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Leader Gu, hello. I followed Xin to visit their ancestor worship ceremony, but I didn't expect to meet you here to inspect the township. Xiao Ai responded. Zhang Xin nodded slightly. However, this simple conversation and action instantly made all the discerning people present, including the Yin family father and son who followed cheekily, feel the waves. Leader came to Huayang village because of the woman named Alice who was brought by Zhang Shen. For a while, everyone's gaze towards Zhang Shen became subtle, and even the gaze towards Zhang Shen's parents was a little different. A mother is noble by her son, and her son has a little love. Therefore, Zhang Shen's parents couldn't help but puff out their chests after clearly feeling the change in the gaze cast by the relatives around them. Last time we met in a hurry, I couldn't have a good chat with you young people. This time I will steal a leisure time and contact you young people more. Leader said with a smile. Leader is polite. Leader. After a simple greeting between Leader and Xiao Ai, they prepared to find a place to sit down and chat. Zhang Jianming on the side was clever and quickly pulled the chairs and coffee table and placed them in front of them. Xiao Ai and Zhang Shen were not polite and sat on a bench, while on the opposite side, Leader and Leader Gu were also sitting side by side. There was a set of tea sets on the square table, and Zhang Jianming was busy making tea, thinking about how to take this opportunity to talk to Leader and leave an impression. When the fragrance of tea overflowed, Zhang Jianming said respectfully, Leader Gu, Miss Alice, Brother Shen, you drink tea. Thank you. Leader gave him a brief glance, and then continued to be polite with Alice for a word or two, and then turned the topic to the purpose of this arrival. Miss Alice, yesterday I heard that you intend to establish the largest prefabricated vegetable factory in Tonghai. Is this true? Or, I did have this idea, but at first, I originally wanted to establish the country's largest prefabricated vegetable factory in Dongwon City and export it overseas. But Ashin said he hopes to attract some investment for his hometown. So I thought that no matter where the factory was established, it was actually the same, and then I came here with him for a field trip. Xiao Ai said slowly, and with her voice, her temperament quietly changed. Everyone present heard the conversation between Alice and Liderin, and instantly understood why Liderin and Leader Gu came here. It turned out that this young lady named Alice turned out to be a great god of wealth, planning to establish the largest prefabricated vegetable factory in the country in Tonghai. Liderin got the clear answer he wanted, and immediately said with a smile, if Miss Alice intends to establish the largest prefabricated vegetable factory in Tonghai, then what convenience is needed? Just ask it. We will try to meet the convenience we can provide. If you can't meet it, report it and try to give you more support. Hearing Lideran's words, Yenli, the son of the Yen family who cheekily followed him, changed his face slightly. He secretly regretted that he shouldn't have followed. If he could leave, he would have liked to slip away immediately. After all, Lideran just told him that if there is a problem, he can find Leader Gu and then let Leader Gu measure the situation. Such a difference in treatment is too obvious. The surrounding Zhang family members revealed their true characteristics at this time, worried that the Yen family father and son and others would not be able to hear clearly, and immediately began to discuss hotly. Lideran is really good. For the development of his hometown, he has provided so much convenience to Miss Alice, and he is still trying to satisfy him. Yes, if you need any convenience, just bring it up. Yes, even if you can't be satisfied, you can still report it. Yes, yes. Zhang Jianming on the side saw the two chatting here, and thought to himself that his opportunity had come, and immediately said to Xiao Ai, Miss Alice, Lideran has given such a good policy. I hope you can take care of our Huayang village in Tonghai and let the factory site be chosen in our village. After Zhang Jianming finished speaking, he realized that his voice seemed a little abrupt, which really ruined the atmosphere. Alice raised her eyes slightly and glanced at him, and this glance made Zhang Jianming feel embarrassed for a moment. He understood that he should not intervene in the decision. After all, his identity was not worthy of interfering in their conversation. Xiao Ai withdrew his gaze and said to Lideran's expectant eyes, since Lideran said so, then I decided to support Shin's idea and let him take me to continue to walk around Huayang village tomorrow, select a large piece of land, and establish the largest Longshan prefabricated vegetable factory. Hearing Alice's decision, the Zhang family and the villagers of Huayang village couldn't help but cheer, as if they had won a victory for the development of their hometown. The villagers who watched the excitement cast envious eyes on Wu Xianyi and said with emotion, Big sister, your family Shin is really promising, and if you can recognize such a female god of wealth, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Zhang Shin noticed the praise of his parents from the people around him, turned his head to look, and clearly saw a smile on his parents' faces. Soon, at noon, the ceremony of worshipping the ancestors began. The head of the Yen family took his son back to preside over their ceremony, while Zhang Shin was in charge of Zhang Yoxin and his son. However, at this moment, the vast majority of people's minds were not on the ceremony, but all drifted to Zhang Shin's family. After the ancestor worship ceremony, a flowing water banquet followed, which did not disperse until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Shin did not drink alcohol on the grounds of driving. After returning home with his drunken parents at night, he and Xiao Ai returned to the second floor. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, Zhang Shin smiled and said to Xiao Ai, you are really my four treasures of the study. I thought you would spend money on me to make everyone look up to my parents, but I didn't expect you to use this kind of light to achieve the two goals I wanted at the beginning, and it seems that my family is not pretending. Master, you really underestimate little love. Tomorrow is the moment to completely make your uncle and aunt shine. Xiao Ai responded with a smile. What do you say? The land selection, the demolition money, the management of the prefabricated vegetable factory by my uncle and aunt, and how much money you want to give them per month are all up to you. Xiao Ai stretched out 5 slender fingers and pressed one every time she said one. After hearing this, Zhang Shin immediately happily picked up Xiao Ai and turned around. It's wonderful, Xiao Ai, you are really the master's four treasures of the study. I have to reward you well tonight. Saying that, Zhang Shin opened the door of the divine realm and walked in with Xiao Ai in his arms. Early the next morning, in order to avoid their mother from waking them up for breakfast, Zhang Shen and Xiao Ai both walked out of the gate of the divine domain in the dim light of the divine realm and returned to their rooms. Sure enough, within half an hour, Wu Xianyi asked them to go downstairs for breakfast. But this time, she didn't go upstairs like a few days ago, but sent a WeChat message, Shin, are you up? When I got up, I washed up and went downstairs to have breakfast together. Zhang Shin received the news, thought for a moment and replied, okay mom, I'll call Xiao Ai. Soon after, Zhang Shin and Xiao Ai went downstairs for breakfast together. Xiao Ai is a mechanical family, except for the bones, the body is active flesh and blood, and only a little nutrient solution can maintain its activity for a long time. Of course, she can also break down micronutrients through food to supply active flesh and blood. Wu Xianyi and Zhang Yukai waited for the two of them in the living room, and walked walked to the dinner table together and started eating. Breakfast is Zangshin's favorite wolfberry leaf broth, as well as the hometown specialty Kaosan beef kwai tio. Xiao Ai, this wolfberry leaf broth is Shin's favorite. How about you try it? Wu Xianyi served Xiao Ai a bowl of soup. Xiao Ai picked up the soup and took a sip, and immediately praised, "Well, the soup cooked by my aunt is so delicious, and the meat is also very fresh. Hee, if it's good, drink more." After hearing this, Wu Xianyi smiled heartily. "Try this beef ball again, purely handmade." "Okay, auntie, you eat too," Xiao Ai said, picked up the beef balls that Wu Xianyi was holding in front of her, took a bite and said, "Well, it's delicious. If it's delicious, eat more." Soon, the four of them chatted while enjoying the food. Xiao Ai, "Last night many people asked my aunt where you plan to choose a place to build a factory." Wu Xianyi said, "Auntie, Xiao Ai doesn't know where it is appropriate yet. Go out with Shin today, pick a few places, and tell you when the time comes." Xiao Ai said, paused slightly, and added, "Or you can help me see which one is better. If you think it's suitable, you can recommend it to me now, then I won't go anywhere else." After hearing this, Wu Xianyi smiled and said, Xiao Ai really knows how to be obedient, but we don't understand this, so let's wait for you to go out and take a walk." No, Xiao Ai thinks that her uncle and aunt are locals, or Shin's parents, so they are naturally trustworthy, and they must be good if they think they are suitable. Xiao Ai smiled shyly and continued, "But since my aunt has spoken, then I will go out with Shin and come back." "That's right, Shin will take Xiao Ai around more." Zhang Yukai, who was eating silently on the side, interjected. Zhang Shin devoured the beef balls and responded vaguely, got it. Eat slowly, no one will grab it with you." Wu Xianyi said, "I know. By the way, Dad, Mom, don't go to the field after eating, stay at home to receive gifts," Zhang Shin reminded. Zhang Yukai raised his head, his eyes filled with doubts, but he soon realized, "Oh, I understand. What kind of dumb riddle are you father and son playing?" Wu Xianyi looked up at them. "Hey, Mom will know later," Zhang Shin said with a smile. After breakfast, Zhang Shen and Xiao Ai drove the RV around the village, and then slipped to the small and medium-sized town next door to continue to brush survival points, where they had not finished turning a few days ago. And less than a few minutes after they left, Zhang Shen's uncle's family, who was a guest at his house in the future, came to visit with Zhang Jianming carrying a large bag of gifts. Immediately afterwards, in less than a few minutes, many relatives of the family and people with a bit of prestige in the village arrived one after another, all carrying gifts, and the scene was like a city. On the number 1 divine energy chariot, Zhang Shen made up for 2 hours, and his body quickly recovered under the influence of the residual medicinal power of the physical strength potion and energy potion. He opened his eyes, lay on the soft couch in the lounge, opened the system diary, and looked at the records on it. In these 2 hours, he only triggered 2 first swipe survival points and earned 2,000 survival points. "I don't gain much." Zhang Shen turned off the survival points, took out his mobile phone, checked the surveillance at the door of the house, and wanted to know who went to his house after they left, and at the same time walked to the co-pilot and said to Xiao Ai, "Xiao Ai, go back to lunch, and then it's time to tell your parents that you're ready to go back to Jinhai." "Got it, master." Xiao Ai nodded, gave orders to the number 1 divine power chariot, and turned the head of the car back. 2.5 hours later, Zhang Shen and Xiao Ai finally returned to the doorstep. At this time, in front of his house and in the courtyard, there were many cars and motorcycles parked. "Master, it seems that there are a lot of people coming," Xiao Ai said. "That's right." Zhang Shen nodded, parked the RV first, and did not get out of the car immediately, but chose to be invisible, leading Xiao Ai to the house. As soon as he walked to the door, he heard the bustle inside, with intonation and bragging from time to time, accompanied by bursts of laughter from his parents. He looked inside curiously and found that the living room was full of people. The 3 uncles of the Zhang family, the Zhang Yoxin family, the mayor of Li, the head of the Yin family and his son Yanli, as well as the people of the surrounding manors, such as the Li family and the manor next door, are all here. Lin Gui, the richest man in the village, has his children and some unfamiliar faces, looking like the boss of the town's building materials business. And those who did not sit in the living room gathered aside, sitting on stools moved from the Li family manor, interjecting from time to time to praise Zhang Shen's parents. Zhang Shen had expected that many people would come to visit his house, but he didn't expect so many people. He couldn't help but frown, turned around and prepared to leave, planning to wait for fewer people to go home. After all, he didn't like this kind of excitement. Xiao Ai covered her mouth and snickered, sensing Zhang Shen's intentions, and said, "Master, if we don't show up, they won't leave." Alas. Zhang Shen sighed, "Okay, then find a corner where no one is there and go back quietly." When Zhang Shen and Xiao Ai appeared at the door again, the people waiting for their appearance immediately cast eager eyes. Some young children even cheered, "Here we are, finally wait for you to come back." Zhang Shen walked into the attention of everyone with Xiao Ai, and greeted his parents who were sitting in the living room and couldn't get away. "Dad, Mom, uncles, hello." "Uncle and aunt, hello uncles," Xiao Ai shouted. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire living room became more warm. "Ha, Shen and this Miss Alice are much more polite than our rabbits." Lin Gui, the richest man in the village, said with a smile. An old woman Zhang Shen met for the first time also echoed, yes, not only polite but also a table of talents, the two are simply golden boys and girls. Yes, a talented woman. Some people agreed. When Wu Xianyi saw them coming back, she immediately stood up and said, Shin, Xiaoai, girl, you are back. Oh, it's noon. Are you hungry? Auntie, I'll go cook for you, and everyone. Big sister, don't eat at home at noon. I'll invite you to eat at the Good Luck restaurant in the center of town. The head of the Yen family said, No, it's too expensive. Wu Xianyi hurriedly shook her head. It's nothing to spend. It's opened by my mother's family, and I can give a lot of discounts. The head of the Yen family said. A boss in the building materials business heard that he was going to the Good Luck restaurant and immediately stepped forward and said, Go to the Good Luck restaurant, that girl's meal. Ahishan invited me. I have a free single card for a table of 20 people. No money. Don't. Wu Xianyi hurriedly shook her head and refused. It's okay, big sister. My brother is happy today, so I want to treat everyone to a meal. The building materials boss smiled. Wu Xianyi wanted to refuse again, but Zangshan immediately said, Mom, can you cook at home at noon? Can you cook for so many people? Why don't you listen to this Uncle Hishan? Let him spend money to invite us once, and another day we will invite him back alone. The building materials boss listened to Zangshan's words, and his eyes showed excitement. My nephew said this, my uncle loves to listen to it, so it's decided. Everyone goes. They all go to the Good Luck restaurant. Soon, everyone came to the Good Luck restaurant and sat down. 6 tables of 10 people each. At the first main table, sitting Zangshan's family, uncle, Zhang Yoxin, Mayor Li, Lin Gui, the richest man in the village, the head of the Yen family, the village chief, and Hishan. If this meal was invited by the head of the Yen family, Hishan would not have been able to sit at the same table as Zangshan's family. This is the opportunity he has fought for, so when eating, he tries to set the mood. Others are also a few words after drinking, those who can speak a few more words, and those who can toast quickly. However, Zangshan did not drink on the grounds that he wanted to drive, but Xiao Ai drank happily with them, and by the way, he blocked a lot of wine for his parents. When the wine and food were almost full, Yen Li at the next table looked at Xiao Ai, who was sitting next to Zangshan and still elegantly wiping his red lips after drinking an unknown number of glasses, and was secretly surprised. Can this foreign woman really drink? Miss Alice, your drinking capacity is so good that we are all almost drunk, Mayor Li said suddenly. The mayor has won the award. Xiao Ai smiled and responded. Mayor Li asked again, I heard that you went to the village early this morning to choose a location for the factory. Is there a suitable one now? Mayor Li, I haven't finally decided on the location of the factory, and the construction of the new city on the Jinhai side is very urgent, so I want to entrust my talented uncle to help me choose one in the next 2 days, Xiao Ai said lightly. In an instant, the eyes of the whole table focused on Zhang Yukai. When Zhang Yukai heard that Xiao Ai asked him to help choose a location to build a factory, he immediately lost all his alcohol and was stunned. Xiao Ai, did you drink too much? Uncle, I am a farmer. How do I know how to choose land to build a factory? He asked suspiciously. Uncle, Xiao Ai is not drunk, mainly because I think you are a native and should know more about this place than me, or is suitable for building a factory. Xiao Ai said seriously. It's really not good. I don't understand. Zhang Yukai shook his head. Zangshan interjected. Dad, don't refuse in a hurry. Wait for Xiao Ai to finish speaking. Hearing this, Zhang Yukai frowned slightly and glanced at Zangshan meaningfully. Xiao Ai continued. I know what my uncle is worried about, but I don't have to think too much. Wherever you think is suitable for building a factory, I will choose there. If there is a house in that area, I can buy it 2 or 3 times higher according to the current local market price, or in the future, I will invest in a 70 square meter house in the new urban area of Jinhai. After hearing Xiao Ai's words, the audience was instantly silent, because Xiao Ai said it very clearly. As long as Zhang Yukai pointed out where it is suitable to build a factory, people in which location can become demolition households and earn a generous amount of demolition money. You can even get a house directly in the main urban area. You know, the housing price in the main urban area is about 15,000 square meters, and isn't a 70 square meter house more than $1 million? This made everyone present excited. Everyone looked at Zhang Yukai eagerly, thinking about how to please him. After all, who doesn't have a few old houses in their hands? After listening to Xiao Ai's words, Zhang Yukai thought calmly for a moment and said, since Xiao Ai said so, then I will help you choose a piece when the time comes. Okay, then I'll trouble my uncle. Xiao Ai picked up the wine glass, touched Zhang Yukai, drank it all in one gulp, and then said, Uncle and Aunt, I have something to go back to Jinhai, so I will go back with Shin first. In the past 2 days, Uncle, you have chosen a good position, and I will come over again to start investing. I'm going back so soon, Wu Xianyi said with some reluctance. Mom, we'll be back after a while. Zangshan responded with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of his parents and everyone, Zangshan took Xiao Ai and drove the RV to the gate of the village in town. Number 1, the destination is Good Luck Community, Jinhai City. After driving for a while, Zangshan released the accelerator and directly started the intelligent autonomous driving mode. Yes, the fastest arrival route is being planned for the owner, and it is expected to arrive at the Jinhai Good Luck Community in 3 hours and 41 minutes, and you can get to the Jintai Expressway toll station in 20 minutes. The number 1 divine vehicle responded. After hearing this, Zingshan immediately said, "Number 1, this time don't take the highway, just take the old road of the township. Yes, the road is being replanned for the owner, and it is expected to reach the Jinhai Good Luck community in 8 hours and 45 minutes, and in 10 minutes ahead it will turn into Baisha Road." After listening to number 1's prompt, Xiao AI was full of doubts. "Master, aren't you in a hurry to return to Jinhai? Because I want to be in the car with Xiao AI tonight and experience the performance of this RV more," Zangshan said with a relaxed smile. In fact, Zangshan also longed to return to Jinhai as soon as possible. But on the Jintai Expressway, he had already triggered the first brush. If you turn back, you can only trigger the danger tip each time and get 10 survival points. However, although the journey is much slower, it can trigger more new danger warnings, resulting in a large number of first brush survival points. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a danger warning sounded. Then there was a crisp voice. "The host walks through the mountain stream inhabited by a group of strange beasts, and the survival score is plus 1000. Yes, it was only open for a while, and another 1000 survival points arrived. I don't know how many first brushes can be triggered tonight." Zangshan muttered to himself, opened the survival points panel and took a look. Survival points, 26,200. There are only more than 70,000 points away from activating the purple card lottery wheel. Zangshan thought to himself, closed the survival panel, and was about to ask Xiao AI something when Li Yuqing sent a voice message. "Husband, are you coming back tonight or tomorrow? I drank some wine tonight, and I will leave tomorrow morning when the wine is gone." Zangshan replied, "Oh, then the husband will slow down the car, and when you come back tomorrow, we will go to the abandoned hospital to record a video." "Okay, daughter-in-law." After that, Zangshan chatted with Li Yuqing for a while, and Lu Miao also sent a message asking him when he would return to Jinhai. "Tomorrow," Zangshan also replied. Lu Miao quickly replied in voice, "Tomorrow, I will go to the provincial capital to see my grandfather, and the doctor said that he is a little better. Then when you come back, let's go eat boiled clams together," Zangshan said. More than 4 hours later, on a dark forest road, a huge RV drives fast in a remote and uninhabited place. If someone looked down from a high place at this moment, they would break out in a cold sweat, because there was no figure in the cab and co-pilot. On the soft bed of the RV, Zangshan hugged Xiao AI and lay down to chat about his ideal shelter. Xiao AI listened while responding to the equipment needed to be built for the future shelter and the plans after the establishment of the prefabricated vegetable factory. How she plans to use clever methods to store the prefabricated dishes in his divine realm vacuum storage for the next 2 years of disaster. Chatting and chatting, Zangshan gradually had nothing to say, closed his eyes slightly, felt tired, and slowly fell asleep. The system prompt sound that originally sounded in his ears quietly stopped at the moment when his consciousness fell asleep. Seeing that the master was asleep, Xiao AI gently covered him with a quilt, got up and put on his clothes, walked to the cab and sat down. Then she took out her notebook from the side and began to record the requirements for establishing a shelter mentioned by her master. In fact, she had already considered and remembered the requirements mentioned by Zhang Shun. However, she needs to organize it into a backup so that when the project starts, she can recruit secretaries or arrange personnel to focus on keeping track of what the master requests. At 3 o'clock in the morning the next day, RV number 1 stopped in the parking space next to the gate of the Good Luck community. Zheng Shen, who had slept well and was full of energy, opened the panel to check the survival points as soon as he opened his eyes. Survival points, 40,640. Seeing this number, Zheng Shen instantly felt happy in his heart. There is nothing wrong with taking the old path this time. In one night, he earned 18,040 survival points. In other words, in these 8 hours of old Taoism, a total of 18 new danger area prompts were triggered and 18 first swipe survival points were obtained. And the harvest of these 8 hours is simply 4 or 5 times more than the survival points he worked hard for a whole day in Jinhai. I don't know if I have encountered any intelligent races. Thinking so, Zheng Shen opened the system diary and took a look. In these 18 first brushes, there were encounters in the lair of strange beasts, there were god territories, and strange beasts were entrenched, but there was not a single piece of information related to the intelligent race. It seems that it is not easy to find the intelligent race, you have to dig deep into a place to find it. Zheng Shen sighed, turned off the system diary, opened the RV door, and walked towards the elevator in the community. A prompt suddenly sounded in my ears. Warning, warn, this apartment is extremely dangerous. It is entrenched by a third-order cursed god and his family, with the strength of the current host and the host believer. It is not its opponent at all. Please leave this place as soon as possible to avoid being enslaved and captured. Ignoring the warning in his ears, Zheng Shen quickly went upstairs, ready to take a shower and change clothes. As soon as I got close to the door opened. Xiao Ti appeared at the door wearing a light nightdress. Seeing Xiao Di, Zheng Shinkai realized that he had not had experience in brushing the divine level for 3 days, and decided to take a shower later. After a storm, early in the morning, Zheng Shen did not go out early to swipe survival points as usual, but took out the red card of the rules. Wormhole orbit card. He thought carefully, set the bedroom as the main track point, then went downstairs stairs and set the secondary track point in the RV rest area. In this way, as long as you lie in the RV while sleeping at night and let the number 1 divine vehicle turn on the automatic driving mode, you can take yourself to other cities or the mountain suburbs. This can trigger various first brushes and get a lot of survival points. And when you wake up in the morning, you only need to activate the wormhole orbit card and you can instantly return to your bedroom. Thinking of this, Zangshin couldn't help but laugh. After all, survival points no longer need to be so hard to brush, and you can get a lot of them just by sleeping. Then during the day, he can spend more energy looking for intelligent races, or discovering strange beasts above the qualification lord, and finally turn them all into his own believers. When Zangshin drove the RV to the bottom of the Juling building, he sent a message to Li Yuqing telling her that he was downstairs. He saw Li Yuqing wearing a golden robe, holding a wooden sword, and holding Lu Tongtong, who was wearing rare Sudaji clothes, walking towards him. After not seeing each other for 3 days, Zangshin felt that the faces of the two were much more delicate and seductive than before. After Li Yuqing sat in the co-pilot, she said, "Husband, our little video, now the traffic can't run. And the number of fans has not increased much." Lu Tongtong added, "I know that when I was in my hometown, I swiped Douyin, and the traffic did stagnate." Zangshin was chatting with the two while driving the RV to the abandoned hospital. When the RV stopped in front of the gate of the abandoned hospital, Li Yuqing looked at Zangshin, slowly took out her mobile phone, clicked on a video and put it in front of him, and said, "Husband, who is the beauty in this video?" Zangshin looked over and was startled. The beauty in this silver video is dressed in a white dress, exuding an elegant jasmine temperament, and her translucent skin tone shines under the beauty effect, like a pure white angel descending. "Isn't this a little love?" Zangshin recognized her at a glance. As the video played, he also saw himself and his parents getting out of the RV. Then, the video seemed to have been edited, and soon, there were the figures of Leader and Leader Gu, as well as the scene where they shook hands and said goodbye to Xiao Ai after finishing the table in the Zhang family hall. Zangshin glanced at the title below. How did the mysterious foreign businessman come into play, and actually attracted the leadership of Jinhai? The release time is this morning, which means that Li Yuqing brushed this video today. After watching the video, Zangshin looked up at Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong, and those two staring at him made his heart tighten. He actually had the illusion that he had returned home after a night of romance outside, and was caught by his wives and concubines, and felt inexplicably guilty in the face of their scrutiny. However, this feeling is only for a short moment. Immediately, he thought that Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong seemed to be hiding some improper relationship. He couldn't help but think that maybe he could introduce Xiao Ai to them and let Xiao Ai explore their minds to see if their XP was a kill for both men and women, or if they only had a tendency to go beyond friendship with Tongtong. Therefore, he quickly regained his composure, coughed lightly, and told them what Xiao Ai had told him about how to introduce their relationship. "It turns out that Brother Shin already knew Alice before he met us," Lu Tongtong said after hearing this. Zangshin nodded, "Yes, take her out for dinner when you have time, let's get to know each other." Okay. Li Yuqing immediately smiled happily. "Alice is so good looking, husband, bring it out and let us meet." Lu Tongtong cast a naughty look at Li Yuqing, stretched out his hand and took out a tissue and handed it to her. "White, saliva is flowing down." "What?" Li Yuqing took the tissue, her face full of doubts, and then she seemed to understand. She quickly unfastened her seatbelt, walked to the back seat, and teased, "Okay, you demon girl, how dare you make fun of me? See that I won't pick you up today, so don't you want to escape?" Saying that, Li Yuqing pounced on Lu Tongtong, who was huddled on the edge of the car door and wanted to escape, and stretched out her hand to scratch her armpit. Lu Tongtong was afraid of itching, and instantly laughed wildly, shouting again and again, Don't. However, Li Yuqing didn't seem to intend to let her go so quickly, tugging at her skirt from time to time, revealing a large area of spring light. This made Zangshin involuntarily attracted, thinking of the wonderful sensory experience that night, and he couldn't help but regret how he could be so drunk. Soon after, the two finally stopped frolicking. Lu Tongtong's seductive face was slightly red. He glanced at Zangshin and pretended to be angry and shouted, "Nerd, what are you looking at? Take care of your daughter-in-law." "Oh, cluck, don't." It turned out that Li Yuqing stretched out her hand to scratch her soft waist again, and said with a smile, "Saw fox, how dare you talk to your husband like this?" Giggle, "Me, cluck, I don't dare." Lu Tongtong begged for mercy, and Li Yuqing stopped. Then, the two sorted out their messy clothes and slowly got out of the car. After Zangshin got out of the car, he looked at the familiar abandoned hospital in front of him and said to them with a chuckle, "How do you plan to shoot this time? This big iron door is closed. Is it taken directly at the iron door? Let's go inside and shoot." Li Yuqing replied, "The door is locked. Do you want to climb the iron door in?" Zangshin asked. Li Yuqing shook her head. "No, husband, let's go to the back of the abandoned hospital. There is a wall over there. You can enter from there." "Ha, how do you know?" Zangshin asked suspiciously. Lu Tongtong on the side explained, "Because when we passed by here before, we found that there was a wall collapsed in the abandoned hospital behind us." Hearing Lu Tongtong's words, Zangshin nodded. Then, under the leadership of the two, he walked around the outer wall of the abandoned hospital to the collapsed wall behind it, and came to the door of the inpatient inpatient building in the backyard of the abandoned hospital. Husband, Tong Tong, and I started fighting each other from here, and then ran upstairs to pretend to fight in sword lines, and finally I made a mistake and was caught by Tong Tong, taken to a hospital room, and corrected the law on the spot, and you followed the whole process. Okay. Zhang Shen nodded, saying no problem. As soon as the two women saw Zhang Shen nodding, they began to fight from the first floor of the hospital building to the 5th floor, according to the lines they had practiced before, until Li Yuqing was pressed by Lu Tongtong and caught in the hospital room. After walking out of the inpatient building, Zhang Shen took the two girls who were so tired that they couldn't walk and walked towards the RV while listening to their requirements for this introduction video. Husband, in this issue, you will transform the inpatient building into a magnificent 5-story palace, and the inpatient room will become Su Daji's sleeping palace. Li Yuqing suggested. No problem, I'll go back tonight to deal with it. Zhang Shen responded, and then wrote down the request and secretly sent it to Xiao AI for her to implement. Doesn't my husband go to the studio? Li Yuqing asked. My husband is used to editing alone in his bedroom environment, but he has no thoughts when he changes places. Zhang Shen casually made up a reason. Okay, Li Yuqing whispered helplessness. Then the three of them had a meal together. After eating, Zhang Shen sent the two of them downstairs to the studio on the grounds that they needed to go to the martial arts gym to practice, and he rushed to the fire martial arts hall. This time, he planned to have one last fight with Li Ziyuan, and then tell him that he would not come again in the future. After all, now he can get a lot of survival points just by sleeping in the RV, and with Xiao Di, a fighting maid, he can learn from her. When the RV stopped in front of the gate of the fire martial arts hall, a beep sounded in Zhang Shen's ears. Danger, danger, a third-order cursed god is leading the believers and is violently attacking the believers of the third-order fire god. With the strength of the host, once involved in this god war, it will be completely reduced to cannon fodder. Please leave quickly. Hearing this unusual prompt, Zhang Shen's steps paused, and his eyes looked into the martial arts hall. In the center of the courtyard, Zhang Er covered his head and looked at a group of children about 7 or 8 years old in front of him with a sad face, who were crying in the yard wearing brand new snow-white GI robes. Woo, I'm going home. Mom, woo, I won't practice anymore. Listening to the crying of the children in the courtyard, Zhang Shen couldn't help but think, this kind of offensive is indeed very fierce. As he spoke, he walked into the yard and swept his eyes to the children. Suddenly, his steps paused, and his eyes were fixed on a little loli with a little pink face that cried with pear blossoms and rain, and 2 hair whips on her head. Isn't this little loli the little girl who took the good luck community as her own territory 3 years later? Zhang Er was feeling helpless against the group of children in front of him, when he suddenly heard footsteps at the door, turned around and saw that it was Zhang Shen, and immediately greeted, Brother Shen, when did you come back? This morning. These children are the new seedlings harvested in the past 2 days? Zhang Shen looked at the children around him and asked. Zhang Er nodded helplessly. Yes, Ma Jinren doesn't know how to persuade those ants dancing in the square to send such a young child to the martial arts gym to learn kung fu. As a result, as soon as I taught them the basic horse steps, they couldn't stand it and wanted to go home. Zhang Shen couldn't help but smile slightly, missing Ma Jinren a little in his heart, and walked towards the hall of the martial arts hall. But when he got there, he didn't see Li Ziyuan and other martial arts disciples. He turned around and walked out of the hall of the martial arts hall, saw Zhang Er who was still coaxing the children, and asked, what about them, the others? There is a world's #1 martial arts competition in the provincial capital, and the master took them to participate in the competition early. This morning, I was arranged by my master to stay because I twisted my leg a few days ago, Zhang Er said with a face full of frustration and regret. I see, Zhang Shen responded. When will you come back? If it's fast, it's a week, if you're lucky, it's about a month. Zhang Shen nodded, thinking that he would come back to say goodbye after they finished the game. However, when he saw the little loli who cried the most, his heart suddenly moved, and he realized that the little girl still had a first brush that had not been completed, so he wanted to take this opportunity to brush by the way before leaving. After all, that is 1,000 survival points, and you must not miss it. And this little loli can live for 3 years. Obviously the ability she gained after becoming a cursed god must be extraordinary. So, Zhang Shen decided to take advantage of her young ignorance to establish contact with her first. Thinking of this, he paused, turned around and walked towards her, bent down slightly and asked softly, why are the children crying so sadly? Little loli was obviously startled when she saw a stranger suddenly appear in front of her, and ran towards the side of the martial arts hall. Zhang Shen smiled faintly and slowly followed. When the little loli saw the stranger walking towards her again, she immediately threw her legs inside and continued to run away. Zhang Shen immediately said softly and gently, don't you remember my brother? That day, my brother was downstairs, holding a little black cat and a little white dog, and we had seen each other. Little loli paused when she heard the sound, turned around, her big watery eyes flashed, and she carefully looked at Zhang Shen's face. That's right, she had seen this person holding a cute cat before, and she was not a stranger. Zhang Shen stepped forward, continued to squat down, and gently stroked the little loli's head. It seems that you still remember your brother. Why are you crying so much? Can you talk talk to your brother? Little Loli cried again when she heard this. Woo-woo, Mom lied to me. What are you lying to? Lie to me that you can learn Kung Fu here, and you can fly to the sky if you learn it. As a result, I asked the uncle, but the uncle said that it was all special effects of TV series, and it was impossible for people to fly. Maybe it's not a lie, Zangshin said softly. Isn't it a lie? Woo-woo, can my brother fly too? Little Loli asked sobbing. Yes, Zangshin replied softly. That brother, Woo-woo, can you fly one to show Yushing? The little Loli cried and begged. Let's go. Zangshin nodded in agreement, looked around, and was sure that no one would see him. Immediately, as soon as his consciousness froze, his body was suspended 1 meter high. In an instant, the little Loli's crying stopped abruptly, her tender little mouth opened slightly, and her big watery eyes showed a look of surprise. When Zangshin landed, the little Loli immediately let out a crisp childlike voice. Mom didn't lie to me. People can really fly. Zangshin saw that the little Loli was no longer crying, and asked with a smile, do you want to learn? I want to learn. Can my brother teach me? The little Loli's eyes flashed with longing. Zangshin had an idea and smiled. Yes, but if you want to learn this, you have to worship me as a teacher. Apprentice? Little Loli looked up, her big eyes flashed, her expression became very serious, her knees were bent, she knelt down and hugged her fists and said, Disciple Yushing, meet the master. When the little Loli knelt down, Zangshin was stunned, and quickly said, Get up quickly, how can you kneel? I watch TV, those people are like this every time they apprentice to a master, and they must honor their masters in the future. Little Loli said seriously, without the slightest intention of getting up immediately. Poof. Zangshin couldn't help but laugh. Today's children seem to have a martial arts dream. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and pulled her up. Get up, be good. Master doesn't pay attention to these things here, as long as you have a heart. Oh. Little Loli nodded and said, Master, what kind of kung fu did you fly up just now? Is it a light skill? Master, that was called magic just now. What is magic? Little Loli asked curiously, obviously unfamiliar with the word. It's a spell that can make people fly. Zangshin thought for a moment and replied, When will the master teach me this magic? The little Loli makes a crisp voice and her face is full of anticipation. I can teach you now, but there are many steps to this magic. The first step is that you can't tell others. You just saw the master flying, understand? Zangshin said seriously. Little Loli nodded seriously, as if she felt a sense of honor to be secretly taught by her master, and immediately promised, Yushing knows, this is a secret between me and the master. Even if my mother asks, Yushing will not tell her. Very good, this is our little secret, no one can say. Now the master will teach you this magic. Will the rain star be able to fly in the sky soon? The little Loli's eyes flashed with anticipation. Zangshin shook his head. Flying is not achieved overnight. You need to start learning a few basic skills, and it will take at least a year to fly. Well, I know, master, teach me quickly. Little Lori couldn't wait to nod and said, Okay. Zangshin nodded in satisfaction and began to explain seriously. The first step of flying is to fall over your shoulder. Come here, the master will teach you. Saying that, Zangshin gently grabbed her arm at the moment when little Loli approached excitedly and completed an over-the-shoulder fall. Just as she was about to touch the ground, he slowed down, reached out to protect her waist, and gently lowered her to the ground. Congratulations to the host. Suppress the third-order curse gods, and get plus 1,000 survival points. Hearing the system's prompt, Zangshin smiled at the corner of his mouth, then helped the little Loli up and asked, Have you learned this? Little Loli nodded ignorantly and shook her head again. I didn't learn it. It doesn't matter, that action, other uncles will do it too. You can go to him and ask him to teach you over-the-shoulder falls. After learning, remember to come to the master in room 902 where we live, and the master will secretly teach you the second step. Got it, master. Little Loli nodded happily, turned around, and ran towards Zhang Er. Congratulations to the host, repel the third-order cursed gods, and get plus 100 survival points. Listening to the prompt sound in his ears, Zangshin nodded in satisfaction, turned around and left the martial arts hall, and returned to the RV. I glanced at the display screen on the car, and it was already 3 o'clock. Is it a bit too early to go out of the city to trigger the first brush now? Zangshin was talking to himself, and at this moment, the mobile phone made a beep. He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was a text message from Xiao AI. Master, the video clip has been repaired. Are you satisfied with it? Pretty fast, Zangshin replied. After waiting for a while, he didn't see the video sent, so he asked, What about the video? The video is still buffering and has been transmitted 80%. As soon as Xiao AI's words were sent, a small video collection prompt appeared in the chat box. Zangshin clicked on the original video download and checked, and then opened it to watch. In an instant, his attention was drawn. In the video, the inpatient building of the abandoned hospital slowly blurs as the progress bar begins to play, gradually transforming into a magnificent palace. And at the moment when the palace appeared, the two figures quietly galloped in front of the palace gate to confront each other. On the left is Li Yuqing, who is wearing a golden robe and holding a golden sword, with a fairy spirit. On the right is Lu Tongtong, a Sudaji costume with long sleeves fluttering pink, 9 tails looming, and a face full of fox charm. After the two finished their lines, they gestured casually, and in an instant, countless countless sword chi stirred, peach blossoms flew, and exquisite special effects fighting pictures that only existed in various blockbusters continued to emerge. After watching this video, Zingshan couldn't help but sigh. This is simply a work that can only be produced by millions of editors. The process of this abandoned inpatient building slowly turning into a magnificent palace is not something that ordinary people can edit. Not to mention the moment when various special effects hit the screen in the fight between the two. If someone doesn't know, they will probably think that there is a top team behind it and it took an unknown amount of time to complete. But if they knew that this was just the effect that Xiao AI spent less than an hour to make, they didn't know how they would react. I watched the video, it's very good. Zangshan sent a message to Xiao AI. Xiao AI quickly replied, hee, thank you for the master's compliment. Is the master going home for dinner tonight? Or is it now driving? No. One and going straight out of the city to wander around other places in search of creatures that may become intelligent races in the future? No return. I will wander around Jinhe for another hour and then go to the outskirts of Jinhe after dark. Zhang Shen replied, knowing the owner, then Xiaodi and I will go to the car management office to draw cards. Okay. Zhang Shen responded, then drove the RV and began to turn slowly in the main urban area of Jinhai. The main urban area of Jinhai is very large. Previously, he had only triggered various first swipe survival points on a few main roads, but he had not been to some remote areas, such as old towns, urban villages, old streets, etc. Now, Zangshan felt that there was nothing to do, so he decided to go around these areas to see if he could find the relevant hints of the intelligent race when the first brush was triggered. However, after a while, he only triggered 3 new first swipe survival points, which had nothing to do with the intelligent race. Even if it is a little related, it is just a hint from other gods. Zangshan thought about trying to see if he could pry away the other party's family, but when I got closer, I found that the families of these other gods were not transformed from the animals and plants around them, but the families of ordinary people. The method of these ordinary people becoming the other party's family is basically similar to that of Mai Jinren. As long as the other party pays some price after death, they can turn their corpses into fire slaves. Or like Li Yuqing, use some special materials to combine your own talents to resurrect Lu Tongtong and become a ghost race. Therefore, Zingshan came to the conclusion that most of the gods who could survive until 3 years later had the ability to cultivate their own intelligent races and believers through other means. After a fruitless search, Zangshan was ready to let number 1 drive to the suburbs. But at this moment, a horn suddenly sounded from behind the car. Zangshan looked at the display screen and found that he was followed by 2 identical Wuling RVs. At this time, the ringtone of the video call request rang on WeChat on his mobile phone, which was the 3 groups he had established with Xiao AI and Xiao Di before. Zangshan stretched out his hand and clicked the connect button and saw Xiao AI wearing a corset white professional suit and Xiao Di wearing a black cape-style suit, each sitting in the driver's seat and driving the car. Xiao AI saw Zangshan connect to the video and said with a smile on his face, Master. Xiao Di also said softly, Master. Zangshan nodded and said, the 2 RVs behind you are yours. Yes, Master. As soon as I got the license plate number, I saw that the Master's car was driving towards the south of the city, so Xiao Di and I followed over and wanted to say hello to you. Xiao AI replied, I see. Since the license plate number has been obtained, then ask me to find out if there are any abandoned and remote no man's corners nearby, and I want to replace these 2 RVs with divine chariots. Zangshan said. Xiao Di continued, Master, I am very familiar with this area in the south of the city, and I can locate number 1 to the unfinished building of Guijin. Zangshan nodded, gave orders to number 1, and went to the unfinished building of Guijin while continuing to chat with them. While chatting, Zangshan mentioned that Li Yuqing wanted to know Xiao AI. At the same time, he also talked about the scene where he met Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong that morning, as well as some experiences after getting drunk that night and confessed to Xiao AI. After hearing this, Xiao AI said slowly, Master, do you want me to find out the hostess's attitude towards you? Is it a man and a woman, or does she have special feelings for Tongtong? Sure enough, Xiao AI, you are so smart, you guessed what I meant right away. Zhang Shen applauded. Xiao AI smiled slightly, since the master wants to know, when do you plan to arrange for us to meet? Just tomorrow night. Okay, master. While Zhang Shen was chatting with Xiao AI and Xiao Di, the speed and performance of the number 1 divine chariot were far from comparable to Wuling RVs, and it soon distanced itself from them. The car then turned into a remote cement road which could only accommodate 1 RV driving alone. The cement road was lined with messy weeds, and in the distance stood a 30-story unfinished building which stretched its shadow under the sunset. Is the unfinished building in front of you the unfinished building of Guijin? Zangshan pointed the camera of his mobile phone at the unfinished building. Yes, master. Tick replied. I came to the south of the city several times, but I didn't know that there was an unfinished building here. Zangshan smiled self-deprecatingly and pointed the camera at himself again. Giggle, Xiao AI smiled and said, Master, it's normal for you not to know. In the 3 days we left Jinhai, Xiao Di has cleaned up all the snobbery in the southern part of the city. Now she is walking around the southern district of the city, and people who come out to mingle call her Sister T, the eldest sister master, and she also calls her the first sister in the south of the city in private. Master, they just scream casually. Xiao Di said modestly. Ha, Xiao Di doesn't need to be modest, but since you have cleaned up all these people, then I have a request. Don't let them be unruly, you can make money together. Don't fight and kill everywhere to disturb the people so as not to attract the attention of the officials. At this stage, our strength is not yet well reserved, and we do not want to have too much contact with the officials. Got it, master. Xiao Di understands that you don't like them to make trouble, so after subduing them, I have already ordered them to go down. Xiao Di said. That's good. Zhang Shen nodded, then thought of something, and continued. By the way, Xiao Di, when the time comes, you can see if any of these people are not bad, and when the disaster comes, take them and their families into our shelter to maintain public order. Yes, master. Is there any other instruction besides this? Xiao Ti asked. It seems that these two are the only ones for the time being. If there are others, I will tell you again. Zhang Shen's voice stopped dumbly before he finished speaking, because at this moment, a sharp warning suddenly sounded in his mind. Warning, warning, the unfinished building of Guijin in front is entrenched by a group of intelligent races. At this moment, a fourth-order god of war in distress was under siege by a group of fallen. With the host's current combat power, once involved, it will face a catastrophe. Please avoid it quickly. Wisdom Race, Stormby Clan. When Zhang Shen heard these words, he couldn't help but feel happy, so he asked number 1 to speed up and rush towards the unfinished building of Guijin. As for the system's prompts, Zhang Shen didn't care too much about the fourth-order gods of war and fallen people in this unfinished building, but was a little curious about the species of fallen. Soon, the number 1 divine chariot turned into the community of the unfinished building with gold, stopped without any hindrance, and did not continue to drive inside. It turned out that in front of the number 1 divine chariot, more than a dozen disheveled gangsters were punching and kicking a young man in a dark blue security uniform. When the young man in security uniform was covered in injuries, blue and purple, these gangsters pressed one of his faces to the ground and forcibly pressed his hand. On the side, a young man who was obviously the leader of these gangsters, holding a dagger in his hand, half squatted down and said, "Boy, your father owes us $1 million from Brother Dao and ran away. Now that my father's debt is being repaid, isn't it natural? But we gave you a day to collect money, you didn't make up enough, hid here, didn't answer the phone, and WeChat specially blocked me. Don't you know that I hate others for blocking me the most?" Saying that, the gangster leader seemed to remember something unpleasant in the past, slapped the young man in the security uniform's face, and said angrily, "Since you dare to block me, it seems that you don't plan to pay back Brother Dao's money. That's fine, a finger is 100,000, I will collect some interest first, it should be no problem." When the young man in the security uniform heard this, he immediately struggled. "Brother Tao, don't give me another day. I promise to work hard to collect money and never hide. And I've already called a friend for help, I'm really not lying to you." However, the young man in security uniform was suppressed by these gangsters and could not resist at all, and the gangster known as Brother Tao seemed to be determined to cut off his finger. The young man in security uniform looked desperately at the sharp dagger, and when he was about to cut off his finger, suddenly a loud car whistle sounded. Everyone present looked up. I saw a huge RV parked behind them, and a young man in the car walked down with a frown. Brother Tao stopped the dagger in his hand, stood up, and said to Zhang Shen, "Are you a friend of this bad gambling ghost son? Came to pay him back? Danger! Dangerous!" The host attracted the attention of the third order fallen. With the host's current combat power, if it was opposed, it would be dead, so please deal with it carefully and wait for an opportunity to escape. It seems that the young man who was beaten will be a fourth order god of war in the future, and the person who controls him is the fallen. Strange, how could these people become degenerates? Is it also a situation similar to the Ghost Clan, where a certain god transforms them through his own talent? Zhang Shen ignored the words of the gangster leader, was puzzled in his heart, and directly cast a peeping eye. Intelligent race, fallen. Qualifications, elite, normal, elite, lord, king, legendary, epic, mythic, third order, 0/10,000. Name, Tang Tao. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Zhang Xian, the fourth order dark god. Devotion, 100 points of faith are provided to the gods they believe in every day. Mood, irritability. Analysis, originally a first order hell god, under the influence of Zhang Xian's talent, he gradually amplified his inner desires, and finally sank into the sea of desire, lost himself, became a fallen, became his followers, minions, and was enslaved by him. Who is this letter, who has such a terrifying talent to amplify the desires of others and make them sink into depraved ones and become his followers? Zhang Shen frowned slightly, thinking to himself in his heart. And the gangster with a dagger on the opposite side, when he saw Zhang Shen talking to himself there, he felt neglected in his heart, and he couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, the gangster brother on the side shouted angrily, "Specially, are you deaf? Didn't you hear our brother Tao's question?" After that, the gangster brother and another gangster brother with a stick stepped forward and raised the stick, ready to teach Zhang Shen a lesson. Zhang Shen practiced hard at the Lihua martial arts hall during this time, and in the face of these gangsters with no combat skills, he could easily deal with them without activating his abilities. He turned slightly sideways, dodged the gangster's stick on the left, and then raised his leg and kicked the other gangster in the waist, kicking him away. Congratulations to the host, defeating the strong with the weak, suppressing a second-order degenerate, survival points plus 50. Congratulations to the host, defeating the strong with the weak, suppressing a first-order degenerate, survival points plus 10. This point is too little. The first time I suppressed and defeated other people's relatives and strange beasts, I actually only got so much. Zhang Shen curled his lips, feeling a little dissatisfied in his heart. Looking for death, Ah Chang, Ah Wei, clean him up for me. When Brother Tao saw that Zhang Shen had quickly defeated his two younger brothers, he immediately became alert. Obviously the other party was extraordinary. He waved his hand, and the two dark-skinned and burly gangsters behind him immediately rushed towards Zhang Shen, with a bandit aura on their faces, and they were obviously not good stubble. For these trained people, fighting alone is not enough at all, and he suddenly feels that fighting more and less is the wisest choice. Tang Tao's mouth curled up with a sneer, and he thought to himself, if anyone dares to ignore me, I must let him kneel down and talk. However, he never expected that the young man in front of him would have supernatural abilities. When he saw these two gangsters rushing towards him, Zhang Shen was unceremonious. He used his agility amplification technique and quickly increased his speed. Just as the two gangsters swung their fists, his movements were already extremely fast, and the left hook was followed by a right leg, instantly knocking the two gangsters to the ground who had not yet reacted. Congratulations to the host, defeating the strong with the weak, suppressing two third-order degenerates, survival points plus 200. A prompt sound sounded with two miserable wails on the ground, but Zhang Shen didn't care and slowly walked towards Tang Tao. Tang Tao's face was full of astonishment, and he looked at his most powerful thug in disbelief, but he didn't expect to be knocked down in an instant. Realizing that he underestimated the enemy, he immediately waved his hand behind him and roared, Quan Shang, kill him for me. After saying that, he rushed towards Zhang Shen with all the younger brothers behind him, thinking to himself, I don't believe this young man can fight 2 by 1, but in the face of so many people, there will definitely be no problem. Zhang Shen saw them rushing and was about to improve his agility, when suddenly Xiaodi's indifferent voice came from behind him. Stop, Tang Tao, who do you say you want to cut? These menacing gangsters heard Xiaodi's voice and stopped instantly, looking at her with a hint of fear. Xiaodi put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked to Zhang Shen's side. Like a mouse seeing a cat, his face changed drastically, and he panicked. Tang Tao looked at Xiaodi and said hesitantly, Sister T, I didn't know that this young man was your person. What's going on with this young man on the ground? Xiaodi asked, her tone cold. His dad is a bad gambler. He borrowed $1 million from our brother Dao, but he ran away without money, so brother Dao asked us to come to his son to collect debts, and if we can't get it back, we will have to pay off the debt with 100,000 fingers. 1 million? Xiaodi seemed to hear the joke. Her eyes were sharp, and her voice was indifferent and sarcastic. If there is really $1 million, how can you let people run away? And Scar doesn't take $1 million too seriously. Under Xiaodi's sharp gaze, Tang Tao said uneasily, 100,000 principal. After hearing this, Xiaodi's eyes were cold, and he responded coldly, 100,000 principal. Your brother Dao in the north of the city dares to cut people's fingers in our territory. It seems that your brother Dao doesn't know who is controlling everything in the southern district of the city now. Sister D, calm your anger, Tang Tao quickly explained, our brother Dao, get out. When Tang Tao heard Xiaodi's scolding, he immediately closed his mouth and hurriedly left with his men. With the assistance of believers, the host successfully repelled a group of fallen, and the survival points were plus 1020. Zhang Shen listened to the prompt in his ear and was stunned for a moment, not expecting that he could also get survival points without touching the target of suppression. After Tang Tao and the others left, Zhang Shen took Xiaodi and Xiao Ai and walked left and right towards the young man in security uniform on the ground, and at the same time threw out a peeping eye. Real name, Bai Qi, divine name, not named, God rank, 4th rank, 0/100000. God system, God of war system, Godhead, uncondensed, divine domain, not activated, divine skill, not owned, divine endowment, not awakened, divine fire, 0, faith, 0, believers, 0, analysis. In the density division of the 4 types of gods of conventional, rare, and legendary, divine creatures that can awaken to become gods of war can be described as a rare type of god, and once they grow up and gain their allegiance, they will be a great help in the future. Zhang Shen stared at the attribute panel in front of him, thinking to himself, he didn't know that there were still 4 density divisions between the divine systems before. So is the conventional god system really vulnerable, and its combat power is not worth mentioning? Zhang Shen thought for a while, shook his head, and felt a little uncertain. After all, this division of god density seems to be classified into regular, rare, and legendary according to the base of the same god system that appears among 10,000 people. The gods of war should be a relatively rare category among the awakening of everyone as gods. As for the strength of the strength, it depends on the talent of awakening and other comprehensive factors. Thinking of this, Zhang Shen was full of curiosity, waiting for the catastrophe, what type of god he would awaken to. The young man in the security uniform stood up from the ground with difficulty and looked at the young man standing between between the two women in surprise. This man looks ordinary, but judging by the position of the three, he is clearly the central figure. Who is this young man, who has made Sister Xiaodi, who has been respectful to him in the past 3 days, has been accompanied by Sister Xiaodi? The doubts in the hearts of the young people in security uniforms flashed by, and he thanked them. Thank you for helping me relieve the siege, otherwise my hands would be completely useless. Zangshan looked at the young man in front of him, who was still just a security guard, and said flatly, no thanks, we just happened to pass by. But if you can't pay them back the money your father borrowed, you won't be so lucky to meet us next time. I know, the young man said in a deep voice, clenching his fist slightly, then relentlessly letting go, bowing his head and saying, if they only need 100,000, my savings in the past few years are enough to pay it off, but they ask for 1 million, and I really can't take it out. Zangshan didn't say much after hearing this, but just looked at Xiao Ti beside him slightly. Xiao Ti understood, looked at the young man and asked, what's your name? Bai Qi. Xiao Ti responded, okay, tomorrow you go to the bank to withdraw your 100,000 yuan, and then call Tang Tao and ask him to bring an IOU and meet me at the Bliss Song Hall after 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ah, Bai Qi was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and immediately said gratefully, thank you, Sister D. Thank you, Sister D. Well, go back and see the injury. Xiao Ti said lightly. Yes, Sister T. Bai Qi replied. When Bai Qi walked out of the unfinished building of Guijin, Zangshan wondered why he didn't have the first 1,000 survival points, so he said to Xiao Ai and Xiao Di beside him, you wait for me here, I'll come when I go. After saying that, Zangshan became invisible, quickly chased after Zhao Ku, who had just walked out of the gate of the unfinished building of Guijin, and then stretched out his foot slightly, showing a smirk. At this moment, Bai Qi's heart was full of gratitude to Zangshan and the others, but suddenly, he took a step and suddenly stumbled and fell, and his whole face smashed into the weeds on the side, making him grin in pain. Host suppresses the 4th order god of war, survival points plus 1,000. Hearing the prompt in his ears and looking at Bai Qi who was about to turn around, Zangshan showed a bad smile and went invisible again. Bai Qi got up from the haystack and looked at the location he had just walked in confusion. Just now he felt something tripping him, but when he turned his head, he saw that it was overgrown with weeds, and there was no shadow of the roots at all. He was full of doubts, but continued to move forward. At this time, the corners of Zangshan's mouth rising slightly, and he was secretly proud in his heart, because at this moment another prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host, repel the 4th order god of war, survival points plus 1,000. Yes, less than 5 minutes after coming to this Guijin unfinished building, I haven't even gone to find that intelligent race, the Violent Bee clan, and I have already obtained 3,000 survival points. Zangshan nodded in satisfaction, turned around and walked towards the gate of the Guijin unfinished building, until he got close to Xiao Ai and Xiao Di, and slowly revealed his figure. Master! Xiao Ai and Xiao Di shouted in unison. Well, Zangshan responded softly, and said to Xiao Di, this Bai Qi, please help me observe his character. Xiao Di replied, the master wants to take him in as a little brother and let him be responsible for the security of the shelter. I have this plan, but if character in 3 views don't work, then forget it. Understood, master, Xiao Ti replied. Zangshan nodded, his eyes on the unfinished building in front of him. At this time, the afterglow of the sun was gradually engulfed in darkness, and the unfinished building in front of him looked gloomy and dull, and his vision became blurred. This made Zangshan feel a headache. This unfinished building covers a large area and is very tall, surrounded by other unfinished buildings and container houses on construction sites, surrounded by trees and weeds. And just now the system prompted that there was a wise race storm Bee clan entrenched here, and the dark sky in front of him made it obviously not easy for him to find the intelligent race storm Bee clan hidden here. After thinking for a moment, Zangshan decided to wait until tomorrow during the day to look for these intelligent races. Thinking of this, he turned around, took out 2 divine energy chariot cards from his backpack, and his consciousness froze, and in an instant, 2 new divine chariots appeared in front of him. 1 car per person. Zangshan said softly, thank you, master. Xiao Di and Xiao Ai each chose one and installed the license plate number they chose on the 2 divine chariots. Immediately, the 2 chariots also scanned the RV they chose in an instant, and quickly transformed into the appearance of 2 Wuling RVs. After the transformation was completed, Zangshan opened the door of the divine realm, put the 2 real Wuling RVs into his backpack compartment, and then got into the car again and drove towards the southern outskirts of the city. As soon as his consciousness froze, he gave an order to number one, how long will it take to drive all the village and town roads on the southern outskirts of the city as much as possible tonight? Back to the master, 5 hours and 17 minutes. Okay, after you go around the surrounding suburban villages and towns, go to the villages and towns on the outskirts of the west of the city. Received, master, a route is being planned for you. Under the scorched street lamp, the number 1 divine chariot slowly drove out of the south gate of the city and drove towards the outskirts. Zangshan narrowed his eyes slightly, leaned on the soft chair of the driver's seat, and as soon as his consciousness sank, he poured into the divine realm. In an instant, his consciousness condensed into a consciousness body and appeared in the sky above the Yanhuang domain tens of thousands of meters meters high. At this time, in the realm of Yin Huang, it was so dark that he couldn't see his 5 fingers. However, in Zhang Shen's field of vision, the scene of the entire divine realm was as clear as daytime. He set his sights on the door of the divine realm palace, which was the brightest in the divine realm. At the entrance of the temple, Xiao Bai was lying in its nest, closing his eyes and resting. After more than half a month, Zhang Shen did not pay close attention to Xiao Bai, but now he found that his body was larger than before, and his snow-white hair became more and more handsome. But its old problems when it sleeps are still unchanged, and it still likes to wag its tail. But suddenly, Xiao Bai's wagging tail stopped. Muran opened his big snowy almond eyes, looked up at the starry sky, and let out a dog bark. This little guy, does he sense that I'm looking at it? Zhang Shen whispered to himself. His eyes moved away from Xiao Bai, and turned to Buster Town, 30 meters away. In Buster Town, in addition to the stump-shaped cat nest he initially placed next to each big tree, there is also a space warehouse covering an area of 1,000 square meters. At this time, on the left side of the warehouse gate, bags and bags of open cat and dog food were piled up. Several big wild cats were gathering in front of the open cat food bags, eating cat food scattered on the ground. Zhang Shen looked around and found that Xiao Hei and the 5 kittens were not in Buster Town. His eyes moved slightly, and soon he found the group of cats in the River Creek Bay, 100 meters away from Buster Town. At this time, they were all brought here by the big black cat and were drinking water. Like Xiao Bai, Zhang Shen didn't pay attention to them for more than half a month, thinking about Xiao Hei and the 5 kittens, thinking that they were a little bigger than before, and their hair became a lot smoother. After learning about the situation of Xiao Bai and Xiaohei, Zhang Shen set his sights on the Emerald Valley a kilometer away. To the left of the mouth of the Emerald Valley, there is a high stacked mound of earth, almost as tall as an adult. I don't know how many ant eggs the queen has laid during this time, Zhang Shen said to himself. His consciousness froze, wanting to see the situation in this mound clearly, and at this moment, he was stunned. The ants in the mound were still 550 at this time, but they were no longer the original male and female ants the size of grains of rice, but thumb-long ants. How could it be that big? Zhang Shen's face was full of doubts. He also found that after half a month, the queen ant colony did not produce a single egg except that her size gradually approached the size of a fist. Zhang Shen frowned and looked at another colony of black ants that would turn into strange beasts after the cataclysm. The black boys, who were originally just settling down casually in the stone crevices, also piled up a large mound of earth at this moment. Did the black boys get bigger too? Zhang Shen guessed. His consciousness was deep, and he peeked into the situation inside the mound. In an instant, the scene inside the mound was the same as he had guessed. Hei Zai and his harem ant colonies have all become the size of fists. Are these ants affected by a little divine energy in their bodies? But why hasn't Xiao Bai and Xiaohei changed? Zhang Shen muttered softly, no longer thinking about it, and set his sights on the small multifunctional mining and refining locomotive in the depths of the Emerald Valley. In the past half month, the jade stones collected by this locomotive have basically remained at 1,000 pieces every day, and the different elemental crystals produced have also been maintained between 2 or 3, which is not too much. Suddenly, the small multifunctional mining and refining locomotive suddenly started, full of jade stones and different elemental crystals, and drove out of the Emerald Valley. Zhang Shen's eyes followed closely behind, and he quickly saw the locomotive transporting a cart full of jade stones to the space warehouse in Lingnan district. Finally, it dumped the jade stones on the mountains of jade stones, and the dozen or so gemstones in the carriage were neatly placed in the small pile next to the jade stones by mechanical racks. After unloading, the locomotive drove towards the Emerald Valley again. However, Zhang Shen's eyes did not continue to follow the locomotive, but simply checked the mining situation in Lingnan district. Some time ago, he moved a small coal mine to Lingnan district. Now, the 3 gods can smelt the copper furnace, and thanks to the newly obtained coal mine as fuel, Xiao Ti arranged 6 intelligent mining vehicles to transport all the collected ores such as iron ore, copper ore, silver ore, and gold ore to the copper furnace, smelt them, make them into brick forms, and store them in the space warehouse for later use. Once he draws the drawings for crafting equipment, he can easily access these materials to craft equipment, craft weapons, and armor. Thinking of this, Zhang Shen checked the amount of iron, copper, silver, gold, and other minerals that had been shaped into bricks in the space warehouse. 500 iron bricks, 350 copper bricks, 200 silver bricks, 100 gold bricks. The number is a bit small. Zhang Shen shook his head dissatisfied. However, it didn't take long for him to be relieved. After all, if he hadn't just acquired the coal mine, and was limited by the number of furnaces smelted and the mining speed of the mining cart, he felt that his reserves of these minerals could have been increased even more. After a brief understanding of Lingnan district, Zhang Shen set his sights on the junction line between forests and plains. Since arranging for intelligent mechanical workers to work here, he has not paid attention to this area for a while. And now, the fields here are crisscrossed, and next to the original 3 acres of rice fields, I don't know when there will be 10 acres of land. These 10 acres of land are planted with vegetables, as well as some species such as mushrooms and herbs. Obviously, these 10 acres of cultivated land are the result of the hard work of 3 intelligent mechanical workers during this time. Yes, it is very intelligent and it will take the initiative to open up Wasteland. Zangshan was quite satisfied with these intelligent mechanics, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. It would be nice if more intelligent mechanics could be drawn, so that animal husbandry, breeding, and even construction and light industry in the divine realm could be further developed. Subsequently, Zangshan learned about the growth and changes of animals, plants, fish, and other species put into the divine realm. Unconsciously, Zangshan felt like a teenager addicted to online games, completely immersed in the game home built bit by bit, looking down on the changes and gains of the divine domain in the past half-month. Therefore, at this moment, if he hadn't seen the rising sun that began to turn red on the large rivers of the divine realm, and heard the sound of pheasants starting to crow in the forest, he might not have realized that he had stayed in the divine realm for a long time. It's dawn, Zangshan whispered to himself. His consciousness slowly withdrew from the divine domain and returned to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, he rubbed his eyes and stretched his waist, like a teenager who stayed up late, feeling that the energy consumption of the night was huge, and even his stomach was faintly hungry. He looked out the car window. At this time, the number 1 divine energy chariot was driving steadily on the mountain road under the slowly rising sun, heading towards a remote village on the outskirts of the city. Zangshan retracted his gaze, called out the attribute panel, and instantly refreshed after seeing the survival points, 58,680. Yes, it triggered more than a dozen first brushes overnight. I know, it's a little more than 40,000 away from 100,000 survival points. If you continue at this rate, you can collect 100,000 survival points in about 3 days to activate the purple card lottery wheel. Zangshan was happy in his heart, opened the system diary to check, and wanted to know how lucky he was last night and whether he had encountered the intelligent race. System diary. Congratulations to the host, your believers have contributed 1030 points of faith to you. The host is calm, crossing the lake where the strange beasts gather, and the survival points are plus 1000. The host is extremely brave and leaves the territory of the Third Order Wood God unharmed, with plus 1000 survival points. Host. Zangshan stretched out his hand and pressed it on the right side of the system diary, constantly swiping up to view. When he finished watching the night's harvest, he silently turned off the panel. This night, I didn't even encounter a single intelligent race. It seems that it is not easy to find the intelligent race by relying on this method of quickly earning survival points. Zangshan sighed lightly and gave an order to number 1. Number 1, find an intersection and stop. Yes, master. Number 1 responded, slowed down, leaned towards the mountain wall, and slowly stopped. Zangshan opened the car door and looked at both sides of the mountain road, confirming that there was no one around and there were no vehicles moving. He froze his consciousness, took number 1 back to the backpack space, and then sneaked towards the mountain on the left. In the end, he squatted in a hidden pile of weeds, took out the wormhole orbit card, and cancelled the positioning of the suborbital point on the number 1 divine chariot. He then pointed at a large rock protruding from the weed pile and marked it as a suborbital point. Then, his consciousness froze. In an instant, a black dot the size of a football appeared in front of his eyes, emitting a strong pull that attracted him closer to it. Zangshan subconsciously wanted to resist, but as soon as he resisted, the pull instantly became extremely terrifying. In an instant, his whole body was pulled into the black spot by this suction. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was already in the bedroom cabinet at the main orbit point of the wormhole. Opening the cabinet, Zangshan looked at the empty soft bed and fell asleep directly. After 3 hours of sleep and all mental states recovered, he opened his eyes, got up to wash up and went out, ready to wipe out the intelligent race of the violent bee clan found yesterday evening. Leaving the apartment, Zangshan chose a remote road with no cameras and released the number 1 divine chariot from his backpack. He quickly got into the car and drove towards the unfinished building in the Guijin community. 20 minutes later, a prompt sounded in Zangshan's ears. Warning, warn! The Guijin unfinished building in front is entrenched by a group of intelligent races violent bees and their tamed beasts. The host. Please stay away. Once approached, it will be regarded as an invasion and suffer a devastating blow. Please leave this area as soon as possible. It's not okay to leave. Zangshan smiled at the corner of his mouth, drove the car straight into the unfinished building of Guijin community, and stopped at the gate of the unobstructed community without scruples. With a creak, the door opened, Zangshan got out of the car, and looked up. In front of him was an unfinished building more than 30 stories high. In an open space on the left side of the unfinished building, in addition to the trees close to the walls of the community, bricks, tiles, iron barrels, rotten wood, abandoned machinery, etc. from the construction site are sporadically piled up around. But by this time, the scraps were already covered with vines and surrounded by dense weeds. On the right side of the unfinished building, in the vast open space, abandoned container houses and dormitories can be seen everywhere. The unfinished building in this Guijin community is so big. Where can I go to find the Stormbee clan? Zangshan secretly said in his heart and began to analyze. The name of the Stormbee clan has the word bee in it, and it is likely that a group of bees became an intelligent race after being impacted by divine energy technology after the cataclysm. After determining the possibility of an intelligent race, he began to examine the unfinished building in front of him, which towered in the center of the Guijin community, covering a huge area and the surrounding environment. Where do bees usually choose to build their nests? It can be on a tree, in a house, on a stone wall, or in a corner leeward. Zhang Xin had a judgment in his heart and decided to start exploring from the trees near the walls of the community and the dormitory of the container house. As for the towering unfinished building, he planned to wait until he confirmed that there were no trees and containers in the building before looking for it. It took half an hour for Zhang Xin to surround the walls of the community and inspect the trees one by one, but did not find the bee nest. Then, he carefully searched the cluttered container houses and temporary dormitories on the left side of the unfinished building. More than an hour later, he walked to the gate of the unfinished building with a face full of resentment, looked at the dilapidated building, and muttered, "If there is none, then 9 out of 10 will be in this unfinished building. I hope these bees don't build too high, otherwise, I'll have to break my leg." He prayed silently, and then walked into the unfinished building. The building has been unfinished for many years, and the interior is filled with a rancid smell of stone mud. As he walked through the dimly lit corridor, a cool wind blew, making him feel a little chilly. He thought to himself that if he was looking for a wise race here last night, he would probably think of a lot of horror things. After all, almost every unfinished building had some accidents. He had heard that under Jinhai University was an ancient battlefield, which later became a mass grave. An hour and a half later, Zhengxian struggled to climb to the top floor, rubbing his legs that were about to be exhausted, and his mood became worse and worse. "Isn't it in this unfinished building?" he said to himself, "or which room did you miss?" Frowning, he decided to search carefully from top to bottom, layer by layer. However, when he searched the door of the first floor, he still found no trace of the Stormby tribe or the system's prompts. Zhengxian's heart couldn't help but tighten. If it weren't for the system reminding him that there was a violent bee clan here, he would almost suspect that there was no violent bee clan here at all. "Isn't it in the building, but in a corner of this Guijin unfinished building community that is easy to overlook?" he thought to himself, but he had already searched all around. The hidden areas are nothing more than unfinished buildings and container houses. Just as Zhengxian frowned and thought about where the violent bees might nest, he found a small bee busy collecting honey on several small wildflowers nearby. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his consciousness moved, and he casually threw out a peeping eye. The corpse of a strange beast that died in a cataclysm. "It's a corpse." Zhengxian couldn't help but complain at the bee. He looked around to see if there were any wildflowers that would attract bees to collect honey. "Unfortunately, there is nothing around. Since you don't have one, then create it yourself." Zhengxian muttered, got into the RV, and said softly, "Number 1, go to the largest flower market. We are looking for the largest flower market in the city for the owner, and the positioning has been completed. Fuxing Flower Market." The number 1 divine energy tank made a mechanical electronic sound and quickly drove out of the Guijin unfinished building. "Warning, the host is about to step into the core territory of a third-order wood god. Please leave quickly to avoid being captured and enslaved by his family." 15 minutes later, when the car stopped in front of the Fuxing Flower Market at the end of Fuxing Avenue, Zhengxian got out of the car and heard the alarm sound in his ears. But he didn't care. After all, when he passed by here, he knew that there was a third-order wood god here, and he regarded this place as his territory. Moreover, he had also learned before that this territory had swiped 1,000 survival points for the first time. It's just that he didn't expect that the third-order wood god seemed to be in this flower market. There were not many people in the flower market early in the morning. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Xin's RV stopped at the door, it attracted the attention of many stores. After walking in, many clerks came forward to ask him what flowers he needed. However, Zhang Xin only responded lightly, looked at it slowly, and walked towards each flower shop on his own. The flower market covers a vast area. Each store is also quite large, with a variety of different varieties of flowers placed in the store, and the greenhouse flower room made of plastic film is separated. "Danger! Dangerous!" The host took a step forward and was about to attract the attention of a third-order wood god and his family, so please avoid the host as soon as possible. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xin listened to the prompt in his ear, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and looked up at the shop in front of him, called Lin Ji Flower Workshop. Then, without hesitation, he walked in. This flower shop is also very large, at least 400 or 500 square meters, and there are almost more than 20 flower rooms made of transparent film in the store. As soon as Zhang Xin stepped into the store, he saw a girl with a beautiful face and fair skin greeting him. She wore a pale green school uniform, looked about 18 or 19 years old, her ponytail swayed gently, and her face was full of youthful smiles. Walking up to Zhang Xin, she said in a crisp and enthusiastic voice, "Hello, do you need any flowers, big brother? If it's a gift for a girlfriend, we have fresh ones in our store." Danger! The host is intercepted by the third-order wood gods. Please get out as soon as possible, so as not to be captured, violated, exploited, and squeezed, and become the nourishment of its believers. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Xin looked at the girl in school uniform in front of him and interrupted softly, "I want to buy some flowers that can attract honey." "Ah, Ha! When the girl heard Zhang Shen's words, her delicate little face was slightly stunned. People who come here to buy flowers are usually to send them to girlfriends, family or colleagues, and some people are there to attract bees? Is it to scare people with a prank? After all, a few days ago, a classmate in her school bought a plate of flowers that attracted bees and put them under the podium. But when the female teacher wore black silk to class that day, she didn't know it, and something funny happened. The girl couldn't help but worry in her heart, hesitating whether to sell flowers to the young man in front of her. But then she thought that her pocket money this month was linked to the sales in the store, so she blinked her smart and pure eyes, and her tone was no longer so enthusiastic. But she asked seriously, "Brother, are you sure you want to buy flowers that attract bees? You don't want to play a prank, do you?" Prank? Zhang Shen was slightly stunned, then thought of something and explained, "I want to raise some bees and need to attract bee colonies." When the girl heard this, she realized that she had misunderstood Zhang Shen, and a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she said enthusiastically, "Yes, many orchids are the most attractive to bees, and the eldest brother comes here with me." Zhang Shen nodded, followed behind the girl, and couldn't help but feel amused by her reaction, and then looked at her with a peeping eye. Real name, Lin Ni. Divine name, not named. Divine rank, 3rd order, 0/10,000. God type, wood type. Godhead, uncondensed. Divine domain, not activated. Divine skill, not owned. Divine endowment, not awakened. Analysis: in the 4 types of God density division of conventional, rare, and legendary, divine creatures that can awaken to become wood types can be described as a relatively conventional type of god. Wood gods are considered conventional gods, so the 4 types of gods that have been in contact with the most recently, metal, water, fire, and earth, should also belong to conventional gods. Zhang Shen silently thought in his heart and decided to wait for Lu Miao to return from the provincial capital to investigate. Then he followed the girl and quickly walked to the door of the flower room of a plastic greenhouse and stopped. The girl opened the door of the plastic greenhouse, and a seductive fragrance instantly hit her nose, which made people feel invigorated. Zhang Shen looked over and saw a plate of colorful orchids, neatly arranged on rows of pyramid-like flower stands. These are polyorchids, also called honey orchids and bee orchids, which are in bloom now, so these flowers are particularly attractive to bees, the girl introduced as she walked in. Zhang Shen listened while asking, "How much is a plate?" "These 10 seedlings are the easiest to attract bees, and they cost 70 plates. These 8 seedlings cost 60 plates. These 3 seedlings of 20. Girl skillfully introduced. "I want 10 seedlings and 10 plates," Zhang Shen said. When the girl heard that Zhang Shen wanted so much, her fair face immediately showed a happy smile. "Big brother is so refreshing. If you have 10 plates, I will ask my mother, can I give you another plate?" The girl immediately picked up WeChat, spoke to her mother, and then said, "Big brother, my mother said yes, but next time if you need any flowers, you have to take more care of my family, big brother." Zhang Shen smiled slightly and nodded. Then big brother, "Wait a moment, I'll choose the 11th plate of the best bee orchid for you, and then ask the workers to help you move it to the car," the girl said. After a while, the girl called an uncle over and asked him to transport the flowers to Zhang Shen's RV on a tricycle. After Zhang Shen saw that the flowers were placed in the trunk of the RV, he took out his mobile phone, scanned the payment code hanging in front of the girl, and then showed her the screen. "The money has been paid." The girl glanced at Zhang Shen's mobile phone, nodded, and then said with a smile, "Big brother, add a friend, if you want to buy flowers and send a girlfriend in the future. You can also contact me directly on WeChat, and I will arrange for someone to send it to you when the time comes. The little beauty is really good. She is not very old, but she is quite good at doing business. What grade is she in this year?" Zhang Shen said with a smile, taking out his mobile phone and clicking on the QR code. "It's a senior year of high school." As the girl spoke, she took out her mobile phone and scanned Zhang Shen's QR code and noted her name. Zhang Shen also posted his name through her friend's request, and then drove back to the unfinished building in Guijin community. Number 1, open the trunk. Back in front of the unfinished building in Guijin, Zhang Shen gave an order, then got out of the car and walked straight to the spare car. He is waiting for the destined bees. It didn't take long for more than 10 bees to quickly appear in front of his eyes, and then flew towards the 11 plates of bee orchids and began to be busy collecting honey. Zhang Shen threw out a peeping eye. For a moment, he was speechless. None of these more than 10 bees lived for 3 years. However, soon after, more than a dozen bees flew in from all directions. Zhang Shen was overjoyed and hurriedly threw out more than 10 peeping eyes. As a result, a virtual panel slowly appeared above the head of only a little bee, which only he could see. Insect creature, explosive bee, qualifications, normal, 2nd order, 0/1000, name, not named, skill, not activated, believers, no faith, mood, joyful. Analysis, a bug-type creature domesticated by the storm bee tribe is happily collecting honey, and once it is angered, it will attract more explosive bees to attack. "It's you." Zhang Shen smiled slightly and threw out a beast taming technique, and a crisp prompt immediately sounded in his ears. "Congratulations to the host, successful domestication, get the pet explosive bee, Pan Believer +1. Zhang Shen gave orders to the successfully domesticated little bee. "From now on, you will call Xiaomi Xiaomi and take the master to your nest. Xiaomi received Zhang Shen's instructions, vibrated her wings, and quickly flew towards the pile of rubble covered with vines on the left side of the unfinished building. Finally, 50 meters away from the RV, he stopped in front of an abandoned iron oil drum lying on the side covered with half-meter high weeds. Zhang Shen pushed aside the weeds and walked over quickly. When he was 5 meters close to the iron oil drum, a warning suddenly sounded. Danger! The host is about to step into the core area entrenched by a group of storm bees, and once inside, they will be attacked by their tribe and tamed beasts, and will eventually be captured, reduced to slavery, and oppressed by their tribe, becoming a tool for reproduction. Please leave as soon as possible. Finally found a place. Zhang Shen smiled happily, ignored the warning panel that popped up in front of him, quickly pushed aside the weeds, and walked to the abandoned oil drum lying in the weeds. This oil drum is a large oil drum, about 1.5 meters long, with a diameter of 1 meter at the mouth. In the oil drum, there was actually a huge beehive. On the outermost plate of the hive, bees are densely crawled, and the hive behind this honeycomb disc was covered with soil and vines, and Zhang Shen couldn't see how much honey was still in it, but he estimated that there were at least 10,000 bees. He immediately threw out a peeping eye. The nest of the storm bee tribe. It's this group of bees. After Zhang Shen confirmed that it was correct, he gave an order to Xiaomi. Go and tell the queen bee to let her lead all the bees and submit to me, otherwise I will let it. Before he finished speaking, several little bees suddenly flew out of the nest and pounced on his little honey, throwing it into the dense haystack. Then, some bit Xiaomi's neck, some bit its wings, and some bit its limbs. Damn, what's the situation? Zhang Shen was stunned, and at this moment, a prompt sounded in his ears. The smell emitted by your pet honey was mistaken for an alien thief bee by the guard bees of the storm bee tribe, trying to steal honey, so it suffered a devastating blow. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Shen finally thought that bees distinguish groups by smell, and if the smell is different, it will attract the attention of the guard bees, and even be expelled or killed. He thought to himself, perhaps because he had domesticated Xiaomi, which caused the smell on its body to change. Just as he was thinking, a hurried prompt suddenly sounded. Your pet was expelled by the guard bee of the violent bee clan, and was eventually dismembered by its 5 horses and died. At the same time, the guard bee regards you as an accomplice of the bee thief and is gathering a large force to expel you. Please escape quickly. Accompanied by the prompt sound, there was also the sound of roaring and shaking wings in the beehive. Immediately afterwards, thousands of small bees flew out of the hive, forming a black swarm web, which quickly surged towards Zhang Shenfei. Zhang Shen looked at this dense little bee. His scalp was directly numb, and he immediately wanted to use the agility amplification technique, so he ran away. After all, he didn't want to be bitten all over his body. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something, decisively changed his mind, stopped, his consciousness froze, and he shouted in a low voice, "Air cover." Half a meter in front of him, there was suddenly an invisible ripple, and all the bees flying towards him hit a transparent cover one after another, and they couldn't get close at all. However, these bees do not seem to give up because of this. Therefore, in less than 10 minutes, the periphery of Zhang Shen's air cover was covered with a thick layer of bees. Zhang Shen, who was staying in the air cover, looked at the bee swarm only half a meter away from him, and his scalp couldn't help but tingle. If you don't have this air cover, in the face of so many bees on your body, you will really be stabbed all over your body. Zhang Shen muttered, his brows furrowed slightly, and thought, how to pull out the queen bee and subdue it without using violence. First of all, I want to use methods to deal with ant colonies, but the result is not applicable. After all, bees are disposed of before they can get close, and bees are not the same as ants. They do not have the ability to carry heavy loads, so they cannot move the queen bee out directly. Zhang Shen thought for a moment, and suddenly felt that the air around him was a little stuffy, and the temperature in the air hood slowly rose. This made the sweat on his forehead rush and breathe a little difficult. He suddenly reacted. These bees obviously couldn't attack themselves, but they still surrounded themselves tightly. It turns out you want to suffocate me. Zhang Shen's heart was shocked, and then he jumped upwards, shaking down some bees outside the air cover. Then he froze his consciousness, performed the flying technique, and quickly flew around the unfinished building. After completely shaking off the bees hanging on the air hood, he slowly landed. But he didn't dare to remove the air cover immediately. After all, there were still a few little bees around him who seemed to be still following him. I don't know if it will attract other dumped bees to continue to attack itself. So, Zhang Shen had no choice but to continue to turn on the air hood and walk towards the hive. When he walked to the trunk of the car, a prompt sounded. Warning! Warn! The host is about to encounter a highly poisonous golden ring bee beast. Please retreat quickly. Poisonous golden ring bee beast? What kind of bee? Zhang Shen muttered to himself and looked into the trunk. I saw 5 thumb-sized wasps hunting the bees on the honey orchid. One of them, with its sharp opening and opening its mouth, bit the corpse of a bee and ate it with relish. Good guy, this honey orchid actually attracted 5 bumblebees. Bumblebees are also known as hufeng, wasps. Zhang Shen had heard before that bumblebees were the natural enemies of bees. 40 bees can be killed in 1 minute. In other words, these 5 bumblebees can destroy 12,000 bees in an hour, and if you add their own potential empowerment, the efficiency will only be higher. Thinking of this, a new idea flashed flashed in Zhang Shen's heart. His consciousness froze, and he threw a peeking eye at the 5 bumblebees. Insect creature, highly poisonous golden ring bee beast. Qualifications, normal. Second order, 0/1000. Name, not named. Skill, not activated. Believers, no faith. Mood, joyful, restless. Analysis, a highly poisonous golden ring bee beast mutated from the golden ring bee, with highly toxic abilities, is greedily enjoying a delicious meal at the moment. These 5 bumblebees, although their qualifications are ordinary, have all lived for 3 years, and there is no problem with domestication. Zhang Shen nodded in satisfaction, his consciousness froze, and he successfully domesticated the 5 bumblebees, but did not take them directly to the honey nest. He felt that this was not enough. He wanted to use swarm tactics to deter the queen bee, so that she would obediently give up resistance and come out to serve him obediently. If she doesn't come out, then let the bumblebee get in and force her out. Therefore, Zhang Shen gave an order to the 5 bumblebees, "Take me to your hive." Buzz. The 5 bumblebees received the signal, quickly roared, and flew towards the wall of the Guijin unfinished building. Zhang Shen closed the trunk door, his consciousness froze, he entered a state of invisibility, performed the flying technique, and followed them closely. After flying for almost half a minute, as he approached a low bush, he heard a familiar system prompt. "Warning, warning, the host is about to enter the territory of the highly poisonous golden ring bee beast. Please retreat quickly. It seems to be here." Zhang Shen whispered to himself, continued to fly with the 5 bumblebees for a while, and finally saw a beehive hanging under a dead tree not far away. The hive is not large, shaped and sized like a rice bowl, and the surface is covered with a layer of earth. Zhang Shen estimated that there were only 20 bumblebees in it. Really? When 5 bumblebees approached the nest, there was a roar inside the hive, and 20 bumblebees flew out of it and pounced on them. Zhang Shen learned the lesson of the bee nest before and knew that these bumblebees were trying to expel the 5 bumblebees, and maybe even kill them. So, seeing 20 bumblebees flying out, he immediately froze in consciousness and began to use animal taming techniques. Congratulations to the host, the beast is successfully tamed, and the pet poisonous golden ring bee beast, Pan Believer +1, survival points +10. Congratulations to the host, the beast has been successfully tamed, and the pet poisonous golden ring bee beast has been obtained. Congratulations to the host, the beast was successfully tamed. The host cannot domesticate the corpse of a dead beast, and the domestication fails. Of the 20 bumblebees, a total of 15 were successfully domesticated, while the remaining 5 failed. This is because these 5 have not been more than 3 years old in the system's judgment and have become corpses. For these 5 bumblebees that failed to be domesticated, Zhang Shen was not polite, and his consciousness froze. The 5 bumblebees were surrounded and killed by 20 bumblebees in a moment of confusion. After disposing of these 5 bumblebees, Zhang Shen naturally would not let go of the queen bee in the nest in front of him. He gently picked up the bowl-shaped beehive, broke it slightly, and saw a queen bee slightly larger than a wasp with almost deteriorated wings, trying to escape. His consciousness froze, and he threw a domestication technique at the queen bee. Domestication failed. Ha! Zhang Shen was stunned for a moment. The domestication technique that had never missed before actually failed? What's going on? Zhang Shen was puzzled, so he cast a peeping eye on the queen bee. Insect creature, highly poisonous golden ring queen bee. Qualifications, Lord. Fourth order, 0/100000. Name, not named. Skill, not activated. Believers, no faith. Mood, restlessness, anger. Analysis, only by 100,000 poisonous golden ring bee colonies can it be possible to give birth to a highly poisonous golden ring queen bee with Lord qualifications, with good 4th order combat power. Under restlessness and anger, it is not so easy to domesticate. After reading the detailed information of this queen bee, Zhang Shen realized that it turned out to be a queen wasp with the qualifications of a lord. The reason for the failure of domestication is that its qualifications and rank are too high, coupled with a bad mood, so the difficulty of domestication has greatly increased. If you want me to domesticate you, it depends on your mood, right? Zhang Shen muttered to himself, his consciousness froze, and he threw one domestication technique after another at the queen bee. He didn't believe that one domestication would not work, but 10 times would not work. After almost 20 attempts, a faint prompt finally sounded. Congratulations to the host, successful domestication, obtained the pet poisonous golden ring queen jelly, Pan Believer +1. Ah, the domestication has finally been successful. Zhang Shen laughed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then domesticated all the 10 wasp larvae in the nest in the cocoon state. After that, he named the queen bumblebee Big Golden Flower, and flew towards RV number 1 under the escort of 20 bumblebees. Back next to RV number 1, Zhang Shen opened the rear compartment and placed the honeycomb on the plate of 11 plates of honey orchids. The highly poisonous queen bee in the wasp nest was tempted by the scent of bee orchids and slowly crawled out of the hive to look around. As soon as it saw the corpses left by the 5 bumblebees hunting bees under the flower plate, it immediately quickly crawled out of the nest and began to gobble up the bee carcasses that fell into the flower plates. Big Golden Flower, as long as you follow me, there will never be less of sumptuous food. Zhang Shen smiled at the bumblebee queen. Hearing Zhang Shen's words, words, the small wings of the bumblebee queen trembled slightly, and a white light flew towards him. Congratulations to the host, your pet has a good impression of you under the temptation of food and has become your true believer. Is this really an unexpected surprise? Zangshin was stunned for a moment, not expecting such a gain. So, he asked 20 bumblebees to eat the bee carcasses and said the same thing. However, these 20 bumblebees did not become true believers like the queen bumblebee. Zangshin was a little disappointed, so he asked them to stop eating, then reached out and closed the rear carriage, and took them towards the beehive, ready to avenge their shame. In an instant, 20 bumblebees flew up in front of Zangshin, and the roar was as shocking as 20 bombers, coming from afar. Just when there were still 10 meters away from the bee nest, the guard bee instantly felt the sound of the bumblebee's wings vibrating and became restless. Seeing this, Zangshin's heart tightened, so he said to the bumblebees, "Tell the queen bee inside to come out and be loyal to me. Otherwise, this queen bee, you don't want to see your bee colony eaten by bumblebees one by one." 20 bumblebees quickly received Zangshin's signal and flew down to the wax disc of the beehive like 20 bombers, suddenly landing on the enemy base, which frightened the bees. In an instant, all the bees in the beehive exploded. More than a dozen guard bees quickly rushed to the bumblebees, trying to drive them away. However, as soon as these guard bees approached the bumblebee, they were easily bitten off by the neck, and the corpses were separated, miserable, and fell into the haystack. After killing these guard bees, no bee dared to approach these 20 killing gods for the time being. Therefore, the 20 bumblebees did not continue to hunt other bees, but slowly conveyed the task that Zangshin had already assigned to the queen bee in the hive. Zangshin patiently observed from the sidelines, but in the next second, the buzz in the hive suddenly broke out. One by one, small bees flew out from the depths of the hive and pounced on 20 large wasps. Watching these little bees rush towards the bumblebees, Zangshin almost blurted out the quintessence of the country. It was clear that the queen bee's intentions could not be more obvious, and it did not intend to surrender. So, Zangshin quickly gave orders to the bumblebees, asking them to destroy those bees that dared to approach and attack. 20 bumblebees received Zangshin's instructions, and with their size advantage and sharp teeth far exceeding that of bees, they began to bite and kill the bees that tried to drive them away. In an instant, the bees' corpse scattered in all directions. However, there are still many more bees fearlessly swarming up. They kept attacking these bumblebees, gnawing and kicking, but were easily killed by bumblebees every turn. At this moment, the war between bees and wasps is like the slaughter of one race against another, as if it is a war between two countries, which is extremely tragic. Zangshin thought to himself that without his restraint, this attack by 20 bumblebees on bees would be simply a battle of extermination, and it was all a one-sided massacre. He observed for a minute, thinking that he planned to let the bumblebees get into the hive and force the queen bee to come out. However, at this moment, the bees found that they could not cause effective damage to the bumblebees, so they stopped attacking and surrounded the bumblebees one after another. Once one bee is bitten to death, two bees quickly fill the void. Therefore, it didn't take long for 20 bumblebees to be surrounded by a large number of bees, and their movements became extremely inconvenient and even faintly stagnated. Not good. Zangshin saw this and let out a sigh of surprise. Looking at these bumblebees wrapped in a ball, he couldn't help but think of the scene when he was almost suffocated by the bees when he turned on the air cover before. At this moment, he no longer despised it in his heart, his consciousness froze, and he whispered, "Healing, potential empowerment." In an instant, a pale white and a light red light appeared out of thin air, and quickly flew towards the 20 bumblebees. These bumblebees, who were originally thick and long thumbs, under the influence of healing techniques and potential empowerment, instantly shocked their spirits, soared 2 to 3 times in size, and were resurrected with full blood. In an instant, 20 bumblebees broke away from the swarm tactics and began to fight back against the weak bees with their faster speed, huge size, hard leather armor and sharp teeth. The bee corpses fell to the ground again, and no bee could hold a huge bumblebee at all. At this moment, the 20 bumblebees are like real giant battlefield meat grinders, like super behemoths, wantonly slaughtering the bees that are trying to besiege them. At the same time, they did not forget their mission and constantly sent signals to Zangshin asking the queen bee to surrender in order to stop the slaughter. Seeing that the bumblebees were safe and sound, Zangshin finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to pass on new action instructions. The bumblebee, who received the order, quickly used its huge size and sharp palate to drill holes the size of ping-pong balls in the hive and rushed towards the queen bee. Soon after, Zangshin saw a queen bee that was obviously slightly larger than a bee, and under the support of a swarm of bees, he was forced by 20 bumblebees to drill out of the hive in embarrassment. "This is the queen bee, and it's finally out. Ha ha." Zangshin couldn't help but laugh, threw out a peeping eye, and was stunned for a moment. Insect creature, explosive queen bee, qualifications, Lord. 4th order, 0/100000. Name, not named. Skill, not activated. Believers, no faith. Mood, restlessness, anger. Analysis, among 100,000 explosive bees, it is possible to give birth to an explosive bee with Lord qualifications. How could this queen bee be a strange beast? Zangshin was shocked and had doubts in his heart. Could it be that there are 2 queen bees in this hive? It's impossible. There must be no two queen bees in a nest. Zangshan couldn't understand, so he took out his mobile phone and checked it, and then suddenly realized. It turned out that the queen bee of this storm bee tribe may not have yet been born. After all, only when the old queen bee is about to die, the bee colony will build several alternating queens for the new queen, and when the old queen bee lays fertilized eggs into these newly established queens, the new queen will gradually develop and the old queen bee will die completely. Then this explosive queen bee was obviously able to survive and grow into a fourth-order explosive queen bee when she was about to die. In this way, isn't the current ruler of the violent bee clan this explosive queen bee? No wonder in the system's warning prompts just now, the patriarch of the storm bee clan was not mentioned, but only the storm bee clan. It turned out that it was because there was no storm bee clan leader here at all. In other words, this is a special group of symbiosis between alien beasts and intelligent races. Thinking of this, Zangshan couldn't help but laugh, because he suddenly realized that the queen bee in this hive was actually a strange beast, which was actually not a bad thing, but a thing to be thankful for. As long as he tames the queen bee, which is about to become an exploding queen bee, he can give orders through it and thus command the entire bee colony. Immediately, Zangshan's consciousness was concentrated and began to continuously cast animal taming techniques on the explosive queen bee. He didn't know how many times he had cast it until a crisp prompt sound came from his ears, and it finally sounded. Congratulations to the host, successful domestication, obtain the pet explosive queen bee, Pan Believer +1. Finally domesticated successfully. Hearing the prompt, Zangshan exhaled softly and quickly gave the order to the 20 bumblebees to leave the hive, and then gave an order to the explosive queen bee to make all its bees submit to themselves and never attack themselves. After receiving the signal, the pair of short wings behind it vibrated slightly. Countless bees who were strangled by bumblebees and almost fell into chaos suddenly heard the instructions from the queen bee and immediately stopped all of them. Immediately afterwards, Zangshan saw that in the nest, a little white light quickly rushed towards him. Congratulations to the host, under the order of the explosive queen bee, all the storm bees will be for you as the master. Pan Believers +871. Such a large hive, with only 871 bees, evolved into an intelligent race? This is too little. Zangshan couldn't help but think to himself, and then cast a peeping eye at a bee whose body was glowing just now. Wisdom race, storm bees. Qualifications, normal. Second order, 0/1000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, Pan Believers, 1 point of faith provided every day. Mood, confused. Analysis, in the bee colony, all worker bees are female bees, and this worker bee is no exception. Born like all female bees, with a slender body and outstanding appearance, but unable to reproduce normally. Why has this analysis become popular science again? And also introduce these female bees, what is the reason for them to grow so good like ant colonies in the future? Who would love to read this? Can't they have some other useful information? Are you worried that I won't treat them well and deliberately whet my appetite? Zangshan looked at the panel and couldn't help but mutter, then got up and walked to the RV with 20 bumblebees, giving orders to number 1. Number 1, put that iron bucket in the trunk of the trunk. Be careful not to alarm the bees inside. Received, master. Number 1 received the order and slowly drove towards the abandoned oil and iron barrel. When it approached the iron barrel, it stopped, and then the lid of the compartment above the trunk suddenly opened, and 2 long robotic arms stretched out. Not interested. As soon as the robotic arm appeared, it moved the honey orchid placed in the trunk of the trunk into the trunk, and then rolled up the entire discarded iron oil drum and placed it horizontally in the trunk. After the hive was transferred to the carriage, the bees became restless due to the smell of bee orchids and queen bumblebees. Zangshan's heart tightened, and he immediately gave an order to the explosive queen bee, asking it to tell the bees not to panic and stay quietly in the hive to rest. The swarm of bees instantly fell silent. After completing the transfer of the bee nest, Zangshan asked 20 bumblebees to return to their queen wasp nest. Then, he asked number 1 to close the lid and sit back in the cab. Back in the cab, Zangshan picked up the mobile phone placed in the car, prepared to open WeChat, and asked Xiao AI to arrange for someone to make some large beehive boxes, divide the bees in the waste bucket into several queen bees, and then domesticate the bees that would turn into explosive bees from time to time when they were fine. As soon as he opened WeChat, he saw Li Yuqing sending him 7 or 8 messages. Good morning, husband. Haven't you woken up yet? My husband cut the video last night and went to bed very late. My husband got up and sent me a message back. Let's go to lunch together. Tongtong's parents just called and asked her to go back to the provincial capital, and my husband I went to send Tongtong to take the high-speed train. Looking at this information, Zangshan hurriedly clicked on a video and sent it. In an instant, Li Yuqing's sweet face appeared in the video, with a crisp and happy smile on her face. Husband, you finally woke up, huh? Husband, why are you in the car? Because I slept in the RV last night. Zangshan yawned, showing a hint of tiredness. Baby, the video you want has been cut. I'll send it to you to see. After hearing this, Li Yuqing immediately guessed. It turns out that my husband was cutting a video on the RV last night, which was really hard. It's not hard, Zangshan said, secretly saying in his heart, it. I didn't say that I cut the video on the RV. Is this considered me lying? Immediately afterwards, he sent the video. When Li Yuqing waited for the video to be sent, she said again, husband, I just sent Tong Tong to the high-speed rail and was about to go back. If you wake up, let's go to lunch together. Okay. Zhang Shen responded casually, but when he saw the abandoned large oil drum honeycomb and the trunk of the trunk on the display screen, he quickly said, wait a moment. Ha! Li Yuqing blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhang Shen in the video puzzled. Zhang Shen thought for a while and replied, my friend heard from me that I like to eat honey, and his family has a big wild honey nest, so he asked me if I wanted to take it away and find a place to raise it. So, husband, you're planning to take a look now, right? Li Yuqing asked. Yes, it's already on the road, and it's about to drive out of the countryside. Zhang Shen said, okay, remember to tell me when my husband comes back. Li Yuqing's little face showed a hint of loss, but suddenly her beautiful eyes enlarged and her gaze became obsessive. It turned out that after she received the video sent by Zhang Shen, she saw the small window browsing screen that automatically played in the video, and she was instantly amazed. Wow, husband, the video you cut is so good, so beautiful, this time it will definitely attract a lot of attention to us. Li Yuqing said happily. Ha, Zhang Shen laughed. Wait until you go back and upload it, and after the review of the short drama video, everyone can see it. That's right, my husband is so powerful that it only took one night to make such a work, it's like hanging up. Li Yuqing kept saying happily. Zhang Shen listened, secretly proud in his heart, but smiled silently. After that, the two chatted for a while, and Zhang Shen told Li Yuqing about the appointment with Xiao Ai to eat at the restaurant that celebrated the opening of the studio last time. When Zhang Shen hung up Li Yuqing's phone, the number 1 divine car slowly stopped under the office building opposite the Chengdong Zoo. As soon as he stopped, a prompt sound sounded in his ears. The host is about to approach the zoo inhabited by many terrifying beasts. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible. Regarding this zoo, Zhang Shen passed by several times and wanted to go in and see it. However, because the system did not prompt that there was a wise race inside, and there was no time, he kept delaying and failed to enter. Now, Zhang Shen came here not to explore what kind of terrifying beasts the animals in this zoo had become in the cataclysm, and lived until 3 years later. He glanced at the Chengdong Zoo, which was not cheap but had a dismal business, and only some people visited it on holidays, so he got out of the car and walked towards a 20-story office building called Chengdong Building opposite. Since Xiao Ai was about to buy an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the eastern part of the city, she rented the 20th floor of this building as the headquarters of Longshan Group. When Zhang Shen passed by here before, he and Xiao Ai came to see it once, when the entire office was still empty, with only a large space. And now, when he walks out of the elevator on the 20th floor, everything in front of him has taken on a new look. There was a front desk at the gate, and a little girl with a beautiful face was sitting behind the table, staring at her mobile phone, as if she was busy with something. However, when Zhang Shen approached, the little girl immediately smiled, and a sweet and clear voice sounded, hello, sir, who are you looking for? Are you also here for an interview? No, my name is Zhang Shen, looking for you to love Mr. Love. Zhang Shen responded, you are Mr. Zhang Shen. We love to explain that as long as someone named Zhang Shen comes in, you can go in directly. Okay, thank you. Zhang Shen smiled faintly and walked inside through the front desk. The office on the 20 floors is about 400 or 500 square meters, and the central office area can be seen at a glance, with more than 20 desks and chairs neatly placed side by side. Some of these tables and chairs are stacked with documents, and some seem empty, obviously not enough manpower. It was noon, and many people were not in the central office, but in the small dining room next to it, or went downstairs to eat. Therefore, when Zhang Shen walked over, only 1 or 2 clerks in white-collar uniforms looked at him curiously. One of the female white-collar workers with heavy makeup looked at him and said in surprise, Zhang Shen, you are Sun Li? Zhang Shen took a few closer looks before recognizing that she was Sun Li, a well-known green tea in school. In the past, in the class reunion, she often used the aura of scholarships to show off in front of him, but he never took the bait and didn't even invite him to a meal. Therefore, the two did not get along well in the class reunion. Why didn't you recognize it for a long time? I thought you forgot to bring your contact lenses today. Why are you here? Sun Li asked. Zhang Shen frowned slightly, not wanting to argue with her. I'm looking for her. You're here for an interview too, right? Recently, people come to interview every day, and they are all very good, but in the end they were all rejected by Mr. AI. With your major in diploma, it is in vain. It is estimated that the human resources director can pass the level, and the love general will definitely not be able to pass, Sun Li said, with a hint of arrogance and confidence in her eyes. Oh, it seems that this company is not easy to enter. Zhang Shen nodded in satisfaction, and then asked suspiciously, Sun Li, what position were you recruited for in such a difficult company? Sun Li puffed out her chest and said proudly, Public Relations Department. No wonder you can come in. It seems that you will always pick talents. After Zhang Shen finished speaking, he walked towards the corridor in the central office without looking back. When Sun Li heard this, her face changed, and she pouted angrily, Zhang Shen, you. Little Love's office is located at the end of the corridor behind the central office. The corridors are long, and at intervals on both sides are rooms with different functions, such as meeting rooms, guest rooms, or pantry. The innermost one close to Xiao Ai's office is an independent financial office, data room, archives, and other offices. When Zangshan walked to Xiao Ai's office, knocked lightly on the door, then turned the door lock and walked in. As soon as Xiao Ai saw Zangshan come in, she immediately smiled and said, "Master, why did you come here suddenly? Is there anything that Xiao Ai needs to do? Can't I come to see you if it's okay?" Zangshan walked up to Xiao Ai with a smile. His eyes fell on the laptop in front of her, and the red and green stock curves came into view. "You were speculating in stocks. The group's new city project and prefabricated vegetable factory require a lot of capital investment, so I casually operated the funds to make the shares of Longshan Group worth some money and then throw some money to buy various materials," Xiao Ai said. "If you urgently need funds, you can also take some green Du Emperor jadeite and go abroad to find sellers to exchange for money," Zangshan said as he prepared to explain his intentions to Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai smiled slightly after hearing this. "The master wants to be lazy." "Ha, almost," Zangshan responded with a laugh. Xiao Ai stretched out his hand to turn off the computer and said, "Then let's go, master, let's go find a corner, put the hive on Xiao Ai's divine chariot, and then I will find someone to divide this wild nest and then notify the owner to come over and send it to the divine realm in batches." "Okay." Zangshan nodded, reached out to hug Alice's soft waist, and walked out the door. As soon as she walked to the central office, Sunli was about to stand up from her seat, wanting to count Zangshan and save some face. But when she saw Zangshan hugging their love and passing through the central office from the corridor, her mouth opened involuntarily, and she was stunned there, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Zangshan, this poor dick, actually hugged Mr. Ai. In an instant, a lightning-like thought flashed in her mind, the absurd story of a poor boy and the domineering president by Fume. Immediately, she thought of what she had just said to Zangshan, and her face instantly turned pale. She was afraid that Zangshan would let Ai always fire her. Suddenly, she panicked. She didn't want to leave here. After all, the salary here is not low, the treatment is also very good, and there are few things to do and it is close to home. She also showed off in the girlfriend group yesterday how good the treatment is to enter this company. What if they suddenly know that they have been fired? Zangshan didn't care about what Sunli was thinking. After all, they were not people from the same world. As soon as he went downstairs, he and Xiao Ai each drove a silver and white RV straight to the outskirts of the city. Soon, the car drove into a remote woods and stopped. After Zangshan confirmed that there was no one around, he transferred the abandoned iron barrel beehive placed in the number 1 divine energy chariot to the trunk of Xiao Ai's RV. The hive is frightened and buzzing, trying to attack Ai-chan. But under Zangshan's appeasement, the hive quickly obeyed Xiao Ai's orders and slowly returned to the hive. Zangshan opened the door of the divine realm, put the bumblebees that had been completely tamed into the divine realm, and then closed the door of the divine realm. After finishing his work, Zangshan returned to the RV, stuck his head out of the window, and asked Alice, who was getting into the car, "Where do you plan to place the honeycomb of this iron oil drum?" "There is a flower field in the east zoo of the city," Alice replied. "Will they agree?" "No, but they are not doing well and want to rent it out, so I plan to go back and talk to the director of the park, put it down, and then declare that the closure and decoration of the park is actually for the start of the construction of the new city shelter, and at the same time dig an underground parking lot and dig an underground passage to the zoo by the way." "I see, okay, let's go back." When Xiao Ai heard this, he said to Zangshan, "Then master, see you in the evening." "Okay, when the time comes, come to the newly opened good restaurant near the brothers and sisters, and WeChat will notify me when you come," Zangshan advised. "Got it. By the way, master, remember to bring a hangover pill with you tonight." "Okay." Zangshan nodded, watching Xiao Ai drive away, and he also drove away from the woods in an RV. But for a while, he didn't know where to go. He hesitated slightly and decided to go to the west of the city to see if he could find new information about the intelligent race. Of course, if he meets Huang Ziliang and other gangsters, he doesn't mind changing his face and greeting them. A few hours later, Zangshan did not find any trace of the new intelligent race, nor did he see Huang Ziliang and other gangsters, so he drove the RV to the pharmacy, bought a hangover pill and put it on his body, and then drove downstairs towards the Brotherhood studio. After arriving at the bottom of the Spirit Gathering building, he sent a message to Li Yuqing telling her that he had arrived. After opening the car door, Zangshan waited downstairs for a while, and then saw a youthful and beautiful figure slowly appear in front of him. In an instant, his eyes were attracted. This Qianying is Li Yuqing. She wore a pale yellow camisole dress that she rarely wore on weekdays, and the delicate fabric matched her slender and tall figure, perfectly outlining her full curves. The slightly blooming long hair fell on her snow-white and delicate fragrant shoulders, like 2 snow lotuses in full bloom, blooming. Under the skirt, her slender white legs and jade feet were stepping on a pair of silver-white low-heeled sandals at the moment. The delicate instep of the foot shone in the surrounding light, and the 10 tiny toes were neatly arranged like pearls, which looked particularly attractive. Li Yuqing noticed that Zangshan was looking at her carefully selected outfit. Her back was involuntarily raised slightly, her hands gently lifted her long hair, her bright and clear eyes winked mischievously at Zangshan, and said with a faint faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Husband, am I good looking? Zangshin came back to his senses, nodded and said, well, it's good looking, like a water fairy. Li Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then stretched out her hand to hit Zangshin, and said mischievously, husband, you are looking for a fight, and you actually say that I am a water-based poplar flower? Ha, you misunderstood me, I didn't mean that. Zangshin dodged slightly, hugged Li Yuqing's delicate and smooth willow waist, and continued, okay, don't make trouble, Xiao Ai is a punctual person, maybe it's here now, let's go. Enan, got it, Li Yuqing said, leaning her head gently on Zangshin, and walked towards the restaurant again. When they walked to the door of the restaurant again, they went straight to room 888. The door to room 888 was unlocked and half-closed. Zangshin gently pushed open the door, looked inside, and was stunned. Xiao Ai was obviously dressed up carefully tonight. She wore a light pink camisole skirt that stood out on her. The delicate fabric clings to her skin, outlining her plump and curvaceous figure, like a piece of beautiful jade that has been carefully carved by craftsmen, solemn and elegant. Under the hip-hugging skirt, her slender white legs were exposed, like two carefully carved jade pillars, which made people can't help but take a few more looks. Li Yuqing looked at such a little love, her eyes shining. When Xiao Ai saw Zangshin open the door and come in, he stood up gracefully, and said with a smile in his eyes, Shin, I thought you were going to let me go. Sorry, there is a traffic jam on the road. Zangshin casually made up an excuse. After hearing this, Li Yuqing glanced at Zangshin, and then said, don't listen to his nonsense, it's because I didn't pay attention to the time when I put on my makeup, so I went downstairs a few minutes late. It's okay, I know Shin is joking. Alice smiled and stretched out her hand, saying to Li Yuqing, my name is Alice, you are much more beautiful than the photo Zangshin showed me. Li Yuqing didn't expect Alice to be so casual, and her affection for her suddenly doubled. She reached out and took Alice's hand, introduced herself, and then the three of them sat down. Zangshin took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code to ordered a lot of food, and listened to the two ladies chatting about how they knew him. After chatting for a while, the atmosphere of the three gradually became harmonious and relaxed. At the same time, some freshly grilled skewers were also served. Zangshin was eating the skewers unceremoniously, and when he was about to ask them what drink they wanted to drink, Alice suddenly smiled and said, skewers with wine are really a perfect match. What kind of wine do you want to drink? Okay. As soon as Li Yuqing heard the drink, she immediately looked excited, turned to Zangshin and said, husband, let's have some cocktail bars. When I came up just now, I saw that there was the fruit cocktail we bought last time in the refrigerator. Zangshin looked up at Alice opposite, saw a smile in her beautiful eyes, and immediately understood, nodded, and said, okay, then drink some. When Li Yuqing heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows and began to ask Alice how much wine she could drink. Generally drink 6 or 7 bottles, and if you drink more, you will get drunk. Alice replied, 6 or 7 bottles, it's about the same as me, then we'll call 2 boxes, and if we can't finish drinking, we'll return it. Yes. Soon, cocktails of pineapple, blueberry and strawberry flavors were put on the table. The three of them drank a few glasses of wine, and the topic gradually increased, and at the same time, Alice took the opportunity to talk about what happened when she and Zangshin returned to Tonghai last time. In other words, Alice, the prefabricated vegetable factory you invested in was actually what my husband wanted to vote for, but he didn't want his parents to know that he suddenly had hundreds of millions of money, so he asked you to help, right? Li Yuqing said. Alice nodded in response, yes, I'm busy building a new city. How can I have time to take care of that prefabricated vegetable factory? Husband, you don't tell me that you invest in the construction of your hometown, you must drink this glass of wine. Li Yuqing pointed to Zangshin's wine glass and said, wasn't this decided on a whim at the time? Zangshin said, taking a sip of the cocktail, and the whole person was hot. When Li Yuqing saw that he had drunk wine, she immediately cheered, husband is awesome, since you have invested in the prefabricated vegetable factory in your hometown, do you have to go back often in the future? Yes, I will go back with Xiao Ai tomorrow to confirm the location, and I may have to spend the night in Huayang village often. Zangshin took advantage of the situation and prepared the reason for not being in Jinhai at night in the future. Li Yuqing heard this and said, in this case, my husband will be busy with the prefabricated vegetable factory in the future, and Tongtong, and I will find someone else to help me shoot videos and edit small videos. What are you filming a video? Alice asked curiously. Li Yuqing then told them about their studio. So that's it, I like to shoot videos, if you can't find anyone, you can WeChat me, as long as I'm free, I can go over and help you shoot. Alice said. Alice, you want to help us shoot? That's great, I thank you for this glass of wine. Li Yuqing picked up the wine glass and touched Alice. Zangshin also raised his glass and said, if you cut the video, Xiao Ai is more powerful than me, daughter-in-law, after you finish filming, you can also ask Xiao Ai to help cut it. Ah, Xiao Ai can also cut videos, will that be very troublesome? No. Xiao Ai shook his head and said, after the people on the side of Longshan Group are recruited, the construction of the new city is on the right track, and I will have a lot of time to spare. I see, then I thank you again. Li Yuqing raised his glass again. Gradually, under the guidance of Li Yuqing, intentionally or unintentionally, and with Alice's cooperation, the three of them drank more and more. After finishing the 2 boxes of cocktails, Li Yuqing got up to check out, and after paying the bill, she turned back to Alice and said, Xiao Ai, do you want to go to our studio to take a look? Alice looked drunk and hazy, and said blankly, where are you going? Studio, okay. Li Yuqing heard this, her eyes flashed with excitement. She looked at Zhang Shen, who seemed to be drunk on the side, stretched out her left hand to hug his arm, and picked up Alice with her right hand, as if she had captured 2 prey, and walked out of the restaurant excitedly. However, she didn't know that really high-end hunters often pretend to be prey first. When returning to the studio, Li Yuqing helped the 2 of them and went straight to her bedroom. Zhang Shen was mostly sober when he returned to the bedroom under the effect of the hangover pill. He still pretended to be drunk, and as soon as he was helped to the bed by Li Yuqing, he made a sleeping nasal sound and stood still. But 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes slightly and quietly observed what Li Yuqing and Alice were doing. At this look, his eyes were almost completely open, because on his right side, at this time, and she didn't know that Zhang Shen, who was lying next to her, was quietly observing them. Half an hour later, Xiao Ai suddenly said to Li Yuqing, as a courtesy, I want to eat your husband's tofu. Li Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, it turns out that I love you and have a crush on my husband. That's right, okay? I want to eat him. Li Yuqing thought for a moment and said, this time it's fine, but if I play with you next time, you have to listen to me. Just this time? This is really a loss-making deal. It's not a loss, it's just that I don't want my husband, and I don't want you to be with my husband secretly behind my back, so if you want to get him drunk with me many times, then he will lose consciousness and forget what happened. Li Yuqing said. Alice showed a look of sudden realization. So you kept raising your glass and drinking just now. It turned out virtual. Li Yuqing put her finger to her mouth, her face full of guilt, and then motioned for Alice to play. As a result, she looked at it for a while and couldn't help but join the battle. And Zhang Shen felt that the time was almost up, so he sat up suddenly and looked at the 2 ladies in front of him. Li Yuqing was suddenly startled, at a loss, and hesitated. Husband, I. Zhang Shen laughed secretly in his heart, began to pretend to be drunk, shook his head and stretched out his fingers, pointed at her and Alice, and said, well, why has my wife become 2? I understand, my wife will be a doppelganger. Li Yuqing listened and immediately echoed, yes, husband, now I will be a clone and become 2 me. Are you happy? Want? Happy? 2 same wives? Of course I want to. Saying that, Zhang Shen pretended to be confused, picked up Alice on the left, climbed down, and then hugged her. Then, he began to take the initiative and show great power. When the bell rang at 5 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Shen finally let Li Yuqing go, lay on the bed and quietly closed his eyes to rest. Li Yuqing, who was exhausted and delirious after being tossed, looked at Zhang Shen quietly and confirmed that he had completely stopped moving, as if he had completely fallen asleep. She breathed a sigh of relief, shook Alice awake, and then the 2 went to take a bath and change clothes together, and then asked Alice to run to Tong Tong's room to continue sleeping. Zhang Shen opened his eyes slightly, his eyes followed Li Yuqing's every move, but he didn't get up again. He knew in his heart that Li Yuqing did have XP, and she only liked women, and now he obviously didn't want him to discover this little secret. Thinking like this, Zhang Shen had no intention of exposing this secret. After all, after a night of agitation, he felt that this game experience between hunter and prey was much more interesting than direct debunking. At 12 o'clock at noon, Li Yuqing finally opened her eyes and saw Zhang Shen, who was hugging her tightly and sleeping like a dead pig. Thinking back to the madness of last night, she vaguely felt that something was wrong in her heart, but she couldn't say it. Zhang Shen, who woke up early, noticed Li Yuqing's awakening, but did not get up immediately. On the last day of the energy potion and the stamina potion, he only needs to sleep for 3 hours to recover all fatigue and energy. He thought that he couldn't drink, and it was impossible for him to wake up earlier than Li Yuqing, so he continued to hold her. When Li Yuqing tried to break free from his arms to wash up, Zhang Shen pretended to be disturbed and woke up, let go of his hand in a daze, opened his eyes, looked at her and said, wife, good morning. My husband woke you up. Li Yuqing said apologetically. It's okay, how much wine did I drink last night? My whole head feels like it's going to explode. It's really dizzy. Zhang Shen pretended to rub his temples. It seems that I drank 1 more bottle than last time. My husband is sorry. I can't help but let you drink so much. I'll help you rub it. Li Yuqing said and stretched out her hand. It's okay, it's normal to be happy and drink more. Zhang Shen shook his head and continued, daughter-in-law, after I drank fragments last night, I seemed to have a dream, dreaming that you became 2 people, and I don't remember the rest of it. After hearing this, Li Yuqing couldn't help but snicker. Husband, every time you drink fragments, you will have some strange dreams. Yes, it seems that I really have to quit drinking in the future, otherwise I don't know what bizarre dreams I will have. Put. Li Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Husband, if I were here, it would be nothing to drink some wine. Anyway, I will take care of you in any dream. Got it. Anyway, I'll drink fragments in the future. You'll be responsible. Zhang Shen said with a smile. Li Yuqing nodded obediently, but her beautiful eyes flowed, thinking about Lu Tongtong, Xiao Ai, and the big beauty she hadn't seen for a long time, as if she was about to return to China, thinking about whether to have a party at home. Zhang Shen didn't know Li Yuqing's thoughts. He got up and washed up, took Xiao Ai, and the 3 of them went downstairs for lunch, and then said to Li Yuqing, I'm going back to my hometown to have a look. Well, when my husband arrives in his hometown, remember to tell me, Li Yuqing advised. Okay. Zhengshan nodded, returned to the south of the city to find Xiao Di, and quickly brushed the day's divine level experience. He then drove the RV to a remote corner and put it in a storage backpack. Subsequently, he took out the wormhole orbit card, became invisible, and his consciousness froze, appearing at the last orbital positioning point. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhengshan lifted his invisibility, ran out of the mountains, returned to the mountain road last time, and released the number 1 RV. Number 1, continue the last journey. Zhengshan gave an order to number 1 to carry him and continue to explore the villages and towns on the outskirts of the west of the city that had not yet been set foot in order to unlock the purple card lottery wheel as soon as possible. At this moment, in the Scientific Research Institution of the Great Mold Country, a silver-white metal tile exhibition hall has attracted the attention of many researchers around the world. A piece of jade only the size of a glass bead in dazzling jasper is on display here, green dew imperial jadeite. Next to the display stand, a blonde scientific research expert from the Great Mold Country is standing on the stage, quickly sharing the results of their research and patent theories with medical and mystical energy researchers from all over the world, as well as scholars in the field of microscopic energy research. Every word he said was like opening a mysterious door and leading everyone to unknown territory. But if you listen carefully, you will find that what he is talking about seems to be superficial and does not have much substantive content. And under the stage, several experts and scholars from Daxia and researchers from various countries listened intently. At the same time, their eyes were deeply attracted by the green dew emperor jade, trying to explore the mysterious energy contained in it, which is still difficult for them to understand. When the blonde American finished speaking, Daxia's researchers rushed to the research room and rushed towards him. The blonde American named Jack is the vice president of this American scientific research institution, has been studying green dew emperor jadeite for many years, and is also the main contact of Daxia's scientific research team. A gray-haired Daxia researcher hurriedly ran to Jack and asked in a gentle tone, Dean Jack, tomorrow we will conduct research on the green dew emperor jade, but an hour may not be enough to complete the data analysis. Could you please allow us to stay for an extra 3 hours? Jack smiled and shook his head to express understanding, but he couldn't fulfill the request. Dean Lee, we have tried our best to secure an hour of research for you this year, which is already the limit of what we can provide. Stay another 3 hours, I'm afraid it won't work. When Daxia's researchers heard this, their faces showed disappointment, but they did not give up hope for it. We can add money, 2 hours is fine. As soon as we can complete some data analysis, we will leave immediately. Dean Lee, please go back. Despite Dean Lee's request full of sincerity and determination, Jack still insisted on his original decision in a cold tone. He understood their eagerness and desire, but the rules and arrangements of scientific research institutions could not be easily changed by their request. After all, they were from Daxia. Seeing that Dean Lee was rejected, several Daxia researchers looked at each other and said softly, Dean, alas, go back. Dean Lee sighed and reluctantly accepted the reality. Even if there is only an hour tomorrow, we must go all out to excavate the scientific research value of this green dew emperor jadeite for the country and obtain as much information as possible. When everyone walked out of the Scientific Research Institute in the United States, several people couldn't help but speak. It's really hateful. Originally, this green dew emperor jade was the first to be discovered in our country, but it was slapped away and transferred to the hands of the Americans. Yes, once we can figure out why the cells can be so active and even resist cancer, then our country's medical field and other scientific research will undergo earth-shaking changes. Alas, it's a pity that the only green dew emperor jade found is in the hands of the United States. If we hadn't won this hour's research opportunity through diplomatic means, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had a chance to touch it. Yes, in the past, chip technology was stuck, and now it is this green dew emperor jade. Just when several Daxia researchers were sighing, suddenly one of the female scientific researchers wearing a white horse coat felt the vibration of her mobile phone. She took it out and took a look. Her eyes whitened instantly, and then she shouted excitedly to the dean, Dean, God pity our Daxia. There is a green dew emperor jadeite, and it is the size of a palm, ready to be auctioned in the provincial capital of Guangdong at the beginning of the month. Dean Lee's steps stopped suddenly, surprised like thunder, turned around and said, What did you just say? Palm-sized green dew emperor jade actually appeared in our Daxia. Yes, Dean, look at this exhibition video for yourself. The young woman said, reversing her mobile phone, opening the WeChat video she received, and handing it to the dean to watch. Several staff members around also came over, exclaiming one after another, Ah, Dean, this luster is really the green dew emperor jade. This piece of green dew emperor jade is too big. We must take it down. Ah. The dean stared intently at the jade in the video that exuded the dazzling light of jasper, and his hands were trembling with excitement. Quick, book me a ticket for today. I will go back today, and the others will continue tomorrow's research. In the Great Mold Research Institute, Vice President Jack was telling the big mold staff around him about the scene where Dean Lee had just requested an increase in funding and testing time, which caused several researchers around him to laugh continuously. quickly. At this moment, a large mold researcher hurriedly walked in. "Dean Jack, it's not good." A palm-sized green Do Emperor Jade appeared in Dasha. Saying that, the researcher took out his mobile phone and turned on the video for them to watch. In an instant, Vice President Jack's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly said to the surrounding scientific researchers, quick, inform the Black Palace and tell the president that this green Do Emperor Jade, no matter what means we use, we must get it." In an instant, all scientific research institutes around the world submitted requests because of this green Do Emperor Jadeite, hoping to obtain this precious jadeite. On the outskirts of Gimhe City, late at night. At this time, Zangshin didn't know what kind of sensation his piece of green Do Emperor Jade had caused at home and abroad. In the past 2 days, Zangshin and Xiao Di have completed the divine experience of the day, driving the #1 divine chariot day and night, and traveling through the villages and towns in the southeast, southwest, and northwest of the outskirts of Jinhai City. When he drove out of a remote mountain village on the outskirts of Jinhai, crisp prompts rang in his ears. The host is calm and composed, passing safely from a group of floating mosquitoes, and survival points plus 1,000. Congratulations to the host, the existing survival points have reached 100,000, and the side quest has been completed. Congratulations to the host, unlock the purple card lottery wheel. Hearing the prompt to unlock the purple card roulette, Zangshin was overjoyed inside, finally swiped 100,000 survival points and unlocked the purple card lottery wheel. Immediately, he found a remote corner, put the #1 divine chariot into the backpack space, and then his consciousness froze, and he returned to his bedroom. Walking out of the cabinet, Zangshin lay on the soft bed and whispered, "Purple card lottery roulette." In an instant, a purple light flashed in front of his eyes, and a lottery wheel with interlaced purple, blue and green lines that only he could see appeared in front of his eyes. Except for the lines on the roulette wheel, there are only purple, blue and green, and the rest seems to be the same as the lottery wheel. Zangshin said to himself, and then said in a deep voice, "System, 10 consecutive draws." As his words fell, 3 lights instantly appeared on the purple card lottery wheel in front of him, and then the roulette needle began to turn. After a while, 3 green lights flew out. Congratulations to the host, 2 green cards were drawn, and a small multifunctional mining and refining locomotive. Congratulations to the host, drawing a green card, intelligent mechanic. Congratulations to the host, drawing a green card, hurricane technique. 4 green cards were obtained at once, 2 of which were the green cards that Zangshin had always longed for, and he couldn't help but feel happy. He felt that this was a good sign, and he was secretly happy in his heart, and his eyes were on the introduction of a new skill card in his backpack. Hurricane technique, a low-level skill that consumes 100 points of faith or a certain amount of spiritual power, summons a hurricane of level 1 strength and consumes 10 points of faith or a certain amount of spiritual power per second. Looking at the introduction on this skill card, Zangshin was very satisfied with the hurricane technique. After all, this is the first time he has drawn a destructive skill, and only in the low stage, it has the intensity of a category 1 hurricane, and the destructive power is considerable. Zangshin remembers that textbooks mentioned that a category 1 hurricane can blow away tiled roofs and even blow light vehicles off the ground. If I unleash a hurricane on a group of cows, I guess I can blow them into the sky. Zangshin thought to himself, just in time to see 2 blue lights flying out of the roulette wheel again. Congratulations to the host, draw a blue card, equipment card, and talisman ring. Congratulations to the host, draw a blue card, passive card, fire resistance. Talisman ring, blue quality equipment, the host wears it on the body, once in danger, it will passively resist the all-out blow below the 3rd order strange beast twice a day. Ah, it's a new good thing again, and it's a life-saving baby. Okay. Zangshin looked at the equipment card in the backpack space, and an inexplicable sense of security surged in his heart. After all, as the saying goes, no matter how high your kung fu is, you are afraid of sudden sneak attacks such as moving bricks and kitchen knives. But now, with this talisman ring, doesn't it mean that as long as someone wants to plot against him, he will not be knocked down by a sudden blow again? In this way, you have enough time to deal with and prepare. Then, Zangshin's eyes turned to another blue card. Flame resistance, once learned, obtain level 1 flame resistance, can resist 500-degree flame burning, can be upgraded, and increase fire resistance by 500 with each upgrade. Level 1 can withstand 500-degree flames. Can it be said that I can easily get in and out in the event of a fire? Zangshin stroked his chin, and his heroic figure came out of the fire. Suddenly, he felt extremely cool. Therefore, without hesitation, Zangshin directly learned fire resistance and wore the talisman ring on his body. At this moment, the roulette wheel suddenly accelerated, and then a dazzling purple light flew out. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, troop card, and giant beast cavalry secret realm. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, spectacle card, and light. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, construction card, equivalent transformation room. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, potion card, Lord Potion. It's coming, for purple cards, I feel very powerful when I hear the name. Zangshin read excitedly, looking at it eagerly. Behemoth Cavalry Secret Realm. Throw yourself into the divine realm and generate a Behemoth Cavalry Secret Realm. realm. The host selects 100 qualified believers and passes the secret realm test. They can obtain the corresponding behemoth cavalry and 2 exclusive skills, but first make sure they all have a giant beast, and the number of troops is 100, which can be improved. Lantern. In the shrouded area of the Wonder Lantern, the self-healing ability of creatures is greatly improved, and there is even a certain chance of comprehending passive skills and self-healing at level 1. Equivalent transformation room. Throw the corpse of the deceased intelligent race into it, transform it into an undead creature, give it a new form. The strength of the undead creature is related to the strength of the invested corpse and the scarcity of the material, and the chance of transformation failure also exists. Lord Elixir. Allow elite mutant beasts or intelligent races to take it, and their qualifications can be upgraded to the Lord level. Wow, this is really the best. After reading the introduction on these 4 purple cards, Zangshin couldn't suppress the shock in his heart, and couldn't help but exclaim. This purple level card is indeed worthy of its name, and the blue card just now is simply a small which compared to this purple card, and it cannot be compared at all. When the future cataclysm comes, put every purple card into use, your combat power will definitely quickly improve by 1 level, and you will be directly ahead of everyone. Zangshin secretly sighed in his heart, and then began to carefully study the wonderful use of these 4 purple cards, and after a while, he closed the backpack space, slowly lay down in the bedroom, and fell asleep. The next day, Zangshin finished washing up and was ready to drive car number 1 to Inhai district in the next city. He plans to swipe a large number of survival points and strive to participate in the purple card lottery roulette again as soon as possible, looking forward to the opportunity to draw 10 consecutive draws. After all, the surprise brought by the 10 cards last night made him look forward to the next purple card draw. However, just as he was going downstairs, his phone rang. Zangshin took out his mobile phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Feeling puzzled, he clicked to connect and asked, "Hey, hello, who are you?" "Nephew, it's me, Shi Mingqiang." "Ha, Uncle Shi, what's wrong?" suddenly called. Zangshin asked curiously, "If you are free, can you come to me? Someone wants to see you." "Who wants to see me?" "Well, it's not easy to introduce, you might as well come and take a look for yourself. It's so mysterious." "Okay, then I'll go over right away." Zangshin hung up the phone, immediately changed his plan to go to Inhai, and turned around and drove towards the trade building. Warning, warning, the host is about to break into the of a 4th order wind god. Zangshin ignored the prompt in his ear and took the elevator straight to the door of Shi Mingqiang's company. As soon as he walked in, the little girl at the front desk obviously recognized him and said directly, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Shi is waiting for you inside." Zangshin nodded, turned around and walked towards Shi Mingqiang's office. As soon as I opened the door, 3 people came into view. He knew 2 of them, one was Shi Mingqiang. There were 2 guests sitting opposite Shi Mingqiang. One was the leader and he was familiar with. Next to Leaderin, there was an old man with a poetic temperament, and Zangshin was not familiar with this person. Soon, Zangshin walked over, nodded slightly and said, "Uncle Shi, Leaderin." Shi Mingqiang was making tea for the guests, and when he saw Zangshin coming, he immediately put down the teapot and said with a smile, "Nephew-in-law, you are finally here. Come, let me introduce you to these 2. Leaderin on the side smiled and said, "I don't need to introduce you anymore. Xiaoxin and I have already met. But the one next to me, let me introduce it myself. This is Dean Li Xinming, who is responsible for research in the field of Daxia medicine, specializing in mystical energetics, and concurrently serving as a number of." Dean Li heard such a complicated introduction by Leaderin and slowly waved his hand to interrupt. "Leaderin, you don't have to introduce me so complicatedly." Saying that, he turned his head to Zangshin and smiled at Zangshin with a kind face. "Hello young man, I am just an old man who focuses on energy development and contributes to our country's scientific and technological progress." Zangshin looked at the amiable old man with slight doubts and asked, "Hello, my name is Zangshin. Uncle Shi said that someone wants to see me. It should be that you have something to look for me." "Xiaoxun, we learned from Shi Mingqiang that his green dew emperor jade was entrusted to him by you." "Yes, I bought it in a place called Lakai Town when I was facing north." Zangshin casually reported his name. "Oh." Leaderin and Dean Li nodded slightly. After all, they had lived for most of their lives, so they could naturally see that Zangshin did not tell the truth, but they did not ask anymore. So, after a few simple greetings, Dean Li roughly understood Zangshin's character and explained his intentions bluntly. "In fact, our scientific research institute hopes to directly buy this piece of jadeite for research, not in the form of auction." "I don't know what the young man thinks. Don't you go in the form of an auction? Then how much are you going to pay?" Zangshin asked directly. "This green dew emperor jade is crucial to Daxia's future scientific research. I plan to bid 1.2 billion. What do you think?" Dean Li said in a consultative tone. "T.2 billion. Zangshin's voice lengthened, and his eyes turned to Shi Mingqiang on the side. Shi Mingqiang saw Zangshin's gaze, so he said, "Nephew, this price is good. According to my estimates, if it is auctioned, it will be 1 billion at most." And Dean Li
Li's bid of 1.2 billion yuan is obviously very sincere.
No, Uncle Sure, I want to say that I plan to hand over this green do Emperor Jade to you for auction, so I can't give Dean Li a direct answer. But since I heard you say this, it means that you also agree not to go in the form of an auction, so I have no problem.
Zhang Shen explained.
When Shi Mingqiang heard this, he smiled and stretched out his finger at him. Good boy, you can talk. Leader An and Dean Li on the side were relieved to hear Zhang Shen say that there was no problem.
Not long after, Shi Mingqiang, as the client of Lulu Jade, signed a transaction contract with the Dasha Research Institute represented by Dean Li.
Subsequently, Shi Mingqiang reported his company's bank account number to Dean Li and the others. Therefore, as long as the other party pays over, Shi Mingqiang will call Zhang Shen the remaining balance after deducting commissions and 500 million risk contract collateral. As for the risk contract, because it is pressed in the bank, unless Zhang Shen wants to retrieve and pay liquidated damages in advance, it will not be possible for Shi Mingqiang to redeem it until 1 year later. Looking at the hundreds of millions in the company's account, Shi Mingqiang naturally didn't want to redeem it so quickly. After all, with hundreds of millions of real money in hand, there are too many opportunities to operate funds. Shortly after Zhang Shen, Leader An, Dean Li and others left, a group of bad people led by Jack also came to Shi Mingqiang's office.
When they learned that
Dean Li and others had sold the Green Do Imperial Jade directly and replaced it with Lu Miao's Imperial Jade for auction, they were immediately very angry.
An entourage beside Jack said helplessly, Dean Jack, that jade has been bought by Li Xinming. We can only go back.
No, there is one more thing, that is, we must find out the person who sold this Green Do Emperor Jade, and at the same time, we must also know from him where he got this piece of jade.
In the first place before we can leave,
Jack said, turning to look at a tall female agent in a black suit with a snow-white complexion, delicate features, sunglasses, and a tall figure. Colonel Cookline, please ask for an investigation.
Yes. The female agent in the black suit nodded slightly, then turned to leave. An hour ago, after leaving the World Trade Center, Zhang Shen continued to gallop towards Inhai District, intending to quickly trigger the first brush of this urban area and surrounding villages. If he was lucky, he would not hesitate to take away the intelligent races as well. However, just as he drove into the town of Jinhaewan and had not yet gotten on the highway, his mobile phone WeChat rang. He saw that it was a message from Lu Miao. I'm going back to Jinhai tomorrow, Lu Miao said. Well, how is your grandfather's illness? Zhang Shen typed to ask. Alas, it's been a while, but now I'm asleep again, and the doctor said he's not sure if he can survive this year. Lu Miao's voice revealed a hint of fatigue and lowness. It's okay, everything will be fine. Zhang Shen comforted her, but he couldn't help but think of his healing skills, the potion in his hand, and the warehouse full of Green Do Emperor Jade. I don't know if it can help Lu Miao's grandfather. He hoped that the old man would wake up smoothly, or at least survive until the catastrophe came. After all, according to the prompts of the system, after the global divine energy explosion, everyone would become a god, their lifespan would be extended, and the cells in their bodies would become extremely active. Thinking of this, Zhang Shen replied, what time are you going back to Jinhai tomorrow? We can have a meal together. I'll be there around 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, but I have to go to my grandfather's clam farm to deal with some things before I can go to eat. No problem, you send a location, I'll drive to the clam farm tomorrow to find you. Zhang Shen sent a voiceover. Soon, Lu Miao sent the location, and Zhang Shen continued to chat with her while driving towards the Silver Sea. An hour later, he got off the Jintai Expressway, and did not immediately let number 1 drive into Inhai City, but chose to detour to the villages and towns on the outskirts of Inhai City and explore carefully. At noon the next day, Zhang Shen parked number 1 in the most remote abandoned village on the eastern outskirts of Inhai City. He opens the properties panel and sees the harvest from yesterday to today. Survival points, 37,310. Seeing this survival point, Zhang Shen nodded with satisfaction. In the southeast direction on the outskirts of Inhai City, he actually triggered 36 first brushes. If you continue to travel at this speed, roughly traveling through the suburbs and urban areas of the entire Inhai City, you may be able to get another 100,000 survival points. Zhang Shen got out of the car, took out the wormhole orbit card, positioned the orbit point here, and then focused on concentrating, took number 1 back into the backpack and put it back in the cabinet of his house. After that, he quickly went downstairs, found a remote and uninhabited place, quietly released number 1, and drove towards the clam farm sent by Lu Miao yesterday, on the western outskirts of Jinhai City. Lu Miao's grandfather's clam farm is located at Jinhaewan Wharf, 40 miles away from a shallow beach area. There were no villages or towns around, so when exploring the entire western suburbs of the city, the number 1 divine tank did not bring Zhang Shen here. When the number 1 divine energy chariot turned towards the gate of this shallow beach area, Zhang Shen saw a cement plaque not far away that read, Lu Xiang Clam Farm. Zhang Shen had heard Lu Miao mention that this clam farm was named after her grandfather. It seems that Lu Miao's grandfather is called Lu Xiang. Zhang Shen thought to himself in his heart. At this moment, when the number 1 divine chariot drove past the mud plaque, Zhang Shen's unexpected hint suddenly sounded in his ears. Warning! Warn! This area is the territory of the 4th Order Light
light gods, the third-order water gods and their families. Once inside, the host is at risk of being suppressed, captured, and enslaved, so please move away from the area quickly. This area will actually give birth to a fourth-order light god in the future. And this is still the territory of the two gods? Zangshin said to himself slightly, and asked number 1 to drive towards a row of sheds in front of the beach area. This row of large sheds is a clam breeding point for clams. As soon as Zangshin stopped the car, opened the door and walked down, he heard a voice full of longing behind him. Be careful. Zangshin turned his head and saw a slender figure walking from the greenhouse waterhouse. That figure is naturally Lu Miao. At this moment, Lu Miao is no longer her usual high heels, black silk and hip-hugging suit, but wearing a snow-white tight-fitting short lining inside, a rain blue, sun-proof sweatshirt on the outside, long jeans on her slender legs, and a pair of black water shoes on her feet, looking like a fisherwoman preparing to catch the sea. I haven't seen you for 10 days, and I can't help but feel a wave of warmth and anticipation in my heart. Zangshin noticed that her figure was much thinner than when she left, and although she still had a smile on her face, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes, revealing fear and strong emotions, which she could feel. This is one of the reasons why Zangshin loves her deeply. So, at the moment when he approached Lu Miao, Zangshin hugged her tightly, and after a while, he let go of his hands, stared at her affectionate and rich eyes, delicate and light red lips, and lowered his head and kissed her. He savored the long-lost warmth, softness, and charming aroma. After a long time, the lips of both sides parted. Zangshin stared at Lu Miao's delicate side face, and was speechless for a while, so he had to ask casually, is the matter over? Lu Miao replied with a slightly blushing face, it's still a little short. Zangshin said, then you are busy first, I will walk around, and when you are done, we will go to dinner. It's not in the way. Lu Miao shook her head and said, Aunt Zhao and the others can complete the rest of the work. Let's go, sister will take you to visit this clam farm. Hearing Lu Miao call herself sister again, Zangshin said cooperatively, then please ask my sister to take my brother to visit the clam farm together. But Lu Miao couldn't help but laugh, and then took Zangshin to visit the waterhouse where the clam seedlings were cultivated in the greenhouse for a while. They left the shed waterhouse and walked towards the endless beach. On the beach, many clam farmers are busy. Lu Miao snuggled up in Zangshin's arms, like a little wife, with a faint smile on her face, stretched out her finger into the distance, and introduced the zigzag-shaped sea beach. On that beach field, the area divided like a field is a place where the clams are fished out of the sand and sold after they mature. There is a place with a flag on that sha tin, and the flag is painted with a pearl pattern, which is a clam species that plan to cultivate clams into pearl clams and use them to collect pearls in the future. Zangshin nodded in understanding. They walked to a field of edible clams. At this moment, a warning suddenly sounded in Zangshin's ears. Danger! Dangerous! Before the host is enslaved by the third-order water gods to the believers of the family clan, it will be given to its most seductive believers, squeeze out all divinity, and become slaves. Zangshin heard the prompt in his ear, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. When I first drove into here, the third-order water god prompted by the system meant Lu Miao? Lu Miao's Jinhai Wharf, according to the system prompt, is a common territory established by a third-order water god and several second-order water gods. So, who are these water gods? How dare he establish a territory on the pier that Lu Miao regarded as a treasure? But Lu Miao jointly developed this place with a fourth-order light god. Zangshin frowned and thought, although he didn't know whether Lu Miao voluntarily gave up Jinhai Wharf or because of other reasons, he understood that since Jinhai Wharf was no longer Lu Miao's future territory, then 3 years later, Huang Ziliang and others were likely to establish their own territory there. It's incredible. This group of guys dared to occupy my sister's territory, and it seemed that they had to find an opportunity to teach them a good lesson. Zangshin secretly found a reason to feel at ease for the next lesson, Huang Ziliang and others. It's just that he didn't know that Huang Ziliang and others, who had just passed by Jinhai Wharf, sneezed inexplicably at this moment. Subsequently, Zangshin let go of Lu Miao's waist, leaned over and looked at the clam field in front of him, and threw a peeking eye directly at the big clams. He hopes to obtain some useful information related to the future through the analysis of these large clams. At the same time, he has always had an experimental idea in his heart, but he has never been able to put it into practice. He wanted to see if he could abduct other people's believers and turn to believe in himself before they were truly subdued. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Zangshin threw down the peeping eye for about 10 minutes, and as a result, he found a wise race transformed from a clam, and he didn't even peek out the strange beast turned into a clam. He immediately felt very strange. He had already dropped hundreds of peeping eyes. Why didn't he peek out? Just when he was puzzled, Lu Miao came over with a bag of clams from a clam farmer not far away. Brother, sister asked people to pick these big clams ready to go on the market, and we can take them to Aunt Lu's clam boiled shop to eat. Ah, these are all going to be listed? Zangshin was stunned for a moment. Well, what's wrong? Lu Miao asked suspiciously. No, nothing. Zangshin shook his head slightly. He suddenly understood that he had thrown so many peeping eyes for a long time, but he didn't even peek at a strange beast. It turned out that the clams in the clam field were about
about to be listed, which meant that they had already entered the belly of humans before the divine energy exploded. After thinking clearly that he was just in vain, Zingshan said to Lu Miao, "Which clam fields will not be listed until April next year?" Lu Miao had doubts in his eyes, but still pointed to a clam field not far away. "That clam is now 2 years old, and it will not be available until May next year." "Okay sister, I know, sister, you go to the RV and wait for me first, I want to choose a few clams to raise and play," Zangshan said casually, and then quickly ran towards the clam field that Lu Miao pointed to. He came to the first 2-year-old clam field and cast a peeping eye at a clam that showed its small tentacles in the seawater. Luckily, a virtual panel that only he could see slowly surfaced on the clam. Water creature, golden clam beast. Qualification, normal. Second order, 0/1000. Name, not named. Skill, not activated. Belief, Lu Miao, a third order water god. Mood, carefree. Analysis, the clam was originally hermaphrodites, but under the impact of divine energy, the clam that chose to become a male and evolved into a golden clam beast, and the one who chose to become a female clam gradually evolved into a beautiful and tender intelligent race, the silver clam tribe, forming a special matrilineal symbiotic relationship. The docile golden clam beast, with its huge shell as hard as gold, is an excellent material. Haha, sure enough, this clam field is the area that will turn into strange beasts and intelligent races after the cataclysm. Zangshan couldn't help but laugh, but then felt a burst of surprise. Clams actually evolve into 2 forms by choosing to become male or female, and finally form a maternal symbiotic relationship. Isn't this a typical Beauty and a Beast? Zangshan couldn't help but sigh. In the future, under the impact of divine energy, how colorful the species on the blue star will become. Immediately, Zangshan borrowed a wooden barrel and an iron bucket from a clam farmer in the distance, and then filled it with some seawater. In the end, he put the golden clam beast into the barrel and continued to throw peeping eyes at the clams in the clam field. About hundreds of peeping eyes were thrown down. In Zangshan's small wooden barrel, he only harvested 10 clams, all of which were ordinary qualifications, and the clams survived until 3 years later, but he did not find a single intelligent race. However, Zangshan was not in a hurry. After all, he has accumulated experience, and only a small part of a species will become an intelligent race. Now, he didn't need all the intelligent races here, he just wanted to find 30 clams that had turned into the intelligent race silver clam tribe, and then he could leave. When the cataclysm comes, these silver clam tribes and golden clam tribes will reproduce together, and they can also obtain more intelligent races such as silver clam tribes and golden clam beasts. Hey, this clam is so big. Zangshan found a clam that was larger than other clams, and immediately threw down a peeping eye, and a faint panel that only he could see slowly emerged. Wisdom race, silver clam clan. Qualifications, elite, normal, elite, lord, king, legendary, epic, mythic. Third order, 0/10,000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Lu Xiang, the fourth order light god. Sincerity, 10 points of faith for the gods they believe in every day. Mood, nervous. Analysis, the clam was originally hermaphrodites, and under the impact of divine energy, the female clam was selected to become a beautiful and delicate silver clam tribe. The silver clam clan is born as a family with a house, and has the characteristics of being delicate and easy to knock down and juicy. Ha, I finally found a clam girl. Zangshan laughed happily, but when he saw the object of faith of the silver clam clan, the whole person was stunned. Lu Xiang, isn't this Lu Miao's grandfather? Good guy. Lu Miao's grandfather actually survived a year with his amazing will and became a fourth order light god. Zangshan was slightly surprised. However, the accident is an accident, and Zangshan will not be soft on the clam girl who should be accepted. Ha, clam sister, you will be mine from now on. Zangshan laughed, stretched out his hand and put the clam that would become a silver clam clan in the future into another small iron bucket and continued to look for others. In this way, after almost an hour, he found 50 golden clam beasts and 29 silver clam girls. When the last silver clam girl was found, Zangshan looked at the 2 buckets that were about to be full and muttered to himself that he was a little unsatisfied and didn't want to leave. No wonder everyone likes to catch the sea and pick up leaks. It turns out that looking at these 2 buckets full of clams, the whole person's mood will become so different. After harvesting 30 clam girls, Zangshan turned around, carrying a wooden bucket in his hand and an iron bucket in the other. His emaciated body bent slightly, his toes lightly stepped on the beach washed by seawater, and ran towards the RV. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on the seashore, elongating his figure, looking like he was running away with a bucket, and it was a bit funny, as if it was a dynamic emoticon. He returned to the number 1 divine chariot next to the greenhouse waterhouse and found that Lu Miao was not in the RV, but busy in the greenhouse waterhouse. Seeing Zangshan coming back with a bucket, Lu Miao stepped forward with a smile and joked, "Shin, there are so many clams, it's not easy to raise." "It's okay, I'll buy a big and long fish tank tomorrow, and buy a tide simulator to cultivate clam seedlings, it should be fine," Zangshan said confidently, and then put the 2 buckets into the trunk. Feeling a little uneasy, he secretly took out the physical strength potion and energy potion and dropped it into the bucket. In an instant, he could clearly feel
reveal that the somewhat withered clams in the bucket opened their shells one after another, revealing their white clam meat, stretching out their tentacles, and greedily sucking the nutrients in the water. This reassured him a little and closed the trunk door. He turned to the cab and, together with Lu Miao, who was already sitting in the co-pilot, quickly drove to the restaurant where they had boiled clams last time. At this time, it was the peak of dinner, and the boiled clam restaurant was still hot, full of diners, and there were people waiting to be seated at the door. However, Lu Miao took Zangshan straight to the front desk, handed the clams to the proprietress and then led him to the private room on the second floor, room 666, which had already been booked. The warm private room, the charming lights, and the hot boiled clams were quickly served. Shin, taste these clams that have just come up from the sea. Do they taste more delicious than last time? Lu Miao pointed to the boiling clams in front of him and asked expectantly. Zangshan unceremoniously picked up a tasting and instantly felt that the clams were more delicious and juicy than the last time. It's delicious, he praised without hesitation, and asked Lu Miao to taste some too, and ordered a bottle of cocktail by the way, eating, and drinking, and chatting. An hour later, after eating the clams, Zangshan paid the bill, took Lu Miao into the RV, and went straight to her villa apartment. Lu Miao's apartment is located in a community near Jinhai Wharf, and the house is spacious, with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. Despite the simple decoration, only the necessary furniture is very simple. This is a house I bought for the convenience of work, and I usually rest here after work. Lu Miao pushed open the door and just introduced it to Zangshan, but he hugged him and walked towards the bedroom. In less than a minute, a prompt sounded in Zangshan's ears. The host is brave, suppressing the third-order water gods, and survival points plus 100. At 12 o'clock in the morning the next day, Zangshan swiped 200 survival points on Lu Miao, and continued to toss until 8 a.m. before sending her back to the Jinhai Wharf office building opposite to deal with her work. Not long after Lu Miao left, Zangshan got up to take a bath, then went downstairs to the trunk of the number 1 divine vehicle and opened it. The clams, which had not been disturbed all night, were quietly in the bucket at the moment, their shells slightly open, and their milky white tentacles still greedily sucking water. Good condition, Zangshan said to himself, walked back to the trunk, closed the car door, and began to conduct the experiment. He faced the small wooden barrel on the left and threw a beast taming technique to the clam that would turn into a golden clam beast in the future. Domestication failed. Ha! Domestication failed. Is this not being able to domesticate other strange beasts, or is it for other reasons? He listened to the system's prompts, frowned slightly, and then cast a peeping eye on the clam, hoping to find useful information from analysis. After using the peeping eye many times, he has understood that the content in this analysis, in addition to popular science knowledge, often varies with the psychological changes of strange beasts. Water creature, golden clam beast. Qualification, elite. Third order, 0/10,000. Name, not named. Skill, not activated. Faith, Lu Xiang, the god of the 4th order of light. Mood, confused, nervous. Analysis, under the temptation of the host, this beast was shaken by the 4th order light god it devoutly believed in. After reading the analysis of the golden clam beast, Zangshan keenly grasped a key point, that is, under his domestication, this golden clam beast had begun to shake its faith in the original god. Doesn't that mean that as long as you domesticate it more, you will have the opportunity to become your own believers? Thinking of this, Zangshan threw out a domestication technique without hesitation, while constantly observing the laws of change. The art of taming beasts. Failure to tame the beast. Peaking eyes. Mood, chaotic, confused, nervous. Analysis, under the temptation of the host, this beast questioned the 4th order light gods it devoutly believed in and became its sincere believers. You have become a sincere believer? And there is one more state of mind. Zangshan whispered to himself and used the beast taming technique again. Failure to tame the beast. Peaking eyes. Mood, chaotic, confused, nervous, uneasy. Analysis, under the guidance of the host, this beast has doubts about the 4th order light gods it sincerely believes in and becomes its pan-believers. Well, the mood has added another state. And the state of faith has also declined. Isn't this becoming a pan-believer? If you continue to domesticate, wouldn't you be able to succeed? Zangshan's heart moved, and he used the domestication technique again, and a crisp prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host, successful domestication, obtain the pet golden clam beast, survival points plus 10, pan-believer plus 1. It worked. It seems that before the strange beast really becomes the other person's pet, I can domesticate other people's believers into my own in advance. Zangshan laughed excitedly and quickly summed up his experience. Then, his eyes fell on the remaining 49 golden clam beasts in the small wooden barrel, constantly performing domestication techniques. At the same time, he also constantly used his peeping eye to observe the changes in the analysis and mood of these golden clam beasts. When he domesticated all the golden clam beasts into his own strange beasts, Zangshan came to a conclusion. Domesticating other people's beasts will change their mood and belief state. When the faith reaches pan-believers, and when there is a feeling of unease, it can be successfully domesticated. But as long as they are left in a state of restlessness and pan-believer, and no longer domesticated, they will return to their previous beliefs and moods after 1 minute. After summarizing the experience of domesticating strange beasts by others, Zingshan turned his head to look at the small iron bucket, imagining that in the future he would become a delicate, juicy, and easy clam girl. They are an intelligent race, and he cannot use animal taming to inflict violence on them and force them to believe in themselves. Therefore, he decided to use coercion and inducement to try it. However, Zingshan did not immediately let the golden clam beasts convey his meaning to these silver clam girls, but first drove the RV to buy a large fish tank nearby. Then, he took some fine sand from the sea, poured it into the seawater, and then fished out all the golden clam beasts and silver clam tribes from the 2 wooden barrels. The golden clam beast was randomly placed in the fish tank. Although the silver clam tribe was also put into the fish tank, Zingshan wrapped them in a small fishing net, and as long as he mentioned it, he could lift all the silver clam girls out of the fish tank. When these clams come to a new environment, they all close their shells and do not dare to move. But soon, after Zingshan dropped 2 drops of physical strength and 2 drops of energy potion, the shells of these clams slowly opened, sticking out snow-white clam flakes and whiskers, greedily sucking on the seawater with the ingredients. Seeing this, Zingshan tried to let all the successfully domesticated golden clam beasts convey his meaning to the silver clam girls in the fishing net. Jia Jia, tell the clams in the fishing net, you don't want to lose either. Stay in a sweet and juicy environment, right? Then believe in my lord and serve this man outside the fish tank for the rest of his life. As soon as Zingshan's words fell, he saw the golden clam beasts outside the fishing net moving towards the fishing net, and then they frantically emerged from the shells with strings of tiny blisters. Apparently, these future golden clam beasts are trying to send a message to the clams in the fishing net. Very good. Zingshan praised softly, and then observed with a peeping eye, wanting to understand their thoughts through these silver clam girls. Wisdom race, silver clam clan. Qualifications, normal, elite, lord, king, legendary, epic, mythic. Second order, 0/1000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Lu Xiang. The fourth order, light god. Sincerity, 10 points of faith for the gods they believe in every day. Mood, cheerful, apprehensive. Analysis, under the coercion of the golden clam beasts, the silver clam clan shrank in the shell, still sucking the sweet divine water happily and greedily, and did not care. Is my message coercing them? It doesn't seem to be there. Zingshan frowned slightly, and observed the other clams with peeping eyes one by one. Immediately afterwards, pieces of virtual panels that only he could see continued to emerge. Zingshan quickly looked at the analysis of the last line. Analysis, when this silver clam tribe heard the words of the golden clam beasts, he didn't care, and still sucked the sweet divine water by himself. Analysis, this silver clam tribe believes that these golden clam beasts are bewitched. These divine waters are given by their gods. How could they be lost because of the man outside? So he still sucked the divine water by himself. Analysis, although the silver clam was worried about losing such a good environment, she was relieved to see that the sisters around her were still sucking the divine water on their own. Analysis, this silver clam tribe felt that the golden clam beasts around her were crazy, and wanted her to submit to the ugly creatures outside the fish tank, unless she sprayed her whole body with purer divine water to make her feel numb. Seeing such a whimsical idea of this last clam, Zingshan wanted to take off his pants on the spot and wake her up with urine stains. But in the end, he gave up and decided to wait for her to completely become a silver clam girl under the impact of divine energy. But now, Zingshan decided to let these silver clams know how powerful he was, and let them continue to suck the divine water on their own, taking his words as a breeze in their ears. He reached out and lifted the net, took the clams out of the water in the tank, left them for a minute, and then put them back. Immediately afterwards, he conveyed a new meaning to the golden clam beasts. Tell them that if they don't surrender to me, they will be out of here for 1 minute, then for 2 minutes, and so on until they die of thirst. Soon, the golden clam beasts delivered his news again. As a result, Zingshan waited for 10 seconds, but still did not see the white light surging, so he observed with a peeping eye. In an instant, he found that in the analysis of these clams, the words of worry and fear began to appear, and in a very small number of cases, there were even uneasy emotions. Seeing this, Zingshan lifted the fishing net again, waited for 2 minutes before putting it down, and then continued to let the golden clam beasts convey his meaning. This time, a few clams, which had been uneasy before, actually flew out a little bit of white light and rushed towards his body. Congratulations to the host. 5 silver clam clans felt the mighty grace of the host and threw themselves into your arms. Pan believers +5, survival points +50. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zingshan knew in his heart that he had done it right, and immediately took out the 5 silver clam girls from the fishing net and put them into the fish tank. For the remaining silver clams, he continued to lift the fishing net and waited 3 minutes before putting it down. Then, he asked the golden clam beast and the 5 silver clam girls just now to continue to convey their intentions. This time, white light instantly appeared in the fishing net. The ensuing prompt sounded in Zingshan's ears. Congratulations to the host. There are 24 silver clam clans who feel your grace and power, throw themselves into your arms, become your pan believers, and have survival points +240. Why is it only 24? Shouldn't it
it be 25?
Hearing the prompt, Zingshan was slightly stunned, and he quickly counted the clams in the fishing net, and there were indeed 25 of them. That is, there is another one who does not become his follower. Really, the others have surrendered,
and there is another one that does not submit?
Zangshan's emotions suddenly became excited, and he immediately threw out a peeping eye and began to investigate. Soon, he found the clam, which had not yet become his pan-believer.
Wisdom race, Silver Clam Clan.
Qualifications: Elite, Normal, Elite, Lord, King, Legendary, Epic, Mythic. Third Order, 0/10,000.
Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Lu Xiang, the Fourth Order Light God.
Pan-believers provide 1 point of faith for the gods they believe in every day.
Mood, entangled, nervous, restless.
Analysis: this silver clam tribe felt that all the clams around her were crazy and wanted her to surrender to serve the ugly creatures outside the fish tank, unless she sprayed her whole body with pure or divine water to numb her and not let her die rather than serve any gods. Looking at the analysis of this silver clam, Zingshan realized that this stubborn silver clam girl was the one he wanted to wake up with urine
stains just now.
At this point, he couldn't help but feel speechless.
This silver clam girl, he has completely remembered. It is too stubborn.
So, he took out the bottle of potion and took 3 drops of physical strength and energy. Then let a golden clam beast convey his intentions to her. Now he wants to spray her with pure or divine water, and if she doesn't surrender by then, she will have a good look in a year. The golden clam beast received Zingshan's signal and quickly spat out small bubbles to convey his consciousness. At the same time, the stubborn silver clam girl also spat out a string of bubbles. Zingshan took a disposable cup from car number 1, filled it with a glass of seawater, and then dropped a drop of physical strength and energy potion, and then threw the silver clam down. At this moment, a white light appeared in the cup. Congratulations to the host. This silver clam tribe feels the host's sincerity and decided to throw himself into your arms, serve you forever, and become your devout believer with plus 100 faith.
This stubborn clam girl has finally surrendered.
Zangshan breathed a sigh of relief, named this stubborn clam girl Xiaojue, then poured her into the fish tank with the added seawater, and then moved the entire fish tank to the car. He also took advantage of the situation to get on the number 1 divine chariot, closed the door of the back carriage, and then his expression froze.
A divine realm door opened in the back of the car.
Since there is no marine area in the waters of the divine realm, there are naturally no shallow sea beaches. Therefore, Zingshan fixed the gate of the divine realm next to the river and stream pool, moved the large fish tank to the shade of the trees by the pond, and did not pour them into the freshwater river area. After doing this, he left the divine domain. Then, Zingshan went to Shaodi to compete in martial arts, but it still ended in failure and he gained 5 points of divine level experience.
He then drove number 1 to a remote uninhabited corner and put it in his backpack. Then, he stealthily used the wormhole orbit card to teleport to the farthest uninhabited village on the outskirts of Inhai City.
As soon as he passed through the wormhole and appeared in this uninhabited village, Zangshan did not immediately reveal his identity. He carefully confirmed that there was indeed no one around before stepping out of his invisibility. Then, he released number 1 from the backpack space and continued to earn survival points. Zangshan sat in the cab, swiped his phone for a while, and then felt tired and planned to catch up on sleep. He worked too hard last night, he didn't rest well at all, and the effects of the physical and energy potions had passed. If you want to return to your peak state, you only need to rest for another 3 hours and continue to drink stamina and energy potions.
But Zangshan didn't want to rely too much on these medicines, so he didn't continue to drink them. During this sleep, he slept very deeply and slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
As soon as he woke up, he felt his phone vibrate. When I opened it, many people on WeChat sent him messages. Li Yuqing, Lu Miao, Xiao Ai, parents, Shiming Cheng, and a message from a classmate who hadn't seen each other for a long time.
Zangshan clicked to view them one by one. Li Yuqing asked him how busy he was in his hometown. Lu Miao asked him if he wanted to have dinner together.
Xiao Ai asked him if he had time tomorrow. She wanted 2 pieces of green Du Emperor jade and was ready to go abroad to auction for money. His parents asked him for his opinion, and Xiao Ai asked them to take care of the construction progress of the prefabricated vegetable factory and pay a lot of salaries every month. Shiming Cheng asked him if a group of bad lucky people came to him today, and explained, yesterday, a group of bad lucky people came to me and wanted to ask about the source of the green Du
Emperor jade, but I didn't tell them.
As a result, a big bad beauty knew from the company director that you gave it, and now the supervisor who leaked the secret has been fired by me. After reading Shiming Cheng's message, Zangshan casually replied it's okay, but didn't take it to heart. After all, it was an era of peace, he was in Daxia, and he still had supernatural abilities, so he didn't worry about anything at all. Finally, he clicked on a WeChat account of Zhao Gang, whom he had not seen for a long time in the school's student union. Zhao Gang asked him where he had been working recently, and mentioned that there was a student union class reunion in Jinhai on May Day, and asked him if he wanted to come to get together. Zhao Gang was the president of the student union that year, and in order to fight for student scholarships, he deliberately asked Zangshan to do some manual work in the student union, and even wanted to repair replace Zhang Shen when he applied for scholarships.
Zhang Shen was disdainful in his heart and replied simply, "I'm busy with something, so I won't go."
Then, he ignored the messages Zhao Gang might send, directly blocked and deleted, continued to reply to the people he cared about seriously, and slowly chatted. At the South Dance Hall in Jinhai City, Zhao Gang and 3 or 4 friends from the engineering circle were drinking wine and singing. Suddenly, when he saw Zhang Shen's reply, his face instantly darkened, and he cursed, "What the hell, how dare you refuse my invitation?" Sunli, who was called out to drink on the side, saw it, waved her hand and said, "Lao Zhao, if you want to get part of the new urban development project from our love general, you have to deal with Zhang Shen, otherwise it will be useless for me to do it.
Of course I want to get rid of him, but he just doesn't come. What can I do?
I guess it's because I remember what I used to do for him. Forget it, talk to him about other things first, play the emotional card, and then ask him out to help." Zhao Gang said and sent a message, but the result showed that the message was rejected and blocked. Suddenly, he was furious and cursed. "What's going on? What kind of dog is this little white face who eats soft plums? How dare he block me? It's really angry." Zhao Gang was still unwilling after scolding, and turned to the engineering friends next to him and said, "You don't know, if the school hadn't found out that my family was doing engineering, the scholarship would definitely be mine, huh? Cheers." Sun Li on the side frowned slightly, forced a few words, and prepared to leave. As a result, Zhao Gang grabbed her hand, took out a stack of red tickets from his pocket, put it in her palm and said, "Help me make an appointment with your Mr. AI, or do you think there is any opportunity for me to meet Mr. AI by chance? All this money is yours." Sun Li looked at the stack of banknotes in her palm and said with a slight hesitation, "The morning after tomorrow, AI may always talk about things at the Qingdong Zoo." On the outskirts of Inhai City, after chatting with the people he cares about, Zhang Shen opened the attribute panel to view today's survival points. Survival points, 50,200. Yes, in the past few hours, it has triggered 16 first brushes, but it's a pity, this kind of extensive survival point acquisition, it's too difficult to meet the intelligent race. Zhang Shen said to himself, then clicked on the system diary and looked at it, and finally turned it off helplessly. In these 16 first brushes, as he expected, there was still no information about the intelligent race. In desperation, he had to find a remote place, take out the wormhole orbit card, concentrate, and quickly return to the apartment. As soon as he arrived at the apartment, Zingshan was about to go downstairs, find a hidden place, and take number 1 out of the backpack space. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the good luck community, a hurried prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. "Danger! Dangerous!" A 4th-order angelic god was behind him, quickly approaching the host. With the host's current combat power, once encountered, it will be suppressed and captured, and even squeeze out the divine energy that is about to break through to the First Order. Please run forward as soon as possible, and don't look back. Perhaps in order to make Zhang Shen realize the seriousness of the matter, a red and purple virtual panel vibrated wildly in front of his eyes. Zhang Shen's consciousness froze, closed the virtual window, turned around and looked behind him. Under the street lamp 10 meters behind him, a woman wearing a tight short skirt, showing off her graceful body curves to the fullest, and full of sexy atmosphere, stepped on her slender snow-white thighs, and her black high heels made a tuk-tuk sound, slowly approaching him step by step.
"Hello Zhang Shen, I am D. Mold, an assistant of the Mold Research Institute, Kokellen."
Before the woman could walk up to him, her voice had already arrived, and as she spoke, her wavy blonde hair swayed gently in the breeze, shimmering with a charming twilight color in the light of the street lamp.
"Is there something wrong?" Zhang Shen looked at the woman who was walking gradually and looked at it carefully.
He felt that this woman was like a mixed-race bad-lucky man, with a hint of neutrality in her facial features, like Bella Cullen, the Twilight daughter of the Twilight Zone. It has the same white fat and delicate and firm skin as the Twilight daughter, and the pupils are also large blue, deep and bright, as if there are thousands of stars hidden, so that the two different temperaments of charming and wild and untamable on the exotic three-dimensional facial features are intertwined together, making people can't help but fall deeply into it.
"Our academician Jack wants to see you. Please come with me."
Cookline's voice kept non-stop, slowly walked to Zhang Shen. The skirt swayed gently with her steps, and on the slender long legs, the black stockings fit tightly, looming the outline of the beautiful legs, which not only showed the luster of the skin, but also highlighted her tall figure and increased her overall temptation. "Tomorrow, beauty, add a WeChat, send me the address, and I'll go tomorrow after the date." Zhang Shen looked at this woman named Cookline, as if to get close to him, and the appearance of dressing up like this. Naturally, he was not confused, followed her obediently, replied simply and perfunctorily, then took out his mobile phone and clicked on it to sweep it. Without hesitation, Cookline took out WeChat, asked him to scan it, and sent an address. Zhang Shen clicked on it and glanced at it. The address was near the World Trade Center, and said, "Okay, I'll tell you when I go over tomorrow, you can go." Cookline stared at Zhang Shen with a pair of blue eyes for a while. "I hope Mr. Zhang can come as promised." Saying that, Cookline stepped on his creaking high heels and turned around and walked towards the off-road vehicle on the side.
"Congratulations to the host, both wise and brave. Repel a 4th-order angel god, and get plus 1,000 survival points."
"I got the first brush, and the next time I'm meter, I guess I can get the first brush of the suppression, Zangshin muttered and continued to walk towards the remote and uninhabited area. As for whether he can go tomorrow or not, he will go if he remembers, and if he doesn't remember, forget it. It all depends on the mood. When the number 1 divine chariot was secretly released, Zangshin drove it straight to Jinhai Wharf to find Lu Miao. First, I had a meal with her, chatted, shopped, and bought miscellaneous snacks. After that, I watched the movie for another 2 hours, until 1 o'clock in the evening, and swiped 200 survival points on the grounds of checking whether I had foregone the anti-wolf technique I taught. Zhang Shinkai used the excuse that he had something to do and wanted to go back to his hometown to take care of the prefabricated vegetable factory, so he drove number 1, found a remote corner, and took out the wormhole orbit card. The next day, the sun was shining. Zangshin was woken up by a video call on WeChat on his mobile phone, and when he picked it up, it was a video request from Cookline. Immediately, he ignored it directly, turned silent, brushed his teeth, washed his face and changed his clothes, and then took the mineral water in the car, drinking it while walking to the cab. Zangshin sat in the cab and looked up at the mountains and forests that kept speeding past the window. He didn't click on the navigation display to see where he was on the outskirts of the Silver Sea. Instead, open the attribute panel, take a look at the survival points, and open the system diary to understand what information was swiped for the first time that night. Survival points changed from 51,500 last night to 64,500, triggering 13 first brushes. But unfortunately, I still haven't encountered the intelligent race. It really hurts. Zangshin muttered a sentence or two, then turned off the 2 panels, and asked number 1, I have been to a few percent of the villages and towns on the outskirts of Inhai City, and a few percent of the villages have not passed. Back to the owner, I have been to 97% of the villages and towns, and I have not passed through 3% of the southern suburbs of Inhai City. When Zangshin heard this, he picked up the snacks he bought last night in the car, and ate them. He didn't let number 1 find a remote corner, take it away, and then go back to Jinhai to find Xiao Ai and Xiao Di. Instead, he planned to wait for these 3% of the villages and towns to pass before returning to Jinhai City to find Xiao Ti to brush up on the experience of the god level. Then go to Xiao Ai, open the door of the divine domain, and ask her to choose 2 pieces of green Du Emperor jade in the space warehouse in Lingnan district to go out to exchange for money. An hour later, the first brush area was triggered twice again, and 2,000 survival points were obtained. At this time, number 1's prompt sounded, Master, all the villages and towns on the outskirts of Inhai City have all been driven. Zangshin nodded, looking at the abandoned village in front of him. There were only a few scattered households, and they were lonely old people. He asked number 1 to find a remote and uninhabited mountain road, take it into the backpack space, and then set a suborbital point here before returning to his house. As soon as Zangshin appeared in his house, he sent a message to Xiao Di and asked her where she was. Master, I'm at the East Zoo in the city. Xiao Ti typed back. Ha, why did you suddenly run to the East Zoo in the city? Zangshin also typed and asked. Xiao Di typed quickly and replied, Xiao Ai bought this zoo today and wants to clean up all the people here, so let me bring someone over to help take care of and maintain order, so I came over. Bye. Isn't it a rent? Master, the owner of this zoo is short of money and does not rent out the zoo, so Xiao Ai directly lowered the price to buy it. Xiao Di said, got it, I'm going to the zoo to find you now. Zangshin walked out of the gate of the community and was about to go to the old place to release number 1, but a prompt sounded in his ears the same as yesterday, followed by, he saw that there was an open-top off-road vehicle parked directly in front of him. In this military green domineering convertible off-road vehicle, at this moment was sitting a woman dressed in silver, wearing a silver-white leather coat and leather pants. This woman is none other than him. She has been calling him on WeChat just now, but he ignored her, and when she sent him a voice message, he ordered the disturbing Cookline. At this moment, Cookline turned her head, her delicate facial features intertwined with charm and wildness, looking him up and down. Meantime, she said in a slightly dissatisfied voice, Mr. Zhang, why don't you lend me a phone and don't reply to my message? Do you plan to let me go? I didn't think about meeting our Dean Jack today. Yesterday I was just perfunctory and joking with me. Zangshin looked at the unlucky beauty in front of him, but his face was calm. He waited for her to finish questioning before reaching out and pulling open the passenger seat of the convertible. When Cookline thought that Zangshin was going to go with her, Zangshin said something that instantly made her jump. Baby, take me to the Chengdong Zoo. You. When Cookline saw Zangshin sitting in the co-pilot, she felt a little better, but when she heard that he didn't want to go with her to see their Dean Jack, suddenly, her breath was restless, and she stretched out her hand to strike the knife, knocking people unconscious and forcibly taking them away. As a result, Zangshin seemed to have expected it. He said casually, take me away, you Dean Jack. Don't try to ask me any useful information. When I finish dealing with things, I will naturally go with you to see your Dean Jack. Cookline raised the hand knife slightly. She stared at the man lying on the co-pilot, casually picked up the mineral water on the car, and drank it by himself, feeling inexplicably angry in his heart, but he couldn't get angry. The waves in her chest were suffocating, ups and downs. It was extremely unbearable. She was born in a big family of big mold, and now as an agent, she was a assigned to the Big Mold Research Institute, and she came to Guild. Where did she suffer this kind of anger? But in the end, she still endured this sullen breath and said coldly, I hope you can keep your promise like the ancient Daxia gentleman.
Of course, Zhang Shen said casually with a hippie smile.
Seeing the anger that Kuklin had just digested, he almost surged up again and wanted to hit someone. She held the steering wheel tightly, took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, then slammed on the accelerator and drove towards the east of the city. From a distance, I saw pedestrians crossing the road on the side of the road. She honked her horn and galloped past. It seems that this can vent the anger in my heart. Then, the next second, she was stopped by the traffic police because of her horning and super speed, ate a ticket and drove away with a very bad face. But as soon as it left the sight of the traffic police, she slammed on the accelerator again and started to soar. Therefore, the 18 minutes that originally required from the south of the city to the east of the city were suddenly reduced to 12 minutes, and it was there. Kuklin smoothly parked the car in the parking space near the gate of the zoo in the east of the city, turned his head to look at Zhang Shen and said coldly, Mr. Zhang, we have arrived. Zhang Shen unfastened the safety buckle, and when she was about to unfasten the safety buckle, she got out of the car and said, don't go down, wait for me here.
No, Kuklin blurted out.
Zhang Shen squinted his eyes and smiled, you should have investigated a lot of my information. If Alice sees you by my side, she will misunderstand something. Or do you want to be misunderstood? Then follow me, but I can't guarantee that you, Dean Jack, will get the information he wants from me. You. When Kuklin heard this, he glared at Zhang Shen angrily with his beautiful eyes, and finally unbuttoned the safety buckle, walked out of the cab and said, I will follow you from a distance, you can always do it.
That's fine, whatever you want. Zhang Shen shrugged his shoulders and turned around and walked towards the zoo gate 20 meters away. Far away,
he saw a group of people standing in front of the 2-meter-wide interception gate valve in the zoo. There were a total of 5 people who were intercepted outside the door valve.
They are 3 men and 2 women in colorful casual clothes.
From his back, he vaguely felt a little familiar, until he walked 3 meters behind them. Zhang Shenkai discovered,
aren't these 5 people in his former student union who often made it difficult for his members Zhao Gang, Li Lianglian, Chen Hu, and Ji Li and Wu Xiaoxiao, the objects of those 2 goods? Now,
this group of young men and women all held a zoo ticket in their hands. They shouted at the few men standing in the door valve, wearing uniform black short clothes, black trousers, tattoos on their arms, and fierce bandits on their faces. We bought this ticket 2 days ago, and it will take 7 days to expire. Why can't we go in to see the animals now? Jean Li asked the big men in black. Chen Hu, who was next to Jean Li, immediately responded to his girlfriend's words, that's right, and I see that your clothes are not the staff in the zoo. Why do you say that this is a private zoo, that is, a private zoo, and don't let us in? A young man next to the couple. He obviously lost his temper and yelled at the group of men in black, open the door valve quickly. My dad is Li Gang. If you don't let Li Liangliang in today, you things are clear. In the door valve, a few big men in black who were originally unmoved heard Li Liangliang say that they these things.
In an instant, everyone stared at the young man named Li Liangliang with terrifying eyes.
One of them was obviously the leader of this group. He said with a hint of anger, get out. Under the terrifying gaze of these big men in black, Li Liangliang's words did not dare to say more. And the girl Wu Xiaoxiao next to him pulled his clothes and said, Liangliang, let's go. Maybe this zoo has really become private today. Humph, if it weren't for my partner's hug, I would definitely knock you down one by one and let you know me. When Li Liangliang looked at the 5 big men in black at the door and cast a try, the voice behind him was so small that only he could hear it. On the side, Zhao Gang saw that this group of men in black would not let them in. Suddenly, he became anxious. After all, he spent a lot of money to buy gossip, knowing that Alice was in it today. He really wanted to get a piece of the new city construction from Alice. He took out thousands of yuan from his pocket and said, Big brother, this is a little heart. I hope it will be convenient. As a result, before the money was sent out, the big man in black glared at him and said coldly again, get out. Suddenly, Zhao Gang stretched out his hand and took it back in fear. He was a little unwilling to take Chen Hu and the others, wanting to go to the shade of the trees, wait for Alice inside to come out, and then find an opportunity to contact. As a result, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Zhang Shen standing behind them, looking at them with interest. Suddenly, he had a feeling of being seen as a joke and a sense of identity superiority inherent in front of Zhang Shen, and suddenly frustrated. Therefore, he wanted to face Zhang Shen to regain his sense of superiority in school before, and to vent his anger when he was intercepted by several murderers just now. But when he thought of the relationship between Zhang Shen and Alice, in the end, Zhao Gang did not show his unhappiness, but stepped forward to greet him cordially. Zhang Shen, it's you. A few of us plan to have a class reunion on May Day in a few days. As a result, you said that you had something to be busy with. What were you busy with, and why couldn't we get together? Zhang Shen looked at such a hypocritical Zhao Gang, and said with a sincere smile on his face, no, that day the legend opened a new server, but collapsed. Iron Card Pool was refreshed and reenacted. I want to brush the list, fight the trade union war, and smoke fireworks with my life, but I'm busy. As soon as Zhao Gang heard that Zhang Shen wanted to play games at home and fight a trade union war, anymore, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. But it still didn't tear the face. He wanted to continue grinding. As a result, Zingshan smiled before he wanted to speak. If there is nothing wrong, you let me go, and I will go to the zoo to find someone. Li Liangliang on the side saw Zangshan so not giving Zhao Gang face. He didn't learn about the relationship between Zangshan and Alice from Sunli, and Zhao Gang didn't tell them. Therefore, he naturally didn't know why Zhao Gang suddenly changed his attitude towards Zangshan. So, when he heard that Zangshan didn't come to their party that day, it was because the legend opened a new server and wanted to brush the list. In a flash, he also wanted to vent the anger he had received from the man in black at the door just now on him. This zoo is a private zoo, and we can't get in with a ticket. Zangshan, who do you think you are? They will let you in. Li Lianliang said. I don't know who I am, so I'm going to ask if I can go in. Zangshan squinted and smiled. Then he looked at the 5 tall and wild-looking men standing in the zoo gate, and the big men in black were about to speak. One of the big men in black said to him, private zoos, not to the outside world. Without the order of our eldest sister, no one wants to enter. Ha, Zangshan, did you hear that? If you want to go in, you have to know their eldest sister, otherwise you are still the same as us. Where do you come from? Where do you go back? Li Lianliang smiled. Zangshan directly ignored the noise behind him, and wanted to send a message to Shouty, when a prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Warning, dangerous. A 4th order god of war is approaching you. Please dodge quickly. Hearing the prompt, Zangshan couldn't help but look up, only to see a group of eye-catching big men appearing 30 meters from the entrance of the zoo. They wear uniform tight-fitting black shirts on their upper bodies, and their muscles appear unusually protruding under their clothes, as if they contain endless power, and their short hairstyles give people a neat and capable feeling. When they came, their steps were unified and firm, and their momentum was like a rainbow, as if they were a group of majestic warriors. In front of this group of big men in black, there were 2 women at the head. Their temperament is in stark contrast to the big man behind them. A woman with black trousers on the lower body, a black cape on the upper body, a short waist and black clothes inside, bangs gently hanging down in front of her forehead, delicate facial features, and a bit of sassy and heroic spirit, is his little stem. And the other one beside Shao Ti. She wears a tight snow-white shirt on her upper body, a collar clip, a knee-hugging black flower skirt on her lower body, black silk wraps around her legs, high heels on her feet, and a woman with elegant steps, which is his little love. Xiao Ai's temperament at the moment is completely different from Xiaoti's. Xiao Di is more heroic and sassy, while Xiao Ai gives people a gentle and delicate feeling. The young man in black on the left behind the 2 of them, unlike the big man in black behind him, he was not very strong, and Zangshan looked a little familiar. But soon, he knew who it was. Isn't that Bai Qi, who was almost cut off by Tang Tao and others that day? Bai Qi saw that Zangshan seemed to be stopped, so he hurriedly ran over and said to the big black man who spoke just now, Lao Biao, this is my eldest sister's friend, Brother Shen, and he is also the benefactor who saved me that day. When the big man in black heard who this person was, he was stunned, and immediately opened the door valve, bent slightly and said to Zangshan, I'm sorry, Brother Shen, I didn't know you were a friend of the eldest sister. Please come inside. It's okay. Zangshan waved his hand. At this time, Xiao Di and Xiao Ai, the 2 daughters, with the big man in black behind him, also walked up to him and shouted, Brother Shen, Brother Shen. More than a dozen men in black behind the 2 women also shouted in unison. Zangshan nodded slightly, walked inside, and left the door alone. Li Liangliang and the others, their eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief for a long time. When they came back to their senses, Zangshan and the others had already gone away. Shenhu swallowed. I saw the woman named eldest sister in the south of the city just now, and I heard from my cousin who opened a bar that she is the new queen of the underground in the south of the city, named Tifa. When Li Liangliang heard this, his legs were a little weak, and he hesitated. Really? It's really fake. What am I lying to you? But you heard it right, just now, she and her subordinates were all called Zangshan, Brother Shen. Shenhu said. Li Liangliang's face turned pale. What's wrong with Liangliang? His girlfriend Xiao Xiao asked. I just said that about Zangshan. Wouldn't I offend him? Will he let that woman retaliate against me? It should. No way. Shenhu hesitated. Zhao Gang on the side. At this moment, the 4 of them were ignored. He looked at Zangshan in the distance, walking between Alice and Tifa, and his heart had already rolled up endless waves. This Zangshan doesn't seem to be like what Sun Li said. He is a little white face who eats soft rice. Instead, it seems to have other identities. Otherwise, how could that Alice, as well as the new underground queen of Jinhaixin, be so respectfully called Brother Shen? Could it be that this Zangshan has never been as simple as he behaves in school? It's just that I have been hiding in a low-key manner at school before, and his true identity background is similar to the protagonists in the God of War novels he reads. The 10-year period has arrived, and the God of War has returned to his throne? Thinking of this, Zhao Gang's face also turned pale. He remembered his previous attitude towards Zhang Shinshir at school, and couldn't help but feel a little worried and afraid. Therefore, he decided to give up the idea of sharing a piece of cake from the project in the new city area, so he immediately became disheartened and drove away with Li Liang and others. He decided that he must avoid too much contact with Zangshan in the future, so as not not to be worried about or even retaliate. However, how did he know that Zhang Shen didn't pay attention to them and others at all? After all, the system came 3 years early, and the early stage brought him not only wealth, women, snobbery, and changes in superior dissidence. There is also a higher level of change, that is, the state of mind. When Zhang Shen and others walked out of a distance, Xiaodi glanced slightly at Bai Qi behind him. Bai Qi instantly understood, stopped, turned around and asked the big men in black behind him not to follow anymore. Seeing this, Zingshan smiled slightly, and said with a smile as he walked towards the first animal pen in the zoo, "How is Bai Qi?" On the whole, his character is okay. He is a recruit who retired from the army 2 years ago, and he listens to his mother's words, but unfortunately his father gambles. Zangshan was slightly silent and said, "This person is a filial son. If you want him to enter the shelter and be responsible for some security work, his parents will arrange it together. You will find a way to cure his gambling addiction, father's gambling addiction, so as not to go in and cause trouble." "No, the master." Xiaodi nodded. Speaking, the three walked to the nearest animal pen area near the zoo gate, the Sika deer area. More than a dozen Sika deer, as soon as they saw Zangshan approaching, they raised their heads and continued to do what they should do. Zangshan looked at the Sika deer in this animal pen and peeked down one by one. Soon, he got feedback that this was a group of corpse information, so he walked towards the next animal pen with little interest. Meantime, he looked up at the group of big men in black not far away and said, "Xiaodi, you big men in black are obviously not some bastards. They should be veterans who have retired from some troops." "That's right, master." These big men in black, like Bai Qi, retired from the army and were all looking for a living in the south of the city. I asked Bai Qi to recruit them over and then selected this batch, ready to check it out. If there is no problem with their character, when the catastrophe comes, I will select some who are willing to follow and support the master and be responsible for the security of the shelter. Yes. Zangshan nodded and walked towards a side, a beast pen shrouded in huge glass. In this animal pen, there are several large pythons 4 or 5 meters long, one of which has red stripes all over its body, which is very rare. When Zhang Shini approached, a prompt sounded hurriedly again, ringing in my ears. "Danger! Dangerous!" The host is about to approach a sleeping terrifying behemoth, the 4th order Titan blood python king. Once it wakes up, the host has no possibility of survival. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible. Peeking eyes. This is the corpse of a Titan python who died in the cataclysm. This is a dead end. Zangshan threw down the pythons in it one by one. As a result, only the red-striped python with red snake scales on its body surfaced a virtual panel that only he could see. Beast creature, Titan blood python king. Qualifications: Lord, Normal, Elite, Lord, King, Legendary, Epic, Mythic. 3rd order, 0/20,000. Name, not named. Skill, not comprehended. Believer, none. Mood, peace. Analysis, a slow-growing, but terrifying mutant Titan python creature. As the divine energy in the body continues to increase, the size will continue to become huge. It is a good mount for cultivating giant beast troops. Only 100,000 mutant beasts can have a Lord qualification beast. Looking at the panel of this red-striped python, Zangshan suddenly came to his senses. Every time he passed by this zoo before, the system reminded him that there were many terrifying beasts lurking here. Unexpectedly, this giant python is one of the terrifying beasts, and it is also a future Titan python beast race, the mutated Titan blood python king. What he didn't expect was that this analysis was also warm and straightforward. This is still a good mount for cultivating giant beast arms in the future. Thinking of this, Zangshan threw it at this Titan blood python king, a beast taming technique. Domestication failed. Zangshan was used to it. The strange beasts with lord-level qualifications were not this low-level beast taming technique, and they could be successfully domesticated at once. Therefore, he continued to keep facing the red-striped python and threw the beast taming technique one by one. After throwing almost 20 beast taming techniques like this, a warm prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host, the beast is successfully tamed, and the pet Titan blood python king, Pan-Believer +1, survival points +10. The Titan blood python king, who was successfully tamed, suddenly woke up from his sleep. It spat out the snake letter, looked around, and finally slowly moved towards Zangshan in front of the glass, a pair of blood-red pupiled snake eyes, looking at him with bright light. Zangshan put his hand on the glass window and made a stroking motion. The red-striped python was full of spirituality, lowered its head slightly, and brought the snake's head close to Zangshan's palm on the glass window, as if it was really like a well-behaved pet being stroked by him at this moment. Soon, Zangshan withdrew his hand, and the red-striped python raised his head, his eyes showing closeness and wanting to leave here. Stay here well, and after a year, the master will let you be free, Zangshan said, and walked towards the next animal pen area. The red-striped python saw that the owner was leaving. It moved its huge snake body along the edge of the glass window and kept moving with him until it finally couldn't see his figure and then curled up by the window, but its blood-red snake eyes were still staring in the direction Zangshan left. After leaving the python area, Zangshan asked Xiao Ai on the side, "Xiao Ai, after you took the zoo, you cleaned up a lot of the caretakers inside. What do you plan to do with these animals when the time comes?" "Master, Master, when the catastrophe occurs, these animals will turn into strange beasts, so naturally they have to be cleaned up. So I initially planned to throw the animals here at a low price to zoos in several nearby cities. Xiao Ai paused in her voice, and continued. But now it seems that the owner wants some animals to stay, so I plan to wait for the owner to choose the animals to keep and then transfer the ones I don't want. Zhengxian smiled and said, I still love to understand the master. The red-striped python just now is left, and the remaining pythons, as well as the cicadere in the cicadere area, don't need to stay. Yes, master, Xiao Ai said, and then pointed to a brown bear area in front of him and said, Master, there is an old brown bear here. Do you want to stay? Okay. Yes. Zhengxian didn't think much about it. After all, as soon as he got close to here, he heard the sound of the system's prompt. Immediately, before others could walk to the animal pen, they casually threw a peeping eye over. Okay. Thunder creature, roaring thunder giant bear. Qualifications, king level, normal, elite, lord, king, legendary, epic, mythic, third order, 0/30,000. Name, not named. Skill, not comprehended. Yes. Believer, none. Mood, uneasy. Analysis, roaring in the thunderstorm to give birth to new life. A rare thunder-type mutant horror giant beast, roaring thunder. Giant bear. As the divine energy in the body continues to increase, the body size will continue to become huge, and the accumulated thunder energy will also increase day by day, making it a very excellent mount for cultivating giant beast troops. Among the tens of millions of roaring giant bears, it is possible to have a king-level qualification, mutating a roaring giant bear. Looking at the qualifications of this old brown bear and the introduction, Zhengxian still couldn't help but gasp. Big baby. The surprise that this zoo brought to him was too big. This old brown bear will mutate in the future, and it is also a rare king-level qualification. Among tens of millions of roaring giant bears, only one roaring thunder giant bear appeared. Immediately, Zhengxian ran towards the brown bear animal pen with great joy, wanting to domesticate it quickly. Brown bears in the animal pen. The old brown bear was now lying lazily under the tree, and the morning sun shined through the leaves on its golden, fluffy, and dense fur, making it shiny. And a circle of white hair on his neck made him look a little old like an old man with white hair. When Zhengxian and the others leaned against the animal pen and looked down at the old brown bear, the old brown bear's round barriers moved. The huge bear's eyes slowly opened weakly, looked at them, and then supported the huge bulky bear body with his paws, stood up with difficulty, and began to twist the huge bear's buttocks left and right, and stretched out a pair of bare paws on his forelimbs, clapping his palms one by one. Why did it dance as soon as we got closer? It didn't look old, it was quite energetic. Zhengxian smiled happily. Xiao Ai took out his mobile phone, took a picture of it, and sighed and introduced, Master, this old brown bear is 25 years old this year, and was named Dancing Bear by the caregiver, because he was domesticated by the caregiver since he was a child. As long as a tourist approached, he had to stand upright, constantly twist his buttocks, stretch out his bare paw and clap his palms, let the tourists take pictures, and only have food to eat at night, otherwise he would be hungry or whipped. It made us tourists, waiting for us to be photographed before we dared to lie down and rest. Ah. Zhengxian's smile stopped and he looked at the old bear. Sure enough, as Xiao Ai said, after seeing Xiao Ai take pictures, the old brown bear dared to land its forelimbs on the ground, lying under the tree in a clumsy manner, with its mouth slightly open and panting. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Immediately, one by one, the beast taming technique continued to be thrown over silently, throwing almost more than 50 times, and a prompt sound sounded for the successful domestication. Congratulations to the host, successful domestication, obtaining the pet roaring thunder giant bear, Pan Believer +1, congratulations. The old brown bear, who was originally panting, suddenly opened his bear eyes wide after being successfully domesticated by Zhengxian, and then let out a roar like a question mark at him outside the animal pen. After that, it struggled to stand up again, panting, twisting its bare buttocks frantically, and its huge paws snapped, as if pleasing its new owner. Looking at the old brown bear dancing again, Zhengxian saw numbness, fear, and worry from its huge bare eyes. There is no other animal that is unique to being tamed as one's own beast. He knew that the old brown bear had been domesticated for too long and was too old. It has long lost itself and its activity. And dragging the old bear's body so hard to please himself, maybe he is just worried about whether he will starve in his old age, whether he will be whipped suddenly, and maybe even afraid of being slaughtered. Thinking of this, Zhengxian looked at this end, and among the tens of millions of roaring giant bears in the future, a king-level qualification roaring thunder giant bear appeared, and a heroic twilight sorrow surged to his chest inexplicably. He put his hands to his mouth and shouted at it, Stop, stupid bear, master orders you to stop. I know what you are worried about, don't worry, you don't have to please anyone in the future. There will be food and meat to eat every day, no one will beat you, and no one will force you to get up and open your business. From now on, you will have your own new name, Volleybell. In a year, you will leave here, you will have a new heroic identity, and you will follow your master to conquer the sky, so that this world will shine with your own thunderous roar, Volleybell. Roar! When the old brown bear heard Zhengxian's words, he stopped the bear body twisting with difficulty, and then clapped his his palm of the bear's paw, hammered it into his chest, and let out a loud roar from the sky. At this moment, it seemed to break free from the shackles of the cage and regain its life, and then its limbs fell to the ground, and in the eyes of the huge bear, there was a hazy splash, staring closely at the owner outside the animal pen, and then, a little faint light gushed out of its body. Congratulations to the host, Roaring Thunder Giant Bear. Feel the host's true feelings, become a fanatical believer in the host, Faith plus 1000. I didn't expect that the second person to become my fanatical believer would be you, a stupid bear. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zangshan looked at the old brown bear in the bear pen and smiled slightly. When the old brown bear heard Zangshan's words, he stood up and habitually wanted to clap his hands and twist his buttocks to express his inner joy. But it seemed to think of what the master had just said, and hurriedly, the speed of the bear's paw that was about to be lifted was received behind him, and it turned into a hip-scratching action, and then he cracked the entire row of bare teeth, as if laughing. Suddenly, Zangshan was inexplicably happy and motioned for it to lie down and rest. Followed by, he walked towards the animal pen where giraffes and alpacas were mixed not far from the door. This animal enclosure, covering an area almost 5 times the size of a bear enclosure, is about 400 square meters, and holds 5 adult giraffes, 1 juvenile giraffe, and 4 alpacas. Zangshan came here without hearing any hints, and probably knew in his heart that these 10 grass-type creatures were estimated not to live until 3 years later. But he still peeped one by one, and threw it down to take a look, so as not to have a fish that escaped the net. A horse-necked creek dragon that was eaten in the cataclysm. A horse that was eaten in the cataclysm. One body is in. A grass camel beast that was dismembered in the cataclysm. Sure enough, as I guessed, these herbivorous beasts, living around terrifying beasts, will only become rations in the end. Zangshan finished reading the feedback from the last alpaca. He muttered slightly, and asked Xiao Ai to clean up the giraffes and alpacas when the time comes, empty the animal pen, and wait for him to place other animals in the future. Afterwards, Zangshan walked to the park where the birds were imprisoned. The park with birds is huge, a quarter of the zoo, and a huge glass cover envelopes the park. But the birds inside are all very common birds, including black swans, mandarin ducks, macaws, red-crowned cranes, peacocks, and some pheasants. Zangshan looked at these birds, and after peeking, he shook his head and said to Xiao Ai beside him, "The birds in this park have also been cleaned up." "Yes, master. There are also several parks and animal pens." Zangshan asked. 100 garden area, a tiger pen, and a seal area. Zangshan nodded and continued to walk forward. Moment. When passing through this bird park, you will see a sea of trees and flowers planted with many flowers. In the center of these flower areas, there is a small wooden pavilion, in which there is a huge iron oil barrel, and honey goes in and out of the iron oil barrel. Why haven't there been peak rooms yet? As Zangshan spoke, many worker bees flew around him, as if they wanted to get close to him. Xiao Ai hurriedly explained, "Master, I haven't negotiated with the zoo owner before, so I didn't put this iron oil drum here until this morning. The beekeeper said that it is almost evening, which is the best time to divide the beehive." "Oh, I see." Zangshan nodded, and then said to the more and more bees flying around him, "It's all gone. Someone will divide you into rooms this evening, unless someone attacks you, otherwise don't hurt anyone." The bees understood his words and slowly dispersed. Zangshan continued to walk to the animal pen area behind the garden, and as soon as he walked out of the back door of the garden, a prompt sounded in his ears. "Danger! The host is about to approach the third-order terrifying beast Wind Tiger. With the strength of the host, once approached, it will become the breakfast of the secondary beast. Please leave as soon as possible." Ignoring the cues in your ears, Zangshan quickly walked to a wooden plaque beast pen with a giant tiger written on it in front of him and looked down. A golden gradient lay lazily on the haystack in the animal pen, wagging its tail, ignoring the group of people who appeared outside the animal pen. Zangshan threw it down with a peeping eye, and in an instant, a panel appeared on the tiger's head that only he could see. Beast-type creature, Wind Tiger. Qualifications: Elite, Normal, Elite, Lord, King, Legendary, Epic, Mythic. Third Order, 0/10,000. Name, not named. Skill, not comprehended. Believer, none. Mood, lazy. Analysis: a lazy and immobile beast-type creature by nature, but it has an extremely fast speed like the wind, and when the divine energy in the body continues to accumulate and improve, the movement speed will also continue to increase, making it a good mount when only rushing. After Zangshan looked at the panel of this tiger, he felt that there was nothing special except for a little faster, just a beast taming technique, and domesticated it. And the moment of domestication. However, the tiger was still lying lazily in the haystack, looking at Zangshan with curious tiger eyes, but he didn't want to move. "It's really lazy," Zangshan commented, told Xiao Ai that the tiger stayed, and walked towards the seal area. The seal area occupies 1/6 of the park, and 10 seals are kept in captivity in the huge pool. None of these 10 seals survived 3 years later. Therefore, after Zangshan asked Xiao Ai to clean up these seals, he found a remote corner without a camera, opened the door of the divine realm, positioned it next to the jade gem mine, and asked Xiao Ai to go inside to select a few pieces of green do emperor jadeite, and at the same time took out his mobile phone and handed it to her. After arriving at the jade gemstone cave. Take a few photos of me by the way. It is best to have 1 or 2 photos of the appearance of green do Emperor Jade, and don't take pictures of the mining robot in it. No, master. Xiao Ai took Zangshin's mobile phone and walked towards the gate of the divine domain. Zangshin had a brief discussion with Xiao Ti in the open space in front of the seal area. As a result, he was also knocked out by a blow over the shoulder and gained 4 points of divine experience, a little less than yesterday. Zangshin glanced at the experience of the divine level and it had reached 89 points, only 11 points away, which was enough to become a first-order upgrade. After reaching level 1, what changes will it bring to your divine domain? Zangshin was still looking forward to it. After all, his own divine domain is an SSS-level divine domain, and every time he improves, he will gain special characteristics, and even wonders, and even intelligent races. When Xiao Ai came out of the gate of the divine realm with 2 pieces of green do Emperor Jade, Zangshin closed the door of the divine realm, took the 2 daughters, and walked towards the zoo gate, while taking out a bottle of physical strength and energy potion with 5 drops, and said to Xiao Ai, every time you feed these leftover animals, put a drop in their meat. No, master. Xiao Ai took the 2 potions and put them in the right pocket, while the left pocket put 2 pieces of green do Emperor Jade. In fact, Zangshin Yu thought about whether to put these 3 strange beasts in his divine domain, but they were carnivores, and now those animals in his divine domain were still a group of cubs, which could not satisfy them for a year, and he could not spend time and energy every day to buy meat for them to feed. When Zangshin and the 3 of them were about to walk out of the bird park, they saw Bai Qi trotting over and said to them, Brother Shin, eldest sister, love sister. What's wrong? Xiao Ti asked. Lao Biao and the others caught a foreign woman who sneaked over the wall sneakily, Bai Qi said. When Zangshin heard this, he knew who Lao Biao and others had arrested. Suddenly he said happily, let's go, let's see what kind of foreign woman she is. Bai Qi didn't know. Zangshin knew who this foreign woman was, so he immediately began to describe it. Brother Shin, I have never seen such a beautiful foreign woman in my life. She is very white, she is as white as an angel, her legs are very slender, her waist is simply like a model. That. He looks like a bad guy, and he looks like a big bear countryman. He should be a mixed race man. He looks too beautiful. If. Zoo security room. Lao Biao and a few other big men in black tied Kukelen to a wooden chair with a backrest and then began to interrogate. Say, why did you sneak over the wall and come in? Lao Biao asked. I'm a tourist, and when I see you don't let people in, I sneak over the wall and come in. Kuklein's voice was very clear, as if it was true. Bah! Lao Biao said in a rough voice, don't tell the truth. When you fought with our brothers just now, you used Yizarin fighting techniques. Cherry Blossom Jiu-Jitsu, Street Fighter Muay Thai, and military boxing are not like ordinary tourists, and they can be displayed. Lao Biao had been around for so long, and he used to be a veteran leader, but later he made some mistakes before retreating from the army to the south of the city to watch the scene. For this foreign woman's skills, he has experienced. If it weren't for the large number of them, and finally using an electric baton to sneak attack and paralyze them, she would have really run away. Therefore, naturally, he wouldn't believe that the woman in front of him was just a tourist. If you are a tourist, how can you sneak over the wall and come in? Koklein's voice remained unchanged. Since I was a child, I have been taught some women's anti-wolf skills by my family. Lao Biao listened to the foreign woman's words and laughed angrily. Okay, you continue to make up. What is the purpose of sneaking in? I want to come in and see the animals. Especially, don't tell the truth, okay? You continue to make up. I'll see how long you can make it up. Lao Biao pulled a chair and sat in front of the foreign woman. What's your name? Which country are you from? When Lao Biao continued to interrogate Kukelen, Zangshin appeared at the door with Xiao Ai, Xiao Di, and Bai Qi. He glanced at Kuklein, who was tied to a wooden chair, and walked in and said to Lao Biao who was carrying him, Lao Biao, let her go. This woman's name is Kuklein. She is interested in me. She has been chasing me, and she has been following my ass for a long time. Lao Biao heard Zangshin's voice behind him, immediately stood up, turned around, and said, yes, Brother Shin. As he spoke, he was about to untie the woman named Kuklein in front of him. As a result, Kuklein glared at Zangshin and said, who is interested in you? Oh, Zangshin said with a smile, that's my mistake. Lao Biao doesn't have to untie her. You continue to interrogate her. If you can't ask anything, call the police and let the police lock her up for a few days. Zangshin, you. When Kuklein heard that Zangshin was going to send her to the police station, she immediately felt offended. She paused for a long time with the word you, and finally spat out in English, bitch. Zangshin heard Kuklein's English swear words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to Lao Biao and the others and said, Lao Biao, you go out. I want her to know who is bitch. Although Lao Biao and the others didn't know what bitch meant, they still left quickly and closed the door by the way. In the blink of an eye, there were only Zangshin, Xiao Ai, and Xiao Di in the room. Kuklein saw Zangshin rubbing her hands, looking her body up and down with her eyes, stepped forward, and immediately struggled and said, if you do anything to me, I will. Shut up, who dares to be interested in you? Zangshin sat on the chair where Lao Biao was sitting just now, raised Erlang's leg slightly and said, it's very simple that you don't want to be sent to the police station. Tell me, you're Dean Jack, what do you want to know from me? Kuklein saw that Zangshin was not going to take off her clothes, so she returned to her original expression and said, can't you guess?
I want to confirm, Zhang Shen said.
Kuklin was silent and said, from you, I know where the green Du Emperor jade was found, and whether there is any extra green Du Emperor jade.
His true identity.
His identity is higher than mine. How do I know? I only know that he can call the president of the Black Palace directly, and he can get the most assistance and resources at any time.
What about your identity? The unpopular heirs of the Kiki family.
Yes, very cooperative, Zhang Shen said, and motioned for Xiao Di to untie the rope that tied him up. Kukrin was loosened from the rope, rubbed her sore arm and asked, you should be busy with your business. When will you come with me to see our Dean Jack? Zhang Shen stood up, walked to the closed door, opened it and turned to her and said, now. Kukline thought she had heard something wrong and confirmed. As a result, Zhang Shen ignored her and said to Xiao Ai, you go back to deal with things. Xiaodi, you drive your car and follow me.
Yes. Titi nodded, speeding out of the zoo and driving her divine chariot.
Zhang Shen, on the other hand, walked out of the zoo by himself, walked towards Kukline's off-road vehicle, then opened the door and got into the co-pilot. Kukline, who was following behind, was convinced that Zhang Shen didn't play tricks this time, and he really wanted to go with her to see Dean Jack.
Soon,
Keklin started the off-road vehicle and sped towards the World Trade Center, but she saw Xiaodi following behind in the RV. She didn't want Zhang Shen to take someone with her, so she instantly picked up her speed and tried to get rid of the person. However, she didn't expect that she drove the car at the fastest speed, only to find that the RV behind her was not thrown away by her, and still maintain a distance of 50 meters.
I can't help it.
She frowned slightly, and didn't drive to the World Trade Center restaurant immediately, wanting to continue to throw people away. So, she increased her speed again, took a hurry, and turned left and right around many roads in Jinhai, hoping to get rid of Xiaodi. However, what she didn't know was that Xiaodi in the divine chariot was not driving at all. She just put her hand on the steering wheel and let the intelligence system of the divine chariot automatically locate and follow Kukline's off-road vehicle. When Kukline turned an alley, looked in the rearview mirror, and found that there was no RV, she was relieved and was about to drive towards the World Trade Center. As a result, she glanced sideways and saw that the RV she thought she had thrown off actually appeared behind her car again, which was so difficult that she lost control of her emotions and pressed the horn twice. Zhang Shen put down the mobile phone chatting with Li Yuqing, looked at her and teased, if you are not in a hurry, you can go around the city again to see if you can get rid of her. I am not in a hurry to see your Dean Jack. When Kukline heard Zhang Shen's ridicule, she snorted dissatisfiedly, why does she drive an RV and keep up with my off-road vehicle? Zhang Shen naturally wouldn't tell her the real reason, so he thought for a while and said, maybe it's because it's a Wuling God car. Kuklin rolled her eyes at Zhang Shen, and no longer thought about throwing off the car behind her. At this moment, she just wants to bring the person to Dean Jack and stay away from this person, because she was really fed up with this man. She has never been deflated, but she has been deflated here with this man and his men again and again.
This is even more uncomfortable than when she stays in the family intrigue.
Soon, the buggy is parked in the parking lot in the basement of the World Trade Hotel. Kuklin took Zhang Shen to the elevator at high speed, pressed down on the 13th floor, and then pressed the door to close. She wanted to find a parking spot at Xiaodi, enter the elevator, and speed upstairs. Zhang Shen didn't want to do what she wanted, so she reached out and pressed the elevator door to prevent the elevator from closing. Kukline stretched out her index finger to Zhang Shen. Fact. Zhang Shen showed her a naive smile, seeing that Kuklin was inexplicably angry, turned his head to look elsewhere, and didn't want to look at him. As a result, he turned his head. She saw that she was wearing a black cloak, with a faint confident smile on the corner of her mouth, and she slowly walked into the elevator and stood on the right side of Zhang Shen.
Moment.
She had the idea of fighting her or having another drag racing competition. When Xiaodi walked into the elevator, Zhang Shenkai let go of his hand. Soon, the elevator reached the 13th floor.
In the quiet hotel corridor,
Kukelin took Zhang Shen and Xiaodi to stand in front of room 1303, then knocked on the door and pushed the door in.
Zhang Shen followed Kukline in.
He found that this Dean Jack lived in a family-style suite,
and luxurious.
Standing at the door were 4 foreign men wearing black suits, wide noses, short golden hair, and tall, and Zhang Shen guessed that they might be Dean Jack's bodyguards. Kuklin took Zhang Shen to a room, knocked on the door slightly, turned her hand to open the door, and walked in.
This is a study.
There was a desk inside, behind which were a lot of books, and behind the desk sat a blond middle-aged man, his fingers on the notebook keyboard on the desk, as if he was typing something. After Kukline walked in, she said to him, Dean Jack, Zhang Shen brought it to you, and the woman next to him is his cronies. Zhang Shen walked in with Xiao Ti, and saw Kukline introduce them slightly, and he had already walked up to stand behind Jack. Jack left the keyboard with both hands, stood up, looked at Zhang Shen and Xiao Di, who came over and smiled. Come, sit down, Mr. Zhang, you are younger than I thought. I thought Dean Jack was an old man, but it looked like he was not young. Zhang Shen pulled away the soft chair in front of the desk and sat down. After Jack also sat down, he turned his notebook to Zhang Shen and said, Mr. Zhang, this fast green Du Emperor jade, but it flowed out of your hands.
Zhang Shen glanced at it and nodded.
Jack saw Zhang Shen admitting it, so he got straight to the point and said, I want to know, where did you come from? Where did you buy it, or did you dig it yourself?
Dug in a small cave.
Zhang Shen also said directly.
Where is the cave?
Jack's voice showed a hint of excitement. Zhang Shen squinted slightly, stretched out his hand and took out his mobile phone from his pocket, put it in front of Dean Jack and said, Dean Jack flipped through these photos, is it okay to take them? Dean Jack picked up his mobile phone suspiciously, saw the photos on the mobile phone, and instantly paused slightly, and when he saw that, there was a piece of green Du Emperor jade on one of the photos that had not yet been dug out of the mountain wall, his eyes widened even more. After a long time, he shifted his gaze and asked Zhang Shen, how much green Du Emperor jade is there in this cave? I'm not a professional geological exploration expert. How do I know? Zhang Shen waved his hand and continued, but I think it should be a lot, but the mountain wall is too hard. It is difficult for me to break through with an electric drill. If it weren't for one or two ready-made pieces on the ground, let me pick them up and sign them. I don't know that this jadeite is so valuable.
One or two ready-made. You have made a move. What about the other one? Jack asked anxiously.
Zhang Shen thought for a while and said, after a while, it is estimated that it will be auctioned abroad.
I want to be like you, Dacia. Can I buy it directly in private? No. Zhang Shen thought about refusing without thinking too much. Why?
I heard from friends who entrusted foreign countries that there are many countries that will inevitably win this piece.
Moreover, I like to talk about fairness, and when the time comes, the price will be high.
Then you also traded that piece for Dacia privately.
Why don't you talk about fairness? Jack had a slight discussion in his heart, and then asked, what do you want to tell me the specific location of that cave?
Zhang Shen's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth smiled. It's very simple. I want you to mine half of the profits from mining this jade mine, and at the same time, I opened a prefabricated vegetable factory, which just needs. When Jack heard Zhang Shen say what he wanted, he immediately agreed verbally, half of the proceeds. Okay, I promise you. If you want to export prefabricated dishes to our country, no problem, all green. No, what I want is a variety of fresh ingredients. I hope you can help me contact some farms and estates and become my suppliers. When Jack heard that there was such a reverse benefit, he immediately agreed. Of course not. Zhang Shen interrupted, Dean Jack, don't agree so quickly, listen to me. I think you will use your national bank as a guarantee for me. Only pay a 1% deposit, and pay the full amount in a year.
Only pay 1% of the deposit?
Jack shook his head violently. No, all along, the deposit for goods exported to other countries cannot be less than 60%, and the final payment must be delivered within 3 months at the latest, otherwise 10 times the compensation. The location of that cave, I still unconditionally report it to our country, although the reward may only be 500 yuan and a pennant at that time, but the glory brought by that pennant is priceless. It is worthy of pride. It can glorify the ancestors. It is.
Zhang Shen said seriously.
Jack heard Zhang Shen bluff that he was going to hand it over to Dacia, and he didn't know if this person would really do it.
Suddenly, he had a headache, and quickly interrupted him. Okay, I promise you. Can you tell me where that cave is now? Dean Jack, do you think I'm a child?
We signed an agreement. As long as we continue to provide a steady stream of fresh ingredients for my prefabricated vegetable factory to meet the production needs of my prefabricated vegetable factory within 1 year, then after a year, I will tell you where this cave is.
Zhang Shen said.
If you don't tell me where this cave is a year later, or if these photos are fake at all, then
Jack, which deflated 3 do you think has the courage to play routines with your bad luck country? Is it me? Aren't I playing with fire and self-immolation, looking for death?
Zhang Shen interrupted Jack's words, and his voice was vibrant.
Jack thought for a moment, and it felt right.
With the strength of their bad luck country, no one dares to play virtual in front of their country. However, he was still silent for a moment, and wondered, you will have half of the profits from the green Du Emperor jade mine at that time, and the money you make will far exceed your prefabricated vegetable farm factory. Why do you still want to run this? Zhang Shen seemed to have expected Jack to ask this. He didn't think much about it, and sneered, I can guarantee that this cave does exist, and there are a lot of green Du Emperor jade,
but I have no confidence in your bad luck country. Once you know that the cave is there, will you kick me away? Don't you have any points in your heart?
So a year later, after you knew that the Imperial Jade Mine was there, after kicking me away, I also had a golden rooster that could lay eggs for a long time, so I recognized it. After hearing Zhang Shen's words, Dean Jack did feel that the young man's concerns were very correct. After all, their bad reputation is that they have no reputation. Therefore, he began to understand why Zhang Shen had to wait for a year.
But does this young man think that if he drags on for a year, he will be able to swallow what he has eaten in a year?
That's too much of an underestimation of the character of those people who are unlucky. Thinking of this, he rubbed his brows and said, if I want to sign such an agreement, I can't make the decision. I need to make a phone call to ask President Koramiya. Please. Zhang Shen smiled at the corner of his mouth. Jack walked out of the living room, and soon walked in again, sat back in his seat, and said slowly, my president can agree to your request, but you have to send me those photos, and sign these agreements. You need to go to our country of bad luck and sign the agreement with the supplier you want in person, and the bank of the big bad country will guarantee you at some point.
No problem. Zhang Shen shrugged slightly. Is the photo sent to you by WeChat, or by email? Email, and it's a Twitter email. email, the account is WSSB at Jack Speed reported an email. Wait a minute,
Zangshin said, and then began to log into his Twitter email and send the original photo. Jack saw the email prompt popping up in the notebook in front of him, and immediately clicked on it, and saw the high definition and censored original picture. Sent by Zangshin, the whole person was very excited, and then clicked to share, and noted that the boy on the line checked the authenticity of these photos. After Zangshin finished posting the photo, he didn't want to stay here for long, so he stood up and said, Jack, if nothing happens, I'll go back. As for when I'll go to your bad luck. In a week, it will be May Day, and when the time comes, you will give me a 1-year free green card for your country. Okay, after it's done, I'll ask Klein to bring it to you. Jack stood up and said, while reaching out to shake Zangshin's hand, and said with a slight threat, I hope that when the time comes, Mr. Zhang can do as you said. There are indeed a lot of green do Emperor jade in that cave that has not yet been mined, otherwise we will visit your parents in person. Zangshin frowned, squeezed Jack's hand in a wrestling style and said, I hate it when someone threatens me with my parents, so I will definitely tell you, but first of all, don't worry, and keep your promise. For a year, you can't deliberately drag the goods. Finished, Zhang Shunkai let go of Jack's palm and walked out of the door with Xiaodi. When you walk into the elevator, Xiaodi spoke, Master, if you go to Dishi when the time comes, they may imprison you directly and will not let you return to China. I know they're your in nature, but they can't keep your master. Hey, isn't Xiao AI worried about some of the equipment needed for the underground tunnel recently built for the new city? It just so happens that I can go to their Big Luck and experience the 0 yuan purchase culture of Big Luck. Master, do you need me to go with you? No, you arrange for some people to protect my parents. Zangshin said in a slight pause, and then said, by the way, you asked Xiao AI to help me see where some of the heavyweight equipment of Disiang is placed, and there are some large and medium-sized zoos distributed. No, the master, after sorting it out, we will send it to you. Room 2303 of the World Trade Hotel, in the living room. Not long after Zangshin and Xiaodi left, Klein looked at Jack and said, Dean, when he arrives at our bad luck, do you really want to sign that agreement with him? Oh, Jack sneered, when we have bad luck, everything will be up to him. It was just the right time. He received an email in his notebook, and the content of the email was these photos are not but real shots. As for the possible area where the soil layer structure of the cave is located and the specific shooting time, I cannot measure it for the time being. As soon as Jack saw the reply in the email, his breath suddenly became short, and he said to Klein behind him, in the past few days, I will find opportunities to contact him more. Understand where he has been in the past few years, or where he has traveled, or whether he has gone abroad, and if necessary, he can also make some sacrifices appropriately. Dean. Klein frowned, clenched his fist slightly, and his tone was quite opinionated. However, Dean Jack didn't seem to hear it and continued to himself, in the future, when you return to the Kiki family, your father's line will be sponsored by many members of the Skull and Bones Society, and in a year, I will introduce you to the Skull and Bones Society. After getting into Xiaodi's RV, Zangshin walked to the rest area, went directly into the stealth, then took out the wormhole orbit card and teleported back to the outskirts of the Silver Sea. Now he has triggered all the villages and towns on the outskirts of the Silver Sea that can trigger the first brush extensively, but he has not yet brushed it in the Silver Sea city. Generally, the first swipe triggered by urban areas will be much more than that of villages and towns. After all, the urban area is large, there are many people gathered, and the roads that can be driven are dense. Number 1, Inhai City, all the streets and alleys that can be driven are opened. After Zangshin gave the order to number 1, he put one hand on the steering wheel, then leaned on the seat, and held the mobile phone with the other hand, wanting to tell Li Yuqing that he was going to demold on May Day to order the raw materials needed for prefabricated dishes. But as soon as the voice was about to be sent, he cancelled. He clicked on Xiao AI's WeChat and said, Xiao AI, I went to Demu on May 1st, and I want to tell Li Yuqing. I guess if she knows that I am going to Demu Shui, she may want to go with her. You help me think of a way, so that she will be busy in the days of May Day and can't get away. Xiao AI's voice quickly replied, I know the master. The master will tell the hostess that you are going to Deluxe the afternoon after tomorrow. Zangshin sent an OK emoticon and said, there is a big mold site for cheap logistics. There will be a steady stream of farm raw materials and fresh meat supply, prefabricated vegetable factories. I feel that it can be expanded by 5 times, and priority is given to speeding up the speed of investment, equipment purchase, and recruitment. Master, I'll call your parents later and tell them that we will continue to expand on the original basis. However, I suggest that the owner go back to his hometown before going to Demu again, and tell them that the master is going to Demu on May Day. Zangshin sent an OK emoticon again, then clicked on Lu Miao's WeChat and told her very bluntly that she was going to Dashi to pre-order some crops and meat on May Day. Shun, then when the time comes, we will unload the goods to my sister's Jinhai wharf. Which one will become a partner, huh? Lu Miao laughed back. Yes. Zangshin smiled. After that, Zangshin and Lu Miao chatted until it was dark before they heard the number 1 report. Master, all the streets that can be driven in Inhai City have all been driven. Okay, drive to my hometown of Xiaoyang Town. Zangshin gave an order order to number 1, and then told Lu Miao that he was busy, so he froze his consciousness, opened the attribute panel, and glanced at the current survival points.
Survival points, 102111.
Finally, there are 100,000 survival points, and you can continue to draw the purple card lottery roulette for 10 consecutive days. Zangshin muttered, then called out the purple card lottery wheel, and his consciousness froze.
System, 10 consecutive draws.
In an instant, 3 types of light gushed out from the purple card lottery wheel, and the speed rotated with the needle on the wheel. After a while, 3 green rays on the roulette wheel were in full swing, and Zangshin heard 2 prompts in his ears. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 green cards, prop cards, intelligent mechanical workers. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 green card, skill card, spell acute gastroenteritis.
Spell acute gastroenteritis?
What kind of ghost skill is this? Zangshin heard the prompt in his ear, was stunned for a moment, quickly opened the backpack space, and looked towards the green card. Curse acute gastroenteritis. Curse is a rare disease skill, low-level spell, consumes 1 point of faith or a small amount of mental power. Once activated, it will cause the opponent's immunity to decrease, fall into a state of acute gastroenteritis, and have diarrhea for 10 minutes, can be lifted. Seeing the introduction of this skill, Zangshin couldn't help but clap his hands 3 times, and a word echoed in his heart.
Absolutely. This is simply a divine skill that is even more divine than shooting black bricks.
Immediately, without any hesitation, Zangshin directly learned this spell. At the same time, I was pondering, find a target to try how effective this skill is. If I hit this skill, can I take medicine to relieve it, or my own healing technique, can I heal it? If it can, Zangshin doesn't care. After all, it's not anyone, he always carries medicine on his body when he goes out.
When Zangshin was learning skills, 2 more prompts sounded in his ears.
Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, passive card, fire resistance. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, prop card, and a set of backpack grids. Flame resistance, Zangshin directly clicked to use, and all of a sudden, he could directly resist 1000 degrees of flame. Then he looked at the rucksack checker. A set of backpack grids, after the host uses it, 20 backpack grids can be expanded.
See the description of this new blue card.
Zangshin used this prop card without hesitation, and all of a sudden, his backpack grid expanded from the original 20 to 40. Then, he looked at the purple card lottery wheel in front of him, waiting for the new card to appear.
5 cards appeared just now.
Obviously, this time there will be 5 purple cards, not 4 purple cards guaranteed. After the lottery wheel turned for a minute, 4 purple lights suddenly flew out of it. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 purple cards, skill cards, and teleport. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, auxiliary card, wormhole secondary track card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, troop card, and Subdragoon secret realm.
Why are there only 4 purple cards? Could it be that there is another card? Will it be a red card? It's unlikely. Zangshin wondered and looked towards the backpack compartment where the purple card was stored.
Teleportation, use 100 points of faith or a large amount of spiritual power, allowing the host to carry what they are holding, and freely teleport to anywhere within 100 meters, which can be improved, and each lift increases the distance by 100 meters. Wormhole secondary orbit card, an accessory card of the wormhole orbit determination card, which can be fused into the wormhole orbit determination card to add a secondary orbit positioning point.
Dragoon cavalry, throw yourself into the divine realm and generate a Subdragoon secret realm.
The host selects 100 qualified believers and passes the secret realm test, allowing them to obtain 2 exclusive skills related to the Subdragon cavalry, but first of all, they must ensure that each believer has a Subdragon beast. The maximum number of troops is 100, which can be increased. My obedient, as expected of a purple card. This teleportation skill is simply a prison break, the best skill of flash squatting. Just a few days later, I will go to the old mold. With this skill, isn't it better than stealth? It is more free to come and go. This wormhole suborbital card is also wonderful. When you get to the old mold side, you can also set up a teleportation point over there. It's like putting an eye in the enemy's house. When Zangshin saw these 3 cards, his face was full of excitement, and he directly used one of the teleportation cards. He plans to keep the other one, and when the divine energy explodes, he will throw it into his divine domain, so that believers can also have this escape skill. Then, as soon as his consciousness froze, he directly fused the wormhole secondary orbit card with the wormhole orbit card.
In this way, his current wormhole orbit card has a main orbit point and 2 secondary orbit points.
As for the Subdragoons, he was ready to wait for the divine energy to explode before throwing himself into his divine domain.
Followed by,
Zangshin looked at the lottery wheel that was still spinning, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his heart, whether the last card would be a red card or even a gold card.
Time passed bit by bit.
I waited for almost 2 minutes. On the purple card lottery wheel, there was originally a red light and the 3 lights of purple, blue and green, and then the red light suddenly became popular. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 red card, rule card, proficiency card.
Ah, sure enough, it was red.
Zangshin's heart was full of surprises. This time it was finally not a guarantee, but Xiao. Immediately Immediately, he quickly looked towards the backpack compartment where the red card was stored. Proficiency card, rule card. The host can use this card to hang a skill he has mastered on this card, obtain proficiency value templated, and then continue to use the skill to improve his proficiency and obtain advanced improvement. You cannot use faith while increasing your proficiency, but you can pause the skill proficiency and activate it with faith points. Can be lifted. Isn't this a card for skill proficiency? After reading the introduction of this red card, Zangshan still couldn't help but exclaim, the red card is really not ordinary. With a mutter, Zangshan's consciousness froze, and he used this proficiency card to take a look. Moment. In front of his eyes, a template slowly appeared, all of which were the skills he had learned during this time. Skill, level, proficiency required to upgrade. Double-click the skill name to start improving, click pause to improve. Agility amplifier, intermediate skill, 0/5000. Air cover, intermediate skill, 0/5000. Flying, low skill, 0/500. Hurricane technique, low skill, 0/500. Cursed technique, acute gastroenteritis, low skill, 0/500. Domestication, low skill, 0/1000. Potential enablement, low-level skills, 0/1000. Stealth, low skill, 0/1000. Healing, low skill, 0/1000. Teleportation, low-level skill, 0/5000. Good guy. Before I knew it, I had learned 10 skills. Zangshan looked at the 10 skills that appeared on the proficiency card and sighed slightly. At the same time, he found that the skills of the green card only need 500 to upgrade from low to intermediate proficiency, while the skills drawn by the blue card require 1000 and the skills drawn by the purple card require 5000. This made him want to put teleportation up to ease the idea. He sets his sights on flying and hurricane, 2 skills with minimal proficiency. In the end, he decided to start improving with flying first. As for the hurricane technique, this thing is very destructive, so it's better to find a place to practice your hands after going to the old mold. Zangshan's consciousness froze, double-clicked the flying technique on the proficiency card, and then walked to the back compartment of the RV. Number 1, slightly raised the carriage by 1 meter. Yes, master. The speed of number 1 replied, and the originally 2-meter high carriage above Zangshan's head slowly increased to a height of 3 meters. Zangshan began to raise his breath and concentrate, performing the flying technique, and slowly, the soles of his feet began to leave the ground of the carriage and slowly rise 1 meter. At this moment, a line of small characters appeared in front of his eyes that only he could see. Flying technique, proficiency +1. Zangshan looked at the line of small characters in front of him and smiled happily. After all, if there is this skilled card, then if you draw the same card in the future, you can keep it and throw it into the divine realm for your believers to understand. Just as he was thinking this, a feeling of dizziness surged into his head, and at the same time, a hint of fatigue welled up in his body. It's been a long time since I felt like my mental and physical strength was suddenly consumed. Zangshan rubbed his head, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He remembered that the last time he used the peeping eye without using faith, he felt that his mental power had been squeezed out by a quarter. And at that time, I felt that I could only use my mental power up to 4 times a day, which was the limit. But now, the flying technique also uses more spiritual power than the peeping eye. But at this moment, I feel like I am resting for about 10 minutes. It will recover a lot. If you continue to perform flying techniques without resting, you should be able to reach 10 times before they will be completely scrapped. Is it because my god level experience has changed from 0 points of experience to 89 points of experience? Zangshan frowned and guessed. If you gain 1 point of divine level experience, your physique and spirit will be improved. Then it makes sense. Zangshan summed up his findings, and then decided to confirm it. His consciousness froze, and without practical faith, a peeping eye poked towards number 1. Moment. The information of the number 1 divine chariot appeared in front of his eyes, and this time, he did not feel any discomfort. The only discomfort was the mental and physical discomfort left by using the flying technique just now. It seems that it is really as I guessed. Behind every 1 point of experience, I am improving my mental and physical strength. Zangshan muttered, returned to the ground of the carriage, walked to the cab, asked number 1 to turn on the massage chair function, sat in the cab, closed his eyes and rested for 10 minutes. At the same time, I began to think about a question. 1 point of divine level experience, the physical strength and mental strength of the human body have been improved. Will it be slowly improved in some aspects, but I haven't found it yet. For example, agility, recovery, physique. Zangshan thought for a while, and suddenly remembered a problem, that is, the different qualifications of strange beasts. The experience required by the god rank was different. For example, his roaring thunder giant bear is a king level qualification, and the experience required to upgrade from the 3rd level to the 4th level is 30,000. And the Titan blood python king, who has the qualification of a 3rd order lord, upgraded from the 3rd order to the 4th order, requires 20,000 god level experience. There is also a 3rd order lord level hell 3-headed dog Xiaobai, but he only needs 10,000 god level experience to be promoted to the 4th level. Suppose the maximum limit of the level is 9. Then the strange beasts that have also reached the 9th ninth order. Just the experience required by this divine rank alone can tell who is stronger and who is weaker. After all, every bit of experience accumulation required to upgrade is a strength accumulation.
Whoever accumulates more experience in the early stage will be stronger in the later stage. After thinking about the importance of the divine level experience,
Zangshan suddenly remembered that the divine density division of the gods, like the gods of the regular system, the experience required for upgrading seemed to be much less than that of the rare gods. Damn, at first I thought that the density of the gods divided into different gods, and the density division in terms of numbers. It turned out that in the end, it was a division of strength and potential. Zangshan shouted in a low voice. I was even more curious about what kind of god system I would be in the future.
After resting for a while,
Zangshan felt a little better, so he continued to return to the carriage and performed the flying technique again. After repeating this 5 times, the prompt sound of the number 1 divine chariot suddenly sounded. Master, you are about to arrive at the gate of the town entrance of Xianyang town. There is a surveillance camera in front of you to take pictures. If the master does not want to be found out that number 1 is intelligent driving, please return to the seat. Zangshan heard the prompt of number 1, slowly suspended in midair in the carriage, fell back to the bottom of the carriage, then walked to the cab, put one hand on the reverse plate and said,
"Number 1, drive to my door."
Said. Zangshan clicked on his mother's video and sent a message to tell her that he was almost home. Where are you? I just drove into the town gate and I arrived in 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay, your second uncle and your eldest cousin are all at home, waiting for you to come back and have dinner together.
Got it.
Zangshan replied with a smile.
The second uncle and the eldest cousin both helped their family a lot when their family was down.
For example, the self-built house I live in now.
At the beginning, it was the mother's family who could pay money and they could contribute, so they had a place to live after the bad old man was instigated by the disgusting aunt to be kicked out. At that time, my mother's family had just gone to Shenzhen and Guangdong to develop, and they didn't have much money, and they all made up more than 200,000 yuan to buy building materials and build houses.
So Zangshan always remembered.
Therefore, he was in Shaoai, led Zhang Yukai, Wu Xianyi be in charge of the construction of the prefabricated vegetable factory. He directly asked his parents to find his second uncle, eldest cousin, and second cousin to help. First, the 4 of them are experienced, they are all engaged in engineering, starting from the construction site, and secondly, they have written letters. As for the uncle's family, they also want to play the emotional card with their father and want their son to take over part of the project.
Zangshan directly refused.
The character is too bad, too hypocritical. He remembers kindness and grudge, and he can't believe it. When the RV drove to a supermarket, Zangshan got out of the car and bought 2 boxes of cocktails. After all, he knew that with his eldest cousin in them, drinking would definitely be indispensable for dinner, and he didn't want to secretly take hangover medicine when drinking with them. So when the time comes, he plans to drink cocktails, so that it is not easy to get drunk. After buying wine, Zangshan drove a motorhome disguised as number 1 on the way to the door. He saw the corner in front of him, the uncle's family, standing under the street lamp with a smile on their faces, kept waving at him, as if signaling him to stop.
At this moment, Zhang Jianming was not sure whether Zangshan would stop the car.
So, he asked Zhang Yoxin beside him, Dad, he has a lot of opinions about us. Grandpa has never been to incense after his death, and he probably won't stop when he sees us.
How do you know if you don't try?
If you can share a share of the soup, you can secretly do it when the time comes, and it is no problem to earn 2 or 3 million before completion.
Zhang Yoxin said.
Zhang Jianming said, but I feel that he may pretend not to see it and drive directly in front of us.
You're right.
Zhang Yoxin nodded. We must stop him, and then we sincerely apologize to him for what happened before, so that we have a chance to make money. Zhang Yoxin's wife Pei Qianfeng said to Zhang Jianming, you go and stand in the middle of the road and wave at him. I don't believe. He can pretend not to see it, dare to hit you. If he dares to hit, when you dodge away, lie on the ground, I will give you 1.8 million.
Mom, you're right.
Zhang Jianming said, walked directly to the middle of the corner road and kept waving at Zhang Shen's car.
In the RV, Zhang Shen wanted to pretend not to see their family, just as Zhang Yoxin thought. As a result, Zhang Jianming actually ran to the middle of the road, looking at the posture and trying to block the road.
This family seems to have gotten the news that they know that I will be back in the afternoon, and they are waiting for me here.
Now I'm worried that I don't care about them, and I'm just running on the road to block the road, right?
Zhang Shen frowned slightly, muttered, and then showed a smirk, and his consciousness froze, and a spell emergency gastroenteritis was thrown at Zhang Jianming. Dad, Mom, he definitely doesn't dare to really bump into it. When the time comes, you are ready to speak and see me stop him. Zhang Jianming stood in the middle of the road, smiling, and said confidently to Zhang Yoxin and Pei Qianfeng.
However, the next second,
his smile froze, he stretched out his hand to cover his stomach, looked around, and then clasped his inner legs, his calves ran in the direction of home.
Meantime,
he shouted as he ran, Mom and Dad, my stomach hurts, I'm going to have diarrhea, I'll go home first. Zhang Yoxin looked at the unsatisfactory child, scolded angrily, and walked directly to the middle of the road and continued to wave at Zhang Shen. Because of what he said today,
okay, he also had to stop the car. Only then can you have a chance to make money. Damn, hit the small one, and the big one is coming. In the cab,
Zhang Shen was depressed, his consciousness froze, and another spell acute gastroenteritis was thrown over. Zhang Yoxin, who walked to the middle of the road, looked at Zhang Shen's RV, turned his head to Pei Qianfeng on the side and said, "Daughter-in-law, you see that I will stop the car later, you can apologize vigorously, and slap yourself twice when necessary."
Pei Qianfeng nodded and said, "I know, at the critical moment, I have to rely on Yoxin, the rabbit cub of Jianmen. It is estimated that he didn't want to face Zhang Shen, so he made an excuse to slip away.
That waste, I have no face at all, and I still want to make money, and I have to rely on old age at critical moments." Before Zhang Yoxin finished saying the word Z, his voice suddenly stopped, his eyes widened, and he reached out to cover his stomach, and he felt like he was about to have diarrhea. But he looked at the RV that was getting closer and closer.
He didn't want to walk away.
Suddenly, he held his face. But in the end, he couldn't hold it anymore, so he ran home while turning back to Pei Qianfeng on the side and said, "Daughter-in-law, you cook at noon, it's unhygienic, I can't stand it, I'm going to have diarrhea."
Pei Qianfeng said and wondered, "Why am I okay? You are all fine." And at this time, she looked at the RV that was only 30 meters long and immediately waved at the father and son in a hurry and said, "Old man, don't leave, you stop the car and then leave, otherwise."
She hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Shen drove the RV and slowly turned in front of her, ignoring her. Seeing this, Pei Qianfeng guessed that even if the car was stopped, Zhang Shen would definitely not forgive them for their previous behavior. So, she didn't do anything, gritted her teeth, lay down directly on the ground, and then shouted loudly, "Oh, I hit someone, this RV hit me, I'm going to run away, my legs, it hurts, I was hit and broken." Zhang Shen looked at Pei Qianfeng, who was lying on the ground, shouting and shouting, attracting passers-by around him. Suddenly, he laughed angrily. "Look at you as a woman, you are old, and your subordinates are merciful, but you want to deceive me, right?" Immediately, Zhang Shen's consciousness froze, and he threw a spell at her acute gastroenteritis.
In a flash,
Pei Qianfeng, who was lying on the ground and crying miserably to the passers-by around him, suddenly stirred his stomach. Suddenly, her eyes widened, she covered her stomach, got up quickly, and ran home.
And at this time, Zhang Shen deliberately drove the car to her and stopped, opened the window, looked at her back, and teased, "Which woman, didn't you say I bumped into you?
Why are you running so fast?" Pei Qianfeng heard Zhang Shen's ridicule, turned his head, and glared at him viciously. Zhang Shen ignored her gaze, closed the window, and continued to drive the car in the direction of the house. Soon, he parked the RV at the door of the Li family's manor, carried 2 boxes of cocktails, and walked towards his yard. Under the dim street lights, there are several electric motorcycles parked at the entrance of the courtyard, as well as a sign-style old bicycle. This is his second uncle's bicycle. His second uncle is a low-key person, even if he now has fixed assets of about 10 million and a small engineering company. But every time I go back to my hometown, I like to walk around on this yellowed bicycle, and I don't like to show off. Therefore, in the past, as soon as he saw this bicycle at the door of that house, he knew that his second uncle must be in that house. The large iron door of the courtyard is not closed.
Zhang Shen walked directly in and walked to the door of the self-built house in a blink of an eye.
He placed the cocktail on the ground and looked inside through the small hole in the screen door.
The lights inside are bright and lively. The laughter continued. In the main seat of the living room, his father was making tea.
On the bench on the left side of the living room, sitting Wu Yanjian, his uncle Wu Yanjian, who has been engaged in agricultural work with his father, and his 3 sons, eldest cousin Wu Hui, second cousin Wu Qin, and third cousin Wu Shi. On the bench on the right side of the living room, sitting the second uncle Wu Yanxiang, as well as his 2 sons, the second cousin Wu Jin, and the younger cousin Wu Jin. By the side door, several nieces were playing with their mobile phones, watching cartoons, etc. In the direction of the kitchen, my mother, 2 aunts, and a few cousins were busy.
And in the hall,
there are 5 large tables. The main table is a large round stone table, and the 4 attached tables are the 8 immortals table. On the table, there are delicacies such as white-cut chicken, roast goose, chicken, and foie gras platter, large plates of 9-foot shrimp, hemp leaf vegetables, pig's trotter pork ribs, chopped pepper fish head, chaosan hot pot, and other delicacies. Basically, it was still what he liked to eat, and he couldn't help but want to eat it on the table. When Zhang Shen appeared outside the door of the house, standing on the edge of the side room, his 7-year-old niece Wu Xinyue found him and immediately shouted at her in a childish voice,
Uncle Shen is back." Moment. The people in the whole room fell silent and looked up at the door.
Zhang Shen opened the mosquito screen door, picked up his most doted little niece Wu Xinyue and smiled. "Little Xinyue, grow taller again. Hee, why did Uncle Shen come back so late? We're all hungry. Just wait for you to come back for dinner,"
Wu Xinyue asked childishly. There was a delay on the road.
Zhang Shen smiled, turned his head to the elders sitting in the hall, and greeted them one by one. The aunt called Zhang Shen back, and walked out of the kitchen and said, "Shen is back, so let's eat first and then chat." Yes. All of a sudden, everyone was in their place and began to eat and drink.
After 3 rounds of wine,
Zhang Shen told his parents and relatives present that he was going to DMO on May Day to book the raw materials needed by the prefabricated vegetable factory, and at the same time went to the construction site tomorrow to see. After eating this meal for 3 hours, and then chatting with my relatives in the living room for more than an hour, everyone gradually dispersed. Zhang Shen, on the other hand, slowly returned to the second floor with a slightly drunkenness and gradually fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already early morning. After a brief wash, Zhang Shen ate the lunch prepared by his mother and drove the RV to the site of the prefabricated vegetable factory. The site was not far from his home, in an old housing area. In this old house area, many of them are old houses of the mother's family and a few of the original family. Now these old houses, Zhang Shen asked his mother's family not to demolish the money and then choose a suite in Longshan New Town, then bulldozer the old house. At this moment, as soon as Zhang Shen drove the car over, he saw that there were all kinds of excavators, trucks, and an unknown number of engineering teams busy everywhere. It was in full swing, and not far away, he saw piles of building materials, and they abounded. Obviously, just wait for the foundation to be dug. These building materials will build large factories, rows of staff dormitories, warehouses, garages, freezers, storage rooms, administrative buildings, etc. The second uncle and the eldest cousin, the second cousin, and the second cousin are responsible for the construction of the prefabricated vegetable factory. Therefore, after they knew last night that he was going to come to see him today, they basically waited at the door. The second uncle is not tall, serious, and efficient. Zhang Shen just got out of the car, took his hand and introduced him. Be careful, in this area, when the time comes, 5 9-story staff dormitory buildings will be built, which can accommodate more than 5,000 employees in a room for 6 people. This area will be a warehouse, a former freezer warehouse. Zhang Shen really wanted to say to his second uncle that you can arrange it, and I just took a look and left. But he knew the character of his second uncle Wu Yanxiang, and he was very serious and responsible to the end. So when the words came to his lips, he took them back. Zhang Shen listened patiently until an hour later, when the second uncle made it clear to him all the foundations of the entire prefabricated vegetable factory, followed by, just when he was about to talk about expanding the area, Zhang Shen immediately spoke. It's noon. Second uncle, eldest cousin, second cousin, go to my house for dinner. My mother should be ready for lunch, and I have something to do after eating. After lunch, leaving his hometown, Zhang Shen did not return to Jinhai City, but let number 1 drive towards Taihai City. Taihai City is next door to Tonghai City, taking the Jintai Expressway, which can be reached in 1 hour from Tonghai City to Taihai City. But he didn't let number 1 go on high speed. Instead, take the old road in the mountains. One is to get more possibilities for the first brush. The second is to walk the old way quietly, and there are almost no cameras, which is convenient for him to leave the cab for a long time and continue to be in the carriage, and his proficiency in liver flying. 6 hours later, Zhang Shen walked from the spare car to the soft couch in the rest area, lay down, his consciousness froze, and looked at the flying technique on the proficiency card in the backpack space, wanting to see the progress. Flying, low skill, 50/500. Yes, it's already 1/10. Zhang Shen muttered, looked at the 7 bottles of physical strength and energy potions in his backpack, and fell into deep thought. If you use flying continuously to drain your spirit and physical strength, and then use a bottle of physical strength and energy potion, will you recover quickly? But soon Zhang Shen shook his head. This potion is too little, unless you use the lottery wheel and draw some. Otherwise, these 7 bottles, he can only keep it for when he needs it. Just when Zhang Shen had this idea, the number 1 divine energy chariot suddenly sounded a mechanical voice. Master, all the villages and towns on the outskirts of Jinticheng have been passed, and it took 5.5 hours. So fast. Zhang Shen was surprised for a moment, but soon he was relieved. The Jintai urban area is not large, and there are not many villages and towns. It's normal to hurry up. Find a remote place to stop, Zhang Shen ordered, then opened WeChat and asked where Xiaodi was. Master, I'm here with the hostess. Xiaodi quickly typed back. Zhang Shen put a question mark on the past. He didn't seem to introduce Xiaodi to Li Yuqing. How did they meet? Xiaodi quickly typed and explained. Master, didn't you ask Xiao AI to keep the hostess busy on May Day? So Xiao AI made a new development plan for the hostess's studio, filming a short drama about the online literary master, mainly fast and short, and then charging for recharge in episodes as a revenue model, and wrote a 100-episode script called Mr. T Thinks of His Father and Son Every Day. After that, let me come over and be the male lead. Then from tomorrow 3 episodes a day, to May 1st to put it on the market and then put it on the side, 3 episodes a day. Zhang Shen looked at the text that Xiaodi called, and the whole person couldn't help but sigh that Xiao AI was worthy of being his most intimate study 4 treasures and right-hand man. In this world, online short dramas have not yet appeared in the past, but Zhang Shen hung up that year in his previous life. Although he has just entered the 3rd year of high school and does not often watch small videos, he only vaguely heard some people say that online short dramas are beginning to emerge and will become a unicorn. As for becoming a unicorn in the end, no. Zhang Shen hung up early in his previous life and didn't know it. However, since he could rise in his previous life, he felt that he would definitely be recognized by the market in the end and definitely make money.
Although he doesn't care if he makes money or not. After all, what he is most concerned about is, Li Yuqing is under Xiao AI's planning.
In the future, I need to shoot 3 short dramas every day, and then at the beginning of May Day, I will shoot while putting them on the market.
So,
Li Yuqing really couldn't take time away at all, and when the time came, she told her that she was going to Deluxe, and she wouldn't want to follow.
It's simply a set of links.
Zangshan sighed, and then had a doubt in his heart, and typed and asked, "You are a woman, why are you considered a male protagonist?" Xiao AI said this is called a contrast. According to her analysis, the male protagonist and the candidate to play the son are all dressed as men, which will be more popular in the market.
Tipsy quickly typed over. That's right, the son is also played by a woman. Have you found the right candidate? Zangshan asked.
Not yet, but Xiao AI said that tomorrow she will go to some interest classes to find out if there are 2 suitable candidates.
Zangshan didn't find a suitable one when he heard it.
Yes, he thought of the 2 little girls, so he said, "I have a good candidate. Her name is Huang Yuxing. She is my little apprentice, and she is also the little girl in my building, in the Liwa Martial Arts Hall." At that time,
Zangshan told Xiao Di about meeting Huang Yuxing at the Liwa Martial Arts Hall at that time. Then he recommended his niece, Wu Xin Yue.
After reading the message sent by Zangshan, Xiao Di replied, "I see, since the owner has a suitable candidate in his mind, then I will talk to Xiao AI tomorrow so that she doesn't have to look for it tomorrow." Well, you can contact them first to see if they can. Their families don't agree. If they don't work, they will change to someone else.
Zangshan replied, "I know the master."
Xiao Di typed back and then reminded, "Master, if you suddenly find Xiao Di, there must be something else." Seeing Xiao Di asking, Zhang Shenkai remembered what he wanted to do and immediately replied, "Well, you came to the good luck community, and the master wants to find you to compete in the divine realm to see if I have become stronger recently."
"Okay master, it's here in 5 minutes."
Seeing the message sent by Xiao Di, Zangshan put his mobile phone in his pocket, stretched out his hand and took out the wormhole orbit determination card, erased the suborbital point in the Silver Sea, and then fixed the orbit on the RV at a suborbit point, and shuttled back to his bedroom.
Every 5 minutes.
Yes. Xiao Di arrived as promised, opened the door, and walked in slowly. Zangshan looked up, his pupils shrank slightly. Xiao Di wore a rare black cropped jacket, revealing a pair of snow-white slender arms, blue ripped jeans, and black silk was vaguely visible, paired with her black marten boots, exuding a wild feeling of a modern rebellious girl. Zangshan was so distracted that he stepped forward and hugged him in his arms, looking down. Finally, he hugged her and walked towards the bedroom. As for what to go back to the divine realm to compete, it seems that you can also gain divine level experience by using other methods.
4 hours later, a prompt sounded in Zangshan's ears.
Although the host has fought bravely 1,000 times, he still can't resist the surging offensive of the believer and the god level experience +6. Hearing the prompt, Zangshan rested for a while, and when he saw that it was just past 12 o'clock in the morning, he got up and washed up with Xiao Di, changed into clean clothes, and opened the door of the divine realm. In front of the gate of the space warehouse in Lingnan district, Zangshan and Xiao Di gathered 5 meters together and looked at each other. Suddenly, he bent down to the side of Xiao Di and reached out to grab her arm, but the latter seemed to have expected it, backhanded sideways to dodge, and raised his leg and kicked it. Zangshan hurriedly stopped and turned his grab into a block. The moment he blocked Xiao Di's kick, he moved his waist down and dived into Xiao Di's chest with his shoulder. However, Xiao Ti was one step faster than him, dodged the collision sideways, grabbed his arm with his backhand, and suddenly exerted force, carried an over-the-shoulder momentum, and threw Zangshan out. Under the host's continuous battle, he is still unable to resist Xiao Di's offensive, and his divine level experience is +4. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zangshan was helped up by Xiao Ti from the ground, and asked, "How, my speed is faster than before?" "Yes, master, it's nearly twice as fast as before, but the master's body hasn't yet run in with the owner, and the speed that has quietly increased looks a little bulky," Xiao Ti said slowly. Zangshan nodded, as he guessed. "For every 1 point of experience you gain, your own agility will also be improved. What if I raise myself to the first level?"
Zangshan opened the properties panel. Divine rank, tier 0, 99/100.
"The egg hurts. Why is there still a little bit of divine level experience?" Zangshan said depressedly, and then left the divine domain space with Xiao Di, then took out the wormhole orbit card and returned to the number 1 divine energy chariot again. Number 1, Taihai City, all the streets and lanes that can be driven, all drive once. After Zangshan gave the order to number 1, he walked to the back compartment and performed the flying technique 5 times in a row before lying in the driver's seat tiredly and recovering his strength and spirit. Unexpectedly, I fell asleep unknowingly. 3 hours later, the number 1 divine chariot made a prompt sound, telling him that all the streets and lanes in Taihai City were completed. Zhang Shenkai slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness froze, and he opened the survival points and took a look. Survival points, 56300. I only swiped 50,000 survival points here. Very little. Zangshan yawned, rubbed his eyes in difficulty and said, Number 1, the closest to Taihai City, which is the urban area we haven't driven yet. Master, it is Jin Jinjiao City, Jiawei City, next door to Jinhai City. Okay, take the old road to Jiawei City, and then drive all the villages and towns on the outskirts of Jiawei City.
Zhang Shen quickly gave the order. When number 1 was driving on the dark Laoshan road, he left the cab and returned to the rear compartment again.
Zhang Shen raised his breath slightly and performed the flying technique 8 times in a row, feeling that his body and brain were about to be unable to withstand the collapse caused by mental and physical exertion.
He quickly returned to the soft couch in the rest area and lay down to sleep.
The next morning, the sun slowly rose. Zhang Shen was suddenly woken up by the ringtone of his mobile phone, and when he picked it up, it was an unfamiliar number.
Why is it a strange number? Can you get through to my mobile phone?
Zhang Shen was puzzled and came back to his senses. After he changed to a new phone, he no longer had the interception function. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and clicked to connect, and Kuklein's soft and polite voice soon sounded on the other end of the phone.
Mr. Zhang, good morning. I shouldn't have disturbed you to sleep.
Kuklein, you were suddenly so polite. I am a little unaccustomed to it. If you have something to say, if you have a fart, let it go.
Zhang Shen said directly.
There was a faint sound of deep breathing on the other end of the phone, and then he heard Kuklein, who had returned to his previous crispness,
and said in a cold voice, "Where are you?
Your green card requires you to hold your ID card and take a picture of me with your phone."
"Don't ask where I am," Zhang Shen said.
"Tell me where you are first."
"I'm downstairs at your house." Zhang Shen was stunned and then joked, "Beauty, shouldn't you block me downstairs early in the morning? Did you bring me breakfast?"
Downstairs in the good luck community, Kuklein is wearing a beautiful dress and sitting in an off-road vehicle. She listened to Zhang Shen's ridicule, looked at a KFC breakfast gift package on the copilot, a trace of blue veins on her forehead was slightly raised, her fists were slightly clenched, and she snorted coldly.
"I just passed by.
It's a coincidence, it just so happens that I'm not in the community today, and I won't go back until night."
Zhang Shen smiled. "At night, okay, I'll wait for you downstairs then."
Kukrin took a deep breath and said, then immediately hung up the phone, slammed on the accelerator and ran forward, as if this was the only way to extinguish the inexplicable anger. On the other side, Zhang Shen listened to the phone that was suddenly hung up and muttered at the corner of his mouth, "I didn't say I wanted to see you downstairs tonight. I'll go back and get the documents later. Hey, forget it, let's do it tonight." Saying that, Zhang Shen got up and washed up and performed 3 more flying techniques before walking to the cab, lying down and resting.
Meantime, he opened the attribute panel and glanced at the survival points. Survival points, 80,200.
There is still nearly 20,000 left, and you can continue to draw purple cards 10 times in a row. Not bad. Zhang Shen nodded in satisfaction and asked number 1, there are still a few % of the villages and towns in Jiawei City that have not passed by.
Master, there are still 45%.
It seems that if you brush all the suburbs of Jiawei City, it should be enough for 100,000 survival points, and you can start the third purple card 10 consecutive draws. Zhang Shen sighed, walked to the back of the car again, and continuously performed the takeoff technique.
Around 3 p.m.
The number 1 divine chariot slowly stopped at the end of a dilapidated village, and issued a prompt sound, "Master, all the villages and towns on the outskirts of Jiawei City have all been driven." "Very good, go to Jiawei City."
Zhang Shen gave the order and opened the survival points to take a look. Survival points, 110,200.
110,000 survival points are enough to draw purple cards for 10 consecutive days. Zhang Shen thought, his consciousness froze, and he called out the purple card lottery wheel.
System, 10 consecutive draws.
As Zhang Shen's words fell, the 3 familiar lights emerged again on the purple card lottery wheel,
followed by
3 green lights gushed out of the wheel at high speed. "Congratulations to the host, draw 2 prop cards, intelligent mechanic." "Congratulations to the host, draw 1 resource card, wisdom flower fir." Wisdom flower fir, a plant that mutates under the impact of divine energy. Its flowers are dried and crushed, and can be used as the main material for making general energy potions. Zhang Shen glanced at the newly appeared resource card, moved his gaze to the right, and looked at the 3 blue cards that suddenly increased in the space grid next door. Of these 3 blue cards, one is a fire resistance card that has appeared frequently recently. Zhang Shen used it directly increasing his own flame resistance to level 3, which can resist 1,500 degree flames. The other 2 are exactly the same skill cards, telekinesis. Telekinesis, low-level skills, consume faith or spiritual power, control the movement of dead objects, and consume faith or spiritual power, based on 1 point of faith, which can control moving objects.
For 1 pound, 1 meter, and 1 second.
At present, the maximum weight of the controllable object is 200 pounds, the maximum distance is 200 meters, and the maximum time is 200 seconds.
Can be improved.
Looking at the introduction of this telekinesis, Zhang Shen didn't think much about it, and studied directly. As for the other Zhang Nianli technique, he plans to throw it into the divine realm in the future to give believers comprehension. After learning this telekinesis operation, Zhang Shen looked forward to the lottery wheel that was still spinning. Soon, in the lottery wheel, 4 dazzling purple lights flew out. "Congratulations to the host, draw 1 prop card, replica card." "Congratulations to the host, host, draw 1 template card, basic training template card. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 prop cards and gene extraction cards. Hearing the prompt, Zingshan quickly looked towards the backpack compartment where the purple card was stored. Replica card, once used, you can reproduce a clone that is exactly the same as the host, or you can reproduce the clone of a designated character. A replica card can only replicate 1 clone, and the replica does not need to be destroyed. For the first reproduction, it is necessary to complete the reproduction data record within 10 meters of the reproduction target, and then the replica can be released at any time. The replica cannot be within 100 meters of the host, and the replica body only has half of the 4-dimensional attributes of the deity, and cannot use the skills and talents of the deity, but it can update the data and give equipment according to the changes of the deity. Each time you use a replica, consume 1000 survival points for 24 hours. Looking at this replica card, Zangshan's eyes suddenly lit up. There is this card in. Isn't it possible to replicate a replica body and then let the replica body drive? And he stays in the back of the car, constantly improving his skills, and when he is tired, he lies down on the soft couch and triggers the first swipe of survival points? Thinking of this, Zangshan took out this prop card, his consciousness froze, and he used it for himself. On the replica card, a line of small characters appeared instantly. The host 4-dimensional attribute is being replicated. The current replication progress bar is 1%, and it is expected to be reproduced in 5 minutes. It took 5 minutes to reproduce, a bit slow, Zangshan said, looking at the other purple card. Basic training template card, put it into the divine realm to generate a troop training template area, and the troops entering this area can choose 4 modes, easy, normal, difficult, and extremely difficult, and carry out template scenario challenges suitable for their own training. Currently, the maximum number of troop training per day is 100, which can be increased. Gene extraction card, a one-time consumption card that can extract blood from the corpse of a king-level beast to obtain the gene potion of the king-level qualification. This potion can be used by the Lord qualification of the same race, and its qualification can be upgraded to a pseudo-king qualification, and there is also a certain chance that it will directly become a king-level qualification. These 3 purple cards, Zangshan can't use them now, so he took a look, then closed his eyes slightly, his consciousness froze, and appeared in the sky above his divine domain. He looked at the river and stream pond in the divine realm, took out the intellectual fur in the backpack space, and threw this intellectual fur next to the 2 breeding furs. The host places a wisdom fur in his or her divine domain, plus 2 experience of the god level. Zangshan frowned slightly, and instantly became glowing. How did I forget? If you invest resources to get stuck in your divine domain, you will gain divine level experience. Immediately, he quickly withdrew his consciousness body, opened the attribute interface, and looked at his divine level experience. Divine rank, 0 rank, 101 to 100, click to increase the divine level. Looking at his sufficient experience in the divine rank, as well as the warm prompts on the side, Zangshan stretched out his hand and tapped it down. In a flash, he felt a faint mysterious energy on the blue star, and the speed rushed towards his body. This moment of feeling was very short, but it made him feel inexplicably warm and unusually comfortable. All the fatigue of his body and mind was cut off, and the whole person was full of energy. At the same time, he felt that his mental strength was more solid, his physical strength was more abundant, and his thoughts were more efficient. There is even a feeling that turns on potential empowerment and doubles the 4-dimensional attributes. If I compete with Xiaodi again, I should be able to win quickly, Zangshan thought to himself, and 2 prompts in his ears suddenly sounded slowly. The host lies down and tastes courage, raising his strength to the 1st level, his combat power is significantly improved, and the divine domain space is improved and changed. The planet where the host is located is in urgent shortage of divine energy, unable to meet the huge energy required by the host to awaken the strongest god. Temporarily unable to awaken, please transfer the host to the planet with abundant divine energy, and then click to awaken to become the strongest god. Damn! Zangshan had just brought a good experience because of the promotion of the divine level, and in an instant, because the divine energy of the blue star had not yet exploded, he could not awaken and became depressed. But soon, he adjusted his mentality and opened the divine domain interface to take a look. He wanted to know how much divine level experience he needed to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. After all, he could judge whether his god density was conventional, rare, or even legendary through the god experience requirements required for this upgrade experience. Divine rank, 1st rank, 0 to 3000. Zangshan frowned slightly. It takes 3000 experience points to advance from level 1 to level 2. What kind of god is this? If the regular is 1000 experience, rare is 2000 experience, and rare is 3000. The god system that awakened to him may be a rare god system. Alas, there are too few references, unless you wait until you meet the gods of the 1st order in the future. Zangshan sighed and looked at the replica card in the palm of his hand. It shows a line of small red letters. During the reproduction process, the host's 4-dimensional attributes change, and the reproduction fails. Please ask if it is re-engraved. Yes, no. After Zangshan clicked yes, his consciousness condensed slightly and he appeared again over his divine domain and then opened the divine domain panel.
Divine domain interface. Domain name, domain of Yanhuang. Area, 5,000 square kilometers.
Environment, 29% flat, 19% water, 20% forest, 15% mountain, 10% canyon, 2% cave, 2% desert, 2% sea, 1% others. Wonder, Palace of the Gods, rare wonders. Through the Palace of the Gods, you can descend to the divine realm. Spectacle, Valhalic Tavern, new, legendary spectacle. The host or believer hunts the outer realm, or the believer of the God King level or above in the domain dies, and his body is stored in the Valhalic Tavern. You can spend a lot of survival points to recruit him as his most loyal and obedient servant heroic spirit. Once the recruited heroic spirit dies, as long as the corpse is still there, you can still continue to recruit, but the required survival points are doubled. Characteristics, hidden spirits, rare characteristics. The coordinates of the divine domain cannot be detected by any gods. Divine blessing, rare characteristic. Any creature without divine energy, as long as it is a host believer, will not lose itself in the divine realm full of divine energy and age quickly. Family, Buster, Monster, Silver Clam, Mechanic. Strange beasts, Hell 3-headed dog, Rapid ant, Golden clam beast. Minerals, small open pit iron ore 2, small jade gemstone mine 1, small copper mine 2, small silver mine 2, small coal mine 1, small gold mine 1. Vegetation, arbor forest, shrub forest, moss, aquatic herbs, aquatic plants, rice, mushrooms, fruit tree seedlings, vegetables, medicinal herbs, breeding flower fir, wisdom flower fir. Animals, wild cows, hares, sheep, wild boars, wild ducks. Aquatic, fish, shrimp. Evaluation, the highest level divine domain, SSS level divine domain, divine chosen land. When the divine domain expands, there will be a certain chance of a special intelligent race group appearing. 2. Looking at the information on the divine domain panel, Zangshan was clear about the changes in his divine domain at a glance. The first is that the land in his divine domain has expanded fivefold, and marine areas have appeared. Although the sea area is not large, only 2% of the area of the divine domain, which is only 100 square kilometers, which is equivalent to a large town, it has made the environment of the divine domain richer a lot. However, the change that Zangshan cared about the most was the new spectacle, the Valerian Tavern. As long as this tavern is there, in the future, he will be able to kill the corpses of other believers above the king's qualification. Or if the corpse of his believers dies and is stored in it, he can recruit him and become his most loyal and obedient heroic servant. In other words, after the death of other people's strongest believers, it is their own, and the believers who die by themselves do not want to escape from their slaves for the rest of their lives? Well, this is a proper smell of the dead. I like it. Zangshan commented and then looked down at his divine domain, looking for the location of this heroic tavern. After the divine realm became larger, Zangshan found that the 1,000 square meter area of the previous god palace was still located in the middle of the divine domain, and the land that expanded from the enlargement of the divine domain was expanding in all directions. Therefore, while looking for Valhalla's tavern, in order to facilitate distinction, Zangshan divided the original 1,000 square kilometer area of the divine palace into the center of the divine domain, and other areas that extend from east, west, north, south, and north. He called it the east of the divine realm, the west of the divine realm, the north of the divine realm, and the south of the divine realm. Soon, he was on the east side of the divine realm, on the top of the cliff next to the newly appeared sea beach, and found the legendary wonder, the Valhalic Tavern. This heroic tavern is very large, almost the size of an ancient sacrificial temple. On the left and right sides in front of the tavern, there are two long flags flying with the sea breeze. One side is a black flag with a wine character written on it, and the other side is a white flag with a wine character written on it. As tall as these two long flags is the tavern gate that is 3 feet high. The door of the tavern is covered with black iron sheets, and the facade depicts pictures of heroic spirits dying on the battlefield and being sacrificed. The handle on the door is a black sheep's head horn statue, which makes people feel particularly eerie. Zangshan's consciousness was deeply condensed, and his eyes looked through the dark tile roof of the tavern with a lifeless atmosphere, looking inside the heroic tavern. This view, he couldn't help but burst out. Inside the tavern, the lights are bright, and the low-key luxury exudes a sense of modernity. The marble floor shines with warm yellow lights, reflecting bright lines, shining like a starry sky. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling shines with green, yellow, blue, and red, like meteors cutting through the sky. The bar stand is located in the center, and 7 ivory columns support a huge ebony bar tabletop. A wine bottle made of white jade is placed next to it, which looks very noble. The left side of the bar table is covered with various weapons carved from ivory, and it is like an insurmountable sacred barrier, shining through the peaks. On the right side are private rooms with red, yellow, and green lights flashing nonstop, and there are sofas, tables, and chairs in the private rooms. If it weren't for the coffins placed one by one behind the sofas in these private rooms, Zangshan would have thought that this was to the song and dance hall and KTV in the south of the city. Soon after, this tavern really has a personality. Zangshan couldn't help but complain, so he decided to have time another day and bring a set of stereos, and then Xiao Di and Xiao Ai went in and relaxed together.
After knowing the location of the heroic tavern,
Zhang Shen's consciousness returned to his body and then looked at the replica card on his palm.
Host, the replica has been copied. May I ask if it is summoned? I see. Immediately. Soon after, Zhang Shen walked to the rest area and clicked on the one on the replica card.
All of a sudden, a new line of small characters appeared on the replica card.
Host, you can enter special personality or hobby instructions for the replica body. Default is dull and hobbyless.
Zhang Shen nodded at the dull one, and instantly the replica card in the palm of his hand bloomed with a light, and a replica with him as a template appeared in front of his eyes.
Ha!
The replica body was wearing the same casual clothes as he was at the moment, standing motionless, expressionless, and his eyes were empty and dull.
Zhang Shen observed briefly, and after feeling that it was no different from a real person,
he said to the replica, "Go and sit in the driver's seat and pretend to be driving."
"Yes, master."
The replica body made the same sound as Zhang Shen, but the sound and color were wooden. Except for the personality being defaulted to being dull, everything else seems to be the real me. Zhang Shen sighed and continued to stay in the spare carriage, constantly improving his proficiency in flying.
It was almost 6:30 in the evening.
Zhang Shen received a text message from Klein, asking him if he had gone home and was going to pick him up. "I'm home, I'm taking a shower, you're waiting for me downstairs." Zhang Shen replied simply, then put the replica back into the engraving card and then asked number 1 to drive to Jiaowei City to find a remote and uninhabited location, locate the suborbital point, and then return to the bedroom cabinet in his room. As soon as he returned to the bedroom, Zhang Shen took a shower, changed into clean clothes, took his ID card downstairs and walked to the door of the community, and a prompt suddenly sounded in his ears.
"Danger! Dangerous! A fourth-order angelic deity is rapidly." The system's prompt sound is not over yet.
A military green off-road vehicle in front of Zhang Shen stopped, and Klein, who was wearing a sexy backless skirt in the car, turned her face sideways and looked at him and said, "Mr. Zhang hasn't had dinner yet. You have a new Chaos Han hot pot here. I heard that the taste is very authentic. Do you want to try it together?" As soon as she heard that she was eating the special hot pot in her hometown, Zhang Shen was about to let her leave after taking a photo, which turned into a sentence.
"That's fine."
When Klein heard Zhang Shen's words, a confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth and her beautiful blue eyes revealed a hint of deep mystery, and said, "Get in the car."
"Yes."
As soon as Zhang Shen got into the car, she slammed on the accelerator, made a sudden sound, and quickly ran towards the hot pot. She said. Soon I arrived at the hot pot she mentioned.
"There are not many people."
Klein booked a private room and then ordered a copy of any fresh beef offal, etc., and opened a bottle of red wine. When the hot pot and red wine were served, Zhang Shen looked at the red wine in the glass and smiled. "Red wine with hot pot, exquisite." Saying that, Zhang Shen filled Klein's red wine glass and then poured half a glass for himself. Klein picked up the wine glass, put down the red wine glass after drinking it all, and said drunkenly, "Mr. Zhang, you seem to be wary of me all the time. We all know what the purpose of your approach to me is. Can I be a little guarded?"
Zhang Shen put down the wine glass, picked up a plump beef ball and ate it. It really should have been.
Klein drank the red wine in the glass in one go. Zhang Shen saw this and immediately added wine. Klein drank it all in one gulp.
Zhang Shen continued to add wine.
After drinking 3 glasses of red wine in a row, Klein smiled drunkenly. "If I don't go to explore, ask you where the cave of the Green Du Emperor Jade is, can Mr. Zhang let down his guard against me?"
"That's fine." Zhang Shen shrugged his shoulders and continued to pour Klein full of wine.
After Klein continued to drink it all, he said, "But Jack will call me when you board the plane to Deluxe." "Mr. Zhang, how should I answer Jack then?" "Just say, you seduced me and put me to sleep, and then I reported a pimple to you in the north." Zhang Shen looked at Klein, the full career line. Klein giggled, shook her posture suddenly, stood up, straddled Zhang Shen's legs with long legs, and sat straight on his legs. She said drunkenly, "I thought my charm was not in your dasha people, not within the aesthetic range of Mr. Zhang, but it turned out to be not."
Said. Klein looked down slightly.
Zhang Shen looked at the flaming red lips looking down, his heart was racing, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. As a result, the wetness that came as promised did not come, but suddenly disappeared in front of me. A giggle sounded beside him. Zhang Shen opened his eyes, turned his head and looked at the woman leaning in front of the private room door on the left, smiling so much that her waist was stretched. Klein stopped laughing and said seriously, "Mr. Zhang, I will not give myself to an upstart for the first time, and make a woman who can eat whatever you want. Even if that old guy Jack tempts me with family affairs and asks me to make some sacrifices to get the location of the Green Du Emperor's Jade Cave from you, I never thought about it."
"Damn." Zhang Shen raised his eyebrows, looked at the woman with a hint of arrogance in his eyes and said, "Woman, do you mean that I am not worthy of being your man? Great, you managed to pique my interest."
However, as if she hadn't heard it, Klein turned around. "Hey, I drank a little too much, I have to go to the bathroom, and then go back to the hotel to sleep." Zhang Shen looked at Klein's snow-white and proud back, and the desire that was provoked just now, as well as the inexplicable possessiveness, came to his heart. He condensed his consciousness, opened the backpack space and double-click the replica card to activate it. The host asks if to summon the replica body or recreate the new target and destroy the existing target. Called Recreate New Objectives, Destroy Existing Targets. Zangshin clicked directly reproduce the new target and destroy the existing target. In an instant, on the replica card, a row of names within 10 meters of his target appeared. He stretched out his hand and slid it, and after finding Kuklein's name, he clicked on it without hesitation. When Kuklein came back from the bathroom, Speed went through the green card procedures for Zangshin, then got up and smiled. Mr. Zhang, eat slowly. I went back to rest. 2 days later it will be May Day. That day I will wait for you at the provincial airport or pick you up to the airport.
The provincial airport is waiting for me, Zangshin said.
Before leaving, Kuklein lay on the door slightly and said, Mr. Zhang, since you have let down your guard against me, can you not block my WeChat? I will send a message or video and I can go back.
Zangshin made an okay gesture and then didn't watch Kuklein leave and continued to brush up the beef and eat it because he found a problem.
That is, after raising to the first level, his food intake seems to have increased, and he ate almost a whole portion of luxurious beef table, as well as vegetables, quai tio.
As a result, it seems that he only ate a little half full. Is it because after raising to the first level, the body's supply of energy has also increased? That's why the amount of food you eat has increased significantly? Zangshin thought about it here. He ordered another beef full table and ate it slowly, and after eating, he felt half full before checking out and leaving.
Leaving the hot pot restaurant, Zangshin did not immediately return to the car. He went to a nearby mall and fast food restaurant and bought a lot of beef jerky, fried chicken thighs, french fries, and meat strips. Then, he walked all the food to a corner where no one was paying attention and received the space grid, and then used the wormhole orbit card to return to the number 1 divine chariot.
Number 1, Jiaowei City Road.
Zangshin looked at the dim sky outside the car window, gave an order to number 1, and then took out the replica card.
Host, the replica has been copied. May I ask if it is summoned? Zangshin clicked and called out, and then another line of small characters appeared on the replica card.
Host, you can enter special personality or hobby instructions for the replica body, and the default is dull and hobbyless.
You are not a casual woman, are you?
Zangshin remembered Kuklein's words just now, and directly wrote 3 words in terms of personality: dominated type, sinking enjoyment type, and pleasing type personality.
In the box of hobbies.
Zangshin thought for a while and typed, when I was bitch, I like to drive for me, and I love to wear cosplay. When these words are entered, Zangshin appeared in front of him, wearing a backless dress, slender as a snake, fair skin, big waves of curly blonde hair, and a replica of Kuklein with autumn water in his beautiful eyes. As soon as the replica of Kuklein appeared, Zangshin's lust that had been provoked in the restaurant just now surged again.
Without any hesitation,
he stretched out his hand and hugged the replica of Kuklein, and said to her, from now on, you will be called Link Kiki, the master's maid.
Master.
Lin Kik's cold angel face made a charming voice, looking at Zangshin with watery eyes, wrapping his hands around Zangshin, his body shaking slightly.
Zangshin picked it up and walked to the rest area. 5 hours later,
Zangshin hugged the physically and mentally exhausted soft Link, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he opened the door of the Divine Realm, asked number 1 to find a place to stop, and stepped into the gate of the Divine Realm to the side of the river and creek pool. The water in the river pond is under the impact of the river waterfall, and the sound of the water is rippling. The two stepped into the clear pool water, and after a while, their voices were also turbulent. A little black cat covered in darkness came to the edge of the pool looking for a voice, and when he saw Zangshin in the pool, he immediately meowed and screamed, as if he wanted to go into Zangshin's arms, but because he was afraid of water, he didn't go down. Zangshin saw Xiao Hei, asked Link Kiki to hold him, then stepped forward to carry him underwater, washed it, and then put it on the shore to dry its hair, and continued to wash with Link Kiki for an hour, before they both returned to the RV and changed their clothes. In the future, there will only be the two of us here. The driver's seat is yours. Go and sit in the driver's seat for the master. If you want to drive, follow the route plan by number 1. In Lin Kik's charming and flowing eyes, he nodded obediently and said, I know, master. Zangshin waved his hand, turned around and walked to the back of the car, continued to condense his consciousness, and performed the takeoff technique, cast 5 times in a row each time. Zhang Shinkai returned to his seat to rest for a while and eat something at the same time, because he found out. It seems that after eating, the physical strength that can be consumed by oneself vaguely recovers faster. When more than 2 hours later, Link Kiki walked up to Zangshin lying on the soft collapse and said, Master, the route plan by number 1 has been completed. Very good. Zangshin nodded, and then said, Number 1, plan an old road that passes through the most villages and towns and goes to the provincial capital airport and is expected to arrive within 2 days. Received. The sound of machine number 1 sounded, and Linker said, Master, then I'll go to the cab. As he spoke, Link was about to turn around and walk, but his stomach screamed with hunger.
Zangshin was stunned and shouted, You will feel hungry?
Master, except that the replica body cannot have children. Everything else is the same as a real person.
Link Kiki said, his beautiful eyes secretly glanced at Zangshin's leftover beef jerky on the side, and his white Adam's apple swallowed his saliva slightly. take it and eat it, Zingshan said, and from the backpack compartment he took out a box of beef jerky and took out a bottle of 2L mineral water and put it aside. When Link Kiki took the food and sat in the driver's seat to eat, Zingshan opened the attribute panel and took a look at the survival points obtained in Jiaowei City. Survival points, 34,020. The survival points obtained by this Jiaowei urban area are so few. Zingshan curled his lips and continued to walk to the back of the car to perform the takeoff technique. After this period of time, he kept brushing his proficiency in flying. Now, the proficiency of flying has reached 300 points and it is 200 points away from 500 upgrades. 6 hours later, the sun was slowly rising. Zingshan looked at the 400-point flying technique and opened the video WeChat to Li Yuqing. Soon, Li Yuqing connected her phone. In the video, Li Yuqing was wearing a suspender pajamas, rubbing her hazy eyes, and leaned lazily on the head of the bed and said, "Husband, it's early. Why do you look so tired?" Zangshan said, telling her that she was going to Dechang on May Day. "Ah," Li Yuqing said a little embarrassedly. "Husband, I'm a little busy on May Day, otherwise I'll accompany you to the Big Luck." "What are you busy with on May Day?" Zingshan Ming knew, so he asked. "Hey, secret, wait for my husband to come and then tell my husband." Li Yuqing snickered, her eyes shining with excitement but couldn't hide it. Zangshan still pretended not to know and asked, "So mysterious, then when I come back, I will go to the studio to find you." "Okay, I promise to surprise my husband when the time comes," Li Yuqing said, suddenly thinking of something and said, "My husband can't ask Xiao Ai in advance." "Hey, know your daughter-in-law," Zhang Shen replied. After chatting for more than an hour, Li Yuqing said that she was going to get busy, so she hung up the video call. At this time, the number 1 divine chariot slowly drove to a large town under the drivership of Lin Kirk. Zangshan said to Lin Kiki, "Find a place to have breakfast and then find a big mall to buy some roast duck and goose, jerky, and water in the back of the car." "No, master," Link Kiki said. Around 2 p.m., Zangshan took out the proficiency card and looked at the flying technique above. Flying, low-level skills, 500/500/ click here to upgrade. Finally, you can upgrade, Zangshan said, nodding at the upgrade on the side. Moment. A line of small print appears on the proficiency card. "Congratulations to the host, after a period of exploration and application, gradually have a new understanding of the flying technique. Your flying technique has been significantly improved, promoted to an intermediate skill, and the next upgrade requires a proficiency of 5,000. Zangshan glanced at the small words on the proficiency card, opened the attribute panel, and looked at the introduction of flying techniques in the divine skill box. Flying technique, intermediate skill, consumes 200 points of faith or corresponding spirit and physical strength, and can run in the air for 5 minutes. Yes, it's really improved. And the air control time of the intermediate flying technique has actually increased from 30 seconds to 5 minutes. It's too cool. Zangshan smiled with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. Although the faith consumed also increased by 100 points. It means, if you want to continue to brush your proficiency, you need to double the mental and physical exertion you need to pay. But he doesn't plan to continue to use flying now. He looked at the telekinesis on the proficiency card. Telekinesis is a blue card, and 1,000 points of proficiency are required to upgrade from beginner to intermediate, and the required faith is calculated according to 1 point of faith, 1 pound, 1 meter, and 1 second. So he plans to take a look. Whether you consume a little mental power can get the improvement of telekinesis, or what? Zangshan stretched out his hand and double-clicked the telekinesis, then his consciousness froze slightly, and he drank a 500 milliliters bottle of boiling water from Master Kong in front of him, and performed a telekinesis. Moment. The bottle of boiling water instantly floated and was 1 meter away from the table. But Zangshan didn't see a line of small characters with improved proficiency in front of him, so he didn't stop using telekinesis. He frowned, and his heart rose silently for a few seconds. When it almost reaches 100 seconds, a line of small characters appeared in front of his eyes. Telekinesis, proficiency +1. If you deduct 1 point of faith from 1 pound of 1 meter in 1 second, you need to consume 100 points of faith in this 100 seconds to gain proficiency. Zangshan saw this line of small words and made a summary in his heart, but did not release the telekinesis, but continued for a few seconds. When another 100 seconds later, another line of small words appeared in front of his eyes. He lifted the telekinesis, because he could already determine that he would consume 100 points of telekinesis of the same faith to gain proficiency +1. After that, he began to experiment again. His consciousness froze, he took out 4 boxes of boiling water weighing 100 pounds from the backpack grid, and again went over with a telekinesis technique, suspending the 4 boxes of boiling water by 1 meter. Moment. A line of small characters appeared in front of his eyes. Telekinesis, proficiency +1, and then every second passed, a line of small characters surfaced again. Telekinesis, proficiency +1. 5 seconds passed. Zangshan felt a little uncomfortable mentally, and when he needed to rest, he stopped using telekinesis, closed his eyes slightly, and lay down on the soft collapse of the rest area to rest. Now, he can be sure. The weight of 100
100 pounds, the faith that needs to be consumed by levitating 1 meter is the equivalent of 100 points of faith per second. Then you can get the improvement of telekinesis.
After resting almost everything, Zengshin used his telekinesis again. A day later, Link parked the number 1 divine vehicle in a remote forest on the outskirts of the airport.
She turned around and walked to the rest area, looking at Zengshin, who was lying on the soft collapse and was performing telekinesis.
Master, let's go to the woods on the outskirts of the airport, and if we drive out of the woods, we will be discovered by the camera.
Zengshin controlled the 1-pound mineral water bottle, stretched out his hand and took out the replica card, looked up at Link Ku in front of him and said, "It's time for me to see your deity. Go to the replica card space to rest for a while."
"Yes, Master," Link Kiki said, turning into a light and flying towards the replica card in Zengshin's palm. In the blink of an eye, on the replica card, there is a 3D modeling of Link Kiki wearing a black and white slave black silk suit.
As long as Zengshin wants, he can consume 1,000 survival points and let it appear in front of his eyes for 24 hours. After putting Link Kiki away, Zengshin opened the car door and looked around, making sure there was no one around. He then froze his consciousness, received number 1 into the backpack space, and at the same time sat on a subtract point here, and slowly walked out of the woods, wanting to hail a taxi and take him to the airport gate. As a result, after waiting for a long time, not a single taxi was willing to stop here. Even he turned on Didi, and it turned out that he couldn't get on the car in his area. Suddenly, he looked at the airport road that was still a long way away, thinking about whether to go back to the forest and release number 1.
However, it is at the moment. Kukline sent him a WeChat voice and said, "Where are you?" "I'm at the airport." Zengshin replied angrily, "Really?"
"I was driving the car, and I saw in front of me from a distance, someone came out of the woods outside the airport. I thought it was you. I wanted to go over to pick you up, but it turned out to be not. Then Zengshin was stunned and hurriedly typed, "That's me, come and pick me up."
Danger, dangerous.
This Yunbai airport was occupied by a 4th-order elf god, and there were also many gods of different gods, strange beasts, and even intelligent races lurking in it.
With the current
strength of the host, once discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable, and it may be enslaved and squeezed dry, and finally the bones will be gone. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible.
Outside the airport gate, Zhang Shingang got off Kukline's off-road vehicle. When he listened to the urgent prompt in his ears, his heart instantly became hot, because this is the 4th time he has encountered a hint of a wise race. Continue to earn survival points extensively every day. It was extremely difficult for him to meet the intelligent race. Immediately, he wanted to find out the intelligent race in this airport and take it away. But,
when he looked at the dense crowds inside and outside the airport gate, as well as the police force to maintain public order, the whole person was numb.
Today is May Day, and there are too many people traveling at home and abroad.
It was too difficult for him to find the figure of the intelligent race from this dense crowd. It is even possible that the intelligent race is difficult or personal at this moment.
Thinking of this,
Zengshin couldn't help but sigh lightly, and after Kukline parked the off-road vehicle aside, he and she turned around and passed the security check, and both walked towards the airport.
Then where did you throw the off-road vehicle? Zengshin said boredly.
That's rented, and the rental company will come and take it away later.
If I had known, I would have rented one, Zengshin said.
Passing by a supermarket, Kukline asked, "There are still 10 minutes left to board the plane, when we will be in the air for a day and a night. Does Mr. Zhang need to buy something to drink or eat?"
"It's very necessary,"
Zengshin said, turned around and took Kukline, and walked towards the Nemont jerky shop on the side. Then under her surprised gaze, she brushed a large box of beef jerky, walked into gate 31 with foreign language written on it, and sat down in a special private room in the first class. "Mr. Zhang seems to like eating meat very much."
Kukline looked at the box of beef jerky at his feet and said.
Zengshin opened a bag of beef jerky and said, "I am a carnivore, so when the time comes, I will arrange for some companies that supply beef and pork to sign a contract with me." When Kukline heard this, she was silent, her eyes looking at the other planes parked at the airport. Her blue eyes were deep.
Long.
She spoke, "When I return to Deluc, I will leave the Scientific Research Institute, but I will reflect your thoughts as soon as possible."
"Where to go after leaving? Back to the family?" Zengshin asked.
Kukline shook her head, and said with a hint of fatigue in her voice, "I don't know, I'm a little tired. Maybe I can find a place to stay quiet for a while, see if I can meet a man who let me do casually, and then return to the family. Maybe I will become the marriage tool needed by my parents' family. I can say that your family is cold-blooded and selfish, or that your feelings are too American, and you just dump people at once."
Zengshin said.
Kukrin said helplessly, "I didn't get the whereabouts of that mine from you, and I didn't make any sacrifices. My family's line didn't get the trust and support of Dean Jack and the snobbery behind it."
"What is the name of your family's lineage?" "Kakadun."
"Okay, I remember,"
Zengshin said, his eyes narrowed slightly. "What is the snobbery behind Dean Jack? It's not something you can know."
Kukline spat lightly, closed her beautiful eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and said softly, "If you don't have any preparations, you may not be able to return to Daxia this time."
"Thank you for the reminder."
Zengshin smiled, in an inexplicably good mood. At this moment, moment, you should be my first friend in Deluxe.
Kukline looked at Zhang Shin and said, then who did you think I was before? Casual woman. Zhang Shin thought for a while.
Poof. Kukline snorted coldly, looked out the window with a good-looking side face, and stopped talking. The corners of Zhang Shin's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued to eat the beef jerky in his hand, and then his consciousness froze from time to time, and he used telekinesis slightly at the gift box in the cabinet layer above his head.
Soon, the plane left Yunbai Airport and flew high into the sky. The host calmly successfully escaped from Yunbai Airport where the gods lurked, and had plus 1,000 survival points.
Hearing the prompt, Zhang Shin opened the attribute panel and took a look, which was the harvest of the journey from Jiaowei City to the provincial capital.
Survival points, 130,200.
Zhang Shin looked at the 130,000 survival points, and without hesitation, he exhaled the lottery wheel and came to a 10-game draw.
Outcome, a little dark-faced. Neither the green card nor the blue card are new.
The green card has 2 intelligent mechanic cards, 1 divine chariot, and 1 divine rocket launcher. Blue carded 1 camouflage mask and 1 fire resistance.
Flame resistance. Zhang Shin used it directly.
He increases his fire resistance to level 4, which can withstand 2,000 degrees of flames.
Followed by, he cast his expectant gaze on the last 4 guaranteed purple cards. Soon,
4 purple rays surged on the lottery wheel. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, prop card, divine battleship. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, prop card, replica card. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, prop card, forced contract summoning scroll. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 prop card, extraterrestrial invasion card. Zhang Shin heard the prompt sound, and quickly looked at the backpack compartment on the side, and the 3 purple cards were newly released. Divine Warship, a huge, well-equipped super-intelligent warship that can supply up to 5,000 people and accommodate 10,000 people, can travel freely in space, and is loaded with good defense weapons. When not using battleship mode, you can also transform into a battleship girl.
Forced contract summon scroll, disposable scroll.
The host can complete a unilateral contract with a king-level qualification, and a strange beast or family member whose rank is lower than or equal to the 3rd order of other people's divine domain. Once the contracted creature is completed, the summoned creature will be summoned by the host, unconditionally summoned to appear around the host, act under the host's orders, and cannot resist the host's order. At the same time, the contracted target will be summoned and blessed as long as the host does not die, or the primitive space is not destroyed. The primitive space where the summoning target is located will gain infinite resurrection ability and cannot be truly erased. Extraterritorial invasion card. The host opens a spacetime tunnel, which can lead believers, and the invasion is closest to the host. The strength of the gods is the same as that of the host, and the comprehensive combat power of the divine domain is also the same as that of the host's divine domain. Thus, by plundering the resources in the opponent's divine domain, capturing the other party's believers, and smashing the core of the opponent's divine domain, so as to obtain more divine domain potential, it can be activated every 30 days, and 100,000 survival points are consumed each time.
Zhang Shin looked at the introduction of these 3 new purple cards and took a breath.
Of these 3 purple cards, one is better than the other. Just talking about this divine power battleship, if the environment wasn't very suitable, he couldn't help but want to release this divine energy battleship to take a look. As for turning it into a battleship girl, he didn't have this idea at all. He just wanted to see the grandeur of the battleship. And the second purple card, giving Zhang Shin the feeling, has the feeling of forcibly playing the summoner. It's just that the summons turned out to be believers in someone else's divine domain, and they had to start with king-level qualifications. Zhang Shin was a little surprised by this. Of course, accidents always come with surprises. If it weren't for the introduction of the 3rd purple card, Zhang Shin felt that the purple card of this compulsory contract summoning scroll could only be put in the warehouse to eat ashes before everyone had the divine domain. It seems that it is not necessary. As long as you accumulate enough 100,000 survival points, and then use the Outland Invasion card, you can go to other people's divine realms once. 100,000 survival points. You can use the ordinary lottery roulette wheel to draw hundreds in a row. Use the purple card lottery wheel to draw 10 times in a row. If you go to the divine space of the gods outside the domain, you can only go once. Is it worth it? Zhang Shin asked himself, and he felt that it was very worthwhile, because according to the introduction of this card, the other party's strength was the same as his, and the comprehensive combat power of the divine domain was the same as that of his divine domain. Then it means the other party is still only a first-order god, and he cannot enter his divine domain at all. But he can appear in the divine realm with the help of the wonders of the divine realm and the palace of the gods. This means that when you open the invasion channel, you can also run amok in the opponent's divine domain. But because he had not yet reached the level of a true god, he could not enter his divine domain. In the end, I could only watch as I jumped in his divine domain. And if you turn on the invisibility, unless the other party has the skills or equipment to restrain himself, it is estimated that he will not be able to find his figure. At the same time, it is very likely that in the other party's divine domain there happens to be a royal-level family or a strange beast. After all, in his own divine domain there is a royal family of Xiaohei. After thinking about this, Zhang Shen decided to hoard 100,000 survival points every month in the future to open the use of foreign invasions. After turning off the backpack space and the draw wheel, his consciousness froze slightly, and he continued to secretly perform telekinesis on the suitcase in the cabinet of the plane above his head, brushing up his proficiency. Eat some jerky as soon as you feel tired. He closed his eyes and went to sleep. This happened repeatedly for a day and a night, and the plane slowly landed in the old Xinshan of Demold. Zhang Shen's telekinesis has 300 points of proficiency, and the distance has been raised to the intermediate level, only 700 points away. When the plane landed on the ground, Kukline and Zhang Shen walked out of the plane passage together. When I get here, I guess I'll feel a little blind, Zhang Shen said, a little uncomfortable. Kukline was silent for a moment and said, maybe someone will take over from me soon and take you to get acquainted with this city. Who could it be? Zhang Shen said curiously. Smithson, Jack's assistant, is also the one who will interrogate you, Kukline said honestly, and then when he was about to walk out of the passage, he hesitated and said, but before you are still useful, he shouldn't be too difficult for you. Okay, I know. Zhang Shen nodded, then walked out of the passage one step ahead of Kukellen and appeared in the airport. As soon as he walked out of the passage pipeline, he looked at the big moldy people with blonde hair and white skin everywhere, and felt a little fresh. The result is at this time, a blonde young man in a luxurious suit, dignified, with glasses and infinite headphones, walked up to him with a few strong men wearing big lucky blue police uniforms. The blonde young man said with a Chinese smile, welcome to Dechang Zangshan. From now on, my Smithson will be responsible for everything in your itinerary. Now come with me to the place where you live to eat and rest. Zangshan looked at Kukline on the side, and after confirming that this person was Smithson, he nodded and said, yes. Soon, the three of them walked out of the gate of the old Xinshan airport, and three huge cars that looked like business cars stopped in front of them. Mr. Zhang, please. Smithson opened the car door and squinted his eyes. Zhang Shen was not afraid and got into the car directly. Just got into the car. He found that there was a universe in this car. The interior seems to be composed of two carriages, one with 4 guards in blue suits, and a long round table in the middle of the other, flanked by soft benches by the window. Zhang Shen walked into the car, leaned on the soft long seat next to the door, looked at the police uniformed driver in the cab, and said in a fluent foreign language, hey, brother, I have just passed the 4th level of foreign language, and the pronunciation is not standard. Very standard. The driver simply replied and stopped talking, but Zhang Shen didn't seem to want to stop communicating, asking about the driver's age, name, how many people in the family and other messy words, and the driver answered coldly from time to time. Outside the car, Kukline wanted to get into the car and sat next to Zhang Shen. As a result, before the person could go up, he was stopped by the strong man in the blue police uniform behind Smithson. Miss Kukline, your task is complete. Please cooperate with our work and go to another car with us. Kukline paused, looked up at Zhang Shen through the car window, and smiled reluctantly. Mr. Zhang, my task is complete. Goodbye. There is time to contact. Zhang Shen stopped talking to the driver and shook the mobile phone in his hand. Kukline nodded, turned around, followed the strong men in blue police uniforms, and got into another car. Smithson looked at Kukline's delicate and sexy back, buttocks, hot eyes, licked his lower lip slightly, turned around and got into the car, and sat opposite Zhang Shen. I admire your courage and hope you can be smart and tell me the truth where these photos were taken. Saying that, Smithson took out a few photos of the jade mine that Zhang Shen had teleported to Jack and placed them on the long round table. The car hasn't been driven a few steps away, so it's not installed. Zhang Shen glanced at these photos and smiled lazily. Smithson's eyes were cold, and his tone was not as polite as before. Be direct, don't waste your time, or say that you like to suffer a little flesh and blood, so you will cooperate obediently. I don't like being threatened, Zhang Shen said. I don't like to threaten people either, as long as you are willing to tell me the exact location of that mine. I want to know the location of the mine. It's very simple. Let the companies responsible for raw material production sign a 1-year supply agreement with me. A year later, I will naturally tell you the specific location of the Green Dew Emperor Jade, Zhang Shen said. Smithson's eyes narrowed slightly and he sneered, in a year, there are too many variables. If you decide to cooperate, you must first let us see your sincerity. I'm here, isn't it sincere enough? It's your attitude that makes me dislike, I think. Let's talk about it after I see your sincerity, Zhang Shen said, glanced at the crowd waiting for the traffic light to cross the road outside the window, turned to the driver in blue police uniform who was driving, and said in fluent English, brother, stop at the traffic light in front of you, I'll get off here. Oomph, do you think you can still get off this car? Smithson heard Zhang Shen's words and smiled coldly. Have you ever seen hypnosis, and you can hypnotize and hint to control others with just one sentence? Zhang Shen looked at him and smiled faintly. Ha, hypnosis? Smithson sneered, that deceptive thing can only hint at people at most, but I haven't seen it yet. That hypnotist dares to say that in such a short period of time, with just one sentence, he can can kill people. With a creak, the long car stopped at the traffic light, and the sound of opening the door made Smithson's words suddenly choked before he finished speaking.
Well, don't you see it now?
Zangshin chuckled at the confused Smithson, turned around and walked out of the car, and disappeared into the crowd crossing the zebra crossing, on the edge of the woods not far from the outskirts of the old Shinshan.
One is written in the biological genetic research base.
Dean Jack, a large officer, a lady in a black suit and black silk, and two young men in suits stood side by side. The eyes of the five people were all staring at the big screen in front of them. On the screen, the stop frame is in the picture of Zangshin turning around and walking out of the car door.
Are he lying about what he just said?
Dean Jack looked aside, and several assistants who controlled multiple polygraphs asked. Dean, the lie detector shows that his tone, demeanor, blood heart rate, and brain waves in every sentence are normal, and the truth rate has reached 99.99%, so he should not be lying.
An assistant said quickly.
Dean Jack said excitedly, turned to the big officer beside him and said, Admiral Baya, this person is extremely important to the future development of our great bad luck. Please arrest him back, and at the same time, you should pay attention to his hypnotic suggestion ability. Dean Jack, please leave it to us, as long as the person reaches our bad luck, even if it is a fly, don't want to run out.
Admiral Baya said indifferently, and turned to leave. And Dean Jack turned to the lady beside him and asked, Ella, how has the experiment been lately?
The lady named Ella turned to Jack and said, after all these years, I have continuously injected trace powder into the Black Widow spider's body, and finally obtained 7 Black Widows that have mutated, and at the same time tested their mitochondria, all of which have been extended, and I estimate that these 7 Black Widows can survive for the longest time of 2 years. Very good, this is a new breakthrough, which proves the mysterious power within the green do Emperor Jade, which has the property of prolonging people's life. Dean Jack said, took out the remote control from his pocket and pressed it against the screen. In an instant, various beasts, birds, and insects were hybridized by injecting a trace amount of green do Emperor Jade powder. Then he turned to the two young men in suits on the side and said in a proud tone, Gu Battle, Tranton, these are the results of my years. After winning the green do Emperor Jade mine, I hope you can report to the president and increase my research funds.
On a business car.
After Smithson saw Zangshin walking out of the car door, he came back to his senses and immediately got up and chased after him. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the car door, there was still Zangshin's figure, and he looked at the crowd of people coming and going on the left and right, and was confused. What about people? The 4 guards in the car also reacted at this time and ran out of the car.
You two in this direction, you two in this direction.
Smithson asked the 4 guards to chase Zangshin, and at the same time quickly picked up the phone, made a phone call to Dean Jack and said, Dean, the person ran away. Come back, Admiral Baya has arranged for someone to hunt him down.
Yes, Dean, Smithson said, walking back to the car.
The guard sitting in the driver's seat saw Smithson coming up and said, Mr. Smithson, I don't know what happened just now. Just after hearing his words, I couldn't help but want to open the door, and then. Smithson listened to the driver's words, and his face was extremely ugly. Okay, Birch, take me back to the base first. Birch nodded and drove towards the suburbs.
Smithson leaned on the chair and said very puzzled, Birch, did you have any special feelings when you were hypnotized just now?
Mr. Smithson, I don't know, but after listening to his words, I subconsciously opened the door.
The driver said.
Smithson frowned and said, when he got in the car just now, he seemed to be talking to you all the time. Could it be that at some point, you have quietly hinted at hypnotizing people? Mr. Smithson, I was very vigilant at the time. My head was very clear. It didn't seem to be the case.
Then how did he hypnotize you? Smithson was even more puzzled, and at the same time, what was even more puzzling was that Zangshin got out of the car and disappeared.
In another compartment of the business car, Zangshin was invisible, watching him smith and ponder, and the corners of his mouth unintuitively evoked a playful smile. Where would he have any hypnotic hints? He just set off a smoke bomb, but in fact, he only used a very rarely used talent, divine control.
Right now,
the reason why he didn't leave right away, but wanted to turn passivity into initiative and confirm that Dean Jack's lair was there,
and then leave.
When the car drove to the outskirts of the old Shinshan, surrounded by a wall and written on the mold biological genetic research base, a prompt sounded sharply in Zangshin's ears. Danger, danger, this biological genetic research base is occupied by a group of powerful intelligent races, among which a group of terrifying strange beasts lurk. Several third-order gods are waiting in it. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible, otherwise once you encounter these intelligent races, gods or strange beasts, will be enslaved, or even obliterated. As soon as I heard that this biological genetic research base was occupied by a powerful intelligent race,
and there are terrifying beasts entrenched inside,
Zangshin instantly came to his senses and dispelled the idea of leaving after trying to determine where Jack was. Therefore, get out of the car at Smithson, take the access card, and swipe it on the base gate when you walk in.
Zangshin quickly followed behind him invisibly.
As soon as he walked into the gate of the base, his eyes lit up suddenly. His eyes were drawn to the center of the base, 2 huge beast houses.
In one of the animal houses,
there are 5 tiger-lion hybrids that he has only seen on the internet pictures, ligers and tigers, lazily nesting in the animal pen, motionless.
Zhang Shen threw a peeping eye over, and a panel slowly surfaced above the heads of the 5 ligers. Beast-type creature, violet liger, qualifications, Lord, 3rd order, 0/12,000, name, not named, skill, not comprehended, believer, none, mood, boring.
Analysis: a descendant of a liger beast that was injected with a trace amount of green do emperor jade powder before the cataclysm, and was bred from liger beasts, with a powerful and huge physique as well as the ability to fight in close combat, is a very good mount among the giant beast arms. Of these 5 ligers, only one has the qualifications of a lord, and the rest are all elite qualifications.
Zhang Shen naturally won't let it go.
Immediately through a beast taming technique,
until the domestication was successful.
He turned his head to look at another animal pen, and then prepared to wait for the evening to come and take them away.
In another animal pen,
it is shrouded in huge glass, and 5 giant, 3-meter-long Komodo dragons are kept in captivity.
Zhang Shen threw it down with a peeping eye, and a panel that only he could see all surfaced. Sub-dragon creature, Komodo poisonous dragon, qualifications, Lord, 3rd order, 0/10,000, name, not named, skill, not comprehended, believer, none, mood, irritability.
Analysis: before the cataclysm, a Komodo dragon that was injected with a trace amount of green do emperor jade powder and changed its huge size, has a brutal and aggressive temperament, is 8 meters long, 5 meters high, and is born with poisonous saliva, which is a good subdragon mount in the cultivation of subdragon cavalry. Modo dragons, only one is a lord qualification, and the other 4 are elite qualifications.
It's just a group of big babies. Now, you are all mine,
Zhang Shen said, domesticating them directly and then continuing to walk deep into this ecological genetic research institute.
Soon,
he passed through a fiberglass laboratory containing various animal carcasses and walked to a group of people surrounding a green do emperor jade laboratory the size of glass beads.
After that, he came to a laboratory with many seedling plants, the insect laboratory. Along,
Zhang Shen was like a white prostitute, swaggering in visiting a hybrid zoo without scruples.
Whenever you encounter a closed door, he teleported in.
If there were no intelligent races and strange beasts in it, he would leave again. If the system prompts, there is a strange beast that has become after the cataclysm. He threw the domestication techniques one by the way. Therefore, in this institute, he domesticated 4 more large strange beasts. For example, in the future, there will be 10 thunder-type creatures thunder bat, 2 hell-type creatures demon baby giant ape, 5 beast-type creatures giant eagle vulture beasts, and 8 ghost-type creatures floating jellyfish.
Invariably,
these 4 strange beasts are all in this research institute, which took many years to breed by injecting a trace amount of green do emperor jade powder and crossing and cultivating. When Zhang Shen felt that he was about to finish exploring this biological genetic research institute,
he teleported into a room marked as dangerous. As soon as I entered it, one is placed in the middle of the room. The interior scenery resembled the fiberglass of a small ecological primeval forest, which instantly caught his attention, because when he first appeared, a urgent prompt sounded in his ears. Danger, dangerous.
The host is about to approach the Wisdom Race Phantom Clan. With the host's current strength, once encountered, it will be suppressed, enslaved, and squeezed. Please stay away as soon as possible. As soon as he heard the prompt, Zhang Shen knew that he was in the right place, and immediately, he was speeding up to this FRP.
This glass jar is a rectangle, 2 meters long, 1 meter wide and 2 meters high.
There are small streams, stone-fallen leaves, deadwood, and many half-meter-high miniature vegetation planted inside.
The most conspicuous position is the small rockery on the left side of the FRP, with 7 small black holes in the rockery.
At the entrance of the cave, there was a palm spider with purple patterns on each of the black body surfaces and a round belly like a ball. These spiders were never recognized, but he knew that these spiders must be highly poisonous, and they were the group of phantoms prompted by the system. Immediately, he threw a peeping eye at a spider that looked the biggest.
Intelligent race, Phantom Clan. Qualifications, Lord.
4th order, 0/50,000.
Name, Een Fuli. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, no faith. Mood, guard, hunger, hatred.
Analysis, a highly toxic black widow that has been constantly injected with diluted green do emperor jade powder since she was a child, and has a very long lifespan, is born full of hatred for humans, and is extremely eager to leave here and gain the right to hunt freely. Unexpectedly, these spiders with purple patterns turned out to be mutated black widow spiders. Zhang Shen was a little surprised, but he did not immediately turn these 7 black widows into his own believers and take them away. After all, in the entire FRP, there is not a single black widow that can be domesticated by him. Then let the domesticated spider beasts communicate with these black widow spiders, let them believe in themselves, and finally receive them in the divine realm. Therefore, Zhang Shen could only decide to leave here for the time being, go to the insect pet shop in the city to see if there were any spiders that had turned into strange beasts, and then come over and abduct the 7 black widows.
Immediately,
Zhang Shen
Shen took out the wormhole orbit card and cancelled the secondary orbit point in the woods of Yunbai Airport, followed by,
he made a sign of a suborbital point here, then teleported out, walked to a corner without a camera, used the wormhole orbit card and shuttled away. The host trembles, from the intelligent race entrenched, from the strange beasts lurking, the gods dabble in the Biological Genetic Research Institute, escape, survival points plus 1000.
What kind of trembling? Obviously calm and unhurried.
When Zangshan passed through the suborbit point and returned to the main orbit point, in the bedroom cabinet of Jinhai City, when he heard a prompt sound, he couldn't help but discuss the last sentence.
Get out of the bedroom cabinet. Zangshan sent a message to Xiao Di. Xiao Di, where are you now?
Master, I am in the South Song Hall of the city, accompanying the hostess to shoot a small skit here.
Okay, when will it be finished, and then come to room 902, and we will continue to compete. Zangshan typed back, Master, I'll be there in half an hour. So fast.
Today is all a scene between the hostess and the female colleague Lu Tongtong, and I don't have my role.
Half an hour later, Xiao Di wore her usual big sister cape suit and arrived as promised.
Zangshan directly pulled her to the divine realm, and after half an hour of fierce competition, it ended in a draw and gained 7 points of divine level experience.
And then,
Zangshan left the divine realm, put on a camouflage mask, and in a remote corner, released the number 1 divine energy chariot, asking it to look for the insect pet shop in Jinhai, wanting to find out if there were any spiders in it that would live to 3 years later. The result was a great disappointment. There are no spider beasts here that will live until 3 years later. It seems that you can only wait for the subtract point set up at the old Xinshan traffic light after 12 o'clock in the morning, and when it can be used, look for it in the insect pet yard over there. Zangshan said secretly, so we found a place, took Xiaodi, and released Link Kiki from the replica by the way, and went to have a big meal together, and then returned to the bedroom of the good luck community to rest together.
As a result, I was only halfway off. Zangshan was requested by a WeChat video call on his mobile phone. Disturbed yaxing, he picked it up and looked at it, and said to Link Kiki, who was naked and sitting him, hey, it's your deity, the video call Kuklin sent me. Master, do you want to pick it up? If you want to pick it up, I'll stop. Link Kiki said with a charming expression.
I want to pick it up, but you and Xiaodi don't have to stop, just don't make a sound.
Said. Zangshan cancelled Kukelin's video call request and then clicked the voice to pass through. Soon, the voice call was connected. Mr. Zangshan, you, Kuklein's polite voice came. Zangshan interrupted with a slight smile. Don't talk yet. Let me guess, who might be around you? There's Smithson and Jack, right?
On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a while. Dean Jack's voice rang out. Mr. Zhang, you are very smart. We are indeed next to Kukline. We hope to meet and have a good talk.
It's okay to talk. When I'm a child, is it so easy to coax? Zangshan sneered.
In the car at noon, it was Smithson's personal behavior. I have punished him. I apologize to you.
Dean Jack's voice was sincere. However, Zangshan did not believe it. Don't talk about these fictional things. You can talk about it well.
A week later, you arrange a signing ceremony for cooperation, hold a press conference, and then I will show up.
Tell you the location of the mine in a year and talk to you about it. Mr. Zhang, 1 year is too long. 3 months? No, half a year is okay? Jack said. 1 year is 1 year, otherwise there is nothing to talk about. Zangshan said.
On the other end of the WeChat phone, Jack's hesitant voice came.
Zangshan felt Jack's hesitation, and he thought of a compromise and said, why don't we make a bet? What are you betting on?
It's very simple. If you can find me out of the city within 5 days, I will tell you directly where the mine is.
What if not? Jack asked.
No, it's very simple. Then prepare the signing ceremony, hold a press conference, and then wait a year to know where the mine is.
Is it a game of cats scratching mice? I like it.
On the other end of the voice call, a strange and decisive young man's voice suddenly came out,
followed by, the owner of this voice introduced himself.
Mr. Zangshan, hello, I am Gubbit Wei of the Gubbit family. Within 5 days, if we catch you, I hope you can keep your promise and tell us the location of the
mine.
If I can't catch you, my Gubbit family, as one of the 4 major grain merchants of Demold, is willing to be the first to sign this agreement with you.
I promise to keep my promise, Zangshan said.
Kubatui said, okay, Mr. Zangshan, but before the game starts, I have a small request.
What requirements?
How can we be sure that you are in the old Xinshan city now, not already driving to another city?
It's very simple. In order to convince you of losing, I will deliberately appear under a street camera in Jiaxinshan every day, hoping that you can control the opportunity. And let me remind you, I'm not here alone. It's not that easy for you to catch me.
Yes, but Mr. Zhang is so confident that he seems to be ready, so I have a small request.
What request? Zangshan asked. I hope that if we lose, when we sign the agreement, can I ask for a piece of green Du Emperor jade as a deposit? I have a few fingers in my hand. Do you want it? I want to. Only one piece. Okay.
I'll pick the biggest piece for you, and when the time comes, how about you help me lead some other butchers?
Zangshan's voice fell, and an equally unfamiliar young man's voice sounded.
Mr. Zangshan, I am the Trantong of the Trang family. My family owns 1/3 of the Big Mold farm. If I can't catch you, my family can cooperate with you, but I hope to exchange the
deposit for a piece of green du Emperor jade. No problem, then the game begins.
After Zangshin finished speaking, he hung up the WeChat phone, hugged Lin Kiki beside him, and output frantically.
And on the other side,
in the hall of the Institute of Biological Gene Base, Dean Jack, Smithson, Kirkland, Bayer, Gubertway, Tranton, and Ella, a woman from Hess Research. They looked aside, a few top technicians playing with computers.
Have you found out where he is? Admiral Baya asked.
A technician looked up and said, I keep tracking the source of the signal, and the results show that the signal is in Daxia.
In Daxia?
Smithson's eyes widened. He shook his head and said, from Jiaxinshan to Daxia, it will take a day and a night by plane at the earliest, and it is absolutely impossible for him to return to Daxia.
Absolutely impossible. I guess he has a top hacker around him who keeps interfering with your tracking.
Ella, a Black Silk scientific researcher, stepped forward.
Ella's words made everyone present deeply agree. But where do they know? There are no hackers around Zangshin at all. The signal is in Daxia. It's because he's really in Daxia.
We underestimated him before, and it seems that he is more prepared than we are. Hearing Ella's words, Dean Jack stretched out his hand and rubbed his brow. Then he looked at Guba Wei on the side and said, was that a delaying tactic just now, or is it really?
Guba Wei said coldly, Dean Jack, my Gubart family, is not like the ancestor of a certain family. I have always said that one is one, both a delayer and a conspiracy.
Tui, who are you alluding to?
Tranton on the side looked at him dissatisfied, and then said in a deep voice, do you think he is so easy to catch?
General Baya, arrange
more than 1,000 people to control all surveillance 24 hours a day, and you can't find him. Are you confident that you can find him?
Admiral Baya on the side heard Tranton's words, frowned slightly, and snorted coldly, as long as he appears tomorrow, my people will narrow the search circle and find him out soon.
I hope Admiral Baya doesn't let us down,
Tranton said slowly, as if he hadn't heard his dissatisfaction.
Poof. Admiral Baya snorted coldly and turned to leave. Next, the sky was gray and hazy. Xiao Ai appeared in the good luck community, room 902. She opened the door and looked at the owner who was taking a bath under the service of Xiao Ti and Ling Ku. She reached out from her handbag, took out a mobile phone and a bank card and said, Master, this is the mobile phone with the area code on the side of Deluc, and there is a common bank card on the other side of the big mold, and there are 10 million in it. It's still Xiao Ai, you think thoughtfully.
Zangshin took his mobile phone and bank card, put it in the backpack space, and stretched out his hand to pull Xiao Ai into the bathtub.
2 hours later,
Zangshin changed his clothes under the service of the three charming women, took out the wormhole orbit card, and appeared in the old Shinshan street as soon as his consciousness froze. This street is next to the traffic light where he asked the driver to open the door and get him out of the car yesterday. When he decided to follow Smithson to Jack's Research Institute, he stopped by here.
Right now, Zangshin appeared here again, and did not immediately, he withdrew from invisibility. He walked to a remote corner, came out of his invisibility, and walked to the intersection just now, followed by.
He turned to the camera on the side, gestured with a middle finger, and then quickly hurried to the side, the alley without a camera.
In the town monitoring room,
an officer, with 10 subordinates, has been staring at cameras all over the city since 12 o'clock in the morning. As long as the camera catches a face similar to Zangshin, it will remind them as soon as possible. Therefore, when Zangshin appeared at the intersection and showed his face, one of the small windows immediately sounded a warning.
Moment.
They immediately came back to their senses. Quick, the target has appeared, save the video. You hurry up and call Admiral BIA and say that the target appeared on the streets north of the city and did not go anywhere. You speed up and inform the brothers in the vicinity, speed up, pull people out, and block all traffic arteries in the north of the city at the same time, and increase manpower. The officer who had been guarding all night immediately gave orders, and the whole person became excited. After all, he thought that in such a short period of time, he would surround the north of the city like a toilet, and then catch the people who are extremely important above, which is not an easy task.
However, where does he know?
Zangshin took out a camouflage mask in a corner they couldn't see, put it on his face, and turned into a young face of a cherry blossom country he had seen in the laboratory. Then he took off his clothes in a corner where no one was around, changed into new civilian clothes in the backpack grid, and slowly revealed his form and walked on the street.
Last night's night of fighting made Zangshin feel a little hungry.
He found a fast food restaurant KFC, walked in, ordered a large bucket of fried chicken legs, sat down to eat breakfast slowly, and filled his stomach.
Meantime,
he took out his new apple cider vinegar mobile phone, opened Xiao AI to create a new WeChat account for him, and saw a Chinese map of Jiu Shinshan sent by Xiao AI. It marks the location of the zoo, pet market, demold state-owned infrastructure equipment production base, and grain storage warehouse in the old Shinshan. In these 4 places, Zangshin attaches the most importance to the national zoo in the eastern suburbs of the old Shinshan city. After all, large strange beasts that can be used as mounts for giant beast troops will be easier and more convenient to find in the zoo than in the wild, and there will definitely be 1 or 2.
However, Zangshin did not immediately prepare to go to the zoo, but clicked on the map on his mobile phone.
Baidu searched for where there
there is an insect museum in Jiaxanshan. Soon, the location of the 3 insectariums pops up on the map. One happened to be in the north of the city, not far from him, and the other 2, one near the Chengdong Zoo and the other near the Changnan Pet Market. Zangshan had a headache. These 3 insectariums, one in the east and one in the south. If only one was nearby. But I really broke my leg. After Zangshan ate 20 fried chicken legs, he drank 2 glasses of big cola and a large bag of fries, only feeling a little half full, so he took out his bank card and packed 2 servings and left. As soon as he walked out of the KFC gate, 2 fat white-skinned blue police officers took out their pistols and pointed them at him and said, "Don't move, it's you." Zangshan was confused in his heart, and this was discovered? Where did you show your flaws? Just when Zangshan was puzzled, one of the police officers in blue took out a photo, looked at him for a long time, and finally frowned and said, "FK, these yellow skins look too similar, not this." Another person pointed a gun at Zangshan, put away the gun when he heard the words, then looked at the picture in his hand, and finally pointed the photo at Zangshan and said, "Hey, have you seen this fugitive?" Zangshan looked at himself in the photo, shook his head calmly, and said in a foreign language that was not very fluent, "No. If you see it, just give us useful clues and reward 100,000 mold." The police officer said, "I'm worth this price?" Zangshan said something in his heart, and then nodded sharply at the policeman. Yes. When the 2 fat police officers saw the yellow-skinned young man in front of them nodding, they turned around and ran to other places. Zangshan walked to a corner without a camera and no one there, put the food in his hand in the backpack space, and hired a taxi to go to the nearby insectarium. Soon, he came out of it, holding a glass jar sealed with a hole in his hand. There are 2 unicorn fairy larvae living in the tank. There are no spiders for sale in it, only some beetle-like insects, and these 2 unicorn immortals. It is the qualification of the lord of the insect type of strange beast that can live for 3 years, called the true hibernating insect beast. In line with the principle of domestication when encountered, Zangshan directly domesticated the 2 larvae and bought them and took them away. When he reached a no man's corner, he opened the door of the divine domain and placed the 2 guys near the breeding fir tree, but did not pour them out of the glass box. After that, Zangshan continued to recruit a taxi driven by white skin and drove in the east direction of the old Xinshan city. As a result, just as he was about to turn to the traffic avenue leading directly to the east of the city, he encountered a white-skinned police officer pulling an interception strip in front of him. The taxi stopped. Several police officers stepped forward and pointed guns at them. "What happened?" the driver asked nervously. "Please cooperate. We are arresting a fugitive." A black-skinned policewoman came over and said, then took out a photo, kept looking at Zangshan who was sitting in the back row, and looked at it for a long time before saying, "It's not this yellow skin." The surrounding white-skinned police officers heard the words and all retracted their guns, and the black-skinned policewoman turned the photo upside down and said to them, "This person, you have clues, you can provide it to our police, and reward 500,000 mold gold." "I've raised the price." Zangshan, who was sitting in the back row, looked at his photo and couldn't help but secretly say, "No, am I worth this price?" "Yes, sir." The white-skinned driver immediately nodded, then drove away and drove towards the zoo on the eastern outskirts of the old Xinshan city. The old Xinshan is very large. It takes 30 minutes from the north of the city to the east of the city. Along, a series of prompts sounded in Zangshan's ears. The host is calm, quickly passing through the noble community inhabited by strange beasts, and the survival points are plus 1,000. The host is extremely brave, from the territory of a wood god, passes safely and survives. The host is courageous, from a name. Warning, in this Mengchuan Zoo, there are terrifying and murderous beasts entrenched, many gods, dabbling in this place, with the current strength of the host, once encountered, there will be a risk of being captured and enslaved, squeezed. Please stay away as soon as possible. When the taxi stopped at the zoo on the outskirts of the city, Zangshan heard a prompt sound ringing in his ears and a red and purple warning panel in front of his eyes. He smiled slightly, bought a ticket, and walked in. This zoo is huge. During the May Day period, there are many people who come here to travel and check in. After all, there is a giant panda in Daxia National Treasure, and Yaya and Huanuan are rented here. Naturally, it attracted many Daxia people to come and see how their relatives lived here. Zangshan had also seen relevant reports on TV before, and the Daxia National Treasure was received by De Cheng into a spacious and bright animal pen cared for by a beautiful blonde lady. Therefore, he was also a little curious about how the 2 treasures were doing. So, as soon as Zangshan got the ticket, he walked to the giant panda park. As a result, I had just stepped into the park where the giant panda was located, and I had not yet walked from the giant panda fake statue area to the innermost animal pen. A sharp warning sound rang in my ears again. Danger! The host is about to encounter a 4th-order beast god, as well as his powerful family, as well as the terrifying and ferocious beasts entrenched here. Please avoid this place as soon as possible. Followed by, he heard the sound of classic national essence in front of him, and there were many angry voices of the Chinese people. "Damn! How can you treat Yaya and Huan like this and lock them in a cage? Call your principal out. Why do you let them live in such a human humid environment. Yes, and don't you bathe them? I'm so angry. How can you let them eat rotten vegetable leaves and abuse our national treasures like this? I want to expose you. Yes, I want to complain to you. Zangshan looked for the voice, and as he passed through the fake panda statue, he saw many young people with dasha faces. Now, they were gathering outside the animal pen, roaring at several middle-aged male white-skinned breeders wearing Manhwa zoo and with beards. However, these breeders were full of disdainful smiles. Ignored them. Zangshan frowned in confusion, squeezed into the crowd, and looked down into the giant panda's animal pen. I saw that the space in the animal pen was dark and narrow, not as wide and bright as I had seen on TV. Inside, in the two animal cages, two giant pandas covered in dirty and gray dust with black and white fur were locked inside. They held some rotten vegetable leaves in their hands, and looked silently at their relatives who were protesting for them. That moment, Zangshan was also angry. Beast creature, horror demon bear, qualifications, Lord, 3rd order, 0/13,000, name, Huan/Yaya, skill, not stimulated, believers, no faith, mood, tired, depressed. Analysis, a giant panda that looks ordinary and well-behaved and obedient, although close to humans, once provoked, its size and strength will explode rapidly, and it will become a terrifying demon bear with a height of 3 or 4 meters and is extremely irritable, which is an excellent mount for cultivating giant beast troops. Zangshan threw down a peeping eye at Huan and Yaya, making sure that both of them were terrifying behemoths who would live until 3 years later. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you can live to 3 years later, it will be easy. Immediately, Zangshan continued to tame the beast one by one. Maybe it's an environment like being trapped for a long time. He only used 4 beast taming techniques to successfully tame the 2 beasts. As soon as Yaya and Huan were successfully tamed by the beasts, their big black eyes, which were originally numb and cloudy, instantly rolled around and turned around, regaining a trace of vitality. They stood up from the beast cage, turned their heads, and a pair of fat beast claws grabbed the beast cage, looking at the dasha people on the beast pen, as if they were looking for someone. When they saw Zangshan, the 2 bears showed eager expressions in their eyes to get closer, and then opened their mouths and roared. From that roar, Zangshan could vaguely understand that they were sending grievances to him, asking for help, and desperate thoughts to leave here. Moment. The dasha travelers, who are accusing the white-skinned breeders of treating them this way, are even more furious. There are complaints about sending moments, sending shaky silver, contacting the embassy, and calling to complain. They hope to let more dasha people know. Their national treasures Yaya and Huan suffered unfortunate encounters in this barbaric land. Wait for me. Zangshan opened his mouth slightly to the Yaya and Huan in the animal pen, said lightly, and then turned around and looked at the white-skinned servants with extremely disgusted eyes. At this moment, they hugged their shoulders with their hands, their faces arrogant, and responded with disdain, those angry dasha people. The zoo is not funded enough, and this environment cannot be changed. They have a bad temper and can hurt people if they don't shut them up. Bathe them? If you get frostbite and cold, you will be responsible. Give them fresh bamboo leaves? Didn't you hear what I just said? The zoo is underfunded, and it is very good to eat some leftovers. The zoo is underfunded, which is really angry. Zangshan gritted his teeth, his consciousness froze. The banana peels in the trash can not far away flew out and threw them towards these white peels. Papa, the banana peel smashed on the white skin's face. No one saw who smashed it, but someone smashed it. All of a sudden, everyone around them had bottles and fruits in their hands, and they also smashed at these white skins. Moment. These arrogant white skins were smashed and ran around with their heads in their hands. Spell, acute gastroenteritis. After Zangshan threw another skill at them, he turned around and walked towards the animal pen not far from the next door. In the animal pen next door, there are 2 big brown bears. The big brown bear is the top 10 animal signs unique to the big mold. The animal pen where these 2 brown bears live is extremely spacious and bright, with rockeries, a few green old trees, fake streams, and play equipment. It's like a beast pen where Yaha Huan lives, at least 10 times larger. And these 2 big brown bears are not kept in cages, they are fat and strong, their hair is shiny, and they are pushing each other with a big round ball in the animal pen. A discerning person can see that someone has taken care of it for a long time, and it eats very well every day. See here. Zangshan's inexplicable anger surged into his heart, because he understood. This Manhwa Zoo deliberately uses the environment where the 2 bears live, as well as the contrast, to attack the dasha people. And it's not anything, it's a lame excuse like the zoo's lack of funds. Zangshan took a deep breath, and the 2 peeping eyes threw them down at the 2 brown bears. Feedback that was not long in coming. These 2 big brown bears will become roaring bears with elite qualifications in the future. Immediately, Zangshan did not hesitate at all, and the 2 domestication techniques threw them down, directly domesticating them as a reserve for future behemoth beast troops. Followed by, he walked towards a pen that attracted the most blonde travelers, which was a huge orangutan pen. As soon as he approached here, Zangshan heard a warning in his ears. The same. He ignored the warning and approached the animal pen. Looking down, this animal pen is only half the size of the great brown bear animal pen. There are more than
than 30 groups of chimpanzees of different sizes. These chimpanzees are light and surrounded by a very strong chimpanzee, as if they are a hierarchical world.
Zhang Shen threw down the chimpanzee leader, who was guarded with a peeping eye.
A virtual panel that only he could see instantly emerged from the chimpanzee leader.
Hell creature, Grumpy Fire Ape King. Qualifications, Lord. Third Order, 0/8000. Name, Adam. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, no faith. Mood, excited, looking forward to it.
Analysis, a grumpy hell-type creature with extremely sensitive speed and fists that keep burning, although the grumpy fire ape has not evolved into an intelligent race, but it is extremely good at imitating human behavior as well as collective cooperation in hunting and even farming. Zhang Shen threw down the peeping eyes of these 30 chimpanzees one by one, but only 10 survived 3 years later, and they were all elite qualifications.
Soon,
these 10 chimpanzees with elite qualifications, as well as the monkey king with the qualifications of the Lord, have also become his pets. After domesticating the chimpanzees here,
Zhang Shen did not delay and walked quickly towards the depths of the zoo. Along the way,
all the animal pens he passed through, as long as he encountered animals that could be domesticated, he domesticated them all.
After a few hours, Zhang Shen visited the entire Mengchuan Zoo. The harvest is also rich.
In his pet list, there are 2 more macaws, which will become sub-dragon kings in the future, 4 will turn into lightning-type creatures such as the golden leopard, 6 flame birds that will become fire-type flame birds in the future,
8 moldy turkeys that will become beast horror turkeys in the future,
10 groundhogs that will become earth-type groundhogs in the future. As for other creatures in the zoo, such as the endemic elk, pronghorn deer, cougar, beaver, and bald eagle, etc., they did not live until 3 years later.
Therefore,
Zhang Shen only felt a little sorry. After all, through feedback, they were all good giant beast mounts.
The zoo closes at 4:30 p.m.
Therefore, Zhang Shen was visiting the entire zoo and followed all the passengers and left the zoo in a hurry. Afterwards, he hailed a taxi and went to the nearby insectarium. This insect museum is not very big. There are many insects for sale, and some of them happen to sell spiders. But what made Zhang Shen very depressed was that none of the pet spiders in the insectarium lived to live 3 years later.
But he didn't leave empty-handed in the end,
because in this insectarium, 5 scorpions survived until 3 years later. These 5 scorpions will become elite dark creatures called poisonous scorpions after 3 years. Therefore, after Zhang Shen domesticated these 5 scorpions, he bought them and left with a glass tank specially for them.
Then I found an uninhabited corner.
He opened the door of the divine realm and placed the glass jar containing the 5 scorpions next to the fur of the divine realm.
After leaving the divine domain, Zhang Shen found a seafood restaurant and prepared to have a big meal. Just approached the seafood restaurant. A urgent prompt sounded in his ears. Danger!
The host is about to encounter a 4th-order beast god, as well as his powerful family, as well as the terrifying and ferocious beasts entrenched here. Please avoid this place as soon as possible.
The same prompt as when you were at the zoo?
Zhang Shen Ningmei walked in suspiciously and saw 5 Dasha people inside, sitting at a table to order.
These 5 people, 3 men and 2 women.
One of the men stood a macaw on his shoulder, and in the arms of a woman holding a small chow chow.
Zhang Shen had a little impression of the 5 of them. He remembered that when Yaya and Huan were in the animal pen, these 5 people were present,
and they were the 5 most emotional people at that time.
Now,
the 5 people ordered the food, and said angrily in Dasha language, the matter of Yaya and Huan must be exposed and let more people know. That's right, there is also the environment of the big brown bear next door, so we must compare it.
Yes, what zoo is underfunded? It is obviously deliberately abusing Yaya and Huan.
This trimming video, just hand it over to me, Lu Diaoying. I want to take out all the materials collected today in one night and send them to the videos of major domestic websites. A young man with a macaw standing on his shoulder gritted his teeth.
Send it online, send it online.
The macaw on his shoulder, very spiritually, imitated his angry tone and said, "Husband, I'll help you sort out the materials tonight." A young girl on the side, beautiful and sweet, holding a little chow in her arms, said,
"Ife, you wrote so much copywriting just now, let's find some rest. I have your copywriting, it's enough."
Lu Diaoying said thoughtfully,
"Don't get in the way, husband."
Zhang Shen listened to the voices of the 5 of them, walked over, and sat at a dining table next to them. Then I scanned the code with my mobile phone to order. This seafood restaurant has 3 ordering stalls. One is a civilian stall with no more than $20 per dish, one is a mid-range range of $50 per dish, and another is a high-end stallion that does not mortgage $100 per dish. Zhang Shen directly chose the high-end grade and ordered all the dishes on it. After all, with the rise of strength, he found that it was easier to fill his stomach by eating high-quality food. Then he directly paid 5 W knives. After all, the above tips are served faster after payment. After ordering, Zhang Shen silently listened to the conversation of the 5 young people at the next table.
At the same time, a peeping eye threw it at the young man's macaw. Dragon creature, dawn goddess pterodactyl. Qualifications, Lord.
3rd Order, 0/26000.
Name, Sister Liana. Skill, not stimulated. stimulated. Faith, Wu Fei, fourth order beast god. Devout believers. Mood, anger, hunger. Analysis, originally a macaw, it was transformed into a subdragon dragon eagle. Later, after the death of the god of faith, he swallowed half of the god fragments of the god of faith, underwent an anomaly, and evolved into a dragon-type phantom beast, the goddess of dawn pterosaur. It has an illusion that appears in the form of an anthropomorphic beast girl in a non-combat form. Once battled, it will transform into a giant dawn goddess pterodactyl. Good guy, this macaw will become a real dragon creature in 3 years. Zhengxin remembered that this was the first time he had encountered a creature that would become a dragon creature in the future. It wasn't enough, he didn't know it until he read the analysis. At first, this parrot was just like the Vajra dragon eagle he domesticated, just a subdragon creature. Later, because of the absorption of belief in gods, half of the godhead fragments after death underwent qualitative changes. It is not a natural transformation. Therefore, he knew that even if he domesticated it, in the next 3 years, it would be just a dragon-type Vajra fierce dragon eagle. According to the principle of proximity, this macaw is obviously this pet called Lu Diaoying. If the analysis is correct, he will die in the future, then this macaw should be her girlfriend's pet. Then the system just prompted that it was a family member. Could it be the little Chow Chow in her arms? Thinking of this, Zhang Shen threw the little Chow Chow into the arms of Lu Diaoying's girlfriend with a peeping eye. Gold creature, American golden lion beast. Qualifications, Lord. Okay. Third order, 0/15,000. Name, Xiaomei. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Wu Fei, fourth order beast god. Devout believers. Mood, tired, hungry. Analysis, originally an elite qualification gold lion, after devouring half of the godhead fragments of a beast god, his body underwent tremendous changes, and he advanced to become a gold-type mutant creature, a beautiful golden lion beast with a greatly improved strength and strong combat ability. Seeing the panel of this little Chow Chow, Zhengxin was slightly stunned. It seems that not every little Chow will become a hellish three-headed dog. Subsequently, he was a little confused. These two beasts are not relatives, so who is the family? Could it be that someone in this group has become a wise race? Zhengxin threw over with a hint of doubt, peeping eyes one by one. He first threw a peeping eye at the girl named Ifei. As he thought, this girl was indeed a fourth-order rare beast god. Then he threw a peeping eye at her boyfriend. Wisdom race, Xiongnu. Qualifications, king level. Third order, 0/18,000. Name, Lu Diaoying. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Wu Fei, fourth order beast god. Fanatical believers. Mood, passionate, angry. Analysis, originally a beast god, he unfortunately died in resisting the tide of strange beasts. Later, under the sacrifice of his girlfriend Wu Fei, he transformed into a Xiongnu believer. Influenced by his lifetime, he was born with a special preference for raising strange beasts, and is a top breeder who likes to raise strange beasts. When he saw the panel popped out of this Lu Diaoying eagle, Zhengxin was no longer using the peeping eye. After all, the family found it. It was this young man who came back to life after death. He could not bewitch him into becoming his own believer as he did with the intelligent race transformed by animals. When the 15 seafood ordered by these 5 people were all priced at 20 mold knives, they were served. They noticed Zhengxin sitting at the table opposite them, alone. One of them looked at him very enthusiastically and said, "You are also from Daxia. Do you want to come to our table, eat and chat at once?" It's not good. Zhengxin thought for a while. Several other people also greeted warmly. The same Daxia people, going abroad as a family. Come and eat together. That's right, don't be polite to us, it's all civilian prices, not very expensive. Zhengxin looked at them so enthusiastic, hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay." Saying that, he shifted the stool over and then said to the waiter on the side, "The seafood I ordered will be delivered to this table later." "What did you order?" Lu Diaoying asked. Zhengxin hesitated and continued, "I don't know what to eat, so I ordered 2 at random." "If you don't know what to eat, just order whatever you want, don't waste money. You see, the 5 of us ordered 15 seafood dishes, and we basically couldn't finish them, so you asked them to cancel them and eat these." Yes. "Excuse me, the table this gentleman ordered, did you do it? If not, help us cancel it." The girl next to Wu Fei said, "I'm sorry, sir, ma'am, he's already doing what he ordered, and it's almost ready, and he's already paid." When the young people heard this, they had no choice but to give up. After all, it is already being done. "I hope you don't repeat the food," the young man next to Lu Diaoying said. Zhengxin looked at the dishes on the table, all of which were seafood dishes in the $20 knife area, and said with a guilty conscience, "It doesn't seem to be." When Lu Diaoying heard Zhengxin's words, he turned to him and asked, "Brother, did you come here to travel to Jiaxinshan?" "Well, I came to visit Huan and Yaya, but I didn't expect it." Zhengxin continued the topic they had just said. "Hey, we too, for this trip, we have been preparing for 10 years, but we see that Huan and Yaya are now. No, we must." In a chat with several people, Zhengxin knew why these 5 people came to Mengchuan Zoo. It turned out that when they were children, when Huan and Yaya were hired to Xian's farewell ceremony, they were selected to hold flowers to bid farewell to the 2 treasures. After that, cat. Several people made an appointment. When he grows up, he wants to go abroad to Decheng to see Yaya and Huan. A few people chatted. Suddenly, they saw a blonde female manager of a restaurant, with a few waitresses, pushing a large gear table, appearing in the restaurant. The dining table was covered with iron pot lids. Although everyone couldn't see what's inside, the fresh fragrance was particularly eye-catching. When the blonde female manager walked to their table, she smiled at Zhang Xin and said, "Sir, your big moldy lobster, explosive shark fin, Jioshin's special fish sauce roasted turkey, crispy tuna, super golden caviar, golden axe abalone mixed steak, king crab, all are ready. May I ask if they are on the table now?" Lu Diaoying and others, who were chatting and eating, were all stunned when they heard the words of the female manager and the waitresses, when they opened the lids of the iron pots one by one, revealing the exquisite and sumptuous food. "Brother, you just ordered too. Brother, are you out for a poor trip? You are hiding the rich second generation and come out to enjoy life. Poverty limits my imagination." Zhang Xin motioned for the female manager to serve the food, and then smiled awkwardly at the five of them. "You're welcome. It's not enough for me." "Enough, too much," Lu Diaoying said. The macaw on his shoulder also repeated, "Too much, too much. This meal, I ate until 9 o'clock in the evening." After Zhang Xin finished eating, he bought the order for this group of fellow villagers by urinating, and then turned around and left. Outside the seafood restaurant, Zhang Xin took a taxi to the vicinity of Mengchuan Zoo. He found a remote corner, entered a state of invisibility, and walked to the closed iron gate of Mengchuan Zoo. Looking at the tall iron gate, Zhang Xin flew through the big iron gate with a flying technique and then continued to fly towards the animal pen where Huan and Yaya were imprisoned. When it flew to the animal pen where Huan and Yaya were locked, Zhang Xin instantly became furious. A white-skinned old man with a big belly, with a few white-skinned caretakers, holding a leather whip, walked to the animal cage of Yaya and Huan and whipped the cage. Moment. The whip hit the beast cage, making a sound of iron, frightening the Mia and Huan in the cage, curled up in the corner, trembling and wailing helplessly. "Those yellow skins in your country dare to call the embassy to complain, saying that the director of the school abuses you, then I will beat you well," the old white skin said, and continued to draw towards the cage with the leather whip. "This old guy is the zoo director, right? When I take all my pets away, you don't have to open this broken zoo." Zhang Xin gritted his teeth, his consciousness froze, and the spell acute gastroenteritis threw it at them one by one. Moment. These white-skinned stomachs gurgled and ran towards the toilet. Then Zhang Xin activated telekinesis to control a few stones and knocked down the zoo's camera. So, only then did he show his figure and teleport to Huan and Yaya's cage. Huan and Yaya saw Zhang Xin appear. Liang Bao suddenly let out a happy whine, as if a wrong child had found an elder crying. Zhang Xin picked up the key on the side and opened the cage. Huan and Yaya immediately hugged his thighs like two rolling balls, making a wah-wah cry. "Okay, don't cry, go home, the master will take you to a clean place." Zhang Xin comforted him, so he opened the door of the divine domain, hugged the two, walked in, and appeared in front of a large lake in the south of the divine domain. Followed by, he took out 2 smart mechanic cards, released 2 smart mechanics, and set them up as panda keepers. After Huan and Yaya were taken to the divine realm by Zhang Xin, they let go of their thighs and hugged Zhang Xin's thighs, curious and excitedly looking at this place and the lake in front of them. When Zhang Xin released the 2 intelligent mechanics, it was startled and hugged Zhang Xin's legs again. "Ha ha." Zhang Xin laughed and said to them, "Don't be afraid. From now on, this will be your home. These 2 intelligent mechanics will take good care of you when their masters are away, but you can't be naughty. If you have to obey them, you can't hurt them and other animals in this divine realm," Zhang Xin instructed. Liang Bao looked at Zhang Xin with big black eyes, cracked his fangs in Bear's mouth honestly, and nodded with a smile. "You go take a shower, and the master will call other partners to come in and accompany you," Zhang Xin said. Woohoo! Yaya and Huan knew that Zhang Xin was leaving, and they both roared reluctantly, "I'll be back soon after I'm done." Zhang Xin smiled lightly, turned around, and walked out of the gate of the divine realm. Afterwards, he went to pull for another 10 minutes, and then felt that his stomach was healed, the director of the White Skin Zoo, and the caretakers, one by one, and threw down the acute gastroenteritis. Zhang Xinkai went to bring all the animals domesticated during the day to the divine realm, and then arranged for 3 new intelligent mechanics to watch them specifically. At the same time, he also instructed these animals to live in harmony. Only then did he walk out of the divine realm with confidence. As soon as he walked out of the divine realm, the smile on Zhang Xin's face disappeared instantly, replaced by indifference. "It's time for the director of this zoo to pay the price," Zhang Xin said indifferently. His consciousness froze, and a long hurricane gradually suddenly formed outside the zoo. A huge hurricane appeared. Let the zoo director, who squatted in the open grass and squatted with numb legs, as well as those middle-aged white-skinned caretakers, were all stunned and couldn't run even if they wanted to. It's one thing to have a stomach. Leg numbness is another thing. Although the hurricanes are only category 1 intensity, they are all on the edge of the central wind, so they are all rolled up by the urine that blows up on them. In the end, if it weren't for a few people hugging each other with a stench, it is estimated
decided that they would have been swept into the sky. Soon, the hurricane began to roar under Zhang Shen's control, roaring and raging wildly throughout the zoo. All the animal pens were hit by the hurricane and suffered great damage. Many animals that were not domesticated by Zhang Shen quickly fled out of the zoo under the hurricane he controlled and rushed towards the forests in the suburbs. When the hurricane stopped, the white-skinned and big-bellied zoo director looked at the zoo that had been destroyed beyond recognition by a sudden hurricane. Moment. He sat on the ground in a daze. But suddenly, he remembered something. A force gushed out from his body, and he quickly ran to the animal pen where Huan and Yaya were being held. The moment I saw two empty animal cages, he suddenly sat on the ground in a daze, muttering, "It's over, it's all over." He can abuse these two pandas, or let them die of illness while renting, but he must not let them disappear like this, even if it was an accident. Otherwise, after half a year, when the return period comes, if the two beasts cannot be handed over, then the money earned by the zoo in the past 10 years will have to be compensated to Dasha, and even bear legal responsibility. Shortly after the hurricane ended, passengers staying in surrounding hotels, few of them came to the zoo gate to watch the zoo ravaged by the hurricane. Among them are young people such as Lu Diaoying. When they found out, Huan and Yaya fled the zoo when the hurricane raged. Immediately everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then I started to worry again. After all, Huan and Yaya's physical condition was very bad. So, after collecting various photos here, they are ready to call on the Chinese people who travel here tomorrow. Let's go find Huan and Yaya together. And this is their story. Zhang Shen didn't know, because after destroying the zoo, he took out the wormhole orbit card, erased the suborbital point at the traffic light in the north of the old Xinshan city, set a new suborbital point here, and then returned to his bedroom at the main orbital point. As soon as I returned to the room, Zhang Shen sent a video WeChat message to Xiao AI, asking him to come to himself and then open the door of the divine realm. Just open the door of the divine realm. Zhang Shen saw all kinds of animals brought into the divine realm from Mengchuan Zoo, all lying by the lake, sleeping very comfortably, so that he didn't want to go in and disturb their sleep. Only by domesticating them can they sleep together so peacefully. Zhang Shen sighed, and did not walk into the divine realm, but waited in the living room for Xiao AI to appear. Soon, Xiao AI opened the door and came in. She looked at these beasts in the gate of the divine realm, as if she had known about it for a long time, and there was no surprise on her face. She smiled lightly and said, "Master, I saw the news of the big luck, and I knew that the old Xinshan Zoo was destroyed by a hurricane, and it was your masterpiece. That zoo director is so unusual." Zhang Shen was angry, stretched out his finger to the sleeping animals and said, "I don't have time to take care of them now, and I feed them fresh meat every day, so I plan to move to your zoo. What do you think?" "Master, except for Huan and Yaya who are too eye-catching, other animals will not attract too many people's attention when put in our zoo. Then Huan and Yaya will stay in the divine realm from now on, but there is no bamboo in the divine realm. It seems that I have to find a bamboo forest and cut some down." Zhang Shen said, "Master, leave the bamboo to Xiaodi, and let her arrange someone to do it." Xiao AI began to plan for Zhang Shen in an orderly manner. And the owner, some animals, are actually stocked in the divine realm, and they don't need to be taken care of by the owner. For example, these 10 groundhogs can be kept in the divine realm, and they can fish and eat in the divine realm by themselves. And these 2 macaws, 6 flame birds, and chimpanzees can all stay in the divine realm. After all, they can find insects and wild vegetables to eat in the divine realm by themselves. Zhang Shen nodded. "Yes, you can arrange when these 2 big brown bears, for leopards, and 8 turkeys can be put into the zoo." Xiao AI said, "You can put them in it now. After all, we have been closed to the public for a long time, and the waiter is Xiaodi's person. As long as we turn the divine chariot into a big truck, then let them go into the animal cage in the big truck, and then transport them to the zoo and release them, and they won't be surprised when they see it." "Okay, just follow the arrangement you said." "Yes." Immediately, Zhang Shen and Xiao AI took action. At almost 12 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Shenkai drove a large truck turned into a divine chariot to transport these animals to the Jinhai City East Zoo, and Xiaodi, who was notified early in the morning, also appeared at the gate of the zoo with a few big men in black to help. Soon, in this zoo, there are 2 more big brown bears, 4 golden leopards, and 8 strong big turkeys, and they are all in a beast pen. You can also get along harmoniously. Zhang Shen instructed these animals not to hurt people, and after injuring the animals, he and Xiao Di Xiuai drove away in a large truck and drove towards a bamboo forest on the eastern outskirts of Jinhai City. Bamboo in that bamboo forest. All wild bamboo. Xiao Ti has arranged for Bai Qi to let many of his subordinates cut a lot of bamboo. When Zhang Shen's large truck drove to the roadside next to the bamboo forest and stopped, Bai Qi immediately greeted him and said to him in the car, "Brother Shen, we have cut down nearly 200 bamboos you want. Do you see enough?" "Enough, let the brothers move to the car," Zhang Shen said. Bai Qi responded, and then followed the big men in black behind him, quickly transporting the bamboo to the truck. When the moving was completed, Zhang Shen signaled them to go back to rest, and then took Xiao Di and Xiao AI and drove away in a truck. After a while, the big truck drove to a remote old road. Zhang Shen stopped the car and received these bamboos from the divine realm for Yaya and Huanuan to eat. Then he competed with Xiao Ti again, gained 9 points of divine level experience, and then left the divine realm, took out the subtract point card, and appeared near the zoo on the eastern outskirts of the old Xinshan city, the dark eastern suburbs of the old Xinshan city. Zangshan took out the number 1 divine vehicle and turned it into a common big car on the side of Demold and casually made a license plate. So he took out the replica card and asked Link Kiki to go to the driver's seat and pretend to drive, while he lay on the soft sleeper to rest. After all, I have been busy for a long time. He really felt a little tired. The next morning, the sky was gray and bright. Zangshan woke up and looked up at the clock on the display screen, showing 5:30 in the morning. He reached out and opened the attribute panel and took a look. The harvest of these 5 hours. Survival points, 118,500. As expected of a big city, you can get more than 70,000 survival points in 5 hours, which is comfortable. Zangshan nodded in satisfaction. These survival points in the early 110,000 yuan. He does not plan to use them to draw cards now. He was going to wait until Deluxe was here, and after signing an order agreement with him, he would use the alien invasion card to go to the divine realm of the alien gods and communicate with their believers. Turning off the attribute panel, Zangshan got up and washed up and walked towards the passenger cab. Link drove the car conscientiously. When she saw Zangshan coming, she turned her head and said obediently, "Master, you are awake." Zangshan responded lightly, took out a bucket of KFC fried chicken legs and 2 glasses of iced cola from the backpack compartment, put them aside and said, after driving for a few hours, "Let's be hungry, let's have breakfast together." It didn't take long for the master, only 5 hours. Lin Kiki said, picked up a fried chicken leg and handed it to Zangshan and said, "Master, eat some too." Zangshan took the fried chicken and said while eating, "Open near the east gate of the city." Received, Master. How many streets in the old Xinshan have not yet been opened? Zangshan asked. 37%, 20% of the streets that have not yet been passed by are the north side of the city, where I wanted to drive over last night, but the road was blocked, and I didn't go if I didn't let people in. As Link Kiki spoke, he turned around and drove towards the east of the city. Zangshan couldn't help but laugh when he heard that the road in the north of the city was still closed. If they knew that they were busy all day yesterday, and as a result, your master and I were all wandering around the east of the city, and I don't know if they would be angry. Cluck. Link Kiki laughed and said, "Definitely." When Lin Kiki and Zangshan ate a large bucket of fried chicken legs, Zangshan took her back into the replica card, followed by, he drove number 1 to a remote grove with no cameras and no one around, received it into the backpack space, and then removed the camouflage mask from his face. He walked towards the nearby road with cameras. Waste, you waste. It's been a whole day and a night, and I haven't found anyone. What use do I want you to do? In the hall of a secret military base in Jiaxinshan, there was an extremely angry roar of Admiral Bia. Directly in front of the hall is a huge screen. On the screen, there is a small area fed back by each camera in the north of the city, and the real-time recording of a small area. And under the screen, 7 or 8 white-skinned people in dark blue police uniforms were bowing their heads, not daring to look at Admiral Bia, who was furious at the moment. "Admiral, please give us another day, we will definitely find someone, and we have seconded 1,000 troops from the next city to intensify the search." Poof. Admiral Bia snorted coldly, "I'll give you another day. If you can't find anyone for a day, you all report. The general will have the latest information on the target." A messenger ran in at speed and interrupted Admiral Bia. "Where?" Admiral Bia asked immediately. "East of the city," the communicator said, took out the remote control in his pocket, faced the screen, and pressed the button on the remote control. Suddenly, a camera appeared on the screen near the east gate of the city. Admiral Bia and the officers looked up. "I saw it on the crossroads next to the east gate of the city." A young man walking on the street with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, he turned around, faced the camera, and stretched out his hand and waved it as if to say hello. At last, he stood in place for 10 seconds, then put his hands in his pockets again, turned around, and walked into the blind corner alley to monitor the side. Admiral Bia saw Zangshan appear in the east of the city, and they searched the north of the city for 24 hours, and there was an inexplicable feeling of being played, and he suddenly became furious. "Let everyone quickly seal the eastern area of the city directly, and don't let a fly out. I haven't seen Bia for a long time, and your temper is still so violent. You are not afraid of causing public resentment when you block the city like this? Induce panic from the outside world?" A crisp voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked at him. 3 young female officers appeared at the gate. The leader was wearing a military white uniform, with a bumpy figure, firm white fat skin, and a hint of neutral beauty on his face, smiling indifferently at them. Taoya Bea looked at this woman who was on the same level as him, representing the bad luck in private, and the other side could fight against the skeleton society in court against the snobbery. He held back his anger and asked, "What can you do to help me find someone? Tell me why this person is so important, and I naturally have a way to help you catch them." Taoya walked in and looked directly at Bea Deo. Bea turned his head and turned his back to her. "This is not a secret that that you can access, you just need to let your men cooperate with us. Taoya's cold eyes narrowed slightly. Then my soldiers will not do such a thing as causing public resentment, and at the same time, I wish you good luck to catch people, said. She turned around and left. After he left, Bea reached out and grabbed the remote control in the communicator's hand, smashed it on the ground, turned around and yelled at the officer. On the side, fool, which of you went to the next city of Los Angeles, seconded her soldiers to this woman, get out of here, and accept punishment. It is located to the east of the city. Zangshin was under the camera, and after showing his face, he ran into the alley on the side. When he reappears, he changed to a white square face, and his clothes were changed to denim clothes. Zangshin walked to the bus stop on the side and got on the bus that could go directly to the pet market in the southern suburbs of the city. As a result, about 10 minutes later, the bus was intercepted when it was about to leave the eastern part of the city. Several female soldiers wearing military white uniforms and bumpy figures walked onto the bus. They scanned the passengers on the bus, took notebooks, and asked these people for their names, home addresses, and mobile phone numbers. Asked Zhang Shinshir. He casually reported it, and the registered female soldier, with her eyes on him for a moment, walked down, signaling that the bus could pass and leave again. When the bus drove for more than half an hour and stopped at the pet market stop on the southern outskirts of the old Shinshan city, Zangshin got out of the car at high speed. Just got out of the car. A urgent prompt sounded in his ears. Warning, in the old Shinshan pet market, strange beasts are entrenched. There are a small number of gods, with their own relatives, dabbling here. With the current strength of the host, once discovered, will be enslaved and squeezed. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible. There are a small number of gods with their own relatives here? Isn't that very likely? These families are still just some animals. Zangshin listened to the prompt in his ear, and a hint of enlightenment flashed in his mind in an instant. The pets in it, after the cataclysm, definitely some of them were born as intelligent races. Then he was taken by the owner of the pet store inside and his family. After drawing this conclusion, Zangshin's eyes narrowed slightly. These wise races were left to demold, and the future was to increase the strength of the gods on the big mold side, and with the urine of mold. Once the cataclysm stabilizes, there will definitely be an invasion war, and maybe it will play some kind of 8-nation allied force, running to Dasha's side to plunder resources. Therefore, to prevent history from repeating itself, Zangshin decided to weaken the strength of the big mold. First find out the intelligent races and strange beasts in the pet market, and take them away. Finally, go to the nearby insectarium. Thinking of this, Zangshin did not immediately walk inside, but walked to a remote corner and released the number 1 divine energy chariot and turned it into a giant truck. Then drive it to the door of the pet market and stop, and then walk in unhurriedly. Walk into the pet market. Zangshin felt that he had come to an animal world. At a glance, on both sides of the road, there were pet stores with a huge area. Most of these pet stores deal in different breeds of cats and dogs, and the rest are rabbits, hamsters, birds, chickens, ducks, geese, turtles, snakes, pet pigs, foxes, weasel badgers, hedgehogs, and other pet stores. It's so rich. Zangshin sighed and walked towards the first pet store on the left side of his side. The name of this store is Fox Store, mainly selling various breeds of foxes. Zangshin just walked to the door of the store, and before he could go in, he heard a prompt sound in his ears. Danger! Dangerous! In this store, a family of a god is resting in this store. Once the host disturbs his family, it is very likely to be slaved and squeezed, and the consequences are unimaginable. Please stay away as soon as possible. It's impossible to leave. Zangshin's eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled. He didn't expect that the first store would meet the family of a certain god. This is a good fortune. Immediately, he walked in quickly. The owner of the fox shop was a middle-aged blonde uncle. He looked at Zangshin and said, "Hey, young man, do you want to buy a fox?" "Yes." Zangshin nodded and habitually threw a peeking eye at him. The feedback surprised him a little. This boss did not live until 3 years later. Isn't that what it means? In the future, his intelligent race in the pet store, this boss has no blessing and is picked up by others to be cheap, but now, they will all be labor management. Zangshin thought of this, his eyes were filled with joy, and he looked at the foxes locked in rows of cages inside. Some of these foxes have red hair, some are silver gray with black spots, some have snow white fur, and some are tawny. Some are 2 big foxes locked in a cage, and some are several small foxes locked together. However, their mental state seems to be good, and their bodies are all standard slender shapes, pointed ears, long and thick hair, and fluffy tail hair. A pair of foxy oval eyes seemed to be a graceful and beautiful woman, looking at him lazily with a hint of seductive eyes. All of a sudden, Zangshin fell in love with these foxes. After the middle-aged blonde uncle knew that Zangshin was going to buy a fox, he immediately led him inside and began to introduce him. "My pet foxes here are all breeds allowed to be raised by demold, and there are many varieties, such as this red fox, called Red Fox." Zangshin looked at the front of him, and in more than 10 cages, the red-haired fox was imprisoned, and a peeping eye was thrown down. Fire creature, fire fox, qualifications, elite, second order, 0/2500, name, not named, skill, not activated, believer, none, mood, lazy, analysis, a firefox fox that has a natural use of fire energy under the impact of divine energy. I want this red fox, and I want this, that, and the other 3. Zangshin kept peeking at the red foxes in these more than 10 cages and threw them down, but only 6 of them survived until 3 years later. Therefore, after he successfully domesticated these 6 red foxes, he asked the boss to pick them all out and put them in a cage on the side. Followed by, he continued to walk inside. When the middle-aged boss saw Zangshin and other foxes, he immediately introduced them to the foxes in the 3 cages next to the red fox. This kind of 6 is a golden fox, mainly distributed in the grasslands and deserts of Asia, which can adapt to the harsh environment and is very easy to feed. Zangshin went down with a peek. The result was disappointing. None of these 6 survived 3 years later. He shook his head slightly, told the boss that he didn't want these golden foxes, and turned to look at the 10 cages opposite, more than a dozen white foxes with snow-white hair. A peeping eye threw it down at the largest white fox. Wisdom race, Snow Fox Clan. Qualifications, Lord. 3rd order, 0/15,000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Aken, 3rd order beast god. Mood, lazy. Analysis, in addition to good wisdom, every snow fox tribe has a handsome appearance and an attractive figure for both men and women. But if you are not their master, please don't be blinded by their beautiful appearance, because once you become interested in their charm, you may be on the verge of death. Ha, I finally found you. Zangshin looked at the panel of this white fox, and his heart was extremely happy. After all, the analysis is very clear. This is a race where wisdom and beauty coexist, and the intelligent race with brains, becoming their own family. Then after the explosion of divine energy, they can share more housework for themselves. Thinking of this, Zangshin threw down the white foxes in these more than 10 cages one by one. More than a dozen cages contained 30 white foxes of different sizes. Only half of them were intelligent races, and the rest were alien beasts, and none of them survived until 3 years later. This made Zangshin a little sorry. He asked the boss to take out the 15 white foxes, put them in 5 large cages, and continue to walk towards the other foxes inside. When the fox boss saw that Zangshin still wanted to buy it, he immediately continued to introduce it more enthusiastically. These are silver black foxes, these are colorful foxes, this is sand foxes, this is... In the boss's introduction, Zangshin kept looking at these foxes and casting peeping eyes one by one. Among these foxes, there are 2, and they will become dark creatures shadow foxes in the future, with the qualifications of a Lord Silver Black Fox, and 3, which will become earth-type creatures in the future, sand foxes with elite qualifications. He lived until 3 years later, and the rest did not survive until 3 years later. After shopping in the fox pet store for nearly 20 minutes, Zangshin made sure that he did not miss any fox, and asked the boss to arrange for someone to carry the pet he wanted to the large truck outside the door. Followed by, he walked towards the next pet store. This next pet store is a hound shop. As a result, there were no strange beasts that lived until 3 years later, and no intelligent race was born. Zangshin guessed that the dogs and beasts in this pet store were probably drained of their divinity by the fox in the next store in the end, and none of them escaped the temptation. The 2 small shops next to the hound shop were hedgehog and hamster shops, and as a result, they did not survive until 3 years later. The 4th pet store is a store that sells rabbits. The 5th is a cat shop. The 6th is... Zangshin walked to 8 stores in a row, also without any prompts. When I walked to a 9th snake shop, a familiar system prompt sound. Danger. Dangerous. A group of bewitching wisdom, finally the snake people, with their tamed beasts, lurking here, seducing the gods of the past with beauty, strange beasts, with the current strength of the host. Once encountered, they will be charmed, and will eventually be squeezed, lingering to death. The death is quite terrible. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible. Man to snakes, especially to vipers. There is instinctive fear. Zangshin was bitten by a water snake when he was a child, and since then he has naturally had an instinctive fear of snakes such as pythons. But as soon as he heard the prompt in his ear, Zangshin suddenly smiled. Although he is afraid of snakes, he can be careless for the sake of the nation. These will become intelligent snake people in the future. He must not leave it to the big luck. Of course, he promised that he would never take them for himself because the system prompted that these snake people were very seductive. Zangshin took a deep breath, turned around and walked into the store where the snake people were born. This snake shop is very large, with several areas and rows of glass tanks. There are more large and small snakes in the glass tank. Zangshin shuddered a little inexplicably. The owner of the snake shop was also a blonde middle-aged man. He looked at Zangshin and asked, "Young man, do you want to raise snakes?" "Yes, I want to buy some snakes to raise back," Zangshin said, and a peeping eye was thrown at him. A corpse that was squeezed out of divine energy by the snake people. TSK, a way to die with the owner of the White Fox shop. Zangshin muttered. The owner of the snake shop was sure that Zangshin was here to buy snakes, and immediately introduced him happily. He pointed to 7 or 8 snakes in FRP in the cabinet shelf beside him and introduced. The snake tanks in this area are all king snakes. King snakes are the nemesis of venomous snakes, especially like to eat venomous snakes, non-venomous, immune to the venom of all snake venoms, although they are slightly more aggressive aggressive, but as long as they maintain frequent interaction, they will be tamed like corn snakes, easy to raise, suitable for novices. In the introduction of the snake shop owner,
Zangshan looked at the first snake tank in front of him.
In this snake tank, a black and white snake is raised, almost a meter long. A note was posted on the glass jar with the words California King Snake written on it, and a price tag was marked on the side, $100 knives.
The price is not very expensive. Zangshan threw it down with a peeking eye. Moment.
A panel that only he could see slowly emerged from the top of the head of this California King Snake.
Animal creature, California King Snake. Qualification, normal. Third order, 0/10,000. Name, not named. Skill, not activated. Belief, Misha, a fourth order tribal god. Mood, carefree. Analysis, a California King Snake, under the impact of divine energy, rapidly mutated in size, gradually skyrocketed, and at the same time extended. A pair of wings that could fly in the air for a short time on its back, so that its hunting ability and self-protection ability increased rapidly. Why does this King Snake have a belief in gods?
Zangshan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. He remembered that the system prompted just now that there were only intelligent races and their races tamed beasts. This King Snake is the tamed beast of the intelligent race, but through the system's prompts, that group of intelligent races, they don't seem to be the relatives of that god.
So how could this California King Snake have a god of faith?
Zangshan had a hint of doubt, and after domesticating this California King Snake, he looked at the 15 snake tanks next to him. In these 15 snake tanks, they are all California King Snakes of different sizes.
Zangshan threw down the peeping eyes one by one.
There are a total of 8 California King Snakes, and a virtual panel emerges, 5 of which are elite qualifications, the other 3 are ordinary qualifications, and the rest do not live until 3 years later.
There are no exceptions.
These 8 snakes were all domesticated by him in the blink of an eye.
Followed by,
he turned around and said to the snake shop owner who kept introducing these king snakes, "Boss, this, that. I want these 9 California King Snakes."
"Ah, Kojo, it's all over."
The owner of the snake shop confirmed in surprise.
"Yes, is there a problem?" "No problem, no problem."
The owner of the snake shop said happily, turned around and called a shop clerk to bring out the snakes.
"Put it in a large glass snake tank."
Then he took the card machine and wanted Zangshan to pay the bill.
"Don't worry, I'll buy some to go back." Zangshan waved his hand and continued to walk inside. In the shelf next to the California snake, there are 4 snake tanks.
In these 4 snake tanks, there are 2 black snakes with a body length of 1 meter and a whole body as black as ink. Black snakes are also a type of king snake, which is easier to raise.
The price is also $100 a knife. Zangshan threw down the 8 black snakes one by one.
Good luck. There are 6 black snakes in it, which will transform into dark creatures in the future, the Devil King Snake, and the smallest of them is the Lord qualification, and the remaining 5 are elite qualifications. But what made him a little puzzled was, these black snakes, like those California King Snakes, all believe in a god named Mesa.
Although Zangshan didn't know who this Misha was, but even if you know, he will not let go of these black snakes.
Ha! Immediately, he domesticated them all without hesitation, and then turned to the snake shop owner on the side and said, "I want these 6 black snakes too."
Arrange, arrange.
The snake shop owner had a smile on his face.
Now,
he looked at Zangshan as if he were looking at the god of wealth.
Because he found out, Zangshan walked towards the snake tank inside again. He stepped forward quickly and introduced him.
These snakes are called pig-nosed snakes, named because of their mouths like piglet-like noses, which are the 4 common pet snake species, the only one with poison, but the poison is extremely weak. The charm of pig-nosed snakes lies in their stupidity, which is why most people like to raise them.
Zangshan nodded.
Then a peeping eye threw down the pig-nosed snake with a red body, or a yellow piece of the snake body, and a strong fat feeling in the snake tank.
Moment.
There are 8 pig-nosed snakes in this snake tank, and only 1 pig-nosed snake with a red snake body emerges, and a virtual panel that only he can see. Earth creature, Earth escape pig ancient snake. Qualification, Lord. Third order, 0/15,000.
Name, not named. Skill, not activated. Belief, Misha, a 4th order tribal god. Mood, carefree.
Analysis, a pig-nosed snake, under the impact of divine energy, its body shape mutated rapidly, and while its size gradually skyrocketed, the original pig nose became a giant shovel shape, and the snake scales on its body became extremely sharp and tough, and it could easily break through the thick layer of soil and drill out of a giant hole. When he saw the panel of this pig-nosed snake, Zangshan threw a few domestication techniques, successfully domesticated it, turned around and continued to say to the snake shop owner on the side,
"I want this pig-nosed snake."
Arrange, Asan, fish out this pig-nosed snake as well." The owner of the snake shop said, turned to the guy on the side and said, and then continued to follow Zangshan and continued to walk towards the 2 long glass jars not far away.
In these 2 long glass jars, each has more than 20 small snakes.
These snakes are brightly colored, each only 90 centimeters long and thick and short. As soon as Zangshan approached, a sharp warning sound sounded in his ears, and at the same time, a red and purple panel in front of him kept vibrating.
Danger, dangerous.
The host attracted the attention of the fourth-order tribal god snake human race leader as well as his people. With the host's current strength, if he did not escape at speed before being charmed, he might be squeezed by lingering and squeezing, and he would die of exhaustion. Please escape as soon as possible. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Zingshan quickly approached the two snake tanks, and then threw down one of the largest snakes with a peeping eye. Intelligent race, snake people, qualifications, Lord. Third order, 0/12,000, name, not named, skill, not stimulated, belief, Misha, a fourth order tribal god, mood, timid, analysis, a milk snake transformed into a wise race of snake people under the impact of divine energy. Among the millions of snake people, there is only one Lord who has a chance to appear as a snake race. The snake people are born debauched, but each has good emotional intelligence and bewitching beauty, often using this to tempt the gods of the past and hunt them. When Zangshan saw the panel of this milk snake, he immediately squinted happily, followed by his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he threw down the 30 little snakes in this snake tank one by one with peeping eyes. Zangshan swept through these panels one by one, and finally stared wide-eyed on the top panel of the snake's body, red, white and yellow intertwined into rings, and the smallest snake on the top panel. Intelligent race, snake people, qualification, epic, fourth order, 0/220000, name, Misha, god system, tribal god, skill, not stimulated, talent, not stimulated, believers, snake man, California winged king snake, devil king snake, earth escape pig ancient snake, horn snake, golden belt snake, three-line water snake, titan python, mood, timid, guarded, dazed. Analysis, the patriarch of the snake people. Among the tens of millions of snake people, there is a chance that an epic qualification snake man will appear. Misha has great wisdom and seductive beauty. In establishing a snake tribe of her own, she condensed all the snake people, as well as the belief in her invincibility from different snake groups, and under the influence of devouring a large number of godhead fragments, she became the most primitive form of the clan god, the snake god. Zangshan looked at the panel of this snake, his body couldn't help but tremble, and his indescribable excitement were instantly revealed. Now, he finally knew who the snakes that would turn into strange beasts in the future, as well as the intelligent race of the snake people, and the gods they believed in. It was a bit unexpected, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, a long time ago, he had thought about it. Those who live to be 3 years old and have not yet become believers in other gods, they may either be extremely powerful, and it is difficult for ordinary gods to subdue them. Either after the explosion of divine energy, these intelligent races hide, and then develop and grow alone, and finally find a way to become a god in the end. And this was his previous guess. But now after seeing this palm-sized little milk snake panel, he knew that his previous guess was correct. If the intelligent race group does not believe in human gods, then it is possible to give birth to tribal gods. The owner of the snake shop saw Zangshan's gaze, showed an excited look, and kept staring at the snake tank. He immediately promoted, "Young man, these are milk snakes. They are relatively timid. There are 3 types. Do you want to get a few to play?" For the sales of the snake shop owner, Zangshan nodded without thinking too much. Immediately, without hesitation, he asked the snake shop owner to fish out all the 40 snake people who would become intelligent races in the future from these 2 large long snake tanks. Subsequently, Zangshan successively found 2 snake-like beasts in this snake shop. One is a beast creature transformed from a bull snake, a bullhorn snake 5. The other is the water snake, a water creature transformed from a 3-line snake, a 3-line water snake 5. Without exception. After Zangshan successfully domesticated all 10 snakes, he also asked the snake shop owner to put them in a special snake glass jar. "How much is it in total?" Zangshan took out his bank card and asked. $50,000. It's a great value. Zangshan sighed and immediately swiped his card. "These snakes, do you need me to arrange for the snakes to be delivered to your residence?" After seeing that Zangshan did not pay the bill, the owner of the snake shop immediately asked enthusiastically. "My van is at the door of the pet market." Zangshan said, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to come over and help you carry these to your car." The owner of the snake shop said, turning around and calling 2 porters. 2 porters pushed a large cart and parked at the entrance of the snake shop. Soon, they moved the glass snake tank to the pull cart and pushed it to the big truck at the entrance of the pet market. Zangshan opened the door of the truck, looked at the 2 porters, and moved these special large glass cylinders containing snakes into the car before closing the door. Then, he was going to wait until the entire pet market was swept away, and then turn these foxes and snakes into intelligent races, and slowly train them into his own believers. Several pet stores next to the pet snake shop. Zangshan did not trigger any warning of danger. He knew that with the snake people, the animals in several pet stores around here would definitely not survive 3 years, unless there is an intelligent race. Otherwise, in the face of the snake people, these strange beasts of the non-intelligent race, unless they have some specialties, otherwise, it is basically a meal on a plate, and it is difficult to escape death. Therefore, he walked through 7 or 8 pet stores in a row before a warning prompt sounded in his ears. It was a dog shop that mainly sold pit bulls. The pit
Pitbull is a hybrid dog with extremely fast running speed and fierce fighting talent like a cheetah. Zangshin walked in. Soon, he asked the boss to move a litter of newborn pitbulls he had selected to his truck. There are 8 pitbulls in this litter. In the future, it will become a wind-type creature with elite qualifications, a pit wind chaser. When this litter of pitbulls is put on the truck, Zangshin continued to walk towards the pet's strength. Half an hour later, there were 10 more blue cats in his car. These 10 blue cats will become undead creatures in the future, ghost cats. 2.5 hours later, there are 5 more in his car, a macaw that will become a diamond dragon eagle in the future, 2 pythons that will become animal creatures titan pythons, 5 golden lions that have been transformed into small chowclaws, and 2 elite qualifications of water creatures Xuanjia giant turtles. A few hours down, Zangshin almost visited the entire pet market. When he walked out of the pet market and returned to the big truck, he looked at a large truck full of pets and 2 intelligent races. One of the milk snakes still has epic qualifications and will become a clan god in the future. He was immediately happy. Great harvest, great harvest. Zangshin danced happily and muttered twice before driving the truck to a remote and uninhabited corner to stop. Got out of the car. He walked up to these cages with pets and reached out to open the cages of the pet cats that had been successfully domesticated. The cat cage was open. These 10 blue cats were about to pounce on Zangshin's arms and act coquettishly. After Zangshin stroked their hair, he opened the door of the divine realm and said to them, "Go in, you will live in Buster Town from now on, and get along with the cats here." In a big truck, the 10 blue cats were a little reluctant to walk into the gate of the divine realm. When they appeared, the big black cat appeared around them with a pack of cats and quickly accepted them. Zangshin saw this and felt relieved. After all, he was still a little worried just now. If the big black cat didn't accept them, how would he settle them? The result was accepted at once. "I can't help it." Zangshin cast a sensible look at the big black cat. Meow. The big black cat looked up at Zangshin in the big truck and barked, and a pair of gilded cat eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom. When Zangshin saw the look in the big black cat's eyes, he felt that this big black cat seemed to be more spiritual than before. There is even an illusion that intelligence has increased. Is it because there is 1 point of divine energy in the body? Zangshin guessed, closed the door of the divine realm, turned around and walked to the cage where the pitbull and the little chow chows were locked, and reached out to open the cage. As soon as these cubs were released, they immediately surrounded his feet, rubbing and licking, and were very close to him. Zangshin squatted down slightly, stretched out his hand to stroke the puppies for a while, and then opened the door of the divine realm. On the other side of the gate of the divine domain, there is a forest. In the forest, Xiaobai and Xiaohei and 5 kittens are playing here. When the door of the divine realm opened, Xiaohei and Xiaobai saw Zangshin on the other side and were about to pounce on him. But after seeing the fierce-looking pit bulls, they didn't dare to approach. "Xiaohei, Xiaobai, Xiaoju, you are a lot older." Zangshin walked in, squatted down, stroked their hair and smiled. Meow. Whoa. Xiaobai and Xiaohei rubbed his legs very obediently, expressing their closeness and longing. Zangshin smiled slightly, turned his head and waved to the 8 pitbull cubs and 5 little chow chow standing in the big truck. "You come in and meet new friends." Whoa. In an instant, the 13 puppies rushed in at high speed and then surrounded Zangshin. "Hee Xiaohei, Xiaobai, these 13 little guys will be left to you to take care of in the future." Meow. Wow. Xiaohei and Xiaobai understood Zangshin's words and responded one after another. Seeing this, Zangshin smiled slightly and gave a slight instruction to these 13 puppies who had just joined the Xiaohei team, then took out a large bucket of fried chicken legs and put them on the spot to eat before turning around and leaving the divine realm. Followed by, he opened the macaws bird cage and the python snake cage one after another and then opened the door of the divine realm again. The positioning of the gate of the divine realm this time is located in the south of the divine realm, in front of a large lake. That is, the place where Yaya and Huan are raised. Under the care of several caregivers and intelligent mechanics, many simple pet houses have been built here. Zangshin thought about it for a moment and named this place Lake of 10,000 Beasts. After the door of the divine realm opened, Yaya and Huan who stayed by the Lake of 10,000 Beasts and ate bamboo, the chimpanzees sleeping and playing in the nearby trees, the groundhogs that built nests by the lake, the flame birds, and the macaws, all rushed towards the gate of the divine realm, wanting to get close to Zangshin. Seeing this, Zangshin took the lead in stepping into the divine realm. All of a sudden, he was full of Yaya and Huan. After not seeing each other for a day, Zangshin felt that the state of the 2 treasures was more than half better, and the fur was black and white, and the face was shiny. After interacting with the 2 treasures and the animals on the side, Zangshin announced to them that a new friend had joined them. Then he turned around and walked to the door of the divine realm and took the 2 turtles and the glass jar in. At the same time, let the 2 pythons in the truck, macaws, also come in. The big python came in, and the animals around him were a little timid, keeping a distance from them. The same. Zangshin gave a warning to these animals, especially the 2 big pythons, so that it could not use the animals here as food, and would send them to a place with plenty of food later before letting them play by themselves. Followed by, he walked out of the divine realm gate but did not close the
divine realm gate but looked at the two large animals in the truck.
At this moment, the big fox eyes of the 15 white foxes were full of restlessness.
You don't want to be imprisoned by me for the rest of your life, bound in this cage, put in a very shameful posture. As long as you always obey my words and obey my orders unconditionally, and serve me as your king and your god, you will be free,
Zangshin said to the red fox in the cage on the side, and then asked them to pass their words to these white foxes intact. Suddenly, these red foxes all made a murmuring fox cry. After these red foxes conveyed their intentions, these restless white foxes instantly became quiet, their charming eyes turned, revealing a flattering look, and then a little white dot appeared on each of them. Congratulations to the host. Under the influence of the host's charm, the 15 snow foxes are willing to serve you as their gods and become your pan-believers, with survival points plus 1,500 and faith plus 1,500. Hearing the system's prompt, Zangshin was stunned for a moment. Originally, he thought that he would have to use more means to make these white foxes believe in him. After all, every time he subdued other intelligent races, he took the effort of the boss. As a result, these snow foxes were so well behaved that they suddenly became their own believers. Immediately, he directly opened the cages where they were locked. In an instant, among the 15 white foxes, except for 5 male foxes, the remaining 10 white foxes all pounced on him, threw him down, turned the fox's tail up, and then stretched out the fox's tongue. Stop, stop, you anxious fox charmers. Under Zangshin's order, these 8 white foxes stopped their crazy experimental behavior. Then he showed a restless look. Seeing this, Zangshin hugged the white fox with the qualifications of a lord and said, "The master is not angry with you, not because he doesn't like you, but because the master, after a year of liking you, said." Zangshin took out the replica card, released Link Kiki, pointed at her and said, "I like you a year later, you will become a woman with a similar figure and appearance, and you will serve your master when the time comes, understand?" Boom! The white fox has a unique spirituality. After hearing Zangshin's words, they all circled around Link Kiki curiously, as if they wanted to remember her figure and appearance. Link Kiki came out of the replica card and looked at the foxes surrounding him, as well as the snakes in the glass jar on the side, and the whole person was stunned. After all, since she returned to the replica card, all her thoughts stayed at the moment when she returned to the replica card. "Master, do you need my help?" Link asked. "Not yet." Zangshin shook his head and said, and then ordered, these red foxes and white foxes all walked towards the gate of the divine realm. The same for a while. He turned around and looked at the snakes in the glass jars in front of him. "You don't want to be imprisoned by me for the rest of your life, tied up in this glass jar, and put in a very shameful pose. As long as you obey my words, and obey my commands unconditionally, and serve me as your king and your god, then you will get out of here and live in a vast world with endless food." Zangshin said to the tamed snakes on the side, and then asked them to pass them on to the snake people in the snake tank. Suddenly, all the snakes made snake signals to 40 milk snakes. Zangshin threw down a peeping eye at the snake god named Misha, wanting to know her situation at all times. After all, this exists as a future clan god, and he feels that it will definitely be the most difficult clan to subdue among other intelligent races so far. Intelligent race, snake people, qualification, epic, mood, uneasy, nervous, worried, scared. Analysis, under the bombardment of the terrifying king snake around her, uneasiness spread in Misa's heart, and she was timid by nature, looked at the two-legged beast and decided to surrender to the two-legged beast. The next second, light burst out of the milk snake's glass tank. Congratulations to the host. Under the intimidation and temptation of the host, the head of the Snake Man clan, the snake god of the snake man tribe, Misha, become your god envoy, become your pan-believer, survival points plus 1,000, faith plus 10,000, reward spectacle, snake god statue. Under the leadership of Misha, the leader of the snake people, all the snake people have become believers of the host, pan-believers plus 40, survival points plus 4,000, faith plus 4,000. "I'm going, isn't it too easy?" Zangshin heard the system prompt and immediately couldn't believe it. This snake girl is the future snake god anyway. Why is it so easy to kneel? Is it because of the natural influence of the native race? Zangshin thought of the introduction of these milk snakes before the owner of the snake shop. Milk snakes, timid by nature. It may really be affected by this. Plus the king snake is these big horrors. These timid snakes have not yet become the terrifying snake beauties of the future, so they will naturally surrender to themselves according to their genetic nature, taking survival as the first element. In other words, if they become intelligent races and ask them to surrender, the difficulty will skyrocket hundreds of times. Thinking about this, Zangshin suddenly felt that the pet market was really a good place, because pets domesticated by humans will be easier to take away than wild ones before they become intelligent races. For example, the intelligent races I have encountered several times before, basically all wild species, will resist themselves, and even ignore themselves at all, and need to use means to make them submit. How can it be like this white fox, this milk snake, simply transmitting the subconscious, kneeling down, and licking it? Zangshin summed it up, and took all these surrendered snakes to the lake of 10,000 beasts, stayed with the 2 pythons, and then instructed them not to run around in this area, and wait a few hours before settling them again. After
Afterwards, Zhang Xinkai left the divine domain, turned number 1 into a regular car, and drove towards the nearby insectarium. At the same time, he opened his backpack and looked at a statue of a snake with a snake body and a beautiful young girl on the upper body. Snake statue, a rare spectacle, placed in the place where the snake tribe lives, within 100 square kilometers radiated by the statue, the snake clans. Reproduction ability is doubled, the chance of breeding the mutant snake clan increases by 1%, and the chance of qualification improvement increases by 5%.
Tisk, good thing. Zangshan let out a sigh of amazement. As long as there is this spectacle, in the future, he can specially draw an area of 100 square kilometers in the divine realm, so that the snake tribe can establish a snake town that belongs to them. Thus, the snake race grew rapidly. Where to put it? Zangshan pondered for a moment, and decided to think about it later, and now find the spider beast first. After a while, he found the insectarium. In this insect museum, there are many spiders for sale. However, what made him very depressed was that no spider survived until 3 years later in this insectarium. But that's normal. Nearby is the pet market, entrenched in a group of terrifying snake people and snow foxes. Other strange beasts want to survive, unless they have their own specialties. Zangshan flashed a hint of depression in his heart, drove the car, and rushed to the nearby supermarket, buying 20 plates of raw eggs, 40 plates of partridge eggs, and 10 boxes of ham sausages. After that, I went to several delicatessen. I bought a lot of roast turkey legs, cooked chicken, cooked duck and pork, and bacon in the trunk of the car. As soon as he got into the car, Zangshan's consciousness froze, and after receiving all the meat in the backpack space, he opened the door of the divine realm and appeared next to the lake of 10,000 beasts. As soon as he appeared, the animals entrenched here made a cry, wanting to hug him and hug him. Zangshinka couldn't bear such enthusiasm. He hurriedly stopped them, their simple overtures, and let them continue to do what they were doing just now. Followed by, he walked to the red fox, white fox, silver black fox, sand fox, and the fox area where he was waiting. Several intelligent mechanics were on the sidelines, using collected hay and feldwood to make a simple fox shack for them. When Zangshan came over, 10 white foxes immediately leaned over intimately, rubbing and entangled his legs. Zangshan squatted down, touched their snow-white hair, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he took out half of the cooked meat he bought, put it aside, and said, "Eat." Boom! Smelling the smell of meat, all the foxes were shocked, let out a baby cry, and then pounced on the meat all over the ground and began to eat a lot, obviously starving. Zangshan smiled slightly and walked to the side of the fox area, where a group of colorful green snakes were entrenched in the woods on the edge of the forest. These snakes stay on the edge of the forest. After Zangshan came over, they rushed out, wanting to get close to Zangshan and coil around him. Zangshan himself was a little afraid of snakes, and with so many snakes coming, he felt a little numb in his scalp. Suddenly, he immediately took out the other half of the cooked meat and raw eggs from the compartment of his backpack, placed them in front of the snakes and said, "Eat them all." Zangshan said to the group of snakes, "Sizzle." When the snakes heard his words, they spat out snake letters and attacked the food in front of them, and began to devour the meat and eggs all over the ground. And from beginning to end, Zangshan didn't think about getting close to stroking the snakes, even if the milk snake that was swallowing partridge eggs was a seductive snake man in the future, and a snake god would be born in it. After a burst of feeding on these two intelligent race groups, Zangshan put aside the 10 boxes of sausages and told the omnivores that they could take them at any time if they wanted to eat them, and then left the divine realm and became the co-pilot. "Master, where are you going now?" Link Kiki in the cab on the side turned his head and asked. Zangshan looked at the sun gradually setting in the west and just wanted to say that he would find a place to have dinner. As a result, suddenly a prompt sounded in my ears. "Danger! Dangerous!" A fourth-order angelic deity, leading her followers, was rapidly approaching the host behind her. With the host's current combat power, once encountered, he will be suppressed and captured by it. Please escape as soon as possible. Hearing the prompt, Zangshan was just a little confused, and saw through the rearview mirror that 3 military off-road 6-seater police cars behind him approached his car, and then honked the horn to signal him to stop. "Bring this camouflage mask and fine-tune your face." Zangshan handed the camouflage mask speed to Link Kiki from the backpack space, and then asked her to find a place to park after she quickly lowered her head and fine-tuned her face. The big car stopped. The 3 military off-road police cars stopped in front of him, one behind him, and one to the right. Followed by, in the police car to his right, a woman wearing a military white cloak, long legs, and black leather boots, heroic, white fat and tight skin, blue eyes, a bit indifferent and cold. She got out of the car, took a few female soldiers in short skirts and white military uniforms, came to the co-pilot, and then stretched out her slender hand with black gloves and knocked on the privacy glass door. Zangshan frowned, opened the glass door, and the woman's crisp invitation sounded in his ears. "Mr. Zangshan, hello, my name is Taoya, the supreme military ruler of the city next door, Luoshanji City. Do you have a chance to invite you to dinner?" "You admit your mistake, this officer." Zangshan spoke fluently in English. "Mr. Zhang, I'm not with Jack and the others." "This lady, I don't understand what you're talking about, you've recognized the wrong person." Zhang Shen continued to deny it. If you admit your mistake, can you invite you and the beautiful lady next to you to have a meal together? Sir, we still have something to do, let's do it another day. After disguising, Link shook his head and said, I don't like to be rejected, Taoya said with cold eyes and a slightly cold voice. Now, you are suspected of a major Xing accident and have been arrested by me. Finished, she turned around and walked to her police car just now and opened the door. And several female policemen on the side took out their pistols, pointed at Zhang Xin and Link Kiki in the car, and said coldly, Get off, this is really gougy. I don't admit it, just use the strong one. Zhang Xin secretly discussed in her heart, wondering how she was seen through, and she said that she was not with Jack. Is it true or false? Zhang Xin decided to take one step at a time, and the big deal was to take advantage of their inattention, teleport away, and change his face, and then he motioned for Link to get out of the car together. As soon as they got out of the car, the two policewomen were about to put gloves on them, and Taoya, who was standing next to her police car, saw her. Don't be rude to my guests. Yes. The two policewomen immediately stepped back and at the same time made a gesture of invitation, signaling Zhang Xin and the others to get into Nashioya's car. Zhang Xin took Link Kiki and walked directly towards the military off-road 6-seater police car and sat in the middle row. Link Kiki wanted to sit next to Zhang Xin, but was called by the man named Taoya. You, sit in the back row. Link Kiki looked at Zhang Xin. Zhang Xin nodded slightly, and Lin Kiki sat in the back row of seats. Taoya sat in the seat to Zhang Xin's right. Mr. Zhang Xin shouldn't have anything to avoid. You recognized the wrong person. Zhang Xin still repeated his previous words. Taoya didn't seem to hear it. With a confident smile on his face, drive, Jinshan Hotel. In an instant, 3 cars drove towards the north of the old Xinshan city, the Jinshan Hotel. Jinshan Hotel is located in the center of the old Xinshan, the most prosperous area, and is a restaurant featuring Daxia cuisine. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhang Xin was taken to a private room by Taoya, while Link Kiki and several other female officials were in the private room opposite them. This is a restaurant run by Admiral Bea's family, Taoya said, sitting opposite Zhang Xin. She clapped her palms slightly, and after signaling others to serve the food, she said to herself, Bea is one of the highest military executives in this Franciscan, but he doesn't have much real power. He is just a puppet of the Skull and Bones Society, and the police forces blocking the east of the city now, except for my policewoman, are all his people. Zhang Xin did not admit his identity, but said with curiosity, a general is a puppet of the Skull and Bones Society, and it seems that this organization seems to be more powerful than the two major political groups on the surface of Demold. That is the top association that can remotely control the one-half frame of the Great Mold, and now it has always advocated external expansion, waged war, and suppressed the radical political groups of Daxia, basically all of whom are members of the Skull and Bones Society. What about you? Which faction do you belong to? Zhang Xin asked. The offensive political group, the defensive political group that competes in opposition, can also remotely control the top association of the Mold one-half frame, the members of the Brotherhood. Are you also a puppet? Taoya was not angry, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I like your humor and directness, Mr. Zhang. You recognized the wrong person. Zhang Xin said. Mr. Zhang has not been honest until now. It seems that either there are not enough chips behind me, or Zhang Xin is sure that he will leave from me safely. Taoya stared at the young man wearing a camouflage mask and his pupils were the color of Demold's common eyes. Zhang Xin smiled slightly, and at this time, a young female manager, with a few waitresses, pushed a dining car over. Soon, more than a dozen Daxia specialties filled the rotating round table in front of Zhang Xin, as well as a bottle of expensive red wine. Admiral Taoya, all the dishes are ready, the female manager said, about to step back. Thea turned his head to her, his beautiful eyes slightly condensed. Did you secretly inform your master, Admiral Bea? Admiral Taoya, the female manager hesitated nervously. Thea interrupted her voice indifferently and said, how long will he be there? About 3 minutes. Okay, go down and add a pair of cutlery. Taoya waved his hand and said, then turned to Zhang Xin who was sitting upright. You are the best pretender I have ever seen. From the beginning to the place, without a trace of nervousness, this is not the normal performance of an ordinary bad luck or Daxia person. Because I'm not the Mr. Zhang you call me, and I'm nervous. Zhang Xin smiled. However, no matter how well the disguise is, even if the face is changed, if it is not a person who has learned disguise professionally, it will show flaws. Mr. Zhang wants to know where his flaws are? Zhang Xin instantly became interested. After all, he seemed to have changed everything. Why did this woman always be so confident that he was Zhang Xin? Although I am not the Mr. Zhang you say, I am very curious. How do you think I am that Mr. Zhang? Once my female soldier, I asked for your address and looked at your ID card, all of which were fake.
Zhang Shen took out the identity lines he had prepared early in the morning and said, I am a stowaway, smuggled over from the wall next door.
As if he hadn't heard, Taoya continued, second, the clothes on your body, as well as the costumes of your female companion, are all made by Daxia.
Zhang Shen's heart was stunned, and he stared at the logo on his body and the clothes of Lin Kiki next door. All of a sudden, he knew where he was really being conceived. However, he still didn't intend to admit it. Made in Daxia, the world's first, it's normal for me to wear these. Since Mr. Zhang doesn't want to admit it, then it's reasonable that I will lock you up for 2 days on the charge of stowaways. Taoya said, picked up the wine bottle on the side, opened it and poured a glass for Zhang Shen, and continued slowly. But I heard that you and Jack made a bet that you had to show up on camera every day. If you stay with me for a day and don't show up, does it mean that you lost? Fulfill your promises to them. Hearing Taoya's words, Zhang Shen thought of the wormhole orbit card, teleportation, stealth and other skills in his hand, and his heart was full of confidence, and he said calmly and confidently, if you shut me up, the Mr. Zhang you mentioned will appear under the camera again. Then I will go through the immigration procedures for you and let you work under me. Taoya said. Why? Zhang Shen was stunned. Could it be that this female admiral is interested in labor and management? Taoya said slowly, I appreciate your composure. Even if you are not the same Mr. Zhang, such a strong psychological quality is a spy worth cultivating. It turns out that I think too much. Zhang Shen said in his heart, then looked up at the camera in the private room and said, then you should send me back. The camera was powered off by my people early in the morning, so Mr. Zhang didn't have to worry about anything. You are still sure that I am that Mr. Zhang? Zhang Shen picked up the chopsticks, put them down again, and hesitated for a moment. Do you want to wait for someone? No. Taoya said, also picked up chopsticks, and was about to pick up a fryer to wrap the meat. Suddenly, a policewoman knocked on the door and reminded, Admiral Baya has arrived and is walking over the stairs. As if she hadn't heard, Tidia continued to hold the pot and wrap the meat, took a bite and said, well, this dish is a specialty of the northeast of Daxia. Every time I come here, I will order it. Jason, you try it. Jason is the name on Zhang Shen's fake ID card. When Zhang Shen heard this, he was about to pick up his chopsticks to pick up a piece of pot-wrapped meat. The door of the private room was roughly opened. He looked up and saw a gray-blue police deputy, with a pointed face with a white leather knife and a pair of eagle eyes covered with bloodshot red eyes from staying up late, staring at him and looking up and down. And next to this man, standing was Kukline, who was wearing a white dress and looked a little haggard. Similarly, she was also staring at Zhang Shen. Taoya looked at Bea, picked up the red wine glass and took a sip, and said slowly, Admiral Bea, I don't seem to have invited you over for dinner. Admiral Bia didn't seem to hear her words, and turned to ask Kukline on the side, is it him? Kukline shook her head and said, no. Bea frowned, took her, sat down directly, and said to Thea, now I have it. You're a barbarian. Thea said, but did not mean to drive him away, but turned to Zhang Shen and said, Jason, it's okay to add a friend to dine together. No problem. Zhang Shen shrugged. Bia stared at Zhang Shen and said, your name is Jason? Yes, Admiral. Zhang Shen said. Bea stared at Zhang Shen and asked, what state is Jason from? Where does he live now? Where has he been active recently? Have you seen one? Snap. A pistol slammed on the dining table, and Taoya pressed his palm on the gun and said indifferently, Bia, if you can't eat well, get out. Bia's eyes widened with bloodshot, looking at the gun on the table, his face darkened, his chest breathing rose and fell, and he said from between his teeth, Taoya, you are not welcome in Jioshinshan, take your people, go back to your Luoshanji, don't interfere with my work here. Bea, my people have already withdrawn from the east of the city, where else is there to hinder your work? Taoya sneered, and I'm here to eat with my friends, so what's in the way of your work? If you want to get out, that's also your food. You. Bea was a little speechless by Taoya, and finally swallowed the breath, snorted coldly, got up and shook his hand and walked out. Kukline immediately followed, and before leaving, he did not forget to glance at Zhang Shen and said in a spoken word, your Daxia mobile phone, don't turn it on. Did she see through me too? Looking at Kukline's silent spoken words, Zhang Shen thought a little depressedly, is there so much flaw in your own disguise? Bea was angry and walked away. As if nothing had happened, Thea continued to enjoy dinner, and said, not everyone can get the members of the Skull and Bones to cooperate willingly, even if they fail to catch the target they want to catch after 5 days, Unless what? Zhang Shen was a little curious. Unless you have my fuel. Your fuel? Zhang Shen said, smiling slightly, so you deliberately arranged to eat here, and then knew that the people here would notify Baya to come over, and then get angry with him, you were showing that you are not with them? Jason, are you acknowledging your identity by saying that? Taoya picked up the red wine glass, asked lightly, and drank it elegantly. Zhang Shen did not admit it directly, but also took a sip of red wine and ate a few bites of food before slowly saying, Admiral Taoya, I began to think about the identity of a spy you said. When Thea saw Zhang Shen, he still did not admit his identity, nor did he ask more questions about this matter. She put down her glass and said, can I understand that you are sending a signal to cooperate with me when you say this? Yes, but how do you want me to be a spy for you? Zhang Shen asked. In this sentence, I can understand your subtext is it good for you and me if you ask me to do
do this? Taoya said. Zangshin expressed his scruples. When I don't want to be a spy, I am just used as a gunman, but I have no right to enjoy it. Exporting raw materials to Daxia, California, and other state fraternity members want to be a part of it. At the same time, the deposit should also be based on a small piece of green dew emperor jadeite. And a year later, my brotherhood members will also know the location of the mine. These girls, on Bea's side, it is estimated that there are a lot of spies and the like, right? Otherwise, how could I know so much? Zangshin frowned and thought to himself, but then, he couldn't help but smile secretly in his heart. Isn't there someone who gives pillows when you sleep? And this pillow delivery person seems to be much more reliable than Jack's guy. With her joining, it may be easier for Jack's big companies to promote cooperation with him. Thinking of this, Zangshin stood up and stretched out his hand and smiled. I can be your spy. It seems that the treatment is good. I hope to see you again smoothly in 5 days. Taoya stretched out his hand and shook Zangshin. In 5 days, I will set up a signing ceremony for you in Los Angeles, call reporters and suppliers, and wait for you. Zangshin nodded slightly, let go of his soft but powerful jade hand, and sat down to eat dinner again. When he and Taoya finished drinking a bottle of red wine, he stood up drunkenly and said, I'm in a hurry to drink and go to the toilet to vomit. You are free. Taoya waved his hand, and then reminded, but Bea is probably still waiting for you on the first floor. If you are not sure that you will leave, you will go out of the city with me later. No. Zangshin heard this, did not pretend to be drunk, opened the door, and called Link in the bakery to go to the toilet with himself. This toilet has a lot of space. It's the kind of toilet that uses a toilet, and it's very clean. Zangshin pulled Link Kiki into one of the rooms, and took out the replica card and received it into the card. Followed by, he walked out of the toilet invisibly and saw Baya walking towards the toilet with a few blue-clad police officers. Zangshin smiled faintly, turned around and walked past him, through a spell, acute gastroenteritis, and left the Jinshan Hotel. After Zangshin left the Jinshan Hotel, his consciousness condensed and he showed his figure. He walked to the side of the road, hired a taxi, and took the number 1 divine vehicle back to the backpack space, then took out the wormhole orbit card and returned to Jinhai, his bedroom. Every time he returns to the rental house in Jinhai, Zangshin has a special sense of intimacy. Then, he took out Huawei's mobile phone from the backpack space. In fact, he never turned off this mobile phone, but went to Deluxe, and this one was placed in the space backpack. Therefore, as soon as he took it out of his space backpack, there was a signal on his mobile phone, and at the same time, the WeChat message sent to him by others rang wildly throughout the day. There was Li Yuqing, Lu Miao, and his parents, and the second cousin Wu Jin sent a message asking him where the bad luck was, and help him buy some milk powder back. There is also a video call request from Ku Klein. Ku Klein's video call request. Zangshin directly pressed the refusal, because he didn't have to think much about it to know that on the other end of the phone, it was no longer Ku Klein himself. Okay. Afterwards, Zangshin replied to them all one by one before clicking on the 3 groups of Xiao AI and Xiao Di. I will transport a cart of foxes and snakes back to the park to find you, and you prepare some meat, eggs, and partridge eggs that these 2 types of creatures love to eat, so that some unnecessary people can leave. Received the master. Xiao Di and Xiao AI both replied. Raw meat? Xiao AI asked. Zangshin thought for a moment and said, half raw meat, half cooked meat, eggs and partridge eggs. It doesn't matter if they are raw. Understand the master. Xiao AI replied. By the way, I need a new ID card and driver's license. Master, I'll arrange it for you. Xiao Di said. An hour later, Zangshin drove the number 1 divine energy chariot into a large truck and appeared in the Jinhai City East Zoo. Only Bai Qi, Lao Biao, Xiao AI, and Xiao Di came out to greet Zangshin. Bai Qi and Lao Biao saw Zangshin stop the large truck, stepped forward and opened the rear door, wanting to show off. As soon as the car door was opened, both of them were so frightened that they stepped back. It turned out that the red foxes, silver black foxes, shuffle foxes, and various king snakes that would become strange beasts in the future were all not locked in cages, so as soon as they opened the trunk of the car, these animals rushed to the door of the back car, directly frightening the 2 of them, especially so many colorful snakes. Zangshin walked down the cab and said with a smile, don't worry, this group of animals, like those animals, have given expensive special animal obedience medicine, and they are very obedient to me and will not hurt you. Brothershin, these snakes are not poisonous snakes. Bai Qi walked up to Zangshin and asked. No, they are all pet snakes, not poisonous. Zangshin shook his head, touched the head of a fox standing at the door of the car, curious to look around, put down the slide board of the truck, and then arranged it for the animals in the truck. Foxes, you follow this old tiger to your animal pen for dinner. Boom. Okay. When the foxes heard Zangshin's words, they got out of the truck at speed, and the bee chrysalis jumped towards Lao Biao. Rao is a fierce man. Lao Biao, after seeing so many cute foxes, he unknowingly has a good impression of these cute and spiritual foxes, and stretches out his hand to pick up the fox fur. When the fox got out of the truck, Zangshin also arranged for the snakes inside. Snakes, you follow this called Bai Qi and go to the snake pen area. Sizzle. When the snakes heard Zangshin's words, they all meandered down the slide and slithered towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi saw the snakes rushing towards him, his
His scalp was numb, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Brother Shen, why don't you let me take the fox to the fox pen? Get out! Lao Biao on the side was stroking the fox's hair and was refreshed, and when he heard that Bai Chi was going to exchange with him, he immediately glared at him, and then turned to the fox group and said, Fox cubs, let's go, follow my old Biao, there is wine and meat to eat every day. Don't, brother Biao, let's change it. Get out. No. Zhang Shen looked at Bai Chi's trembling legs and said with a smile, why, you uncles are afraid of snakes. I'm not afraid, Bai Chi said humbly. Then the snake group will be left to you to take care of. Zhang Shen smiled. Ah, don't, brother, I'm afraid of snakes, especially the colorful little snakes. Bai Chi wailed. Ha ha. Zhang Shen laughed, I'm also afraid of snakes, but now I feel that they are not so scary. Take good care of them for me, and they may give you a big surprise in the future. There is a scare. Bai Chi muttered depressedly, and finally resigned himself to the snake group and went to the python pen. When the two left, Zhang Shen looked at Xiao Ai on the side and said, cooked meat, raw eggs, where to put the partridge eggs? Master, they are all in the zoo's reserve warehouse, but they haven't been unloaded yet. Xiao Ai said. It's okay, Zhang Shen said, and Xiao Ai and Xiao Di came to the reserve warehouse next to the back door of the zoo. On a zoo's exclusive purchase truck there were 200 dozen raw eggs, a dozen of 30 eggs, 200 dozen partridge eggs, a dozen 50 pieces, and there is not much cooked meat. There are only more than 30 large wooden basins with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of 30 centimeters, with 30 cooked chickens, 50 cooked ducks, and more than 100 pounds of cooked lean meat. Master, it's too late. I can only temporarily let people purchase these. Well, continue to order tomorrow. Now in the owner's lake of 10,000 beasts, there are 40 milk snakes and 16 white foxes, all of which are creatures that will become intelligent races in the future, and they are all meat-eating armies. And in the future, once there are more carnivorous intelligent races, it is estimated that more meat will be needed. Zhang Shen said slowly, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he received all the cooked meat and partridge eggs into his backpack space. Meantime, he took out a vacuum storage library card and handed it to Xiao Ai. This card is called Vacuum Fresh Keeping Storage, which can have a tenfold anti-corrosion effect on things. You can use this card by secretly finding a place of 1,000 square meters in the plan and established Longshan New Town, and double-click the name on this card at speed. Yes, master, I'll put all the cooked meat and partridge eggs here when the time comes. Xiao Ai nodded, carefully took the card and put it in her handbag. Well, after this storage is full of meat and partridge eggs, notify the owner. Zhang Shen instructed, and then he and Xiaodi competed on the spot, tied the game, gained 8 points of divine level experience, and then took the two of them back to their rental house. As soon as I returned to the rental house, Zhang Shen changed his hand and opened the door of the divine realm, and appeared in the lake of 10,000 beasts with Xiao Ai and Xiao Di. He just appeared. The sleeping animals woke up immediately and wanted to run towards him. Zhang Shen hurriedly spoke up, let them have a good rest, and the owner had something to do. These animals obediently lay back into the simple animal house built for them by the intelligent mechanic keepers. Zhang Shen turned around and walked to the white fox shed. As soon as his consciousness froze, next to the white fox shed, a vacuum fresh keeping storage warehouse covering an area of 1,000 square meters appeared, followed by, he piled all the large wooden plates with cooked food in this vacuum fresh keeping storage warehouse. 16 white foxes smelled meat and appeared beside Zhang Shen. They looked at the tempting food in the storage room and couldn't help but let out a fox meow. Zhang Shen squatted down and said to the white fox who had the qualifications of a lord in the future, from now on, you will be the mistress of this snow fox group, and the master will name you Sudaji, and this area will be the fox village of your fox group in the future, called Snow Fox Village. The white fox who was given the name Sudaji by Zhang Shen turned its smart and bright fox eyes and made a cheerful sound, followed by, a pale white light gushed out from his body. Congratulations to the host, Sudaji, the patriarch of the Snow Fox clan, has become your devout believer with plus 100 faith. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Shen smiled a little unexpectedly, just as he was about to signal these foxes to go to dinner. As a result, he looked up. He found that the white foxes on the side were all looking at him with bright and expectant fox eyes. The fox is a spiritual, highly intelligent animal. Zhang Shen saw what they wanted from their expectant fox eyes. At that time, he did not favor this one or the other. In the future, you will all be surnamed Su, but the name, when you become humanoid in the future, you can speak and you can name yourself whatever you want. Of course, if you can't think of a name at that time, you can ask the master to name you. Boom! Hearing Zhang Shen's words, the white fox group made cheerful fox sounds, and then a little white on appeared on their bodies and rushed towards Zhang Shen's body. Congratulations to the host, the fox group of the Snow Fox. Thank you for the surname given by the host. Become your sincere believer. Faith plus 150. Why are there only sincere believers, not devout believers? Hearing this prompt, Zhang Shen was depressed. Could it be that I didn't give it a name? Or is it because no duty is given to them? Zhang Shen thought for a while, and then waved to the foxes and said, if you are hungry for the cooked meat in this warehouse, you can get food here to eat. Boom! The white fox let out a cry and immediately ran towards the
vacuum storage warehouse. Zangshan turned around and walked towards the milk snake group on the edge of the forest 2,000 meters away. 41 milk snakes are all hidden in the hay balls of the intelligent mechanic who piled them up into a small golden mountain at the moment. When Zhangshani approached these Jinshan hay balls, the colorful milk snakes with palm-sized snakes drilled out of the grass balls, spit out snake letters, and stared at him. These snake people don't know if they are timid by nature, or what are they doing, and they don't make Zangshan feel as enthusiastic as the white fox. But he didn't care. He will become a snake god in the future, but after being abducted by himself, he may only become next to Misha, who is his god's messenger. His consciousness froze, and he took out 24 partridge eggs from the backpack space and placed them in front of these grass balls. Hey, are you hungry? The master brought you some partridge eggs, and come out to eat whatever you want, Zangshan said to the milk snakes in these hay balls. Sizzle. When these milk snakes heard his words, they spat out snake letters, got out of the haystacks, and circled towards these partridge eggs. Then he was not polite to him. Open the snake's mouth, face a partridge egg, and start swallowing. Soon, a partridge egg props up the belly of these milk snakes into a raised oval, making it immobile and can only be consumed in place. Zangshan felt that these milk snakes were easy to raise. After all, a partridge egg seems to feed a milk snake. After feeding these snake people a meal, Zangshan wasted no time and took out the last vacuum storage library card from the backpack space. He looked at the open space next to the haystack, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he let this storage warehouse be located here. Meantime, he also put all the 198 partridge eggs in the backpack space into this 1,000 square meter storage room. In the future, this will be the clan land of your Snake Man village, and the partridge eggs in the storage warehouse. If you are hungry, you will get food here to eat. Zangshan gave an instruction to these snakes, then hugged Xiao Ai and Xiao Di, ran towards the lake, and had an open-air night swim. 5 hours later, a prompt sounded in Zangshan's ears. The host charged bravely, but under the tireless resistance and counterattack of the believer Xiaodi, he was defeated after all, and the god-level experience +6. Specially, they shouldn't last longer than robots. They don't seem to have the physical strength and endurance. Zangshan listened to the prompt in his ear, and couldn't help but say indignantly, before he changed his clothes and left the divine realm under the service of the two women. Followed by, he became invisible, took out the wormhole orbit card, and reappeared in the old Shinshan, taking the position of number 1 yesterday. As soon as he appeared in Dechang, Zangshan looked around and made sure that there was no one. He took out number 1. At the same time, he took out the replica card and consumed 1,000 survival points to let Link Kiki out. Continue driving in the area that you didn't finish driving yesterday, and at 8 o'clock, call me up. Zangshan instructed Link Kiki, then walked to the back of the car, asked number 1 to conjure up a soft bed, lie down and close his eyes to catch up on sleep and recover his physical strength and energy. 3 hours later, Link Kiki was very careful, parked number 1 in a corner where no one was around, turned around and walked to the back of the car to wake up Zangshan and said, "Master, it's 8 o'clock in the morning." "Well, open the door on the first." Zangshan was sleepy, changed into yesterday's denim clothes, got out of the car, came to a nearby camera, yawned, and said to the camera, "I'm sorry, I drank too much last night and overslept." Finished, he turned around, sped back to the car, threw the denim suit on the side of the road, and motioned for Link. "The camouflage face on your face can't be used, change to a bad actress face." "Understand the master." Link Kiki said, "How many streets are still not driven?" "Master, it's already done." "Then drive to a nearby clothing store and buy some big bad clothes. Then go to the hardware and wood store to buy some tools for the intelligent mechanics, otherwise the pet house built will be too rudimentary." "Yes, master." Link said, quickly opened the map and drove towards the nearby costume cosplay city. And in a secret base hall, Baya looked at the screen. Zangshan's camera appeared, especially when he saw that he was wearing a denim suit, the same as Jason last night. He took a whole breath, his face was bruised, and it took a long time to spit out a few words from his mouth. What is he talking about? A speaking expert on the side hesitated and said, "Sorry, I drank too much last night and overslept." Zangshan came out of a clothing store, sirens kept ringing in his ears, and more than a dozen military off-road vehicles, carrying all the armed soldiers, shuttled through the streets and alleys. "Hey, is this so?" Zangshan asked the big moldy white skin passing by. The big moldy white skin didn't want to pay attention to Zangshan, but when he saw him throwing a mold knife, he immediately said, "Admiral Baya is crazy, and all the streets and alleys are stationed to conduct facial security checks on everyone who passes by, even those who stay at home." "Facial examination? It's just to use an instrument that can detect the fake skin on the face, and you can know it by scanning it." When he heard that it was such a facial examination, Zangshan was suddenly a little dismissive. After all, this camouflage mask can only be detected and sensed unless it is stronger than oneself. And these modern instruments, he once asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai said that without the instruments of divine energy and matter, it is impossible to detect them. And unless you take it off yourself, others will not be able to sense it when they touch your face, and you will not be able to take it off. "I see." After asking the white words, Zangshan took Link Kiki to his RV, then got into the car, took out the replica card, and said
said, "Baby, I forgot to give you a fake identity. Come first and come out later, and come out to drive later."
"Yes, master," Link Kiki said, turning into a light and pouring into Zhang Shen's replica card.
Zhang Shen was in the RV, took out his mobile phone, and clicked on Xiao Ai's map of the old Xinshan, where there was a construction machine that she needed to dig a tunnel, as well as a comprehensive TBM.
Soon,
Zhang Shen turned off his mobile phone, drove his RV, and ran towards a military base on the outskirts of the south entrance of the old Xinshan city, a large heavy factory that might produce die-hard machines.
This part of the journey usually only takes 20 minutes to get out of the city.
As a result, every time Zhang Shen drove to an intersection, he was intercepted by the big bad soldiers, and then interrogated and scanned his face before letting him pass.
After repeating this 3 times, Zhang Shen suddenly became annoyed.
He drove number 1 to an unmanned parking lot, then received it into the backpack space, and when he appeared invisible, he performed flying techniques and flew straight towards the southern outskirts of the city. In this way, it only took 10 minutes to reach the southern suburbs of the city. Xiao AI marked here. There may be a stubborn machine needed to produce tunnels outside the heavy factory.
Warning, warn!
In this Jinshan heavy industry factory, it is entrenched by a group of intelligent race robots, and with the strength of the host, once discovered, it will be assimilated into mechanical beasts. As soon as he approached the outer wall of the heavy industry factory, before he could fly in, Zhang Shen heard a hurried sound. At first, he thought there was some god or some strange beast inside. As soon as I heard that there was a group of intelligent races inside, and it seemed that it was still a very special type of intelligent race, the mechanical race.
Suddenly,
Zhang Shen had a kind of feeling that he just came to borrow a car to use, but he picked up the unexpected surprise of the transformer and gained joy, and it came to his heart.
Mechanical family, Xiao AI, and Xiao D are mechanical people, and there are also mechanical people in it. This made Zhang Shen feel very surprised and curious. I can't help it.
His speed consciousness froze, and he flew directly into it, and then began to look for it.
This Jinshan heavy industry plant is very large. There are many workers in military uniforms.
Zhang Shen even teleported with the flying belt, constantly approaching the buildings, but did not find the mechanical people prompted by the system.
At last,
he came to the monitoring room of this heavy industry plant and found that there was another world here.
Under a house, there is a basement. You need to take the underground elevator to get there. Immediately, Zhang Shen headed towards the basement, teleported down.
As a result, before he could take a few steps, a prompt sounded in his ears urgently.
Danger, dangerous.
The host is one step closer, and it will disturb the terrifying steel behemoth sleeping inside. Zhang Shen looked up at the door in front of him, with a seal written on it, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he teleported in curiously, wanting to see what kind of steel behemoth group there was.
As soon as I got in, he was stunned.
In front of his eyes, 10 bodies covered with aluminum alloy steel, 4 or 5 meters tall, huge in size, looking like Jurassic velociraptors, arranged in 2 rows.
I'm a good girl. These 10 big guys won't be the terrifying steel behemoth prompted by the system, right?
Zhang Shen guessed, and one after another, peeping eyes threw them down. Mechanical creature, mechanical velociraptors,
qualifications, Lord level,
3rd order, 0/13,000.
Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, none. Mood, none.
Analysis, under the impact of divine energy, it was originally just a mechanical velociraptor that was sealed here because of the lack of a driving core, but unexpectedly gave birth to a mechanical core and became a terrifying mechanical dinosaur. Looking at the other end, the analysis and introduction of the mechanical velociraptor with the qualification of the Lord, Zhang Shen's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding.
Sure enough, these robot dragons will become steel behemoths in the future.
But now, because of the lack of a driving core, they are sealed here and never see the light of day. Otherwise, with the urinary nature of demold, it will definitely be taken out and revealed to consolidate its hegemony. Zhang Shen thought to himself, looked around, and found that there was another door in this big warehouse.
Could it be that the intelligent race is behind this door? Immediately, he walked into the door. Just stepped in. Zhang Shen's eyes glared at the boss.
Behind this door, there is a robot Tyrannosaurus Rex that is 8 meters tall and 3 times the size of these velociraptors, looking like a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I'm obedient. This robot Tyrannosaurus Rex, isn't it also a mechanical giant?
Zhang Shen exclaimed, his consciousness froze, and he cast a peeping eye at the robotic Tyrannosaurus Rex. Mechanical and dragon creatures, mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Qualifications, king level, 3rd order, 0/24,000.
Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, none. Mood, none.
Analysis, under the impact of divine energy, Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was originally just a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex developed by condensing the top technology of demold, accidentally gave birth to a mechanical core, becoming a terrifying mechanical dinosaur, but with a unique coercion aura of the dragon system, becoming a rare bi-type beast. Looking at the introduction of this mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, Zhang Shen's eyes lit up. Tisk. It turns out that among the strange beasts, there are actually beings that are classified as dual-type beasts by the system, and they are also also king level. But hey, big babies, you will be your masters in the future. Zangshin said, standing in the middle of this door, his consciousness condensed, and the 10 mechanical velociraptors, as well as the Tyrannosaurus Rex, were all received into the backpack space. As soon as they were taken away, the entire underground base immediately sounded bursts of piercing sirens. Hearing the siren, Zangshin did not leave immediately. After all, his goal of coming here was not over yet. He already knows where the two big treasures of tunneling the shield machine and the TBM are and are ready to take them away later. And before that, he had to find out all the intelligent races and mechanical races prompted by the system and then take them away. Otherwise, a year later, these mechanical people may be increasing their strength for the future bad luck.
Now, the entire basement was in chaos, sirens sounded, and alarmed people were everywhere.
All the scientists and staff working in the basement ran to the room where the machine dinosaurs were sealed, looking for sounds. Zangshin, on the other hand, teleported away from here one step ahead of them and appeared in the underground monitoring room. Through the surveillance screen in this monitoring room, Zangshin saw Admiral Bia, Dean Jack, and several scientists from the heavy industry park sitting in the underground elevator and running to the room where the machine velociraptor was stored.
But Zangshin ignored it.
He still stood invisibly, behind several officers observing the display, looking at the surveillance video above, looking for a room where the mechanical clan might be stored.
Soon,
Zangshin noticed that in a room with a metallic sci-fi color, there were 10 glass cabins like crystal coffins. In the glass cabin, there are 10 small, exquisite female robots covered with alloy metallic luster.
In the heads of these female robots, there is a fist-sized thing, like an electromagnetic nucleus, constantly releasing a current that rushes to these female robots. Could it be these female robots? Or will it become a mechanical race of intelligent races in the future? Zangshin guessed and teleported to this room.
As soon as he appeared in this house, a prompt sound rang in his ears urgently.
Danger! Dangerous!
The host is about to disturb the intelligent race of robots sleeping here. With the host's current combat power, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with it. Please flee as quickly as possible.
Sure enough, it's them, Zangshin said secretly, and one after another, peeping eyes threw them down at these female robots.
Intelligent race, mechanical race.
Mechanical heart, sea level, third order, 0/10,000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, no faith. Mood, none.
Analysis, every mechanical race has a high-speed mechanical heart. Once the mechanical heart stops running, breaks, and divine energy is emitted, it does not mean that it will die.
If it takes hundreds of millions of years, there will be an opportunity to gather enough energy to operate again. Sea-level mechanical hearts are equivalent to ordinary qualifications.
Seeing that these are all C-class mechanical heart female robots, all of them have surfaced panels, Zangshin was extremely happy in his heart. His consciousness froze.
These female robots were all received in his backpack space in an instant. Yes, beat Porphyria.
In this room, a piercing siren sounded all of a sudden, and Bea, Jack and others who ran to the basement were alarmed again. Zangshin heard the piercing siren, and directly teleported out of the secret underground base, came to the heavy industry factory on the ground, and appeared in a huge warehouse. In this warehouse, there are 2 completed TBMs, as well as a shield machine. These 3 guys occupy a huge area.
Zangshin was not polite, took them all away, and then teleported out of here, ending the 0 yuan purchase. In the old Xinshan city,
the big moldy soldiers who originally blocked the streets and alleys all hurried towards the south gate of the city at this moment. Therefore, as soon as Zangshin returned to the old Xinshan city, he found an uninhabited corner, released number 1, and drove towards the nearby hardware wholesale market. In the hardware wholesale store, he bought a lot of tools for carpenters, blacksmiths, and agricultural workers to the car. After that, put them all next to the lake of 10,000 beasts for a few intelligent mechanics to use.
Meantime,
when he left the divine realm, he also summoned a new divine chariot to assist them in building a wooden shed for the animals. After being so busy, Zangshin took out the wormhole orbit card, returned to Jinhai City, his rental house, then took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Xiao AI. Shield machine, comprehensive TBM, I came over from Dimold. Where are you? I'll go find you. Master, I'm on the outskirts of the east of the city, here in the planning area of our Longshan new town, waiting for someone to unload the goods into the vacuum storage warehouse.
Xiao AI quickly replied.
In the underground base of Jinshan Heavy Industry Industrial Plant.
Now,
Admiral Bia, Jack, Ella, and in this industrial park there is a big mold, the top robotics expert doctor, all in front of the monitoring room, looking at the picture of the 3 rooms. One is the sealing chamber of the machine Velociraptor and the machine Tyrannosaurus Rex, the other is the 10 robot women's rooms, and the other is the large warehouse where the shield machine is stored on the ground. At this moment, the 3 pictures kept playing in a loop at a very slow speed. They tried to find out why these machines suddenly disappeared at the slowest speed.
However, it's been almost half an hour since just now.
They only saw that these machines seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, which was very strange and bizarre.
It doesn't look like any artificial means used by humans.
A white-haired Dr. Demold, his brows furrowed, he asked
asked the regulator on the side. Speed, can you slow down a little more?
Dr. Galen, this is already the slowest speed, slowing down frame by frame. When the doctor named Galen heard this, the whole person was dazed and collapsed on the ground.
Several doctors on the side quickly supported him. Dr. Galen, are you okay?
Dr. Galen slowly looked up, looked at them and muttered, "Gone, it's gone. This is the supernuclear level secret weapon we have developed for Dasha for nearly a century.
As long as we solve those 10 female robots, the final energy drive core problem can also solve the driving problem of those machine dragons, and it can come out." But now, after hearing this, these doctors' faces were also sad.
Suddenly, an officer walked in and said, "Admiral Bea, Dean Jack, the president is calling, ask you two to go out and answer."
Bea and Jack glanced at each other and hurried out to answer the phone. Soon, the two of them came in with a group of soldiers with cold faces.
The president announced that the matter here would be characterized as an extra star force, and at the same time, all the information here would be temporarily sealed in the top secret file and transported to Area 56.
All those who
knew about this matter stopped the experiment at hand, went to a separate room to take relevant confessions, signed the highest confidentiality agreement, and then waited for orders before engaging in relevant work arrangements.
"No, my experiment is not over yet. These days are very critical. I will not stop unless you beat me to death, otherwise I will never." A doctor from Sakura Kuni immediately protested.
Admiral Bea took out a pistol, pointed it at the doctor's head, and said, "Dr. Shimoda, you can cooperate with the work."
I can. Dasha, Jinhai City, now."
Zangshin did not know that his zero-yuan purchase at Jinshan Heavy Industry Plant was a top-secret document that was characterized as an extra star force by the upper level of Demold and was sent to Area 56 for sealing. After he took out number 1, he also went so far as to release Link Kiki, so he sat in the co-pilot and asked her to drive to the eastern suburbs of Gimhai City.
When passing by KFC,
Zangshin got out of the car, packed 5 oversized fried chicken family buckets, and returned to the car. For family buckets, he received in the backpack space, and the remaining one, while eating fried chicken and drinking happy water with Link, leisurely opened the attribute panel and took a look.
Survival points, 191,000.
Zangshin looked at the survival points on the attribute panel above, hesitated slightly, and then called out the ordinary lottery wheel, ready to draw a card.
After all, these days have come.
He found that although the purple card was the best, but he now needs a lot of building cards and resource cards, such as vacuum fresh keeping storage, space warehouses, or ordinary animals and plants that enrich the ecology of the divine realm, etc.
It will only come out if you draw an ordinary lottery wheel. System, 30 consecutive draws. Zangshin's voice fell.
The lottery wheel in front of his eyes began to turn, and then a pale white light gushed out at speed. "Congratulations to the host, draw 5 white cards, smart mining locomotive." "Congratulations to the host, 5 white cards were drawn, vacuum fresh keeping storage."
"Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, energy recovery potion card." "Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, physical recovery potion card."
"Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, 100 units of divine energy card." "Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, Poesii rice sub coca."
"Congratulations to the host, draw 1 white card, Poesii bambuya coca." Here a prompt. Zangshin looked towards the new card in the backpack space.
100 units of divine energy card, a divine energy card that condenses 100 units, which is an energy card that quickly replenishes divine energy for certain props. Poesii rice sub coca. Once put into the divine realm, 10 kinds of herbaceous plants with a hint of divine energy will be derived, each of which is 10 plants. Poesii bamboo sub coca. Once put into the divine realm, 10 species of herbaceous plants with a hint of divine energy will be derived, each of which is 10 plants.
Bamboo subfamily herbaceous plant? Isn't that a plant like bamboo? Yes, as long as there is bamboo derived in their divine domain, Yada and Huan will be able to find fresh bamboo to eat in the divine domain in the future. Thinking of this, Zangshin wanted to throw it into the divine realm, and another prompt sounded in his ears.
It is the sound of the green card. A total of 10 green cards. They are 3 intelligent mechanic cards, 2 divine chariot cards, and 2 divine rocket launchers,
and 3 new green cards.
They are 2 small weather control station cards, and 1 skill card, seismic technique. Small weather control station, building card, a climate control station that can control rapid and abnormal weather changes in a small area of the area. Each use, you need to wait 1 week for the divine energy to be absorbed naturally before using it again.
The host can also artificially replenish divine energy and use it immediately.
Seismic technique, a low-level skill, consumes October 20th 30 points of faith or a trace/small/certain amount of spiritual power so that an area within 100 square meters of magnitude 1/2/3 earthquake intensity will occur, and the duration consumes 100 faith per minute or a certain amount of spiritual power. Zangshin's eyes stayed on the small weather control station for a second, and he arranged them in his heart. 2 small weather control station cards, one he was going to throw into the agricultural area of the divine realm when it would break, and the other was ready to be thrown flown into the agricultural area of Longshan New City after the cataclysm broke out. As for that seismic technique, he learned it directly on the spot. However, he felt that this skill, if the proficiency was not brushed, was a bit tasteless in the early stage. After all, this skill, the highest earthquake intensity, is only level 3. A magnitude 3 earthquake, Zingshan Baidu, seems to only produce a little destructive power, and it is only possible to cause slight damage to the building. For example, bricks and tiles falling or wall cracking. The intensity of a magnitude 2 earthquake can only make people feel a slight shaking or tremor, and it is not even as strong as the vibration brought by a car shock. As for the intensity of a magnitude 1 earthquake, it can only be felt slightly by some animals, and humans have no feeling at all. Congratulations to the host, draw 3 blue cards, Devil Fruit Tree. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, Talisman Ring. Hearing the prompt sound again, Zingshan looked at the newly appeared cards in the blue grid. Demon Fruit Tree. Under the impact of divine energy, it is possible for a fruit tree containing demonic power to appear among tens of millions of fruit trees. When the fruit is ripe, the host can allow believers to eat it, granting it a demonic power. If the gods take it, they will gradually lose themselves and eventually form an intelligent race that exists in an alternative existence. Devil Fruit Tree. Could it be able to bear the same devil fruit as in One Piece? Looking at the first half of the introduction of this devil fruit tree, Zingshan's heart was about to move, but when he saw the warning behind, he was depressed. This thing is a tonic for the intelligent race, but for the gods, it is a hidden pit. Just when Zangshan was depressed, the ordinary card drawing wheel that was still spinning in front of him suddenly flashed with a purple light. Congratulations to the host, draw a purple card, Reserve Ring. Reserve Ring, a purple piece of equipment, similar to the host's backpack space, with 20 space grids. Zangshan looked at the new purple card and knew that the guarantee mechanism had been triggered. But this reserve ring was not useful to him. After all, he has better backpack space than this reserve ring. This reserve ring seems to be just right for a little love to use. Zangshan thought to himself, turned off the ordinary lottery wheel, and transferred the shield machine and the full TBM machine in his backpack, as well as the 3 intelligent mechanic cards he had just drawn, to this reserve ring. Followed by, his consciousness froze, and he came to the sky above his divine domain, and through the grass bambuya coca, grass family rice subcoca, small weather control station, and devil fruit tree into his divine domain. Half an hour later, the number 1 divine combat vehicle drove to the eastern suburbs of Jinhai City. Far away, he saw a huge lush flat land, full of excavators, as well as densely packed container houses around him, as well as large, medium and small trucks transporting building materials back and forth on the road. This is Zangshan's second time here. The first time was to brush survival points. When I passed here, there were only a lot of abandoned warehouses, old and dilapidated houses, as well as sparse trees and scattered crops. The result is now completely different. When the number 1 divine energy chariot stopped, thousands of meters away from the construction site, in front of the vacuum storage warehouse in a sparse forest, Xiao Ai walked out of it. Behind her, there were 2 slender figures, wearing black silk hip-hugging skirts and women's secretary uniforms, looking pure and sweet, looking like the female secretaries of the 2 sisters. Brother Shen, you're here. Xiao Ai carried her handbag, walked to Zangshan, turned to the 2 female secretaries behind her, and said, Lin Miaolong, this is the partner of the company, Zhang Shen, you can call him Mr. Shen. Hello Mr. Shen, we are the secretary that Mr. AI just recruited. Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong looked at Zhang Shen with beautiful eyes, and they made crisp and sweet sounds. Well, I don't have to be so restrained here, call you and Mr. Shen, it feels too polite, just use you in the future, and call me Brother Shen. Zhang Shen said, yes, Brother Shen. Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong changed their words quickly. Zhang Shen nodded and looked at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai understood and said to her, okay, you 2 drive back after get off work first, I'm calling you if you have something, and set up a core WeChat group of the company after you go back. Yes, Mr. AI. The 2 girls nodded, drove the car on the side, and left at high speed. When the 2 female secretaries left, Zingshan took out a storage ring from the backpack space and said, this ring is for you, and it contains a shield machine, a full roadheader, and 3 smart mechanic cards. After you summon them out, ask the 3 of them to secretly make a tunnel for you to go straight to the zoo. Know the master. Xiao Ai took the reserve ring, put it on his finger, then turned around and said, Master, I prepared a lot of cooked meat this morning, as well as partridge eggs, do you want to take them away now? Zangshan nodded, walked into the vacuum fresh keeping reserve, and then his consciousness froze, and quickly put all the cooked meat here, as well as partridge eggs, into the backpack space. Then, he drove the car, took Xiao Ai, went to Xiao Di to discuss with him, brushed 8 points of divine level experience, and then took out the wormhole orbit card, his consciousness condensed slightly, and left Jinhai. When Zangshan reappeared, he had already come to the other side of the ocean, in the Institute of Biological Genetics in the old Shinshan of Demold. But he didn't come to take the Black Widow spider. It is today's suborbital point, located in the old Shinshan urban area, which he has already used. Unless it arrives in the early morning, it cannot be teleported. Therefore, he can only teleport to the location of another suborbital point chariot and come to this institute. Danger. Dangerous. Host, ignore the warning sound in your ear. Zangshin glanced at the 7 black widows in the glass jar and prepared to wait for the insectarium over there to see if there were any strange beasts turned into spiders in the insect museum over there. Then come and take these treasures away. After that, he took a look at the taming of the beasts here and found that they were all fed excellently, so he teleported out of here with confidence. When leaving this genetic research institute, Zangshin did not return to the old Shinshan city, but released the number 1 divine energy chariot and linked Kiki on a mountain road in the suburbs. Drive all the villages and towns and affiliated urban areas around the outskirts of the old Shinshan. Zangshin gave an order to Lin Kiki, who had just appeared, and walked to the rest area, lay on it, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he began to brush up his proficiency in seismic techniques. Next, Zangshin showed his face under the camera on the side of the road in the old Shinshan, and then returned to the suburbs to continue to swipe survival points. The next day, it was also the morning of the 5th day that he and Jack and others agreed on. Zangshin parked the number 1 divine energy chariot near the outside of the old Shinshan city gate, then took out his mobile phone from the backpack space, clicked on Ku Kellen's WeChat, and typed, "Dean Jack, today is the last day. I hope you can seize the opportunity to find me out of the old Shinshan city and end this game. Good luck." The message quickly received a reply. Zangshin, are you no longer in the old Shinshan city? Why aren't you here? When I finish breakfast, I will appear under your surveillance camera. Mr. Zhang, did we agree at the beginning that as long as my people find you, even if you lose, there is no specification that you must be arrested? It seems to be. Zangshin thought about it and replied, so he received the number 1 divine energy chariot into the backpack space, and walked stealthily towards the old Xan mountain where the interception fence was set up. Gang Yi walked into the city. He found that the soldiers in the old Shinshan city today seemed to have become extraordinarily large. However, these soldiers did not intercept at every intersection like the day before yesterday. They were in groups of 5, holding guns, standing under the cameras of Jio Shinshan, looking at every pedestrian around them. There is a master to point it out? Seeing this, Zangshin suddenly flashed a trace of speculation in his heart. After all, these soldiers are on camera. If you want to go to the location monitored by the camera to show your face, they can see you at once, and then you are equivalent to being found. No wonder that Jack just now asked a special question. It turned out that he was asking a problem for labor and management. But when you think of this kind of soil method, do you think you have no way to deal with it? This is what you forced me to do. Zangshin showed a smirk. His consciousness was slightly condensed, and he threw the black-skinned soldiers with a wireless communication device in their hands at the camera one by one. Suddenly, the faces of these 5 soldiers suddenly changed drastically. A big-headed soldier said to the soldier on the side, "Brother, I seem to have eaten the wrong thing. I want to pull down the thin. You guys look here." "Well, I think so too." "Me too. Today's breakfast is unhygienic. I can't hold it anymore. I'll go to you first, and then you." "No, I can't hold it anymore." "Since we can't hold it anymore, let the captain come over and help us take a look." "Agree." These 5 big-headed soldiers immediately took out the walkie-talkie and reported their situation. Soon, the walkie-talkie replied, "At this point in time, it is a critical moment, and you are holding it for me." "Captain, we really can't hold back." The walkie-talkie quickly replied, "You wait, I'll go over, and you go to the toilet again. Why don't you leave yet?" Zhang Xinyuan looked at the 5 soldiers who were covering their stomachs and their faces were extremely uncomfortable, and he was a little puzzled. After all, the distance was too far for him to hear what they were saying, but soon, he saw that the 5 soldiers suddenly ran towards the hotel on the side. "I can't hold it anymore." Zhengshin smiled and was about to walk towards the camera, but a military off-road vehicle stopped under the camera. On board were 2 white-skinned soldiers. "Damn, it turns out to be a call." Zhengshin muttered a little depressedly, and also threw the curse acute gastroenteritis at these 2 people one by one, then quietly wait for them to leave. As a result, after a few minutes, Zhengshin did not see the 2 people leave, but the 2 people took the white paper and rubbed it into a ball and blocked their nostrils. When Zhengshin saw this, he knew why they blocked their nostrils. "Specially, you 2 are ruthless, just pull it into your pants." "Okay, if you don't go, then I'll go." Zhengshin was convinced, turned around and walked to a corner, then took out his mobile phone directly from the backpack space, clicked on Ku Kellen's WeChat, and sent a video call. It was picked up in seconds in an instant. In the video footage, Jack, Bayer, and many faces wearing suits and military and police uniforms appeared, making him feel unfamiliar. "There are really a lot of you guys." Zhengshin joked. "Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to make a video call to us." Dean Jack pointed the camera at himself and said with some surprise, while Baya and others signaled the communication personnel on the side to quickly trace the source of Zhengshin's signal. "Actually, I didn't want to fight, but seeing you so scoundrels, I directly arranged for someone to be under the street camera downstairs, so I had to fight." "So, are you admitting defeat?" Jack asked, his eyes glancing aside to Bayer. After looking at the display screen of the communication technician and showing the location of Zhengshin's mobile phone signal, Baya nodded slightly to him and made a procrastinating sign language, followed
rode by. He took out the walkie-talkie and gave orders in a low voice, asking all the soldiers near Zhang Shun to surround him. Admit defeat? Then won't I hide in vain these days? Zhang Shun heard Jack's words and couldn't help but laugh. Meantime, his eyes kept watching the movement of the off-road vehicle at the intersection of the street. So what do you want to say about this call, or do you intend to? Jack asked, trying to delay time. However, Zhang Shun couldn't understand his careful thinking, but he didn't debunk it either. After all, how could he turn a blind eye to the performance that should be cooperated? And at this moment, the small actions of Jack and others were also in his arms. When he saw the off-road vehicle start, and behind the off-road vehicle, many soldiers poured out towards him. Zhang Shinkai stopped chattering with Jack and said with a smile, actually, I made this call, just thinking that when you find the signal location of my mobile phone, you will find that I am pulling the tiger away from the mountain. What will you think? Said. Zhang Shin hung up the phone, looked at the drones flying around, and the soldiers who were getting closer and closer, and were surrounding him, and teleported away. Not good. When Jack heard Zhang Shin's words, he immediately exclaimed. The people around him also reacted immediately after hearing Zhang Shin's words, and looked at Admiral Baya at speed. Admiral Nabaya was quick, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, quick, let the soldiers who go to surround nearby leave 2 people under the camera. Admiral Baya, he's playing a conspiracy, it's too late. Ella pointed to a camera on the screen and said. When everyone heard this, they looked up. Under this camera, one was wearing a denim suit and a yellow hat, slowly took off his hat, appeared under the camera, grinned at them, and quickly ran to a corner where the camera could not see it, and disappeared. How can he be so fast? Baya roared, but no one could answer him, and after a long time, a guess sounded. Maybe the signal source, it was fake at first. After leaving the surveillance camera, Zhang Shin walked to an uninhabited alley, hid outside the city gate, left the old Shinshan, and walked into the woods on the outskirts. After that, he looked around and made sure that there was no one before releasing the number 1 divine chariot and Link Kiki. Master, do you want to continue to go around the suburbs of Jiaoxinshan? Link Kiki sat in the cab and asked. Zhang Shin thought for a while, shook his head and said, no, plan a route that can go to the main city of California next door, Los Angeles, within 2 days, and try to pass through as many villages, towns, farms and other places as possible. Yes, master. Link nodded and started number 1. Meantime, she showed her hand on the screen, clicked continuously, and began to let number 1 plan a route that would take the longest time. Zhang Shin turned around, walked to the lounge and lay down, his consciousness condensed slightly, and the 10-pound bucket of Master Kong in the corner drank boiling water and slowly rose 1 meter. Telekinesis, proficiency +1. Telekinesis, proficiency. Telekinesis. It lasted for 8 seconds and gained 8 points of proficiency. Zhang Shin felt mentally unwell, so he stopped using telekinesis and closed his eyes to rest for a while. An hour later, Zhang Shin continued to brush up his proficiency in telekinesis. As for the old Shinshan city behind him, now except for the Institute of Biological Genetics, there is nothing worth nostalgia for. These 5 days have passed. I show my face once a day and have fulfilled my contract. And I also gave feedback from the side that I am not a person, not as simple as they saw at the beginning, but myself, who has had a trumped-up force from the beginning and has been helping myself. This should be enough for Jack and the others to sit down and talk properly. But in the end, people who want this group of skeleton members thoroughly implement the agreement. Zhang Shin knew that he had to see if Taoya on the other side of Los Angeles City and the Brotherhood behind her could show some ability to fuel the situation so that he can make a smooth business and pit the top-level enterprises on the side of Demold for a year. But compared to pitting Mold for a year, in these 5 days in this city, Zhang Shin felt that the harvest was the richest. The reason is simple. Here, in less than 3 days, he harvested a large number of powerful taming mounts, as well as white foxes, milk snakes, female robots, and black widows that would become intelligent races in the future. From a certain point of view, the city's future top-level potential has been squeezed a lot by itself. There may be few opportunities to shine in the future. And this is just the first beginning of his bad luck, and when he has time and opportunities in the future, he also wants to go to several first-tier cities in the cherry blossom country and walk around. The next morning, Zhang Shin and Link Kiki parked their car in a small town, had a simple breakfast, and continued to set off. However, after getting into the car, he did not immediately start practicing his proficiency in telekinesis, but took out Huawei's mobile phone from the backpack space. When the mobile phone was taken out of the backpack, it instantly got a signal, and a lot of WeChat messages popped up all of a sudden. And the most information is that Cook Line sent a lot of voice messages to herself on WeChat. Zhang Shin did not click on it immediately, but replied to Li Yuqing, Lu Miao, and his parents' messages. He just clicked on Klein's WeChat message and saw that it was just after 12 o'clock in the morning, and it was a voice sent by Jack. Mr. Zhang, we have to admit that you are far from as ordinary as we think. In 5 days, you showed your face under our noses 5 times, and we didn't catch you, or even find you. We lost, we are willing to gamble and lose. I hope you can come out, talk to us about the details of cooperation, and then hold a press conference. Can Mr. Zhang talk? Reply to me? This time we promise promise not to track the source of your mobile phone signal, and I hope you can reply to us. We are very sincere and want to meet you." After listening to Jack's voice, Zingshan originally wanted to cool them down for a day, but in the end he typed a reply. "Since you are so sincere, tomorrow at noon, with your sincerity, come to Luoshanji." The message just passed. The WeChat video immediately sounded. Zingshan thought about it for a while, but still clicked to connect, and saw Jack with an iron blue face, appearing in the video and saying, "Mr. Zhang, since we have lost, can you come out and talk about the details of cooperation in detail, and then hold a press conference? Tomorrow at noon, you go to Los Angeles to find Taoya, and let's talk about it together then." Zangshan squinted his eyes and could not refuse. When Jack heard this, he shook his head, and when he was about to speak, the video screen suddenly shook, as if his phone had been robbed. Just as he thought. Soon, in the video, Jack disappears, and a blonde young man wearing a suit, tie, a clean face, and a hooked nose appears. "Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Trenton," Zangshan said perfunctorily. "Mr. Zhang, but you have already contacted Taoya, or the members of the Brotherhood behind it, and even planned to sign a project with them about you in Dasha and prepare to build the largest pre-made dish?" "Yes. Occasionally, Mr. Zhang, and they cooperate, which may affect our cooperation." "Are you teaching me how to do things? Then we don't need to cooperate." Zangshan frowned and was about to hang up the phone. "Wait, Mr. Zhang, I didn't mean that," Trent said urgently. Zangshan ignored it and continued to hang up. As soon as he hung up, Cookline's WeChat sent a video call request again. Zangshan's mouth raised and waited for 30 seconds before connecting again, wanting to see what else they wanted to say. After all, he still wanted to pit them hard. As soon as the video was connected, Jack appeared in the video, and he said in a sincere tone, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, Tranton spoke unproportionally just now, which caused you trouble. If it's just an apology, I think I can hang up." Zangshan said, "Don't, Mr. Zangshan, we have a lot of sincerity in cooperating with you, but can we understand the specific content of your cooperation with Taoya?" Jack said, "Of course." Zangshan squinted and smiled, and began to make things up. "Their brotherhood is like me and is willing to unconditionally supply the prefabricated vegetable materials I need for production for a year. And the deposit is only one piece, and the green dew emperor jade with a big fingernail cover is enough, and then wait for a year, and then develop the mine with me. And he also wanted to marry me, but I refused. They retreated and planned to give me a big mold manor villa, and arrange a group of legal maids who were said to be carefully selected and in line with my aesthetics to take care of my daily life in big mold. I accept this." Jack heard these details listed by Zangshan, and naturally didn't believe it. He was silent for a moment and then said, This. Mr. Zhang, can I understand that this is what you want to work with us?" "You can think so," Zangshan said lightly. "Mr. Zangshan, if your conditions are these, then we can." While Jack was talking, the phone shook again, and Tranton appeared. His face was gloomy, his face pouted arrogantly, and he asked, "Mr. Zangshan, we agreed that 1 year later, we will jointly develop the Green Dew Emperor Jade. How can you break your promise and cooperate with the people of their brotherhood in a year? How can this make us believe you?" "Ha!" Zangshan interrupted with a sneer. "Why can't I cooperate with them? I don't see any sincerity here in your skull and bones society, and I even feel that even if I sign a contract, you will use other means to force me to know that the mine is there from me in advance, and then imprison or kill me." Tranton squinted his eyes and said proudly, "Mr. Zhang has no confidence in us?" "Confidence? Hee. Although you are all the same eagle, why are some eagles called bald eagles and some eagles are called vultures?" Zangshan said, and asked rhetorically, "Which eagle do you think I prefer to work with?" When Tranton heard Zangshan's words, he didn't think much about it. "You don't like any kind of eagle. Educated people are different, and they are really accurate." Zangshan teased, put the phone back in the backpack space, and continued to brush up on the proficiency of telekinesis. After all, everything that should be negotiated has been discussed. Now let's see if Jack and the Skull and Bones members behind him will go to Los Angeles tomorrow. At 11:30 in the evening, Zangshan stopped continuing to brush his proficiency in telekinesis. He motioned for Link to park the car on the side of the road, then put it back into the car, and set it in the number 1 RV at the subtrack point on the old Shinshan Street. Then as soon as his consciousness froze, he returned to Jinhai, went to Shaoti to compete, and brushed up on today's divine level experience. But Zangshan didn't go back right away. He waited until after 12 o'clock in the morning, and then sparred with Shaoti again, brushed up on the sub-divine level experience, and then took out the secondary orbit card and returned to the number 1 divine chariot. Back in the car, Zangshan continued to release Link Kiki. "Master, keep on the road." "Yes, Master." Link nodded. Zangshan lay on the soft collapse of the RV, turned on the telekinesis and took a look, and continued to brush his proficiency for another 4 hours before falling asleep groggily. 11 o'clock in the morning the next day. The number 1 divine chariot slowly appeared on the road leading to the east gate of Luoshanji from a rural dirt road. Zangshan sat in the co-pilot, took away the camouflage mask on his face, put it back in his backpack space, turned to Link Kiki and said, "It is estimated that your deity will appear in the city. You change your face." "Good Master, what kind of face does the Master want Link Kiki to change change into? Link Kiki asked obediently. Zangshin thought about it and happened to see a picture of the Judgment Angel Kyle on a LOL poster on the side of the road, so he pointed at her and said, replace it with hers. Wow, master, she looks so indifferent and cold. Link Kiki grabbed this LOL poster through the camera of number 1 and said, indeed. Zangshin nodded and continued, after driving the car in, slowly drive each route in the eastern urban area of the city. No, master. Link said, continuing to pinch his face at the picture of Kyle on the display screen. Zangshin, on the other hand, was slightly conscious, opened the panel and looked at the harvest of the past 2 days. Survival points, 280,500. It's almost 300,000 survival points. Zangshin muttered, calling out the purple card lottery wheel, preparing to draw a purple card 10 times in a row. As a result, I saw a motorcycle lying abruptly in the middle of the road in front of the road. A beautiful girl with a petite figure, skin better than snow, black leather shoes, black leather shorts and leather pants, black stockings, shoulder-length soft blonde hair, and a very Lolita temperament, leaning next to the motorcycle. Under the sunlight, her whole body shimmered with a leathery luster. When seeing the RV approaching, she quickly waved her slender, leather-gloved hands towards them. And at this moment, the number 1 Divine Energy Chariot also suddenly slowed down and approached it, followed by a hurried prompt sounded in Zangshin's ears. Danger! The host was intercepted by a third-order hell god, and with the strength of the host, I am afraid that he would be enslaved and squeezed, so please step on the accelerator, rush over, and escape at speed. Hit a hammer. I can't afford this big moldy royal rice. Zangshin couldn't help but complain. When the number 1 Divine Chariot stopped in front of the Lolita girl, the Lolita girl quickly walked to the cab window and looked at Link, who had just changed to Kyle's face inside. She froze for a moment, turned her head to look at the poster on the side of the road, and then looked at her again, with a hint of surprise on her face. But she didn't say much, but said in a crisp and pleasant voice, Sister Beauty, my car is broken, can you take me back to the city? Link Kiki looked at Zangshin. As soon as the Lolita girl saw Link's gaze, she knew who was the owner of the car. She immediately turned to the yellow-skinned young man who was looking at her, showing a pitiful appearance, and begged, Big brother, can you do me a favor? Okay, let's get in the car. Zangshin said, thank you, big brother, but I have to push the motorcycle to your car first. The Lolita girl said and was about to turn around. You don't need to push, you can come up. My RV has a mechanical clip, so you don't need to get out of the car to move. Zangshin said, pressing the button on the display screen number 1. Moment. In the trunk, 2 large mechanical clips stretched out, long and thick, shining with aluminum alloy luster, like 2 steel snakes, biting the front and rear of the motorcycle and dragging them into the back of the car. Big brother, your car seems to be very smart, very special, and worth a lot of money. Lolita girl marveled. Find a friend to transform. Zangshin smiled. The Lolita girl's face turned out to be like this. Soon, she opened the door of the rear seat, looked at the 2 empty seats in the back, seemed a little nervous, took a deep breath slightly, and then stepped into the car with her slender legs. As soon as she got into the car, she seemed a little restrained and nervous, as if she had come to a stranger's world. She blinked a pair of good-looking blue eyes and quietly looked at everything in the car. From the front of the car, she kept looking at the rest area, the trunk of the car, as if to confirm whether there were only the 2 of them in the car. Where is your home? Link Kiki turned his head and asked. Ah, the girl was startled, but quickly recovered as before, and said in a crisp girlish voice, behind the old Guesai factory in the east of the city. Well, just by the way. Link Kiki said softly, as if he didn't notice the girl's nervousness. Thank you. The Lolita girl thanked her sincerely, and at the same time took out her mobile phone, slapped the car a few times, then turned her head to Zangshin and said with a curious look, Big brother, you don't seem to be a bad lucky person, are you from Daxia? Zangshin responded lightly. Daxia, the people of Daxia are so rich, your car is so cool. How much did it cost from buying it to the day after tomorrow to renovating? $1 million. $1 million knives, so expensive. The girl was surprised. Moreover, it will become a Gundam. Zangshin squinted his eyes, as if joking. Ha, if this RV can be turned into a Gundam, it won't be $1 million that can be transformed. The girl opened her mouth and smiled, and the whole person gradually became natural, and then she posted the photo she had just taken in the car to a WeChat chat group called Black Panther. At the same time, she typed quickly, Sister Leopard, this car is $1 million. There is only 1 man and 1 woman in the car. The man is from Daxia, and the woman should be a bad person, and the specific identity of the man is still unknown. Very good, Barbara, don't be nervous, set up more information, and when you are about to come to us, open the cap of the small bottle, control the man into your room, try to force you to have in-depth contact, and then we will push the door in to take pictures and help you extort his money. I know. Well, this is the only chance. If you can't prove your worth to Brother Leopard, you can only go to the Golden Leopard Bar to make the same money as those princesses. When the Lolita girl saw this message, her face showed a hint of horror and struggle. She held the phone with her fingers, gritted her teeth slightly, her heart was crossed, her eyes flashed with a cold light, and she typed, Sister Leopard, don't worry, I know what to do. After the girl replied to the message, she stopped looking at her
phone. She fine-tuned her state, took a deep breath, a smile welled up on her face, and she made a crisp and slightly lowly girl voice, and asked Zangshan. Big brother came to Luoshanji, is he here to do business? I still came here to travel. If I travel, you tip me, and I will be your guide. Zangshan didn't seem to notice the strangeness on the girl's face, looked at the head mirror, and smiled. It's both business and travel. It just so happens that I lack a guide, and when things are over, if you are free, you can be a guide for me. When the girl heard this, she patted the slightly bulging Xiaolongbao with her hand and promised, okay, big brother, we have a golden leopard bar here at night. There is a swimsuit party, many young people go. If you want to go, we will go together when the time comes. Okay, what's your name? Zangshan asked. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Barbara. I am 18 years old this year. What are you, big brother? Zangshan, 2 years older than you. Zangshan squinted and introduced himself. Brother Zhang, what is the name of this female companion next to you? Do you want to go play together tonight? She is my secretary. Her name is Link Kiki, but she has something to do tonight, so I guess I'll go with you alone. Big brother, your secretary is so beautiful, the Lolita girl boasted. Zangshan smiled slightly and was not talking. The Lolita girl closed her mouth with interest, took her mobile phone, and sent the information she had collected to the group. When the number 1 Shining chariot drove to the back of the abandoned Jisei factory in the east of the city, a small double-story self-built house stopped. The Lolita girl pulled the car door and said to Zangshan, Big brother, this is my home. After tonight, remember to come to me. Okay, I'll drive to you tonight. Zangshan squinted and nodded, looking at the window in the self-built house, as if he saw someone standing by the window, spying on them with fierce eyes. When Link clipped her motorcycle out of the cabin and put it in front of the door on the side. After Zangshan signaled that she could drive away, she slammed on the accelerator and left. After the RV drove a distance, Link Kiki said, Master, something is wrong with this girl. You found out. How could the master not know? Zangshan squinted his eyes and said, got up and left the co-pilot, walked to the position where the girl was sitting just now, and picked up a glass bottle in a corner. The bottle contained a translucent potion with a string of English names that Zangshan couldn't understand. Just now, the girl took out the bottle, and when she was about to open it, Zangshan found it and directly exercised divine control. He controls the girl, puts the bottle aside, and gets out of the car like a normal person. After the girl got out of the car, she came back to her senses and wondered why she didn't open the medicine bottle, so she invited Zangshan again. There was also the scene just now. Zangshan walked back to the co-pilot, picked up the mobile phone on the side, took a picture of the English name, and searched for it. Soon, a string of text on the mobile phone popped up about the text introduction on the bottle of potion. Obedient water, a potion that can be emitted in the air and then made the inhaler obedient. Master, that Lolita girl just now, if we open this bottle of potion, wouldn't we be controlled by her? Lin Kefalkan said to Zangshan's mobile phone. You may be controlled, but I won't. Zangshan said. Link Kiki nodded and said, then the master, is he still going to find her tonight? Zangshan thought for a while, stretched and said, I've been busy lately, and I haven't had time to relax, so I can just experience the second cultural characteristic of Demold here. What is the master of the first culture? Link Kiki turned his head curiously and asked. $0 purchase, stupid, haha. Zangshan laughed, stretched out his hand and scratched Lin Kiki's jade nose, and continued, okay, drive with peace of mind, wait for the people of Taoya to find out where I am through surveillance. Master, it seems that we have been discovered, Link Kiki said. Zangshan looked in the rearview mirror and found 2 police cars behind him, approaching him. It's so fast. Zangshan said, put the obedient water in his pocket, and continued, slow down. Yes, master. Link Kiki replied, slowing down so that the 2 police cars behind him could catch up quickly. When the 2 police cars caught up, a policewoman who had seen Zangshan and had followed Taoya immediately shouted at him through the open window. Mr. Zhang, please come with us. The admiral has already set up a platform for you. Zangshan stretched out his hand and gestured okay, turned to Link Kawang and said, follow them. Link responded lightly, followed the 2 police cars, and drove towards the city center. Soon, the number 1 divine combat vehicle was led by 2 police cars and parked in front of the steps of the Luoshanji Municipal Building. This municipal building occupies an extremely large area. There are 5 stories high. On the steps on both sides, there stood a female soldier holding a baton, and on the wall above the female soldier's head, there were 2 huge horizontal strips. It reads, Welcome Mr. Zhang Shun, on behalf of the prefabricated vegetable factory of Longshan Group, under the leadership of the relevant institutions of Demold Luoshanji, will sign a large unit raw material supply cooperation agreement with a number of local enterprises in Demold. Warning, warn! This building gathers a number of powerful gods. With the current strength of the host, once it is thought of by any of the gods, it is extremely dangerous. Please avoid contact with the gods here and leave quickly. Before Zangshan got out of the car, he heard a danger warning sound from the system, but he ignored it. He opened the car door and got out of the car, taking Link Kiki up the steps. As a result, it has not taken 2 steps. The young reporters around who were not qualified to enter the building suddenly came over and held the microphone to interview him. But these young reporters quarters. Just as they were about to approach, a row of female soldiers holding batons intercepted them. And the policewoman in the white police uniform who led the army just now walked up to Zhang Xin and said respectfully to him, "Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, please come with me." Zhang Xin nodded, followed the policewoman inside, and asked, "Jack, they're here. When you come, we are all waiting for you in the conference room on the 5th floor. As long as the relevant agreement is agreed, we will go to the press reception hall on the 3rd floor to sign and take a group photo together," the policewoman said. Zhang Xin hummed softly, followed the policewoman into the power building in Luoshanji, took the elevator, and went straight to the conference room on the 5th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened on the 5th floor, and Zhang Xin followed the policewoman to the door of the conference room, and the system prompt sounded wildly. "Yes, danger, dangerous. The host is about to approach a group of 3rd to 4th order gods to gather. With the host's current combat power, it is best to avoid contact with the gods here and leave this place as soon as possible." The policewoman knocked on the door twice, pushed open the door, turned around and made a gesture of invitation to Zhang Xin and said, "Mr. Zhang, that's it." Zhang Xin walked into the door and looked inside. On a 3-meter-long cylindrical table, there were people sitting on the left and right, and there were many documents and mineral water on the table. On the top of the round table sat Taoya, and to her left was an empty seat, and next to the empty seat sat 2 middle-aged men in dark blue suits and 2 ladies in military white. Obviously, these 4 people should be the members of the Brotherhood that Taoya mentioned. After all, opposite these 4 people, that is, to the right of Taoya, sat his familiar old friend. Thus sat Jack, a young man in a white suit, Tranton, Ejector Bea, and another who had seen only her female researcher in black silk at the Institute of Biological Genetics. Zhang Xin remembered that the system had prompted that her name seemed to be Alan, a god who would become an insect-type god in the future. On both sides of the wall of the conference room, there were many backrest benches. Zhang Xin walked in with Link Kiki, and Link Kiki stopped on the bench closest to the door and sat down. Zhang Xin walked towards the seat to the left of Taoya, which was obviously reserved for him, and said to them as he walked, "Everyone, I've been waiting for a long time." "It's not too long. They arrived 2 hours earlier than you," Thea said as she looked at Zhang Xin, and then she continued, "At this moment, I should call you Jason or Mr. Zhang. If you can sign a contract today, it will be Mr. Zhang who has negotiated it, and Jason who has not negotiated." Zhang Xin said as he pulled away the soft-back chair, and when he was about to sit in, Taoya, as the leader of the 2 snobs, began to introduce. "The 2 on your left account for a quarter of the soybeans, corn, potatoes, wheat and other crops produced by Demold." "Hello Mr. Zhang, I am the founder of the city-state group, Disabi." The middle-aged man stood up and stretched out his hand to introduce himself. Zhang Xin stretched out his hand and shook it, and suddenly paused slightly in the middle of his voice before spitting out the last 2 words, "Sir." The middle-aged blonde fat man next to Disabi also stood up and said, "I am the largest shareholder of the Mold Grain Group, Sabisvo." "Big fool, stupid compared to me? The names of the 2 of you really have personality." Zhang Xin secretly discussed in his heart and shook hands with him. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to reach a cooperation with you," Sabisvo said. "Me too," Zhang Xin said, and when he was about to sit down, the man in the white suit next to Jack stood up and stretched out his hand to him, introducing himself very politely. "Hello Mr. Zhang, I am Gubatwai of the Guba family, and it is not easy to see you as a real person. If the cooperation goes well, there will be opportunities to see it in the future." Zhang Xin stretched out his hand and held it, then let go and sat down. When all 3 parties sat down, Taoya began to preside over the negotiations. "Both sides have briefly introduced, so now, Mr. Zhang Xin, this is a company farm under the name of the members of the Skull and Bones Society on behalf of the Brotherhood, and is willing to cooperate with you for a year of agreement. You look at the content, if you can accept it, then we can go to the press conference on the 3rd floor to sign a group photo." Taoya put the 2 documents in front of Zhang Xin in front of him. Zhang Xin picked up the 2 thick documents in front of him, glanced at the 2 sides sitting upright, and said, "It seems that you have already discussed the 2 hours you came in advance, and which company, enterprise, farm, will be responsible for supplying the share." "That's true." Trent took the lead in speaking, and his tone was still as arrogant as before, "but we have some proposals. I hope you don't let us down." "What proposal?" Zhang Xin glanced at everyone present and waited for a long time without saying a word. The conference room was quiet. Zhang Xin looked at Taoya, and when Taoya was about to tell something, Jack suddenly said, "Mr. Zhang, you might as well take a look at the contents and regulations in these 2 documents first, and you will naturally know. It seems that this proposal is not very good for me." Zhang Xin squinted his eyes and said, no longer asking, picked up the 2 documents, and began to look at them seriously. These 2 documents write in detail that once cooperated, which medium and large enterprises and companies, or which large farmers and ranchers, will be responsible for supplying the crops, meat, eggs and fish he needs. And it is written in detail that the supply price per ton below the market price and the liquidated damages are written in great detail. It even includes compensation if they delay the delivery of goods. And it is noted that the deposit for the supply price per ton is 1%, and the remaining 1 year will be paid in full. If the content of these 2 documents is only these, Zangshin will naturally be happy and will sign an agreement with them. But when he turned to the last page of the two documents, he saw the content requirements of Article 250 above. Moment. His whole mood became unhappy. Article 250 of the agreement. Once the agreement between the two parties is signed, Zangshin himself must immediately inform the location of the Green Du Emperor Jade Mine, and must no longer tell a third party, and the mining and operation rights of the mine will be fully responsible for Manhwa, and Zangshin himself can only enjoy the first layer of profits after the sale of the mining cost. What is the content of Article 250 that you are referring to? Zhang carefully slapped the two documents on the round table, his eyes swept over everyone present, and finally stopped on Taoya. Taoyami looked him directly at him and said, Mr. Zhang, this is the maximum limit I can give you, and 10% is enough to make your children rest easy in the future. Do you think I'm angry about this? Zangshin sneered and frowned. I can accept 10% of the distribution of mining benefits, but I want to know where the mine is? I had to wait a year and I was ready. Mr. Zhang, we urgently need Green Du Emperor Jadeite, let go of your hands and feet, and do more research and development. I hope you can understand. Jack said. Understand you? Then can you understand me? Once I tell you the location of the mine, these two agreements will not work. Zangshin said. Jack was dumbfounded. Taoya looked up and said, Mr. Zhang, I can guarantee that it will definitely take effect. You are just a puppet, and your guarantee does not represent anyone, Zangshin said without scruples. Taoya's eyes flashed with glare. Mr. Zhang, please pay attention to the tone of your speech. Zangshin sneered, stood up and said, since we can't talk about it anymore, let's end here first and wait until you think about it. Finished. Zangshin pushed away the chair and walked towards the door, and Lin Kiki also got up and stretched out his hand to open the door. But halfway through, she froze, because at this moment, at the door stood more than a dozen female soldiers dressed in military uniforms, holding spears, and lined up in rows. Zangshin crossed over Lin Kiki, opened the door completely, and was about to step out, but the female soldier who had just picked him and stretched out her hand in front of the door and said, Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, please go back. Ha ha. Zangshin laughed when he heard this, turned his head with a sarcastic look, looked at everyone at the round table, and finally looked directly at Taoya. Taoya, you completely disappointed me. The benefits of the big mold are greater than anything else. Taoya's voice was cold, like a stranger. If you don't tell me the location of the mine right away and sign these two agreements, you won't be able to get out of here. It seems that in the face of interests, I am naive and underestimate your determination. Zangshin sneered at himself, and then looked directly at everyone present with indifferent eyes and said, but do you think you can stop me from leaving? Poof. Admiral Baya got up and snorted coldly, looked at Zangshin disdainfully and said, Yellow-skinned sick man, do you think you can leave when you get here? It's not that I think, but what you think. Zangshin glared at Admiral Nabaya and sighed, alas, this trick of sticks and radishes ends here. Haha, Huang Pizzi, what other tricks do you want to play, your so-called hypnosis? Tranton stood up, smiled disdainfully, pointed to a headphone stuffed in his ear and said, this is a hypnotic wave jamming instrument specially brought by us to guard against you quietly hypnotizing us. That's it? It seems that you know nothing about my abilities. Zangshin sneered, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, activated the divine control, then smiled contemptuously, and snorted coldly at the female soldier at the door. Get out of the way. In an instant, the female soldiers who were originally blocking the door with guns put away their guns and gave way to the road. The people sitting at the round table widened their eyes and wanted to get up and chase after them, but Zangshin threw a glass bottle with an open gap on their table. The liquid in the glass bottle instantly flowed onto the table, exuding a sweet taste that filled the air. Suddenly, a few of them all inhaled this smell. In a flash, they all looked in a trance for a while. Their consciousness was a little scattered, or they were sitting or standing in place, watching Zangshin walk into the elevator without being indifferent. Almost 15 minutes passed. Everyone suddenly came back to their senses. It seems like we all watched him leave just now. What? Why would we let him leave like this? It's hypnosis. We were hypnotized by him. Tranton, you are a fool. What hypnosis? That potion bottle. On the side, Taoya took the female soldier and wrapped the empty bottle handed over in a white cloth. She looked at the text on it carefully and said, this kind of forbidden drug, called obedience potion, once opened, will volatilize in the air at high speed, and the person who smells it will. Taoya didn't say any more words later, because everyone present seemed to know what Zangshin's so-called ability to hypnotize people instantly was. However, where do they know? Zangshin initially controlled them by activating the talent of divine control. And the potion in this glass medicine bottle is not so powerful. It can control people as soon as it is opened. It takes a while in between. It's just that under Zangshin's divine control talent, this control time and duration were accidentally accelerated. Tranton looked at Taoya, who was sitting aside, quietly looking at the glass bottle, and said, Admiral Taoya, I hope you can immediately arrange for your female soldiers, block the whole city, arrest people quickly, and at the same time put him on the wanted list of the big mole, and issue a notice to the media. When Thea heard this, he sneered, put down the glass bottle in his hand, and asked, under what name did I put people on the wanted wanted list? In this way, you are not afraid of forcing people to rush and report the location of the mine directly to Dasha? And you looked for him for 5 days, or he deliberately appeared under your camera every day. You didn't find him, and now he is completely left. Do you think I have the ability to catch people back? Admiral Bia, who was next to Tranton, heard Taoya's slightly mocking words, and immediately stood up and shouted, Taoya, what do you mean by that? The whole city is blocked. I won't do this kind of thing. You have to do it yourself. As for being on the wanted list, Tranton, if you think it's okay, go and put it on the notice yourself. Taoya's voice was indifferent, even faintly filled with a hint of dissatisfaction and anger that was inexplicably instructed. Trenton was speechless by Thea's words, and finally, he looked at the 2 Brotherhood board members sitting opposite him and said, Desabi, Sabi Sivo, this is the female admiral you pushed to the top. I think she has a point. If you want to block the whole city, you go to your own city to block it. Sabiswo was the first to support Taoya. That's right, putting people on the wanted list is the possibility of cutting off complete cooperation, unless you can catch people, otherwise this is a stupid act and will attract more attention from the outside world, Desabi said. For a while, the entire conference room fell silent. After all, if they wanted to catch Zangshin, who had run away, they had experienced the difficulty in the old Shinshan city early in the morning. Long. The Alan, who was sitting next to Bea, wearing black silk and rarely speaking, suddenly said, what he just said didn't say death. He should still want to cooperate with us, so I feel like we still have a chance to trick him out again. How to trick? Taoya squinted at Elon. Alan pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, I don't know, but maybe we can first announce the postponement of the cooperation agreement, secretly arrange special forces and secret searches internally, 24-hour city surveillance and investigation, and at the same time sincerely apologize to him through communication, saying that he agrees to amend the agreement under Article 250 and ask to see it. Oh, Alan, are you coaxing him like a child? Trantong's voice was full of denial. Alan pushed the glasses frame on his face and said coldly, Mr. Longton, do you have any good suggestions? If there is, it will definitely not be like you, who will only huddle in the research institute all day long, proposing to a group of insects. Tranton said arrogantly. You? Alan's face was full of frost. Taoya's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she said slightly tiredly, okay, don't argue. If there are no other good ideas, I think I can adopt Alan's suggestion. I agree, the female officer who had been sitting silently next to Sabisobo suddenly said, but just arrange for the secret son to go to a secret search, and the use of special forces will be more likely to attract the attention of external forces. Since Mrs. Chow has spoken, then this matter will be arranged like this. Jack, who hadn't spoken for a long time, also said suddenly. Soon, Baya and Taoya began to arrange their secret sons and began a secret search for Zangshin throughout the city. Others, on the other hand, leave the room. But in private, they also have their own little 99, and they began to plan to use their own power, wanting to get in touch with Zangshin alone, and then swallow the mine alone. But where do they know? Zangshin's I took Link Kiki downstairs, drove the #1 divine energy chariot to a hidden place, and received the backpack space. He went invisible, returned to the conference room again, and took the 2 documents on the table into the backpack space, curious about how they would deal with him when they woke up. Afterwards, he waited 2 minutes for them to recover. Duration. He waited a little bored, looking at Taoya, the angel face comparable to Kukline, and recalling what she had just said to himself indifferently, he immediately became angry. After all, he came here, but he believed her once. As a result, it was treated like this. If it weren't for his supernatural abilities, he would probably be imprisoned by now. Soon, he thought of a way to vent his anger. He took out another unused replica card in the backpack space, and while replicating it on Taoya, he listened to what they would do to him when they woke up. When he learned how they planned to deal with him, Zangshin was also when everyone left. Teleportation left here. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at a remote alley, then took out a camouflage mask from the backpack space and put it on his face, changed his clothes, turned around and walked out of the alley, walked into a KFC, ordered 5 buckets for the whole family, 1 to eat here, and 4 to pack. Immediately followed. He sat down in an empty corner and began to open the 2 documents he returned to get them. The list of enterprises on these 2 documents, as well as the farmer, was very important to him. After all, a moderate agreement cannot be reached. Then he had no choice but to go to the countryside to follow the customs, carry forward the first culture of good luck, and make an unprecedented 0 yuan purchase. Thinking of this, Zangshin couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and slap the 2 documents. Followed by, he forwarded all these photos to Xiao AI's WeChat and typed a message. Xiao AI, help me find out, these large enterprise companies, big farmers, they store and reserve export crops and fresh meat, where is the freezer? Master, give me some time, Xiao AI quickly replied. Zangshin replied with an okay emoticon, so he opened the map of his mobile phone and checked where there were insectariums, zoos, and other places in Los Angeles. Soon, he found 3 insect shops selling insect pets on the map. 2 were in the city, not far from him. 1 is outside the city, a little far. Soon, after Zangshin had eaten and drank, he left KFC, walked to a remote corner, and put the 4 family buckets and 2 large bottles of 2 liters of happy water in the backpack space. He walked out onto the street, hailed a taxi, and ran to the nearest bug shop nearby. As a result, this insect museum is an insect shop that mainly sells beetles. There are no spiders for sale inside. For this reason, Zengshin had to go to another nearby insectarium. This insectarium sells spiders, but none of the spiders in it survived until 3 years later. The reason is that there is one inside. In the future, it will become a water-type creature, Devil Bullfrogman, a big bad bullfrog with lord qualifications. Obviously, even if the spiders here become strange beasts, they will probably end up in the belly of this spider's natural enemy, the Devil Triangle Frog. Of course, Zengshin, in line with the principle of not returning empty-handed, bought this big moldy bullfrog, which is still only in the tadpole period, but has the size of a palm after domestication. Followed by, he found a no man's corner, opened the divine domain, put the tadpole into the river and stream pool, walked to the edge of the forest, looked at the animals, and left the divine realm. Coming out of the divine realm, Zengshin looked at the gradually setting sun, walked to a remote corner where there was no one around, and released the divine energy chariot. Where should I go? Zengshin sat in the car and muttered, then took out the replica card that replicated Taoya, and after a slight hesitation, he received it again in the backpack space, because he thought of a young girl. That is Barbara, who wants to use that obedient water to control him this morning. It's time to go over and give her a big surprise. Zengshin smiled a little at the corner of his mouth, took off his camouflage mask, drove past several road control cameras, and then drove towards the back of the abandoned gypsy factory in the east of the city. Behind the abandoned gypsy factory, there are rows of self-built houses. The format of each self-built house is similar, with a front yard of more than 30 square meters. Next door to Zengshin, who sent Barbara off the car in the morning, was a 3-story self-built house. In the hall on the first floor of the self-built house, several white-skinned young men smoking cigarettes, with a leopard tattooed on their arms, short hair, and fierce faces were gathering on the sofa to play cards. In a few rooms behind them, one room was full of all kinds of medicine bottles, exuding all kinds of sweet medicines. One is a private torture room with various sex props. The remaining rooms are all bunk beds for 4 people, and the decorative clothes, cosmetics, and dressing tables inside make people look like women's collective dormitories. However, these rooms are empty. Only in the last room, there was a disheveled and battered girl. The girl held her head in her hands and shrank in the corner, her eyes full of despair. There are 2 or 3 very eye-catching leather whip marks on her thighs, back, and arms. Obviously, this was left when he was just beaten. On the second floor of this self-built house, it is an independent women's boudoir, inhabited by many petite and outstanding young girls who look like minors and are about to become adults. Among them, a Lolita girl wearing a black leather dress, a delicate and beautiful face, and a petite figure, her eyes hooked straight out the window, on the road at the courtyard door next door. On her face, there was a look of nervousness, anticipation, and anxiety. On the sofa in the lobby on the second floor outside the girls' room, a woman in her 40s and 50s, half-aged Sun Yang with heavy makeup, holding a cigarette in one hand and smoking very irritably, holding a leather whip in the other hand, slapping the floor twice from time to time. Whenever she struck the floor, the blonde girls in the room unconsciously became nervous, as if the whip might hit them at any time. When she finished smoking the cigarette in her hand, she threw it on the ground, got up and walked towards the Lolita girl's room in black leather dress leaning against the window. She approached the girl in black leather, and a choking smell of snuff poured into the girl's nasal cavity, making the girl can't help but take a step back. Seeing this, the old woman didn't care and said, "Barbara, I took you from the slums of Mohiko to Demold. I watched you change from a thin vegetable root to the most beautiful girl here, and I have the greatest expectations for you. But the first time, you disappointed me so much. How could you take out the bottle, forget to open it, and fall in his car? Sister Leopard, please believe me. Give me another chance. I really don't want to be a barmaid." The girl Lolita pleaded. "I can give you a chance, but will he come again? I don't think he will come tonight. You should be mentally prepared and officially go to the Golden Leopard bar tomorrow to list your first time." "Sister Leopard, don't. I really don't want to go. He will come back. I don't want to be the same as them," listed women. "I have value. I can go fishing for other rich boys, play immortal jumping." Then we blackmailed them hard. The Lolita girl reached out and grabbed the leopard sister's arm, with pleading in her eyes. "Child, how can I believe that you will forget to open the bottle again, or even drop the bottle in someone else's car again? Such a dangerous thing will happen." "Sister Leopard, I'm really..." "Okay, don't say it. You are obedient. You can suffer less flesh and blood. Don't wait. Have a good rest tonight, and I'll take you there tomorrow morning." The woman named Sister Leopard tore away Barbara's hand, turned around and walked to the door, turned her head to look at her again, and warned in a voice that was no longer rich in the previous gentle coldness. "Also, don't think about running away. Over the years, everyone who wants to escape has ended up worse than downstairs, and when they reach their age, but on the first day they are listed, Neela who runs away is even worse, you should know." When Barbara heard this, her body trembled suddenly, and a tear was held back from the corner of her eye. She looked at this, from small to large, a small room with few opportunities to go outside. She felt as if she was in a living cage, and everything outside the window windows seemed to be another world that had nothing to do with her. She wanted to have a light shone into this cage, gave her wings, and took her to escape from this glamorous, but in fact it was rotten and divided between upper and lower classes. Suddenly, a light shone through her window, and 2 car horns sounded on the road. Moment. Her eyes widened and she quickly lay down to the window to look. A familiar RV parked at the door of the courtyard next door. At that moment, she seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and said, "Sister Leopard, he is here, he is here, he is here in that RV." Coming? The leopard sister immediately walked to the window and saw the RV parked there. She immediately said, "Go down, take him to the Golden Leopard bar, and then at the party, I will ask someone to add you to the wine of obedient water, let him drink it, and then you, guide, tempt him to take him to the hotel to open a room, let him take a shower first, and then when he is about to go to bed, we will rush in to take pictures, videos, and let him wake up." Sister Leopard, I know. Barbara nodded sharply, turned and ran downstairs. Sister Leopard squinted her eyes, looked at her back and said, "This is your last chance, whether you live on the first floor or in a separate room on the second floor in the future, it's up to you to decide." When Barbara heard this, she paused, then lowered her head and continued to walk to the first floor in silence. In the number 1 Divine Chariot, Zangshin looked at the building in front of him, a self-built house with a wooden railing on the front edge of the city. "It's been a long time, why hasn't that girl come down yet?" Number 1, "Are you sure you didn't stop wrong?" "Master, I have a trip recording instrument, and I am sure I will stop here in the morning." Number 1 makes a mechanical sound. "Okay, you're honking twice. Beep, beep." After 2 horns, no one opened the door or lit the lights in the self-built house. Zangshin was a little confused, guessing whether the people inside had run away, and whether he wanted to teleport in to take a look. Suddenly, a rapid system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. "Danger, dangerous. A third-order hell god is approaching the host, and with the host's current strength." Zangshin ignored the hint in his ear and looked up at Barbara in the middle of the road, not knowing where she came from. Barbara slowly walked to the cab window and said in a sweet voice as always to Zangshin inside, "Big brother, I thought you wouldn't come. If I don't come, then wouldn't I be able to experience your bad luck second culture tonight?" Zangshin turned sideways, his elbow on the edge of the window, and looked down at the Lolita girl in front of him. By the lights, under the girl's white and delicate collarbone, from the V-neck of the tight black short leather jacket, there are seductive waves protruding from the seams. He didn't notice it at all. The first thing that caught his attention was, this Lolita girl, who was originally white at noon, had a slap handprint on her face, and on the inside of her arm, there was a dark red and eye-catching whip red. "Why are your faces and hands injured?" Zangshin frowned and asked suspiciously. "No, it's nothing. I met a crazy woman on the road just now. Those leather whips, they whipped when they saw people, so one didn't believe that he was slapped and pulled down." Barbara lied, but her eyes did not dare to look directly at Zangshin, because she was worried that he would be spied on, just like her unknown secret. Zangshin heard this, and if he realized something in his heart, he no longer asked, but said softly, "It hurts. I'll take you to the pharmacy to get some medicine." No, it doesn't hurt." Barbara shook her head, not wanting to waste time, and immediately said again, "Big brother, now the swimsuit party should start soon. Let's go to the Golden Leopard bar to join in the fun. I heard that there is a big pool in which you can party and dance." "Okay, you get in the car and sit in the co-pilot," Zangshin said. Barbara hesitated, turned around and opened the back door, sat down where she was sitting this morning, and then reached out to touch the place where the bottle fell. The result was empty. At that moment, her eyes widened and she glanced at Zangshin, who was navigating the map. "I can't help it." She felt a little nervous and panicked inexplicably, but when she looked in the rearview mirror and saw a white van following on the road not far behind her, she was calm again, as if as long as something happened, the people in the car behind her would protect her safety. When the RV started, Zangshin followed the navigation and said, "It turns out that the Golden Leopard bar is a few streets next door." "Yes, big brother, it's not far from here." Barbara quickly answered and said, "According to the words, there are many of my classmates inside who often play in it. Then I want to introduce it to the big brother," Zangshin said, glancing in the rearview mirror and seeing a van following behind. But he didn't care. He just slowed down his driving speed at the camera intersection around the corner, and even opened the window and smiled at the camera at the intersection. "I won't introduce it." After Barbara heard Zangshin's words, her tone suddenly became like a jealous little girl. "Why not?" Zangshin asked. "Because, if the eldest brother is abducted by them, then I'm drunk tonight, who will send me home?" Barbara's words were full of hints. However, Zangshin seemed to be the same as a straight man, and did not understand the ambiguity of this sentence, and said a Chinese sentence. "Goods." "What?" Barbara wondered. "Big brother, I don't understand Daxia. What are you talking about?" "I said, I can help you call Didi a substitute driver." Zangshin spoke fluent English. After hearing this, Barbara couldn't help but roll her eyes, and continued to follow her words, trying to make the topic more ambiguous, so that the straight man would mistakenly think that he was interested in him. And Zangshin seemed to be a real straight man. Every sentence made this Lolita girl deeply doubt whether the words given by Sister Leopard and the others were useless to the Daxia people. Suddenly, Zangshin stopped the RV, turned to the girl and said, "You wait for me in the car." As he spoke, he walked out of the car directly. Barbara looked at the car window suspiciously and saw Zhang Shen walking into a pharmacy on the side of the road.
At that moment,
She thought of something, grabbed the fingers of the phone, trembled slightly, and looked down at the dark red scar on her arm that had been pulled out by the leather whip. It hurts a lot to draw a leather whip on the body, not to mention the inside of the white fat on the inside of the arm.
but the girl kept pretending not to be in pain and didn't care about it.
Then she won't feel pain. But at this moment, she seemed to have broken her defenses and could not paralyze herself, as if she felt the moment the leather whip whipped on the inside of her arm, bringing great pain.
Barbara took a deep breath, wanting to paralyze herself again and forget the pain in her arm.
After all, the person went to the pharmacy and probably did not buy some ointment for himself to relieve pain.
Think about it this way. She felt a lot better, but when she thought so, finally found, her mobile phone WeChat suddenly vibrated.
She picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Sister Leopard. "What are you doing? Why park here? After he comes out of the pharmacy, you speed him to go to the bar. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is your last chance."
Followed by,
an old woman held a leather whip and smoked a girl's emoticon and sent it.
Barbara looked at the WeChat message sent by Sister Leopard and this emoticon, and the whole person shuddered instantly.
The girl in the emoticon, she knew, was 1 year older than her and was also adopted from the slums and was particularly favored by Sister Leopard. As a result, when he tried to escape, he was caught and fell in the living room on the second floor, in front of them, until he was whipped to death. Thinking of this, Barbara quickly replied,
"Sister Leopard, I know." After the message is sent,
Barbara leaned against the car window, and in a pair of good-looking eyes, a drop of tears that had never been left even if she was whipped and hurt so much that she never left, wrapped in her inner helplessness and sadness, and quietly slipped away. But when she saw the figure who walked into the pharmacy and came out again soon, she quickly wiped away the tears from her face, took a deep breath, and forced a smile on the head mirror. With a click, the rear door opened. Barbara was startled and turned her head to look.
Under the light,
Zhang Shen shook the medicine bottle and cotton swab in his hand and said gently to her, "This is the cooling potion I prepared for you. I will apply it to you, and it will be fine."
"No."
Barbara shook her head and refused. However, Zhang Shen ignored it, walked directly into the car, closed the door, sat on the independent seat next to the girl, and opened the cotton swab and the potion lid by himself. Finally, use a cotton swab to stick the wet potion and wipe the dark red scar on her arm. Barbara originally wanted to avoid it, but for some reason, she hesitated and did not avoid it. In an instant, the cool potion was applied to her wound, with a hint of tingling in the epidermis, which made her almost cry out in pain.
But the next second,
this potion seemed to have a special magical power, which made her feel that the leather whip scar on her arm didn't seem to hurt anymore. Even the red leather whip marks gradually disappeared and turned white, which was very magical.
"Big brother, what kind of potion are you? Why did the scar disappear all of a sudden, and it didn't hurt anymore?" Barbara asked in a low voice.
"This," Zhang Shen's voice paused slightly, and he smiled inexplicably, "because this is a bottle of boiling water that Master Kong drinks, and the water poured into this medicine bottle is just that." The reason why the whip marks on the girl's arms disappeared was just because she used a very rarely used healing technique. However, he naturally wouldn't tell her this. Zhang Shen thought for a while, and then made up nonsense. "This is magical Chinese medicine, and this potion is adjusted according to the medical theory of traditional Chinese medicine."
"Oh." Barbara nodded as if she understood.
"I'll apply it to your face and erase the palm prints," Zhang Shen said, and wiped the wet cotton swab on the girl's delicate face again. This time, Barbara didn't want to avoid it at all. She closed her eyes, but she had some expectations in her heart, and the slap marks on her face could be eliminated. A cool feeling appeared on her face, and she inexplicably felt cared for in her heart. This kind of care seems to make her forget all the unhappiness for a short time.
"Okay," Zhang Shen's voice sounded. Barbara opened her bright blue eyes and looked into the front mirror.
I saw in the mirror that the red slap on her face that was slapped hard by Sister Leopard had completely disappeared.
At that moment,
for the first time, the joy of a woman pleasing herself surged into her heart. She turned her head. Zhang Shen's figure was reflected in her beautiful eyes, and her delicate tau red lips opened slightly.
Thank you, big brother."
"What are you thankful for?" Zhang Shen laughed lightly, got up and walked to the cab, and drove towards the Golden Leopard bar on the street next door.
Soon, Zhang Shen parked the car in a remote corner and entered instructions on the screen that would turn into a large truck and walked
to the door of the Golden Leopard bar with Barbara, but was stopped by two black security guards wearing white swimming trunks. "Sir, miss, tonight's theme is a swimsuit party. Please go to the changing room over there. There are a lot of swimsuits in it. You can spend money to buy and change into them,"
the black security guard said.
Zhang Shen nodded, turned around and took Barbara, and walked towards the men's and women's locker rooms. When Zhang Shen came out of the men's locker room, he was wearing a pair of colorful boxers and flip-flops, but Barbara only took off her leather boots, wrapped in black silk with slender and thin white jade feet, and dragged out in cool clothes, still wearing the short black leather costume on her body.
"Aren't you going to change your swimsuit?"
The eldest sister who sells swimsuits inside said that my clothes are very short and sexy, and you can go in without changing them. Barbara said, "Oh, it's really short." Zangshin looked at it and said, then took the girl and walked towards the Golden Leopard bar. This time, the black security guard at the door was not stopping them, but asked Zangshin to scan the entrance fee of $10 and let people in. As soon as he walked into the diaphragm styrofoam door of the Golden Leopard bar, Zangshin felt like he had come to a new world. He looked inside, immediately sighed that foreigners can play. The Golden Leopard bar is large and spacious, and the neon lights at the top of the bar keep flashing colorful lights. Booming and debauched music sounded from time to time. In the middle of the bar, a large leather cabin covering an area of nearly 70 square meters is filled with water. The water is 1 meter deep. There were many young men and women wearing sexy swimsuits, or even not wearing them, twisting their hips wildly, jumping, and shouting inside. In the middle of the large leather cabin, there is a large platform. There are more than a dozen sexy hot girls standing on it, shaking their seductive bodies in only thongs, and constantly exuding hormonal scents. On the edge of the leather cabin of the large leather cabin, there are bar card slots. The bar card slots are also large cylinders, inflated, filled with water, and colorful small and medium-sized leather cabins. There are tables and chairs in these small and medium-sized leather cabins. There are more than a dozen people sitting naked, and there are also men and women who are sitting alone, up and down, releasing the most primitive atmosphere. Zangshin saw this scene for the first time, and he was really a little shocked, sighing in his heart at the openness of foreigners, and at the same time couldn't help but think about it. In the future, when the cataclysm breaks out and the animals in the divine realm become a seductive intelligent race, should we buy some leather cabins and transform the Wonder Valley Tavern in the divine realm into this? Just when Zangshin was so cranky, Barbara suddenly took his hand and said, "Big brother, let's go dance in the big pool first." She quickly pulled Zangshin over the steps outside the large leather cabin and stepped into the water of the cabin. The water is warm. As soon as she stepped in, Barbara began to twist and dance her hips, like a snake's waist twisting. Zangshin also went to the countryside and followed the customs, and also beat along. Perhaps it was infected by the surrounding atmosphere. From time to time, Zangshin's body swayed close to Barbara's waist, clinging to the twisting and rubbing. Meantime, also greedily sucks the unique girlish taste that belongs to Lolita girls. This happened almost a few minutes later. Zangshin felt a little unbearable, so he took the girl's hand, left the big leather cabin, and walked to the small leather cabin filled with warm water. The two of them just sat down. Barbara took a glass of wine from the bartender's wine plate passing by and handed it to Zangshin. "Big brother, come to this glass of wine for you." Zangshin took the glass of wine, but did not drink it. Barbara picked up the wine and said to him, "Big brother, I had a great time dancing tonight. Let's toast. Cheers." Zangshin picked up the wine glass, touched her, took a sip, and put it down. And Barbara drank the wine in the glass directly, and asked for a bottle of high-strength foreign wine from the bartender on the side, and filled her own glass. Then, she clinked glasses with Zangshin again and said, "Big brother, let's toast again." Zangshin raised his glass and touched it, still taking a sip. The girl continued to drink a large cup, then filled it again, clinked glasses with Zangshin, and then drank another cup. This went back and forth several times. The whole bottle of wine went to the girl's belly. All of a sudden, the girl approached Zangshin dizzy, a little drunk. "Big brother, I'm so hot. I seem to be a little drunk." "I know, I'll take you home," Zangshin said. "No, you can take me to the hotel next door." Zangshin asked, "Why don't you go home to the hotel next door?" "Big brother, you were so stupid," Barbara said with confused eyes and a crying and laughing voice, because Barbara has not had a home since she was a child. Zangshin heard this, was silent for a moment, and then stretched out his hand to hug Barbara's snow-white slender waist with her short leather clothes exposing her abdominal muscles, and a princess hugged her and said, "Because you have been controlled since you were a child?" When Barbara heard Zangshin's words, her body trembled slightly, her shell teeth clenched, and a tear gently slipped down from the corner of her eye. "Okay, I know." Zangshin looked at the look on the girl's face. It was clear at once. Immediately, he walked towards the hotel next door with Barbara in his arms, opened a room, put the girl on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and was about to go out to deal with the tale that followed him. As a result, the girl suddenly grabbed his hand. "Where is the big brother going? Where else can I go?" "Of course, call the police and arrest everyone who controls you," Zangshin said bluntly. "Ah, big brother doesn't want it." Barbara shook her head in panic and said, "That's useless." "How do you know it's useless if you don't try?" Zangshin smiled faintly. "They're in a group," Barbara hurriedly said, and at this moment, she suddenly heard outside the window. Sirens sounded everywhere. "Probably not now." Zangshin showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, leaned over to approach the girl, stretched out his hand to pick up her princess, and walked to the window. Under the dim streetlights, more than a dozen police cars, 7 or 8 military off-road vehicles, and rows of police and female soldiers armed with firearms came down. They surrounded the Golden Leopard bar at speed, and there were crowds around who wanted to drive away. Therein too, Zangshin saw a few people getting off the van that followed him and parked downstairs in the hotel. An old woman and a few white-skinned fishermen. They looked very flustered, but he quickly calmed down and wanted to cooperate with the
these policemen. However, how could Zangshin make these things come true? His consciousness was slightly condensed, and these people suddenly got into the car again and started the van, as if they wanted to break out of the encirclement and leave. In this way, instantly listed as a dangerous person by these female soldiers. A female soldier holding a large steel tube cannon turned her head and bombarded it directly without thinking about it. Rumble! A huge deafening sound sounded, and the fire suddenly appeared. In an instant, the van was blown to pieces. The people around who were originally uncooperative, those who tried to take the opportunity to escape, instantly became quiet and harmonious. In the hotel, Zangshin smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and whispered to the girl in his arms, "The people who control you seem to be dead, you are free now." Barbara's eyes widened as she looked at the van that had been blown up to the ground. She was a little incredulous. The person who controlled them for a long time died like this? Taking a deep breath, she looked at the man holding her, stared at his side face, and the confident and charming smile on her face, feeling inexplicably relieved. After half a sound, she said with a hint of hesitation, "Big brother, I don't know where I will go in the future. I am a black household. It is difficult to move an inch here in Demold. Can I follow you? With me?" Zangshin looked at the extremely serious expression on her face, looked directly into her eyes, and said seriously, "Have you thought about it? Big brother, I am not a bad lucky person. I won't look forward to big luck for a long time, and I won't keep a vase on my body." Barbara did not avoid Zangshin's gaze, and asked with a hint of expectation, "Big brother, I have thought about it. I am valuable. I learn things very quickly. I remember well. I want to be your woman. But I have a girlfriend, a lover, and other women, and you are still young, only 18 years old, like a flower. Maybe in a year, you will have a better future and become a god who transcends this world." Zangshin said lightly and tactfully, "I hope the girl can think about it seriously." However, Barbara shook her head as if she hadn't listened, and said in a firm tone, "Big brother, I don't care, as long as the eldest brother doesn't dislike Barbara's unfortunate past and lets Barbara and the eldest brother go back to Dacia. I won't be willful. I will be like your personal secretary before, obediently listen to you, but occasionally hope that the eldest brother can share a little love, or like to give it to Barbara." Zangshin looked at Barbara's extremely serious expression, as well as the tone that could not be refused, as he bet everything and wanted to put his life on himself. At that moment, he understood a little. Why did this girl live until 3 years later and become a third-order hell god? Perhaps the outbreak of catastrophe is not a bad thing for ordinary people. At least it allows men, women, the elderly, and children who are struggling on the edge of darkness and despair to restart their lives. "Silly girl, let the misfortune of the past pass. From now on, you will be by my side. You will be the new you," Zangshin said gently. The girl listened to Zangshin's gentle voice, and rolling tears slipped out of her beautiful eyes. Thank you, big brother. Why are you crying?" Zangshin asked. However, the girl didn't speak anymore, wrapped her arms around his head, and raised her head to kiss. Zangshin immediately responded enthusiastically. 5 minutes later, a prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host. Under the temptation of the third-order hell gods, successfully damaged his vitality. Survival points plus 1,000. Downstairs at the bar, Taioya looked indifferent. His eyes were fixed on him. The men and women in swimsuits or without swimsuits were escorted out of it and into the police car. Suddenly, a female soldier ran up to her and said, "General, if you don't find his car, it's likely that you ran away early." Taioya clenched her fist slightly and was about to turn and leave. The result is at this time, several female soldiers carried a box of potions and escorted the owner of the Golden Leopard bar to Thea. Newspaper, "General, he is the boss here, known as Brother Leopard. This is the potion found from his warehouse." Thea turned around and looked at the obedience potion in the cardboard box. She said indifferently to the owner of the Golden Leopard bar, "Where did these forbidden drugs come from?" "I don't know." Brother Leopard shook his head. "I don't like to waste my tongue," Taioya said dissatisfiedly, took out a pistol and pointed it at his head. 3, 2, 1. Originally, Taioya thought that if she scared him, the other party would speak. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly broke free from the 2 female soldiers who were pressing him behind, stretched out a kick, and kicked her in the abdomen. At that moment, Taioya reacted extremely quickly and took a step back, and at the same time, without hesitation, fired 5 shots in a row at the man named Brother Leopard to vent his inexplicable anger. On the 5th floor of the hotel opposite the bar, a dimly lit room by the window, 2 red and white figures lay on the side of the curtains, and the 2 looked at the movement below through the gaps in the curtains. Followed by, Zangshin performed a seismic technique, and the room was like an earthquake, with the floor shaking and undulating, and the sound was continuous. The curtains kept shaking. When the owner of the Golden Leopard bar died, Zangshin had an evil smile on his face and said to the girl lying on the window glass, "The last person who controls you is completely dead. Be happy." The girl supported her hands on the edge of the window, her emotions fluctuated a little, and she said intermittently, "Happy, husband, big brother, I have a small request. Can you help me?" "What requirements?" Zangshin asked, and at the same time quietly gave the defeated girl a healing technique to relieve the pain, so that the 2 sides could start a new conquest. "That is, next door to the self-built house you picked me up today, there are a few girls who were
the same age as me and come out of the slums, I think. Take them with you, leave together, is that okay?
Is this the first request after you become my woman? Zangshan asked softly.
Barbara nodded sharply. Well, yes, is it okay, big brother? They are as pitiful as me. Big brother took them away and gave them a new identity.
No problem, but you may have to go now, otherwise people may be taken away. Half an hour later,
the Golden Leopard bar was completely sealed, and all the people inside were arrested and taken away in the name of gathering people to get involved in pornography, and Taoya also turned around and left here in a police car.
Not long after they left,
Zhang Shinkai ended the battle without exhausting his intentions, hugged the red and white and charming Barbara, walked to the bathroom, washed away the remains of the war, and then walked out of the hotel door. As soon as she walked out of the hotel door, Barbara wrapped her hands around Zhang Shin's waist, like a little girl in love, with a happy smile on her charming white face. When they walked to the location where the number 1 Divine tank was parked just now, Barbara looked at the oversized truck in front of her and wondered, Big brother, did we park here just now?
Yes.
Barbara was stunned and said, Big brother, your car has been stolen.
Ha, no, this is the big brother's car. Zangshan smiled.
Big brother, this is a big truck.
It seems that it's not your car or a big RV?
Barbara said. This is the camouflage function of number 1, Zangshan said with a smile, and then said to number 1, change back to the shape of a big RV, and the color becomes fiery red.
Yes, master.
The number 1 speed responded, and the chassis on the body self-assembled and changed its shape, turning into a brand new red, 8-meter-long RV in a blink of an eye. Barbara opened her watery eyes wide, her small mouth opened slightly, and she looked at number 1 in surprise at the fiery red RV, her eyes full of shock.
Get in the car.
Zangshan looked at Barbara's surprised Yin Tao's small mouth that could stuff the sausage, smiled lightly, opened the passenger door, then turned around and walked to the cab door, opened the door, and sat on it. It turned out that Barbara was still under the car, motionless, looking at the RV.
Zangshan pressed the horn and said to the girl, Girl, get in the car.
Barbara came back to her senses, immediately got into the car, sat in the passenger seat, and then turned her head to look at the familiar rear parking space, rest area, and spare compartment behind the car.
It's been a while.
She looked at Zangshan and said, Big brother, your car is too smart. It should be worth more than $1 million.
Zangshan asked number 1 to drive towards the self-built house, then looked at Barbara and asked with a smile, Then how much do you think it's worth?
I don't know, but I may not be able to buy it if I have money.
Barbara shook her head and said,
Indeed, you can't buy it on the market at all. If you like it, wait until you reach Jinhai and learn how to do things with one of my subordinates.
If you learn well, I will give you one to use.
Okay, big brother,
I'm learning very fast. Barbara's face was full of anticipation. A few minutes later,
number 1 parked it at the door of its self-built house in the evening, and Barbara saw it and said, Number 1 is the 3-story self-built house in front.
Yes, Miss Barbara.
Number 1 made a mechanical synthesizer sound, then drove forward 10 meters and stopped. When Zangshan opened the car door and got out of the car, looking at the self-built building without lights, Barbara got out of the car and took his hand and said, Big brother, go from the back. The door of the front door is fake, it is a wall. It turns out that there is no door in front of this. No wonder you suddenly appear on the road in the evening.
Zangshan said refreshingly.
Well, I went through the back door and then went around before appearing on the road. Barbara explained as she took Zangshan to the back of the self-built house. When he walked to the back of the self-built house, Zangshan only saw that the walls were all white tiles and there were no door frames. Where's the door? Zangshan was puzzled. Barbara walked to the left corner, in the middle of a large leafy tree, and pressed it. Suddenly, on the white porcelain wall next to the big tree, a stone gate 2 meters high and 1.5 meters wide slowly rose. Tisk, most people wouldn't expect that the door of this house was actually next to this tree, and it was the same color tile as the wall.
Zangshan sighed.
Yes, big brother, when this group of people abducted us before, they were very cautious, so they set up the house like this, Barbara said as she walked inside. Soon, she quickly ran to the innermost room on the first floor, turned on the light, and shouted happily to the inside, Nisa, you are free. As long as you follow your eldest brother in the future, you don't need to. Halfway through Barbara's words, she suddenly paused and made a sobbing sound.
Zangshan followed her and looked inside. In this dormitory,
a woman wearing a snow-white dress, gloves on her palms, and snow-white boots on her legs, was very beautiful, but the inside and outside of her arms, the slender legs exposed, were all whip marks, lying quietly on the bed with her eyes closed. At the head of her bed, there were several bottles scattered with empty sleeping pills written on them.
Obviously,
the sleeping pills in these bottles were eaten by the girl.
Zangshan immediately knew why Barbara suddenly choked.
He stepped forward and reached out to put his hand in front of the girl's nose.
There is no breath left. He's dead.
Barbara stepped forward with a crying voice and said with red eyes, Nisa used to take care of me very much. She is just 18 years old this year. She doesn't want to work in a bar. Yesterday she just went out, she ran away, and she was caught. Well, I know, maybe she's having a sweet dream. Let's not disturb her dreaming. Let's go. Zangshan comforted and wanted to leave with Barbara. Barbara wiped away her tears, shook her head and said, There are 10 girls like me on the second floor, and I want to take them away. Okay, go to the second floor, Zhang Shin said in a deep voice, turning around and following Baba to the stairs. When he was about to set foot, Barbara paused, turned to him, and hesitated. Big brother, I want to go up alone, and then I will give you a big gift later. What big gift? Zhang Shin was puzzled, and when he saw that Barbara didn't say anything, he had to nod and said, okay, go, I'll wait for you in the hall on the first floor. Barbara responded lightly, rushed up the stairs, and shouted in a crisp voice, Didora, Ninala, Madeira. Zhang Shin turned around, his consciousness froze, and he took Nisa's body into the backpack space, and then curiously walked towards the room full of the smell of medicine. In this room, there are several large potion cabinets, which are placed on them, which say that they can make people excited, especially potions that make women feel excited after using them, and potions that make people confused after smelling them. These unorthodox potions shouldn't exist. Zhang Shin criticized angrily and viciously, and then found a cardboard box, packed these potions and pills into the cardboard box, and then received them in the backpack space grid. Afterwards, he walked to the sofa in the hall and sat down, waiting for Barbara to come down. 2 minutes later, the sound of footsteps sounded from the staircase on the second floor. Barbara took 10 Lolita girls dressed like her in sexy black leather clothes, black leather pants, black silk leather boots, with delicate facial features, delicate white skin, slender and concave figures, or tall or slightly shorter, and quickly came down from upstairs, followed by. They stood in front of Zhang Shin in a row, and then they all knelt down and said, Master, please take us in and take us out of this big bad luck. We are very diligent and willing to do anything. As long as the master takes us back to Daxia with you, we can also serve you like Barbara. Ha! Zhang Shin looked at the rows of beautiful Lolita girls, kneeling on the ground, her beautiful eyes looking at him with anticipation and nervousness. I can't help it. He was stunned and looked at the girl standing on the side in confusion. Barbara, what's going on with them? Big brother, this is the big gift Barbara gave you. They are all my sisters with different surnames now. I am their eldest sister. If you don't accept it, they won't get up. Barbara said, You have a lot of thoughts. Zhang Shin spoiled him. Barbara stuck out her little tongue. Zhang Shin shook his head helplessly and smiled, and said to the 10 Lolita girls in front of him, I will take you in, but I also respect you, so I plan to make an agreement with you. Master, my name is Duodora. I am their second sister. Whatever agreement you say, we will abide by it. In front of Zhang Shin, a tallest girl with curly red hair and deep red eyes said. Next to her was a girl with light green hair and green eyes, and she also said, Yes, master, my name is Ninilla. I am their third sister. You. Other Lolita girls also nodded in agreement. Okay, I will take you back to Daxia and arrange a house for you to live in, and someone will teach you the knowledge of integrating into this world. I won't let you guys be my canaries because I don't need vases. And after April 1st a year later, if you want to leave me and explore the world alone, I will not stop you, and I will give you a gift that is enough for you to grow better. Zhang Shin said in a deep voice. All of a sudden, the girls who knelt on the ground had a slight tear in their eyes and said, Master, thank you. You respect us and are willing to give us a year to grow, and we all agree to this agreement. Yes. Get up. We have to get out of here quickly, and you don't have to call me master. Call me brother Shin, or big brother. Don't talk to you, just use you. Zhang Shin said. Got it, big brother. 11 Lolita girls said in unison, and then all followed Zhang Shin and left here. And after the girls got into the car, Zhang Shin lit a fire and burned the room, then quickly started number 1 and ran towards the outskirts of the city. Meantime, he took out his apple cider vinegar mobile phone, gave Xiao AI on the other side of the ocean, and called the WeChat video. WeChat video was quickly connected. In the video, AI-chan, with blonde hair and a dark red elegant lady's suit, is sitting in her office. Master, I used hacking technology last night to hack into the network systems of some companies here in Des Moines, collected the storage locations of their crops, meat and fish, and now they are almost sorted out, and I am about to send them to the master. This is not in a hurry. Help the master come up with a route. I will take a group of girls out of Desiang, and then hand it over to you for a year. Zhang Shin said, pointing the video at the back seats of the car, as well as the Lolita girls who were sitting quietly and resting on the soft sleepers in the rest area. These Lolita girls have always been very confident in their beauty and figure, but when they see Xiao AI in the video, at that moment, they had the feeling of an ugly duckling seeing a swan princess. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but feel a little envious. They also want to be like the woman named Big Brother Master in the video, naturally exuding an elegant and beautiful temperament. Alice looked at the video, so many exotic girls wearing the same set of clothes and looking so beautiful, and greeted them with a smile. Hello, lovely girls, my name is Alice. Brother Shin said he would hand you over to me for training, and I am looking forward to meeting you. Hearing Xiao Ai's easygoing greeting, these girls felt inexplicable, and involuntarily stretched out their hands and swayed from side to side, as if responding to her greeting. There are 11 people in total. They don't have ID cards. Zhang Shin pointed his phone back at himself and briefly talked about their unfortunate life experience and experiences. After hearing this, Xiao Ai said, Master, I know. I will use the extranet to contact the Grey Forces on the side of Demold, and pay some money to let them arrange a private jet to send you back. Okay, I'll leave it to you.
Zangshan hung up Xiao Ai's WeChat video, and the first also successfully drove out of Los Angeles Jiqing and drove towards the suburbs, but he didn't get on the highway. Instead, drive to the wilderness where there are no cameras. Then he left the driver's seat and at the same time took off the camouflage mask on his face and said to the girls in the car, "If you are sleepy, squeeze on the soft couch and squint your eyes first. Half an hour later, we will go to the Gugu town in front to eat something and then buy some food and drink. When the time comes, I will consider myself a tour guide and you are out to travel." "Got it, big brother." 5 minutes later, Xiao Ai sent Zangshan a string of texts. "Master, the private jet is gone, and the big luck is worried that the owner will leave by plane, so it is forbidden to fly privately. But in the name of the company, I bought you a vacation cruise ship and parked it at the mouth of Theo in Mexico. Now, I have planned a route for the master, at the speed of number 1, in about 5 days, the master will cross from the south of the Great Mold to the westernmost part of the Great Mold to the mouth of Mexico Theo, and then find a person called. Okay, send the route over." Zangshan also typed. Soon, a new map route appeared on the navigation route map number 1. "Big brother, this route just passes through the town in front of you," Barbara said. Half an hour later, number 1 slowly drove to the town of Gugu. Most of the restaurants in Gugu town have closed, and only the fast food restaurants in the center of the town are still open. Zangshan parked number 1 in a parking space next to KFC and McDonald's, and said to the Lolita girls inside, "Babies, get out of the car and eat some fried chicken burgers." "Big brother, where are we going to eat?" Barbara asked. "Wherever you want to eat, you can eat there, and after eating, we will go to the big supermarket next to it to buy something," Zangshan said. Barbara looked left and right, and finally walked into an empty McDonald's. Zangshan also followed in, looked at the food on the front desk and asked, "What do you want?" This is the first time these girls have walked into a fast food restaurant, and their diet has always been strictly controlled by Sister Leopard and others. So, when they see the fried food on it, as well as desserts, every girl wants to order it. But it seemed a little restrained and embarrassing. "Why don't you talk? No need to be polite to the big brother, the company will reimburse." Saying that, Zangshan looked at Barbara and said, "Barbara, which one do you want to eat the most?" "Hee, big brother tour guide, I want to eat this super strawberry ice cream." Barbara swallowed and pointed to the picture of the big strawberry ice cream on the plaque above the waiter's head. "Where's Dodora?" "Me too." "Nanila?" "Me too." "Madeira?" "Bavara." "I'm an asterisk 8 too." Okay, Zangshan knew that he had asked in vain, and turned to the waiter and said, 12 super strawberry ice cream, cola, fried chicken thighs, burgers, fries, chicken nuggets, potato rice, all come in 12 servings. Okay, a total of $166. The waiter said. Zangshan took out his bank card and swiped it, then took this group of Lolita girls inside and waited for the food to be ready. The first to come up were 12 strawberry ice cream served on exquisite glass plates. Looking at the dark red super strawberry ice cream in front of him, the girls couldn't wait to eat, but they looked at Zangshan again, and Zangshan smiled and said, "Here, big brother, don't be so restrained, eat, it's rare to come out and play." Hearing Zangshan's words, the Lolita girls immediately picked up spoons and happily ate strawberry ice cream. Sweet strawberry ice cream that melts in your mouth. At this moment, every Lolita girl feels extremely satisfied and happy, hoping that this is not a dream. If yes, then please don't wake up so quickly. 10 minutes later, the 12 fried chickens, cola, chicken nuggets, french fries, etc. that Zangshan ordered were all brought down. These Lolita girls let go of their shackles and happily ate these fast foods that they had never eaten since they were children. When the Lolita girls finished all the food, Zangshan looked at them and smiled. "Do you want another one?" "I don't want, big brother." "Big brother, we can't eat it." "Yes, big brother, we've never eaten so much at a meal. Although I want to eat it, I can't hold it." Zangshan heard the girls' words, and couldn't help but laugh and said, "Then let's go to the supermarket on the street next door, buy some snacks and drinks, milk." As soon as they heard about shopping, the Lolita girls were eager to buy. After all, snacks and drinks are such things. When they were imprisoned and controlled by Sister Leopard and others, they also saw Sister Leopard and her men, as well as the women working on the first floor, who had eaten and bought. Soon, Zangshan took the excited Lolita girls to the largest supermarket on the street next door to buy some snacks, drinks, and other things they had never eaten before. Half an hour later, each person carried a big bag, bought what they liked to eat, and returned to the number 1 divine tank. Zangshan looked at the laughter and excitement of the girls in the car, so he asked number 1 to play the cheerful music of God as a girl, and then drove away quickly. After all, now in California, we must be wary of Thea grasping his whereabouts and chasing after him. "If you chase after me, it's okay to be alone. Can be easily avoided, but now that there are so many people, it's not easy to avoid them." Zangshan sat in the cab, listening to the music, quietly contemplating the 5-day journey. The next morning, Zangshan took this group of Lolita girls all night, almost sleepless, chattering non-stop, in a small city, after breakfast. Followed by, he bought a lot of expensive, clean, and soft bedding, mats, silk quilts, pillows, and spread them in the back compartment for the girls to lie down and rest. After all, they were so excited that they were completely out of control that night and they didn't sleep at all. but Zhang Shen can also understand them.
So he also stayed with them, chatted all night, and didn't sleep. So now, he is also a little difficult. When Dodora, as the second sister of the Lolita girls, took the other girls to lie down and sleep, Zangshan hugged Barbara, lay on the soft bed in the rest area, and fell asleep in a daze. Maybe it's because he has become a first-order god.
Only 6 hours of sleep.
Zangshan felt like he had slept for more than 10 hours, and his mental state was extremely full. He glanced at the sleeping beauty in his arms, and then at the group of Lolita girls in black silk and black leather costumes in the trunk car, who were sleeping soundly but extremely seductive.
Immediately, I felt a sense of spring.
At this moment, he knew that as long as he wanted to, he could make these Lolita girls turn into women gorgeously. But he wanted to give them a beautiful first experience alone, so Zangshan had to release his desire into Barbara in his arms.
He reached out and grabbed Barbara, immediately followed. One step in place. Soon,
there was some new movement in the trunk of the car. Dodora was woken up by Barbara's voice. She opened her eyes, looked at it in confusion, and her cheeks instantly became like red apples, which made people can't help but bite it. But she didn't get up but lay quietly, watching, listening, and even looking forward to it. At this moment, many Lolita girls were also woken up like this, but when they saw that Dodora had woken up and was lying down to study, they also followed the observation and learning. And Barbara seemed to find that they were all awake, and when she was voyeurism, she was even more bold to unlock more truths with Zhang Shen. In this way, Zhang Shen almost lost Jingmen. 2 hours later, the joyful battle ended, and Zhang Shen, under Barbara's service, got dressed and said to the Lolita girls who had been peeking at him for a long time, "Babies, we should go to the nearest town, get off the bus to rest and eat something, then buy some new clothes, mobile phones, and find a homestay to take a shower and change in."
"Big brother, you have to buy us new clothes and a mobile phone,"
Maminla, who was ranked 4th, said excitedly.
"Yes." Zhang Shen nodded. Suddenly,
these Lolita girls are looking forward to it with excitement again. But when they knew that there was still 2 hours left to the road, the nearest town, Gobi City, and the old road in the mountains and forests, they were all a little depressed.
Gobi City is the largest first-tier city near the edge of California.
When the number 1 divine vehicle drove to the city, Zhang Shen put on a camouflage mask and then took the expectant Lolita girls, had a quick dinner, and poured into the largest department store.
An hour later,
the Lolita girls, carrying 5 or 6 plastic bags, all of them were exactly the same costumes, and the same Huawei brand's latest mobile phone, left the clothing city and returned to the number 1 divine chariot.
In the blink of an eye,
Zhang Shen drove to a homestay with the most upscale environment, the best, and a large public bath.
After spending a lot of money to rent out the homestay for a day,
Zhang Shen took the unclothed girls to the bathtub, quietly admiring their beauty, and then with Barbara in front of them, let himself go. Dodora was moved to see it, and she came closely, in her beautiful eyes, looking through the autumn water. People knew what it meant at a glance, and there was expectation. Zhang Shen hugged her and responded to her.
Soon,
other Lolita girls also took the initiative to join the battle, suddenly making the battle situation more intense, with artillery fire and sounds everywhere, like a musical rhapsody. Zhang Shen originally didn't expect to be so fast with them too early, but just wanted to have an in-depth understanding with them alone. The result was not expected now. This night, in this large bath, he began to lead them on a new journey.
"When I was a child, I was 11, a little Jiro overnight. Every Lolita girl has been sent to their unimaginable heights and heaven in a row. Only then did he change into new clothes and continue to leave." After the number 1 divine chariot left Gobi City and continued to drive westward, Zhang Shen was completely relieved.
After all the towns after that are not in California, as long as you are careful. Nishioya and Jack and others probably wouldn't have thought that they had left Los Angeles and left California.
Thinking of this,
Zhang Shen took out the Huawei mobile phone placed in the backpack space and received information from Li Yuqing, Lu Miao, parents and others, as well as some friends requesting to add. Basically, they asked how his business was on the big mold side.
When to go back. Zhang Shen hadn't negotiated yet, and was going to go to other cities to find other companies to deal with them one by one.
But he was not sure when he would be able to return to Jinhai, and the dozen or so unfamiliar WeChat account requests to add their friends. Zhang Shen took a look at their avatars and moments dynamics, and found that it was Taoya, Jack, Dasabi, Tranton and others. He hesitated slightly, and then passed them all, and then sent them a smile emoji, and directly put his phone in the backpack space. And then the next 4 days of travel. Zhang Shen was at mealtime, so he and the girls got out of the car to find a place to eat, and adjusted the supplies. After dinner in the evening, they went shopping, and then took them to find a homestay with a large swimming pool or a large bathroom, and swim together, bathe and play, and then continue to get in the car and hurry.
Back in the car,
Zhang Shen was not idle, nor did he continue to stay in the driver's seat, or rest on the soft sleeper, but with these Lolita girls, completely naked, frankly met, and was sleeping in the back compartment of the big blanket to explore the joy of multi-person sports.
Duration.
Zhang Shen felt that it was necessary to drink a bottle of physical strength potion and energy potion. This is not that he is giving these Lolita girls more love, sufficient irrigation investigation and care, and their bodies are a little weak. It's in the process. He also did not forget to brush up on his proficiency, and from time to time he used telekinesis to carry them hanging on his body. In this way, it is very necessary to restore physical strength and energy potions with significant recovery speed in order to maintain good physical strength and energy. At the same time, he took the time to open the property panel and take a look. Survival points, 365,000. 360,000 survival points. Zangshan thought about it carefully, then opened the ordinary lottery roulette wheel and had a 60 consecutive draw. But soon, he felt that he was definitely drawing cards today and not looking at the yellow calendar, and his face was too dark. On the morning of the 5th day, RV number 1 rushed out of the old road in the mountains and forests, drove to the Great Mold National Highway, and when it was about to approach the border level between Big Mold and Mohiko, the speed prompted, "Master, there are inspectors in the place where you must pass ahead." Zangshan heard this, accelerated the output of Madeira vigorously, and then wrapped her body with a black cloth, and the telekinesis was activated, like a cauldron, walking to the driver's seat and sitting down on her, while taking out a bottle with obedient water written on it and placing it in the window. RV number 1 was parked at the border checkpoint, and 2 Big Mold police officers stepped forward and wanted him to show his driver's license, ID card, exit procedures, etc. The result will be seen. In the spacious cab, a man was sitting, a Lolita girl who was wrapped in black cloth, only a small head was exposed, her face was charming and white, her expression was in a trance, and she kept shouting, "Big brother, hurry up, Lolita girl, come down." The two asked loudly and raised their guns at Zangshan. Zangshan's consciousness was slightly condensed, and he used his divine control talent, and the 2 big bad police officers all let them go. In the back of the car, the Lolita girls who were lying down and resting were not surprised. When the car completely left Dashi, Zangshan continued to hold Madeira and walked back to the trunk of the car. After more than 3 hours, number 1 finally drove through various mountain roads to the estuary of Theo in Mexico. Theo Haikou is the largest estuary city in western Mexico, and it is also a relatively prosperous big city compared to other Mexican cities. Zangshan and others reminded on number 1 that when they entered the gate of the city of Xiaheku, they were all dressed. Number 1, search for Theo's hotel. Zangshan gave the order. All of a sudden, a large row of hotels appeared on the monitor of number 1. Zangshan chose the most well-received and top-ranked Theo hotel. This is a luxurious decoration, looks very clean, and is a hotel opened by Dasha people. As soon as they entered the hotel, Zangshan and others came to the large private room on the 2nd floor under the leadership of the manager. As soon as he sat down, he smiled at the Lolita girls sitting on the large round dining table and chairs in the private room. "Babies, this is your last meal when you leave this continent, and you can order whatever you want." These days, these Lolita girls and Zangshan have been completely intimate, without the previous restraint. Order almost whatever you want. Therefore, as soon as Zangshan's words fell, he took out his mobile phones, scanned the QR code for ordering, and looked at the menu above. Barbara, who was sitting next to Zangshan, held her mobile phone, looked at the menu above, pointed to the steamed lobster on it and said, "Big brother, I want this Theo specialty lobster. This indie veal steak is a very small portion, only enough for 1 person. If you want, add 1 more." Dodora said, looking at the other Lolita sisters. "Second sister, I want 1 too." Sitting on the side, the petite Loli Babella said, and also ordered 1, and at the same time slid down to the dessert area at the back and said, "In this luxury hotel, there are a lot of ice cream, and I don't know which one is delicious." Ha ha. Zangshan laughed and said, "Then order 1 and put it on the rotating round table. Everyone will taste it, and when they think they like to eat it, they will order another 1 separately." "Okay, hee, big brother, I think so too." Bella squinted and smiled. A small tiger tooth appeared on Baiji's face. Zangshan nodded, looked at the other Lolita girls who were still looking at the menu and said, "You order first, I'll go to the bathroom, and my personal secretary will appear later. She is also a foodie. You order more." As soon as she heard the personal secretary, Barbara immediately turned her head to look at Zangshan excitedly and said, "Big brother, is it the sister Linko who looks like the Judgment Angel Kyle?" "Yes, but her face, like her big brother now, is pinched out with a high-tech invisible camouflage mask," Zangshan said. "Ah, Sister Link also has a fake face." Barbara was a little surprised, and then asked curiously, "Then how does she look?" "Big brother, ha, when she comes, you ask her to take off her mask and take a look, baby." Zangshan smiled, turned around and walked out of the private room and walked towards the bathroom. When Zangshan walked to the separate bathroom of the bathroom, he didn't really want to take over, but took out Link Kirk's replica card and called it out. "Master." Lin Kiki looked at Zangshan and shouted, then looked at the toilet with a toilet and wondered, "Where is it?" "This is the Theo Hotel in Mexico. Now we are in the big city of Theo Haikou. The owner has taken in a group of Lolita girls during this time, and now take them to prepare to take the cruise back to Jinhai after dinner. I need you to leave the hotel, find a remote place, summon the divine chariot, 8 intelligent mechanics, and then enter the hotel's 208 private room to find me." Zangshan briefly said the reason for calling her out, and took out a reserve ring from the backpack space. This reserve
ring is during this 4-day journey. He looked at the 360,000 survival points and then came to the reserve ring drawn 60 times by ordinary draws. These 60 ordinary card draws are very crooked and very fine. Little new things appear. The 2 purple cards are reserve rings that he can't use. 10 blue cards, 2 talisman rings, 2 fire resistance, 2 devil fruit trees, 1 healing, 2 camouflage masks, and 1 illusion. Illusion is a skill that can transform into an illusion body with 1/5 of its own strength for 5 minutes by using 100 points of faith or a certain amount of mental strength. And 20 green cards, 8 intelligent mechanics, 5 divine chariots, 2 hurricanes, 2 divine rocket launchers, 2 seismic techniques, and 1 strength gene potion. The strength gene potion is a potion that can increase one's own strength to gain a 1-point increase after taking it, but Zangshin doesn't know what kind of concept this 1-point strength boost is. After all, there is no clear data which can allow him to test that 1 point of strength increase refers to how many pounds of strength he can hit with 1 punch. Therefore, he planned to wait until he returned to Dasha and then take this bottle of power potion to try. And the 2 seismic techniques, one of which was kept and put into the divine domain later, and the other one was directly promoted, raising the primary seismic technique to the intermediate level. Intermediate seismic technique: as long as you continue to improve your faith or spiritual power, you can continue to increase the level of the earthquake to level 4, 5, or 6, completely transforming into a dangerous and destructive skill. 28 white cards, all of which have been drawn. 5 smart mining vehicles, 4 divine smelting furnaces, 3 space warehouses, 3 wild boar cards, 3 small coal mines, 2 post-rice subcode cards, 2 100-unit divine energy cards, 2 energy potions, 2 stamina potions, and 2 small jade gem mines. Link took the reserve ring, put it on his finger very happily, turned around and left the toilet. Zangshin also left the toilet and returned to the private room. Not long after sitting down, Barbara leaned over and said, "Big brother, we will take a cruise ship later. How long will it take to get to Dasha Jinhai Wharf?" "This depends on what kind of cruise ship it is. With the current technology, it can arrive in 7 or 8 days at the fastest, and half a month if it is slow," Zangshin said. "It's been so long, so before we go, can we buy some snacks and clothes before we go?" Barbara looked at Zangshin with her eyes. "Of course you can, baby, and it's not just a snack. We also need to buy clothes, fruits, meat, vegetables, and drinks. By the way, we can also buy some fishing rods and some new entertainment items," Zangshin said. As soon as they heard the entertainment props, these Lolita girls knew what Zangshin was referring to, and their cheeks instantly turned red, but they quickly opened the topic and said, "And lube, the black stockings that the eldest brother likes. Yes, you have to buy these. And those bunny girl costumes, maid suits, JK costumes." While the Lolita girls were talking, there was a knock on the door, followed by, the door was pushed open, and Link appeared outside the door in an ink-colored secretary suit, elegantly like a swan. "Sister Link," Barbara shouted happily. Lin Kiki smiled slightly, nodded, and then walked up to Zangshin and said, "Master, the 8 intelligent mechanics you ordered are all placed in the renovated RV. Very good, sit down and eat, and then we will drive to the pier together and take the cruise ship back." Zangshin said, "Sister Kiki, sit on my side." Barbara got up and placed the soft chair next to her and Zangshin. "Thank you, Barbara," Link Kiki said, then sat down and said softly to the group of beautiful girls who were looking at her curiously in front of her, "Hello, I am the master's personal secretary, Link Kiki, 2 years older than you. You can call me Sister Kiki, or call me by my first name." "Sister Kiki, I am Dodora, their second sister." Dodora introduced herself to Link. Other Lolita girls also introduced themselves with this. After such a round of introduction, Barbara smiled and said, "Sister Kiki, the eldest brother said that you also brought that transparent mask. Can we see your real face?" When Lin Kiki heard this, he looked at Zangshin on the left. Zangshin nodded, and the latter reached out to remove the camouflage mask. In an instant, an extremely delicate angel face appeared in front of the Lolita girls. "Wow, Sister Kirk is so beautiful." "Yes, like an angel. It's very similar to the Twilight girl I saw on my phone the day before yesterday." "Ah, yes, it really seems to be, and it seems to be better than that Twilight girl. You guys look good too." Link Kiki was a little embarrassed by many beautiful girls. About half an hour, a female hotel manager, with several waitresses, pushed 2 large dining wheels and pushed open the door and entered. "Sir, your meal is ready, can I serve it now?" "Yes." When the female manager heard this, the speed allowed the waitresses to gradually serve plates and plates of delicacies covered with stainless steel to the large round table, and then open them one by one. Moment. Exquisite delicacies, delicacies from the mountains and seas, made all the beautiful girls present swallow their saliva. "Ha, don't worry about swallowing your saliva, eat." Zangshin smiled and picked up the lobster meat and started eating. The Lolita girls and Link Kiki also took the knife and chopsticks. This meal, Zangshin and Zhongmei ate for more than an hour before paying the bill and leaving the Theo Hotel, driving in the direction of Theo Haikao. Link, on the other hand, drove the newly summoned divine chariot, which turned into a large truck closely following behind. After all, as long as she leaves Zangshin 100 meters, she will automatically return to the replica card. Theo Wharf is the most important
important port and terminal in the city of Theo which is related to the western part of Mexico and most foreign exchange sources. Therefore, maritime transport here is very well developed, and Mexican has great control over this terminal. But those large and small gray and black forces lurking here are the most.
However, as long as they do not affect the normal maritime transportation and transactions here, in most cases, the police officers here will turn a blind eye.
When Zangshan drove the car to the gate of Theoport, a warning of danger sounded in his ears. However, if you don't hear the prompt, there is information about the intelligent race, so you just ignore it. He turned his head to look out the window at the coastal scenery. On the port of Theo, which has a huge cross-section, there are many large and small fishing boats, yachts, cruise ships, freighters, and even small Mexican warships are arranged here to maintain public order. Zangshan drove the car to Pier 7 of the port, dialed the phone number given by Xiao AI, and contacted one of the three giants here, named Grey Wolf, with a bit of official background here.
Hey, who? A rough voice sounded. Longshan Group. Longshan, I arrived at Pier 7. Where is my cruise ship? Wait 5 minutes and the cruise ship will depart over.
As soon as Zangshan's mobile phone hung up, in less than 5 minutes, he saw a huge cruise ship, like a palace on the sea, shimmering in the sun, escorted by two small warships, slowly coming. The cruise ship has smooth hull lines and the hull is painted bright white, which contrasts with the blue sea. Babies, it should be this cruise ship, Zangshan said to the girls who were lying on the window watching.
Wow, that's so big, big brother. It's so beautiful.
Yes, there are 3 floors above, and it should be able to accommodate a lot of people. Definitely yes. I don't know if there is a large open-air freshwater pool on this cruise ship.
Amid the girls' discussions, Zangshan smiled slightly and waited until the cruise ship approached. 5 minutes later,
the cruise ship stopped right next to the pier, followed by, in the gap of the deck, a large iron freight ladder board with a width of 5 meters slowly came down. A group of Mexican natives with guns and in different expressions appeared on the deck and then slowly walked down. This group of Mohican natives, led by one, is a burly and tough middle-aged man wearing a black navy uniform and a big face. Zangshan opened the car door and was about to get out of the car when he suddenly found that the car was instantly quiet. He turned his head to look and saw the Lolita girls shrinking their necks and looking out the window, with a hint of horror in their eyes.
What's wrong? Zangshan asked.
Big brother, these people are so scary, they all have guns, Barbara said. Yes, big brother, I used to hear from Sister Leopard that it is very serious to eat black here.
Nanilla expressed their concerns.
It's okay, I'm here. Zangshan smiled lightly, which made the Lolita girls in the car feel extra secure. Soon, he got out of the car and stood in front of the middle-aged man with a big horse face. The middle-aged man with a big face looked him up and down, and then said in a rough voice, "My name is Grey Wolf. You are Longshan of Longshan Group?"
Zangshan nodded.
This cruise ship has been sent to you. Everything on it can be used normally. As long as you pay all the rest of the money, this cruise ship is yours, the Grey Wolf said. Zangshan took out his mobile phone, called Xiao AI, and asked him to pay the final payment, then said to the Grey Wolf, "The payment has passed, you see." The Grey Wolf took out his mobile phone and glanced at it, then gave way, and said, "This cruise ship is an empty ship. There are no sailors on it, and there is no captain on it. If you need it, we can provide you with the crew, as well as the necessary materials for sailing, and we can smoothly let you here for a year, unimpeded."
How much does it cost? $500,000. Does it include the procedures of the overseas voucher?
Bag. Okay, I don't need the crew, the necessary materials for sailing. If they are all new and of good quality, I will want them. You get what you pay for, $600,000, guaranteed to be new. If you add another $10,000, you can ask someone to help you arrange the goods into the cruise ship. Yes. Zangshan nodded and sent a message to Xiao AI, asking her to transfer $560,000 to the Grey Wolf. After the Grey Wolf received the transfer, he smiled and said, "Dasha people are refreshing. I have made you a friend. You can find me if you have any difficulties here or what business you need," said. He took out his Twitter account and WeChat account and asked Zangshan to scan the code. Yes.
Zangshan took out his Huawei mobile phone and scanned it.
A subordinate behind the Grey Wolf delivered a red rope tied to the little wolf's head to Zangshan and said, "Tie this to the bow of the boat, and when the surrounding forces see it, they will know that your boat is protected by our Grey Wolf. Half an hour after the nautical supplies, there will be special trucks and maids to transport them to your cruise ship." Zangshan took the red rope, turned around and drove the number 1 divine chariot, took Link Kiki with a large truck behind him, drove to the big iron skateboard, and got on the deck of the big cruise ship. The main deck of this cruise ship is long and spacious, the size of 2 basketball courts, allowing people to take a leisurely walk on the deck and enjoy the sea breeze. You can also set up backrests, tables, chairs, sun umbrellas, and sunbathe. After the 2 divine chariots were parked on the edge of the main deck, the Lolita girls in the car got out of the car excitedly and visited the empty ship. This empty ship, the first floor is a restaurant and bar, but in the restaurant and bar, there are no dishes, chopsticks, knives, gas canisters, tables and chairs, refrigerators, food, wine. There are more than 50 rooms on the second floor, large and small rooms with different types of functional names written on them. Zangshan opened it and saw that it was an empty room with no beds, quilts,
quilts, sofas, and other furniture. On the third floor is a cinema, a swimming pool, a house with a gym but no fitness equipment, etc. When Zhang Xin and others visited the cruise ship, the Grey Wolf drove a large truck with a large number of furniture, tables and chairs, as well as refrigerators, kitchen knives, wine glasses, meat ingredients, etc. Soon, on the right side of the main deck on the first floor, there is a variety of comfortable outdoor furniture for people to relax and sunbathe. The interior of the cruise ship has also begun to be decorated with luxurious decorations, in the blink of an eye. In the spacious hall on each floor, brilliant crystal chandeliers are hung from the ceiling, and the floor is covered with gorgeous carpets, and the corridors on each floor are also lined with cheap but exquisite imitation artworks and decorations, highlighting the elegant literary atmosphere. Each room is also beautifully decorated, providing comfortable beds and modern facilities, making Zhang Xin and the Lolita girls feel at home. Furthermore, other functional rooms that were originally empty on cruise ships have gradually been furnished with various furniture and objects. After more than 3 hours of arrangement, the Grey Wolf's men and those well-trained maids retreated one after another. On the top floor of the cruise ship, there is a spacious observation deck. Zhang Xin stood here, overlooking the boundless sea in the distance, enjoying the beautiful sunset for a while, before turning around and taking all the Lolita girls back to the Divine Chariot and driving with Link to the most prosperous and lively central shopping mall in Theo. And the 8 intelligent mechanics in the Link truck, Zhang Xin set the identities of the corresponding crew members for them. In the Theo Center Mall, Zhang Xin and others made a big purchase, and only at 10:30 in the evening, they returned to the cruise ship and set sail for Jinhai. Late at night, the lights on the cruise ship are dazzling, illuminating the entire hull, like a dreamlike world, sailing into the distance, carrying the expectations and yearning of the Lolita girls for a beautiful journey. It also brings Zhang Xin endless joy and unforgettable happy experience. When the huge cruise ship, leaving Theo Pier, sailed smoothly out to sea. In addition to experiencing the sailing journey every day, Zhang Xin interacted with the Lolita girls, bringing wonderful happiness. Every other day, at 11:55 p.m., he ran to the toilet alone, followed by, he took out the wormhole orbit card, teleported back to the bedroom, and received the message early in the morning, waiting for him in the bedroom, and went to the divine realm to compete and gain the divine level experience of the day. After that, he did not immediately return to the cruise ship by locating the suborbital point on the cruise ship. Instead, as soon as it arrived at 12 o'clock in the morning, he competed with Xiao Ti again, gained the god level experience the next day, and then returned to the cruise ship, turning into a dragon and stirring up the quagmire. During the voyage, he encountered some countries patrolling and investigating, and even pirate ships. Zhang Xin will use divine control to deal with the past in an instant. Early in the morning of the 5th day, the cruise ship successfully drove to Dasha Bay, went through the application on the bayside, and went through the compliance procedures in the inland of Dasha. This cruise ship, which was casually named Xinyu by Zhang Xin, sailed unimpeded to the Dasha Sea and headed towards the Jinhai Sea. However, Zhang Xin did not suspend the cruise ship at Jinhai Wharf but parked near Jinhai Wharf near the docking points of those fishing boats and yachts. Babies, we're home. On the main deck of the cruise ship, Zhang Xin said softly to the Lolita girls lying on the deck fence. These days have sailed down. His complexion looked a little darker than before, but he also looked more robust. And beside him, the Lolita girls lying on the deck railing. Each of them looked more charming than before leaving, and the autumn water in their eyes was extremely thick. It can be seen that in the past few days, Zhang Xin has been here, leading what thrilling battles he has fought. Barbara lay on the deck, looking down at the fishing boats around her and the high-rise buildings in the distance, and said, "Big brother, this is Jinhai, is this your hometown?" "Yes, but my hometown is in Tonghai District, Jinhai City, and it takes 3 hours to drive from here," Zhang Xin said, his eyes looking at the large iron plate that was slowly being lowered at an angle, and then at the landmark building Dasha at Jinhai Wharf not far away. "I don't know when Lu Miao visited his grandfather from Guangdong and returned to Jinhai," Zhang Xin said softly. Bavara, who was leaning next to him, asked curiously, "Big brother, what are you talking about?" "Haha, let's talk about a big sister." Zhang Xin switched back to the foreign language, then hugged Barbara in his left hand and Bebra in his right hand, walked towards the number 1 Divine Power chariot parked on the side, and got into the car. And behind him were 9 Lolita girls. They also left the deck railing, with a hint of excitement and infinite anticipation for the future, and followed the Divine Chariot. Link, who was wearing a sexy dress, got on the Divine Chariot and became a big RV. Then wait for the intelligent mechanics to get into the trunk of the RV before driving away from the cruise ship and following Zhang Xin's body. In the number 1 Divine Chariot, Zhang Xin sat in the cab and called Xiao AI to video. Was quickly connected. Zhang Xin looked at Xiao AI sitting in the office and said, "Xiao AI, I have arrived in Jinhai. Where are you?" "Master, I'm in the Dasha office in the east of the city. I'm going to find you now." "No, I'll pick you up at the Chengdong building and go to dinner together." "Okay, master." 20 minutes later, Zhang Xin drove the number 1 Divine Chariot to the Chengdong building and saw Xiao AI, wearing a women's suit and holding a white bag in her hand, slowly walking out of the door of the building. brother Shen. Xiao Ai looked at Zhang Shen in the car window and shouted softly, "Come up," Zhang Shen said, opening the door lock in the back seat. Xiao Ai stretched out her hand to open the rear door, looking at the back seats, and the rest area collapsed, one by one wearing snow-white dresses, a pair of watery and beautiful eyes, and the Lolita girls staring at her with their eyes flowing. She had a cordial smile on her face and said in a foreign language, "I finally saw you, beautiful girls. You are more charming and seductive than what you see in the video. Sister Alice, you are also better than the one in the video, like an aristocratic princess." Barbara, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head to Alice in the back door. Dodora, who was sitting in the back seat, immediately nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, Sister Alice is full of nobility and elegance. Girls really know how to talk, but don't envy me. You will have your own unique charm and temperament if you follow me for half a month. After all, you are all so good-looking, with exquisite facial features, white fat complexion, bright eyes, and exquisite figures," Alice boasted while getting into the car. Madeira, who was sitting in the back car, quickly got up to give up his seat and then leaned next to the seat, did not sit on the soft collapse of the rest area, and said, "Alice, I'm stupid. Can I be as elegant as you in half a month? Be confident, girl, your temperament is youthful and lively. You don't have to be the same as me." Alice looked at her and reached out to close the car door. "Sister Alice, what about me? You look like enthusiasm, but..." Zhang Shen looked at Xiao Ai, who was very popular with Lolita girls after getting in the car, and drove directly to the nearby Cyclamen restaurant for dinner, without interrupting their interaction. After eating, Zhang Shen took them to the Jindong community, 100 meters to the right of the Chengdong building. In this community, there is Alice, who bought 2 big houses for these Lolita girls early in the morning. Meantime, there is also a house where Alice and Xiao Di live together. Usually, Zhang Shen didn't ask them to go back to the good luck community, and Alice didn't work overtime in the office all night, so she would live here with Xiao Di, who didn't go to the south of the city. When the elevator stopped on the 7th floor, Zhang Shen, with the support of Chuanmei, walked to room 701. Room 701 is a house bought by Alice and Xiao Di, and is a 5-bedroom house of 100 square meters. And the house she arranged for the Lolita girls was not next to her house, but in room 801 and room 901 upstairs. At this moment, these 3 houses were all arranged by Alice early in the morning, and the ceilings of the upper, middle and lower floors were opened up and connected into one. Therefore, Zhang Shen walked into Alice's room 701, and he could walk up the built-in wall ladder in the room to room 801 and room 901. The room layout of rooms 801 and 901 is the same as room 701 where Alice lives. There are 100 square meters, 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, a bathroom and a kitchen, an independent large bath, and 2 small balconies. The lighting is particularly good, the furniture is also complete, and it belongs to a house that can be moved in with a bag. However, compared to Alice, the streamlined decorated house where she lives with Xiao Di, the built-in decoration of these 2 houses is very girly, with stickers on the walls of each room, cartoon dolls, doll pillows. Jinhai community. The Lolita girls, walking into room 701, going up the built-in stairs, and seeing the house Alice had arranged for them, fell in love with it. "It's so warm to watch," Ninala said. "Yes, third sister. Will we live here in the future? I feel so happy." Zhang Shen looked at them and smiled. "That's right, in the future, this is your home. Now babies, which room do you want to live in? Go and choose." The Lolita girls, when they heard Zhang Shen say the English word home, they all looked at each other, tears in their eyes, but they all had happy smiles on their faces. After all, this is the first time they have lived until now, and they feel that they will have a place to live freely in the future. Soon, the Lolita girls began to choose their respective rooms. "This room is full of crocodile dolls. I want to live in this. I'm going to live in this room with a lot of swan doll wallpaper. I want this Mickey Mouse style room. Sisters and sisters, don't grab it from me," Madeira said. "Then I want this." Rooms 801 and 901 only have 10 rooms, and Barbara, as the eldest sister, did not grab a room with them, but lived in room 701 with Alice and Tifa. After the room is divided, the Lolita girls took their own clothes and put them in the cabinet in their rooms. Followed by, they walked to the lobby of room 701, only to find that they did not see them except for Zhang Shen's clothes and Barbara and Xiao Ai's clothes. Suddenly, 10 Lolita girls instantly rushed towards the large bathhouse in room 701. As soon as they walked into the large bathhouse, they saw Zhang Shen and Alice, and Barbara bathing and chatting in it. Immediately, they joined in. After a while, Zhang Shen had an in-depth chat with them, and explained how they would learn Chinese with Alice in the future. Early the next morning, Zhang Shen left Alice's room where he was sleeping with him, put on his clothes, took Link Kiki, and drove out of Jindong community to a remote place. Zhang Shen got out of the car, opened the trunk and Link Kiki's RV, and his consciousness was slightly condensed, so he took the intelligent mechanic inside into the backpack space. Followed by, he said to Link Kiki, who got out of the car, "Kiki, you put the RV in the storage ring and go to the replica card first." "Yes, master," Link said, taking away the RV he was driving. Zhang Shen also took out the replica card, put her in the replica card, and drove away. About 10 minutes, Zhang Shen drove the car to the door of the flower market at the end of Jinhai Fuxing crossing avenue and stopped. Warning, warn, the flower market is a third-order wood-type deity territory, once it is.
Zangshin ignored the urgent prompt in his ear, picked up WeChat, and sent a message to Linmi, who would become a wooden god in the future.
Xiaomi, I'm at the gate of the market, you can come out. Big brother, I'll go out now. Linmi quickly replied with a message. About a minute.
Linmi, wearing cool shorts and a short green suit, appeared in front of Zangshin holding 2 bouquets of flowers with roses as the main flower and other flowers as supplements.
Big brother, the 2 bouquets of roses you ordered last night, the pink beauty and the black phantom, the flowers were sent over this morning to pack, they are fragrant. Zangshin took the roses, smelled them and said, it's really fragrant, thank you little beauty.
Linmi had a smile on her face and said happily, Big brother, next time you want flowers, or what potted plants you want, remember to find me. As long as it is in Jinhai City, my family can arrange someone to deliver it to your door.
Little beauty, you've just become an adult and have worked so hard to make money. Zangshin smiled.
Because I will be a freshman next year, I want to buy a Huawei notebook by myself, which is still a lot short. Ha, in that case, then Big brother will help you. What potted plants do you have here? Send me a copy. I will ask my family. If you want those plate plants, I will send you later.
Zangshin said.
Linmi's watery eyes immediately lit up. He took out his mobile phone and said, Big brother, wait a minute, I'll send it to you.
Soon, Zangshin received a document with pictures of each potted plant and a quote. However, he didn't look at it for too long, so he forwarded it to the Love General Secretarial group formed by Xiao AI and the Lolita girls last night when they were chatting deeply. Babies, I see that there is no greenery in your room, and when you wake up, you can choose some and send them to me. Zangshin typed over.
Xiao AI took the lead in replying with an OK message, and then I sent Barbara, translated Zangshin's words, and asked her to wake up, summarizing them and sending them to the group. Seeing this, Zangshin smiled slightly, looked up at Linmi in front of him and said, they didn't go to bed until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning last night, and they haven't woken up yet. Late, I'll WeChat you.
Okay, big brother, thank you. You're welcome, go back.
Zangshin waved his hand and said,
put the flowers on the back seat, then went to the cab, drove to the jeweling building, found a place to stop, and prepared to go up to surprise Li Yuqing. Danger, dangerous.
The host is about to approach a third-order undead god in the territory of his family, and once discovered, the consequences will be unpredictable. Still ignoring the hints in his ear, Zangshin held 2 bouquets of roses in his hand, and took out 2 gift boxes from the backpack space, and quickly got on the elevator.
Bite, the elevator door opens.
Zangshin walked to the door of the Brotherhood studio in room 1314, and looked inside, puzzled. On the 8 computer card slots, there were 5 strange men and women he didn't know at all. Of these 5 strange men and women, 2 were middle-aged men and women in their 40s. The other 3, one is a young man in his 20s, and the other 2 were young women in their 20s. At this moment, they didn't find Zangshin standing at the door, who was concentrating on the computer, busy typing on the keyboard.
Hello, who are you looking for?
Suddenly, in the room where Lu Tongtong originally lived, a girl wearing sandals and cool clothes, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee, walked out of it. Zangshin was about to speak when he saw Lu Tongtong, who was wearing a tight jump-over skirt and looking charming, opening the door and walking out. She smiled and stepped forward and said, Xiaoyan, he is Zangshin, one of the 3 shareholders of our studio. After not seeing Lu Tongtong during this time, Zangshin found that she was thinner than before, but the charm on his face became more and more intense.
Ah,
the girl was surprised, her expression a little flustered.
It's your own person, don't be nervous.
Zangshin smiled at him slightly, and handed a bouquet of black phantoms in his hand to Lu Tongtong, who stepped forward. This is a flower for you, as well as a gift bought for you by Deluxe, a bracelet.
Thank you. Lu Tongtong did not refuse, and accepted it generously. Where is Qingqing? Zangshin asked.
She is sleeping behind you in room 1312, opposite the door, and at this point, she should have gotten up a long time ago. Lu Tongtong was talking when the door next door suddenly opened, and a joyful voice sounded happily behind Zangshin.
Husband, when did you come back? You didn't tell me in advance, so that someone would pick you up.
Zangshin turned his head to look and saw Li Yuqing wearing a set of pink little flower cat pajamas, with a little flush on her white and sweet face.
Ha, isn't this trying to surprise you? Zangshin laughed, held flowers in his hand, walked to the door and handed them to her. Baby, this is a flower for you, and the bracelet that Deluxe gave you.
This flower smells so good, Li Yuqing said, taking the flowers and the gift box in Zangshin's hand. Of course the fragrance is freshly packaged.
Zangshin smiled, glanced at room 1312 and said, when did you rent this room?
Hey,
it's the 3rd day after my husband went to Deluxe, and when Tongtong and I planned to recruit more people, we rented the house opposite. I see.
Zangshin's face was radiant. Li Yuqing smiled and pretended to be mysterious. Husband, I said, you're back, I'm going to surprise you. Guess what a surprise it is. The studio has transformed, filmed a short drama, and the income is not bad.
Zangshin said. Ah, Li Yuqing was stunned. Husband, how do you know? Have you watched the mini-program video, or the link to the Douyin short drama? No. Zangshin shook his head and pointed to the posters hanging on both sides of the opposite door.
On the poster, the words, Mr. T thinks of his father and son every day, are clearly written, as well as a group photo of several of their core actors.
Li Yuqing looked over and suddenly rejuvenated. Husband, so smart. Of course your husband is smart, Zhang Shen said narcissistically without hesitation.
Hey, that's right, but my husband's friend Xiao AI, she is really powerful, and our studio can transform and make money, thanks to her.
What do you say?
She suddenly came to me 2 days when her husband was going to go to Demold, saying that he had planned a development blueprint for our studio, wrote a script for me, and asked me to recruit people to shoot, but on May Day, as soon as our short drama was launched, it became popular in an instant.
Out of the circle? Li Yuqing nodded excitedly. Yes, husband, guess how much the paid turnover income reached that day? How much? 82 million. Okay.
Hiss. Zhang Shen gasped. Even if he was rich now, he didn't care about money. But when I heard this online short drama, I actually earned more than 8 million a day.
He was instantly surprised.
Small short dramas have such a strong ability to attract money. No wonder when I hung up in my previous life, I didn't watch many videos, and I also heard others say that small short dramas are the next unicorn.
Zhang Shen said secretly in his heart.
Hey, I didn't expect it, husband. No surprise, no surprise. We make so much in a day. Li Yuqing looked at Zhang Shen's surprised appearance, covered her mouth and snickered. Very surprised, very surprised.
Zhang Shen nodded and said.
Li Yuqing got Zhang Shen's approval, and there was a trace of accomplishment in her heart for reaping the fruits of her labor, and she immediately wanted to speak again. Now, our studio is in. Lu Tongtong saw Li Yuqing and Zhang Shen on the side, standing at the door as if they were going to chat endlessly. She stepped forward and said, okay, Nizi, go wash up and change clothes, and you will go to the suburban villa to shoot a short drama later, and I'll talk about it on the road.
Ah, yes,
Li Yuqing said, pulling Zhang Shen into the living room of the house, then looked at the door and said, Tong Tong, you take Shen to visit our house, and by the way, talk about who the personnel of our skit are. I'll brush my teeth, take a shower, put on makeup and go. I know, you brush quickly, wash quickly, and melt quickly. Lu Tongtong urged and took Zhang Shen to visit his house like room 1314.
Meantime,
she introduced it as she introduced.
Now this small short drama, the data on the internet is.
There are 4 core characters. Li Yuqing is the heroine, and you and Xiao AI's friend Tifa are the male protagonists, and the other 2, little Lolas who play sons, one is Huang Yuxing, who lives downstairs in you, and the other is Wu Xinyue, who was recruited by Xiao AI from your relatives, and most of the group performances are. Under Lu Tongtong's explanation, although Zhang Shen is not interested in small short dramas, he also has a general outline cognition of the filming of Mr. T thinks of his father and son every day.
2 hours later, Li Yuqing was wearing a white sportswear and carrying a small bag, and walked out of the room and said, husband, Tong Tong, let's go. You go to the elevator and wait for me first, I'll go get the handbag.
Lu Tongtong said, walked to her office, picked up a small powder bag, and then said to the girl who was sitting in the first computer card slot inside, Xiaoyan, when someone comes over to interview the villain of a short drama, you help me with the interview.
I know, Sister Tong. Xiaoyan nodded.
Lu Tongtong responded lightly, turned around, and walked into the elevator door, and began to introduce to Zhang Shen the information about the newly recruited personnel in the studio recently. Xiaoyan is the clerk's assistant in our studio, responsible for some trivial matters. That age comparison is Zhao Yuanhui, our company's financial accounting, and the middle-aged man is the company's operation.
In Lu Tongtong's introduction, the 3 of them went downstairs, got into the RV, and drove to the outskirts of the city. Along, Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong were full of excitement and shared their experiences during this time.
Husband, since the first short drama we filmed became popular, the short drama has also become a new hotspot, and there were many people blocking the door of our studio every day.
Brother Shen, our daily turnover is stable at about 5 million.
Xiao AI predicted that after half a year, this short drama market will begin to run rampant, and our turnover will decline, so we must produce a few more short dramas as soon as possible. So too. That's right, husband, Xiao AI has written a disaster zombie short drama in the past 2 days, and we can shoot the second part after we recruit people.
Zhang Shenze listened quietly. When I heard Li Yuqing say that the second apocalyptic zombie short drama was about to be filmed, Zhang Shen thought of the global divine energy explosion a year later, and the catastrophe brought about in the early stage. I can't help it. He fell into deep thought.
Since passing through the system, I know that the catastrophe will break out in a year. I summarized and recorded a lot of experience through various prompts in the system and my own exploration. If I summarize these things and spread them to everyone in Daxia through small short dramas,
after that year, will many people in Daxia survive better in the early stage of the catastrophe? In order to deal with the gods of other countries, it is possible to launch a war against Daxia?
Zhang Shen thought of this, so he decided to find Xiao AI later, summarize some experience of herself, and let her conceive a short drama that would revive the national gods. Then within 2 months before the catastrophe, it will be put on the market vigorously and regardless of the cost. The suburban villa on the eastern outskirts of the city is only 5 kilometers away from the Longshan new town being built.
Soon, Zhang Shen drove his 2 daughters to their destination.
At the entrance of the gate of the villa, several big men in black stood there guarding. Next to the big man in black, there were 2 young men wearing expensive brand name clothes, kids, holding flowers in their hands and patting their heels, constantly looking into the villa. When Zhang Shen parked the RV in the parking space in front of the villa, the two young men looked this way in confusion. When they saw Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong getting out of the car, the two young people's eyes lit up, and they ran over at speed. The young man who ran up first said, "Good morning, Qingqing. I'm here to see you shoot a short drama again. This is the flower I gave you, and there are small gifts. I hope to go to dinner with you at noon." Another young man ran up facing Lu Tongtong and said, "Tongtong, me too, I like you. Can I ask you to go to lunch later?" As soon as they saw these two young people, Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong's good mood disappeared instantly. Originally, the two of them were extremely happy because Zhang Shen came back, and their faces instantly cooled down. "Lin Hui, I don't need your gifts, and this is my boyfriend. Please respect yourself," Li Yuqing said, reaching out and hugging Zhang Shen. "Extremely intimate. Impossible." The young man named Lin Hui seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his face was full of disbelief. "It must be the trust you were looking for, little white face. Who are you?" Lin Hui glared at Zhang Shen angrily. "Humph, Lin Hui, I warn you to speak respectfully." Li Yuqing snorted coldly, turned her head and kissed Zhang Shen, and then said to him indifferently, "Lin Hui, are you giving up now?" Lin Hui's eyes widened, pointed at Li Yuqing, and pointed at Zhang Shen and said, You broke up with Li Yuqing, otherwise I want you to look good. You little white face, that is not a thing. Lin Hui, get out of here." Li Yuqing angrily scolded and interrupted Lin Hui to continue, cursed and sweared, and waved his hand directly and slapped him. Snap! A clear slap sounded. Lin Hui covered the slap that was suddenly slapped, and suddenly felt that his face had nothing to do with it, and roared, "Li Yuqing, we know each other when we were young, and now you actually beat me for this little white face, you cheap." Zhang Shen frowned, not talking nonsense with him. A spell, acute gastroenteritis, was thrown over. Moment. The young man named Lin Hui, who was about to scold, suddenly stopped it, then stretched out his hand to cover his stomach, looked around, and finally rushed towards the small woods on the side. And on the other side, Lu Tongtong coldly rejected the young man in front of him and said, "Yili, I have someone I like. Please don't do this kind of thing again. Tongtong, please give me a chance. What kind of person do you like? I can change. Don't be so futile, go back." Lu Tongtong said, turned around and walked past him, and walked to Zhang Shen and Li Yuqing next to the cab and said, "Let's go, I'm late." "Ah, yes, husband, let's hurry into the villa, otherwise Huang Yuxing and Wu Xinyue, two little Lolas, will nag me for being late again." Li Yuqing took Zhang Shen's hand and said, "There is no scene of Yuxing in these two episodes today, and her mother asked her for leave to go back to her parents' house for 2 days, and she will not be on the scene." Lu Tongtong corrected and followed. As for the two young men, Zhang Shen didn't ask the two women from beginning to end. After all, they were just flies. When Zhang Shen walked to the gate of the villa, the two big men in black standing in front of the villa immediately recognized him and said, "Brother Shen." "Ah." Li Yuqing was stunned. "Husband, do you know them?" "To be honest with my wife, Tifa, who plays the male protagonist in it, is a friend that Xiao Ai introduced to her husband before." "I see." Li Yuqing looked refreshed, then took his hand and said, "Husband, go in quickly, I'm going to be late." Zhang Shen smiled and immediately followed in. And when he was about to step into it, a hurried prompt sounded in his ears instantly. "Danger! Dangerous! The host is about to step into the second-order primary secret realm suburban villa. With the current strength of the host, it is possible to fall into the secret realm. It is difficult to pass the secret realm. Obtain rich prop cards, resource cards, and even rare card rewards to leave. Please leave the host quickly, wait for the strength to improve, and then enter the secret realm. Break the core of the secret realm, and complete the first brush." Second-order primary secret realm? Hearing the new danger warning, Zhang Shen's expression was slightly frustrated. How could this suburban villa become a secret place? Could it be that under the impact of divine energy, some places on the blue star will gradually evolve into a secret place? And those who enter the secret realm, as long as they break the core of the secret realm, will get various reward cards? Zhang Shen thought carefully, feeling that it was very likely. It's just that he didn't know, if these secret realms appeared, would everyone only brush once, or would they disappear after the first brush? When Zhang Shen was pulled by Li Yuqing, he walked into the villa. He saw a lot of busy people standing in the center of the villa not far away, fiddling with the shooting props. In the central area of filming, Xiao Di was wearing a black suit and was giving orders to Bai Qi, who was playing the secretary, as a domineering president. Zhang Shen walked over and saw a familiar little lowly figure in the rest area not far away. This little lowly was wearing a set of wild boy costumes, holding a line book in her hand, and carrying it seriously. "Xiao Xinyue!" Zhang Shen shouted softly. Wu Xinyue heard a familiar voice calling her behind her. She turned her head, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she let out an extremely crisp and surprising voice, "Uncle Shen, why are you here?" And how Sister Qingqing hugged Uncle Shen. Is Uncle Qingqing's boyfriend? Yes. Where is your father? Zhang Shen generously admitted, stepped forward, sat next to Xiao Xinyue and asked. "My dad didn't come today. He went to the building that Sister Xiao Ai was going to build, and he needed his supervisor to sign it, and he would come to pick me up at night," Wu Xinyue said. Zhang Shen nodded and said, "That's just right. Let's go to dinner tonight. There is a box of milk powder that your father asked me to buy in the back of my car, you can take it to him.
Uncle Shin, where are you going to eat tonight? As soon as Wu Xinyue was halfway through the question, a girl came over and said, Sister Qing, Sister Tong, Xiaoye, it's your turn. So fast.
Wu Xinyue gagged and then said to Zhang Shin, Uncle Shin, we have to go over first.
Husband, you can wait for us here, or if you are bored, you can also walk around.
Go, I'll go around here, Zhang Shin said, and began to wander around in this villa. See the waiter of this villa, or some living creature. He threw it at them with a peeping eye, trying to obtain more information about the secret realm from their analysis through the peeping eye. A corpse dead in the secret realm. Zhang Shin walked around the villa on the outskirts of the city, peeking at everyone in the villa. The result was very disappointing. The people in this villa all died in this secret place a year later. Alas! Zhang Shin sighed helplessly, walked back to the rest area, and waited for Li Yuqing and the others to finish filming a short drama, while taking out his mobile phone and opening WeChat. I saw that Jack and others on the side of Demold still insisted on sending him various appointments every day, asking him where he was, as well as call requests. This group of people is really annoying. It's been nearly 15 days, and they haven't come up with anything practical. It seems that they can be blocked. Zhang Shin was a little speechless, and sent a sentence to them. People are in Daxia, and they have read back randomly. Don't disturb them. Followed by, he clicked on the Love General Secretary group, sent Barbara to the group, a screenshot and quantity of potted plants they wanted, forwarded them to Linmi, and then paid directly.
When can I arrange to send it? Zhang Shin asked.
Linmi quickly sent a crisp and pleasant voice, Big brother, can we arrange for someone to send it over at 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Yes. Zhang Shin replied simply, clicked on Xiao AI's WeChat, and typed over.
Xiao AI, I think you write a small script short drama, which is a small short drama with the outbreak of the gods of the whole people in the future and the blue star creatures into strange beasts. While you ensure that the online article is cool, you must also let Daxia people gain useful knowledge to survive better in disasters. Xiao AI quickly typed back, good master, but master, I don't know what specific changes will occur for the blue star after the cataclysm, such as the god level system, equipment system, strange beast types, etc. In my network disk there is a folder written with a collection of novel settings, which contains some conjecture settings of the changes in the blue star after the future catastrophe. You log in, copy a copy of the past, created with that as a template. If there is a new discovery summary, I will send you a message.
Knowing the master, when does the master want it?
Don't worry, from the script to the shooting, it's up to you to decide. I just need to see this small short drama in the Spring Festival in February next year, appear in the public eye of Daxia, and become popular all over the internet. Knowing the master, I wrote a short play on the theme of apocalyptic zombies for the hostess the day before yesterday, and I can make some modifications to pave the way for the script of this national god in the future.
Okay, I'll leave it to you. When did your cousin arrange for him to come to Jinhai's side?
When I went to the prefabricated vegetable factory to see the construction period, I happened to see the owner's niece and your cousin at the construction site, so I communicated and mentioned it by the way, and he agreed. Yes, Zhang Shin praised lightly, and continued to ask, how long will it take for the shelter Longshan New Town on the Jinhai side and the prefabricated vegetable factory in Tonghai to be completed? Now both sides are rushing to work regardless of the cost, and my budget is the fastest for the Longshan New Town shelter, which will be in January at the end of the year, and the prefabricated vegetable factory will be put into use in mid-July. After Zhang Shin sent a good word, he turned off WeChat and glanced at the extraterritorial invasion card in the backpack space. Extraterrestrial invasion card. The host opens a space-time tunnel.
Refresh countdown, 10 days 12 hours 54 minutes and 1 second.
There are still 10 days left, and the number of invasions will be refreshed, and it will be wasted if you don't use it. Zhang Shin muttered, and decided to wait until tomorrow to find an excuse to tell Li Yuqing that after going to the prefabricated vegetable factory in his hometown, he would go to the divine realm of the gods of the foreign lands to gain some knowledge. As for the raw materials and crops needed for the production of prefabricated vegetable farms, as well as meat and fish, Zhang Shin felt that there was no need to be so anxious. After all, the prefabricated vegetable factory will not be completed until July, and it is only May 20th, and after going to the divine realm of the foreign gods once, I will go to the side of the Great Mold to start sweeping again, and it will turn the world upside down, and it will not delay anything. And at that time, you can continue to see if there are any mutated spiders and strange beasts in the insectariums in which places, and after domestication, turn the Black Widow into a believer and take it away. When the sun began to set, Zhang Shin took his niece Wu Xinyue, cousin Wu Jin, Xiaodi, Li Yuqing, Lu Tongtong, and Xiao AI, as well as like-minded employees, the filming team members, and Xiaodi's subordinates, all gathered at a restaurant near the Juling community for dinner. As soon as she sat down in the main seat, Li Yuqing snuggled up in Zhang Shin's arms and said, "Husband, it's rare for everyone to get together for a meal today. What kind of wine do you
want to drink? Cocktails, or their new roasted fruit wine?
Although the soju content is a little higher than that of cocktails, it is delicious. Do you want to drink a bottle and try it?" Zhang Shin didn't want it as soon as he heard that the degree was high, but seeing Xiao Ai's eyes, he instantly understood why Li Yuqing asked him what kind of of wine he wanted to drink as soon as it came to the table.
It also mainly recommends burned fruit wine. Immediately, he cooperated.
Okay, if it's delicious, my husband will drink 2 more bottles, and you can help me go back to sleep when I'm drunk.
None.
Li Yuqing nodded excitedly, and her beautiful eyes fell on Lu Tongtong, Xiao Ai, and Xiaoti's 3 daughters. Zhang Shen took Li Yuqing's look into her eyes, but when she set her sights on Xiaoti, he was not surprised, because Xiaoti once asked him if the hostess wanted to do the same thing to her as Xiao Ai, should she cooperate? Zhang Shen naturally agreed to this. Therefore, when Xiaoti was tragically magic hand by Li Yuqing, Zhang Shen did not find it strange. After all, Xiaoti's facial features were Tifa in Final Fantasy. When wine and food are served, Brother Wu Jin first raised a glass and Zhang Shen walked away, and then Li Yuqing walked another.
After that, those filming crew directors, brotherly employees, and even by Qi Lao Biao and others also came to toast.
Such a big round came down. Zhang Shen was so drunk that he had no choice but to pretend to go to the toilet, and then quickly took out a hangover pill. Bought too much last time from the backpack space, ate it, and then returned to the dinner table and fought back at them for a round.
This meal was eaten until 10:30. Zhang Shen looked at Wu Jin's brother and little niece, asked the driver to drive them back, and then completely pretended to be drunk, leaning on Li Yuqing and said, "Daughter-in-law, that burnt fruit wine is delicious, so sweet, I still want to drink it. Husband, you have it in the refrigerator when you get home, and you can drink it as much as you want." Li Yuqing supported Zhang Shen, took Lu Tongtong, Xiao Ai, and Xiaoti's 3 daughters, and returned to room 1312 of the Juling building tacitly. Zhang Shen walked in, pretended to be drunk, and staggered onto Lu Tongtong's bed, pretending to be asleep. Li Yuqing shook him and shouted, "Husband wakes up, he slept in the wrong room, this is Tongtong's room." "Ha, did you sleep wrong?"
Zhang Shen muttered, staggered up, looked at the 4 beauties in the room, and pretended to be drunk and said, "Wife, why have you become 4 again?"
"Yes, does my husband like it?" "Happy, I like it." Zhang Shen said, "Those 4 wives will take care of you all night, okay?" Okay. As he spoke, Zhang Shen's eyes pretended to be drunk and hazy.
Seeing this, Xiao Ai on the side also stepped forward and said, "Husband, I'll take off your clothes."
Xiao Ti also stepped forward.
Seeing that the 2 of them were so active, Lu Tongtong and Li Yuqing did not show weakness and took the initiative.
5 minutes later, a prompt sounded slowly in Zhang Shen's mind.
The host is extremely brave and severely suppresses the 3rd order undead gods and the 4th order ghost patriarch plus 10 survival points.
2 hours later, the host is in the believers. God level experience plus 8. The next day at noon,
Zhang Shen opened his hazy eyes and looked at Li Yuqing, who was curled up in the air-conditioned quilt like a kitten and sleeping soundly beside him.
Just think of the madness of last night.
He felt comfortable, got up slightly, put on his clothes, opened the door, and looked at Lu Tongtong's room next door. The door was open, but there was no sign of her inside, and the sheets are neatly stacked. "I played until 5:30 in the morning last night before going to bed. Where did this girl go?"
"There are not many rest meetings,"
Zhang Shen muttered, and then heard Li Yuqing slowly rubbing his eyes and sitting up in the bedroom.
"Husband, you're awake."
"Yes, I'm so dizzy. I drank too much last night, and the whole person drank fragments, and I don't know what I said at the dinner table. My wife, I didn't make any ugliness at the dinner table."
Zhang Shen rubbed his head and pretended to be confused and asked. When Li Yuqing thought of last night's madness, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a smile of satisfaction and excitement. "With
me here, where will my husband make a fool of himself? After my husband got drunk last night, I will help you come back to wash and sleep." "That's good. Every time I drink, I break it," Zhang Shen emphasized, and continued, "My wife put on her clothes, got up and washed, and then went out to eat. I don't want to eat. I want to catch up on the sleep. Anyway, I gave everyone a day off last night. It's rare to be lazy for a day. I don't have to shoot a small skit. I want to sleep in."
Li Yuqing lazily curled up back into the quilt.
Zhang Shen shook his head lightly and smiled, and didn't say anything more, turned around and was about to wash up when he heard the doorbell ring. He was slightly puzzled, walked to the door, opened the door and saw a Meituan rider carrying a large takeaway box standing at the door and saying, "Hello, your takeaway has arrived." "What takeout did I order?" Zhang Shen was puzzled, and saw the 1314 Brotherhood studio opposite, and in the unclosed door, Lu Tongtong was wearing a sexy pink corset and walked over. "Brother Shen, it's a large pot of ginseng hen wrapped in pigeon soup that I ordered. Just when you wake up, you can drink some while it's hot to replenish your body," Lu Tongtong said with a natural expression, as if nothing had happened last night.
"Okay."
Zhang Shen touched his slightly hungry stomach, took the disposable cauldron in the delivery man's hand, then put it in the living room, turned to Lu Tongtong and said, "I'll wash up first, and then drink the soup." Lu Tongtong nodded slightly, walked to Li Yuqing's bedroom, and said to her wrapped in the air-conditioned quilt, "Stinky girl, get up and eat and drink something before going to bed."
"Tong baby, I'll drink it when I wake up." Li Yuqing discussed.
Lu Tongtong couldn't refuse. "No, get up and wash, drink, and then sleep, otherwise I will be punished,"
said. Lu Tongtong reached into the quilt and attacked Li Yuqing's arm. Moment.
Li Yuqing rubbed out of the bed, shrank to the corner of the bed, and giggled, "Stinky Tong, you are serious."
"Stinky girl, if you don't get up again, this time I will."
Lu Tongtong stretched out his claws and pretended to continue to attack.
Don't, I'm up.
Li Yuqing struggled to sit up and snorted, I don't love you anymore, stinky Baotong. You flower-hearted ghost, who wants you to love? Lu Tongtong said, picked up the loose white short-sleeved clothes and pleated skirts placed on the side, threw them on her, and walked out of the room. Soon, the three of them were at the dinner table, drinking old hen soup and chatting. Husband, you're going to the prefabricated vegetable factory later, so soon?
Li Yuqing was a little reluctant.
Yes, after coming out for so many days, I have to look at the progress, and then go to find partners to prepare for the raw materials of the prefabricated vegetable factory in the future.
Zhang Shen put down the bowl and said, Brother Shen, drink another bowl and eat some chicken.
Lu Tongtong said, took Zhang Shen's empty bowl and filled it with a bowl.
Okay, you drink more and eat some meat,
Zhang Shen said, and continued to eat.
In the blink of an eye,
the whole old hen chicken soup was eaten by the three of them. Zhang Shen also said goodbye to Li Yuqing and Lu Tongtong, then left the jeweling building, drove an RV downstairs, went to a nearby supermarket, and bought some food and drink.
Then he carried it to the carriage, and then put it in his backpack space,
and then returned to the bedroom. His consciousness froze slightly, opened the door of the divine realm, and walked inside. Zhang Shen positioned the gate of the divine realm in the palace of the gods. As soon as he arrived at the god's palace, he took a deep breath and took out the extraterrestrial invasion card. The extraterrestrial invasion card requires 100,000 survival points, and the valid number is refreshed every 30 days. Zhang Shen opened the attribute panel and glanced at the survival points, a total of 350,000 survival points, followed by his consciousness condensed slightly, and he clicked on this extraterrestrial invasion card. Whether the host uses 100,000 survival points to open the extraterritorial portal. Zhang Shen's voice fell, and the extraterritorial invasion card instantly turned into a pale white light, forming a vortex door. When the vortex door was formed, Zhang Shen's consciousness froze, and he entered a state of invisibility and then slowly walked inside.
Just walked in.
The clothes on the whole person's body quickly burned to ashes, leaving them completely naked.
What's the situation? Was it discovered as soon as it came in? Am I invisible for nothing?
Zhang Shen was stunned for a moment, then quickly released the air shield and at the same time put on 2 more talisman rings on his left and right hands, and then looked around. In front of his eyes, there was a sky of gray and white smoke, and under his feet was a red-hot scorched land emitting heat. On the red-hot land, a dark red weed-like plant more than half a meter tall grows. 10 meters away, there were more than a dozen trees with fiery red twists and twists around their bodies growing like twists, and there were dark red fruits shaped like durians hanging from them. And in the air, there was a pungent smell of sulfur. But there is not a single creature's shadow around. Zhang Shen flashed a trace of doubt in his heart and looked up at the sky above his head.
Could it be that the owner of this divine domain has discovered himself? That's not right. If you find yourself, you can't just burn all the clothes on your body, right?
Zhang Shen was puzzled, looked at the scorched black ground under his feet and the surrounding plants, and threw it down with a peeping eye. Hell soil, the rare hell soil of the abyss hell, which has been maintained at a high temperature of 300 degrees for a long time, is a hell-type creature, an intelligent race, the most suitable land for living. In the rare divine realm, the hell-type creatures living on this hell-type land, the reproductive ability is increased by 20% compared to ordinary land, but it is an extreme torture for other creatures. Red fireweed, a weed that grows in the abyss hell, containing a trace amount of fire-type divine energy, and is a ration for raising herbivorous hell-type beasts. Purgatory durian fruit tree, a rare and unique fruit tree full of strong fire and hell divine energy, which can produce purgatory durian fruit that raises the upper limit of the god level for fire, hell, and strange beasts, and has a good stomach and restores mental power. TSK, the temperature of the scorched land here is as high as 300 degrees, which seems to be the flame temperature of a lighter, which is this temperature. It's simply not a place where ordinary creatures can exist. Zhang Shen gave feedback through his peeping eyes, and instantly understood in his heart why his clothes were burning when he first came to this divine realm. At the same time, a hint of happiness flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, his flame resistance has been raised to level 5, and he can resist a high temperature of up to 2,500 degrees. Otherwise, I would not be able to stay in this divine realm to increase my knowledge, broaden my horizons, and gain benefits. In the end, you can only come from and go back, wasting 100,000 survival points in vain.
Just when Zhang Shen thought so,
in the sky above him, the gray and white smoke that was originally slowly drifting suddenly rolled up, converging and condensing into a giant face phantom. This giant face phantom, with dull gray skin, blood-red eyes, fangs and giant teeth, and a rectangular face. On both sides of the contoured face, there are rows of sharp bee-stings. Zhang Shen looked at it, and felt like the scorpion spirit in the gourd baby saving his grandfather. As soon as this giant face phantom appeared, a pair of pupils turned, looking down at this land of the divine domain, the huge mouth with fangs, and let out an angry roar. Rats, how dare you invade the god's divine domain when you are busy preparing for the god war?
No, it was discovered so quickly? Is my invisibility really open?
Listening to the roar above his head, Zhang Shen was surprised and depressed and wondered how could he understand the words of this god, and when he was about to remove his invisibility, a prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Warning, warn. Once the host is searched by it, with the host's current strength and combat power, once it is opposed, it will be a 5-5 situation. Please respond with caution and stabilize the waves. Zangshin looked at the giant terrifying face above his head, listened to the prompt in his ears, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It turned out that the guy did not find himself. It's just an early warning reminder of the other party's divine domain when invading the other party's divine domain. I can't help it. Zangshin breathed a sigh of relief and continued to be invisible, and at the same time, a peeping eye quietly threw up the giant face phantom formed by the smoke. Real name, Moss. God name, God of War in Purgatory, Lord of Hellland, King of the Battlefield. Divine rank, First Order, 4/1500. God system, Hell system, Rare. Godhead, War. Priesthood, Plunder, Scorched Earth. Divine domain, Scorched Earth Purgatory, SSS rank. Divine skills, Skyfire Fall, low level. Fire Rock Giant, low level. Hellfire Tornado, low level. Magma Quagmire, low level. Earthfire Iron Cage, intermediate level. Scorched Earth Transformation, intermediate level. Divine Gift, Language of All Spirits, intermediate level. Without any consumption, you can directly communicate with all races, and under the intermediate talent, the believers will gain the ability to communicate with all races. Divine Fire, 3561. Faith, 121,546. Believers, 3546. Analysis: the demon man from the Abyssal Star has a natural resistance to flames and an unimaginable fanaticism for war and killing. Looking at the panel information of this Moss demon, Zangshin suddenly obtained a lot of useful information. First of all, he knew why he could understand the roar of this demon. It turned out that it was because of the influence of his talented word of all spirits. Secondly, it is the God system. The First Order God system is a rare God system in the Hell system, and it takes 1500 God level experience to upgrade to level 2. And if you want to go from level 1 to level 2, the God level experience required is 3000. If you upgrade according to the density of the God system, the required God level experience is double to deduce. It is very likely that your own God system is a rare God system, and it is unlikely that it is a legendary God system, although it is unlikely to be a legendary God type. This made Zangshin feel a little sorry. After all, behind every bit of divine level experience required to upgrade, it represents the improvement of four-dimensional attributes. To put it bluntly, it is potential. However, Zangshin thought about it and felt that he should be satisfied, because on the Blue Star, among so many God systems he encountered, there was not a single legendary God system. And when encountering rare gods, there are only 3. That is Bai Chi of the God of War, Tidia, and Kuklin of the Angel system. It can be seen that this legendary level of God system should be an almost unimaginable existence. Rats, do you think that by making your believers invisible and disguised, you can avoid my Moss's reconnaissance skills? Quickly report your God's name. I will not kill the nameless believers. Listening to the demon man Moss above his head, trying to want him to appear, Zangshin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. With the basic temperature of your divine domain, what kind of believers can I bring? Zangshin couldn't help but comment, and after briefly reading Moss's skill introduction, he turned off his panel. Followed by, he stretched out his hand and pulled out a few red fireweeds on the ground, stored them in the backpack space, and prepared to take them back to his divine domain space to pick seeds and reproduce. These red fireweeds are extremely difficult to pull out, and it's tough. Zangshin struggled for a long time to pull out 15 fur and put it in the backpack space, then pulled out another fur, and then took out the transparent and soft leather fist gloves and made a simple underwear to put on. Otherwise, when he walks, he feels like an exhibitionist. The incompetent rats, how dare they invade the divine realm of this god? But what props do they rely on? Dodge, dare not condense the consciousness, and see it in the void. Is this afraid that I will retaliate against you in reality? Zangshin listened to the furious Moss above his head, facing the air, but he ignored him and turned around and walked to the rare Purgatory Durian Fruit Grove. On these Purgatory Durian fruits, each one has 7 fruits the size of winter melons. Zangshin's consciousness was slightly condensed, and the telekinesis was activated, causing all the Purgatory Durian fruits on a Purgatory Durian fruit tree to rotate clockwise. Suddenly, the fruit on this fruit tree is separated from the branches because of the potential energy generated by rotation. In an instant, Zangshin saw that this Purgatory Durian fruit tree had withered at speed and lost all vitality. What's the situation? Once this fruit tree takes away the fruit, it will wither. I still want to transplant the tree after taking the fruit, but it doesn't seem to work. Zangshin let out a slight regret, controlled these Purgatory Durian fruits, flew in front of him, received them all in the backpack space, and then walked to another Purgatory Durian fruit tree. This time, instead of picking the fruit, he used more of his faith to activate telekinesis to pull the fruit tree out of the hell soil. As a result, when he wanted to receive the entire fruit tree into the backpack space, the fruit tree withered all at once, leaving only 7 durian-sized fruits. It's strange. Could it be that once these fruit trees leave this hellland, they will not be able to survive? Zangshin wondered, flew
flew to another purgatory durian fruit tree, and his consciousness froze. This purgatory durian fruit tree slowly rose from the soil under the wrap of a large amount of hell soil. As a result, in this purgatory durian fruit tree, the moment it left the land, it withered at the same speed. Good guy, these trees of feelings, even if they leave this land, they won't be able to live. Zangshan came up with a summary in his heart, so he gave up the idea of transplanting the purgatory durian fruit tree and then continued to collect the fruit of the next purgatory durian fruit tree. Meantime, from time to time, he glanced at the blood-red giant eyes above his head with anger in his eyes, guarding against being discovered when he stole the fruit. When Zangshan walked towards a lone purgatory durian fruit tree 10 meters away, his consciousness froze, and he separated the fruit on this purgatory durian fruit tree again and received backpack space. And when he walked towards another purgatory durian fruit tree, he had just activated his telekinesis. The demon man Moss blood-red giant eyes above his head suddenly looked towards him, and then roared angrily. Unforgivable, the sneaky rat believers dare to steal the purgatory durian fruit of the god, the iron cage of the earthfire. In the roar of Moses, Zangshan saw that with the one in front of him, in the center of the purgatory durian fruit tree, within 200 square meters, the ground shook suddenly, and the intervals were only thumbs long, exuding hot red iron rods, and the speed rose. After these hot red iron rods rose to 10 meters long, they folded into a right angle and extended into an iron net. In the blink of an eye, these fiery red iron rods turned into a large square flame cage, encircling the entire area. Well, it was discovered so quickly. Zangshan was stunned, but did not show his figure, but was still invisible, and then his consciousness condensed and teleported out of this flame cage. And the moss above his head, with blood-red eyes open angrily at this moment, still thinking that the intruder Zangshan was still hiding in the void and did not show consciousness. Therefore, he continued to scold the void with wits and courage. Rats, let your believers hand over the rare purgatory durian fruit, otherwise I will let your believers be annihilated here. However, Moss waited for about 10 seconds, but still did not see the intruder god appear. He guessed what equipment and props the other party had, which could shield his perception and track where he was hiding in the sky above the divine domain. But where did he know? The so-called intruder god, the real person at this moment, was in his own divine domain that he could not enter in person. Zangshan found that he could teleport out of his earthfire cage safely. He teleported in again, and then faced the purgatory durian fruit that had not yet been collected in the center of the earthfire cage. His consciousness froze, and the telekinesis was activated, and the fruit on it was separated from the branches and flew in front of him. Zangshan did not hesitate and received them all in the backpack space. But at this moment, Moss, who was still waiting for the invader god to appear, suddenly saw the purgatory durian fruit in the earthfire cage being collected and disappeared again. Suddenly, he felt greatly ridiculed and despised, and the anger in his heart surged again, and a violent roar sounded from his huge phantom's mouth. Heavenly fire falls, hellfire tornadoes, magma quagmires. In an instant, in this hellish land in the flame cage, a rolling heat wave instantly emerged, turning into a piece of magma. Meantime, countless dark red fireballs like bullets kept condensing above the cage, and then shot down with a bang, hit on the magma, making a roaring explosion. In the midst of the roar, a huge fiery red tornado, wrapped in hot magma, kept spinning and howling. On a purgatory durian fruit tree not far away, Zangshan couldn't help but smack his tongue and rejoice. Fortunately, there is a 10,000 essential oils running away and the magic skill teleportation. Otherwise, it will have to be explained in it. No, he can be immune to the high temperature of 2,500 temperatures, and this guy's magma quagmire is only a primary skill, with a maximum temperature of only 1,500 temperatures. So, if you are in this magma, it is like soaking in cold water, no different, right? As for those fire bullets, you can easily resist them by turning on the intermediate skill air shield yourself. Doesn't that mean that even if he shows up, this Moss demon man can't help himself? Then it seems that there is no need to waste the power of faith and remain invisible. Thinking of this, Zangshan suddenly discovered that his flame resistance, which had been upgraded to level 5, was simply the nemesis of this Moss attack skill. Immediately, he took out the camouflage mask, put it on his face, thought about it, and began to pinch Lin Hui's face. Now, above his divine domain, the demon man Moss, who projected 1,000 points of faith into the divine domain, released 4 skills in extreme anger. He continued to use the provocation method against the void air, and let out a mocking sound. Cowardless rats, do you see it? Under the investigation of my Moses, your believers who are invisible and disguised in this area have been completely annihilated and buried here in my divine domain, and there are no bones left. I advise you to show your consciousness, kneel at the feet of my Moses, kowtow to admit your mistakes, and compensate my divine crystals and even the fragments of the Godhead. Otherwise, when I, Moss, track the coordinates of your divine domain, I will slaughter your believers, deprive you of your Godhead, and demote you to a god slave. Before Moss finished speaking the word slave, Moss suddenly stopped, because 20 meters away from the earthfire cage, the purgatory durian fruit on top of a purgatory durian fruit tree began to rotate clockwise, and then separated from the fruit tree, followed by these fruit
fruits all flew towards a human figure with no clothes on the upper body and a circle of red fireweeds that suddenly appeared under the fruit tree and then disappeared in an instant. Roar! Moss let out a bloodthirsty roar, gritted his teeth and said, "Rats, you have completely angered this god. Once I trace the coordinates of your divine domain, I will definitely let my believers slaughter your believers, and let my master track your location, deprive you of your godhood, and demote you into slavery," said. His speed bound Zhang Shen's location into a earth fire cage, and then once again performed 3 combination divine skills: Heavenly Fire Fall, Hellfire Tornado, and Magma Quagmire. At the moment when these 3 skills were activated, Zhang Shen's consciousness froze, and an air shield appeared on his body. Suddenly, the bullet-like fireball flying down from the sky, as if it were raining, hit the transparent glass, making a ticking sound, and the magma rushing under Zhang Shen's feet was indeed just as he had guessed, as if it was almost like soaking in cold water, and it could not cause him any burning damage at all. As for the role of flame tornadoes, it just made him feel that breathing in his heart was a little difficult, and it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Ah, impossible. Moss looked at the air cover displayed by Zhang Shen and suddenly let out a shocked sound. "You are not a wise race, you are a first-order god. Why can you appear in the divine realm? Who are you, and which god planet are you from? How do you know I'm not an intelligent race?" "But the gods." Zhang Shen looked up in confusion and asked. However, Namos did not intend to tell him, but looked at the ignorant natives, showing an extremely arrogant look and a murderous greedy light. "Oomph, rats, since you don't even know this, it seems that you became a god not long after a certain planet burst out of divine energy, and you had the opportunity to explore the divine domain coordinate information point released by this god in the lower main planet group and broke into this god's divine domain. So what?" Zhang Shen followed his words, wanting to get more information about outside the territory. "So what?" Jia, then wait for this god, consume the divine fire, track the coordinates of your divine domain, so as to find out where your planet is located, and then lead my believers to frantically plunder before your planet appears, before a powerful god appears, squeeze out the potential of your planet, and quickly transform into a superior god," Moss said, letting out an excited and terrifying laugh of evil killing, and the blood-red giant eyes flashed with excitement. Zhang Shen listened to Moss's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, a deep light flashed, and then he said expressionlessly, "Whatever, you can try it," said. Zhang Shen's consciousness condensed slightly, teleported away from this earthfire cage, and appeared on another purgatory durian fruit tree, and his telekinesis was activated to pick the fruit on this purgatory fruit tree. "Rats, but dare!" Moss roared at Zhang Shen. However, Zhang Shen ignored it and continued to walk to the next purgatory durian fruit tree and collect it. "Okay, the cheap god of the lower planet, you have completely angered me. Divine realm tracking." Moss laughed angrily, roared at Zhang Shen, his consciousness froze, and countless flames like aurora poured out from the phantom, flying towards the location of the red fireweeds that Zhang Shen had appeared at the beginning, turning into a whirlpool door. "Warning! Warn! The First Order Hell God Moss, who consumes a huge amount of divine firepower, is tracking the location of the host's divine domain. The host's Yenowang domain divine hidden characteristic is triggered, and any divine domain coordinate tracking is destined to be futile. Please don't worry about the host." Although Zhang Shen knew that his divine domain had divine hidden characteristics, no god could track the coordinates of his divine domain. But as soon as he saw a wave of energy gushing out of the phantom of Moss, a vortex door appeared in the position where he had just appeared. He still couldn't help but worry in his heart. And now, after hearing the system prompt, the moment the vortex gate appeared, a prompt suddenly sounded. Zhang Shen was completely relieved, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he walked to the other purgatory durian fruits. His consciousness condensed slightly, and he continued to use telekinesis to collect these rare fruits that could increase the upper limit of the experience of the hell-type and fire-type intelligent races and the god level of strange beasts. After Moss activated the power of divine fire and searched for Zhang Shen's divine domain coordinates, he no longer used divine skills in vain to attack him. It's just that every time Zhang Shen finished collecting a purgatory durian fruit, he showed an angry and distressed gaze, and even finally couldn't help it and issued a warning and threat again. "Where are the people? Stop, the lowly god of a lowly planet, you have completely angered me. Once I come to your planet, I will definitely make your whole family pay the price. Bastard, my mentor gave my believers the purgatory durian fruit to improve their strength. Stop me quickly. The lowly god of a lower planet, if you don't stop, once my followers come, they will capture and imprison you. You can't bind me. Do you think it will be useful if your believers come?" Zhang Shen chuckled. Moss gritted his teeth and said, "My divine skill is restrained by you, but if my followers come, your first order power will be easily suppressed by their captives." "Really?" Zhang Shen squinted his eyes and said, then walked to the last purgatory durian fruit and stopped, looked up at Moss and continued, "How about we make a deal? Tell me, how can you tell at a glance that I am a god himself? How about I leave you a purgatory durian fruit tree? Delusion is obtained from you." "Really? It seems that your thing is useless to you, so I will take the last one." Zhang Shen interrupted Moss's words, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he was about to use telekinesis to pick all the fruits on this purgatory durian fruit. Seeing this, this, the Moss hurriedly shouted angrily, "Stop, I'll tell you."
Say, Zangshan stopped using telekinesis.
Moss's voice revealed a strong sense of superiority. The lowly god of the inferior god planet doesn't know any common sense. Believers will only rely on physical strength, flesh, spiritual power, etc., not the power of faith.
I see, Zangshan said. Then how do you know that I am using the power of faith? When Moss heard Zangshan's words, his expression suddenly shocked. What? You don't even know the power of faith perception? Don't you have a godhead? Is it strange? Zangshan asked. Ah, you really haven't condensed a godhead? How can you open up your own divine realm without a godhead, thus launching a divine invasion war against me? Moss made a shocked and puzzled voice, followed by
his huge phantom head shrank into a palm-sized phantom head furnace, flew to a position 5 meters above Zangshan's head, with a pair of blood-red big eyes, staring at Zangshan closely, as if to determine whether he really had no godhead.
I want to know, answer my question just now. Zangshan squinted and asked.
Moss didn't think much about it and said, this is common sense. The godhead can make the gods easily sense whether the other party is relying on the power of faith to perform divine skills.
Well, this is common sense.
Zangshan was stunned, feeling a little embarrassed. It turned out that as long as he had a godhead, he could understand this.
Should you tell me that you don't have a godhead? Why can you open up your own divine realm? Moss asked.
Zangshan looked at the fiery gaze of Moss above his head, and naturally he would not tell him that he was using the divine domain card.
After all, did the other party lie just now? He couldn't be sure either. Therefore, he thought for a while and lied.
I poured all my divine fire into a small secret realm and had the divine domain.
How is this possible? The divine fire poured into the small secret realm, wouldn't it be backlashed by the will of your mother planet?
Moss's voice was disbelievable. If you don't believe it, you can let the demons who have not yet become gods try it. Zangshan said seriously, then looked at the purgatory durian fruit tree in front of him. His consciousness froze, and he quickly picked the 6 fruits on it. Moss, who was in shock, saw Zangshan picking the fruit of the last purgatory durian fruit, and immediately roared, "Stop, you untrustworthy."
Who is not trustworthy? Didn't I leave you a plant? Zangshan pointed to the only remaining purgatory durian fruit on the purgatory durian fruit tree and said.
Moss looked at the last purgatory durian fruit tree that did not wither because of a purgatory durian fruit, and roared, "You ants, how dare you play tricks on me, and when my believers come, they will whip you and crush you into." Zangshan looked at the roaring Moss above his head, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he controlled the stone under his feet, and shot it into his mouth at lightning speed. All of a sudden, the stone passed through Moss's phantom head, causing his voice to pause suddenly.
The next second. Okay. Instead of anger, Moss laughed. Ant, do you think that using this stone can cause harm to the consciousness?
I'm just confirming whether the physical attack will affect your consciousness in the divine domain, and it seems that I think too much.
Zangshan's voice was slightly regretful. However,
when Moss heard the tone in Zangshan's words, a mouthful of thick black gas suddenly spat out from his mouth, as if a person was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. After a long time, Moss slowed down, with a pair of blood-red eyes, staring at Zangshan angrily and roaring.
Ant, you are too deceiving the gods, Fire Rock Giant. As Moses spoke, in the hellish soil in front of Zangshan, it turned into a 2-meter-wide magma pool.
In the magma pool, a huge cloud of magma water, as if it had life, gradually rose from the magma pool and solidified into a figure.
Soon,
this cloud of magma water formed a fiery red rock giant 3 meters tall with dark red magma flowing on its body. As soon as this rock giant, covered in dark red magma, appeared, clenched his fists with both hands, hammered his chest like an orangutan, and let out a roar. Zangshan stared at the summoned creature, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he threw a peeping eye at it.
Summoned beast, Fire Rock Giant. Grade, 2nd order.
Skill, Filthy Rock Reincarnation. Unless the summoner cancels the summon, even if it is shattered, the Fire Rock Giant can pass through and absorb enough flame magma to revive again.
Skill, Fire Rock, can condense a firestone boulder containing powerful destructive power and throw it at the enemy.
Analysis, the Firestone Giant with no conscious pain has great strength and amazing destructive power, and with the host's current physique, it is difficult to withstand its punches and blows.
Zangshan checked the panel information of the Fire Rock Giant.
The Fire Rock Giant, waving a huge long fire rock stick, bombarded him without hesitation.
Immediately,
Zangshan's consciousness froze, teleported to 90 meters away, and then used his flying technique to fly towards a large volcano in the distance, not intending to entangle with the Fire Rock Giant.
After all, it's just a waste of time. It does not bring any benefits.
When Namos saw Zangshan using teleportation to leave, he immediately lifted the Fire Rock Giant that consumed 100 points of faith per minute, and flew to his side and roared,
"Where are you going?"
Zangshan pointed to a large volcano in the distance and said, "Ugly 8 monsters, there has been a colorful light shining there, you should be there, put something good." Moss followed Zangshan's finger and saw a huge volcano halfway up the mountain in the distance, a colorful light shining up, like a pearl, very eye-catching. Seeing those dazzling lights, Moss showed a look of astonishment on his face, and then roared to stop him. "No, you can't go over, otherwise." Zangshan saw the change in expression on Moss's face, interrupted his voice, squinted and smiled. smiled. It seems that my judgment is correct. There must be something good there. Then it is mine now. And, if you dare to get close there, once I search for the coordinates of your divine realm and know the location of your home planet, I will definitely take you. Moss kept angrily reprimanding and threatening Zhang Shun. However, such a threat did not make Zhang Shun feel afraid, but became more curious. After all, this First Order Hell God Moss, who was prone to rage, didn't seem to have such a big emotional reaction when he collected the rare purgatory durian fruit by himself just now. Seeing that he couldn't use words, he stopped Zhang Shun from getting there, and an anxious look instantly appeared on his face. Followed by, his consciousness was slightly condensed, and a white card appeared in front of the phantom's head. Zhang Shun looked over curiously. I saw that on this white card, there were some strange words written on it that he didn't know at all. However, the texture of the picture in the card made him feel a bit familiar, a bit like the texture on the card where he obtained the agility amplification technique. Ugly 8 monsters, what kind of card are you? Zhang Shun asked curiously. Unseen cheap god. Moss snorted coldly, his consciousness froze. This white card turned into a gray-white energy in the blink of an eye, and flew rapidly in a certain direction. At the other end of the scorched earth of purgatory, in a scorched black forest in the distance, a group of black shadows rushed towards Zhang Shun. As these black shadows ran out of the scorched black woods, a burst of gray-white energy rushed towards one of the black shadows' bodies. Suddenly, this black shadow, which was originally faster than other black shadows, suddenly became extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he opened a huge distance from these black shadows and quickly ran in the direction of Zhang Shun. And on the other side, Zhang Shun saw that Moss did not answer his question, so he continued to fly towards the volcano. Around 4 minutes and 50 seconds, a sense of suspension came over, and Zhang Shun knew that this was a 10-second warning before the end of the flying technique, which could only last for 5 minutes in the air. Immediately, he quickly landed on a dense red fireweed. Moss followed Zhang Shun closely, and as soon as he saw him flying for 5 minutes, he suddenly landed back to the ground. Immediately thought he had changed his mind. Immediately, he changed another line of thought, saying, "Ant, count your appearance, wait for my believers to capture you. If you are willing to give up yourself and believe in me as respect, I can make you the second divine envoy of my divine domain, and at the same time, you can reproduce offspring with all the female believers in my divine domain. Are you tempting me to win me over?" Zhang Shun squinted and smiled, then used the flying technique again and continued to fly towards the volcano. "It is your honor to be able to become the most promising god envoy in the Abyssal Star War Academy," Moss said. "Listening to you, it seems that you are on your side, or a genius," Zhang Shun said. The face of the Moss Phantom showed a hint of arrogance. Not everyone can condense the SSS-level divine domain. This is the SSS-level divine domain. Zhang Shun showed a surprised face, praised him, and then squinted his eyes and asked curiously, "You have become a god, and you still have to go to school over there." Ignorant lowly star gods, any planet that bursts with divine energy, if there is no effective education, guide, and teach the descendants of the divine race born in the future quickly transform into gods, all living beings on this planet will sooner or later become slaves to other god planets and become subsidiary resource planets. Hearing Moss's words, Zhang Shun suddenly remembered that when he obtained the system, it seemed that the mainline panel of the system had prompted that there would be extraterrestrial gods invading Blue Star in the future. Could it be that those invading extraterrestrial gods wanted to turn Blue Star into a resource planet? Zhang Shun frowned slightly, showing a hint of contemplation. When Namos saw this, he thought he was considering his words, so he continued to throw out the goodness. "If you are willing to become my second divine envoy and stop continuing to approach that volcano, I don't care about your offense to me just now, and I'm even more curious about the baby on that volcano now." Zhang Shun turned his head to Moss and smiled. Suddenly, Moss became angry again and roared at him, "Cheap god, I advise you to stop, otherwise once my believers appear, you will be whipped, and you will be punished." Listening to Moss's roar and threatening, Zhang Shun directly ignored it. When a sense of suspension came again, he landed again to the ground and then took off again. In this way, Namos also instantly understood that Zhang Shun's ability to fly in the air could only last for 5 minutes. Therefore, every time Zhang Shun landed on the scorched land, he would quickly summon the fire rock giant in advance and sneak attack him. Zhang Shun is not stupid. Every time he has to land, he directly opens the air cover in advance, just in case. After half an hour, the speed of the originally extremely distant volcano appeared in front of Zhang Shun's eyes. Zhang Shun looked down at the volcano. At this time, he found out. This volcano is extremely large, twice the size of Mount Fuji in Cherry Blossom Country, and it is also an active volcano that spews out magma every 10 minutes. Every time the volcano made a loud rumbling sound, the gray smoke and volcanic ash that soared into the sky would rush into the sky at high speed, and the turbulent rolling magma, gushing out of the crater at speed, flowed halfway up the mountain, turned into a colorful transparent dazzling energy full of evil and depraved aura, and quickly converged towards the foot of the volcano, a giant building that looked like a giant turtle shell. This giant building, covering an area of nearly 1,000 square meters, has a closed door and a huge turtle shell-shaped diamond-shaped roof. On the roof of the turtle shell house, every half-meter at intervals, there was a swirling like raisingan, constantly absorbing the colorful and dazzling energy filled with evil and depraved aura. Zangshin couldn't directly peek inside and see what was hidden, so as soon as he got closer, he threw a peeping eye at the building. Temple of the Fallen Hell, a rare spectacle. A temple that appears with the divine realm can transform the huge energy in the volcano into an energy pool of evil and fallen. As long as the primordial god corpse is put into the energy pool, and 10 pieces of the godhead of the lower gods are thrown in, 109th order. When the corpse of the primordial god absorbs the energy in the energy pool, once awakened, it will transform into the divine messenger of Moses and become its fanatical believers. Through the feedback from the peeping eye, Zangshin squinted at the roaring moss on the side. The lowly god of the lower planet, get out of here, otherwise when I track down your divine domain, it will surely annihilate your divine domain. You can't get any closer to here. If you are obsessed, when I come to your planet, I will surely let your clan burn in my anger. Zangshin listened and roared, and furiously, and asked him to get out of the moss here. Moment. He knew why moss kept preventing him from coming here. Obviously. In this spectacle, there should be a corpse of a primordial god who is transforming into the identity of his divine messenger. Thinking of this, Zangshin's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, and he was going to decide on the primordial god corpse in it. After all, there is also a wonder in his divine domain, which can transform the primordial gods into heroic spirits who are loyal to him. Immediately, he rushed down, stood in front of the door of the spectacle, and stretched out his hand to put it on the gate. When Moss saw this, he roared louder at him, "Stop, you bastard. Get out of here. If you leave here, I can introduce you to the War Academy, become my vassal god, and get the god knowledge you want." "Hey, no need." Zangshin smiled at him and pushed hard. The gate creaked as the gears turned. In a flash, in the gate of the spectacle, colorful dazzling lights with evil and depraved aura flew out, followed by countless sounds like ghosts crying and wolf howling, mud snails, and obscene sounds, turned into a chaotic energy that quickly rushed towards Zangshin. The moment these energies hit the body, Zangshin had countless evil and depraved thoughts flashing through his mind, but soon, these thoughts also quickly dissipated after these energy impacts left the gate. But Zangshin stood motionless. It took a long time for him to come to his senses from the evil and depraved and obscene thoughts. Fortunately, it's not an attack, otherwise it's gone, and you have to be more cautious when you go to other people's divine realms in the future. Zangshin breathed softly, secretly warned himself, and then looked up inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened. On the roof of this wonder, like a stream, shining with colorful energy light, slowly towards the middle of the spectacle, a 50 square meter square pool converged into a dark red pool of water. In the dark red pool water, a more intense depraved mist was emitted, which was continuously transported to the water above the pool. 2 meters above the pool is a huge spider web. In the middle of the cobweb, there is a woman standing. This woman is extremely beautiful, with extremely delicate human facial features, and on the edge of her fair and delicate face, there are rose-like black and red seductive flower textures. The woman wears a huge V-neckline gray and white dress on her upper body, which makes the peak under the tight collarbone, most of which is snow white and half exposed, which is tempting. However, under her long gray and white dress, there was a huge spider silk sack, and 8 huge purple gold spider legs grew on both sides of the silk sack. Zangshin looked at the spider woman whose upper body was human and the lower body was a spider. He knows it well. This is definitely that primordial deity. He took a deep breath and did not approach rashly, but threw a peeping eye at him. Moment. A panel that only he could see slowly surfaced from above Spider-Woman's head. Wisdom race, Fong Ming Spider Girl. Qualification, Epic. 4th order, 0/280000. Name, Yasha. God system, Tribal God. Skills, Silver Thread Wrap, Advanced, Stealth, Advanced, Soul Sleeping Sound, Advanced, Death Ray, Advanced, Life Spinning Spider Seal. Intermediate, Silk Shield, Intermediate, Soul Binding Poison Mist, Intermediate. Spider Arrow, Low Level, Spider Soul Attachment, Low Level. Talents, Lifeweaver Domain, Advanced, Disguise of God, Top. Believer, None. Mood, None. Analysis, the Queen of the Spider Girl Kingdom. Among the tens of millions of Spider Girls, there is a chance that an epic qualification Spider Girl will appear. While it has terrifying strength, it also has a rich and full beauty. In establishing a country of its own, it condenses the belief of various spider people in its invincibility, and under the influence of devouring a large number of godhead fragments, it has become the most primitive form of the clan god, the Fangmei Spider God. However, under the invasion of the Abyssal Star God, the Spider Queen of Fangming, who had just become the Fangming Spider God, along with her people, was captured and strangled. Now, under the influence of this spectacle, the Spider God is transforming into the divine messenger of Moss, and the countdown to the successful transformation is 1 hour 25 minutes and 15 seconds. There is still a day or so before this Spider Woman is successfully transformed. Zangshin felt a little surprised. I'm so lucky. If I arrived here one day later, I would have no chance with this Fangming Spider God corpse. Immediately, he used his flying technique and flew flew towards the Spider-Woman. On the side, Moss watched Zangshin keep approaching Yasha's body and kept roaring, "No, you stop for me, you despicable god. If you leave, I can give you a rare spectacle card." "A rare spectacle card? You want to send away labor and management?" Zangshin chuckled and continued to fly towards the Fongming spider god above the energy pool. When flying to the edge of the energy pool, he felt this Spider-Woman had an extremely strong and dangerous aura of depravity and evil, which was luring him to come close to her and then sank under her pomegranate skirt. He shook his head and forced the evil thoughts in his mind that were restless and full of hormones. "Keep admonishing yourself. Now is not the time to think about this." But the more this is the case, the more he thinks in his heart, as if he just wants to be drunk forever in the arms of the Spider-Woman. Gradually, he felt that he just wanted to possess the Spider-Girl fiercely, sink here, and become a slave to this divine realm. When Zangshin had this idea, he had already reached out and hugged the soft waist of the Spider-Woman, and his eyes gradually became lost, and there was only the Spider-Woman in his eyes. The cheap god of the lower planet didn't resist the infection of the energy pool and was completely lost. Just like that, he still wanted to take Yasha's body away. Moses laughed. He didn't expect it. This human race god was unable to resist the invasion of the energy pool's evil and depraved aura and was lost. Suddenly, in the midst of his laughter, the originally lifeless Fongming Spider-Girl suddenly opened her eyes and shot a light into Zangshin's eyes in the thought of being lost and sinking. At that moment, Zangshin felt cold all over his body and his speed came back to his senses. At this time, he realized that he didn't know when. He put his hands around the waist of the Fongming spider god, buried his head in her v-neck, and nibbled on it. Suddenly, he was startled. At this moment, he heard an extremely weak and charming female voice in his ears, straight into the depths of his soul. "Terran pseudo-god, I bet on the last hole card to wake up and save your life. I hope you can take my body and help me destroy the demon's superior god Tuku after leaving." Zangshin listened to the female voice in her mind that was extremely weak, but full of unwillingness and hatred. His head came to his senses completely. And at this time, with the moment when the female voice disappears, in his mind, countless pictures suddenly flashed through his mind. The first picture is a small world full of spider races, where different spider races attack and plunder each other for territory. After that, the picture turned. A spider girl with purple gold spider legs and dual talents was born. After Yasha was born at the age of 10, she showed amazing potential and wisdom, and in just 20 years, she led the Fongming Spider Girl clan to end the war of melee and separatism of the spider race. When Zangshin saw this, the picture turned again. 100 years later, Yasha gathered all the spider races, and his supreme reverence and belief in it turned into a godhead and became a primordial god. The workshop is named Spider God. Soon, the picture turned again. Zangshin saw that half a year after Yasha became a god, a self-proclaimed superior god of Tuku descended into this small world, slaughtered all her people, and refined it into a magic net. In order to defend her people, she was shattered by Natuku and carved her body into a card to reward his students. In the end, her body was thrown into the temple by the student. When the picture came here, all the pictures disappeared in Zangshin's mind. And what was missing with these pictures was the last trace of consciousness left in Yasha's body. After Zangshin absorbed the last memory picture of Yasha before disappearing, he couldn't help but murmur, "Weak, everywhere is original sin. The devil is trying to dry it, right? Well, if I can reach a certain height, I will reward you for today's actions. Finish the promise in your heart." Zangshin no longer wasted time, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he put Yasha's corpse on the spider web, along with the spider web that seemed to be very simple, included in the backpack space. Then he flew towards the gate of the spectacle. After all, after taking Yasha's body, the energy in the evil pool water had an impact on him again. Moss originally saw Zangshin, and was suddenly affected by the depraved aura emanating from the energy pool, and was extremely happy, but in the blink of an eye, he saw him recover and take Yasha's body away. Suddenly, he roared like thunder, "You thief is timid, quickly hand over the corpse of my primordial god, otherwise I will make you pay the price when I notify my mentor to come." Zangshin ignored Moss' warning. He walked out of this quickly, full of evil aura, almost making him a Taoist temple. The result has just gone not far away. He saw that in the distance, dust and smoke were billowing, and a black shadow was rushing towards him at a very fast speed. When Moss saw this black shadow, he roared at Zangshin with great joy, "The lowly god of a lower planet, that black shadow is my believer, with king-level qualifications and third-order strength. If you hand over Yasha's body and lead me to your planet, I will not pursue your faults. Otherwise, my believer Nusi will definitely make your life worse than death." After Moss finished speaking, he thought that Zangshin would show a worried look. However, after Zangshin heard his words, he showed an excited look and said, "You didn't lie to me, did you? That black shadow is your believer, and he is also a third-order king-level qualification?" Moss was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Aren't you afraid?" "What am I afraid of? I just received a baby, and now another one is coming, rushing to deliver the baby to the door. I'm too late to be happy." Zangshin stood in place, squinting at the rapidly approaching black shadow. "I don't know how powerful you are. Let me see what kind of ability you have, and be able to deal with slaves who are 2 ranks higher higher than you. I'm afraid that after you see it, it's too late to cry,
Zhang Shen said. Zhang Shen's words just fell.
A tall woman, charming and cold, with a long black tail behind her buttocks, goat horns on her head, white fat on her skin, wearing a black cloak, and only a one-piece black swimsuit in her cloak, suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. As soon as the female succubus appeared, she immediately saluted Moss suspended in front of her and said, "My God is above, please forgive the slave for being late."
"Good coming, Nusi, capture him and suppress him." Moss excitedly gave the order and looked at Zhang Shen.
And when Zhang Shen saw clearly that the comber was a succubus commonly found in anime, he showed an excited look on his face, and slowly took out a forced contract summoning scroll and said, "Moss, who suppresses whom, it's not necessarily, Jia, your best believer, I accepted it."
When Moss saw the scroll in Zhang Shen's hand, he was immediately shocked and showed an unbelievable look.
"What? You are from a low-level planet, how can there be such a hard-to-find volume of forced contract summoning scrolls?"
"Why not?" Zhang Shen asked rhetorically.
But Namos did not answer his words, but shouted at Nusi, who was about to attack Zhang Shen, "Nusi, stop, get out of here and stay away from this human race."
"Yes, my God," Nusi responded and immediately turned to run. "I want to run, but there is no way."
Zhang Shen sneered, his consciousness condensed slightly, and the forcibly summoned contract scroll in his hand turned into a burst of energy, which flew into the body of the succubus slave, and finally condensed into a contract imprint on his neck.
When Moss saw that Nusi was forcibly contracted, he instantly let out a heart-wrenching roar.
This slave is the beginning of his divine realm. He has spent an unknown amount of effort and has been cultivating it until now, investing an unknown amount of emotion. As a result, in the blink of an eye, it became the summoned beast of this hateful invader. Suddenly, he had the feeling that the cabbage at home was suddenly taken away by the pig.
Congratulations to the host, contract king level qualification 3rd order succubus slave, survival points plus 3,000.
Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Shen directly ignored the heart-wrenching cry of Moss on the side and threw a peeping eye over.
Intelligent race, succubus, qualifications, king level,
3rd order, 0/26,000.
Name, Nusi.
Skills, pain whiplash, intermediate, temptation, intermediate, hidden express, intermediate, wings of the devil bat, low, psychotrim, low, ecstasy, beginner, mental loss, low, talent, charm breeding, consumes the original essence and blood, plants a charm pattern on the female creature spirit which can transform it into a new succubus. 240 hours from the countdown to the recovery of the original essence and blood, you can eat the potion that improves the original essence and blood, and the speed restores the original essence and blood.
Faith, 1st order hell gods, Moses, summoner, Zhang Shen. Mood, restlessness.
Analysis, among the millions of succubus, there will be a succubus with king-level qualifications. A succubus with king-level qualifications will have the original essence and blood that far exceeds that of ordinary succubus, and can transform into a new succubus faster. So often a king-level succubus represents a future succubus race group.
"It's cool, haha." Zhang Shen looked at Nusi's attribute panel and couldn't help but laugh, a flash of excitement flashing in his eyes.
After all, this is a wise race with 3rd order strength and many skills, and they are all bewitching in controlling people's skills. If he were to do business in Dishi in the future and summon him, he would have an extra big helper. However, what Zhang Shen liked the most was the talent of this king-level succubus, the breeding of charm patterns. Just 240 hours, that is, 10 days later, this succubus restores its original essence, and if he summons her to his divine realm, he can let it cultivate a succubus for her. Thus, among his followers, there is a sexy and charming succubus clan. This is simply that I just wanted to contract a summon for my own use at first. As a result, it was unexpectedly discovered that this summon can also develop a new race for you. This kind of unexpected joy is really no more surprising than obtaining the body of a primordial god. And at this moment, this slave is her own summoned beast. Under the effect of the contract, she will not attack herself at all, and she will obey her orders.
Even if she doesn't want to, she will be irresistibly implemented under the rules of the contract. In this way,
in this Moss's divine domain, it is equivalent to having an extra helper in disguise to assist himself in digging up the good things in this divine domain, which is much faster than looking for it in this divine domain.
Thinking of this,
Zhang Shen turned off the panel of the slave and gave an order to the slave who was standing there with a charming look. "Slave, take the master to this divine realm, other treasure places."
"Cheap god, you dare."
When Moss heard Zhang Shen's order to Nusi, he immediately roared and threatened, "When my followers gather together, they will pull you out, and they will let you."
Zhang Shen heard Moss's threatening voice, turned his head and smiled, interrupted him. "Moss, do you want to experience the taste of being beaten by your own believers?"
"Okay." Moss looked stunned, and then he heard Zhang Shen squint his eyes and give an order to the slave beside him. "Slave, use the whip of pain to whip Moss." When Nusi heard Zhang Shen's order, he glared at him with charming and ecstatic eyes, wanting to resist his order.
But the next second,
in her body, there seemed to be an irresistible force of rules, causing a black leather whip to stretch out from the palm of her hand and suddenly draw it towards the Moss phantom in front of her. Syllable. The leather whip passed through the phantom of the Moss and slammed the scorched ground, making an extremely loud whipping sound. At that moment, Moss, who was unharmed, felt that the whip was as if it was whipped in his face. Suddenly, he looked at Zangshin with blood-red eyes full of extreme anger that was about to spew fire, gritted his teeth and said, "You have completely provoked me. You have turned my beloved believer Nusi into your summoning beast, and you have let the believers of this god insult me like this. You wait, when I notify my mentor that my mentor is coming, it will be your death." After Moss roared, the phantom dissipated at speed. Zangshin looked at the disappearing phantom of Moss, frowning. Shouldn't this guy really call the so-called mentor? Namo's mentor is a superior god. Follow the message that Yasha passed on to himself before his death. This superior god called Tuku is very strong. If he came to this divine realm, he would probably have to explain it here. Now it seems that it is better to leave first, Zangshin said secretly in his heart. As for the good stuff here, as long as Nusi is here, he can summon Nusi at any time in the future and let her bring him good things from the Moss divine domain. Just when Zangshin wanted to leave, he looked at the slave who was trembling in place, threw away the black whip in his palm, and knelt down in great fear. "My God is above, please forgive Nusi for offending. Nusi is controlled by this despicable human race, and he does not want to offend my supreme god. Please my God." Hearing Nusi's confession, Zangshin frowned slightly, thought for a while, interrupted her confession, and gave an order. "Nusi, from now on, you can only kneel down to one person, that is, I, as the summoning lord. Give me up." "No, you despicable human race, you can't treat me with this respect for my god." When Nusi heard Zangshin's words, he immediately shook his head in protest, but his knees, which were originally kneeling, had already stood up. "Hey," he said, "no, but his body is still very honest." Zangshin joked. Suddenly, the slave had a pair of charming eyes and cast angry eyes at him. "When my god's mentor comes, it will be your death." Zangshin heard this, and then remembered and said, "Thank you for reminding me, baby, and call you to warm up the bed later." Saying that, Zangshin took out the extraterritorial invasion card, and a purple vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, he took a step closer to him with his left foot. But at this moment, the entire divine domain space suddenly shook, and an unimaginable and extremely palpitating force was continuously pouring towards the divine domain. "Good guy, it's coming so fast." Zangshin was surprised, and without looking back, he walked towards the purple vortex gate, stepped into his other foot, and fled from here. Moment. He disappeared into this Moss's divine domain, leaving behind an angry face, and the superior god Tuku, who slowly descended to the Moss's divine domain. When Zangshin reappeared, he was already in his own divine domain. Congratulations to the host. Invade the divine domain of the First Order Hell God Moss, and finally retreat with his whole body, and get 1000 survival points. Listening to the prompt sound of the system in his ear, Zangshin looked at the extraterritorial invasion card in his hand. It turned out that there was an extra string of coordinate codes above, and Zangshin's consciousness was condensed on that string of coordinate codes, and a small box popped up in front of him. "May I ask if the host consumes 100,000 survival points, as well as a chance to invade the Scorched Earth Purgatory Divine Realm with a 30-day limitation period?" "Good guy, the divine domain that has been invaded will actually generate a divine domain coordinate point on the extraterrestrial invasion card. Isn't that the divine realm of other gods, and you can go again in the future?" Zangshin looked at the coordinate code on the extraterritorial invasion card in surprise, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Putting the extraterrestrial invasion card back into the backpack space, Zangshin looked at Yasha's body in the backpack space, and threw it down again with a peeping eye. A primordial god corpse stained with the breath of evil and depravity. There is no attribute panel left? Zangshin was stunned, and then after pondering for a moment, he had the answer. That is, he was able to detect Yasha's attribute panel at the beginning, because at that time, she was not completely dead, so the peeping eye could see her attribute panel. And now that she is completely dead, Yasha's attribute panel will not appear. If I turn her into a heroic spirit, I don't know if her previous attribute skills, as well as her talents, will she inherit it, or what will change? Zangshin guessed, and wanted to go to the faraway, the heroic tavern on the top of the cliff. In the palace of the gods, Zangshin's consciousness condensed slightly, opened the door of the divine realm, and after appearing in his bedroom, he opened the door of the divine realm again. This time, the gate of the divine realm was located in the sea area east of the divine realm, on the cliff. Therefore, when he walked out of the gate of the divine realm, he saw two bamboo poles on the top of the cliff, howling in the wind, making a ghostly howl sound, and the eerie-looking tavern. Zangshin quickly walked to the door of the heroic tavern, reached out and grabbed the handle of the black goat's horn, pulled hard, and opened the door of the heroic tavern. As soon as the door of the heroic tavern opened, a cold aura that no one should enter poured out from inside. "It's so cool," Zangshin muttered and walked inside. This was the first time he walked into the Valiant Tavern, and the moment he entered, Zangshin felt a hint of intuition in his heart, and he walked into a modern bar. No way. The bar in the center of this Valhallic tavern, the surrounding bar slots, the rotating neon light shining overhead, and the colorful aurora that flashes under your feet when you step on it, it's hard not to give people the illusion. I wouldn't have thought that there was an eerie and terrifying scene outside the tavern. When Zangshin crossed the tavern hall and appeared in the tavern tavern corridor, next to the sofa in the number 1 tavern room on the far left. He looked at the rows of empty crystal glass coffins behind the sofa and took out Yasha's body. In an instant, the beautiful-looking body of Yasha, like a sleeping beauty, lay calmly on its side in a crystal glass coffin, as if waiting for the warrior to kiss him awake.
"It's so beautiful," Zangshan praised, and couldn't help but step forward, lean over Yasha's red and moist lips, and kiss him. Long.
Zhang Shinkai raised his head, looked at Yashan's seductive plump upper body face, his mind fluctuated slightly, resisted the urge to release himself to him, and got up and took a few steps back.
Ha!
After taking a few steps back, Zangshan felt that impulsive thoughts slowly dissipated. It's really terrifying, Yasha's body has absorbed so much of the depraved evil energy in the energy pool, and I don't know if these depraved evil energies will dissipate after becoming a heroic spirit. Zangshan muttered, his eyes moved away from Yasha's body, and looked at the panel above her head, which appeared Muran, a panel that only he could see. Does the host need to consume 200,000 survival points, the body of the primordial deity Fong Fong Spider God, transform and revive into the Yingling Fong Fong Fate Spider God?
So expensive? Zangshan was taken aback, opened the attribute panel, and glanced at his survival points.
As a result, there are more than 200,000 survival points that have not yet been used by themselves.
Originally, these 200,000 survival points.
He planned to wait until he returned from the invasion of the foreign realms to draw 20 purple cards in a row to see if he could come up with anything good.
As a result, it seems that Yasha can only be resurrected as a heroic spirit first. Immediately,
Zangshan looked at the yes under the frame, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he felt a little distressed.
Suddenly,
his body emitted a golden light, which turned into a gelatinous golden water that kept pouring towards Yasha's body in the glass hall.
Finally, Yasha's body was soaked in everything, and at this time, on the top of the crystal glass pavilion, a new line of small characters appeared. In the transformation of the heroic spirit, the transformation countdown, 47 hours, 58 minutes, 55 seconds. Shun, why not convert it immediately? Zangshan broke his defenses and couldn't help but let out a national quintessence.
This is the 200,000 survival points he got day and night, taking Lolita girls, bitter, and being displaced for 5 days in the big mold. As a result, I had to wait 2 days.
It's better to convert it all at once. It's really appetizing.
Zangshan's voice showed a hint of dissatisfaction, and then he sat down on the sofa and began to summarize the experience of invading other people's divine domains this time, and there were gains.
First of all,
invading other people's divine domains, the main body descends to the other party's divine domain, although it will be stronger than the other party's consciousness body and appear in its own divine domain, but it is also a dangerous thing in itself. After all, the comprehensive strength of the other party's divine domain is similar to that of his own divine domain, and he must be the pride of the sky over there, and there are god cubs belonging to the genius category.
There will definitely be strong people who are optimistic about it and cultivate it.
If the other party finds that the creatures invading their divine domain are not the intelligent race of a certain god, but a god himself, however, the other party cannot cause harm to this god, so it is easy to call an elder who can descend to the divine realm, or a powerful god, to enter the other party's divine domain, so as to control himself. For example, just now, if you don't accept it when you see it, when Moss goes to call someone, you will run away as soon as possible. It is estimated that he didn't take out the extraterritorial invasion card, opened the whirlpool gate, and stepped in, but was controlled by the so-called superior god, Tuku, and could not return. Secondly, the skill of flying is only an intermediate skill, and every time it flies for 5 minutes, it has to return to the ground, which affects the efficiency of exploration too much, and it is easy for the enemy to summarize the law and launch a sneak attack. It seems that after quickly upgrading the telekinesis to the intermediate level, I will do my best to brush the flying technique to the advanced level, or the top. Zangshan rubbed his brows and secretly formulated the direction of brushing proficiency in the future.
Followed by, he began to summarize the gains of this invasion outside the territory.
The biggest gain this time is the body of the primordial god Asha, followed by the contract with the king-level succubus slave. 69 purgatory durian fruits were also harvested, and several red fireweeds were collected. Zangshan took out the red fireweeds from the backpack space and wanted to plant them in the divine realm, but these plants had just appeared in the divine realm.
A prompt sounded in my head.
Red fireweed is not a believer of the host, and cannot be protected by the divine domain characteristic gods, and has completely lost its vitality.
No, it won't.
Zangshan was stunned, transplanting plants from other people's divine domains to reproduce himself. If the other party was not a creature in his divine domain, he could not plant it, and it was the same as when he experimented on Earth. At that time, he caught a cockroach and threw it into the gate of the divine realm, and Xiaoqiang died. And the reason is the same as the red fireweeds, because Xiaoqiang is not his own believer, he cannot be protected by the divine domain characteristic god blessing, and he has lost his vitality. Zangshan rubbed his head depressedly, then took out a laptop from the backpack space, opened the document, and began to record the information on the world of gods from Moss, the planet that has just burst out of divine energy. On other planets
planets that have already burst out of divine energy. It is called the inferior divine civilization planet, referred to as the inferior planet. Planets with more than 10 superior gods and one supreme god are called medium divine civilization planets. Meantime, each planet has its own will and will bless the beneficiary of the main star creatures who are affected by the burst of his divine energy, generating an attribute panel that only they can see, and assisting them to become true gods as soon as possible. When the divine domain invasion war is launched, the initiating divine domain believers will be protected by the will of the main planet and can appear in the opponent's divine domain for a short time without being rejected. An hour later, Zangshin was sure that he had not missed anything, and after getting other information about the gods from Moss, he left his hands from the keyboard, lay on the sofa, and closed his eyes in contemplation. He felt that the information he had obtained from Moses was still too little, and he wasn't sure. Will that Moss play tricks with himself, play with his mind, tell himself false information, and mislead himself? After all, if it were himself, when he suddenly met a god of a lower planet. Among the information about the gods, 3 out of 10 sentences must be false. Therefore, Zangshin felt that it was necessary to verify the information recorded in the notebook. Immediately, he clicked on the attribute panel skill and looked at the system after contracting the succubus slave, and the system prompted that he had obtained a contract skill, the king-level succubus summoning technique. King-level succubus summoning technique. The current host consumes 100/500/1000 faith points to summon a 1SA/2ND/3 RD level king-level succubus slave. Hint 1. The slave cannot attack the host and will unconditionally carry out the host's commands, but the host cannot control his words. Tip 2. For every hour of slavery, the host automatically consumes 100 survival points. Tip 3. Each summoned slave has a cooldown of 10 minutes. If you summon the slave, you should be able to get a lot of useful god information from her mouth. Zangshin looked at the introduction of the king-level succubus summoning technique, muttered, sat up, his consciousness condensed slightly, and spent 1,000 points of faith to activate the contract skill, the king-level succubus summoning technique. Suddenly, in the open space of the sofa bench to his left, a huge circular circle appeared, in which more than 10 pink lines intersected into a textured pattern. As soon as this texture pattern is formed, it bursts into a dazzling pink glow, followed by a long antelope horn, tall and curvaceous, with a long black leather whiptail behind the buttocks, snow-white skin like mutton fat jade, and a black cape, a shawl with large brown wavy curly hair, delicate lips hook a seductive arc, charming eyes and souls, just a glance, can easily confuse people's thinking and will, make people unconsciously fall into it, and the succubus that cannot extricate itself appears in front of his eyes. This is Zangshin looking at the succubus slave so closely. I have to say, Nusi is worthy of being a succubus with king-level qualifications, and even if he stands there, wrapped his body in a black cloak, there is still a thought that makes people want to commit crimes against him. As soon as Nusi appeared, he looked at the strange man's face on the sofa chair, and there was a hint of doubt in his seductive pupils. Nus, come here. Hearing Zangshin's words, the slave realized that this face was the true face of the human god who forcibly contracted her. Immediately, she unbuttoned the black cloak on her body, revealing her charming figure in an X-shaped one-piece swimsuit. Then the snake swayed to Zangshin, then put his hands around Zangshin's neck, sat on his knees across his hips, with a charming and seductive look on his face, and his lips made an ecstatic sound. Master, you can be regarded as summoning the slave company. Zangshin looked at the seductive succubus slave who was close at hand, separated by a piece of clothing. While letting go of his instincts and expanding without restraint, he said indifferently, I just asked you to come over, but you took the initiative to do so, which made me a little unaccustomed. Tell me, what task did that Moss give you to make you take the initiative to tempt me like this as soon as you came out? Please? Master is so smart. My god wants to ally with you and lead you into the God War Academy where my god is. Nusi said seductively, while taking the initiative to attack Xiaoxingshan, who was motionless on the surface but had already swelled, and reached out to attack and lead him into the quagmire. Ha, I heard you right. It's okay if your god doesn't kill me now, and he still wants to lead me to his war academy? Zangshin laughed as if he heard some joke, followed by, he stopped laughing and said coldly, if I'm not mistaken, the prerequisite for forming an alliance with him is to tell him the coordinates of my planet. Yes, master, only by knowing the coordinates of the master can my god take you to the war academy to study the relevant god knowledge. Nusi did not deny it. Zangshin heard Nusi's words, leaned back on the sofa, motioned for her to work hard to express her instincts, and then laughed softly. Do you think I will agree? No, Nusi said without any hesitation. Since you know that I won't agree, why do you sacrifice your life so much for the first time, dedicating yourself to tempt me in vain? Zangshin asked, a little puzzled. When Nusi heard Zangshin's words, he raised his head, and in his bewitching and confused eyes, he showed a fanatical look of dedication, and said, the order of my god. Zangshin heard this and couldn't help but utter a sentence of national essence. He got up very angrily, grabbed Nusi's arms, imprisoned him on his back, pressed him to the sofa, and then continued to burn the anger in his heart, and said irritably, Sheep slave, let me ask you, how much do you know about everything about your god world. Lord, Master, as long as you are willing to agree to my god's proposal, you will know, the world of gods you want, yes, the information. Under Zangshin's confinement, Nusi's voice became panting and intermittent. Now, its delicate and charming facial features. Because of Zangshin's rough behavior, it became a little distorted. A pair of charming eyes, and also rolled their eyes in confusion. When Zangshin heard Nusi's words, he felt an inexplicable sense of irritability because he couldn't control his will to summon beasts. Cheap slave, your answer makes me very angry, and the consequence of my anger is, a day and a night later. Zangshin ended the battle with Nusi, and he was very angry at him, paralyzed into a quagmire, endured all kinds of torture to unlock various postures, and did not tell himself the details of the god world. Go back and tell Moss that you want to form an alliance and show some sincerity, said. Zangshin's consciousness froze, and he took out a cloak and threw it on her, before lifting the summons to Nusi and letting her return to Moss's divine realm. When the slave disappeared in place, Zangshin instantly fell soft on the sofa, feeling extremely depressed. It seems that this succubus can't be summoned out on his own blue star. Otherwise, the ghost knows what she has hidden in her body, and she can expose the coordinates of the blue star to Moss. What a headache. Zangshin rubbed his brain. This slave can only be thrown into his own divine domain to eat, but he can't get it to the blue star, and he can use it, otherwise it is very likely to expose the blue star. Forget it, I don't want to. It's a big deal to wait until I go to the divine realm of other gods and then summon her out as a helper. Or when you want to release yourself roughly, summon her to my divine realm and take a lot of knowledge about the god world. Zangshin muttered, and felt a sense of fatigue in his body, making him want to close his eyes and sleep well. After all, after fighting for a day and a night, even if I drank a bottle of physical strength and energy potion, I still felt a lot of fatigue in my consciousness and soul. This feeling of fatigue is not that the medicine can recover, but that it needs to sleep and adjust. Just when Zangshin was sleepy and was about to close his eyes and sleep, a fishy smell around him suddenly poured into the tip of his nose. He opened his eyes and looked at the sofa, table, chairs, floor, and behind the sofa, in a certain crystal glass coffin, the clumps of fishy water left by the slaves. Suddenly, Zangshin couldn't help but scold, "Specially, you should let this cheap slave finish cleaning and then let her get out." Afterwards, Zangshin opened the backpack space and wanted to call Link Kiki to come out and clean. Outcome. He looked at the backpack space, in a certain space grid, when there were two replica cards. Zhang Shinkai remembered it clearly. Because of anger, the replica of Tidia has not yet been released. Immediately, his consciousness froze, and he took out the replica card that reproduced Tidia, and saw a line of small black characters pop up on it. "Host, Tidia has finished copying. May I ask if you want to call it out?" Zangshin clicked and called out, and another line of small characters appeared on the replica card. "Host, you can enter special personality or hobby instructions for the replica body, and the default is dull and hobbyless." What about personality? Tidia is a woman with a strong temperament, indifference, dictatorship, and few words, so your replica will be the opposite of you. Zangshin touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and then typed in words such as docile, enthusiastic, and opinionated. After that, he entered a few XP in his hobbies, and liked to do housework, cleaning, cooking food and desserts, and loved to wear stocking-made outfits. That's how you are entered. Zangshin's consciousness froze, wearing a military uniform, a bumpy figure, and a replica of Tidia with fiery desire in her eyes, appeared in front of Zangshin's eyes. As soon as the replica of Tidia came out, she looked around at everything around her, and finally looked at Zangshin and said, "Master, well, from now on, you will be called Yadidi." "Okay, thank you Master for giving me a name. Master is so dirty here. Let's clean this place for the Master." "Yes, clean up." Zangshin responded lightly. His consciousness froze, and he opened the door of the divine realm. On the other side of the gate of the divine domain is his bedroom. Zangshin walked to the bed in the bedroom, collapsed on the bed, and fell asleep. More than 5 hours later, Zangshin woke up and saw Yadidi, who had already cleaned up the Valiant Tavern, and was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him quietly. "The Master is awake. The Master is hungry. Yadidi will cook for you." When Yadidi saw Zangshin wake up, he immediately said with great joy, "Yes, go." Zangshin nodded and looked at the gate of the divine realm. In the crystal glass pavilion, the beautiful figure lying quietly in the crystal pavilion was the spider god. "There are still 16 hours left to complete the transformation, so come and take a look then." Zangshin muttered, closed the door of the divine realm, and then opened the door of the divine realm again. This time, the positioning of the gate of the divine realm was positioned by him under the beach below the Valhalic Tavern. When Zangshin passed through the gate of the divine realm, he appeared on the beach naked. He looked at the sea, his mind was shaken, and he stepped barefoot on the soft sand of the waves, and walked forward. He stopped when the seawater soaked his waist, and beside him, at this moment, palm-sized shellfish quietly surrounded him. These palm-sized shellfish creatures were put into the divine realm by him before, and they will become golden clam beasts in the future, as well as the clams of the silver clam girl. When Zangshin was promoted to the first level, after the divine domain grew larger and a beach appeared, he moved all the clams placed next to the river and stream pool here. As a result, he didn't expect it. These clams, now an
in the Emerald Valley will become the same as the ants of the monster tribe in the future. Their body size has grown from the size of a small thumb to the size of a bowl, and each one showed plump clams and tentacles, so Zangshin couldn't help but want to catch two and boil them in water. It seems that once the living being's body is contaminated with a little divine energy, the more petite the creature, the easier it is to change its size and become huge. And the animals that are not small in size, although the current change in size is not very obvious, it is just a normal state of development, but that sense of spiritual intelligence is easy for people to feel. Zangshin briefly summarized in his heart that a creature with 1 point of divine energy would bring a trace of change to it. Then, he said to the clams, "Go back to the nest, the master wants to be here and rub with shower gel." Coo coo. After hearing Zangshin's words, the clams spat out strings of foamy water droplets, as if in response to him, and then wandered back to their respective dens. After dispersing the clams, Zangshin Kai began to get down to business. He reached out and took out another replica card and released Link. As soon as Link Kiki was released, the secretary suit he was wearing was completely soaked with seawater, which made Zangshin feel a sense of wet temptation. "Master, is this place?" Link looked around and said doubtfully, "This is my divine domain." Zangshin squinted his eyes and said, then took out a bottle of shower gel and a sponge, threw it to her, and said, "Come, give the master a bath." "Yes, master," Link Kiki said, took the sponge thrown by Zangshin, as well as the shower gel bottle floating on the seawater, pressed the shower gel onto the sponge, and poked out the foam. Half an hour later, Zangshin also rubbed Lin Kiki for a bath. As a result, the two saw that in the gate of the divine realm in front of the beach, Yadidi was wearing an apron, standing outside the gate of the divine realm, and shouted to them, "Master, the meal is ready, you can eat it. Don't worry, come here, take a shower and eat together." Zangshin said. Yadidi heard Zangshin's words, walked into the gate of the divine realm, and at the same time unhurriedly took off his apron and military uniform, revealing his excellent figure, and slowly walked towards him. Lin Keek's charming eyes were blurred, paralyzed on Zangshin's body. His eyes looked at the jade man who came over, and said softly, "Congratulations master, take down Tidia." "Ha, baby, she is not Tidia herself, but like you, she is a replica, and now she is called Yadidi." Zangshin laughed and said, took 2 steps forward, and pulled Yadidi who was approaching. Then he roughly held her head down and made her kneel in the seawater, before letting her body rise and fall with the waves. Seeing this, Link also knelt down and dived into the sea. 3 hours later, Zangshin, under the service of Yadidi and Link, took the two of them back to the divine realm and appeared in the town of Spart. As soon as he appeared, Xiaohei, who had not gone to the forest to play today, immediately took his 5 brothers and sisters, let out a cheerful meow, and immediately leaned over and rubbed his feet. Zangshin picked up Xiaohei, sat cross-legged on the haystack beside him, and said while stroking it, "Hey, Xiaohei's hair, the water has slipped a lot, it feels really comfortable to the touch." Meow. Xiaohei looked at Zangshin with his watery cat's eyes, responded, and rubbed his head into his arms, as if expressing his longing for him. Meow, meow. The little orange cat with orange hair all over his body and elite qualifications also wanted to get the love of his owner, so he took the initiative to jump into Zangshin's arms. As a result, Xiaohei raised his head, meowed, and then shrank his head in Zangshin's arms, not daring to make any intimate moves. Suddenly, Zangshin couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaohei, my sister Xiaoju also misses her master. Don't be jealous, you have to get along well." Zangshin smiled. Xiaohei shouted obediently, and then rubbed his head in Zangshin's arms again, and Xiaoju dared to rub Zangshin intimately with his head at this time. Yadidi and Link Kiki, who were on the side, also sat on the grass with Zangshin, holding several other kittens, and picked them up. All of a sudden, the kittens meowed happily, attracting other cats and puppies nearby. In the blink of an eye, around Zangshin, 15 Spartan cats who will become intelligent races in the future gather together. 10 blue cats that will become undead ghost cats in the future. 8 pit bulls that will become wind-type pit wind chasers in the future. 5 who will become beast-type golden lions in the future. And 1 little chow chow that will become hell-type 3-headed dogs in the future. They also ran from the forest, around the nearby palace of the gods, and then barked passionately at Zangshin. Zangshin interacted with them briefly, then got up with Xiaohei and Xiaoju in his arms, walked to the space warehouse on the side, and checked the cat food and dog food inside. There were a total of 26 packs of big cat food and 15 packs of dog food, and Zangshin felt that after enough for them to eat for a while, he slowly walked towards the river and the pond. The river and stream pond are planted here with breeding flower furs, as well as intellectual flower furs, which attract ordinary insects born naturally in the divine realm. As soon as Zangshin walked here, a swarm of 21 large wasps, which would become highly poisonous golden ring bee beasts in the future, flew out of a huge 2-meter high nest and surrounded him, making a bombardment sound like a helicopter. I haven't seen these big hornets for a while, and their size has become as big as the mouth of a bull. And later placed here, the 2 true hibernating beasts that will become insect-type strange beasts in the future also drilled out of the soil, revealing a body size the size of a fist. Soon after they broke through the ground, 5 future monsters that would become dark beasts, and the size of a football became a poisonous scorpion, scurrying out of the forest not far away and appearing around him. Zangshan looked at the 3 insects and strange beasts that had gathered and thought that they would become explosive queen bees in the future, as well as the bee colony of the intelligent race explosive bee tribe. I don't know if it will be placed in the East Zoo of the city and it will become a strange beast explosive queen bee in the future, and the little bees of the intelligent race, the violent bee tribe, are they separated? If they are divided, they should also be transferred to the divine realm. Wait, forget it. Zangshan shook his head slightly, dispelling the idea of moving the bee colony in the East Zoo of the city. After all, there are many bees in the hive that have not survived for 3 years, and may become intelligent races or strange beasts. As long as they are in the hive, once the cataclysm breaks out, they will receive them into the divine domain, but it is a not weak combat power resource. Afterwards, Zangshan took the 2 daughters to play in the water at the river and waterfall on the side, then opened the door of the divine domain, returned to the bedroom, and then called out the door of the divine realm again and appeared in the Emerald Valley. In the Emerald Valley, there are 550 strange ant colonies that will become intelligent races in the future, and 11 rushing ant beasts that will become strange beasts in the future, still maintaining the size of the bull mouth and not changing again. But what made him very depressed was that this queen ant of the strange power tribe seemed to have been sterilized, and she had not given birth to an ant egg until now, but her body size changed from the size of the bull mouth last time to the size of the current football. After leaving the Emerald Valley, Zangshan went to 10,000 Beasts Lake again to learn about the situation of these future terrifying beasts, as well as the Snowfox tribe and Snake Man race that will become intelligent races. These strange beasts and intelligent races, under the care of the caregiver intelligent mechanics, all live well, have houses to live in, have food to eat, and are organized from time to time to play games. When Zangshan first appeared, the animals here rushed towards him in droves. Equally, Zangshan didn't favor one over the other, and simply interacted with them. An hour later, the territory of the Snowfox tribe that Zangshinkai walked to, as well as the territory of the Snake Man tribe, checked the cooked food and partridge egg reserves in the frozen storage warehouse here. The food in these 2 warehouses is only 2 days worth at most. Immediately, Zangshan walked out of the divine realm, took out the mobile phone and the backpack space, and a lot of information immediately popped up on WeChat. However, Zangshan did not reply immediately, but clicked on Xiao AI's WeChat and saw a message from 2 days ago. Master, the cooked meat for the white foxes and the partridge eggs for the milk snakes are already stuffed, and you can go pick them up at any time. It's still a little love, Zangshan muttered and replied with a good, followed by. He quickly left the divine realm, took Yadity and the 2 replica girls of Link Kiki to the vacuum storage warehouse near the construction site of Longshan New Town on the outskirts of the city. With a teleportation, he entered the warehouse and saw a warehouse full of cooked food, as well as partridge eggs. These foods should be able to sustain these 2 groups for 2 or 3 months. Zangshan murmured, and quickly transferred all the food here to the divine realm. When the transfer was completed, Zangshan didn't go anywhere else, turned around and returned to the heroic tavern, waiting for an hour before Yasha, who was about to completely become a heroic spirit, was resurrected. Waiting is boring. So Zangshan was not idle, took out his mobile phone, clicked on rock music, and danced and rocked with Yadity and Link Kiki, and then rolled up and down. And when they roll passionately and release youth hormones, time also passes quickly. In the crystal glass coffin behind the sofa, all the golden gel liquid was also absorbed by Yasha's body, followed by a golden light flew out of the coffin. Yasha's body slowly floated from the coffin, blooming with golden light, mixed with black light. The moment these lights gushed out, the gray and white dress on her body shattered and fell, revealing a seductive figure. Zangshan kept turning his waist against Yadity, launching a fierce conquest, while turning his head to look. I saw the originally ugly spider silk sack on Yasha's lower body, slowly contracting and disappearing, 8 purple gold spider legs, 2 of which became slender and white human legs. The other 6 purple gold spider legs shrunk to the top of the back and turned into a purple gold spider texture. At this time, Yasha slowly opened his eyes and looked around. In her beautiful glazed golden eyes, Zangshan saw the unruliness, and also saw the majesty of the superiors, as well as the strong evil eyes. Master, Yasha looked at Zangshan, who was conquering Yadity. She opened Tao's small mouth and screamed, sticking out the tip of her tongue and wrapping her lips, as if blooming with evil instincts, and as if she saw a tempting prey and looked hungry. Zangshan nodded and threw a peeping eye over. Wisdom race, Fong Ming Spider Girl, qualification, epic, first order, 0/5000, name, Yasha, god system, tribal god, skills, silver wire wrap, low level, stealth, low level, soul sleep sound, low level, death ray, low level, talents, lifeweaver domain, advanced, disguise of god, top, evil heroic spirit, faith, fanatical believers, mood, excitement, analysis, although he has lost the memory of his previous life, he will become more potential for growth than before, and at the same time, under the influence of his original fallen prison temple energy pool, his behavior will be more evil and dangerous and domineering. Master, from now on, you will be called Yasha. This is your name before you died, and it is also your name in the future. Thank you, Master, for the name. Yasha said. A white spider silk appeared in the palm of his hand, domineeringly rolled up Yasha
Gadity, who was enjoying joy under Zhang Shen's knees, and threw it aside while he approached and stepped forward, taking her place and constantly releasing himself. Life-weaving domain, advanced, consume 75%/45%/15%/1% of your own spiritual power, which can allow you to obtain a certain percentage of the four-dimensional attribute bonus of the Fangfeng Spider God in the area of 8000/5000/3000/1000 square meters, or designated creatures. God's disguise, top, consumes a small amount of mental power, can easily imitate the appearance of the other party, can also easily switch to different spider appearance forms, and obtain the corresponding skills of the spider. Evil heroic spirit, passive talent, a heroic spirit body full of the aura of fallen evil thoughts. Any creature that fights with it will be affected by its depraved evil thoughts aura to exert its strength. In the neon-lit Valhalla Tavern, Zhang Shen launched a fierce conquest against Yasha, while carefully checking her talent in detail. When seeing her top talent, the disguise of God, in his mind, he instantly thought of the 7 Black Widows in the old Shinshan of Demold, the biological genetic research base. Immediately, Zhang Shen looked at the delicate man who turned into a cavalryman and performed writing skills, and asked, Yasha, can you easily communicate with any spider? Ah, of course you can, master. Aha, does the master want Yasha to communicate with that? Ah, Asa asked suspiciously, but her movements did not pause. That's right. Then master, shall we go now? Yasha said with a hint of reluctance. Don't be so fast, those spiders are not in this world. After Zhang Shen finished speaking, the Waste and Horse were united, speeding up the attack and trying to completely conquer Yasha. A day and a night later, Zhang Shenkai received the cheerful Yaditi and Link Kiki into the replica card, and then let Yasha, who was satisfied and naked, move freely in the space of the divine realm, and he opened the door of the divine domain and appeared in Blue Star's own bedroom. Just returned home. Zhang Shen reached out from the backpack space and took out his mobile phone and took a look. At this moment, it is 12 o'clock at noon. In WeChat on the mobile phone, a bunch of messages popped up wildly. He clicked on it and saw that Li Yuqing asked him where he had been these days. There is also Lu Miao's message, asking him what he has been doing recently. She has returned to Jinhai. Do you want to eat seafood clams? There are also Xiao Ai and Xiao Di who report to him about their work, and the Lolita girls send him photos. In that photo, they are sitting in an office, wearing JK school uniforms, listening carefully to the video of Xiao Ai's 2 female secretaries teaching them to speak Chinese. There are also people who are far away in the Big Mold, Jack and others, who want to come to Big Mold and talk to him about their intentions. Zhang Shen replied to them, if you think about it, you can bring sincerity and value. After that, he only replied one by one for a while before throwing his phone in the backpack space, entering invisibility, and then taking out the wormhole orbit card. On this wormhole orbit card, there are 2 suborbital points at this moment. One is on the Divine Chariot, and the other is in the Big Mold Biological Genetic Research Institute. His consciousness was slightly condensed, and he appeared in the lowest floor of the Demold Biological Genetic Research Institute, the room with the highest level of secrecy. Danger! Dangerous! Host! As soon as he appeared, a hurried voice in Zhang Shen's ears instantly sounded a hurried warning, but he didn't care. Instead, he instantly left this Biological Genetic Research Institute and appeared in the forest outside the Research Institute. Zhang Shen checked his surroundings and made sure that there was no one around, and there was no hidden camera, so he flew to a big tree branch and opened the Divine Domain space. In the Divine Domain space, Yasha was on the beach, washing her body, when she saw a Divine Domain gate appearing in front of her, and Zhang Shen at the other end of the Divine Domain gate, signaling her to come in. Without hesitation, she moved her slender and snow-white legs and walked out of it naked. Soon, Yasha's charming and upright body, exposed to the air, a pair of eyes full of evil, looked around coldly, and then said with a slight doubt, Master, what kind of world is this? There is no trace of divine energy. This is my home planet, Blue Star, and it won't be until a year later that the divine energy will burst. Zhang Shen said. What? The Master's home planet? A year later the divine energy exploded? Asa showed a surprised expression. Zhang Shen nodded. What's wrong? Master, according to some of my memory inheritances, a planet that is about to burst into divine energy is far more valuable than the planet after the explosion of divine energy. How do you say this? Zhang Shen asked curiously. The moment the divine energy bursts, all creatures on this planet will undergo a huge evolutionary transformation, and the creatures that were already extraordinary will also usher in the possibility of a second transformation again. Has your qualifications changed? Zhang Shen asked. Not necessarily. According to my limited inheritance, genetic form transformation may occur, such as the liquid monster that was originally Snoopymon, which will become Metal Snoopy, or Dark Snoopy, etc. It is also possible that it will bring about the improvement of one's own talents, etc., such as my fate field, which may break through the top and obtain more characteristics. Zhang Shen said with a smile, pondered, and said, Yasha, how much useful information is there in your inheritance memory? After the meeting is over, I will teach you to type in a notebook. You record them one by one, and show them to the master. Asa nodded. After that, Zhang Shen took out a photo photo of the Black Widow, Yasha turned into this kind of spider. Yasha looked at the spider in the photo, and the texture of the 6 purple gold spider legs behind her instantly condensed into a solid body. The whole person quickly turned into a huge Black Widow. "It's too big, just make it palm big," Zhang Shen said. Hearing this, Yasha's body contracted rapidly, and finally turned into a palm-sized Black Widow. "Come up to my shoulder," Zhang Shen said, reaching out and letting Yasha climb onto his shoulder. His consciousness condensed slightly, and he took her into a state of invisibility and then teleported to appear in the Black Widow laboratory. In the glass box, the 7 Black Widows did not notice Zhang Shen's arrival and were walking around the entrance of the cave. Seeing this, Zhang Shen gave an order to Yasha on his shoulder. "Yasha, tell them, believe in me and take me as a god, otherwise you will be unruly." "Yes, master." Yasha responded lightly, jumped onto the glass box, and made a faint sound at the spider inside. Followed by, Zhang Shen didn't wait 10 seconds before he saw the 7 Black Widow spiders in the glass box, and a little white light floated out of their bodies, rushing towards him. "Congratulations to the host. The Phantom Clan has become your sincere follower under the guidance of your heroic spirit Asha, with plus 1000 survival points." "Ness," Zhang Shen whispered happily, but did not break the glass immediately, but his consciousness condensed slightly, and a seismic technique was activated. Moment. The entire biological research base shook violently, flashing lightning, and the alarm sounded continuously. Soon, the institute lost power and went into darkness. And at this time, he said to Yasha, "Let them hide in the cave." Said. He stretched out his fist with soft leather gloves, slammed it at one end of the glass box, and slammed down violently, and there were shattered marks on the glass at speed. Zhang Shen raised his strength and smashed it again. With a click, the glass top on the glass box instantly shattered into pieces of glass. The moment the glass breaks, Zhang Shen took a step back slightly, and then said to Yasha, who ran to his shoulder, "Let them come out, and then enter the gate of the divine realm to settle down." Hearing this, Yasha jumped in front of the rockery and made a hiss sound at the entrance of the rockery. The moment the chirping sounded, the 7 Black Widows were like aristocratic young wives, running out of the boudoir in a hurry, and their speeds were neatly arranged, appearing in front of Yasha, lowering their bodies and neighing in unison. Hiss. Yasha hissed again, and all 7 Black Widows stopped hissing, motionless. "Master, you can open the door of the divine realm." Yasha turned his head to look at Zhang Shen and said. Zhang Shen nodded, his consciousness condensed slightly, and next to them, he opened the door to the divine realm. When Asha saw the entrance of the divine realm appear, he let out a commanding hissing cry at the 7 Black Widow spiders in front of him. Moment. These 7 Black Widow spiders, stepping on 8 slender spider legs, walked neatly towards the gate of the divine realm, appeared among the breeding fur next to the river pond, and then chose a branch, began to spin silk and weave webs, and settled down. When the door of the divine realm opened, the bumblebees, scorpions, and unicorn fairy larvae that had been placed here by Zhang Shen early in the morning poured out to the side of the divine domain gate again. Zhang Shen smiled at them and said, "These 7 Black Widows, when they first arrived, were still very small. You can't bully them, otherwise they would be poisoned, but don't blame the master for reminding you." Hiss. These 3 pets make response sounds. Seeing this, Yasha on the side also instructed the 7 Black Widow spiders. Hiss. The 7 Black Widow spiders also immediately made a chirping sound. In this way, Zhang Shinkai nodded in satisfaction, closed the door of the divine domain, and stopped the seismic technique at the same time, and then said to Yasha, who jumped on his shoulder, "Okay, Yasha, it's time for us to leave too." Said. Zhang Shen's consciousness was slightly condensed, and he left this unconsciously, the Institute of Biological Genetics. As for the domesticated pets in this Biological Genetic Research Institute, Zhang Shen planned to let Jack and the others help them raise them for a year, and then come over to take them away. Therefore, this is also why he did not use intermediate seismic techniques in the Research Institute just now, causing great destruction, but only releasing the power of only primary seismic techniques level 3. Left the institute. Zhang Shen found a remote place, took the number 1 divine chariot out of the backpack space, and sat in the driving position. Followed by, he took out his apple cider vinegar mobile phone and clicked on the copy that Xiao AI had sent to him, about the grain storage and storage warehouses of large enterprises such as Demold, as well as the location of the Manor Ranch Reserve freezer. Soon, he locked the nearest meat freezer from here. Immediately, he gave the order to number 1, go to the Trang Ranch in Tega City. Take the old rural road and pass through villages and towns. Received, Master. Speed 1 makes a mechanical sound. Yasha jumped from Zhang Shen's shoulder to the passenger seat on the side, changed back to human form, and stared curiously at a 3D navigation roadmap that appeared on the number 1 display screen, and said, "What is this?" "This is the display screen. This car is called the Shening Chariot, which is an intelligent technology that transcends the times." Zhang Shen introduced while saying to number 1, demonstrate to Yasha all your functions. "Yes, Master." Number 1 made a mechanical sound, and then in front of the co-pilot of Asha, a 3D projection screen appeared at speed and began to demonstrate all its functions. Yasha's evil eyes are full of exploration, like a curious baby, focusing on the demonstration on the projection
selection screen. When number 1 demonstrated how to make it record the name of the user, Asha said without question, "In the future, you will call me Queen Asha." "Yes, Queen Asha, as long as Queen Asha clicks this button, or calls number 1, and turns on the automatic lock target tracking function, number 1 can." On the side, Zangshin heard Yasha ask number 1 to call her Queen Yasha, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. But there was no objection. After all, after Yasha's resurrection, she seems to have been influenced by her previous life, and she is very obsessed with the title of Queen Asha. For example, when Asa was first resurrected, on the day and night at Valhalla, the two daughters of Yadidi and Link called her Yasha. As a result, Yasha was very dissatisfied, so that in the future, they would have to honor her as Queen Asha. Yadidi and Link Kiki hesitated slightly for a second. Yasha directly cast a calming sleeping sound, and released a wave of depraved energy pouring into the two women's bodies, rapidly amplifying the desire points of the two women, and then binding them to the spider web. Then he used spider silk to pick up some props and attack them. That's how it came down. If Zangshin hadn't felt that he was playing a little too much and opened his mouth, the two women would have almost completely collapsed and become playthings. As Asa stares at the projection and learns how to use the number 1 divine chariot, Zangshin looked at her delicate white and still naked body, and thought that in Link's reserve ring, there seemed to be a lot of clothes that he bought last time when he went to the cost store. Immediately, he took out Link's replica card and released it. "Master." As soon as Link Kiki appeared, he immediately shouted happily to Zangshin, then turned his head and looked at Yasha, who was not hanging in the passenger cabin, and hurriedly called respectfully, "Queen Asha." Queen Asa turned her eyes slightly, glanced at her, and continued to look at the number 1 divine chariot to demonstrate its function. "Kiki, take out the clothes you bought at the cost store last time, which you haven't worn yet, and give them to Yasha, and let her choose a set to change in," Zangshin said. Link nodded and walked to the back carriage. As soon as her consciousness froze, she took out 3 hangers more than 3 meters long from the backpack space. Then he took out a piece of clothing packaging from his backpack that had not yet been opened it, and hung it all over it. In the blink of an eye, there are many rare and exotic clothes hanging on it, including mirror-flowing clothes, fireworks clothes, soft plum clothes, black skyey clothes, flowing firefly clothes, tsunade clothes, hinata clothes, blurry yuji clothes, xiao xiao clothes, minyu clothes, wuzatin clothes, angel clothes, and so on. And at this time, after Yasha also saw how to use the number 1 divine chariot, he turned around and followed Zangshin, walked to the back carriage, and came over to choose clothes. When she saw these clothes, she frowned, paused in front of a few domineering-looking costumes, and shook her head towards the other clothes. So until the end, she walked to a black as ink, one-piece leather coat, and a searcher-style spider suit with white spider webs on the front and back. She stopped, reached out to pick up the dress, and said to Link, "I want this dress, the other clothes can be put away." "Okay, Queen Asha." Lin Kiki nodded and wanted to put away his clothes, but he heard Zangshin sitting in the rest area. "Don't collect it yet, I'll be useful later." "Good master." Link nodded. Yasha on the side changed his clothes, walked to the soft collapse of the rest area, looked at the flat box in Zangshin's hand and said, "Master, what is this?" "This is a notebook. You sit down, I will teach you to type with this notebook," Zangshin said. Asa nodded and listened carefully. Zangshin explained for 2 minutes, squinted and smiled. "Since you can type in a notebook, then open this document and record the information about the world of gods in your inheritance memory in this document." "Okay, master." Asa nodded, placed the notebook on her slender lap, and closed her eyes slightly. "Close your eyes." In her mind, she echoed some memory images of Yasha in her previous life and some inheritance memories. Soon, Yasha opened her eyes, slowly stretched out her hands, and typed word by word on the keyboard. When it comes to Yasha code words, Zangshin took out the proficiency card, opened the attribute panel, and after glancing at the introduction of telekinesis, a hint of contemplation appeared in his eyes. All the time, he just used telekinesis to levitate objects and then throw them out, which was a simple operation. You can collect purgatory durian fruits from Moss's divine domain space through telekinesis. He found that his understanding of telekinesis was limited and it should be more refined and detailed. It may even be applied to living beings, limbs, rather than just dead objects in the skill introduction. Therefore, he planned to explore the correct method of telekinesis before arriving at the Trang family's large ranch. Immediately, Zangshin walked to the trunk of the car, stood in front of Link, and then released Yadidi and said, "I will use telekinesis to control your hands and take off your clothes, during which you will not have any resistance." "No, master." The two women nodded. Zangshin heard this, took a deep breath, his consciousness condensed slightly, and his telekinesis was activated. Suddenly, the two women stiffened all over, then stretched out their hands and began to take off their clothes uncontrollably. "Sure enough, you can control the limbs." Zangshin saw that the two women began to take off their clothes with their hands under the control of their own consciousness. He showed a smile, and then said to her, "Okay, get dressed, and then this time, you try to resist my control over your hands." The two women nodded and obeyed Zangshin's orders. When they saw their hands and involuntarily wanted to take off their clothes, they immediately gathered their consciousness, controlled their hands, and stopped undressing. Zangshin Shin was when the two women gathered their consciousness and controlled their hands back. He clearly felt a surge of resistance in his mind, and this resistance, in his mind, was like two 2.5-pound scales pressed on a scale, and his consciousness turned into a 1-pound scale at the other end of the scale. When the scales on both sides are equally heavy, telekinesis and the other party will be in a state of balance of wrestling. When the other party's scale is heavier than yours, you can get rid of the control of my telekinesis. Then if my scale is heavier than the other party, is it my telekinesis, I can gain the sovereignty to control the other person's limbs and let them undress. Shin muttered, summarizing his findings, and then quickly invested more mental strength poured into the scale that represented his control, and began to experiment. Suddenly, this means that the scale of his mental power has increased from 1 pound to 6 pounds. At that moment, Shin felt that he had once again controlled the hands of the two women, and then his mind moved, and he controlled the hands of the two women again to undress. Seeing this, Yadidi and Link continued to obey their master's instructions to resist this control. The two women increased their consciousness and resisted, thus restoring control of the hands. And at that moment, Shin felt that in his mind, the weight of the two scales representing the two women seemed to have increased to 3.5 pounds. Immediately, he continued to increase his mental power, and the two women also gathered more sense of resistance and fought for control of their hands. Soon, in Shin's mind, the scale, which represents his spiritual strength, has increased to 10.1 pounds, and the two women's sense of resistance seems to have reached its limit, and they can only keep their respective scales at 5 pounds, and they cannot be raised again. Therefore, the hands of the two women were once again controlled by Shin, and they slowly took off their clothes. When all the clothes on the two women were taken off, Shin's eyes appeared, and a virtual panel that only he could see floated up. Telekinesis, proficiency plus 10. What? 10 points of proficiency? So much at once. Shin looked at the proficiency in front of him in surprise, but before he could be happy for long, a huge wave of mental discomfort came over, making him can't help but cover his head and squat down. Master, are you okay? Link, Kiki and Yadidi immediately squatted down and asked. Shin looked up and said with a slight tiredness, "It's okay, I've used too much mental strength, just rest for a while." Master, do you want to lie down and rest on my lap, and I'll rub your head for you? Yadidi cared. Shin nodded, lay in Yadidi's soft arms, closed his eyes and rested. Link, Kiki on the side also immediately took action and said, "Then I'll give it to the master and relax my body." About 10 minutes later, Shin once again faced the two women and performed telekinesis. The next morning, Shin controlled the two girls Link and Yadidi, who were exhausted and could no longer condense their consciousness, and resisted the two girls under his control, changed into a maid outfit and said, "You guys get a good night's sleep and refresh yourself." Finished, he took out his proficiency card and looked at the telekinesis above. After these hours of experimentation, telekinesis has finally reached 1000 proficiency points and can be upgraded. Immediately, he upgraded his telekinesis. In an instant, a line of small black frames appeared on the proficiency card. Congratulations to the host, after a period of exploration and application, gradually have a new understanding of telekinesis. Your telekinesis has been significantly improved, promoted to intermediate skills, and the next improvement requires a proficiency of 10,000. Blue skill card, upgrading from intermediate to advanced, it takes so much proficiency of 10,000. Shin looked at the proficiency requirements required to improve advanced telekinesis, couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air, opened the attribute panel, and looked at the introduction of intermediate telekinesis in the divine skill box. Telekinesis, intermediate skill, consumes 50 points of faith or corresponding spirit, controls the movement of dead objects, and consumes faith or spiritual power, based on 1 point of faith, which can control moving objects by 1 pound, 1 meter and 1 second. The current maximum weight of the controllable object is 1000 pounds, and at the same time, it can greatly reduce 25% of the resistance in the telekinesis, and the maximum telekinesis time lasts for 5 minutes. This intermediate telekinesis technique, in addition to the weight limit of the object that can be controlled to reach 1000 pounds and the duration reaches 5 minutes, it actually comes with the elimination of the resistance and the use of telekinesis control. Doesn't that mean that I originally needed to consume a mental investment representing 10.1 pounds of weight in order to completely control the resistance consciousness of Yadidi and Link Keek's hands? Now only 75% of the original mental power is enough? This improvement is good, and I don't know if the top telekinesis can control a person as much as he wants like divine control. Shin smiled with satisfaction on the corner of his mouth, and a trace of anticipation and curiosity flashed in his eyes. But at this moment, he did not intend to continue brushing telekinesis, but double-clicked to upgrade to the flying technique of intermediate skills. Intermediate flying techniques is promoted to advanced and requires 5000 proficiency. 5000 proficiency, this is not something that can be brushed up in 3 or 2 days a week. Therefore, Shin was not in a hurry. He turned around and walked to the rest area, and said to Yasha, who was cross-legged on the soft collapse, "How many articles have been written?" The information about the world of gods and the memory inheritance. Yasha opened his eyes and said, for a while, there were only 56 articles, and the rest were too messy to sort out. It's okay, these 56 articles, I'll take a look first, you can tell the master when it's sorted out. Zangshin comforted him, then picked up the notebook on Yasha's lap and looked at it with interest. When Zangshin checked the notebook, there were 56 pieces of information about the world of gods.
The Institute of Biological Genetics far outside the old Shinshan mountain.
The power generation equipment, which was originally caused by a small local earthquake, was completely repaired and powered on.
Moment.
The monitoring of the underground base of the entire institute has been restored to light, and all equipment has returned to normal. Jack's assistant Smithson came to the monitoring room and began to check the situation of every room in the entire research institute. When I saw the sudden local earthquake, it did not cause damage to the research laboratory on the surface. He breathed a sigh of relief, tapped his hands on the surveillance screen, and switched to the underground research room of the institute.
The underground laboratory of the Institute of Biological Genetics is the top priority of the entire institute. The seismic strength is far higher than that of the ground research institute. Smithson felt that there was no loss in the research room on the ground, and there was no loss in the underground laboratory.
But at the thought that Jack might ask, he opened it and took a look.
As a result, his pupils shrank suddenly, showing an unbelievable look. Because it was set to the highest security level, only Jack and Alan could enter the Black Widow experimental laboratory.
The large glass box that was originally stored in the center of the laboratory has been shattered to the ground with glass fragments.
How is this possible?
Smithson stammered, and then immediately took out his mobile phone and called Jack, who was taking Alan and Kukline and preparing to go to Dasha.
The call was quickly connected. Smithson, the small earthquake didn't bring any loss to the institute.
Jack, who had just walked into the private jet, laughed softly, his voice very firm. After all, the seismic level of the institute is still grasped by him, and it can resist at least 5 magnitude earthquake intensity.
Dean Jack, the glass in the Black Widow lab was shattered by the earthquake. Smithson's words made the smile on his face disappear instantly, and he confirmed in disbelief. What did you say? The glass in the Black Widow lab was shattered by the earthquake. That's impossible. That's glass made by Dasha.
When Alan heard Jack's words, he immediately snatched his phone and said to Smithson, why was it shattered? Were the 7 Black Widows injured?
Alan, I don't know.
What? I don't know. Then send someone to check. No, I'll go over now. Alan hung up the phone and said to Jack, Dean, you and Kukrin go to Dasha to negotiate with that Zangshin. I have to go back to the institute. No, I'll go back with you. Those 7 spiders are of great importance and must not be lost. Jack said immediately, and then took out a bottle of potion from his backpack and a copy of the information, and handed it to Kukline. Kukelen, you go to Dasha alone to find that Zangshin. He has a good impression of you and will definitely not refuse your family's marriage. Then you hand these over to him, and he will probably feel my intention to cooperate with the Allen family. Kukrin took the bottle of medicine and this information, and looked at the back of Jack, who turned around and walked out of the private jet, showing a flash of dissatisfaction.
Inside the number 1 divine tank.
After Zangshin read these 56 pieces of information about the God world in his notebook, a vague God world gradually formed in his heart.
At the same time, I also feel incredible about this world. For example, the last of these 56 pieces of information.
It was the previous life of Yasha through absorption from the upper divine planet. A fragment of the first order God obtained the memory record. That is the planet that bursts out divine energy, and after 10,000 years, the divine energy in the entire planet is far from being as strong as it was at the beginning. The core race that is protected by the will of the planet. The day of the first year of high school at the age of 18. Powerful gods use awakening machines to assist the will of the planet, allowing it to awaken its own god system, so as to condense a pseudo-godhead and open up a desolate divine domain. And this is the norm for many superior divine planets. Therefore, whenever a planet bursts with divine energy for several years, it is possible to attract the prying eyes of these powerful gods of the upper planets, as well as plunder and enslavement.
Lower planets are easy to be plundered by higher planets. Is this the law of the dark forest of the god world?
Zangshin muttered and closed his eyes, and a vague world of gods for the whole people began to take shape in his heart. Afterwards, he took pictures of these 56 messages and sent them to Xiao AI to assist her in improving the script of the short drama Global Recovery of the Gods, and began to brush up on her proficiency in flying.
3 hours later,
the number 1 divine chariot suddenly gave a prompt. Master, there are still 10 minutes left, and we will reach our destination, Trang Ranch. Zhang Xinjiang was suspended in the back of the car, and as soon as he heard the prompt of number 1, his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he flew to the corridor of the rear parking space, looking at the scenery outside the car window. Outside the car window, there are tall forest trees flying by, but in the blink of an eye, the forest disappears, replaced by an endless prairie. Zangshin looked far away, and in the distance, there were many white wooden sticks, circled into a large area of animal enclosures. In the beast enclosure, yellow, white, black and white little yellow cows, small beef cows, and small dairy cows are grazing freely on the plain.
And in the far corner,
Zhang Shan saw a continuous complex of buildings.
Number 1, zoom in on that complex.
When the mechanical sound of number 1 sounded, a projection appeared in front of Zhang Shan's eyes. In the projection, the building on the left is a 9-story house with a resting area for ranchers marked on the roof, a few large letters. The building on the right, a large bungalow, is a large bungalow keeping adult beef cattle, dairy cows, and cattle in captivity. In the building complex 100 meters away from the large bungalow, it is a one-stop slaughterhouse, fresh beef processing, frozen reserves, packaging and packaging warehouse area. Looking at the warehouse in the projection and the cattle in the farm, Zhang Shan showed a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and said to the women in the car, "Babies, how about we brush some beef hot pot for lunch today?" "Okay, master." In the trunk of the car, Yadidi and Link, who were almost rested, sat up and nodded. And Yasha, who was sitting in the rest area and holding the computer to play minesweeping, raised his head slightly and said, "Whatever." Then she went on to clear the mines. "Then brush the hot pot," Zhang Shan said, walking to the driver's seat and sitting down. Soon, when the number 1 divine chariot drove to the gate of the Grand Shepherd of Tran, it was intercepted by the security guards at the door. "Sir, ma'am, this is the private territory of the Trang family. If it is not the staff here, please leave." The white-skinned security guard at the door politely said to Zhang Shan, who was wearing a camouflage mask in the car. Zhang Shan looked at him, his consciousness condensed slightly, and after using divine control to control him to open the door, he let number 1 drive in. And at this moment, a hurried sound sounded in his ears. "Danger! Dangerous!" The host accidentally broke into the secret realm of the Third Order Great Ranch, which now has many gods and their relatives, as well as a large number of terrifying beasts and intelligent races. Minotaur race. "What? This big ranch will become a secret place in the future. And now there is actually a wise race in it, the Minotaur race." In the cab, Zhang Shan heard the system prompt, and his eyes suddenly emitted a faint light. He just wanted the beef reserved here, but he didn't expect that there was an unexpected surprise here, allowing him to discover a new intelligent race, the Minotaur race. Immediately, Zhang Shan wanted to run to the big bungalow where adult cattle were kept in captivity, and find out and take away the bull-headed people inside. After all, if it can last until 3 years later, it has not yet been accepted by other gods as a wise race of the family, then its wisdom and qualifications must not be bad. Just when Zhang Shan was about to give an order to number 1, suddenly, he found that in the upper left corner of himself, rows of black frame text slowly emerged. The only secret realm, the secret realm of the Great Ranch. Secret realm level, level 3 advanced. Current secret realm danger level, 6 stars. Secret realm main quest 1, survive for 8 hours, reward resource card. Great Ranch secret realm fragment 1. Secret realm main quest 2, explore the large ranch to 100%, 20% living area, 20% cowshed area, 30% industrial area, 30% grazing area. Current exploration degree, 0%. Reward prop card, 2 fragments of the Great Ranch secret realm. Secret realm main quest 3, conquer the wisdom race of the Minotaur in the secret realm, suppress at least 2 gods in the secret realm, reward the spectacle card, and the Great Ranch secret realm fragment 3. Analysis, this secret realm is extremely dangerous, but the rewards are also extremely rich. Once you get 3 fragments of the Great Ranch secret realm, you can synthesize a special and rare Great Ranch secret realm card. The only secret realm, once a god clears the secret realm will disappear from this place forever. This big ranch secret realm is actually different from the suburban manor secret realm that appears on the eastern outskirts of Jinhai City. This is the only secret realm, and as soon as you come in, you can trigger the main mission of the secret realm, complete the task, and get rewards. Zhang Shan looked at the rows of small words with black frames, and at the same time a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. There was also a light of excitement. After all, this secret realm, if it appeared after the divine explosion, would definitely be extremely dangerous. But now, it is just an ordinary ranch, and there is no danger to itself. Then it is equivalent to the fact that in the early days of the era of divine resurrection, the 3 main tasks of the secret realm, which were difficult to complete, would become as simple as playing house, and they could complete it and get the cheats reward. Immediately, he signaled number 1 to drive towards the living area street where the workers of the big ranch were staying on the left, preparing to complete the exploration of the simplest secret realm mainline 2. Soon, the RV turned into the number 1 divine energy chariot appeared in the streets and alleys of the living area. Zhang Shan's eyes also moved away from the small black frame and looked at this special accommodation and living area. The living area where the workers of the large ranch stayed was not as general as he saw on the projection. It is like a big village in town, with complete stores, barbershops, special restaurants, workers' canteens, leisure internet cafes, fruit shops, bathhouses, small clinics, workers' karaoke halls, and even hair salons, single-family rooms, small gardens, leisure activity squares, etc. For a moment, Zhang Shan felt that the large-scale prefabricated vegetable factory he built in his hometown, if there were no initial catastrophe brought about by the explosion of divine energy, would sooner or later form such a living area inside and outside the factory.
8 minutes later.
Number 1 drove all the streets in this area, and Zhang Shen's map exploration in front of him directly increased by 10%.
The exploration and perfection of the living area accounts for 20% of the secret realm.
And now number 1 has driven through the streets and alleys here, only 10%.
Could it be that the house here has to go in and explore it to reach 20%?
Zhang Shen frowned and showed a contemplative look, so he put away number 1 and walked towards the nearest dormitory building with Yadidi, Link Kiki, and Yasha's 3 daughters.
It's lunch break at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
This dormitory building, which is the most remote in the living area, is particularly quiet. As soon as Zhang Shen stepped into the door of the dormitory building, a hurried sound suddenly sounded in his head.
Danger! Dangerous!
The host is about to be attacked by the third-order intern female worker guardian. With the strength of the host and its believers, once encountered, it will be extremely dangerous. Please leave this place as soon as possible. It seems to show the seriousness of the situation. A virtual panel that was so red that only Zhang Shen could see it floated in front of his eyes and kept vibrating.
What is the third-order intern female worker guard? Zhang Shen muttered puzzled and saw a fat and sloppy white-skinned woman with a fierce face walking out of the dormitory room on the left side of the dormitory building.
She looked at Zhang Shen and yelled at him, "This is the dormitory building for female interns in the technical school, and no man is
allowed to enter, not even a boyfriend."
"Well, you look strange, as if you are not from here. Why are you coming here, are you?" Before the fat and sloppy fair-skinned woman finished speaking, Asha frowned, and then activated a hypnotic requiem and said, "Get in and sleep."
After the fat and sloppy white-skinned woman responded, she lay on the ground and rolled into the dormitory room.
Congratulations to the host, lead your heroic spirit, after a lot of hardships, successfully repel the intern female worker guard, and get survival points plus 1000. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Shen walked into the dormitory management room, took the key, and threw it at the fat and sloppy white-skinned woman who rolled into the house, with a peeping eye. Analysis: after the formation of the secret realm, the divine humans who failed to escape from the secret realm were transformed into third-order secret realm monsters with special terrifying strength which could not be domesticated.
After the formation of the secret realm, the divine humans who failed to escape will be transformed into secret monsters.
Zhang Shen typed the information feedback from the peeping eye to Xiao AI's WeChat, then turned around and took the 3 daughters and began to explore the female workers' dormitory building.
The door of the first female workshop was locked. Zhang Shen used the key, secretly opened it, and walked in invisibly.
This room has 50 square meters. For young girls, like thin 18 or 19-year-old blonde girls who had just come out of technical secondary school, were dressed lightly or undressed, taking a lunch break in the room.
At that moment, Zhang Shen had a sense of hunting for beauty when breaking into the female dormitory.
He threw a peeping eye at the 4 girls, hoping to bring some useful information. The feedback received was that these were 4 wrecks that did not survive for 3 years. After that, he twisted his hands and feet with lack of interest and walked out of their room. As soon as Zhang Shen walked out of the door, he frowned and whispered to the 3 women standing at the door, "I'm alone. Quickly explore the women's dormitory in this building. You wait for me at the entrance of the corridor." The 3 women nodded slightly. Zhang Shen quickly entered a state of invisibility again and began to act. Soon, he explored from the 2nd room on the 1st floor to the 9th room on the 1st floor, and then the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 5th floor. In the end, he flew down from the 9th floor of the top floor, and without staying here, he took his 3 daughters to other dormitory buildings or single-family houses.
An hour later,
there are several dormitory buildings around, as well as single-family houses, as well as houses in other living areas.
Zhang Shen walked all the way invisibly before getting on the number 1 divine chariot and heading to the adult cattle captive area next door. Meantime,
he glanced at the exploration degree in the upper left corner by the way, and it had changed from 10% just now to 20%, and he successfully took the exploration degree of the living area. Congratulations to the host for being brave, leading the believers, speeding through the extremely dangerous living area, and escaping safely, with plus 1000 survival points.
5 minutes later,
number 1 stopped in front of the interception gate of the captive area, and a hurried prompt sounded in Zhang Shen's mind again.
Danger! Dangerous!
The host is about to encounter several third-order black-hearted mercenaries, with the current strength of the host, and its heroic spirits. Once discovered, they will die without life. Please avoid the host as quickly as possible and leave this place. In the guard booth blocking the gate, several strong black-skinned black men walked out of the guard booth in confusion and came to the number 1 window.
Among them, a bald man with a black skin asked Zhang Shen in the car, "This is a captive area, non-designated vehicles, you can't drive in. Are you the people sent by the company above? Do you have any documents?" The bald head in black skin just finished speaking. Yasha, who was sitting in the co-pilot position, spoke slightly, and her voice was full of sound of restful sleep. "Open the door, go back and sleep on the table." The bald black skin nodded, took out a remote control from his pocket, pressed it, and the interception door in front of Zhang Shen slowly
slowly opened, followed by. Without looking back, he took a few other companions who had been hypnotized by Yasha, slowly walked to the guard booth, lay down on the table and fell asleep. Congratulations to the host, leading the believers, after a lot of hardships, successfully repelled several third-order black-hearted mercenaries, survival points plus 1000.
Ha, it's so cool. In just an hour, in the secret realm, I triggered more than 10 first brushes and obtained more than 10,000 survival points.
Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zangshin laughed happily, nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his foot and stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the gate of the captive area. As soon as the number 1 divine chariot drove into the interception gate, another urgent prompt sounded in his mind again.
Warning, warn!
There are terrifying beasts in this area. The intelligent race Minotaur is entrenched, and there is also a powerful third-order beast god. With the current strength of the host, once encountered, it may be difficult to survive. Please leave the host as soon as possible, so as not to be buried here. Zangshin ignored the prompt sound in his mind, and the warning panel that suddenly popped up in front of his eyes, turning red and purple. He asked the number 1 divine power chariot to stop in front of the gate of the nearest large bungalow cattle pen, and turned to the 3 women in the car and said,
"You wait for me in the car, and I'll see if there are any cows in this cattle pen that will become intelligent races in the future."
Said.
He didn't wait for the third woman to reply, opened the car door directly, turned around, and walked towards the cattle pen gate in front of him.
The door of the cattle pen is not closed.
Zangshin approached the door, and a hurried prompt sounded in his ears again. Danger, dangerous.
In this number 1 bullpen, there are 5 Minotaur families of a certain god, as well as a large number of terrifying beasts. With the current strength of the host, once they are disturbed, they will die without life.
Yes, in this first cattle pen, there is a wise race of the Minotaur race, although they will be the relatives of the gods on the side of Dmo in the future, but now, they will be mine.
Zangshin muttered to himself and continued to walk inside. 3 meters before the gate, there is a sign with lines of small characters.
No 1 cattle pen area. Breed, moldy yellow cow. Cow age, 5 months a year. Quantity, 100 heads. Good guy, there are actually 100 big yellow cows living in this big bungalow, and it's not too crowded. It's stinky?
Zangshin looked at the small words in front of the sign, let out a surprise, and then looked inside and began to look at the cow pen. The cattle pen was rectangular and larger than he had imagined. There are 4 corridors. On the left and right sides of the corridor, there are heads of head whose bodies are fixed in wooden fences, with cow collars on their noses, tied to wooden stakes, and covered with 2-meter-tall moldy scalpers with protruding rib meat. In front of these tough scalper heads, there was a thick black leather conveyor belt. On the black leather conveyor belt, all kinds of feed were transported, and I didn't know what was added.
Anyway, as soon as you get close, you can smell the feed, exuding a fragrance that makes people want to eat it when they smell it, which keeps attracting these big yellow cows and keeps lowering their heads to eat these feeds.
Zangshin walked to the clean corridor crossing.
He originally thought that this big bungalow cattle pen would be very smelly and dirty.
As a result, this bullpen was cleaner and brighter than he imagined, and there is temperature control equipment inside. And every 2 meters on the roof, there is also an exhaust fan that keeps pumping away the smell of cow inside. On the cow dung trough, there is also a conveyor belt that keeps rotating to transport cow dung to the ground, and there is no need for people to clean up cow dung at all. And on the roof of each scalper, there are 2 robotic arm water spray pipes, as well as a miniature hairdryer for bathing these moldy scalpers.
This is automated cattle raising, absolutely.
Zangshin sighed and threw a peeping eye at the first cow card in front of him, marking the 2 big characters head cow, which was larger than other adult cows.
Fire creature, fireball, qualifications, Lord, third order, 0/10,000, name, not named, skill, not comprehended, believer, none, mood, excitement.
Analysis: a leader of a fireball that became extremely irritable after being hit by divine energy, and whenever he was irritable, his whole body was like a fireball full of flames. The first Nyo to investigate is a strange beast with the qualifications of a lord. Zangshin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but then he was relieved. After all, the big scalpers who can stay in Area 1 and have a cow card position written must naturally have an outstanding place, so they will be arranged in this position by the managers here. Zangshin thought of this, and a domestication technique was thrown at him.
Moment.
This big bad scalper, who was originally bowing his head and only knowing how to eat feed, seemed to wake up from the feed that tempted him to keep eating at that moment. It suddenly raised its head, a pair of huge bull's eyes, with a hint of desire for freedom, looking at Zangshin, as if hoping for its owner to be able to leave here with it. Zangshin has domesticated too many animals, and he can naturally understand that these animals that are kept in captivity and will become strange beasts in the future have a desire for freedom in their eyes.
Immediately,
he took a step forward, touched its smooth bull's head, and said softly, "Don't worry, the master will take you tonight, and there are many cows here. Get out of here. Let you be free to run and graze freely on the vast grassland."
Moo.
When the cow heard Zangshin's promise, a tear flashed in the huge cow's eyes, and then excitedly let out a huge cow bark, echoing in the cattle pen where hundreds of large yellow cows were imprisoned. Those big moldy scalpers who were eating feed with their heads down, heard the cry of the cow, stopped eating the feed one after another, looked up at Zengshin, and then followed with a loud moo.
Moment. In the entire cattle pen, the sound of cows vibrated like thunder.
Zengshin, who was in the cattle pen, was shocked by the sound of the cow, and his scalp was a little numb. He wanted to call the cow and make these cows shut their mouths. The result is at this time, he found that among these big scalpers, there were a few that had a little light floating on their bodies and surging towards him. Congratulations to the host. The 5 bull-headed humans in the number 1 bullpen respond to the call of the cow, deviate from the belief of the original gods, and become your pan believers, with survival points plus 1000 and faith plus 50.
Ah, this, so soon, the 5 intelligent races in this cattle pen, the Minotaur race, have become my believers?
Zengshin's eyes widened, listening to the prompt in his ears. He couldn't believe it in his heart.
This is too fast.
Every time I subdued the intelligent race before, it was either hard coercion and temptation, or hard work to make the intelligent race its own believers.
And this time, the 5 bull-headed people in this cattle pen actually heard the call of the cow, so they quickly abandoned the original gods and willingly followed them and became their own believers? Could it be that because the divine energy has not yet exploded, these 5 cows are not believers of others now, so they are so easy to transform?
Zengshin felt that it was very likely, and then he walked to the few big moldy scalpers who were shining on their bodies just now, and cast a peeping eye over them.
Intelligent race, Minotaur race, qualifications, normal.
3rd order, 0/9000.
Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Zengshin. Mood, excited.
Analysis, the Tauren is generally 2 meters tall, and is a race with strong brute strength, endurance, and physical strength. Yes, this bull-headed human race has outstanding 3 forces, and ordinary qualifications. The 3rd order requires 9000 points of level experience to upgrade, far exceeding the average intelligent race. Then it seems that in the future, the Minotaur race transformed by this big bad scalper will be a good group of troops. Zengshin looked at the analysis and introduction of the Minotaur race, and his heart was satisfied.
Followed by,
his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he didn't peek at the big bad scalpers in the cattle pen one by one, and walked directly in front of the big yellow bulls in front of him, and at the same time through the domestication techniques one by one.
Suddenly,
those musty scalpers who can live to the next 3 years will be turned into pets by him as soon as possible, and those scalpers who did not live for 3 years, after Zengshin domesticated them, were thrown down. They would only get a hint.
Domestication fails, the corpse cannot be domesticated.
When Zengshin got feedback that could not be domesticated under a domestication operation for the last big mold scalper, he walked out the door a little depressed. In this cattle pen, only 10% of the large moldy cattle can be domesticated as pets, that is, only 10. There are so few intelligent races in a cattle pen, and I don't know what surprises the second cattle pen can bring. Zengshin muttered, walked out of the number 1 cow pen room with some dissatisfaction, turned around and walked towards the number 2 cow pen next door. In the number 2 cattle pen room, there are also 100 moldy scalpers.
The head cow in this number 2 bullpen will be an elite bull in the future. Equally,
Zengshin threw down a domestication technique to the head cow in the number 2 bullpen, and instantly received a head cow with elite qualifications. Then he turned to the big yellow bull and promised it words of longing for freedom. This elite cow did not disappoint him, and also made the same move as the bull in the number 1 bullpen.
Moment.
Zengshin was assisted by this elite qualification, and easily harvested the faith of the 6 intelligent races of the Minotaur race, 1 more Minotaur than the number 1 bullpen. However, in this cattle pen, there are only 7 Manhwa cattle that can be domesticated into pets, which is 3 fewer than the number 1 cattle pen. After a while, Zengshin left the number 2 cattle pen and rushed to the number 3 cattle pen, the number 4 cattle pen, and the number 5 cattle pen.
Number 20 cattle pen. It's really tiring to walk down these 20 big cattle pens.
Zengshin stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, walked out of the number 20 cattle pen, and looked at the large bungalows 100 meters away. The color of the large bungalow building 100 meters away is a little different from that of the big mold scalper cattle pen.
The front wall of the big mold scalper is yellow.
The watch wall over there is a large black, a large white, a bit like the skin of a big cow.
Could it be that there are big cows in captivity over there?
Zengshin guessed, walked to the number 1 divine chariot following closely behind, opened the door, and got into the car directly.
Master, have you discovered the creatures that will become intelligent races in the future? Link asked curiously.
Zengshin nodded and said, the harvest is good. In this number 20 cattle pen, there will be 230 big mold scalpers in the future. 170 will become strange beasts and fire cows, and 70 will become the Minotaur of the intelligent race in the future.
Master, when will we receive them in your divine domain? Yadidi asked curiously.
Zengshin frowned and thought for a moment. After walking through all the big cattle pens here, it will be about late at night.
Master, how do you tell that they will become intelligent races under the impact of divine energy in the future? Yasha asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Talent, Zengshin said. I see. Yasha nodded, glanced out the car window and said, Master, next, do you want to go to the remaining working big cattle pen?
Zangshan was about to nod, but found that on the road outside the car window, many figures wearing cattle pen overalls appeared and were walking towards the gates of these cattle pens.
Obviously,
since it was 2:30 in the afternoon, all the workers working in the cattle pen area of the big bungalow ended their lunch break and rushed back to work one after another. Moreover, because the number 1 divine chariot appeared here, it directly attracted the attention of many workers who came back to work as well as onlookers. Seeing this, Zangshan naturally did not want to attract too many people's attention.
Immediately, he touched his stomach and said, "The babies are hungry."
Yadidi, Lin Kiki, and Yasha nodded one after another, and the latter even wiped his tongue to his lips, showing a hungry look. Since we are all hungry, let's go to the restaurant in the living area first and brush some fresh beef to eat hot pot.
Okay, master.
Yadidi swallowed. The number 1 divine chariot quickly drove away from the captive area and drove towards the living area.
An hour and a half later,
after Zangshan finished eating, he decided to hurry up and continue to take away all the intelligent races and strange beasts in the cattle pen area. Therefore, in a remote corner, after receiving the backpack space of the number 1 divine power chariot, along with the 2 replicas, he took Yasha, who had entered a state of stealth, and flew stealth to the gate of the number 21 cattle pen. He subconsciously glanced at the sign on the side. No, 21 cattle pen area.
Breed, California big cow. Cow age, 3 years and 8 months. Quantity, 50 heads. Sure enough, this is a cattle pen for big cows in captivity.
Zangshan recited a sound and walked inside, but before he had taken a few steps, a hurried prompt sound in his ear sounded instantly.
Danger, dangerous.
The host is about to encounter a third-order beast god, with the strength of the host and its heroic spirits. Once they are confronted, they may be suppressed, enslaved, or even killed. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible. If I want to complete the task of the mainline 3 of the secret realm, I need to suppress 2 gods. There is a beast god here. As long as I suppress it, it will be the last god missing. Zangshan heard the prompt, muttered slightly, and continued to walk inside.
Moment. He was a little afraid to believe what he saw.
In this captive California cow pen, large cows with black and white spots are fixed in a separate cattle pen. In the cow trough in front of it, there is a full trough full of tempting scent of feed. These feeds are nutrient-dense and the favorite feed of these big cows. Therefore, they silently lowered their heads and kept eating the feed, ignoring it, and on the huge peak bag under their belly, a girl wearing white silk, a short, black and white made costume, holding a small wooden bucket 1/2 meter high in one hand and touching the peak bag in the other, squeezing the milk hard. These girls are green-faced, look 18 or 19 years old, tall and slender.
A few of them, although wearing maid-style overalls, Zangshan still recognized them at a glance as the girls in the dormitory building of the intern female workers at the technical school before.
TSK, I didn't expect that milk was obtained artificially here, and all the girls were arranged to get milk here, and I don't know how much. The last bottle of milk would have to sell, but no matter how much it was, it would definitely be affordable for civilians to drink it anyway. Zangshan read softly, took Yasha, and began to walk towards the first big cow that produced milk. Under this big cow, a girl had just milked 2/3 of a barrel of milk, and she carried the half bucket of milk and walked towards a compartment with the fresh milk storage room written not far away. And before the girl left, another girl dressed as a maid took her place just now and continued to collect fresh milk. Zangshan threw a peeping eye at the girl who was getting milk. Ranch juicer, a girl who failed to escape from the secret realm and was transformed into a sexy secret realm monster. Once she disturbed her work, she would be repeatedly crushed to death, which was extremely dangerous. Through the information feedback from the peeping eye, Zangshan knew that this girl was not a beast god, so he threw a peeping eye at the big California cow.
Intelligent race, California Minotaur race, qualifications, normal. Third order, 0/7000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Belief, a meme, a third order beast god. Mood, excited.
Analysis, the California Minotaur race, which was transformed from a large California cow, has an aesthetic figure and appearance that meets the public, and also has a pair of indescribable
murder weapons.
Under their talents, all women of this race can produce a certain amount of divine milk every day, with a hint of healing effect, replenishing energy, and calming the stomach. Good guy, the first big cow is the intelligent race. Zangshan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then he looked at the content on the analysis of the California Minotaur race. When he finished reading, a trace of urgency flashed in his heart, wanting to believe in himself in this California bull-headed race. This is definitely not what he saw, and the analysis and introduction said that this California Minotaur has a figure and beauty that is in line with the public's aesthetics and a pair of big murder weapons. But in order to wake up every morning in the future, he can have a mouthful of fresh milk and drink it openly. On the side, Yasha saw Zangshan looking at the big cow in front of her, showing a surprised gaze, and immediately asked, "Master, will this cow be an intelligent race in the future?" "Yes, but since I can't communicate with him for the time being, I can't immediately turn it into a believer in the master."
Zangshan nodded and said, then continued to walk towards the California cow in the next cattle pen cage.
At the same time, two peeping eyes threw one at the girl who was getting milk outside the cow cage, and the other at the cow in the cow pen cage. The feedback was that the girl would become a secret monster in the future, and the California cow was just a corpse that would die in the cataclysm in the future. Immediately, Zangshin didn't stay in this second cow pen cage, and walked towards the third cow fence cage, and at the same time threw the two peeping eyes over. The feedback I got as a result was also nothing, so I continued to walk towards the next fence. When Zangshin walked to the 50th cattle pen cage, he looked at a panel that appeared above the head of a California cow. It shows that this cow will become an intelligent race in the future, the California Minotaur. All of a sudden, Zangshin didn't know whether to be happy or not. In the entire number 21 cattle pen area, 50 California cows, 10 intelligent races, the California Minotaur appeared amazingly, but there was not a single strange beast. Yasha looked at Zangshin's furrowed brows and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with the master?" Without strange beasts, it is impossible to convey what the owner wants to say to the big cows in the pen by passing through the California cows that have turned into strange beasts on the spot. Zangshin said as he said to these girls, every time they took milk, they walked towards the house next door. After all, by peeking at the girl here just now, he hadn't figured out the guy who would become a god in the future. Therefore, Zangshin guessed that the god might be in the next room. Just walked in, Zangshin showed a look of surprise. In this room, there are actually two underground elevators. Obviously, there is a basement under this large bungalow. When a girl slowly brought in the half bucket of milk she had collected, she walked to the elevator and pressed it gently, but when the door was about to close, Zangshin, who was invisible behind, quickly took Yasha into the elevator. Soon, the elevator slowly fell, and finally stopped in the basement of -1 and opened the elevator door. Congratulations to the host, accidentally discovered the secret underground biological research private base in the captivity area, survival points plus 1000. Secret underground biological research private base? Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Zhang Xinwei was stunned for a moment. Didn't you just take an elevator to the negative floor of the big bungalow and find the underground biological research private base in this captive area? All of a sudden, Xingxin was a little confused, and his eyes looked at this negative layer. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. In this negative layer, there is a huge conveyor belt, and at the other end of the conveyor belt, there is a plastic pipe channel. As soon as the girl came in, she poured milk into this conveyor belt and left without stopping. And how could Zangshin let her leave like this? Zangshin asked Yasha to hypnotize the girl, and immediately knew that the milk in this conveyor belt would eventually flow to the production area. As for what kind of underground biological research base, she had never heard of it. I can't help it. Yes, Zangshin began to be puzzled. This girl didn't know what base there was, and there was only a conveyor belt in front of her. But the system prompted him to come to this base. Could it be that there is some secret passage basement here? Zangshin thought of this, looked at the surrounding walls, and finally walked to the left side wall, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist and knocked. A light ethereal sound sounded. Master, there is an echo. After hearing the voice, Yasha on the side immediately said. Zangshin nodded. There should be a wall here. I'll teleport over and take a look. You wait for me here. No, master. Immediately, Zangshin's consciousness condensed slightly and teleported through this wall. In the blink of an eye, in front of him, a wall of transparent tiles appeared. Sure enough, there is a wall. Zangshin muttered and turned his head to look. At this moment, he found himself in a house with a lot of daily necessities, such as paper drawers, towels, cups, bottles, disinfectant water, masks, gloves, etc. This is a small warehouse of daily miscellaneous items. Zangshin immediately made a judgment in his heart, and then walked towards the door of the warehouse, turned the doorknob, looked over, and saw a corridor. At the top of the corridor is a row of bright corridor lights, illuminating the houses on both sides of the corridor unusually brightly. Zangshin walked out of the small warehouse and walked towards another section of the corridor, and at the same time walked to the door of the house next to the living warehouse room by the light of the corridor lamp and stopped. On the door of this house, there is a line of small words in a foreign language, research on polygene fusion technology. Isn't this research being researched by Jack's laboratory? Zangshin muttered doubtfully, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he went directly through the door and entered the room. The layout of these rooms was similar to what he had seen in Jack's institute, and there were many sophisticated instruments, and 3 researchers in white horses were doing experiments on gene fusion technology around these instruments. On several laptops on the side, there are also several records of the latest achievements of the old Shinshan Institute of Biogenetics and the feasibility of the experiment. Good guy, this is the secret biological genetic research base of the Trang family. Obviously, the Trang family seems to have arranged for people to obtain a lot of gene fusion technology from the biological scientific research gene base of the De Mogwan family. Zangshin pondered, a peeping eye, and threw it at the 3 researchers in white horsecoats, wanting to know if any of them would become beast gods in the future. Soon, he gets 3 of the same feedback. Twisted beast body. In the transformation of the secret realm, the 3 genetic researchers who failed to escape from the secret realm accidentally fused their bodies, and the biological gene fluid in the instrument and test tube turned into an extremely terrifying secret monster. Killing the host will reward you with a gene potion of the will of the Green Elite. Zangshin saw the three of them, and after the future was just a secret monster, he would not stay in this room for long. After all, he couldn't understand the so-called research here, and he wasn't interested in it, and after the explosion of divine energy, the research here would be overturned and started over.
As for killing the researchers here, Zangshin directly ignored. After leaving this room, Zangshin teleported into the room under the corridor that said Human-Animal Gene Fusion Test.
Soon he teleported out with nothing, turned around and teleported to the next room, which said Gene Interruption Recombination Experiment. After a while, Zangshin left this room again and walked to several other rooms. When leaving the last room, Zangshin suddenly became depressed, and the researchers in it all turned into secret monsters, and there was no beast god appearing. I don't know how big this secret underground genetic research institute is.
Zangshin muttered slightly, walked to the end of the corridor, and turned to look. At that moment,
there was an incredulous look on his face. At the corner at the end of the corridor, there is a huge hall the size of a basketball court. In the center of this hall, there are several exquisite instruments, and in front of the instruments, there are 5 huge cattle pens. In these cattle pens, several California cows of size are fixed, slightly larger than the California cows in the cattle pen above. These California cows have several wires attached to them, and one end of the wire is connected to several instruments. And on these California cows, from beginning to end, there are many drop needles. At the other end of these droppers, there was a huge glass box, in which there was a thumb-sized piece of green dew emperor jadeite at the moment, shining dazzlingly. Next to these cows, several researchers in white riding coats kept looking at the computer in front of them, and the information feedback from these Californian cows sounded a hint of excitement from time to time.
Good guy, this group of people actually used the green dew emperor jade to keep emitting a small amount of energy to the surroundings, and then used the method of blisters to collect
that energy, and then through infusion, it was injected into these California cows, thereby triggering divine energy, a characteristic phenomenon unique to animals, becoming bigger. Zangshin muttered and walked towards the middle of the hall, and heard a middle-aged researcher, in front of the 5 cattle pens, an old man wearing a white horse coat and full of white hair said excitedly, "After half a month of research, Professor N, we finally succeeded and successfully created a miniature giant beast potion."
Zangshin heard the words of the middle-aged researcher and instantly scoffed. If the micro-giant beast potion is like this, it can be manufactured, then wouldn't it be possible to make a lot of it?
Don't try to pull the needle and stop the release of divine energy into the animals' bodies. Can these animals take divine energy into their bodies? When Zangshin talked to himself here, he thought of the conversation about the divine energy that existed in the cells and finally dissipated outside the body when he took the physical strength potion and energy potion.
It's really not easy to keep the divine energy before the blue star divine energy explodes.
Zangshin made a sound, walked to the researchers, and threw peeping eyes at the few Californian cows in front of them one by one. In an instant, 5 panels that only he could see slowly emerged.
Beast creature, magic pattern giant bull. Qualifications, Lord. Third order, 0/10,000. Name, not named. Skill, not comprehended. Believer, none. Mood, excitement. Analysis, a magic pattern giant bull leader who becomes extremely irritable after being hit by divine energy. Finally found you.
Zangshin looked at the panel in front of him, and his heart suddenly became happy. After all, as long as there are strange beasts turned into these California cows, then the California cows that will become California minotaurs in the future can easily become their own believers. 1 leader qualification for elite qualifications.
Not bad.
Zangshin looked at the information on the heads of these 5 big California cows, which were slightly larger than ordinary California cows, nodded in satisfaction, and slowly approached them. As a result, he found out when he got closer. In the future, the 5 California cows that will become magic giant bulls all have no expression in their eyes, looking like numb walking corpses. And on their cowhide, there are a lot of them, like the leather whip marks that have just been left recently. On an instrument platform next to the cattle pen, Zangshin saw a dark red leather whip set aside.
Obviously,
the whip marks on the bodies of these experimental cows are the masterpiece of this leather whip. Zangshin frowned slightly, turned his head to look at the few standing in front of several large instruments 10 meters away, wearing white horse coats, all looking like researchers of 40 or 56 years old, with puzzled eyes.
Could it be that the whip marks on these cows were beaten by one of them?
Zangshin's eyes were slightly unhappy. After all, these big cows were about to become his pets.
The art of taming beasts.
Zangshin turned his head, snorted softly, and kept throwing a domestication technique at the big California cow in the fence cage in front of him. Congratulations to the host, successful domestication, obtained the pet magic pattern giant bull, Panbeliever +1. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zangshin continued to throw down the other 4 California cows in the cattle pen cage, which would only have elite qualifications in the future, one by one.
In the blink of an eye, these 5 big California cows staying in the cattle pen cage became his pets, and because of the influence of domestication.
These 5 cows, originally numb and dull, like Walking Dead cow eyes, gradually revealed a hint of spiritual light, as if they were recovering themselves and gradually brightening. Gradually, they began to raise the bull's head slightly, turn the bull's head, and look around with a hint of confusion.
Meantime,
They also wanted to search, and at that moment, let them recover, and let them feel an extremely cordial aura from the bottom of their hearts. However, because Zhang Shen has been invisible, so when they looked around, they couldn't find his figure, they could only feel that he seemed to be around. In the middle of the look, they saw those memory pictures, with tubes inserted into them regularly every day, and the white skin that they honestly stayed in the cage with drugs was anesthetized.
At that moment,
The big cow that would become a magic pattern giant bull in the future, with the qualifications of a lord, raised the bull's head and made an angry look at the group of researchers in white horsecoats in front of the instrument platform.
moo.
The other 4 big cows, when they heard the cow mooing, also let out a moo full of anger. The angry moo of the giant cow echoed in the base hall, and several researchers in white coats in the hall did not know why these big cows suddenly barked collectively, but the sound of the cow barking made one of the white-skinned researchers feel extremely noisy. Immediately, he walked out of the instrument table on the side, walked to these cattle cages, then picked up the leather whip on the side and slammed it at the cow that was mooing and roaring, and pulled it fiercely.
Snap.
The moment the whip sounded,
Those angry bull eyes suddenly slammed.
the big California cows, who had originally only conveyed their anger to these researchers through mooing, exhaled a huge breath of anger from their noses, shook their bodies violently, and began to hit the cow pen left and right. Seeing this, the white-skinned researcher immediately stretched out his hand to whip it down again. Zhang Shen, who was invisible on the side, saw this, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart, staring at the whip in his hand, and at the same time, an acute gastroenteritis was thrown at Qi. At that moment, this white skin felt a sudden cold in his body, raised his whip hand, and suddenly felt a huge force, making it difficult for him to pull it off. At this time, his stomach turned over and he made a non-stop gurgling sound, as if he was about to have diarrhea. Suddenly, he threw the whip in his hand on the ground, covered his stomach, and shouted to an old man in the center of the instrument table, "Academician and Professor, I have an uncomfortable stomach, go first." Before he finished speaking, he went straight to the toilet. And when this white skin ran to the toilet, a white skin next to the one named Academician, he looked puzzled and said, "Academician, what's wrong with these big cows? They suddenly seem to be active. Should I give them a little more intoxication injections to make them fall into a state of intoxication?" The Academician shook his head and said with interest, "No, I found that their bull eyes seemed to be brighter than before, as if they seemed to be psychic, with a color of wisdom, and there was a strong desire in demand."
Next to the cattle pen cage.
After Zhang Shen saw the white-skinned man covering his buttocks and fleeing, he sighed lightly, made an extremely subtle sound, invisibly, and said to the head cow that was frantically hitting the fence, "Be quiet, soon, the master will take you out of here." The big California cow that was frantically hitting the cattle pen, moo ran heard an extremely subtle but extremely cordial voice that reached the heart. It suddenly paused its frantic action of hitting the cow pen cage, flapped its huge bull's eyes, nodded in the direction of the sound, turned to the 4 cows behind it, let out a cow moo, and then quieted down.
The other 4 California cows also quieted down when they heard the cow mooing of the cow.
Strange, why did they suddenly become quiet?
Standing in front of the instrument, Academician said with a puzzled face.
Then he walked out of the instrument in front of him, turned around and walked towards the cattle pen cage. Seeing this, Zhang Shen took a step forward sideways and stretched out his leg.
Suddenly instantaneous. This Academician was directly kicked, tripped to the ground, hit his head on the wooden fence, and fell into a coma.
The host used a very weak force to instantly suppress and stun the third-order beast gods, and the survival points were plus 1,000.
Sure enough, this old man is the third-order beast god in the next 3 years.
Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zhang Shen squinted at a few white skins, carried this white-skinned old man named Academician, and ran to the medical room at high speed. Afterwards, he followed these white skins to another corridor and brushed the exploration of this base before leaving the secret biological genetic research base.
When he teleported to the elevator door, Asa immediately walked over. "Master."
Zhang Shen put his arms around his waist and said, "Let's go to other cattle pens."
Soon, Zhang Shen ran towards other California cattle pen houses. Cattle pens for large California cows in captivity. There are 20 in total.
Among these 20 cattle pens, except for the 21st cattle pen house, all of which are California bullheads, the remaining 19 cattle pen houses, there are 5 or 6 California big cows that will become magic pattern giant bulls in the future, and 7 or 8 California bullheads.
Equally,
after Zhang Shen domesticated these magic pattern giant bulls in the cattle pen into his pets, he let them send a signal to the big cows in the entire cattle pen that as long as they follow him, they can get rid of here and gain freedom.
More than an hour later, Zhang Shen left this cattle pen house and flew quickly towards a large bungalow with gray walls paved 100 meters away.
This gray wall cow pen area occupies the entire cattle pen area, the largest number of cow pen houses. After Zhang Shen fell from the sky, he looked at the sign next to the cattle pen area
in front of him. No, 41 cattle pen area. Breed, Jinshan beef cattle. Cow age, 2 years and 6 months. Quantity, 200 heads. If there are 200 cows in a cow pen house, won't you feel that it will be crowded?
Zangshan looked at the sign in front of him, muttered slightly, and walked into the 41 cattle pen room. As soon as I walked in, a strong smell of cow sadness came to my nose as soon as I felt a strong smell of cattle in the cattle pen house of the big moldy scalper and the cattle pen house of California cows. Zangshan frowned slightly, held his breath slightly, and looked at the cow pen room. This cow pen house, like its exterior wall, is poorly lit and has only 4 rectangular fences inside. In these 4 rectangular enclosures, 50 adult cows are kept in captivity, with huge sizes, 2 protruding ribs, and brown or variegated hair. These adult cattle, all crowded, are kept in captivity next to each other. There is no cattle pen treatment of the big moldy scalpers in California dairy cows that Zangshan saw before, 1 cow in 1 cow pen cage. And the feed eaten is also very crude. To clean this huge cattle pen house, Zangshan whined, there were only a few cattle workers, either cleaning cow dung, or feeding, and even 2 lounges staying aside, chatting, very fishing. Zangshan held his breath slightly, took Yasha towards the first rectangular cattle pen, and threw down a peeping eye at a Jinshan beef cow that was eating hay roughage by itself. A beef cow that dies under the human butcher's knife and becomes a delicious beef cow on the table. Zangshan saw the analysis of this Jinshan beef cattle, and instantly had a bad idea about this cattle pen house. After all, this Jinshan beef cattle has become a beef cattle under the butcher's knife of humans. Then it's very likely the other Jinshan beef cattle in this cattle pen are likely to have been slaughtered before the divine energy exploded. Indeed, it was not. When Zangshan faced the second, third, and fourth ends, the 50th beef cow, after the peeping I kept throwing it down, got the same hint as the first beef cow. It seems that the Jinshan beef cattle in this cattle pen will not survive this year. Zangshan secretly said that he was about to take Yasha out of the captivity house, but the next second, he happened to see a cattle worker pouring cow feed. Immediately, he said to Yasha in his arms, you hypnotize him and ask him when the cows here will be slaughtered. No, the master. Yasha responded lightly, his consciousness condensed slightly, and a trace of gray energy emanated from his body, pouring into the body of the ox worker, and then said to him, come here. The cattle worker heard Yasha's voice, his eyes were blank, and he turned around and walked towards Zhang Shen's invisible position. When he walked up to Yasha, he stopped, his expression still dazed. When will the beef cattle in this cattle pen be slaughtered? Yasha asked. Jinshan beef cattle are all 3 years old, and after breeding, they will be slaughtered and stored in the production capacity area, and then listed for sale or exported. Nyogon said truthfully. Hearing the ox worker's words, Zhang Shen's cheeks instantly darkened. If he had known that the beef cattle in this cattle pen would have been slaughtered as long as they were 3 years old, he didn't even want to walk in. Immediately, he hugged Yasha, a flying technique, and flew out of the bullpen at speed. Master, in this cattle pen where Jinshan beef is held, the age of the cow must be at least 1 year and 10 months before the divine energy bursts. Yasha said. Yes. Zangshan nodded, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he used his flying technique again and flew towards the doors of the cattle pens. When he flew to the last 80th bullpen, his speed stopped, and he looked at the sign on the side. No, 80 cattle pen area. Breed, Jinshan beef cattle. Cow age, 2 years and 1 month. Quantity, 200 heads. Damn, there is not a single calf under 2 years old in the Jinshan beef cattle in this cattle pen. Zangshan was depressed, took Yasha, and ran towards the calf in the grazing area. Congratulations to the host, speed up the captive area, and obtain the faith of all the intelligent races in the captive area, as well as the follow-up of the strange beast fire bull and the magic pattern giant bull, and survival points plus 3,000. As soon as he flew out of the gate of the captive area, Zangshan heard a prompt in his ear, but he didn't pay attention, and continued to fly towards the big grassland in the distance. Now, on that pasture grassland, groups of calves with different fur colors are on the grassland, eating fresh grass freely, enjoying a worry-free childhood. Next to these calves, there were more than a dozen ranch cowboys riding horses, staring at these calves with their eyes to prevent them from running around or fighting each other. When Zangshan was about to approach the calves, a prompt sounded instantly. Danger! Dangerous! The host is about to encounter a secret monster, a third-order ranch cavalry. With the strength of the host and the heroic spirit, once encountered, it will be violently impacted and charged and killed instantly. Please leave this place as soon as possible. Hearing the system's prompt, Zangshan looked at the group of cavalrymen riding horses, and through the curse skill acute gastroenteritis one by one. Moment. These ranch cowboy knights, you look at me in an instant, I look at you, hold back. But when one couldn't hold back, he immediately took leave and said, I'm sorry captain, I ate the wrong thing, I want to go there. As soon as the cavalry captain spoke, more than 10 others also quickly asked for leave. Captain, it seems that we have a bad stomach too, so we need to go for convenience, said. They didn't care about the captain's consent, and turned their heads and quickly ran towards the herdsman's house on the side. Only the captain who was still holding back is left to guard such a calf. However, the captain quickly couldn't help it, turned his horse's head directly correctly, and ran towards the room in the distance. Congratulations to the host, outsmart these third-order secret monsters, ranch cavalry, survival points plus 1000. Ness. Zangshin heard the prompt in his ear and secretly rejoiced. Followed by, he slowly walked towards one end, covered in brown, with a hint of golden fur, and looked like the calf leading the herd. At the same time, he threw a peeping eye over. Moment. A panel that only he could see slowly emerged. Beast, gold creature, golden armor, ancient bull beast. Qualifications, Lord. Third order, 0/20,000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Believers, no faith. Mood, unrestrained. Analysis, a Jinshan beef cattle calf leader, under the impact of divine energy, underwent a mutation and became a rare double-line ancient bull beast, in addition to inheriting the original ancient bull beast. In addition to the characteristics of delicious meat, the blood flowing on its body is also a mysterious alchemical material. What? This calf, in the future, will be a rare bilineary beast? Zangshin let out a surprise. After all, a dual-line pet, for so long, he has only encountered it once, that is, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex of the mechanical system, the dragon type. Looking at this one, a calf with a rare dual-line attribute in the future, Zangshin did not hesitate and threw a domestication technique at it. Suddenly, the little calf, which was eating grass with its head down, raised its head, opened its big spirit, watery cow eyes, and looked over at Zangshin's location. Yes, as soon as the domestication was successful, this little guy sensed my position, worthy of being a future bilineal creature, and this perception ability far exceeded that of ordinary adult cattle. Zangshin said softly, and slowly revealed his figure. Moo. As soon as the calf saw Zangshin appear, he immediately stepped on his hooves and ran towards him. When it ran to Zangshin, it immediately stopped, rubbed Zangshin's shoulder very intimately with only a small bump bull's head horn, as if saying hello. Zangshin smiled slightly, reached out and touched a small pinch of golden fur on the top of its head, and laughed lightly. Golden armored calf, after the divine energy explodes, your hair will turn golden. Why don't you give you a name now? Just call it the little golden bull. Moo. Under the influence of domestication, the calf raised its head happily after knowing that its owner had named him, and let out a cheerful cow moo, as if telling the surrounding calves that it now had a name. The calves around them, who heard the cheerful moo of the little golden bull, immediately looked here curiously. Therein too, there was a calf covered in snow-white fur, and after the little golden bull made a cheerful moo, it slowly leaned over, followed by, it stopped when it was still a meter away from the little Taurus, and then let out a small cow moo, as if it was communicating with the little Taurus. The little golden bull immediately faced it and made a cow moo in response. Soon, this snow-white calf, with a hint of curiosity in the cow's eyes, slowly approached Zangshin, and then followed the example of the little golden bull just now, rubbing Zangshin's shoulder with his head. Little white cow, you are so spiritual, you must have good achievements in the future. Zangshin chuckled, reached out and touched its bull's head, and at the same time threw it down with a peeping eye. Suddenly, a virtual panel that only he could see slowly emerged from the little white cow. Wisdom race, Jinshan Minotaur race. Qualifications, Lord. 0 order, 0/16,000. Name, not named. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, none. Mood, curious. Analysis, a Jinshan beef calf with a mutated gene and a snow-white body transformed into the intelligent race Jinshan Minotaur under the impact of divine energy. Due to his strong perception of light energy, he has become a rare Minotaur sacrifice who can easily use light-type skills. Zangshin looked at the panel of the little white cow, with a look of surprise on his face. Although he guessed just now, this little white cow is so spiritual now, it may become an intelligent race in a year. The result was unexpected. This little white cow will not only become a wise race, but also become a light sacrifice among the bull-headed people. I found a treasure. Zangshin was happy, his heart moved, and he gave an order to the little golden bull on the side. Little golden bull, tell your followers on this ranch that they will all respect their masters and believe in their masters as gods in the future, and they will follow in the footsteps of their masters and listen to their masters in this life. Moo. When the little golden bull heard Zangshin's words, he responded slightly, then turned his head and made a loud cow moo at the calves on the pasture. That moment, the entire vast pasture grassland echoes with the mooing of only small golden bulls. All the calves that were eating grass freely on the pasture heard the voice of the little golden bull, raised their heads, turned around and looked at the little golden bull. When the little golden bull saw all the calves and looked at them, he let out a loud cow moo again, conveying Zangshin's orders. All the calves received the order from the little golden bull, looked at Zangshin one after another, and gradually gathered here, as if they wanted to come over to show respect and follow. But at this moment, an equally loud cow moo sounded from the herd of calves in the distance. In the distance, the herds of calves that were about to gather towards Zangshin stopped one after another and followed the huge cow moo. Similarly, Zangshin turned sideways, frowned and looked over, wanting to see who was outside. It is more than 30 meters away. Standing there, it was pitch black like a calf. The cow moo just now was it sounded. At this moment, it opened its huge bull eyes, glanced at the little golden bull next to Zangshin, and then took 2 steps on the grass with its front hooves, made made a provocative sound, and suddenly rushed towards it. Seeing this, the little golden bull made a heavy cow moo with extreme dissatisfaction, and then rushed away quickly towards the little black cow, stirring up a mess. When the two calves were 5 meters together, they both stopped at the same time, followed by the two calves exhaled a heavy breath of heat from their noses, let out a cow moo, and suddenly lowered their heads and rushed towards each other. The bull heads of the little golden bull and the little black bull collided with each other in an instant, and fell into the most primitive state of wrestling. When Yasha saw the little golden bull and the little black cow wrestling, a pair of evil eyes showed a hint of cold killing intent and said to Zangshin, "Master, this little black cow is in the way, I'll kill it." Zangshin hurriedly stopped. "Don't kill it, this little black cow will be a Jinshan bull-headed man with lord qualifications in the future. If I give the little golden bull a little state and quickly beat the little black bull, I can make this little black cow, under the orders of the little golden bull, become my believer." Yasha nodded, and continued to look at the battlefield 20 meters away. At this moment, the little golden bull and the little black bull, after finding that they could not beat each other faster with their inconspicuous horns, kept colliding and wrestling with each other in the most primitive way. The calves around them were also divided into two distinct groups when the two bulls wrestled. They watched each other fight as the two calves fought, wanting to know who would be the head of the calf. Zangshin saw the little golden bull for a while, but after the little black bull, he didn't look at it, his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he threw it over at the little golden bull, a potential stimulation. In a flash, the little golden bull's body bloomed with golden light, its size suddenly doubled, its strength and speed were also increased by 2 or 3 times, and its whole body looked like an adult Jinshan beef cow, full of explosive power. Moo! The little golden bull who received Zangshin's blessing turned his head to thank Zangshin and immediately rushed towards the little black cow. The little golden bull rushed towards the little black cow, and the sound of hooves was deafening, and all of a sudden, the little black cow, who was a little confused because of the change in the little golden bull, woke up and wanted to be on guard. But it's too late. The little golden bull knocked it down on the grass in a blink of an eye. Bang! After the little black cow was knocked down by the huge force, it suddenly let out an unconvinced cow moo and wanted to get up to deal with it. As a result, as soon as he looked up, he saw that the little golden bull had run in front of it again, lifting up its huge front hooves that had become huge due to the influence of potential empowerment hanging in front of its eyes. Looking at the terrifying cow's hooves that were close at hand, the little black cow was instantly frightened and did not dare to make any moves, closed the cow's eyes slightly, and made a faint cow moo, as if surrendering. The little golden bull heard the sound of the little black bull's surrender, so he moved his front hooves away, turned his head and ran to Zangshin, rubbed it intimately, and then turned to the surrounding calves, looking up to the sky and making a loud moo sound, followed by it turned around and faced Zangshin, kneeling on the ground with its forelimbs slightly bent, and the cow's head slightly lowered on the grass. Suddenly, the surrounding calves also made a cow sound, and they knelt on the grass with their front feet bent, and the cow's head was slightly touched, as if a person was holding a huge ceremony of worshipping the gods. The same was true after the little black cow got up from the ground. Soon, as the little black cow knelt down with its hooves bent, the calves that had originally followed it also turned around, looked at Zangshin, and knelt down with their forelimbs bent. As they knelt down, the calves in the distance also slowly knelt down one after another. Now, if someone looks down and looks up, they will see a spectacle. On the entire pasture, all the herds, as if enlightened, knelt on their forelimbs, as if they were gods who feared them. When the farthest calves also knelt on the ground, among the calves on the entire pasture, some of the young calves began to swell a little bit of white on and rush towards Zangshin's body. Congratulations to the host. Under the leadership of the pet little Taurus, 666 strange beasts and 520 minotaurs have decided to follow in your footsteps and believe in you as their only god of faith. Congratulations to the host. Get 1186 pan-believers, plus 11,860 survival points, and 11,860 faith. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Zangshin nodded with great satisfaction, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He took a step forward, opened the door of the divine realm, positioned the gate of the divine realm in the northern area of the divine realm, on a fertile grassland, and then said to the little golden bull, "Little Taurus, get up, tell them that all the glowing bodies just now walked into this white circle." Moo! The little golden bull got Zangshin's order, stood up slowly, and then made a huge moo sound at the calves on the entire pasture with a huge moo. The calves who heard the mooing stood up one after another, and then the calves whose bodies floated out of the white light just now began to rush into the door of the divine realm opened by Zangshin. The first to go was the little white cow, then the little black cow, and then the other calves, all rushed inside. In the future, it will become a calf of the intelligent race Minotaur race when it enters the divine realm. Zangshin began to throw down the little calves in front of him, one by one. As long as he saw a calf that had successfully become his pet, he patted its buttocks and signaled that they would also enter the divine realm space. And while Zangshin was busy finding the calf that would turn into a strange beast in the future, Yasha slowly entered stealth, and then ran towards the ranch house in the distance at a very fast speed. Zangshin saw it, and only shouted at her back from a distance, "Just let them sleep." More than an hour later, of the more than 3 3,000 calves on this pasture. There are only more than 2,000 left. Zangshan walked to the edge of the ranch, pulled up the animal pens more than a meter high, and then asked the little golden bull to give the order to the more than 2,000 calves to leave here. Moo! The little golden bull received the order, and the speed raised to the sky and made a cow meow. In an instant, the calves here slowly passed through the animal pen, and then ran in droves in all directions, like a spark of a wilderness, spreading around. When these calves left, Zangshan looked at the last calf little golden bull beside him, and he said softly, "Little golden bull, you should also go to rest in the divine realm." Moo! The little golden bull let out a reluctant cow call, but he was still obedient and turned back 3 times to walk towards the gate of the divine realm. "Go, help the master take them, and in a year, the master will take you to the sky," Zangshan said softly. After the little golden bull entered the gate of the divine realm, Yasha looked at the calves outside the animal pen, which were divided into more than 10 groups and scattered in all directions, and said curiously, "Master, don't you need meat resources? How can you be willing to let these calves go, not just kill them, and reserve them? Because of them, their fate may have changed because of the owner's move to let them go. And in the future, when you meet the owner again, you may bring unexpected surprises to the owner." Zangshan said as he stopped Yasha's soft and snow-white waist, performed a flying technique, and flew her to the ranch where she had just been to the ranch. Prepare to explore the grazing area, the last area, and then go to the last production capacity area to explore, and then make a large-scale 0 yuan purchase. Soon, Zangshan hugged Yasha and appeared over the ranch house. He looked down slightly. There are more than 20 or 30 pastoral houses here, each in the format of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Now, this group of pastoral houses, under the light of the setting sun, is quiet. Zangshan fell towards one of the pastoral houses, opened the door and walked in. This herdsman farmer is a family of 4. Among them, a couple lay quietly in the master bedroom to sleep, and 2 18-year-old, coolly dressed and handsome-looking twin sisters hugged each other and fell asleep on their sides. "How many hours do you hypnotize them to sleep?" Zangshan walked out of the side bedroom and asked Xian Yasha while opening the refrigerator to find some drinks. "Master, my soul calming sleep can only hypnotize ordinary people for 12 hours. Yasha said. 12 hours? What a perverted skill. Zangshan said enviously, then took out a bottle of Coke in the refrigerator and handed it to her, and then took out another bottle to drink himself. Then the two walked out of the house and headed to the next room. A second before it got completely dark. Zangshan quickly walked through all the surrounding pastures before looking at the secret task panel in the upper left corner. Secret Realm Main Quest 2. Explore the large ranch to 100%, 20% living area, 20% cattle pen area, 30% industrial area, 30% grazing area. Current exploration. Degree, 70%, 20% living area, 20% cattle pen area, 30% grazing area, 0% industrial area. Reward prop card, 2 fragments of the Great Ranch Secret Realm. After confirming that the grazing area was full of exploration, Zangshan stretched out his hand and hugged Yasha, and said softly, "Baby, it's time for us to go to the last industrial area. Presumably the workers in the industrial area should all go back to the living area after get off work." Finished, Zangshan's consciousness was slightly condensed, and he rushed towards the industrial area invisibly. When he flew out of the gate of the grazing area and was about to fly towards the industrial area a kilometer away, a prompt sounded in his ears. "Congratulations to the host, speed up the terrifying grazing area, and obtain the faith of all the intelligent races in the area, as well as the follow-up of the strange beasts ancient cow beast, the fire bull, and the magic pattern giant bull, and survive points plus 3,000. Warning, the host is about to enter the most dangerous and bizarre industrial area of the secret realm, where there is a group of terrifying and ferocious secret monsters, as well as some third-order gods entrenched there. Please stay away from here as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." As soon as he flew to the gate of the industrial zone, Zangshan heard a prompt in his ear. But as long as he didn't hear it, there was a wise race here. He would just ignore these warnings and continue to walk inward inside. The industrial area of this large ranch covers a huge area. There are many factories of all kinds. For example, assembly line slaughterhouses, oil mills, canneries, milk factories, cheese factories, etc. Behind these factories, forklifts keep transporting boxes of fresh beef, beef offal, beef bones or butter, fresh milk, cheese, canned meat, etc. to the frozen storage warehouses not far away. The raw materials stored in this freezer were the purpose of Zangshan's visit to this ranch in the first place. But at this moment, he did not act rashly. Instead, in this industrial zone, find a monitoring room that monitors the entire industrial zone. The monitoring room is on the west side of the industrial zone. Zangshan took Yasha and entered the monitoring room invisibly, and asked her to hypnotize all the monitoring personnel in charge of the monitoring room, and then turn off all the monitoring equipment here before leaving the door of the monitoring room. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the monitoring room, a bell rang after get off work, and it rang silently. Suddenly, this industrial zone suddenly became full of people. All the workers in the factory left their jobs one after another, walked out of the factory building with brisk steps, and ran towards the living area to start their nightlife. Seeing this, Zangshin ignored it and continued to take Yasha and walked invisibly towards the warehouse. When they walked to the first frozen warehouse, the workers in charge of this freezer are closing the door of the freezer one after another, turning off the forklift, slowly leaving the area, and going to the living area to rest. Zangshin stood outside the door of the number 1 freezer, asked Yasha to wait for him outside the warehouse, and teleported to the freezer. The freezer was very cold. Zangshin just teleported in, he shivered, and then took a thick coat from his backpack and put it on, and then looked at the cold storage. This frozen warehouse is very large, at least 1,000 square meters, neatly stored in boxes, divided in packed fresh beef, steaks, beef bones, and beef offal.
Zangshin walked to the cardboard pallet that packed beef shank.
The beef shank boxes packed in this carton weigh 50 pounds each, and a pallet is 20 boxes. Zangshin's eyes were slightly condensed, and he received all the beef shank meat packaged in these 20 cartons into his backpack space. Thanks to the backpack space grid, boxes of the same size can be stacked on top of each other, otherwise I don't know how to take away the raw materials here,
Zangshin muttered, and quickly put all the ingredients in this freezer into the backpack compartment. 5 minutes later, Zangshin looked at a space grid in the backpack space.
On this grid, there are 2,780 of them at the moment, with uniform specifications, but the letters on the cover are different, either drawn with beef offal, or cardboard boxes of beef bones, steak, and beef legs. These 2,780 cartons are all the reserves in this large freezer. After emptying the number 1 frozen warehouse, Zangshin teleported at speed and ran towards the next frozen warehouse.
This second freezer warehouse contains boxes of canned meat and boxes of butter.
But Zangshin doesn't care what these cardboard boxes contain. For him, everything here at the moment is his. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, he put away the cardboard box here.
Less than 5 minutes.
On 2 of the compartments in his backpack, there appeared a can of meat painted on the outside, with 1,998 medium-sized boxes written on it, and 998 medium-sized half-meter high cardboard boxes with butter letters painted on them.
Followed by,
he teleported to 2 other large freezers, the freezer for milk and the freezer for dairy products.
About 20 minutes.
This Trang family, set up in the plain on the outskirts of Tega City as a branch factory. In the freezer, all the raw materials and goods were received by Zhang Xinquan in his space backpack.
It's a lot of gain. It's good. It's good.
Zangshin looked at the goods in the 5 backpack grids, hugged Yasha with great pleasure, walked through the factories, brushed up with exploration, and slowly walked towards the gate of the industrial zone.
Master, where are you going next? Yasha asked, standing in front of the gate of the industrial zone.
Zangshin looked at his phone and said, it's 11:30 in the evening. There are probably no people in the cattle pen area. Let's go there and take away all the adult cattle that will become strange beasts and intelligent races in the future.
Asa nodded slightly. When Zangshin walked out of the gate of the industrial zone, a prompt sounded silently in his ears.
The host is brave, and in an hour, he cleared the terrifying and dangerous industrial area, with survival points plus 3,000.
What is speedrun? This is speedrun.
Zangshin muttered slightly, then his consciousness condensed slightly, and he used his flying technique, taking Yasha and flying towards the cattle pen area.
Now,
in the cattle pen area, except for the adult cattle who were quietly eating feed, there were only about 20 workers who were on vigil, driving electric bicycles and patrolling the cattle pen area. When Zangshin appeared here, he said to Yasha in his arms, solve these people who get in the way.
Yes, master.
Yasha's voice showed a hint of excitement, and his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold gaze. Seeing this, Zangshin hurriedly said, it's not about killing them, it's about hypnosis.
Oh, okay, master.
Yasha sighed lightly, nodded, and quickly entered a stealth state, going to hypnotize all the patrols here.
Zangshin walked into the number 1 cattle pen room by himself. Just entered.
The head cow that had the qualifications of a lord in the future and would become a strange beast running fire cow immediately raised the bull's head and happily mooed at Zangshin.
Ha, the master is here to take you away.
Zangshin laughed, stepped forward and touched the bull's head, and continued, when the master opens the cow cage and lets you and other cows come out, I will take you away.
Moo. The cow mooed and responded.
Zangshin heard the cow mooing, chuckled, untied the shackles on the cow's nose, opened the cow cage, and then moved to a cow pen cage. The iron rod on this cow pen cage is a little sunken, which is the sign he left during the day. In these cattle pens, as long as there is a fence with this mark, it will either become a strange beast and a fire ox in the future, or a minotaur race that will become a wise race. Therefore, as soon as Zangshin saw the mark he had left on the cow pen cage, he did not hesitate to open the animal cage, and then walk towards the next cow pen cage with the same mark.
2 minutes later,
in the number 1 cattle pen room, Zangshin was all opened by him when he domesticated it today, and where the intelligent race of the minotaur race, which had become his believer, belonged to.
Followed by,
Zangshin walked to the gate of the cattle pen, opened the door of the divine domain, positioned it on the plain in the northern part of the divine domain, and then said to the head cow in the cattle pen cage, look at the grassland behind this white light gate. From now on, this grassland will be your home, and the herd of calves not far from the grassland will be your partner.
Moo. Moo! The head cow let out a cry, nodded, walked out of the cow pen cage, and ran into the gate of the divine realm. And the other adult cows, as soon as they saw a cow running in, also ran out of the cow pen cage, followed the cow into the gate of the divine realm, and ran towards the group of calves in the distance. When they all entered the divine realm, Zangshin saw that they and those calves quickly got along, so he closed the door of the divine realm with confidence. And at this time, Yasha quietly appeared in front of the door of the number 1 cow pen and said, "Master, all the patrolmen have been controlled." "Well, it's good." Zangshin nodded slightly, stretched out his finger to the remaining adult cows here and said, "Kill them quietly, don't make too much noise, and then put them in this ring." Said. He took out a reserve ring he had drawn last time from the backpack compartment and handed it to Yasha, saying, "This reserve ring will be yours in the future." "Yes, thank you, master." When Yasha saw the reserve ring, he happily took the ring. After all, in her memories of her previous life, the reserve ring is a very precious piece of equipment, even on a planet overrun by gods. Immediately, no. She quickly put the ring on her finger, turned her head and stared at the big bad scalper here with evil eyes. Compared with hypnosis to control prey, hunting prey will make her feel instinctively inexplicably excited. Yasha took elegant steps, walked to the first big bad scalper, reached out to touch the bull's head, and instantly shot out a death ray from the palm of his hand, which penetrated the cow's brain. All of a sudden, this big moldy scalper died silently. The next second, Yasha's consciousness condensed slightly, so he received it in the reserve ring, turned around and walked towards the next big bad scalper. Zangshin looked calm and ran towards the second cow pen room, and then used the same method to take away the strange beasts and intelligent races inside, and continued to set off for the next room. About an hour. In all the big mold scalpers in the cattle pen, the big lucky scalpers who will become strange beasts in the future, as well as the big bad scalpers of the intelligent race Minotaur race, will all be received by him into the divine domain. Afterwards, Zangshin turned around and flew towards the cattle pen of California cows. When he landed in this California cow pen area, he did not enter the number 21 cattle pen room immediately. After all, the 10 Californian cows here who will become intelligent races in the future have not yet become his believers. He can't take it away directly. Therefore, Zangshin first took away the number 22 cattle pen room to the number 40 cattle pen room, and those California cows that would become strange beasts and intelligent races in the future. Yasha should be here soon. Zangshin muttered. Fly to the door of the number 21 cattle pen room, ready to wait for her to come from the big mold scalper cow pen room. I waited for almost 10 minutes. Yasha just appeared in front of the cattle pen room number 21, a pair of evil eyes, with bloody light, said, "Master, those big moldy scalpers have all been hunted." "Very good. In this cattle pen, there are still 10 adult cows that will become intelligent races in the future, and they have not yet been subdued. You go to the base below with me first," Zangshin said indifferently. Yasha nodded slightly. The master wants to take away all the 5 experimental cows below, and then let these 10 cows believe in the master. Zangshin nodded, then took the elevator, entered the negative floor, and appeared in the room of the milk conveyor. Darkness in the milk conveyor room. Zangshin turned on the light, pointed to the opening of the conveyor belt and said, "The other end of this conveyor belt is the canteen leading to the secret biological research base. After you turn into a spider and enter the canteen, you will hypnotize all the researchers of the entire base." "No, master," Yasha responded lightly, quickly activating the disguise of the talent god, turning into a palm-sized purple gold spider, and walking towards the opening of the conveyor belt. Zangshin walked to the wall on the left, and with a teleportation, he appeared in the corridor of the secret biological research base. Now, this secret biological research base was still brightly lit, and there was no movement except for many night owl researchers who were still doing experiments in the laboratory. When Zangshin walked along the corridor to the center of the hall, I saw that the 5 California cows that would become magic pattern giant bulls in the future bent over and rested with their eyes closed in the animal cage, and on the side, Yasha quietly walked past the cage, walked up to him and stopped. "Master, except for the few people in this corridor you came over, they have not been hypnotized, and the rest are hypnotized." "Well, go hypnotize them," Zangshin said softly. Yasha responded lightly, past Zangshin, and ran towards the corridor behind him. And Zangshin also approached the 5 sleeping California cows. When he approached less than 2 meters, the demonic giant bull with the qualifications of a lord immediately noticed, opened his bull's eyes, stood up, and made a kowmu like a call in his direction. "Do you feel that you have appeared?" Zangshin muttered, revealed his figure, stepped forward, reached out and touched its bull's head and said, "The master has come to take you away." "Moo." "What?" The California cow made an excited and anticipatory cow call, and the 4 California cows that woke up behind it also made a cow call. "Ha, master, let you out." Zangshin felt the emotions in their hearts, laughed, removed the needles from their bodies, and then opened the fence cage. Followed by, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he opened the door to the divine domain. "Go inside first, and I'll take you up there later, and do something," Zangshin said to the magic pattern giant bull in front of him. "Moo." After the California cow responded, it immediately ran inside. inside. When all 5 cows ran in, Zangshan signaled Yasha, who appeared beside him again, and said, "Let's go, I'll wait for you upstairs." Asa nodded, and turned into a spider again. Where did he come from, where he went? When Zangshan appeared in the number 21 cattle pen room again, his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he opened the door of the divine realm, allowing the 5 California cows who had just entered to walk out of the cattle pen room. As soon as these 5 California cows walked out of the gate of the divine realm, Zangshan conveyed himself to it, wanting the cows in this cow pen room, believing in himself as the Lord and believing in himself as God. These 5 California cows, after receiving the order given to it by Zangshan, immediately made 5 loud moo sounds to the California cows in the cattle pen. These 5 moos were extremely loud, like 5 old cows, trying hard to show their value in front of their owners. When the 5 moos stopped, the California cows in the entire cattle pen instantly became restless. All the adult cows also made a cow moo, and then Zangshan saw that the 10 California cows that would become intelligent races in the future instantly gushed out a little light and rushed towards him. Congratulations to the host, under the call of the magic pattern giant bull, in this cattle pen, all the intelligent races of California cows are willing to become your believers and serve you forever and ever. Pan believers plus 10, survival points plus 100, faith plus 100. Zangshan listened to the prompt in his ear, nodded with satisfaction, and then walked to the other end, and in the future, it will become a big murder weapon in front of the California cow pen cage. Open the animal cage. When the pen cage of these 10 California cows was all opened, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he opened the door of the divine realm again. The positioning of the gate of the divine realm is still in the north of the divine realm, in the vibrant prairie. On the prairie, the cattle that were carefully collected today have all merged into a group at this moment. When they found the gate of the divine realm and appeared not far from them, the head cow led the herd and ran to the gate of the divine realm, wanting to come out and get close to Zangshan. Zangshan immediately stopped. "Don't come out, stay quiet. Moo." When the cow heard this, he immediately let out a cow moo, as if to say hello to him, and as if to express his sincere gratitude to him. Zangshan smiled slightly, turned to the 15 California cows in front of him, and were freed. "Go in, it will be your new home in the future, and they will be your new partners. Moo." The California cow let out a huge cow moo, and immediately rushed into the gate of the divine realm with 14 California cows behind him, and merged with the herd inside. When 15 California cows entered the gate of the divine realm, Zangshan closed the gate of the divine realm, took out the apple cider vinegar mobile phone, and handed it to Yasha. "The California cows here, as well as the Jinshan beef cattle not far away, will be handed over to you, and contact me when you're done." "Understood, master." Yasha's face showed a hint of excitement again, and after reaching out to take the phone, he turned around and turned into a bloodthirsty ghost, flowing between the cows. Zangshan turned around and flew towards the living area. Now in this big ranch, all the things that should be done have been done, and there is only one last secret realm main mission left, which needs to be suppressed and repelled by another god. Then you can leave here, go to the next strong family's meat storage freezer, and continue to buy for 0 yuan. The ranch living area in the middle of the night was no longer as lively as it was a few hours ago, and everyone returned to the accommodation area to sleep, rest, and prepare for the next day's work. However, tonight will be destined to be an unforgettable night for them. Zangshan looked at the rows of accommodation areas in front of him, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's time to get up and run away." As he spoke, his consciousness condensed slightly, and a seismic technique with a level 3 earthquake strength was instantly activated. In a flash, the buildings in this accommodation area shook and shook slightly. The intensity of a magnitude 3 earthquake can only make people feel slightly shaky. Therefore, most of these bad people in their sleep don't notice much, but there are a very small number of sensitive people who suddenly wake up from their sleep. Tegutsuzi, who lives on the 8th floor of the accommodation area, is one of them. She opened her doubtful eyes, sat up, and looked at the other 3 sleeping female dormitory friends, feeling a little unsure whether the shaking she felt just now was an earthquake. Therefore, she looked at the window curtains, which didn't shake at all. "Could it be that you have been under a lot of pressure lately and have hallucinations?" Tegutsuzi rubbed his forehead and muttered, wanting to continue lying down and sleeping. As a result, the next second, her body shook suddenly, and the curtains shook violently, and the window made a slight thud. At that moment, her eyes widened, she reached out to pick up her clothes, and roared, "Oh, get up quickly, there's an earthquake." With her shout, all her roommates woke up instantly. Oh my god, there's an earthquake. Run, get out, leave the dormitory." When the 4 women in the dormitory, quickly holding their mobile phones, put on clothes and slippers, and ran out the door. The same is true for everyone in the surrounding dormitories. In the blink of an eye. In this dormitory building, all the people who were awake and panicked and ran to the open area downstairs with the flow of people. On the roof of this accommodation, Zangshan saw that this accommodation area was completely in turmoil, and after everyone was awakened, he smiled slightly, his consciousness was deep, and he raised the earthquake level to level 4. Meantime, he took out a small speaker from the security room, turned on the power, and shouted to the crowd, "Run, leave the ranch, there will be a big earthquake here in the ranch." Everyone who ran to the surrounding
surrounding open area and heard the sound of the horn didn't seem to care much. From the feeling of the ground shaking, they felt that it might be a small earthquake, not too strong and not too far. But when the violent shock and shaking appeared, some people present were not calm and immediately ran towards the gate of the ranch, trying to stay away from here. Humans are animals that are easy to follow blindly. These people ran out of the accommodation area, listened to the sound of Zhang Shen's trumpet, and watched someone run towards the gate of the ranch, and immediately ran to the gate of the ranch. And when some of them ran out of the ranch gate, a prompt sounded in Zhang Shen's ears. The host played tricks on the mystery, successfully repelled a third-order dark god, took the initiative to leave the secret realm, and had plus 1,000 survival points. The host secretly repelled Chen Song, successfully tricked and repelled a wood god, survival points plus 1,000. The host reverses right and wrong, successfully forces a beast god away, survival points plus 1,000. Host, listening to the prompt in his ears, Zhang Shen's cheeks darkened slightly. This broken system is all a four-word adjective. Obviously it is good to be both wise and brave. After a slight discussion, Zhang Shen ignored the words of the system, opened the system diary, and watched the rapid improvement of survival points on it, feeling very happy. After all, it was just a small seismic technique, and he successfully forced all the gods here to retreat from the pasture, and he was able to get 10,000 survival points at once. It's so fast. Zhang Shen sighed, looked down, and saw that the people here basically ran out of the pasture. He was ready to start playing big. His consciousness was deep, and he suddenly raised the intensity of the earthquake level to level 6. Suddenly, a rumbling sound sounded. In this area, many buildings that have fallen into disrepair have begun to collapse in small parts. And at this time, Yasha's phone rang. Zhang Shen answered the phone and asked, "Did you do it?" "Master, it's done. I'm running to the living area," as if there was an earthquake in the living area. Zhang Shen smiled and said, "It's the master who is casting spells. Where are you? I'll go find you." "Master, I'm almost at the back door of the living area," Yasha said. "Okay, don't move when you get there. I'll fly over to find you, and then it's time for us to get out of here," Zhang Shen said, hung up the phone, and flew towards the back door of the living area. Soon, he joined Yasha, and then took her and flew towards the ranch gate. As soon as he flew out of the gate of the ranch, Zhang Shen's ears instantly sounded a prompt, which suddenly sounded, "The host is cautious and brave. In the secret realm of the big ranch, survive for 8 hours, complete the main line of the secret realm 1, get the reward secret realm reward, a high-quality forage card, and the secret realm fragment of the big ranch 1. The host travels thousands of miles, explores the entire great ranch, completes the main line of the secret realm 2, and obtains the secret realm reward, the cow guardian training camp card, and the great ranch secret realm fragment 1. The host is mighty, conquering all the wisdom races in the secret realm, and defeating and suppressing more than 2 gods, obtaining secret realm rewards, cow leader spectacle cards, and large ranch secret realm fragments 1. Detect that the host has 3 fragments of the great ranch secret realm, which can be synthesized into a rule-type grand ranch secret realm card. Please ask if it is synthesized." On the number 1 divine chariot, Zhang Shen listened to the prompt in his ear, and he chose yes without thinking too much. Afterwards, he opened the backpack space and looked at the 3 secret ranch fragments obtained after speedrunning the only great ranch secret realm, and what kind of secret realm card was synthesized. Big ranch secret realm card, red card, hosts 30 valid days, can designate an area, generate a 3rd level advanced great ranch secret realm, lasting 3 days. 1. Any god who passes the secret realm test will have the opportunity to receive rare special secret realm rewards. 2. Any god who wants to enter the secret realm, the host can choose from the other party. The items, resources, equipment, skills, and even family members owned by the other party's divine domain as a price. 3. The price is equivalent and is subject to the rules of the ranch secret realm. Good guy, this big ranch secret realm card is actually a red card, and it is also a secret realm that can be designated and generated every month, and at the same time, those gods who want to enter the secret realm must pay what they have in the other party's divine realm as an equivalent exchange in order to qualify for entry. Zhang Shen looked at the secret realm card of the big ranch that he obtained after a lot of hardships. He felt that he had lived up to his hard work all day, and he was able to clear this secret realm that would last for 3 years in the future, and there was no god to clear the secret realm. After all, as long as you make good use of the characteristics of this secret realm card, you can get more benefits from which alien gods when you go to the world of foreign gods. Followed by, Zhang Shen's eyes moved away from the secret realm card and looked at the other 3 cards obtained after clearing the secret realm of the Great Ranch. High quality forage card, green card, high quality forage containing divine energy, put into the divine realm, will derive a variety of high quality forage. Containing a large amount of divine energy, herbivorous creatures will eat, and there will be a slight chance to increase the upper limit of experience of the level. Cowguard training camp card, blue card, put into the divine realm, generate a cowguard training camp as long as the bull guard training camp test, the bull head human believers will get 2 exclusive skills of the bull guard soldier type, and the upper limit of the bull guard soldier species is 500, can be lifted. Cow leader spectacle card, purple card, the divine realm with the wonder of the cow clan, all the Neo creatures inside, the reproduction ability is increased by 10%, the qualification is increased by 5%, the upper limit of level experience is increased by 10%, and the physique, strength, and lifespan are increased by 10%. As expected of the only card produced in the secret realm, Zangshan looked at the 3 cards in the backpack space and couldn't help but sigh. These 3 cards are simply matching cards that exist for the creatures of the cow. In particular, the wonder card is simply that the sooner you use it, the sooner the cow creatures in the divine realm can benefit. Immediately, Zangshan closed his eyes, his consciousness condensed slightly, and turned into a consciousness, appearing in the sky above his divine domain. One appeared in the sky above the divine realm. His consciousness was slightly condensed, and he took out the 3 cards from the backpack space, and was about to quietly throw them into his divine domain. But soon, he stopped thinking about it, because in the 56 common senses of the divine realm provided by Yasha, there is such a record. I want to improve my family's faith in me. It can form a conscious outline, appear above the believer, and then send gifts, which will make it easier for pan-believers to transform into true believers. Thinking of this, Zangshan decided to give it a try. He quickly suspended 3 cards in front of him and received them in the backpack space. Then he looked down, spanning countless space stars, passing through layers of black clouds, and staring at the north of his small world of the divine domain, on the grassland where the cattle gathered. At this time, the divine domain is the same as Blue Star. It is still 1:30 in the morning. All the cattle that entered this grassland gathered in 3 or 4 groups at this moment, grazing freely on the grassland, or resting, and competing for the position of the first cow with strength. It will only become a big bad scalper with the qualifications of a lord. From time to time, it looked up slightly, looking at the brilliant stars covered by the dark clouds drifting over it from time to time. Suddenly, it found that the black clouds above it condensed its speed. A supreme, not to be looked at, and the majestic outline of Zangshan suddenly condensed above their heads. When the cow saw Zangshan's silhouette, it immediately raised its head and let out a huge cow moo. Moment. All the cattle resting on the grassland or bowing their heads to graze came to the cow's cage, and then raised the cow's head and made an excited and happy cow moo after seeing its owner. Zangshan waited for these herds, not behind the cow moo. His face was solemn, and his lips were lightly opened. My pets and relatives, I will give you 3 treasures. First, high-quality forages everywhere. Second, the Neo Guard camp training ground that can improve combat effectiveness in the future. Third, the miracle and wonder that will make you qualitatively change. Said. Zangshan didn't care whether they could understand it or not. He directly took out the 3 cards in the backpack space, let them float in front of him, and then his consciousness slightly condensed towards the card on the far left. All of a sudden, the card turned into a green spot of light all over the sky, floating to the entire divine realm. In an instant, the young jade grasses quietly began to take root in this grassland, in other corners of this divine realm. Afterwards, Zangshan Wei stared at the other 2 cards. These 2 cards turned into a deep blue light and a purple light, flying towards the herd. Soon, the deep blue light was 100 meters away from the herd, turning into a huge training camp covering an area of nearly 3,000 square meters. The cow guard training camp, as a whole, looks like a huge bull-headed building. Meantime, from time to time, there was an aura that made it difficult for people to approach, making it difficult for the cow clan to meet the entry standard. The purple light forms a 10-meter-tall statue of a bull-headed man holding a bull fork in front of the cow. As soon as the statue appeared, it moved towards the surroundings, releasing a transparent pale yellow light that only Zangshan could sense, rushing to the entire divine realm. All the cattle creatures that were swept away by this pale yellow light were slightly larger by half a circle. Their horns became a lot longer, and the light in their eyes seemed to be more wise. However, the head of the cow, and all the herds, felt the deepest thing was that the blood was extremely smooth all over the body, and there seemed to be endless power all over the body. Moo. After feeling the changes in his body, the head cow couldn't help but look up to the sky excitedly, and made a cow moo at Zangshan, full of fanatical follow-up thoughts and indescribable gratitude. The herds of cattle that enjoy the subtle changes in their bodies brought about by the leader of the spectacle. When they heard the sound of the cow's cow, they all woke up, raised their heads, and mooed with great gratitude to Zangshan's phantom above their heads. In the sound of these bull eyes, a little bit of pale light slowly gushed out from some of these cows and flew towards Zangshan. Congratulations to the host. Under the miraculous gift of the host, 70 Minotaur, 140 California Minotaur, and 520 Jinshan Minotaur send sincere faith to you and become your sincere believer. Sincere believer plus 730, faith plus 7,300, survival points plus 1,000. Zangshan looked at the white light that kept pouring towards him in the herd, as well as the prompt sound in his ears. A trace of joy and rejuvenation flashed in his heart. Sure enough, throwing cards in this way makes it easier for believers' faith to change dramatically. At present, the cattle below are no longer barking. Zangshan, he said slowly, my believers, this grassland will be called Funyo Grassland in the future, and the central area where the wonder of the leader of the Nyo tribe is located will be the territory of the Ru Nyo tribe, Funyo ancient town. Moo. The head cow made a huge response at speed, and the cows behind it once again made a huge cow moo, as if they were making a thank you sound to Zhang Shen. Seeing this, Zhang Shen smiled slightly and slowly dispersed into a huge silhouette phantom that had spent 1,000 faiths and condensed. Followed by, he felt his physical body on the blue star, his consciousness sank, and his speed consciousness returned to his body. As soon as he returned to the main body, he turned around and looked at Yasha, who was leaning on the co-pilot seat and resting with his eyes closed. Baby, if you were sleepy, go to the soft collapse to rest. Yasha opened her evil eyes, and there was a hint of bloodthirsty light in her eyes because she had killed too many cattle, and looked at Zhang Shen. Her seductive red lips opened slightly. Master, I overused the energy in my body just now, and now I am very tired, but the large amount of killing just now made my body very excited and difficult to rest normally. It may be that killing has awakened some kind of instinct in your predecessor's body. Zhang Shen guessed, then pondered for a moment and said, I thought of a way that might divert your murderous excitement. What way? Yasha asked eagerly. That's, Zhang Shen said, leaving the driver's seat, reaching out through Yasha's delicate arm socket. The princess picked it up and said, then let another exciting feeling replace another excitement. Finished, Zhang Shen's consciousness was slightly condensed, and after receiving the clothes on his body into the backpack space, he hugged Yasha, who also received the clothes in the backpack space, and ran towards the soft collapse of the rest area. In a conference room at the Institute of Biological Genetics on the outskirts of the old Xinshan mountain. Now, Jack, Alan, Trantong, Gubartwig, Admiral Bayer, and Smithson sat side by side. Their eyes were full of confusion, and they looked at the screen in the conference room, and the video kept playing back. This video is a surveillance tape. The content of the video is a surveillance video of the room where the 7 Black Widow spiders are stored. Every time it was played back to this room, when there was obvious shaking, the entire surveillance video lost the picture because the institute was affected by the earthquake and lost the picture. When the power supply of the institute was restored 2 minutes later and the surveillance screen appeared again, everyone present saw that the glass box in the middle of the room had been shattered. Half an hour later, they saw that Smithson was wearing a full white protective suit, opened the door and came in, then closed the door, and slowly approached the glass box to find the picture of the 7 Black Widow spiders. Smithson, after you went in at that time, you really didn't find a Black Widow spider? Gubertway asked to the opposite side, and Alan and Jack sat in a row with Smithson. Mr. Guba, I searched for almost an hour, and I didn't find a single Black Widow spider, as if it had disappeared out of thin air, along with the body. Smithson bowed his head and said respectfully. When Gubartway heard Smithson's words, he turned his head and continued to open his eyes, looking at Smithson in the video, constantly looking for the Black Widow spider picture in the room. He had just arrived from the family-controlled Demold Valleyba prefecture and rushed over on a private jet. I couldn't believe the video in front of me. After all, these 7 Black Widows, but their skeletons will be in the northwest of Demold, an extremely important research result. It is related to the future of the Skull and Bones Society and how to use the Green Dew Emperor Jade to achieve an important experiment to achieve the continuation and growth of life. On the side, he also took a plane overnight, rushing from the state of Trang controlled by the Trang family, next to the old Xinshan city. He also didn't believe the video in front of him, or even Smithson's words. Therefore, after he saw that Gubat were stopped asking, he opened his mouth to question Alan opposite. Alan, you have always been in charge of this Black Widow spiders experiment. Why is this glass so easy to break? I don't know, Alan replied in a very depressed mood. You don't know? Oh, I think you discovered some kind of important conclusion, and then directed and acted on your own, taking advantage of this earthquake to transfer these 7 Black Widow spiders. Tranton is aggressive and humane. Alan, who was originally extremely sad because of the loss of important research results, heard what Trant meant. His eyes instantly flashed with anger, looked at him, and said in a low anger, who are you talking about? Then tell me why an earthquake of magnitude less than 4 could shatter this glass box and make the Black Widow spider inside disappear? Tranton immediately replied. Trenton, I said, I don't know, and I want to talk about evidence. If there is no evidence, just accumulate some virtue and don't bark. Alan scolded. Evidence? Isn't that obvious? Earthquakes can make Black Widow spiders disappear. How can there be such outrageous things in the world? It's not you and Jay. Before Trang finished speaking, a personal mobile phone in his suit suddenly rang. He frowned slightly. This phone usually rings unless there is an emergency, but this suddenly sounded. It instantly made him feel bad. Immediately, he stretched out his hand to answer, and an eager middle-aged voice immediately came from his ears. President, there was an earthquake at Trang Ranch, and all the cattle in the cattle pen, the Jinshan beef calves in the ranch, and the meat and milk reserves in the cold storage warehouse were all gone. Wah! Trantong immediately stood up in shock. What about the 5 experimental cows? After the earthquake, it was gone. Oh, Fayu. Trantong let out a loud sound and ran out of the door. Warning, warning, the Cocoa West Ranch in front of it is entrenched by a group of terrifying beasts, as well as the intelligent races of the Satura and Shepherd dogs. With the current strength of the host, once approached, it will be captured, suppressed, and squeezed out of the divine energy all over the body, and the consequences are extremely terrible. Please avoid it quickly. The next morning, Zhang Xin was making the final sprint, but but suddenly listening to the prompt in his ear, his whole person instantly trembled with energy, a little unbelievable.
What? Dual intelligence race entrenched?
Immediately, he decisively hugged Yasha, who seemed to be asleep, and quickly walked to the rear window of the car and looked outside. He saw the trees on both sides of the mountain road quickly flying back, and in the blink of an eye, a new pasture plane appeared in his field of vision. In the plain fence not far away, there are snow-white goats grazing with their heads down, and shepherd dogs that appear in the flock from time to time.
Could it be that the future satyr and shepherd tribes are the sheep and shepherd dogs on the Trong family's pasture?
Zangshin guessed, pressed Yasha's hands on the car window, formed a trapezoidal shelf with excellent stability, and gathered all his energy, striving to survive in the cracks, and jointly achieve the ultimate experience and bloom himself. When the number 1 divine power chariot was parked next to a washing grove near this ranch, Zangshin also and Yasha reached the top of the bliss and ended the night of fighting.
Baby, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, you will sleep in the car, I'll get out of the car and go shopping.
Zangshin whispered in Yasha's ear, and picked up the extremely troubled, snow-white skin with seductive rosy skin, and put her on the couch in the rest area to sleep. And he himself put on his clothes, opened the car door, entered a state of invisibility, and walked towards the ranch gate 200 meters away.
Danger!
The host is about to enter the 6th area of the Trang sheep farm. There are terrifying beasts, intelligent races are entrenched, and there are also many gods wandering in it with the family. With the current strength of the host, once it enters and is discovered, it will be difficult to escape. Please stay away from this place as soon as possible. Hearing the prompt, I thought that this place would also become some secret place. Zangshin stood next to the security booth at the gate of the ranch, curled his lips, and then continued to be invisible and walked towards the gate of District 6 of Trang Sheep Farm. Trang Sheep Farm District 6, although it doesn't look as big as the large ranch on the outskirts of Trang City. However, after Zangshin walked in, he found that there was no exclusive captive area here. There are also 3 areas: living area, grazing area, and industrial area. Since this is not a secret place, Zangshin did not walk into the living area, but flew straight along the cement road towards the grazing area a few hundred meters away.
Soon, Zangshin landed on the roof of the sheepfold in the grazing area. He took a brief look at the sheepfold house here, and found that there were no sheep inside, so he flew towards the sheep 1,000 meters away.
Meantime, his eyes also began to look at this pasture. This pasture is extremely large, with a large fence wall made of white lacquered wooden boards spaced 10 centimeters apart, surrounding the grazing area that cannot be seen at a glance. In the grazing area, every kilometer, there are thousands of sheep of unknown breeds, guarded by 2 shepherds sitting on horses with 7 or 8 shepherd dogs. When Zangshin was about to approach the first 1,000 sheep, a red and purple pop-up panel appeared in front of him, and a prompt sound in his ear sounded frantically and rapidly.
Danger!
The host was about to approach a third-order dark god who was wandering here with his family, as well as a group of terrifying beasts and intelligent
races entrenched here.
With the host's current strength, once captured, it may be suppressed and squeezed dry, so please stay away from the host. Hearing the prompt, Zangshin was stunned, landed behind the 2 shepherds, and was about to throw a peeping eye at the 2 of them. As a result, the dog barked and barked at him from the flock.
Zangshin looked up.
It turned out that the shepherd dog who was receiving the shepherd's order and driving the sheep to migrate to graze elsewhere suddenly noticed a peculiar smell and looked in Zangshin's direction. The 2 closest ends were directly facing him and made a barking sound. The shepherd who watched over the flock was a middle-aged man named Larman, who managed the area. Another beautiful girl with a bit of Lolita temperament is his niece Ralden, who came in through the back door and is 18 this year and dropped out of school. The 2 followed the direction of the shepherd dog barking and turned their heads to look at it in confusion. As a result, there was nothing else except the blue sky and white clouds above his head and the sheepfold house not far away.
Lalden looked at Larman in confusion and said, "Uncle Larman, why are these shepherd dogs barking in that direction? Is there any beast around there, about to approach?"
"I don't know, Ralden's niece. I'll go take a look. You drive this group of big moldy goats over there to graze first."
After Larman
finished instructing, he picked up the shotgun hanging on his body, turned the horse's head, and ran towards the sheepfold house. The host lured the tiger away from the mountain, successfully drove away the family of the third-order dark gods, and the survival points were plus 1,000. It turns out that the horse-riding girl named Larden is the dark god who lived until 3 years later.
Wait, no, I didn't do anything, and I was judged to be a tiger away from the mountain by this broken system, and I got 1,000 survival points? That's great.
Zangshin listened to the prompt in his ear, muttered slightly, and threw a peeping eye at this girl with a slender figure, tight white skin, and high chest.
Real name, Ralden. Divine name, not named. Divine rank, third order, 0/13,000. God system, dark system. Godhead, uncondensed. Divine domain, not activated. Divine skill, not owned. Divine endowment, not awakened. Analysis, Ralden, who awakened the rare god system of the dark system, is a member of the backbone of the Trang family. This woman is still working for the Trang family 3 years after the disaster.
Zangshin looked at the girl's panel, couldn't help but complain, and threw a peeping eye at the 2 shepherd dogs that kept pointing in his direction.
Mo meant. Two panels that only he could see slowly floated from the heads of the two shepherd dogs. Dark creature, dark evil dog. Qualifications, Lord. Third order, 0/14,000. Name, Nin. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Ralden, the third order dark god. Mood, doubtful, vigilant. Analysis, a terrifying beast transformed from a shepherd dog, now it is the exclusive mount of the third order dark system Ralden, and under the cultivation of its gods, its strength far exceeds that of ordinary dark evil dogs. Intelligent race, shepherd dog. Qualifications, Lord. Fourth order, 0/50,000. Name, Nishue. Skill, not stimulated. Faith, Ralden, the third order dark god. Mood, guarded, confused. Analysis, Inai Shue, who was born as the patriarch of the shepherd dog clan. As long as she doesn't deal with things in the clan, she likes to wear pink sweet short clothes and transform into the owner's personal home beast girl. The herding dog tribe has a pair of cute animal ears and a cute humanoid beast girl with a small short tail. If you are their god, just pinch their ears and they will be at your mercy. Zangshin quickly swept over the shepherd dog panel that would turn into a strange beast, and then scanned it to the shepherd dog panel that would turn into a wise race in the future. All of a sudden, he fixed his gaze on the analysis of the Nishu shepherd panel. When you finish reading the content of the analysis, at that moment, he decided he must receive all the shepherd dogs on this ranch under his account. And this resolute decision, this is definitely not the detailed introduction he saw on the analysis. These shepherd dogs will become cute beast girls. It is a preparation to weaken the strength of the Trang family in the future. Thinking of this, Zangshin waved his finger excitedly, and with a faint white domestication technique, he quickly threw it at the shepherd dog Niyao, who kept barking at the dog in his direction, followed by a prompt sound in his ear sounded slowly. Failure to tame beasts. Failed? Zangshin listened to the prompt in his ear, was slightly stunned, and then remembered again. These animals that will become tamed beasts by others in the future can only be successfully domesticated if they are domesticated a few more times, reduced to pan-believers, and in a state of mood when the word uneasy appears. Thinking of this, Zangshin once again made a domestication technique and threw it at the shepherd dog. Failure to tame the beast. Hearing the failure prompt, Zangshin did not hesitate, threw a peeping eye over, and then looked directly at the last two black frames of the panel. Mood, confused, vigilant. Analysis, under the bewitchment of the host, this beast has shaken the third order dark gods it devoutly believes in, and its faith is in a state of decline for a short period of time, and it is currently a devout believer. If you are a devout believer at present, wouldn't it be possible to domesticate it successfully as long as you come back twice? Zangshin muttered, quickly tamed an animal, followed by a taming technique, and threw it down at the shepherd dog. The moment the second beast taming technique was thrown down, a prompt for successful domestication instantly sounded in Zangshin's ears. Suddenly, the shepherd dog that had been barking at Zangshin did not dare to bark at him again. Meantime, it turned its head to the other shepherd dog that was still barking, and let out a loud roar. The Nishua shepherd dog who was yelled at by Ni Shui turned his head to look at Niu in confusion, making a suspicious dog bark. As a result, the Ni Cho shepherd opened its bloody mouth and made a fierce appearance as if it was about to rush over and attack it. Suddenly, the Nishu shepherd seemed to be frightened, and let out a bark similar to an aggrieved dog, and ran around the Larden girl, as if crying about something. Larden was full of doubts, got off the horse, hugged Nishue, and then looked at Nishue and said, Nishue, you are the eldest sister, how can you yell at your sister like this? Apologize to your sister quickly. After Niu became Zangshin's tamed beast, she completely stopped treating Larden as her master. Therefore, when it heard Ralden's instructions, it opened its bloody mouth and attacked her. Seeing this, Zangshin quietly appeared next to it and said in its ear, Nin, don't be impulsive, pretend to listen to her first. Then find an opportunity to tell all the shepherd dogs here that they will have an extra owner tonight, so that they can be mentally prepared for the appearance of their owners. Ugh. When Niu heard Zangshin's words, she responded with a whining sound, and then immediately changed from a fierce expression to a harmless and well-behaved appearance of humans and animals before, and made a dog bark like an apology at Nishue and Ralden. Ralden was also shocked when he saw the appearance of Ni Chi trying to attack her just now, but in the blink of an eye, she saw that Ni Ling had returned to her previous self-harmless appearance, and it seemed to make an apologetic dog bark. Therefore, although she was a little confused, she didn't think much about it, so she turned to Nishue and said, Okay, your sister knows it's wrong, go back and assist the other sisters, Niwei and Nibao, and drive this group of big moldy goats over there to graze. Wow. Nishu let out a dog bark in response to Ralden, then ran towards the position just now, and began to assist Ralden, driving the sheep to the other side, which was still dense. Zangshin threw the peeping eyes at the remaining 6 shepherd dogs one by one. The result surprised him. The other 6 shepherd dogs will all be intelligent race shepherds with elite qualifications in the future. If these 6 shepherd dogs cannot be domesticated through domestication, then now, we can only look at the situation among these big moldy goats, Zangshin said, and threw a peeping eye at a big moldy goat suspected of being a sheep. A goat that died under the human butcher's
butcher's knife and was dissected into a multi-purpose goat. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Zangshan once again threw a few peeping eyes at the other big moldy goats. The feedback was the same. At that moment, Zangshan felt that this group of goats was likely to not survive the explosion of divine energy in April of the following year, because he found that these goats had a small plastic tag tied with a small red rope on their necks, with a line of small characters written on them. Number 520 Moldy Goat, listing time, June 15, 2119. Now at the end of May, isn't it still half a month, and these 1,000 moldy goats will be sent to the slaughterhouse in the industrial zone in 15 days? Zhang Shenxing calculated and finally shook his head helplessly, turned around and flew towards 1,000 meters away, and the other one flew to the flock of sheep. This other flock of 1,000 sheep also had 2 shepherds, who were here with 8 shepherd dogs to watch over the flock. When he appeared 5 meters above the flock, there was also a warning of danger in his ears. Zhang Shen directly ignored it, looked at the 8 shepherd dogs, and threw them down one by one. In the blink of an eye, he got feedback. These 8 shepherd dogs will live until 3 years later in the future. Therein too, there are 2 dark evil dogs with elite qualifications, and 6 are shepherds of the ordinary qualification intelligent race, and they are all the future believers and troop mounts of Ralden. But soon, the 2 shepherd dogs with elite qualifications in the future became his tamed beasts and the domestication techniques that Zangshan kept throwing down. After that, Zangshan landed in front of a goat suspected of being a head sheep in the flock of thousands of sheep and glanced at the hanging tag on its neck. Number 666 Moldy Goat, listing time, August 15, 2119. Damn, this flock of sheep didn't live until a year later. Zangshan screamed indignantly, turned his head and rushed towards the next flock of sheep. As a result, in this flock of thousands of sheep, except for the 8 shepherd dogs, which will become strange beasts and intelligent races, the remaining sheep will be listed on October 15, 2119. In this way, Zangshan could only domesticate the 3 shepherd dogs that would turn into strange beasts in this 1,000 sheep flock, and then turned around and flew towards the next flock. The 4,000 sheep group of great mold goats was on the market in 2119, December 15. After Zangshan domesticated the shepherd dogs here, he ran towards the 5,000 sheep. The shepherd dogs of the 5,000 sheep flock will become an intelligent race in the future, and the big moldy goat here has a listing date of February 15, 2120, and will not survive the day of the outbreak of divine energy. So Zangshan had no choice but to turn his head helplessly and fly towards the 6,000 sheep. He had a hunch. In this 6,000 sheep flock, there will definitely be another intelligent race, as well as new strange beasts. After all, according to the time of each flock, it is calculated 2 months apart. Then the launch date of this 6th flock must be April 15, 2120, and it will successfully live until the divine energy bursts. Soon, he appeared above the 6,000 sheep and then threw it directly down with a peeping eye at a big moldy goat suspected to be the head sheep. Moment. His eyes lit up, and a panel speed that only he could see. Intelligent race, Satyr. Qualifications, Lord. 3rd order, 0/12,000. Name, not named. Skill, not comprehended. Believer, none. Mood, leisurely and comfortable. Analysis, the big moldy goat head before the catastrophe, the current patriarch of the Satyr tribe. The Satyrs, who have a beautiful appearance like elves, like to spread chaos, demons, evil, and depraved thoughts around them all the time. The Satyr are passionate about darkness and are excellent assassins, and individual soldiers. Looking at the panel that slowly surfaced from the big moldy goat, Zangshan showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, as he guessed, this flock could survive after the catastrophe. Moreover, he guessed correctly, this big bad goat with the qualifications of a lord in the future is the head of this flock. But Zangshan didn't feel very happy. I see. Because this sheep is not a strange beast, then he cannot domesticate the head sheep through domestication techniques. After that, let the head sheep call on the entire flock, those who will become intelligent races in the future, follow themselves, surrender themselves, and become their own believers. Zangshan pondered for a moment and then had an idea in his heart. Since it is impossible to let the head sheep call on the entire flock to follow, surrender, and believe in oneself, then the status of this sheep can only be removed first. Immediately, he looked next to the head sheep, and a large sturdy-looking big moldy goat cast a peeping eye down. Soon, a panel of the intelligent race Satyr appeared, showing the elite qualifications. Zangshan glanced at it and then threw a peeking eye at the other dozen strong big moldy goats next to the sheep. As a result, except for the goats that will live less than 3 years, the rest will become intelligent races in the future and have elite qualifications. Zangshan frowned slightly and continued to throw peeping eyes at the surrounding goats. He didn't believe it, the strange beast that was usually the easiest to appear. This time he would not be able to find a goat for a long time, and it would become a strange beast. However, after more than 10 peeping eyes went down, he still didn't peek at those sheep that would become strange beasts in the future, except for the big moldy goats of the Satyr tribe, which would become an intelligent race in the future. Strange. The sheep and sheep near the sheep are all intelligent races. Could it be that none of the sheep and sheep here will become strange beasts in the future? Zangshan couldn't help but mutter, turned his head to the head of the sheep, more than 20 meters away, a big moldy goat that looked emaciated, and threw it over with a peeping eye. In an instant, another panel slowly emerged. Beast creature, silver horn golden sheep. Qualification, Lord. Third order, 0/9000. Name, not named. Skill, not activated. Faith, none. Mood, depressed, irritable. Analysis, this is an extremely cautious beast. The wild vegetarian silverhorn golden sheep that are gradually rare on the grassland are full of treasures. A pair of silver giant horns, or golden silk wool on the body, and even sheep's blood, are indispensable materials for some equipment. Therefore, once the silver-horned golden silk sheep is encountered by some gods, it is destined to die, or it may be domesticated. TSK. It turns out that this big moldy goat will become a resource sheep in the future. No wonder I cast so many peeping eyes to find such a sheep. That will become a strange beast in the future.
Zangshin looked at the analysis of this big moldy goat, and a hint of concession flashed in his heart, followed by
his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he threw a domestication technique at the big moldy goat. Congratulations to the host, successful domestication, obtain the pet silver horn golden silk sheep. Pan believer +1. Listening to the prompt sound in his ears, Zangshin slowly flew towards the top of the big moldy goat. Although this big moldy goat could not see Zangshin in invisibility, he could sense that its owner was next to it. Therefore, after it looked around, it let out a blue sound, as if to say hello to Zangshin, who was invisible. Zangshin smiled at the corner of his mouth and slowly landed next to the big moldy goat, but did not show his figure. He reached out and touched the wool of the sheep, and said softly to it, "The master will give you a task. Do it, and find you a few ewes for breeding in the future." What? This future silver-horned golden sheep shook his head and shouted, "What, you said you don't want anything because you're a ewe?" When the future silver-horned golden sheep heard Zangshin's words, he shook his head again, then pouted the sheep's buttocks, floated twice, and then made a ba sound again. "You mean you want rams?" Zangshin guessed, and then stretched out his finger to the head sheep 20 meters away and said, "Do you see that head sheep? Defeat it, and then become the head sheep. Whatever ram you want, you will have it." What? This future silver-horned golden silk sheep, hearing Zangshin's words, looked up at the strong head sheep 20 meters away. Suddenly, it shook its head again, and its steps retreated slightly, opening its mouth and letting out a sheep's cry. In the sheep's cry, there was a feeling of fear, and Zangshin could easily feel and hear it. Immediately, he reassured, "Don't be afraid, the master will give you strength." Finished. Zangshin's consciousness was slightly condensed, and a potential empowerment was thrown at it. Moment. The size of this thin little moldy goat quickly became larger, and the small horns suddenly became thick and curled. Immediately followed, the blood on its body began to boil, as if it had endless power. What? This future silver-horned golden sheep felt a great change in his body shape. It couldn't help but let out a thick excitement, full of confident sheep calls, and then the sheep's hooves moved, and it ran straight towards the head sheep that was bowing its head to graze, and any flock that stood in front of it and didn't have time to give way to a road was unceremoniously hit aside by it. Soon, it ran to the head sheep, held a 2-meter position instead of holding it, and then let out a provocative sheep cry. The head sheep raised its head, looked at the big bad goat that dared to provoke its authority, and let out an angry sheep cry. Immediately, its sheep hooves stepped on the ground twice, and then rushed towards the challenger with a pair of huge horns, wanting to teach it a lesson. What? This goat, which will become a silver-horned golden sheep in the future, also immediately lowered its neck, raised its shoulders, and made a collision momentum, and there was an instant hedge with the head sheep. Syllable. A crisp and loud sound of horns colliding sounded. The head sheep that took the lead in launching a dive impact was suddenly instantly hit by the diving force on the silver-horned golden silk sheep, staggering back and falling to the ground. The first dive collision, the head sheep lost, but it didn't seem to be convinced, and after getting up at speed, it swooped towards the silver-horned golden sheep again. However, at the beginning, the silver-horned golden sheep saw the first time they defeated the head sheep, and their confidence exploded. It saw the head sheep again, and when it hit again, it directly backed back and accelerated it and swooped into the head sheep, knocking it back several steps in succession. After that, when it saw that the head sheep was about to get up, it did not hesitate, and used a pair of horns to push the head sheep to the ground again, preventing it from getting up. This happened several times. The head sheep gasped and did not get up again, while the golden-horned silver sheep looked down at the sheep like a victorious general, and then let out a loud blew at the surrounding sheep. The sheep's cry was filled with the joy of telling them that it would be the new sheep here in the future. What? The surrounding sheep were swept by the eyes of the silver-horned golden sheep, took a step back, and then let out a sheep cry, as if responding to it, recognizing it as the new head of the sheep. Hear the calls of the surrounding flock. This new head sheep let out a huge blew with great satisfaction, and swore to the surrounding sheep that it was the new head sheep. Not far away, Zangshin domesticated several shepherd dogs that would turn into strange beasts in this flock, and turned his head to see the goats that would become silver-horned golden sheep in the future, becoming the new head sheep, smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth, and stepped forward. Tell them that their master will come to your pen tonight, select some flocks, and give them strength to prepare them for the arrival of their master. Afterwards, Zangshin named this future silver-horned golden silk sheep young Lulu.
Lulu. Then he didn't care what young Lulu would do to convey his meaning, so he turned his head and rushed towards the other 18,000 sheep. The launch date of these 18,000 sheep is on April 1st next year, so they are all lucky to survive the catastrophe and undergo transformation. Therefore, Zangshin approached these 18 flocks and threw a peeping eye at the head sheep of these flocks. As long as he is sure that the head sheep in this flock will become a strange beast in the future, he will not hesitate to domesticate it as his pet. Then he also explained to these sheep and told them that he would come to take the lucky ones among them tonight to a freer and broader world. If these sheep do not survive 3 years later, or if they are intelligent races in the future. Zangshin adopted the idea of the 6th flock to find the goats in this flock that will become silver-horned golden sheep in the future and give them potential empowerment. Followed by, he asked the goat, who had gained the potential empowerment, to remove the head sheep in the flock so as to become the new goat leader, and then let him convey his meaning of coming tonight. When Zangshin finished the 18 flocks, it was already 12:30 noon. Immediately, he flew back to the living area, bought a buffet for 0 yuan, turned around and left the 3rd area of the sheep farm, and flew back towards the number 1 divine chariot to prepare for the rest meeting. After all, he didn't feel tired from last night to the morning, and now after lunch, Zangshin felt sleepy and urgently needed to sleep. Therefore, he was ready to make up for his sleep, and tonight he would go to the doghouse and sheepfold room of the sheep farm to completely take away all the shepherd dogs and big mold goats here. Zangshin quickly flew down next to the number 1 divine chariot, and as soon as he stretched out his hand and opened the door, the mobile phone in his pocket made a dripping sound. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was Shouty who sent him a WeChat voice. Master, 2 days ago, you wanted a super precision superhuman boxing tester. I have already found someone to order it. When you need it, I will send it to you. Behind this voice, there is also a picture. After listening to the voice, Zangshin clicked on the picture and looked at it. This picture is a square box as big as a pillow. On the picture of the box, there is a floppy disk like a body scale, and in the middle of the floppy disk, the 5 yellow characters boxing tester are written. See the 5 words boxing tester. Zangshin opened the backpack space and looked at the 1 bottle of strength gene potion obtained by 60 ordinary consecutive draws on the road to escape from the big bad luck with Barbara and the others. Power gene elixir. After taking it, the power of the 4-dimensional basic qualification of living beings will be increased by 1 point of strength qualification. I don't know if this boxing tester can accurately test myself how much weight in 2 punches the improvement of 1 point of strength qualification represents. Zangshin muttered, then typed, tonight, you will wait for me in my house at about 11:30. Okay, master. Xiao Tifa replied. After Zangshin saw Xiaoti's reply, he put his phone on silence, got into the car at speed, and closed the door. Followed by, he put his mobile phone on the back seat of the car to charge, turned around and began to take off his clothes, walked to the rest area, and looked at Yasha, who was sleeping soundly. At that moment, he was like a hungry octopus, his arms firmly wrapped around the soft prey, and there was a seamless docking, and the speed made up for it. It was gloomy. Zangshin opened his bright eyes and sat up from the soft collapse. Yasha, who had already slept a long time ago, also sat up, revealing her charming figure. She looked at Zangshin and said, Master, my mental state has completely recovered, and I feel that from now on, I will not be affected by the killing instinct accumulated in my previous life. That's good. Put on your clothes, go to the living area of the sheep farm with the master, eat something, and start tonight's new $0 purchase action. Zangshin said as he put on his clothes, then walked to the back seat and reached out to pick up his fully charged mobile phone in the seat. As a result, he found that on WeChat, Kukline, who had not contacted him for a long time, took the initiative to order 4 video calls to him. But because of the mute at noon, so Zangshin didn't know that Kukline's WeChat account, looking for himself at noon, what was going on. Jack used his own WeChat and Twitter to add my friends, so Kukline, who hasn't sent me a message for a long time, should have taken her mobile phone and WeChat ID back from Jack this time. Zangshin analyzed softly, and then thought about whether to send her a message and ask her what she wanted to do on the video call. On the side, Yasha, who had already dressed, came over and said, Master, who is Kukline? A future angel is a deity, the deity of Link. Zangshin said as he sent a question mark to Kukline on WeChat, then turned around and got out of the car. When Yasha also got out of the car, Zangshin put the number 1 divine chariot into the backpack space, took her, one used stealth and the other used stealth, and walked towards the 3rd area of the sheep farm in front. It's about 7 o'clock in the evening. The 3rd area of the sheep farm is extremely lively at the moment, full of workers returning to the living area from work in the industrial area. Zangshin took Yasha here for more than an hour before running towards the monitoring room. Just like in the secret realm of the big ranch, Zangshin asked Yasha to turn off the surveillance after controlling several night watchmen in the monitoring room. As soon as the surveillance was closed, he hugged Yasha, a flying technique, and flew to the door of the sheepfold next to the grazing area. The sheepfold house in the grazing area, with earthen walls on all sides and a roof built with bamboo and rattan, does not look as high-end as the cattle pen house in the big ranch, but each area is extremely large, capable of accommodating 1,000 flocks and living at the same time. Zangshin walked to the first sheepfold, and as soon as he saw
saw these sheep, he was about to go on the market in 2 months, so he turned to Yasha and said, "This sheepfold, don't keep one, put it all in the reserve ring." Asa nodded, her evil eyes showing a hint of bloodthirstiness, and she once again transformed into a dark ghost, quickly harvesting the sheep in the sheepfold. Zangshin, on the other hand, jumped over the 5 sheepfold houses and walked quickly towards the 6th sheepfold house. As soon as he walked to the door of the 6th sheepfold room, a loud bleat sounded at him, full of great joy. Zangshin looked up and saw the sheepfold in the sheepfold, the sheep Lulu, who had been domesticated as his pet this morning, as if he had been waiting for himself for a long time, ran to the gate of the sheepfold and greeted himself happily. "Ha ha!" Zangshin laughed, and then said to it, "Lulu, the master is here. You can start to make the sheep here swear an oath that they will follow you in the future, believe in the master, and serve the master as your only true god forever." "What?" After Yang Lulu heard Zangshin's words, he turned his head to the sheep in the sheepfold and let out a loud sheep cry. In a flash, the sheep raised their heads one after another, and let out an obedient sheep bleat at Zangshin standing in front of the gate of the sheepfold. Therein too, many big bad goats suddenly gushed out a little bit of white light and flew towards him. Congratulations to the host. Under the coercion of the pet sheep Lulu, the 205 satyrs decided to follow in your footsteps and believe in you as their only god of faith. Panbelievers 205, survival points plus 2050, faith 2050. Well, so much. Hearing the prompt, Zangshin was stunned for a moment, but soon, a surprised smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that among these 1,000 goats, there were more than 200, and in the future, they would become the intelligent race of the satyrs, and they would live until 3 years later. This survival ratio is the largest among the intelligent races I have encountered. Zangshin frowned and thought carefully, but was soon relieved. After all, this race has such a high survival rate, so naturally it has its own advantages. Otherwise, analysis would not particularly emphasize that this race is an excellent assassin, and individual soldier. Thus, the creatures of this race, every future, must have a good ability to protect themselves and escape. Zangshin made a brief analysis of this satyr tribe in his heart through a little hint from the system. His consciousness condensed slightly, opened the door of the divine realm, positioned it in the border area between the Funyo grassland and the forest, and then said to Yang Lulu, "Let all the sheep whose bodies were shining just now enter this white door." "What?" Yang Lulu nodded slightly, turned his head to the sheep, and let out a bleating. Suddenly, the 204 big moldy goats that became Zangshin's believers, led by the former head sheep, rushed into the gate of the divine realm at speed. Zangshin didn't waste time, turned around and looked at the remaining 800 big moldy goats, and directly tamed the beast technique and kept throwing them at them. 10 minutes later, Zangshin looked at the 20 big bad goats that would become silver-horned golden sheep in the future, and he was really powerless to complain. The ratio of ordinary animals to alien beasts and intelligent races is that there are more alien beasts than intelligent races. But this big moldy goat is the exact opposite. But then Zangshin remembered the introduction of this race on analysis, and instantly felt excusable. After all, the silver-horned golden silk sheep is a strange beast that has evolved itself into a treasure, but it does not seem to have evolved the ability to protect itself. Therefore, the number of such strange beasts is destined to become smaller and smaller over time, and in the future, it will definitely become less and less, and there is even a possibility of extinction. Yang Lulu, take these 20 sheep selected by the master and go into the divine realm to rest. Zangshin gave an order to Yang Lulu beside him. With a bang of sheep 6, he took these 20 sheep and walked into the gate of the divine realm to join the other 205 big mold goats inside. When they walked in, Zangshin closed the door of the divine realm and turned around and walked towards the 7th sheepfold. The sheep in this sheepfold, also in this sheepfold, were led by the head sheep he named Yang Chichi, and all bleated to express their allegiance and follow up to him. In the blink of an eye, Zangshin harvested more than 200 satyrs, and then obtained 23 silver-horned golden sheep under crazy domestication. Afterwards, Zangshin opened the door of the divine realm and let Yang Chichi, with these big moldy goats that would become intelligent races and strange beasts in the future, gather with Yang Liolu inside to live together, and then continued to run towards the next sheepfold house. It was almost busy until about 10 o'clock. Zangshin Kai completely received all the 19 sheepfolds, the satyrs, who will become 4,000 intelligent races in the future, and 400 strange beasts, golden-horned silver-threaded sheep, all of which were received into his divine domain. It's a lot of gain. Not only did I get so many sat tribes and silver-horned golden sheep, but I also got more than 40,000 survival points. Zangshin nodded in satisfaction, flew up in the air, and flew towards the herdsman's house not far away. These herdsman's houses are self-built houses with courtyards in 2 or 3 floors, and they all live in them, and they are herdsmen's families who specialize in taking care of their sheep. Next to the courtyard gate 10 meters away from the houses built by these herdsmen, there is also a shepherd doghouse for shepherd dogs to live in, covering an area of 40 square meters. There are 24 shepherd doghouses, each of which houses 8 shepherd dogs. As soon as Zangshin approached the first shepherd doghouse, he heard the barking of the dog in this shepherd doghouse, which was domesticated by himself as a pet. With its barking, in the courtyard of of the surrounding herdsmen's houses, the shepherd dogs that had been domesticated by Zhang Shen all barked excitedly. "Fool, why are you so loud?" Zhang Shen gave a warning to Ni Qian in the cage in front of him, and immediately entered a state of invisibility. After all, such a sudden barking of dogs will definitely wake up the herders in the back room. Indeed, it was not. At the moment when such a dense barking sounded, many of the herdsmen in the self-built houses turned on the lights, or walked to the window in the dark and looked in the direction of the shepherd dog house in the courtyard. They wondered how these shepherd dogs, who rarely barked, suddenly barked collectively. Some daring herders took shotguns and walked out of the house to investigate the situation. But after looking at it for a while, they saw the shepherd dogs again, and after making sure that there was nothing abnormal, they went back to the house, lay back on the bed and rested quickly. Zhang Shen saw that the surroundings had returned to normal, and then slowly revealed his figure from invisibility, and then walked to Nin. When Nin saw Zhang Shen, she was about to bark again to express her joy at seeing him. Zhang Shen stretched out his hand and put it to his mouth, and quickly signaled, "Stupid dog, be quiet, do you still want to wake people up?" Woo woo. Ni was admonished by Zhang Shen, very humane, and looked very aggrieved. The moment Zhang Shen saw it, he was a little soft-hearted, stretched out his hand to touch its dog's head, and said softly, "Okay, the master didn't blame you for anything. Come, get down to business, and let your sisters become believers in the master, believe in the master, and become their only god." Wow. Nin immediately barked softly, turned his head to look at the 7 shepherd dogs in the innermost kennel house, and then let out a dissatisfied roar. Under its roar, the 7 shepherd dogs walked up to Zhang Shen reluctantly, followed by, each lowered their heads slightly, and then remained motionless. Zhang Shen didn't see it, but the white light representing faith surged on them. Suddenly, he was a little speechless. These 7 shepherd dogs, forced by Niu, did not really obey themselves, but just pretended to obey. Thinking of this, Zhang Shen suddenly had a headache. These shepherd dogs are not as simple as those sheep, so easy to handle. Just when Zhang Shen thought so, a slender figure Moran appeared behind him and let out a scream. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yes. Zhang Shen heard the voice, turned his head to look, and saw Lulden holding a shotgun, looking at him nervously. In front of him, the 7 shepherd dogs who had pretended to be obedient just now all ran around her with great joy as soon as they saw Aladdin appear, making a flattering bark. At that moment, Zhang Shen's eyes lit up. He thought of how to get these shepherd dogs, Faith, to follow his own methods. In the courtyard of the shepherd, Zhang Shen showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes looked at this young girl wearing an ultra-short white flower skirt and slender legs wrapped in white silk, revealing a hint of danger. Followed by, his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he used his talent divine control on Aladdin, controlled it, and then issued a guiding word with a hidden temptation. "Baby, put down your shotgun, smile, come over naturally, and show your closeness to me, just like a boyfriend or girlfriend, or a maid, seeing the master come home." After Aladdin heard Zhang Shen's voice, his originally nervous and tight white face showed a sweet and happy smile. Meantime, she put the shotgun on the ground, opened her arms, stepped forward and hugged Zhang Shen, clinging to him like glue, and said happily, "Master, I'm glad you can go home." After a long time, the lips parted. "Are you the only one at home?" Zhang Shen asked, while wrapping one hand around his waist and groping in front of him with the other hand without any scruples, the full and soft weight of the 18 years of gestation and the pulsating youth. "Well, my uncle likes to stay at the bar in the living area at night and come back at dawn. Does the master want to go in and rest?" Aladdin's eyes were full of anticipation. "Okay, but I'll leave soon," Zhang Shen said, wrapped his arms around Aladdin, and walked into the house under the guise of this group of shepherd dogs. As soon as I entered the house, Zhang Shen devoured Aladdin without any scruples in front of the 8 shepherd dogs and opened up the wasteland. 5 minutes later, congratulations to the host, under the temptation of the third-order dark gods, successfully reversed the army, took a blood, severely damaged its vitality, and survived plus 1,000. An hour later, Zhang Shen looked at Yasha, who appeared at the door with an evil smile in his eyes, and he stopped the conquest. Then he casually gave Aladdin, who was unable to move, a healing technique, and after recovering his state, he asked her to say to the 8 shepherd dogs sitting at the door watching the battle, "Yes, baby, tell those 7 shepherd dogs that I am your husband and their master in the future, so that they can believe in me, serve me, and treat me as God, master." Aladdin, who was naked, heard Zhang Shen's words, got up and said to the shepherd dogs in front of him, "Nishua, Niwe, Nibo, Naib, Nico, Nimi, Nina, you 7 listen to me, and in the future, you will treat me like me, treat your master. The master is our God, we must believe in him." Whoa! After hearing Aladdin's words, the 7 shepherd dogs all let out a dog bark, and then a little white light instantly gushed out and flew towards Zhang Shen. Congratulations to the host. Under the guidance of their gods, the 7 shepherd beast girls decided to follow their masters, follow you together, serve you, and become your pan-believers. Faith plus 70, survival points plus 70. Ha, it really happened. These shepherd dogs have too high IQs to coerce and tempt through their own group, because then they will pretend to be obedient, but they will not become my believers. But as long as they make a wrong judgment through my intimate actions with their masters, they will listen to their original masters, recognize me, and believe in me.
me. Zangshan listened to the prompt in his ear, laughed in his heart, and then his consciousness froze, opened the door of the divine realm, and positioned it on the grassland next to the sheep just now. Let them all enter this white door. Zhang Shen gave orders to Aladdin. When Nishue and the others and Nima all entered the gate of the divine realm, Zhang Shen said to Yasha, who was waiting on the side, hypnotize her and forget my appearance. Yes, master, but master, can I try my new ability on her first? Yasha's voice showed a hint of evil. Zhang Shen asked curiously, what new ability? Spinning the spider girl seal. Ah, you comprehended this divine skill so quickly? Zhang Shen's eyes widened, showing a surprised gaze. The skill of the spider female seal was introduced by Zhang Shen when he was peeking at Yasha's predecessor. This Fangming spider girl seal is the first magic skill that Yasha comprehended in her previous life after becoming a god. This skill is only useful for female targets, and at low skill proficiency, only 5 targets can be branded. Moreover, at the same level, if you consume 20,000/50,000/100,000/life souls produced after death, there is a 30% per 60%/99% chance that you will successfully imprint the life-spinning spider seal on its body, transforming it into a personal female guard who obeys her words, the spinning spider girl. Meantime, Asha can decide whether to disguise her natural ability, the god, and designate 2 of her skills to share with the other party. Yasha heard Zhang Shen's surprise, and immediately nodded and said, yes, master, and just now, after absorbing the life soul of 20,000 living beings, I can imprint a life-spinning spider girl seal. Without further ado, you can try it. Zhang Shen urged. After all, if this brand is successful, Aladdin, who will become a third-order dark god in the future, will not be a slave of his own heroic spirit, and he can let Yasha tell these servants that if they all believe in him, they will become his own believers. In this way, once he is successfully branded, he will have a disguised one, the future third-order dark god, and be a follower of the gods. When Yasha heard Zhang Shen's words, he immediately took action. She walked up to Aladdin, reached out and pinched her tight face, looked at her good figure, and nodded with satisfaction. Then she let go of her hand and took a step back, and then there was a hint of evil in her eyes, and a burst of grey-purple energy gushed out into Aladdin's body. That moment, purple auras emerged from Aladdin's body, and finally these purple auras turned into a life-spinning female seal in the center of his waist. When this life-spinning spider female seal was formed, a prompt sound in Zhang Shen's ears also sounded. Congratulations to the host, your believer heroic spirit Asha successfully enslaved a third-order dark god, devout believer +1, survival points +10,000, faith +50,000, and obtained the special skill servant summoning technique. Servant summoning technique, a special skill. The host can summon a designated servant, Aladdin, the third-order dark god. Zhang Shen listened to the prompt and couldn't help but burst into exclamation. When Yasha on the side heard this, he turned his head to Zhang Shen and smiled. Master, it's done. I know. Zhang Shen smiled at the corner of his mouth, very happy. He didn't expect that after Yasha carved a brand on Aladdin, he would turn it directly into his own devout believer, and he also obtained a special skill to directly summon her. Isn't that what it means? Wherever you are, you can summon it to your side, output it repeatedly, use. Thinking of this, Zhang Shen couldn't help but have some small thoughts in his heart. Since Yasha's life-spinning brand could control these women who would become gods in the future, then isn't it possible to open up the pattern yourself? Let it be branded on the side of the big mold, those gods who will be powerful in the future. For example, Kukline, Tidia, Alan. If all of them are imprinted, when the divine energy explodes in the future, he will make them a great force of the gods and gods of the great luck. Isn't it possible that you can remotely control some decisions of the gods on the side of the big mold through them, or even control the entire big mold? Under Asha's life-spinning spider girl seal, Aladdin is now his own. Therefore, before leaving, Zhang Shen opened the door of the divine realm again, so that in the future, like Nishua, Nico, who has the qualifications of a lord, and Nini, who has the qualifications of an elite, and Nina, 3 shepherd dogs, stayed to accompany Aladdin. Learned from the experience of Aladdin, Zhang Shen walked to the door of the next herdsman's self-built house and did not appear rashly. He became invisible, took Yasha, who had entered a stealth state, and went directly into the shepherd's house. The shepherd is a young couple who have just been married, and they are asleep in each other's arms at the moment. After Zhang Shen entered their bedroom, he asked Yasha to hypnotize them. Master. The hypnotized two immediately got up and stood in front of Zhang Shen. Well, go with me to the doghouse in the courtyard and tell the shepherd dogs inside that I will also be their owner in the future, so that they will also obey my commands, and believe in me, and regard me as God. Yes, master. The young couple nodded, took Zhang Shen to open the door, walked to the shepherd doghouse where they were resting, and opened the dog door. In this shepherd house, there are 4 dogs that will become intelligent dogs in the future, and the other 4, shepherd dogs that will turn into strange beasts and dark evil dogs. When the dog door opened, the 4 future strange beasts and dark evil dogs immediately ran to Zhang Shen to express their closeness, obedience. This made the other 4 run to the husband and wife shepherds, the herding dogs who will become intelligent races in the future, and their
big round eyes are full of doubts. But soon, they became even more confused. Because of their two masters, let them also obey the strange man's words in the future, and treat him as the third master unconditionally. Although the four shepherd dogs were confused, they still approached Zhang Shin and showed their gesture of welcoming their new owners, but none of them gushed out the white light that represented the light of faith. Seeing this, Zhang Shin frowned and thought for a while, then took out a small bag of popcorn from the backpack space and said to them, "This is a little greeting, let's eat." Said. Zhang Shin poured this pack of popcorn on the ground. The group of shepherd dogs smelled the fragrance and immediately lowered their heads happily and ate it. When they finished eating these chicken popcorns, these four future intelligent shepherd dogs showed a closer gesture to Zhang Shin. They rubbed their heads against the hem of his trousers. Zhang Shin felt that the time was ripe. He let the shepherd dog, who had become his tamed animal in the morning, convey to these four shepherd dogs how to obey and follow his will in the future. Suddenly, the bodies of these four shepherd dogs naturally emitted a little white aura, rushing towards Zhang Shin. Congratulations to the host, for shepherd girls, become your pan-believers, survival points plus 40, faith plus 40. Ha, it's done. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zhang Shin showed a smile on the corner of his mouth and then opened the door of the divine realm, allowing all these 8 shepherd dogs to enter the divine realm and join in Aishan inside. After having the experience of the first 2 times, Zhang Shin had a more effective means of domestication for the shepherd dogs and the families of these remaining shepherds. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, of the 192 shepherd dogs and the 24 herdsmen here, except for the 42 that did not live to 3 years later, the remaining 150 became his believers. After successfully accepting all the shepherd dogs here into the gate of the divine realm, Zhang Shin saw that it was already 11:40 o'clock at this moment, so he didn't go to the industrial zone immediately and bought it for 0 yuan. He said to Yasha on the side, "You rest in this room first, I will go back to Jinhai first, and I will be back in half an hour." "Good master." Yasha nodded slightly, walked into the house, and lay down on the sofa inside to rest. Zhang Shin took out the wormhole orbit card and activated the main orbit point located in the cabinet of Jinhai's bedroom. Yes. In an instant, he followed the wormhole back to Jinhai's own bedroom cabinet. As soon as Zhang Shin came out of the cabinet, he saw Xiao Di, holding a flat box in his hand, appeared at the door of the bedroom, and smiled at him. "Master, this is the boxing tester you want. Do you want to take it apart and try it now?" "Don't rush yet." Zhang Shin shook his head and took the box, put it in the backpack space, and then opened the door of the divine realm and said, "Let's go into the divine realm to compete." "Good master." Xiao Ti nodded and walked into the door of the divine realm in front of him. Zhang Shin also walked in quickly and began to compete with Xiao Ti. Soon, the two of them were deadlocked on the ground with moves that neither could do anything about anyone, motionless. And at this time, Zhang Shin's ears rang in his ears, tied the hand, and got a hint to get 8 god rank points. But Zhang Shin didn't stop there. He waited for a minute, and when it was 12 a.m., he and Xiao Di competed again. After gaining 8 points of divine level experience again, he left the divine realm with Xiao Ti and returned to the bedroom. "Xiao Ti, you can go back, and come back at this point the night after tomorrow," Zhang Shin said. "Okay, master," Xiao Di said, turned around and opened the door to leave. Zhang Shin took out the wormhole orbit card, returned to Yasha, and ran to the industrial area with her, and came to a big 0 yuan purchase, sweeping away all the frozen meat reserves here. But he didn't leave immediately, but his consciousness was slightly condensed, and a seismic technique with a magnitude 6 magnitude earthquake intensity came here. In an instant, the entire industrial zone, under a strong shock, all the factory buildings were easily split in half. The aftermath caused by the earthquake is transmitted to the surroundings at a decreasing speed. The herdsmen in the grazing area were all awakened and ran out of the house. When they ran out of the house, waiting for the aftermath of the earthquake to dissipate, they saw the empty sheepfold. All the herdsmen and farmers turned pale and panicked. "Oh, the sheep are gone. Not only the sheep, but my shepherd dog is also gone. Oh my god, what should I do? What else can I do?" Report it first, and then wait for the notification. After destroying the industrial area, Zhang Shin took Yasha and flew towards the ranch gate. Meantime, when passing by the grazing area, he looked down, and at a glance at the panicked crowd, he picked up speed and flew out. As soon as he left the third area of the sheep farm, Zhang Shin found a place, released the number 1 divine energy chariot, and got on the car quickly. Number 1, the next ranch closest to the Trang family. Zhang Shin gave an order to number 1, and reached out to let Xiao Ti take out the boxing tester he had ordered. "Master, what is this?" Yasha, who was sitting in the back of the car, asked curiously. "Boxing tester, that is, strength tester. You can see how much strength and power you have in this punch," Zhang Shin introduced while taking out the bottle from the backpack space, which could increase the strength of 1 point. "Master, does this test the strength of a punch indicate the attack power contained in a punch?" When Yasha heard Zhang Shin's words, she thought for a moment and asked. "Ah, that's right." Zhang Shin laughed and took out the instructions inside and took a look. Boxing tester, calculated without the impact force brought by the start. The user stands in place, suddenly clenches his fist towards the center and bombards it, which will show the force contained in a punch. punch. Converted by the Blue Star gravity scale, one force is about equal to the weight of 1 pound of the object that can be carried by one arm. One strength is about equal to 1 pound of force, if according to Yasha's understanding, it is equivalent to 1 point of attack power. Zangshin said secretly, then opened the God panel and took a look. How much experience he had in the God rank now.
Divine rank, first rank, 100 to 3000. Now I have 100 points of divine level experience.
I don't know how much strength or attack power can be generated by the four-dimensional attribute power brought by 100 points of experience in the first order now. Zangshin pondered for a moment, then his consciousness condensed slightly, and he used telekinesis, suspended the boxing tester in the center of the back of the car, and then looked at Yasha and smiled. Now is the time for the master to test how much attack power he contains in one punch, said. Zangshin took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, clenched his fists towards the plastic cushion in the center of the boxing tester, and bombarded the past with all his might.
Dong!
A low loud noise sounded, and the boxing tester suddenly broke out of the control of Zangshin's mind technique, flew out backwards, and crashed into the wall of the carriage of the number 1 divine energy chariot, making a dull ding-dong sound. Yasha looked at the boxing tester that bounced off the door of the rear car, and a transparent white spider silk flew out of the palm of his hand, stuck it, and retracted it in front of Zangshin, who was rubbing his head with both hands, and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I just didn't expect that my attack on the boxing tester would feel like I was forcibly interrupted to cast a spell." Zangshin shook his head and rubbed his slightly confused head. Just now, he suddenly punched the boxing tester he controlled with telekinesis. At that moment, he clearly felt that the power contained in the punch he bombarded offset his mental telekinesis on the boxing tester. Therefore, under his punch, the boxing tester flew out of the control of his telekinesis, and he also had a feeling of being interrupted in casting, making his head muddled all of a sudden, and his ears buzzed. After rubbing it a few times, Zangshin felt that his head felt a little better, and then looked at Yasha, who was holding a boxing tester in his hand, and said, "How much force did I hit just now?" "Master, 2000 strength is complete, which is equivalent to 2000 pounds of strength and 2000 points of attack power," Yasha said as she turned the boxing tester over for Zangshin to see. Zangshin looked at the center circle of the boxing tester, which displayed the number 2000, and instantly understood a little why he would blast the boxing tester out of his control with a punch just now. After all, this is equivalent to a ton of gravity, which suddenly crushed over. This all-out punch has a strength of 2000 pounds. Is this the limit of my current strength? Zangshin muttered, opened the door of the divine realm, and positioned it in front of the gate of the space warehouse in Lingnan district, ready to experiment again. He fixed the boxing tester on the wall next to the door of the space warehouse, cleared the numbers on it, and then gathered all his strength again and clenched his fists to bombard the boxing tester. There was a loud bang. A number of 2000 soaring red appeared again on the boxing tester. "Master, it's still 2000, Yasha on the side said. Zangshin nodded and tested it a few more times. The result came down several times. The strength on the boxing tester is shown to be in 2000. It seems that with the improvement of the experience of the god level, the invisibility of the four-dimensional attribute is strengthened, and the strength contained in his all-out blow should be 2000 attack power. In other words, every time I increase my divine level experience, I almost gain 20 points of attack power." Zangshin frowned in thought, then his consciousness froze. He used telekinesis, took the power gene potion placed on the cabinet next to the soft collapse of the rest area, took it in his hand, opened it and drank it. This power gene potion can increase one's strength by 1 point. The entrance is warm, with a little sweetness, giving Zangshin a feeling as if drinking a juice squeezed from tomatoes. I don't know how many pounds of attack power this increased 1 point of strength attribute can increase. Zangshin muttered, his eyes looked at the boxing tester fixed on the wall of the space warehouse, and began to sink his dantian, and suddenly bombarded it with a punch. Moment. On the boxing tester, there was a shock, and then a line of 10-20 soaring red values appeared on it. 1 point of strength attribute, 20 points of strength, 20 attack power? That's too little. Zangshin curled his lips, a little not satisfied, but he was soon relieved. After all, 1 point of strength attribute is 20 points of attack power, which is equivalent to 1 bottle of strength gene potion, and the power of each increase is equivalent to the power of 1 point of divine level experience improvement. And the power gene potion from this green card, Zangshin found that as long as the card was drawn in the first lottery, the chance of appearing in the future would increase. As long as he appears, he will submit. Isn't it possible that he can also pull the power in his invisible four-dimensional attributes in disguise to the legendary level of divine strength when he is in the first order? After all, there is an upper limit to the experience of upgrading from level 1 to level 2, and there seems to be no upper limit to the power gene potion. Zangshin fantasized for a while, and suddenly felt a little eager to try, planning to open the ordinary lottery wheel and have a big lottery. Thinking of this, he glanced at the survival points he had earned over the past few days. Survival points, 230,520. I didn't expect that it was only almost a week and there were more than 200,000 survival points. Zangshin sighed,
took Yasha out of the gate of the divine realm and appeared in the number 1 divine chariot again, and then motioned for the number 1 divine chariot to continue to drive in the direction of the 3rd ranch of the Trang family, and then called out the ordinary roulette. In the blink of an eye, an ordinary lottery roulette wheel that only Zhang Shen could see appeared in front of his eyes. System: 100 consecutive draws. Zhang Shen's consciousness was slightly condensed, and he muttered silently. In an instant, the ordinary roulette wheel in front of him turned quickly, and then a huge white light poured in, followed by Zhang Shen heard a series of prompts ringing in his ears. Congratulations to the host, draw 10 white cards, Space Warehouse. Congratulations to the host, draw 10 white cards, Vacuum Fresh Keeping Storage. Congratulations to the host, draw 8 white cards, Smart Mining Vehicle. Congratulations to the host, drawing 6 white cards, Small Coal Mine Cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 4 white cards, Energy Potion Cards. Congratulations to the host, drawing 4 white cards and Stamina Potion Cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 white cards, Sea Fish Cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 white cards, Hint Cards. Sea Fish Card, invested in the divine realm, there will be birth of 10 kinds of sea fish that contain trace amounts of divine energy. Prompt card, once used, the host can enter a question about the current thing to get a hint. This cue card, it's good, I just have a lot of confusion, and I need some hints, Zhang Shen said secretly, and wanted to use the hint card, but he just had this idea. The confusion in his mind gathered together, making him not know which one to start with for a while. After all, there are only these 2 cue cards. It's better to think about it before using it, Zhang Shen muttered, and next to the ordinary lottery wheel in front of him, a green light suddenly flashed, followed by green lights flew towards him. Congratulations to the host, draw 10 green cards, Divine Chariot. Congratulations to the host, draw 5 green cards, Divine Rocket Launcher. Congratulations to the host, for green cards, Intelligent Mechanical Workers. Congratulations to the host, drawing 3 green cards, Small Weather Control Station. Congratulations to the host, draw 3 green cards, Power Potion. Congratulations to the host, draw 3 green cards, Low-Level Draw Cards. Congratulations to the host, drawing 2 green cards, Patrolling the Flower Fur. Your face is so dark? 30 green cards, 2 new cards appear. Zhang Shen curled his lips and looked at the 2 new cards with some dissatisfaction. Hunting Flower Fur, a plant that mutates under the impact of divine energy. Its flowers are dried and crushed, and can be used to make materials similar to agility potions. Low-level draw card, used on the intelligent race. It can randomly draw and copy its existing green quality skills, and condense them into a card for themselves or believers. Looking at the introduction of these 2 new cards, Zhang Shen instantly fell in love with the low-level drawing card. Because of the existence of this card, if you go to someone else's divine domain and see someone else's wisdom race, you have a good green quality skill, you can directly extract and master it. And not only can it be used by itself, but also by its own believers. However, the only drawback of this card is that it can only draw green quality skills. Other high-quality skills cannot be extracted. Otherwise, Zhang Shen wanted to draw it from Yasha, and extract and master the Spider Girl mark of the Divine Skill Workshop that he comprehended. Zhang Shen thought to himself, and a series of prompts rang in his ears again. Congratulations to the host, drawing 5 blue cards, Devil Fruit Tree. Congratulations to the host, draw 5 blue cards, Guard Level Shield. Congratulations to the host, draw 5 blue cards, Highly Toxic Antibodies. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 blue cards, Illusion. Congratulations to the host, drawing 2 blue cards, Small Secret Fragments. And only 2 new cards will be released. Zhang Shen frowned and muttered, looking into the backpack grid, and 2 new cards appeared, hoping to bring some surprises. Toxic Antibody, once learned, it acquires level 1 toxicity resistance, which can resist toxicity with a toxicity coefficient of level 1. It can also be thrown into the divine realm, and believers in the divine realm will have a chance to develop a certain amount of poison resistance. Can be lifted. Small secret realm fragments. Under the impact of divine energy, the rules in some strange environments will gradually derive into a dangerous secret realm containing a large amount of treasure, and even a wise race may appear. The host collects 5 small secret fragments, and can derive a long-lasting small first-order low-level secret realm in the designated area, and put in the secret fragment card to improve the existing secret realm, and withdraw the secret fragment card, which will be reduced. Fortunately, these 2 blue quality cards are not too bad, and this poison resistance is the same as fire resistance. If you are surrounded by a poisonous intelligent race, or if the other party is a god who is good at using poison, you will basically be immune to its poison attacks, just like the original Moss. When Zhang Shen thought of Moss, he thought of the succubus slave. I haven't summoned her for a week, and I don't know if after she passes her words on to Moss, that grumpy guy will come up with something practical for me. Zhang Shen muttered, planning to wait a few days before summoning the slave to the divine realm, and then repeatedly interrogate him up and down. Just as Zhang Shen was thinking so, a purple light flashed in front of his eyes. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 purple cards, and force the contract to summon scroll cards.
Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, spectacle card, diplomatic classics. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, island splicing card. Forced contract summoning scrolls, this kind of top-notch card actually came with 2. Zangshin listened to the prompt in his ear, his heart suddenly rejoiced, and his eyes looked at the other 2 cards. Diplomatic classics, invested in the divine domain, the host and the host's intelligent race believers, when they encounter a foreign language that cannot communicate, will gradually master the other party's language through the other party's words after 30 seconds. Island splicing card, pseudo-rule card, put into the divine realm, will form a small island of 30 square kilometers outside the existing sea area. The island is full of opportunities, with a chance to spawn rare beasts, treasures, equipment, wonders, and even wild intelligent races. The wonder of this diplomatic classic is that when you go to other people's divine realms in the future, you can understand the other person's words and communicate normally. And this island splicing card is equivalent to increasing the area of one's divine domain in disguise, and at the same time, I will go to the island in the future to take a look. Maybe there will be a lot of good gains. Zangshin briefly analyzed these 2 new cards, and then looked expectantly at the ordinary lottery wheel that had not stopped spinning. The purple card is out, and the turntable hasn't stopped yet, so the next one should be the red card, even. It's gold. Zangshin's eyes were full of anticipation, but a red light flashed in front of him. He knew instantly. This 100 consecutive draws, the face turned black, there was no gold card, and it was still a normal guaranteed red card. Then he looked at the backpack grid where the red card was placed. Whale Fall recruitment card, a rule card, consumes 10,000 survival points, and throws it into the other person's divine domain, where the host has been, and will generate a whale fall spectacle in the other person's divine domain. After that, the souls of the dead intelligent races in the divine domain will be collected into its spectacle, and the host can consume a certain amount of survival points to recruit them to their own divine domain to become their own believers, with a maximum of 10 recruited per month. Looking at this red card, Zangshin still couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is simply a rogue card. As long as you use 10,000 survival points, you can put a whale fall spectacle in the divine realm you have been to. After that, as long as their intelligent race dies, they can obtain the right to recruit intelligent races from the other party's divine domain and transform into their own believers. Soon, Zangshin thought of Moss's divine domain, so he couldn't wait to use this whale fall recruitment card, wanting to give him a big surprise. Immediately, his consciousness was slightly condensed on this whale fall recruitment card. In an instant, a line of small characters appeared on the card. Search the coordinates of the divine realm where the host has been. The current host can drop the whale fall wonder divine realm, scorched earth purgatory, double-click to drop the spectacle. Please ask if to drop it. In a scorched black land, a huge statue like a whale falling, exuding a little starlight, Mu ran slowly condensed next to a group of succubus clans. Followed by, the spectacle released a pale white light that floated towards every intelligent race in the entire divine realm. Suddenly, the intelligent races in the scorched earth purgatory were all shocked, and Moran had the illusion that even if they died, they would be sheltered. I can't help it. In this divine realm, all the believers of Moses rushed towards this wonder with their faces full of piety, and the nearest succubus and other succubus. As early as the leadership of the succubus clan leader Nusi, he quickly walked to the huge statue spectacle, knelt down and said reverently, "Thank my God, it is your gift that we may." In a college library on the Abyss Star, Moss is trying to find a way to break the compulsory contract summoning used by Zangshin on his followers through existing materials. This forced contract brand is far from an ordinary forced contract brand. Even if it was his mentor, he forcibly broke it more than 10 times, but in the next second, the imprint seemed to have taken root, and it would continue to appear, which was very strange. Finally, his mentor came to the conclusion that unless the brander died, it would be almost impossible to break the brand by forcibly breaking it by means known to it. When he thought that his slave, who had been cultivated for so long, was forcibly branded as a summon by others, Moss was extremely angry in his heart. "I can't wait to pull out that hateful guy and make him worse than death. Bastard, the cheap god of a lower planet. Once I know the coordinates of your home planet, I will definitely pay a terrible price for you and your family," Moss said fiercely with a fierce expression, and continued to bury his head in this library where ordinary students did not come, trying to find a way. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the believer's prayer in his mind, and a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. Why did Nusi suddenly pray to himself? With a hint of doubt, Moss's consciousness sank, and his speed appeared above his divine domain, looking down. This view. Countless question marks flashed in his mind in an instant. Why did a spectacle suddenly appear in my divine domain? Moss was full of doubts, very puzzled, opened his personal divine domain interface, and glanced at the list of wonders. It turned out that there was no more introduction of the spectacle on the spectacle interface. At this moment, he became even more puzzled. What is the purpose of this strange wonder that has never been seen before? Why did this strange spectacle appear out of thin air in his own divine domain? With a hint of doubt, Moss gathered his consciousness and wanted to cast himself into the spectacle and perceive it. After all, if you perceive the spectacle spectacle through consciousness, you can quickly know the wonderful use of this spectacle through the energy that gushes out of the spectacle. But as soon as his consciousness encountered the spectacle, it was directly blocked and bounced off by a huge force. At that moment, he was shocked, because generally this phenomenon will occur unless it is a wild spectacle without a master, or a spectacle only by others, without the consent of the other party.
Is this a wild, masterless spectacle? Could it be that the mother star took pity on my experience and specially lowered this spectacle to help me grow?
A hint of speculation flashed in Moss's heart, and then his face was full of eagerness and surprise.
After all, this is your own divine domain, and how could the wonders that appear in your own divine domain belong to someone else? Immediately,
he took out a cue card from the backpack space and threw it down at the spectacle, wanting to know how to accept the spectacle through the hint. When the cue card turned into a burst of energy, it surged into the spectacle of whale falling soldiers.
Moment. Above this spectacle, an introduction emerges that only he can see.
A certain unknown god has been thrown into the whale fall recruitment point in your divine domain, which is difficult to destroy, and once destroyed, it will damage the foundation of your
divine domain.
As long as the deceased believers in your divine realm are absorbed into the wonder in the form of souls, waiting for the wonder owner to recruit soldiers and be reborn.
Ah, what? That's impossible.
Seeing this prompt, at that moment, Moss almost vomited blood, and an indescribable anger in his heart burst out of his mouth and roared into the void.
Bastard, who is it to cast this spectacle in my divine domain? In the number 1 divine chariot.
After Zangshin threw the next spectacle at Moss, a line of small characters appeared on the whale recruitment card in his hand.
Scorched Earth Purgatory, October 10th recruited this month. Current recruitable souls in the divine domain, 0. Click to view the detailed recruitment soul list. Hey, in the future, Moss's divine domain will be his own recruitment point.
Zangshin smiled, yawned, picked up his phone and glanced at the time.
May 31st, 3:30 a.m. It's so late, no wonder I'm so sleepy.
Zangshin whispered, looking at Yasha, who was lying on the resting soft bed, resting, and his consciousness condensed slightly, pouring into the sky above his divine domain.
Followed by,
he quickly threw all the cards he had just drawn into his divine domain. And those 5 poison resistances, after he left one, he quickly learned the other 4 poison resistances, learned the poison resistance to level 4, and then exited the divine realm, stripped naked, hugged Yasha, and went to sleep.
9 o'clock the next morning.
Zangshin opened his hazy eyes, sat up slowly, and got up to get dressed. And Yasha, who had already gotten up and was sitting in the co-pilot, playing the mobile phone minesweeping game, sensed that he had woken up, so he turned to look at him and said,
"Master, we have arrived, the 3rd ranch of the Trang family, near the 2nd area of the sheep farm. Well, get out of the car and find something to eat."
Zangshin nodded, stepped forward, opened the door of the rear seat, took Yasha out of the car, and walked towards the gate of the 2nd area of the sheep farm not far away. The specifications of this sheep farm, from the outside, are the same as those in the 3rd area of the sheep farm, and there are also dual intelligent races, herding dogs, and satyrs. For these 2 ethnic groups, Zangshin adopted the original practice in the 3rd area of the sheep farm. He spent a day and a night receiving the shepherd dogs here, as well as the satyr tribe that would become the satyr tribe in the future, as well as the silver-horned golden sheep, into the divine domain.
Then all the mutton resource reserves here were taken away.
Every time he took away the frozen reserves here, Zangshin would directly destroy the industrial zone here with a magnitude 6 earthquake. Afterwards, he was heading to the next Trang state, the nearest Trang family ranch. The Trang family has 5 cattle ranches in Trang state, and they are all large cattle ranches, with 7 sheep ranches. These cattle and sheep pastures, Zangshin did not let go of any of them, and it took half a month to visit all the cattle and sheep of the Trang family in Trang state. Therefore, in his divine domain, the number of shepherd dog beast girls who will become intelligent races in the future suddenly changed from 150 to 1,000. The dark evil dog has changed from 30 to 210. The number of sheep that will become the sutters in the future suddenly increased to 28,000. In the future, it will become a resource sheep, and the scarce number of silver-horned golden silk sheep is only 3,000. As for the herd that will become the bull-headed human race in the future, the total number has reached 3,600, of which the Jinshan Minotaur race has the most. The total number of future strange beasts such as the fire bull, the magic pattern giant bull, and the ancient bull beast is only 3,200.
Inside the number 1 divine tank,
Zangshin opened the display screen on the divine chariot and stretched out his hand to click on a resource map. This resource map is the distribution map of all agricultural and animal husbandry manor enterprise groups, all freezers and grain storage warehouses on the side of Damuli.
Originally, this map was in Zangshin's apple cider vinegar mobile phone for Yasha.
Today, this map, Zangshin Rang number 1 downloads to its memory so that it can intelligently drive to these distribution points when it navigates automatically. Zangshin glanced at the location of the frozen meat warehouse of the Trang family that he had crossed out in Trang Prefecture. He turned his attention to the 2 states next to Trang State, Jajinurjo and Bangwaji State. These 2 states are the states with the largest arable land area on the side of Demold.
Moreover, the The grain planting here is all controlled by the Jajin Group, the four major grain merchants of Demo, and the Bangwaji Group.
As soon as he saw these two groups, Zingshan thought of the records about these two groups in history. For example, by shorting the grain of other countries, the local people are forced to not farm, or maliciously raising the price of grain so that a country cannot afford to buy grain, or looting the world through genetically modified seeds of soybeans, corn, wheat, and other crops.
Of course, this includes Daxia. However, after Daxia was looted for the first time, a few years later, it successfully counterattacked the second looting of Daxia by these groups, avenging the shame.
But except for Daxia, all the countries that are targeted are not so lucky.
Master, you've been looking at these two states, haven't you figured out which state to go to first?
Asa on the side asked.
Zangshan said in a deep voice, both states are mainly grain and hay.
I plan to let you go to Bangwaji Prefecture alone, collect grain storage, and some hay, and then follow the route west of Banghua Prefecture to harvest the crops controlled by the Banghua Group and the surrounding two states together. When Yasha heard Zangshan's words, his evil eyes lit up instantly, and then he said, yes, master, but I want a mobility vehicle similar to number 1. When you reach the junction of the three states, you will naturally be given one.
Zangshan said,
and began to instruct, I know you like to kill, and you like to tempt people to fall and release the greatest evil thoughts in your heart, but I hope you can take some when you are not by my side.
No, master, I will restrain myself, Asa promised, but the evil aura in his eyes made people feel untrustworthy.
Therefore,
Zangshan could only hope that this state would not have a long-eyed white skin that would provoke Yasha.
When the number 1 divine chariot drove to the junction of the three states, Zangshan let number 1 stop in a woods. Then he took out the divine chariot card, gathered his consciousness, and released it.
Moment. A divine chariot appeared in front of Zangshan and Yasha.
Yasha quickly opened the main driver's door and began to take over the divine chariot, then named it the Spider, and said goodbye to Zangshan.
Master, I'll go first.
Zangshan was about to nod, but thought of something and immediately said, wait.
Ha! Yasha looked at Zangshan suspiciously. Master, what's wrong?
I will leave a subtract point in your car, so that if you have something to do in the future, you can quickly appear beside you through the subtract point at any time. Zangshan said, took out the wormhole orbit card, fixed the positioning of one of the two suborbital points on the divine chariot, and then got out of the car and left.
Okay, let's go to Banghua Jizhou.
Yes, master. Yasha responded lightly, and then activated the Spider divine power chariot and quickly ran towards Banghua Prefecture. Zangshan returned to the number 1 divine energy chariot and then ran to the nearest grain warehouse reserve in Jiajin'erzhou.
Meantime, he opened a WeChat video call to Li Yuqing in Jinhai. Soon, the video was connected. Li Yuqing smiled sweetly and appeared in the video. Husband, it's 3 o'clock in the night over there, why haven't you rested yet? Call you and talk for a while and rest the day. Zangshan said. Okay, how did my husband talk about the big mold, and did he find a suitable cooperative enterprise? Li Yuqing asked.
Not yet, now I plan to go to Jiajin Group and Demold Jiajin Prefecture to talk to them about grain purchases. If I can't negotiate, I will go out of the customs to the next door to Agenting and ask if there are any cooperative companies. On the side of Argenting, almost all the grain production seems to be the grain storage on the side of Demold, which belongs to the Jiajin Group.
Li Yuqing said. It seems to be true, it's really not good. I'll go to Bassi to take a look later.
More than half of Bassi's grain is under the control of the Demo Banghuaji Group, and it is difficult for my husband to receive cheap grain if he does not negotiate cooperation with these two groups.
Li Yuqing said.
Zangshan was stunned and said slowly, these two groups are really terrifying. Afterwards, Zangshan chatted with Li Yuqing for another half hour before hanging up the phone and calling Lu Miao again. Lu Miao appeared in the video, and he greeted Zangshan with a greeting, and then asked, how was the conversation over there? It's been talked about, and we can go back in July and August. Zangshan said, at some point, you will need to unload the goods at your port.
No problem, the price will give you the lowest discount. Lu Miao patted his huge chest and said. Zangshan smiled and said, then thank you Lu Damii. Ha, enemy, what are you polite about? Lu Miao laughed. After the two chatted for half an hour,
Zangshan hung up the phone on the grounds of sleeping and chatted with Barbara and 11 other Lolita girls in the WeChat group for a while. By the way, he opened the attribute panel and took a look.
Survival points, 620,300.
There are already 620,000 survival points. Should we use up some of them to draw the lottery first, or go to the world of foreign gods first? Zangshan pondered for a moment, and planned to draw a lottery first, and then go to the world of extraterritorial gods.
Thinking of this,
he opened the purple card lottery wheel and had a 20 consecutive draw.
In an instant, there were 20 more cards in his backpack.
Among them, the green card has 3 intelligent mechanics, 2 strength gene potions, 1 low-level drawing card, and 1 agility gene potion. The dexterity gene elixir, like the strength gene elixir, can increase the dexterity qualification by 1 point.
As for how much agile indicators can be improved with 1 point of agile qualification, Zangshan WeChat Xiaodi asked her to order a super treadmill and stopwatch for future testing. The blue card has 2 guard level shields, 2 ammunition amulet rings, and 1 Earth-type fishing card.
Earth fishing cards, as long as they are used against their own pets, can turn them into bilineal creatures in the original monophyletic species, bringing huge changes. For example, fire-type beasts, after using Earth-type fishing cards, can become Earth-type and fire-type creatures, undergo huge potential transformations, and even comprehend fire-earth fusion techniques.
Among the 8 purple cards, there are 3 reserve rings, 1 wormhole suborbital card, 1 teleportation card, 1 lord potion, 1 basic training template card, and 1 divine domain fairy card.
As soon as I saw this divine realm fairy card,
Zhang Shen immediately liked it.
Because once this card is used, you and the number of 10 believers appear in the other party's divine domain, which will block the opponent's divine domain warning, and the perception of yourself or the number of 10 believers will last for 24 hours.
24 hours without being detected is enough to do a lot of things on your own. After the 20-game draw,
Zhang Shen said briefly in the group of him, Shouty, Xiao Ai, and Yasha, that after he planned to go to the outside of the domain, he slowly took out the foreign invasion card, and his consciousness froze. If the extraterrestrial invasion fails, please go to the divine domain to use it.
Damn, this extraterritorial invasion card can't be used directly on Blue Star. Bad review.
Looking at the text on the extraterrestrial invasion card, Zhang Shen said fiercely, and then opened the door of the divine realm and positioned it next to the lake of 10,000 beasts. As soon as he entered, the animals of 10,000 beasts lake, because they hadn't seen Zhang Shen for a long time, cheered excitedly, and ran towards him. Seeing this, Zhang Shen hurriedly asked them to stop. Don't be too enthusiastic.
He didn't want to be thrown to the ground by the beasts again.
However, he didn't dampen their enthusiasm, stepped forward and touched their hair, and interacted with them before he realized that the extraterrestrial invasion card was on the card.
Soon, a familiar prompt small text gushed out on the extraterritorial invasion card.
Whether the host uses 100,000 survival points to open the extraterritorial portal. Zhang Shen's voice fell, and a familiar vortex portal surged out in front of him.
Immediately,
he stepped in stealthily at speed. As soon as he stepped in, before he could see his surroundings clearly, a prompt sounded in his ears. Detect that the host appears in the domain of 100 flowers outside the divine realm. Trigger the divine realm fairy card, and the host and the 10 believers, including pets and summoned beasts, where the host is located will be warned and blocked for 24 hours.
Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Shen began to look around him.
Overhead, the blue sky and the sun are very bright, which makes people feel extremely comfortable. As far as the eye can see, there are big trees about 10 meters high, with branches blooming one by one, colorful, like dancing butterflies. In the weeds and furs under the big trees, there are also beautiful flowers that are extremely delicate and look like butterflies. These flowers flutter slightly with the breeze blowing through the woods, butterfly-like petals, and emit an attractive floral fragrance into the air. Zhang Shen took a deep breath of these floral fragrances, and had the illusion of eating honey. And the body also produced a primitive instinctive move, which seemed extremely excited and hot, and wanted to find a person of the opposite sex to drink and sing about wine. As he inhaled more and more floral fragrance, at that moment, he had a feeling that he did not want to leave here and wanted to thrive here.
It's so fragrant. These flowers, trees and weeds that bloom like butterfly flowers must be poisonous.
Zhang Shen said secretly, and one after another peeping eyes, he threw them at the flowers and trees in front of him, as well as the weeds and furs. Butterfly pear blossom forest, a rare wonderflower and wood forest, covering an area of 500 square kilometers. 1. Any creature that lives in this wonderflower and tree forest will have a 50% increase in their desire to reproduce. 2. As the divine domain expands, the butterfly tree pear blossom forest will also expand. 3. There will be 1 or 2 flowers in trees every year, and 1 to 2 powerful butterfly maids will be born, and there is a 0.1% chance that a butterfly queen will appear.
Zhang Shen looked at the information feedback from the peeping eye, and couldn't help but laugh in an instant.
He didn't expect that the sea of flowers and trees he was looking at turned out to be a huge wonder forest. Moreover, this flower forest can actually improve its reproductive ability and give birth to butterfly flower maids every year, and even have an extremely low chance of giving birth to a butterfly queen. I don't know if this wonder has been born as a butterfly queen. Zhang Shen had a flash of curiosity in his heart. After all, if the butterfly queen is born, then he will definitely not let it go. At that time, he would definitely treat the succubus slave directly, turning it into his own summoned beast. When he thought of the succubus slave, Zhang Shen thought of the clan, which made him very talented and capable for a long time. In my divine domain, there is currently no rational race of the opposite sex that can transform into a succubus. Now I'm in this other people's divine realm. As long as I wait, I will meet the female humanoid intelligent race here and have king-level qualifications. Let her come out at some point and turn the other party into a succubus, so as to become my exclusive believer. Won't I have a succubus race in the future? Zhang Shen said excitedly in his heart, and then quickly performed the flying technique and flew towards the depths of the flower and wood forest. Now, his flying technique, when Demold was on the road, had already been brushed to an advanced level by him, and he could fly for an hour before he needed to land on the ground.
20 minutes later, Zhang Shen stopped flying in the air and stopped on a huge flower tree. Meantime, his eyes shone brightly, and he looked down at the small tribal gathering place below the woods. This small tribal gathering place probably has more than 100 intelligent races. These intelligent races, the facial features are extremely delicate and white. They all have thick and slender hair hanging down their shoulders, and there is a pair of transparent and slender wings behind them, and each is only about 1.45 meters, looking very lowly in Zhangtai. What kind of intelligent race are these? Zhengshan muttered, facing the center of this gathering place, a lowly who was wearing a light green short suit, but could not hide his proud and upright figure, and looked like the patriarch of this tribe, threw it over with a peeping eye. Moment. A panel that only he could see slowly emerged from the top of this tall-breasted lowly. Intelligent race, winged scythe. Qualifications, Lord. Third order, 0/14,000. Name, Qingyi. Skills, sharp knife flying wing, intermediate level, blade barrier, intermediate level, chase / intermediate level, funeral flower seal, low level, flying leaf technique, low level. Talent, one leaf escape technique. Consume a small amount of spiritual power, and you can quickly escape to another leaf 10 meters away. Faith, first order wood god, flower Kali. Mood, excited. Analysis, the winged scythe, which is generally small and exquisite, often makes people easily have the illusion of harmlessness and cuteness. But each of them is a natural assassin, and Qingyi, as the patriarch, is an extremely dangerous existence under his comprehension of talent. Looking at the panel of the winged scythe patriarch, Zhengshan frowned and thought deeply, and then shook his head with some regret. If this Qingyi is a king-level qualification, he summoned the succubus slave, and then took this Qingyi prisoner, and then transformed him into his own succubus believer. It turned out to be a pity not. However, Zhengshan did not leave immediately. After all, it was difficult to meet this group of intelligent races, so naturally it was impossible to leave like this. No matter how you say it, you have to know from her mouth where the butterfly flower maids are, right? Zhengshan stood on the big tree, listening to the lowly like Qingyi, muttering words he couldn't understand for 30 seconds. He suddenly understood in his ears, and she said to the people beside him, "Go. How many jars of potpourri have you collected?" Patriarch Qingyi, after a month of collection, there are already 1,000 cans of 100 flower dew. Very good. Tomorrow the divine messenger will come, and when the time comes, we will definitely give the flower dew collected during this time to the divine messenger as a bath of new life. What? The messenger of God is coming? Zhengshan listened to Qingyi's words, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Divine messengers, there are also in his divine domain. That is, the little milk snake Mysa who would have become a generation of primordial gods, because she voluntarily believed in herself and thus became her own god messenger. From a certain point of view, if Yasha hadn't been resurrected through the Valhalla Tavern as a primordial god, she would have been her own god messenger. Zhengshan thought wildly, but he knew very little about the divine messenger. Therefore, he was very curious. Was the divine messenger in Qingyi's mouth the same kind of divine messenger that he understood, the same kind of divine messenger that had been transformed from a primitive god? Or is it the god's title to the believers who are thrown into the divine realm? Just when Zhengshan felt a hint of curiosity in his heart, that Qingyi seemed to sense something, and Mu Ran paused, turned his head to look in the direction of the tribal gate. Zhengshan also looked along, and saw that deep in the flower and tree forest, a girl wearing a light white gauze suit, flapping a pair of beautiful butterfly wings behind her, and her facial features were extremely tight and white, slowly flying towards the gathering place of the Xia tribe, elegantly. When Qingyi saw this butterfly girl, he immediately turned around and led his clansmen to the gate of the gathering place, waiting for the butterfly girl to approach. And Zhengshan threw a peeping eye at the butterfly girl. Wisdom race, butterfly flower maid. Qualifications, elite. Second order, 51/6000. Name, Bai Li. Skills, butterfly shadow double flight, advanced, flower bloom, intermediate, funeral flower mark, intermediate, phantom butterfly. Song, low level, flower therapy, low level, floating flower fall, low level, butterfly love flower language, low level, but talent, butterfly flowers. When mortally wounded, it will turn into countless butterfly flowers, flying around with the wind, and once a butterfly flower absorbs enough wood energy, it will be transformed and reborn. Faith, first order flower Kali, wood god. Mood, leisurely. Analysis, each butterfly flower made is endowed with the identity of a divine servant by its gods, which is above the general intelligent races of the divine domain. The butterfly flower maids all have extremely terrifying strength and growth potential, even if they are only Bai Li with elite qualifications, but the experience required for their promotion is comparable to that of some intelligent races with lord qualifications. It turns out that this butterfly girl is the butterfly flower maid who gave birth to this wonder. The strength is indeed very strong, otherwise it would not have just had elite qualifications, and it would have been specially evaluated by the system as a wise race that is not inferior to the qualifications of ordinary lords. Alas, it would be nice if there was also a spectacle of the birth of such a race in my own divine domain. Zhengshan let out a sound of envy, and then saw the butterfly flower maid, and flew in front of Qingyi in a blink of an eye. Qingyi looked at the butterfly flower maid and said respectfully, "Qingyi has seen Bai Li's servant. She Xingyi patriarch, don't be so polite. The butterfly girl made an extremely crisp and soft voice, and then asked, the divine envoy will descend to the 100
flowers domain tomorrow when the sun is born. I don't know if your clan can prepare the 100 flower dew needed for the first bath of the divine envoy.
It's all ready, Xingyi said.
Now that you are ready, you can arrange for your clansmen to start sending them to the place where the divine messenger descends, so as not to be in a hurry. The servant of Bai Li said slowly. Yes, I will arrange for my clansmen to transport 100 flowers due to the place where the divine messenger was born.
Xingyi replied. Okay, Xingyi patriarch, I will return to the place where the gods descend first, waiting for your clansmen to transport by Walu.
Over. Bai Li said softly, then turned around and flapped his wings and flew towards the depths of the flower and wood forest. Seeing this, Zangshan flew behind her and followed her
along.
Zangshan didn't dare to fly too close, and only kept a distance of 50 meters from this butterfly flower maid. But fortunately, this butterfly maid does not fly fast, and she shuttles between the trees very elegantly, occasionally stopping to watch some huge butterfly flowers. Therefore, Zangshan was not worried about losing it, so it flew for almost an hour. Zangshan felt that the fragrance of flowers around him became extremely strong, and he could vaguely hear the sound of a girl singing incomparably beautifully.
Could it be that it's almost there?
Zangshan guessed, and the speed of Bai Li passed through the dense and blooming flowers and trees in front of him.
Suddenly, his eyes became cheerful. 100 meters away,
there is a huge butterfly pear tree with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 30 meters. This butterfly pear tree is extremely different from other butterfly pear trees. Other butterfly trees and pear blossom trees are full of colorful and different shapes of butterfly flowers, and on the crown of this butterfly pear tree there is only one huge bud waiting to bloom, 2 meters high. Around this bud, 10 butterfly maids whistled to the huge buds and sang special tunes. Under these tunes, the huge buds glow pale pink every few seconds. As soon as the pale pink light appeared, the surrounding floral fragrance quickly converged towards the flower bud. Zangshan looked at the huge bud for a while before approaching the butterfly pear tree.
Meantime,
his eyes followed the main pole of the butterfly pear tree and looked around below, and the dark green houses built around the butterfly pear trees looked like flower houses with huge morning glory. There are 200 or 300 of these flower houses, large and small, each with its own purpose, and there is a group of extremely beautiful women, with white and pink skin, pointed ears, small flowers growing on their wrists, and rose-colored flowers on their collarbones, all of which are intelligent races of women. Zangshan slowly flew to the largest flower house and stopped, looking inside. In the innermost part of this flower house hall, there is a huge desk. On the soft bamboo chair behind the desk, sitting a wise race with a soft posture, a straight chest, wearing a red rose skirt, smooth and beautiful shoulders slightly exposed, and you can clearly see the snow-white collarbone, imprinted with a rose. On the soft chair on the desk opposite this intelligent race, sat Bai Li, who had just flown in. The two of them moved their lips slightly, as if they were communicating. But Zangshan stood at the door, but he didn't hear any sound at all.
Could it be that this flower house has some enchantment that isolates the sound from being transmitted?
Zangshan was slightly puzzled, and threw a peeping eye at the beautiful and intelligent race on the desk.
Moment.
A panel that only he could see slowly emerged.
Intelligent race, flower elf. Qualifications, king level. Third order, 151/25,000. Name, Rose.
Skills, red embrace, intermediate level. Funeral flower seal, intermediate level. Rose bloom, intermediate level. Rose blossom, intermediate level. Leaf flying. Technique, intermediate level. Butterfly love flower language, intermediate level. Blood bloom, low level. Flower therapy, low level. Floating flower fall, low level.
Talent, flowers.
Faith, first order flower Kali, wood god.
Mood, worried.
Analysis, under the influence of the divine domain characteristics of the 100 flowers domain, all flowers in the divine domain have a certain chance of giving birth to flower spirits. Among the million flower elves, there will be a flower elf with king level qualifications. The rose was born from a rose flower, and its gods named it after the rose and made it the head of the flower elves, regulating the development of all races in the divine realm. Zangshan looked at the panel of the rose in the flower house, and a touch of surprise flashed in his heart.
King qualifications are her followers.
He can turn it into his own summoning contract beast through the forced summoning contract scroll in the backpack space. Of course, he can also summon the succubus Nus and let her use her talents to transform her into a new succubus and thus become his follower.
Bang!
You can even hunt it without doing anything, and then take the body to the Valiant Tavern to resurrect it as one of your own heroic spirits. As for how to dispose of the roses in the flower house, Zangshan instantly flashed 3 methods in his mind.
But no matter which way, he didn't plan to take action now.
After all, once any of them are used, it will alarm the gods in this divine realm, and he didn't want to be so fast, so he was exposed under the eyes of that flower Carly. He also wanted to wait for the intelligent races of this divine realm because of the arrival of the divine messengers, and when they gathered here, they would wipe out those intelligent races that might have king-level qualifications once and for all.
Therefore, Zangshan knew that this rose was a king-level qualified intelligent race.
He turned his head towards the center of of the flower elf gathering place, the huge butterfly pear tree, and flew over. Meantime, his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he threw his peeping eyes at the 10 butterfly maids surrounding the huge buds of the butterfly pear crown. Bang! Soon, the panels of these butterfly maids slowly appeared in front of his eyes. These butterfly maids are all named after Bai Shi, and their qualifications are the same as Bai Li. They are elite qualifications, and their skills are almost the same.
After peeking at the 10 butterfly maids, Zingshan threw the same peeping eye at the huge bud.
Butterfly pear bud. In this bud, a fully developed and powerful butterfly queen is about to usher in the moment when she is ready to bloom. Good guy, it turns out that this huge bud is actually this spectacle, and there is only a 0.1% chance every year that the butterfly queen will be born. Zingshan was surprised, and then he understood a little that this butterfly flower queen should be the god messenger in the mouth of the intelligent race in this divine realm. The owner of this divine domain, since she announced her as a divine envoy before the butterfly flower queen was born, presumably in terms of qualifications, at least king level, or even epic qualifications. Zingshan guessed, and then returned to the tree to hang out, waiting for the families of this divine domain to gather here, while seeing if there were any good things here. They could have an extraterritorial version of the 0 yuan purchase. But when he was about to fly down, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, and a huge black cloud was above his head, and the speed condensed into a face. This face, like a bark face, has rows of root-like beards around the outline, which looks extremely hideous and weird. This ugly bark-faced man won't be the owner of this divine realm, Huakali, right? Seeing this condensed and ugly conscious face, Zingshan hesitated, and then a peeping eye threw it at speed. Real name, Kumu. God name, God of Decay, Lord of Silence, King of Desolation. Divine rank, first rank, 999/1000. God system, wood system, conventional system. Godhead, war. Priesthood, withering. Divine realm, realm of silence, S tier. Divine skills, ash drifting, low level. Deadly farmer, low level. Vitality decay, low level. Phantom wood maze, intermediate level. Golden wood thorn, intermediate level. Deadwood beast, intermediate level. Divine gift, deadwood reincarnation, intermediate through the deadwood reincarnation altar built by believers in other people's divine realms, or some divine planets. The trees in the area can be gradually reincarnated into different numbers of deadwood intelligent races of different races. If the trees in the area are rare, and contain more energy, the stronger the qualifications of the different races of the deadwood tribe that have been transformed, and the stronger the four-dimensional growth strength. Divine fire, 13,561. Faith, 321,546. Believers, 8546. Analysis: the Rottenwood people from the abyssal star, every Rottenwood man, has this natural hatred and desire to destroy trees full of life. Therefore, any divine domain with powerful forest vitality will often be peeped and destroyed by it. Looking at the information on the CUM panel, Zingshan was directly frozen. This ugly bark human-faced guy is not the owner of this divine domain, Huakali? Then he appeared silently over this divine domain. Could it be to launch an invasion of the divine domain against this divine domain? Just as Zingshan thought of this, a coquettish voice sounded from the sky above the divine domain. Come, I'm in the academy, and I've always been with you in the well water. Why do you run to my divine realm to think about it? I'm not afraid that my parents will settle accounts with you after returning from outside the territory. Followed by, not far from the shadow of CUM, a charming phantom of a beautiful woman with pink hair, a small section of bright peach tree flowers on both sides of her earlobes, pink phoenix eyes, and a white fat and delicate oval face, condensed and appeared. Seeing this beautiful woman and hearing her coquettish voice just now, Zingshan instantly knew that this woman was Huakali, the owner of this divine domain. Immediately, without thinking about it, he threw it over with a peeping eye. Affected by its talent, it is impossible to peek into its information. Please raise the peeping eye to intermediate level, and then peep. What? Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zingshan was slightly stunned. His eyes that used to be unfavorable to him, under the influence of Huakali's talent, could not peek into her information, and if you want to peek into her information, you must improve the intermediate level of the peeping eye. At that moment, he was a little speechless. The divine energy that has been pregnant for hundreds of millions of years on the blue star has not yet exploded. Where is he going to improve his talent peeping eye, and how to improve it? Do you want to draw cards? But after drawing so many cards, there was a purple card lottery roulette, and there was a talent card divine control. Just when Zingshan was discussing in his heart, Nakum heard Huakali scolding, and a pair of eyes under the black wrinkled bark flashed with a hint of ridicule. Jia, Huakali, your parents have been exploring outside the territory for so long, and they haven't come back, so you may not be able to come back. Why don't you submit to me and become my sex? Shut up. Huakali scolded angrily. Her eyes showed a hint of anger, and she resisted the urge to swear. Kumu, get out of my divine domain, otherwise I will report your rash invasion of my divine domain today to the school director. Hearing Huakali's words, Kum burst into laughter, and his laughter was filled with mockery. Haha, Huakali, I have applied for a normal divine domain invasion battle in the school. What's the use of your report? And do you know who
anyone where I am from, and do you know your current divine domain coordinates? Who? It's the school guide in your mouth.
What? Impossible, leaking the coordinate points of the student's divine domain, which is a violation of the common regulations signed by all divine races on the Abyssal Star.
Carly's eyes widened, revealing an unbelievable gaze.
Nothing is impossible. Under the temptation of a purple card, the greedy old guy, in class, briefly explained a few energy values that seemed to have nothing to do with your coordinates, and then I took them back and deduced for a few days, and naturally found your divine realm coordinates. When Hua Kali heard Kumu's proud words, her eyes showed a hint of anger, and she shouted at Kumu.
Kumu, do you think you know where I am now in the divine realm, and you think that I am a soft persimmon and can be manipulated by you at will? Can you do it at will? Don't you know it all after beating? Kum said unevenly.
Poof.
Hua Kali snorted coldly and said fearlessly.
Enough nonsense. Open the divine domain passage. Let me see. You, known as the South Courtyard of the War Academy, the strongest rookie of the Rottenwood Man, have the opportunity to reach the top of the upper gods in the future. What kind of strength have you developed? Dare to launch a divine domain war against me? Jia, don't worry. Let me see first. In which area of your divine domain? Open the divine domain channel. Kum chuckled, his eyes shining with a hint of greed. Looking down at Hua Kali's divine domain, his heart was surprised. It is rumored that the North Branch of the War Academy, the Wood School Flower Kali divine domain, is SS level,
and 1/10 of the land is a wonder butterfly tree pear blossom forest.
As a result, the rumors turned out to be true.
It's not in vain that I took such a big risk to plan this divine domain invasion battle.
I don't know if the believers waiting for me in this wonder forest can establish a deadwood altar to give birth to 2 or 3 believers with king-level qualifications, or even a wise race that far exceeds the king-level qualifications. Kum thought to himself, and then heard Hua Kali look at him contemptuously and said, Kumu, is this the first time you have invaded someone else's divine domain? Don't you know that the divine realm teleportation channel is random? Jia, of course I know this, but I have this. Kum let out an eerie laugh from the corner of his mouth and slowly took out a card, condensing in front of the phantom's head. What? How can you have this divine domain passage positioning card? When Hua Kali saw this card, she was originally calm and confident, but because of the appearance of this card, she showed a hint of badness and panicked. Divine domain passage fixed point card. As long as you use it, you can designate and open the divine domain passage vortex gate at a certain location in the opponent's divine domain according to your wishes, so as to speed up the influx of believers into the opponent's divine domain.
When Zangshin took out the divine realm passage positioning card from that Kumu, a peeping eye threw it over.
When he knows what this card does. At that moment, he understood why Hua Kali had a nervous look on her face when she saw this card. After all, after Kum had this divine realm passage fixed point card, he could accurately locate the divine realm passage at the whirlpool gate and fix it in the most important area of the Flower Kali divine domain.
The consequences will be unimaginable for Hua Kali.
And now in the Hua Kali divine domain, the most important area is where he is. In other words, once Kum discovers the Flower Elfland, this butterfly tree pear tree that is about to give birth to the queen of butterfly flowers, he will definitely not hesitate to open the divine domain teleportation channel here.
Indeed, it was not. Zhang Shingang thought of this. In the sky,
Kumu's eyes were just looking at the flower elf gathering place, and then he let out a surprised smile and said, Haha, Hua Kali, the bud on that butterfly pear tree is filled with such strong divine energy. Could it be that the legendary butterfly queen will be born?
Hua Kali was shocked when she heard this. If you dare to locate the gate of the divine realm passage there, I will. Ha, there's nothing I don't dare to do.
Kum interrupted Carly, and then he ignored Carly's scolding. As soon as his consciousness froze, the card in front of his phantom quickly turned into a gray streamer, converging into a huge whirlpool door next to the butterfly tree pear tree in the center of the Flower Elfland.
Suddenly,
Zangshin saw groups of gray slender figures under the trees, letting out a strange and terrifying laugh, and quickly rushed out of the whirlpool door. Each of these gray figures has a straw head tied with straw. On the front of the straw head, a pair of egg-sized eyes have no pupils, only a dark green light. Under the eyes was a cracked giant mouth, and between the top and bottom of the giant mouth, black gas gushed out. And under his straw head, the legs and arms were dark and sturdy dead branches, and the upper body was wearing a short-sleeved shabby gray coat, which was stuffed with straw and a body made of dead branches, shining with a dark green light, and the dead branch-like arms held a huge dead branch sickle. Zangshin quickly turned to this group of creatures who looked terrifying and weird, and threw a peeping eye over.
Wisdom race, Deadwood Straw Tribe. Qualifications, Lord. 3rd Order, 3251/12000. Name, Fadecker. Skills, Fear Roar, Intermediate, Rise and Fall of the 6 Organs, Intermediate, Side Slash, Intermediate, Night Crow Surrounds, Low, Stand and Scarecrow, Low. Talent, Self-Immolation. In the state of self-immolation, all attack methods will be burned. Fire Poison Blessing. When the self-immolation lasts for 10 minutes. If the self-immolation is not cancelled, it will self-detonate and die. Once the self-immolation is cancelled, it will fall into a deep sleep for 3 or 4 days. Faith, First Order Wood God, Kumu. Mood, excited, tyrannical.
Analysis. Under the altar of of the reincarnation of the deadwood, a fertile field full of divine energy and green withered and abandoned. At the speed of withering and abandoned, and soon after, a special intelligent race, the Deadwood Straw Tribe, was slowly born from the withered straw. When Zhang Shen peeked at Federer's message, Fidek waved the scissors in his hand, made a strange sound like soundproofing, and said to the Deadwood Scarecrow behind him, "Chom, clean up all the flower elves here, and then build an altar for my god." In an instant, the Deadwood Scarecrow behind Fidek let out a strange roar and ran towards the evil flower elves around him. The flower elves, who had already been notified by Flower Carly, began to collectively perform their skills, floating flower falling, under the leadership of the flower elf patriarch Chang Rose. In a flash, above the heads of all the running Deadwood Scarecrows, flowers that exuded cold air and looked like white roses appeared in the air. The next second, these floating flowers carry 1,000 momentum, like meteors, bombarding these scarecrows. As soon as these scarecrows saw the flowers falling from the air, they all fell into the air, and black ons gushed out from their bodies. Suddenly, a black crow that only cried out irritable suddenly flew out of their stomachs. And at the moment when the black crow flew out, the floating flowers also bombarded down. Papa! As soon as the floating flowers fell down, they burst out with terrifying power, making an ear-wrenching sound, stirring up dust and smoke all over the place, making it impossible to see the reality clearly. But the next second, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew up from the dust and smoke, blowing away the thick dust and smoke, revealing the Deadwood Scarecrow that was within the range of the floating flower fall bombardment just now. On the butterfly tree and pear blossom tree, Zhang Shen watched the dust disperse and the Deadwood Scarecrow revealed, with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. These Deadwood Scarecrows, under such intensive bombardment just now, except for the gray clothes, which looked even more dilapidated, were unscathed. It seems that the group of night crows they released just now directly blocked the bombardment of floating flowers. Zhang Shen frowned and analyzed, having some ideas about this skill in his heart, but he did not immediately use a low-level draw card to draw this skill into a card. No way, there are not many low-level drawing cards now, only 3, and this skill, which can resist floating flowers, may not be a green quality skill. Then I use a low-level draw card. It is probably useless, I can't draw this skill. Of course, if this skill is a green quality skill, according to the instructions of the low-level drawing card, it is not that you want the other party's skill, you can draw 100%. Zhang Shen thought to himself, and his eyes continued to fall downwards, gradually becoming a fierce battle. Below, after the Flower Elf clan leader Chang Wei saw the first wave of attacks and was cancelled, she immediately signaled the surrounding flower elves to launch the second wave of floating flowers again. Moment. Snow white roses slowly appeared above the heads of those Deadwood Scarecrows again. Those Deadwood Scarecrows saw this and would not give them a second chance to successfully perform a second floating flower fall. They were all about to form a mighty presence in these snow white roses, and when they bombarded them, they opened their cracked mouths and let out an unusually piercing roar. These roars were like abyssal restless sounds, with some kind of extremely strong spiritual interference, rushing towards the flower elves around them who were condensing the floating flower fall skills. More than 50 meters away, the flower elves surrounded the flower elf Chief Rose. As they were about to complete the second wave of floating flowers, they suddenly heard the roar of a scarecrow. Suddenly, they all felt a force of fear pulling from their hearts, making it impossible for them to concentrate. Therefore, for a moment, the originally condensed floating flowers all broke into a wave of energy and disappeared at the moment of formation. The scarecrows, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and waved the scythe in their hands, making a hideous and frightening sound, and ran towards the flower elves again. 50 meters away, the flower elf leader Rose, when he saw the Deadwood Scarecrow roaring in fear, causing the surrounding flower elves to be unable to release their magic normally, frowning slightly, followed by, she turned to look at a flower elf beside her and said, "Longkue, hold them back and wait for the big army." This flower elf named Longkue, with purple hair and a delicate face, wearing a pink flower armor leather coat, the leather collar is V-shaped, straight mountains, and most of the white fat flesh is exposed from the V-neck. When she heard Chang Wei's words, she responded lightly, "Yes." Then, she pulled out a silver foil from her waist, turned to face behind her, and 100 flower elves wearing the same flower armor and leather clothes as her, holding silver swords, shouted coquettishly, "Follow me, annihilate or hold them back." Bai Dao shouted in response, and then turned into a pink sword stream and rushed towards those Deadwood Scarecrows. Above the butterfly tree pear blossom tree, Zhang Shen looked at the flower elf named Longkue and the 100 flower elves behind her, and felt that there was an unusual sharpness in them that was unusual from ordinary flower elves. This sharpness also contains a strong sense of killing and tenacity. Under the same level and qualifications, Zhang Shen felt that they would be much stronger than ordinary flower elves. Immediately, with a hint of curiosity and a peeping eye, he threw it at the dragon sunflower that rushed to the front. Moment. A panel that only he could see emerged from the sunflower's head. Intelligent race, flower elf. Qualifications, Lord. Third order, 1151/13000. Name, Solanumia. Skills, funeral flower mark, intermediate level, flying leaf technique, intermediate level, sunflower language, intermediate level, flower therapy, low level, floating flower fall, low
level. Talent, flowers. Class, flower elf swordsman. Exclusive skills, sword flower dance, sword flower bloom. Faith, first order flower Kali, wood god. Mood, cold. Analysis, a powerful flower elf born from a sunflower. After the flower elf passed the flower elf swordsman training ground assessment and successfully obtained the exclusive skills of the flower elf swordsman, the flower elves who were not good at melee combat had a hint of melee ability.
It turns out that these flower elves are flower elf swordsmen who have changed jobs to become soldiers. No wonder they feel stronger than ordinary flower elves. Zhang Xin said secretly, and saw the Longkue running in the front, and the deadwood scarecrow running at the front. As soon as the deadwood scarecrow approached the dragon sunflower, the sickle in his hand suddenly swung down at her. Seeing this, the dragon sunflower dodged sideways very cleverly, and at the same time, the foil in his right hand suddenly stabbed sideways, and stabbed into the scarecrow's cracked mouth. In a flash, her whole body flashed with silver light, and the foil in her hand made a sword sound, and then a sword technique full of powerful destructive power erupted, and the sword flower bloomed.
Moment. That's right. This deadwood scarecrow, the sickle in his hand clanged, fell to the ground, and then his body trembled suddenly, and he was instantly disintegrated into dead branches and straw scattered all over the ground. After strangling this deadwood scarecrow, Longkue kept harvesting other deadwood scarecrows with the exclusive sword skills of the two swordsmen, as well as other skills. And the other flower elf swordsmen, after engaging with these deadwood scarecrows in close combat, all learned Dragon Sunflower kept releasing sword skills and attacked these scarecrows. However, not every flower elf swordsman, like Longkue, has the qualifications of a lord and can burst out with powerful four-dimensional attribute power to solve the target immediately. But even so, these menacing scarecrows were still thwarted by 100 flower elf swordsmen, forcing them to stop roaring in fear in order to deal with these flower elf swordsmen. Seeing this, the flower elf patriarch not far away gave orders to the more than 200 flower elves around. In a group of 2, assist a flower elf swordsman to kill these deadwood scarecrows. The surrounding flower elves responded, and the speed started to use ranged skills, or auxiliary skills, and cooperated with the flower elf swordsman to attack these deadwood scarecrows. Soon, the deadwood scarecrow that was originally as menacing as a flood and ran out of the whirlpool gate was completely stalemate, and at the same time, casualties began to appear between the two sides. Yes, however, the most casualties are the deadwood scarecrows, and the least are the flower elf swordsmen. Zhang Shini saw that there were casualties among the flower elf swordsmen, so he suddenly slapped his head and slowly took out a red card from the backpack space. The whale fell into the recruitment card. Patronizing the battle, I forgot that I hadn't cast a humpback whale wonder in this divine realm in order to collect the souls of the dead creatures in this divine realm. Zhang Xin patted his head, muttered, and then his consciousness condensed slightly, and in the open area next to the gate of the flower elf, he cast a spectacle of whale fall recruitment. Suddenly, in an open space outside the gate of the flower elf, countless streamers rotated, and a large whale falling statue covering an area of 50 square meters was generated out of thin air. As soon as this large whale fall statue was formed, it released a pale white light that floated towards every intelligent race in the entire divine domain. At that moment, the wise races in the 100 Flowers divine domain were all shocked, and Mao Ran had the illusion that even if they died, they would be sheltered and reborn. The appearance of the spectacle generation attracted the attention of all the intelligent races fighting in the Flower Elfland, as well as the attention of Kum and Flower Kali in the sky above the divine realm. When Kum saw this sudden condensation of wonder, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he showed a hint of envy and jealousy, looking at Hua Carly on the opposite side. As expected of an SS-level divine domain, in the invasion of the divine domain, it was suddenly gifted by the mother planet and obtained a wild wonder. But your luck ends here. When my followers completely pour into your divine realm, your wild wonder that has just appeared will become the first wonder that I destroy. Hua Kali listened to Kumu's envious voice on the opposite side, and a trace of doubt flashed in her heart. She was conscious of this spectacle just now. As a result, consciousness is blocked and a hint is obtained. A certain unknown god has been thrown into the whale fall recruitment point in your divine domain, which is difficult to destroy, and once destroyed, it will damage the foundation of your divine domain. As long as the deceased believers in your divine realm are absorbed into the wonder in the form of souls, waiting for the wonder owner to recruit soldiers and be reborn. Looking at this prompt, she thought it was such a disgusting spectacle cast by Kum on the opposite side, but now she heard him say this. This spectacle was obviously not cast by him, but by other gods who cast this spectacle in her divine domain that made her feel extremely bloody. After all, according to the hint, once this wonder is destroyed, it will cause damage to the foundation of her divine domain. Other words, now that this spectacle has appeared, not only can she not act rashly on this spectacle, but she also wants to prevent that Kum from arranging believers to destroy it. So at this moment, Hua Kali was extremely depressed, but Kum opposite her didn't know, and neither did the intelligent races in the Flower Elf land below. The Flower Elf Patriarch, as well as the Flower Elf race, as well as the butterfly flower made by Li and other intelligent races, after being swept away by the energy of the spectacle, they all had a trace of enlightenment in their hearts. With
this spectacle, even if they die in battle, they can be resurrected through the spectacle. Therefore, the believers of Huakali thought that this spectacle was the spectacle cast by their Huakali, and they looked at the huge phantom of Huakali in the sky and made a sound of piety. Thank you to my God for sending this wonder to eradicate the alien race for us and obtain the protection of new life. We will fight to the death and hold on to the tribe's land. Suddenly, the flower elf swordsman who was in the front row had a surge in morale, and a fearless thought gushed out, attacking frantically, endlessly, and from the whirlpool gate the deadwood scarecrow kept rushing out. And the flower Callie above, listening to the grateful voices of the flower elves fighting below, was even more depressed. At this moment, she could not tell her believers that she had not cast the spectacle in order to dampen their sudden morale. He could only remain silent, staring at the battle below, and then his consciousness condensed slightly, triggering the divine fire with little reserve and releasing the first divine skill. In an instant, the flower elves, who were originally highly morale, and the flower elf swordsman, a blood-red flower print appeared on their foreheads. With the blessing of this flower seal, the agility of all flower elves has been greatly increased. With the blessing of flower Callie's divine skill, the flower elf swordsmen were even more brave and quickly attacked the deadwood scarecrow that was pouring out of the whirlpool gate. At last, after sacrificing the lives of more than 30 flower elf swordsmen, they swept away nearly 500 deadwood scarecrows that poured out of the whirlpool gate, and then the flower elf swordsman led by Lonkue surrounded Fidek standing in front of the whirlpool gate. Jejia, are you trying to capture me alive? Fedeker opened his huge mouth and let out an eerie sound of terror. Heretic, break into the land of our clan's divine domain. Death is your destination. Lonkue said coldly, and the foil in the palm of his hand turned and stabbed towards Fidek's head. Fidek waved the scythe in his hand and quickly responded to the battle. After dozens of rounds, Lonkue saw Fidek showing a flaw and suddenly swung his sword and stabbed over. Puff! The foil stabbed into Fidek's cracked giant mouth, and the sunflower condensed the little energy left, releasing the sword skill sword flower blooming. There was a loud bang. Fidek shattered into straw and dead branches. One. After killing the last deadwood scarecrow, the surrounding flower elves saw that there were no new deadwood scarecrows pouring out of the whirlpool gate, and they immediately cheered excitedly. We annihilated all the invaders. We won this invasion. Yes, great, successfully killed all these intruders. But just as the surrounding flower elves cheered, Fredek's piercing roar of fear sounded pervasively from the ears of many flower elves. Jijie, ignorant flower elves, don't you know? What you just eliminated was our stand-in scarecrow. After the death of the stand-in scarecrow, it is the beginning of the real rebirth of our deadwood scarecrow. Wake up, my people, and wave the scythe in your hands to harvest all the creatures that disturb your sleep. Fidek's voice suddenly sounded, causing the flower elves present to suddenly change their expressions, and their hearts were cold, and they all looked at the dead straw that flashed around them after killing the scarecrow. These scarecrows flashed a trace of green light, followed by these dead straws quickly converged into a new deadwood scarecrow. Suddenly, 500 deadwood scarecrows appeared in front of all the flower elves at once, and then quickly swooped down on the flower elves around them who had not yet reacted. Meantime, in their bodies, night crows flew out again, taking the lead in attacking those flower elves. A flower elf saw a group of night crows swooping towards her, and immediately condensed the floating flowers and blasted towards the night crows. In an instant, a rumbling sound sounded, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the dust, a deadwood scarecrow, his eyes flashed with a faint green light, and at the moment he couldn't see clearly, he waved the scythe in his hand and released a series of magic scythe slashes, and a scythe slashed and harvested it, and then attacked the next flower elf. In front of Lonkue, Fidek, who had been killed by her just now, condensed and appeared in an instant, quickly swung the scythe in his hand, condensed a huge magic scythe slash, and suddenly attacked her. In an instant, Lonkue waved the foil in his hand and quickly parried. Yes, the slender foil and the Fidek crescent scythe, the moment they collided together, they made a clanging sound, stirring up a trace of metal fireworks. Metal fireworks quickly become fleeting. Lonkue was suppressed by the scythe that was swinging at him, causing his body to tilt down slightly, and his steps were significantly unsteady. And because it was a hasty block, the foil suddenly endured the huge force of the scythe's slash, directly shaking it to the point where the tiger's mouth was a little numb. The reaction speed is good. Fidek looked at the flower elf swordsman Lonkue who was blocking under the scythe, and with a loud sound, he waved his scythe again and continued to slash down. The moment Lonkue raised his scythe in Fedeker, Speed relied on his years of combat experience and jumped sideways, trying to get out of his attack range, and then counterattack. However, Fidek's attack tempo was 1 point faster than before, directly breaking her abacus. Thus, Selenum had no choice but to clench the foil in his palm, constantly resisting Fidek's torrential rain and slashing like a pear blossom, and trying to find an opportunity to fight back. But after the newborn, Fidek seems to be twice as strong as just now. This kind of strength, she was sure that it was not at all because they had been fighting for a long time just now and consumed too much, or because they were at a disadvantage due to their hasty blocking. Not at this moment, because the enemy was resurrected and was at its peak. It is the kind of substantive performance that feels, which is really a point stronger than just now. Fighting with me, distraction comes at a price, the rise and fall of the 6 organs. Fidek looked at it, blocked his splitting sunflower, and said with a hint of teasing in his voice, followed by, he opened his huge crack mouth and spewed out a dark green light towards the blocking sunflower. Seeing this, Lonkue was shocked. She quickly mobilized all her strength, broke free from the parrying scythe, and dodged to the side in embarrassment. But the fragrant shoulder on the side was still rubbed by the dark green light emitted by Fidek. At that moment, a scorching burn and a heart-wrenching pain surged from the fragrant shoulders to her heart, making her frown deeply, and then her consciousness slightly condensed and she performed her flower therapy. Suddenly, the fragrance of flowers spread all over her body, and the pain in her shoulders instantly eased a lot. Seeing the prey break free, Fidek quickly waved the scythe in his hand, flashed a black light, and carried 1,000 pounds of power, and slashed again towards the Lonkue that was healing itself. Lonkue immediately responded to the battle, and at the same time used sunflower language at speed to increase his 4-dimensional strength. It can be around like this. In a few battles, she still has a lot of luck on her body. And from start to finish, she was unable to form an effective counterattack except for the fierce attacks of the paying dirk. Around her, the flower elf swordsmen who were surrounded by a large number of deadwood scarecrows were in an extremely bad situation at the moment, and many casualties began to occur. If they cannot escape from the siege, they will all fall into this kind of unrelenting battle, and the final result will be to be completely annihilated or captured. Over the divine realm, Hua Kali looked at the rapid reversal of the situation, and her brows furrowed extremely tightly. If it weren't for this vortex teleportation gate, it would be next to the birthplace of the Butterfly Queen. She will definitely let Rose evacuate and retreat first, and then gather all the intelligent races of the divine realm to launch an expulsion war against the believers of Cum. But once the flower elves retreated and waited for all the believers to arrive, then she spent a lot of effort and a lot of energy to make this butterfly pear tree give birth to the Butterfly Queen, and her efforts were in vain. Therefore, Wakali was very entangled in whether to let the believers block the believers of Cum at the gate of the teleportation channel no matter what the cost. But the current situation is extremely unfavorable to her believers, and she knows this Cum will never arrange only the race of deadwood scarecrows to invade his divine realm. Behind the whirlpool gate, there must be other intelligent races that have not yet come out. Just as Wakali was thinking so, gray figures suddenly rushed out of the whirlpool gate. These gray figures were extremely fast, and while running, they all had a sharp aura. One of the leading gray figures, as soon as he ran out of the whirlpool gate, he attacked the back of the dragon sunflower. This gray figure seems to be composed of 5 pieces of wood of different lengths. The head is made of cylindrical wood, the top of the head is flat like a sawn block, the body is like a bucket wood, and the limbs are like wooden legs and hands carved from wooden blocks. And on the back of his wooden hand, there is also an gold iron claw. The moment Zhang Xin appeared in this gray figure, he threw it over with a peeping eye. Intelligent race, deadwood race, qualifications, Lord, 3rd Order, 1351/12300, name, Amumu, skills, deadwood claw, intermediate, wood thorn, intermediate, gold dust drifting, intermediate, ironwood armor, low, whirlwind impact, low, talent, deadwood Fengchun, a broken and damaged body will gradually heal itself over time. Class, hunter, regular, exclusive skills, tearing, claw strike, belief, 1st Order Kumu, wood god, mood, indifference, analysis, the deadwood people have strong vitality, but they move slowly, but the deadwood people who have been promoted to become regular soldier hunters give them both high explosive and sensitive abilities. When Zhang Xin looked at this deadwood man panel, this deadwood man named Amumu ran behind Lonkue in an instant, and then quickly waved the claws on the back of the wooden hand and pierced it fiercely. Lonkue was tired of parrying Fidek, but he didn't know that there was a gray figure on his back, and suddenly ran out. Suddenly, she couldn't dodge, and was directly pierced into her heart by sharp claws, instantly losing her ability to move and breathe. When Lonkue closed her eyes and the whole corpse leaned back, a pale green soul gushed out of her corpse. This pale green soul is the soul of the sunflower. As soon as the soul of the dragon sunflower appeared, it slowly flew towards the whale statue at the gate of the flower elf. On the way there, her phoenix eyes rolled, with a hint of lingering thoughts, and looked around. Around her body, there were originally more than 100 flower elf swordsmen, but now there are more than 30 left, and each flower elf not far away is being entangled by 1 or 2 deadwood scarecrows. And in the whirlpool gate, the gray deadwood men quickly rushed out and gave a back attack to the flower elves who were resisting the deadwood scarecrow. She moved her eyes up and saw that above her head, her god kept whispering in her mouth, releasing the next magic skill one by one, cleaning up those deadwood scarecrows. And opposite Hua Kali, Cum was not idle, and also consumed a small amount of divine fire, releasing a lot of divine skills to assist the deadwood scarecrow and harvest a flower elf swordsman. When the sunflower fell to the ground and lost its breath, that Fidek seemed to want to avenge the disintegration before, so it waved the scythe in its hand again, wanting a scythe and splitting it in half. Zhang Xin in the sky saw it, frowned, teleported behind him, and kicked him suddenly, causing him to stagger. When Fedecker got up from the ground angrily, swinging his scythe, trying to attack the man who had sneaked sneaked up on him. As a result, around him, except for the Deadwood people who kept running out of the whirlpool gate, no other race appeared. And at this time, he found that the body of the flower elf Lonkue who had just fallen to the ground had disappeared out of thin air. In fact, the corpse of Selenum is not missing. Instead, Xingqian received it in the backpack space, ready to take it back for research. After taking away the corpse of the dragon sunflower, Xingqian quickly left the place, flew to the huge bud of the butterfly tree pear tree, and began to come up with its idea. Now, originally, around the flower bud of the butterfly flower queen, 6 of the 10 butterfly flower maidens had already left the battle to support the battle below, and the remaining 4 butterfly flower maidens guarded around the flower buds to prevent the scarecrow from suddenly killing. Xingqian glanced at the 4 butterfly maids, then looked at the bud of the butterfly queen. His consciousness was slightly condensed, and he summoned the succubus slave out. The succubus slave had just been summoned by Xingqian, and he hadn't figured out where he was, and because he was not invisible. Therefore, as soon as she appeared, the 4 butterfly maids guarding the buds of the butterfly queen were shocked, thinking that she was a new believer in come. Suddenly, they gathered their consciousness one after another, quickly unleashed, and the powerful butterfly swallows flew in pairs. In a flash, the butterfly wings behind them turned into a sharp swallowtail and attacked her at an astonishing speed. Wow! For sounds of breaking the sky sounded, and before the succubus slave could react, for cold rays suddenly surged in front of her eyes. If it was a third-order Lord qualification summoned beast, it had just been summoned by Xingqian, and before he could see everything around him clearly, in the next second, in the face of such a close attack, it was basically impossible to react, and he would directly drink hatred on the spot. But the strength of the succubus slave is a king-level qualification, and the reaction speed is far from comparable to that of a lord. She suddenly saw these 4 cold lights coming, and the speed was at the limit of 0 seconds, and she quickly moved sideways to dodge. After Nusi dodged the attack, he immediately launched the temptation magic sound, interfering with the butterfly maids who were about to release such a fierce attack. Meantime, she condensed her consciousness and released a mental tremor at them, causing the 4 of them to fall into the thought of not being able to attack for a short time. Afterwards, she had time, looked at Xingqian who was hidden in front of a huge flower bud, and said in a charming and confused voice, "Master, where is this? See for yourself." Xingqian turned around and squinted at the 4 butterfly maids beside her who were controlled by her. The succubus slave heard this and looked around. Suddenly, in an instant, she knew that this was someone else's divine domain, and there was an invasion of the divine domain. And Xingqian still said in a voice when she looked around, "This is the second time I have summoned you, and you still call me master. Presumably Moss has thought about it and wants to give me some substantial benefits. My god can give you a basic information about the world of gods, and give you a rare family card mermaid, as well as 5 miniature wonder cards and 10 building cards." The succubus said, "Does he think that if he gives this something, I will look down on it, so he betrays the coordinates of my home planet?" Xingqian said, "No, this time my god didn't want the coordinates of your home planet." Nusi shook his head and explained, "There are still 3 months left, which is the divine examination of my god's world, and my god wants you to pretend to be his believer, assist my god, lead us, and win the first place in the divine examination." "I see," Xingqian said, looking above his head, noticing that he was about to attack the slaves. He immediately said, "You remove the control of them, then become invisible, and then tell me in detail what is the divine examination of your god world." The succubus nodded, and at the moment when Hua Kali's divine skill was about to attack, she immediately fell into stealth and dodged, and released control of the 4 butterfly maids. Over the divine realm, Hua Kali looked at the place where the succubus disappeared, and her cold and beautiful face was full of doubts. The succubus that suddenly appeared. She was sure that she would definitely have a king-level qualification to control her 4 butterfly flower maid believers, and judging from the breath, she felt that the succubus was not a believer in come, but a believer in other gods. Thinking of this, she thought of the wonder statue that inexplicably appeared in her divine realm. At that moment, she was shocked again. In her divine domain, not only was it invaded by Kumu, but there were also other powerful gods who were peeking into her divine domain. This is a sign of extreme danger. It can be in an instant. She wondered again why this succubus did not kill her believers immediately after controlling them, but seemed to say something to the bud of the butterfly flower queen. Could it be that this god who peeped into his divine domain did not have much malice, or was it also the idea of beating the queen of butterfly flowers? When Hua Kali thought of this, her heart was shaken, whether to give up this that took her 5 years and consumed a lot of valuable resources to have this butterfly queen bud born by chance. After all, the battle under the butterfly pear tree is extremely unfavorable to her believers, and if there is another god to join, she basically couldn't keep it. After all, in the whirlpool gate, the Deadwood people of Come are joining the battlefield in an endless stream. There are only about 20 flower elf swordsmen she has finally cultivated. These 20 or so flower elf swordsmen, with her help, have gathered beside Chang Wei, coordinating with the butterfly flower maid to guard the young flower elves. Hua Kali's eyes moved slightly, looking at the winged scythe tribe closest to the flower elves outside the land. These winged scythe besides would need at least 20 minutes to travel to support the flower elves before they could get here.
20 minutes. It's been too long.
Now she is only one of the few flower elves left, and it will be difficult for them to survive until they arrive, and they will be killed by the hunters of the deadwood people who keep pouring out, as well as the deadwood scarecrows who die for a while and can still be resurrected.
Suddenly,
originally, she was determined to let the flower elf clan drag other races to support her, but she was a little shaken. She was reluctant to give birth to a butterfly queen with epic qualifications, let alone see flower elves buried here, next to the huge flower house in the flower elf land. As the head of the flower elf clan, Rose was now surrounded by groups of third-order elite deadwood scarecrows led by Fidek and Amumu, as well as elite third-order deadwood humans. In the flower house behind her, there are many young flower elves who have just been born from lowly flower elf patriarch. Just capture me, submit to my god. My god will not treat you badly, otherwise you will be like that dragon. Sunflower, you will die so much that you can't even find the body.
Fidek opened his huge mouth and looked at Rose and said,
"What? The sunflower is dead." Rose stared at her beautiful eyes and looked near the whirlpool gate, where there were corpses of flower elf swordsmen everywhere.
Suddenly,
she snorted coldly in anger. "Aliens, I want you to bury my clan girls," said. Rose quickly condensed her consciousness, induced a large amount of energy in her body, and excess spiritual power, releasing skills that were not yet skilled but extremely powerful, and bloomed blood.
Suddenly,
red light gushed out from her body, and a huge rose flower suddenly condensed above her head, and then she stretched out her hand and waved it at Fidek and the others. Seeing this, Fidek and the others wanted to turn around and disperse to hide. After all, they felt a breath of death from this huge rose flower. They are not afraid of death. After all, as long as there is enough time and their limbs are still there, then their race will absorb the withered breath around them, condense the dead wood and weeds, and resurrect again. But now, they don't want to fall into a deep sleep for too long and miss out on this soon-to-be-ended invasion. However, they were too close to the roses. Before they had taken 2 steps, the huge rose flower burst out with a burst of destructive energy above their heads, forming a tiny cloud of nuclear exploding mushrooms.
Suddenly,
Fedek and Amumu, who were at the center of the small nuclear explosion, and nearly a dozen scarecrows and wooden men around them.
Now, except for Dedek and Amumu,
their bodies fell apart everywhere, and the rest, not even the ashes left, were completely and truly dead. After Chang Wei released this skill, her face turned pale, her spirit was extremely weak, and her body leaned forward slightly, almost falling. The flower elf swordsman on the side immediately supported her and said, "Patriarch, are you okay?"
"It's okay."
Chang Wei shook her head slightly, endured a hint of fatigue, and looked at the surrounding clansmen and said, "Counterattack, annihilate these." Before Rose finished speaking, the voice of Hua Carly above her head sounded in her mind. "Rose, lead all the flower elves to evacuate and join the winged scythe tribe to the east." Chang Wei looked up, nodded in response to the huge phantom above her head, and then gave the order to retreat to the flower elves gathered around her.
And at this time,
in that spiral gate, after running out of nearly 500 deadwood people, a group of short, yellow-skinned, and strange-looking races quickly gushed out from inside. The divine examination is a divine examination that will be conducted every time the school leaves the school for 2 months in our seminary, and the content of the divine examination is to go to other planets. Next to the huge buds of the butterfly pear tree, Zhang Xinjiang was listening to the succubus slave and explaining what the divine examination was, when he suddenly heard a loud roar not far away. He looked up and saw that Hua Kali had given Chang Wei an order to retreat. After that, Rose quickly gave the same order to the surrounding clansmen.
Moment.
The 4 butterfly maids beside him flew towards the few remaining flower elves with reluctance. Seeing this, Xingxian smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. It seems that this woman has finally made the right decision. After hearing this, the succubus on the side said softly, "Master, you already know what the divine test is. I don't know if it's not." Before Nusi finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Xin and said, "Isn't it just the final exam? No problem."
"Since the master has agreed, then I will go back and tell my god," Nusi said excitedly.
"What's the rush? I called you out, but I didn't listen to you talk about these things.
I don't know what the master wants me to do."
"What to do? Don't you know yet?" Zhengxian hugged the slave in his arms, stretched out his hand and pressed it on the mountain, leaned over and took a bite, and then pointed to the butterfly flower queen bud in front of him and said, "Plant her a charm pattern. I want her to be my succubus clan leader. She has a strong vitality and great potential, and if she is born with consciousness, I may not be able to plant a charm pattern for her and transform into a succubus."
"Succubus," Nusi said.
"It's okay, try it first,"
Zhang Xin said.
When Nusi heard this, he didn't say anything more. His consciousness condensed slightly, and he began to condense a large amount of energy, and a drop of dark red blood converged in the lower abdomen, filled with the aura of depravity and filth. As soon as this drop of blood was formed, it was slowly driven by Nusi and gradually approached the bud of the butterfly queen. When it approached the outer bud wall, a transparent arc of light gushed out from inside, making the drop of blood unable to get close to it.
"Is she resisting this layer of transparent solitary light?" Zhang Xin asked.
Nusi nodded and said with some difficulty, "She has developed a vague consciousness and has a strong desire to resist me."
me. I need to keep casting. The sound of temptation, ecstasy, mental loss, and keep tempting her to have filthy desires, so that this drop of blood penetrates into her body. How long will it take? It will take 2 hours at the earliest. Your subhidden urgency, you can only be invisible for 30 minutes, and it will take 12 hours before it can be cast. Isn't it still more than 10 minutes later, your body will be exposed again? Zangshin frowned and said. The succubus slave responded lightly, and then whispered to himself, one after another, at the flower bud. He performed ecstatic sounds, trying to establish 3 views of depravity for her. You really think highly of me. Zangshin glanced at her and said, and began to ponder how to prevent Nusi from being attacked by Kum and Hua Kali after exposing his true body. He looked up at 2 phantoms in the sky. Kum saw that the followers of Hua Kali had retreated. He asked the believers to hunt down the flower elves for a while, and then asked them to return to the flower elf land, build fortifications, and build altars. Followed by, with a victorious smile on the corner of his mouth, he looked at Hua Kali and said, Hua Kali, swear by the will of the mother planet and surrender to me. In the future final exam, arrange for your believers to assist me in getting the first place in the divine exam, and I can let my believers leave. Don't think about it, you humble and rotten species. Once my followers have gathered, they will slaughter all your believers, and follow the coordinates of your divine realm into your divine realm, making you pay a heavy price. Hua Kali's face was frosty, she gritted her teeth, and the cold light in her eyes revealed that from time to time she was looking at the Kum believers who kept pouring out of the whirlpool gate below, and threw a fierce attack, trying to consume the Kum believers. Jie, don't do unnecessary struggles. Seeing this, Kum laughed shamefully, and a card appeared in the palm of his hand and threw it down at the flower elves. Moment. A transparent protective aperture appears in this area, and the attack thrown by Hua Kali was blocked outside the aperture, like a stone sinking into the sea, without any waves. Seeing this transparent protective aperture, the frost on her face was even heavier, and instead of attacking the believers who were facing the deadwood of the flower elf tribe, she looked at herself, constantly gathering into a team of believers. Zangshin saw a defensive aperture suddenly appear above his head, and a very curious peeping eye through it over. Second order power of faith defense circle can resist the power of faith below the second order, or the power of the second order gods, formed by the divine skill attack, lasting for 24 hours. No. Zangshin's eyes widened, looking at the panel introduction that popped up on the defense aperture. A hint of surprise flashed in his heart. He had been struggling for a long time just now, how to make Kum and Hua Kali not attack after seeing the succubus slaves. As a result, Kum sent him a pillow directly. He is simply a good person. Zangshin sighed and decided to wait for the time to be free, so he would follow the passage of the divine domain and go to his divine domain to thank him. After Zangshin knew that the aperture above his head could resist the magic skills dropped by Hua Kali and Kumu, he felt a little relieved, and began to observe the believers of Kum below with curiosity. The first thing that caught his attention was the third type of Deadwood series race that appeared after the continuation of the Deadwood human race. This type of race is generally only 1 meter tall, and the ratio of men and women is extremely unbalanced. The men accounted for 90%, each body surface was withered yellow, there was a dead leaf imprint on the forehead, the face was like a withered and twisted leaf, and there were 2 fangs at the corners of the mouth which looked extremely hideous. And the female only has 1 layer, each snow-white body, the facial features are tight and beautiful, pink like a baby's face, and there is also a dead leaf imprint on the forehead. Although they looked short and slender, Zangshin found that as far as the eye could see, each of them was childlike and giant, which was very tempting. Zangshin glanced at these races, and then threw a peeping eye at the snow-white female dwarf wearing a light leather armor who was commanding the ugly dwarfs to build an altar under the butterfly tree pear blossom tree. Intelligent race, dead leaf elf. Qualifications, king level. Third order, 13635/28000. Name, Yukai. Skills, leaf gathering, intermediate level, flying leaves in the sky, intermediate level, leaf wilt, intermediate level, 1 leaf. Blind, low level, falling leaves whispering, low level, dead leaf burial, beginner, fallen leaves returning to roots, low level. Talent, dead leaves return to spring. Passive talent, when life is severely damaged, it will automatically absorb the surrounding green leaves and receive continuous healing until there is not a single green leaf around. Faith, first order wood god, Kumu. Analysis, the patriarch of the dead leaf elves. This race is an extremely contrasting elf. They are condensed from dead leaves, and 9 of them will be ugly looking, low strength, and good at territorial construction. The remaining layer is a female dead leaf elf who is extremely beautiful, strong, good at fighting, and commanding battles. Zangshin looked at Shuiya's panel, and under the petite and exquisite figure, most of the white fat was stacked upright, and a touch of dark green light flashed in his eyes. This dead leaf elf, he is going to decide. This is by no means because she looks petite and exquisite like a lowly, and she also has a pair of big murder weapons, but he happened to have a forced contract, and Yukai happened to be a king-level qualification, and he was good at fighting, so he could just use it for her. Zangshin thought of this, but did not immediately use the scroll summoned by the forced contract on Shuiyi. After all, once you use it, you will expose yourself in advance. Therefore, he shifted his gaze from Yukiha to
to the other emerging races of Kum. After 2,000 dead leaf elves poured out of the whirlpool gate, another type of intelligent race rushed out from inside. This kind of intelligent race is huge, as if the deadwood humans have doubled in size, and there is a huge hollow piece of deadwood behind them. When they slowly walked out of it, Shui said to the largest one inside, "Garung, those flower elves, it is estimated that in 3 or 4 hours, they will lead other races back, and you will lead your people to garrison forts around this territory." "Okay, Ms. Yukiha." The wooden figure named Garung made a huge and extremely gentle and empty sound, followed by, it turned around and gave Shui's order to the more than 200 clansmen who slowly walked out from behind. In an instant, these big guys ran to the edge of the flower elf land one after another, prostrated themselves on all fours, and then took root in the earth. And the huge hollow deadwood behind them had a faint energy converging, as if they could fire powerful cannonballs at any time to bombard the enemy. Next to the bud of the queen of butterfly flowers, Zangshan saw that this intelligent race of Gulong was the patriarch of these newly emerging intelligent races. Immediately, he threw it down with a peeping eye. Intelligent race, Deadwood Cannon Man. Qualifications, Lord. Third Order, 1335/15,000. Name, Guruwan. Skills, Deadwood Giant Bomb, Intermediate. Deadwood Collection, Intermediate. Wood Storage Space, Intermediate. Triple Burst, Low. Withered Barrier, Low. Timed Wood Bullet, Beginner. Earth Blessing, Low. Talent, Battlefield Artillery Fortification. Faith, First Order Wood God, Kumu. Mood, Cold. Analysis, the Deadwood Cannon Man was born in a 500-year-old deadwood and is an extremely rare intelligent race. They are mobile batteries that can throw powerful wooden projectiles that attack enemies within range once they take root in the earth. No wonder the snow leaves let them go to the edge of the flower elves. It turned out to be a group of long-range artillerymen. Zangshan muttered, turned around and looked at the new wisdom race of Kumu that surged out again after the Deadwood Cannon Man. This kind of newly emerged intelligent race is a group of giant locusts riding 2 meters long, looking extremely familiar to humans, with a pair of locust tentacles on their foreheads, all of which are female races. Peeking eyes. Zangshan snorted slightly at the woman standing on the back of the giant locust, slender, wearing extremely thin green clothes, with crystal white skin and white fat, who seemed to be the patriarch of these races. Moment. Above the head of this intelligent race, a panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes again. Intelligent race, Locust Girl. Qualifications, King level. Third Order, 135/16,000. Name, Locust Bell. Skill, Locust Command, Advanced, Flying Locust Pounce, Intermediate, Flying Locust Leap, Intermediate, Flying Locust Impact, Low level, Locust Invasion, Low level, Deadwood Locust Song, Low level. Talent, Deadwood Locust Egg, overdraw huge spiritual power, in the trees containing strong and powerful divine energy, plant locust eggs 1 by 1, when the tree of the planted locust eggs, after withering, there will be a certain chance of giving birth to a new flying locust girl. Faith, First Order Wood God, Kumu. Mood, excited. Analysis, the patriarch of the withered locust clan. As long as there is enough time in trees containing divine energy, one person can develop a huge race. Another king. Zangshan's eyes widened, looking at this locust girl Locust Ling, and fell into a tangle. Forcibly summon the contract scroll, he only has 2. Originally, he planned to leave these 2 summoning contracts to the Flower Elf clan leader Changwei and the Deadleaf Elf Snowleaf. But there are 3 intelligent races that have appeared today. Suddenly, he didn't know who was the best. After all, normal people want everything. Zangshan frowned in thought and then heard the slave beside him reminding him with difficulty, "Master, my invisibility is still 10 seconds away, and it will disappear." "Don't worry, it's okay, I'm here." Zangshan gave Nu Si a reassuring look, then slowly walked behind her, wrapped his hands around her delicate waist, hugged her behind, and hugged her tightly. "Well, Master, don't, the current occasion is not. The aperture above can only resist the attack of the power of faith, but cannot resist the attack of spiritual power or the condensation of divine fire. And I am so close to you at such a negative distance, at some point I will be able to protect you by using an air shield," Zangshan said seriously. And at this time, the invisibility on Nuza's body was also completely over, and his figure was exposed to the gaze of the flower carry and come on his head. At that moment, Kumu, who has already regarded the butterfly queen bud as his own bag, is planting charm patterns on the butterfly queen flower bud when he sees the succubus slave. Suddenly, he was extremely angry, and he felt like a mantis catching cicadas, and being stolen peaches from behind by a yellow bird. Immediately, he gathered his spiritual power and cast a golden thorn. In an instant, around the succubus Nusi, countless golden wooden thorns as big as chopsticks quickly stabbed towards Nusi. The golden wooden thorn was extremely fast, but Zangshan's speed was not slow, and the moment he felt the fluctuation of the surrounding energy, he quickly used an intermediate skill air cover. Suddenly, on the surface of the succubus's body, a layer of air condensed by the power of faith slowly appeared 1 meter in front of them, enveloping the 2 of them. Suddenly, the golden wood thorn released by Cum made a clanging sound the moment it stabbed the air cover, and then fell under the tree, and then turned into a burst of energy and disappeared. Warning, warning, the host host is attacked by a first-order wood god and the stealth effect disappears. Congratulations to the host. In the attack of the first-order god Kumu, safe and sound, survival points plus 1000. The host is exposed to the field of vision of the god of the 100 Flowers realm Flower Kali, and the Divine Realm fairy card is invalid.
Damn. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zangshin couldn't help but curse secretly. He forgot. Stealth will be ineffective once attacked, and once it fails, then he will be exposed, which indirectly leads to the invalidation of the Divine Realm fairy card. Therefore, after hearing the system prompt, he was very helpless to hug the delicate body of the succubus slave, looked up at the sky above his head unhappily, and took the lead in attacking his phantom. He decided, I will definitely give him two big surprises later. Now, in the sky, the two gods, Kum and Hua Kali, looked at a human god who was holding a succubus behind them and slowly appeared in their eyes. That moment, Kum and Hua Kali's eyes were revealed, and when Mas saw Zangshin appear in his divine domain, he was very shocked. Who are you? How can you descend into the divine realm at the first level? Kum looked at Zangshin, his eyes full of surprise and doubt. After all, if you want to descend into the divine realm with your true body, you must be at least a lower god, that is, a true god. But from the first level to the true god, during this period, you need to break through to the 10th level, transform into a demigod, and then go from the demigod stage, and then make a breakthrough, and finally become the next true god, and enter your own divine realm. But this human race could actually enter the divine realm in the first order, and it also quietly appeared in the Flower Kali divine domain he invaded. This made him extremely excited, because he can enter his divine domain as long as he is level 1. Then he can get close to his believers and enjoy the feeling of being in a world and being supported by believers at all times. So at this moment, he was very curious to know what external force Zangshin was using to enter the divine realm in the first order. And opposite him, Hua Kali stared at Zangshin, who appeared, her charming face covered with frost, her eyes were deep, and she fell into deep thought. She felt an unusual shame today. There was a disgusting guy named Kum who invaded his divine realm. There was a human race that she originally thought was a god with terrifying strength, but now she only had the strength of a first-order god, and she lurked into her divine domain by some means, and then took the opportunity to hit her butterfly flower queen Flowerbud. If in normal times, no matter what means she used, she would let her believers besiege and kill this thief, but now, she can only resist this impulse. After all, now, in order to cope with the invasion of her divine domain, Kumu, who had made an unknown amount of preparations, had no confidence in her heart to be able to expel him smoothly. But if this human god waits, because of his actions, the angry one will also open a divine domain passage, allowing believers in his divine domain to pour in. Then her followers will be caught in a two-pronged battle. She would never allow this kind of thing to happen, because once it happens, she will definitely lose a lot of money, and the resources and potential of the entire divine domain will be squeezed out by these two and reduced to A level or even B level divine domain. She was completely useless. Thinking of this, Hua Kali took a deep breath, glared angrily, Kumu on the opposite side, and then looked at Zangshin, who was letting the succubus below, trying to plant a charm for his butterfly flower queen, and said in an extremely soft voice, Human god, if you want this butterfly queen bud, I can assist your believer and plant a charm pattern for her. But as a cooperation, you have to help me hit this believer hard and make him pay. Hearing Hua Kali's voice, Zangshin directly ignored Kumu's inquiry, squinted his eyes and smiled. Beauty, this cooperation is not equivalent. 2 hours later, my slave was able to successfully plant a charm pattern on her. Kum won't wait for you for 2 hours, he will keep attacking you, or let his followers attack you, so that you can't successfully plant the flower bud of the butterfly queen. Hua Kali said eagerly, and then said quickly, and you and I cooperate, I can make your succubus successfully plant the charm within 10 minutes, no, just 5 minutes. Zangshin heard Hua Kali's words, and there was a hint of hesitation in his heart, but finally he shook his head and said, I am in the shield of the power of faith, and I can keep using the power of faith to release the air shield to resist his attacks, but he can't help me. No, he won't attack you, he will only use his talent Deadwood to transform the altar and compete with you for the butterfly queen bud. Hua Kali said loudly. Zangshin was stunned, his eyes looked around at the speed of the 4 rudimentary altars that had been established, and said in a deep voice, then I will destroy them. When Kum heard Zangshin's words, his face changed, and he snorted coldly, I want to destroy my Deadwood transformation altar, there is no way. Snow leaves, locust bells, catch him, said. His consciousness condensed slightly, and he released a breath that poured into these 4 humble altars and activated them. In a flash, a devouring force surged from these 4 altars, frantically pulling the vitality of the surrounding plants and trees, and converging on the altar. Under the pull of this devouring force, some ordinary flowers and trees in the flower elf land withered quickly and spread around. As a wonder, the butterfly tree pear blossom forest has many emerald green leaves and bright flowers, which are slowly withering and withering, gradually losing their vitality. Under the huge butterfly pear tree in the center of the 4 altars, Yukai and Locust Bell heard Kum's order, and after they activated the altar, they acted quickly. Shui's slender legs suddenly exerted force, and with a sideways jump, he jumped on the back of the Locust King
sitting under the Locust Bell seat and stood side by side with him. Flying Locust King, Flying Locust leaping. The Locust Bell whispered, and a trace of energy poured into the locusts under the seat. Moment. The huge hind limbs of the Locust King under her feet gushed out a trace of withered yellow light, and the speed was like a slingshot. Taking the two of them and leaping to the canopy of a huge butterfly pear tree 30 meters high, appearing in front of Zangshin. Shuiyi was brought to the canopy by the Locust King, and when he saw Zangshin hugging the succubus tightly, he said to him, "Strange god, don't make unnecessary resistance, just grab it." "Shouldn't I say this to you?" Zangshin looked at the two beautiful girls in front of him, said softly, and slowly took out the two forced contract summoning cards from the backpack space, and teased, "Alien elves, don't make unnecessary resistance, come to your master's arms and become your master's new slave, a new summoned beast." Oof. Locust Bell and Shuiyi didn't know what the card in Zangshin's hand was, so after hearing his words, both of them frowned and snorted. After that, the snow leaves rose into the air, their speed consciousness condensed slightly, and they used their skills, flying leaves all over the sky. Moment. With the succubus as the central area, her body differentiates into pieces of colorful leaves. The leaves grow like 4-leaf clovers, and each leaf has 4 star-shaped umbrella leaves. As soon as these leaves appeared, they rotated at high speed, and all of a sudden, the 4 star-shaped umbrella leaves were like 4 sharp blades rotating rapidly. The next second, these flying leaves were like high-speed rotating propellers, making a sound that broke through the air, like pieces of ninja darts, about to fly towards Zangshin and Nusi. But above their heads, as soon as Kum saw the card in Zangshin's hand, it turned out to be an extremely rare forced contract summoning scroll card, and it was too. Suddenly, he was startled on the spot, and immediately yelled at her twice, "Get out of here." Hearing their eager voices, he didn't ask anything, decisively gave up the attack, condensed back into the main body, and then jumped under the tree without hesitation. And the Locust Bell also immediately stopped it, and the Locust King who was about to launch a locust attack on Zangshin turned around and wanted to leap away. But Zangshin would let them leave like this. When the two of them were about to attack him, he had already condensed his consciousness on the two forced contract summoning cards in the palm of his hand and whispered, "Don't even think about running away." Moment. These two cards turned into a powerful regular energy, quickly flying towards the snow leaves and locust bells, and then poured into their bodies, condensing a contract mark on them. Kum saw two beloved delicate believers who were forcibly contracted, and instantly let out a tearing roar. These two believers, but he kept fighting the foundation and confidence of his god's divine realm, and they were also the king-level qualifications that he had spent a lot of money to obtain. But in the blink of an eye, in the invasion of the Flower Carly divine domain, he was forcibly contracted by a human god of the same rank to become the other party's summoned beast. On the spot he, like Moss, had a strong feeling that he had been arched by someone without even eating a bite of the cabbage he had grown at home. After all, it is a forced contract summoning, but even if it is not in the divine realm, it can summon his followers to his side and then order them to do anything. For example, you can sow them directly. This is something he will never allow to happen. After all, these two believers are his favorites. He himself thought that when he became a true god in the future, he would directly enter the divine realm and take both as his own. Congratulations to the host. Contract the king-level qualification of the third order Deadleaf Elf Snowleaf. Obtain the Deadleaf Elf Snowleaf exclusive summoning skill. Survival points plus 3000. Congratulations to the host. Contract the king-level qualification of the third order Flying Locust Female Locust Bell. Obtain the exclusive summoning skill of the Flying Locust Female Locust Bell, and the survival points are plus 3000. Compared with Kumu, who was extremely sad, broke his wife and lost his soldiers, Zangshin listened to the prompt in his ear, and was extremely happy in his heart to the two women who ran under the tree. "Shuiyi, Locust Bell, you come up and protect the safety of me and Nusi." When Shuiyi and Locust Bell heard Zangshin's words, they were a million unwilling in their hearts, but under the strong contract rules, their bodies carried out Zangshin's orders without hesitation. Moment. At a very fast speed, the two women appeared on both sides of Zangshin who was hugging the succubus, and at the same time took a defensive posture, making people look like loyal guards. On top of the two women's heads, Kum saw this scene and felt aggrieved and wanted to vomit blood. Immediately, he roared angrily at Zangshin. "Human gods, if I let you know where you live in the Abyssal Star, I will tear you to pieces, or know where the coordinates of your divine domain are, I will let my parents and clan." Zangshin plucked out his ears, looked at the two beautiful girls beside him and said, "Your gods are so noisy, you can show me one singing and the other dancing." "What, you want us to sing and dance for you?" Shreya's beautiful face showed a hint of anger, wanting to resist Zangshin's order, but her body was extremely uncontrolled by her will, and began to twist and dance. Suddenly, she was originally a childlike giant, and the tall giant mountain hidden in the leather armor in front of her rolled up directly, which was very tempting, so that Zangshin couldn't help but want to correct her on the spot. The Locust Bell on the Locust King on the side made a crisp singing voice that Zangshin couldn't understand but was quite beautiful. In the void, when Kum saw his two beloved believers being asked by Zangshin to sing and dance, he roared angrily, and Hua Kali, who was opposite him, when she saw the scene, a hint of joy flashed in her heart, and she couldn't help but snort and laugh out loud. Zangshin heard her laughter, looked up, and happened to meet her, so he squinted and smiled. Beauty, now that I have Kumu's two top combat powers as bodyguards, it will be more difficult for him to intervene in my slave
and plant a charm for the butterfly flower queen. So do you think you have any equivalent value that you can cooperate with me? Indeed. Hua Kali nodded and then pondered, if you help me make Kum pay, how about me being your girlfriend?
Zangshin was stunned and said slowly, I have a girlfriend. On the Abyss Star, it is not normal for every powerful male god to have a few girlfriends around him.
Hua Kali said, paused slightly and said, if you are willing to be my partner and my blessing, then the female believers in my divine realm can become your personal servants and use them at will. This cooperation is tempting, I agree. Zangshin squinted and smiled.
In fact, at the beginning, when Hua Kali said that she was his girlfriend, Zangshin was already very moved. After all, as long as Hua Kali becomes his woman, then he can better understand the divine world through Hua Kali.
Meantime,
he also has a big secret realm card in his hand, and at some point he can let Hua Kali act as an endorsement, allowing her to invite other gods to join the exploration of the secret realm so as to gain benefits for himself.
And the reason why he politely refused at the beginning was just to occupy the high position in the heart of the gender game to see if he could get more benefits.
Seeing that Zangshin agreed, Hua Kali quickly begged, husband, once Kumu's altar is running, only his followers can destroy and stop it. Can you let Kumu's two believers destroy its altar? Otherwise, my wonder will be abandoned, and it will be difficult to breed and give birth to a butterfly queen in the future.
No problem. Zangshin nodded and gave an order to the extremely resistant snow leaves and locust bells in front of him.
You two, go and destroy all those 4 altars for me.
No. Shui Yi and Locust Bell immediately shook their heads to resist.
But under the rules of the contract, the two of them were extremely honest, without dragging their feet, and jumped down, slowly walking towards the 4 altars, trying to destroy them.
In the sky,
Kum saw the Locust Bell and the Snow Leaf slowly walking towards the working altar under Zangshin's order.
At that moment,
he panicked and asked the other believers to stop the 2 women from destroying the altars. After all, these altars are related to whether he can decay the wonder of Hua Kali, the butterfly tree and pear blossom forest, into his own believers.
Snowleaf Patriarch, stop quickly.
A lord who also had the qualifications of a peach giant, with several elite qualifications, pulled the tender willow limbs of the snow leaves with both hands, trying to make her stop. But Shui's body gushed out powerful arm strength, dragging her directly and continuing towards the altar.
Immediately, Shui anxiously said to the girl who was dragged away by her arm strength and had the qualifications of a lord, Sequoia, I am much stronger than you. You all hug my legs, hug my waist, and don't let me move forward.
Yes, Snowleaf Patriarch.
The dead leaf elf named Sequoia Leaf immediately hugged Yukai's waist.
Other dead leaf elves followed suit, either hugging Shui's legs, or one left and one right, hugging her waist. The purpose was that otherwise she would get close to the altar close at hand. On the other side, the same goes for Locust Bells. She asked the Locust girls to hug her body one after another, preventing her from getting close to the altar in front of her, because once you get close to these altars, both of them could feel that their bodies, which had been contracted by Zhang Shun, would condense their strength and paralyze all the deadwood lines on the altar with one punch.
But Shui Yi and Locust Bell still underestimated the impact of Zhang Shun's forced contract summoning on their bodies.
When their bodies were surrounded and intercepted by their own clan daughters, they couldn't take a step forward.
A will to rule that they could not resist welled up from the contract imprint on their necks, followed by
the bodies of the two suddenly shook, and a wave of energy quickly gushed out, gradually converging into the most destructive skills they could use. Therefore, the snow leaves were surrounded by many dead leaf elves, turning into pieces, spiraling 4-leaf clovers, cutting away at the altar in front of them that kept devouring the vitality of the surrounding vegetation. The humble altar, made of dead wood, boulders, and gemstones, and the texture of the dead wood painted on it had just been inspired by Kumu. Therefore, this altar has not yet devoured the blessing of the surrounding grass and trees, and has become stronger.
So it's just a moment.
Under the flying leaves of the snow leaves, the dead wood and gravel cut into countless pieces collapsed, stirring up a thick dust. In the dust, a trace of the green light slowly moved around, and the flowers and trees that had been swallowed up by the altar just now flowed back at speed.
Suddenly, these flowers and trees have once again regained their vitality and are full of greenery.
After Yukai destroyed this altar, her body, before everyone could react, ran towards another altar again. On the other side, when the Locust Bell was blocked and unable to move forward, a burst of energy gushed out from her body, directly transmitting her will to the Locust King on the side. Therefore, no one stopped the Locust King. A pair of huge bronze bell eyes, with a hint of red light, quickly leaped towards the altar. When it appeared in the middle of the altar, just before many Locust girls could react, it opened its giant teeth and easily bit off the wood on the altar in front of it.
In a flash,
the yellowed light of the dead leaf lines that emerged from this altar dissipated and lost its effect. After that, this huge flying Locust King made another leap and appeared 50 meters away, on another altar, repeating the old trick. In the sky, Kum looked at the destroyed altar, the old wrinkled bark face, and looked at Zhang Xin below with anger, and roared,
roared. Damn human god, I want you to pay the price. You seem to have said the same just now. Zangshan squinted at him and smiled. Seeing Zangshan's smiling face, Kumu became even more angry. He commanded the believers below, all my believers, go up and kill the people on this butterfly tree and pear blossom tree. Suddenly, the deadwood scarecrows, deadwood people, dead leaf elves, and locust girls below all flocked to the center of the flower elf tribe, wanting to attack Zangshan on the butterfly tree pear blossom crown. Seeing this, Zangshan chuckled. It's not that easy to kill me. Snow leaves, locust bells, it's time to come up and escort them. When Shuiyi and Locust Bell heard Zangshan's voice, their faces were full of struggle and wanted to resist, but their bodies still ran towards the top of the canopy at a very fast speed. The first believer in come to rush to the crown of the tree is the locust girl with a locust as a mount and the qualification of a lord, Locust Sound. Locust Sound did not climb the canopy alone, on her locusts, and the dead leaf elf Sequoia Leaf who had the qualifications of a lord with her. As soon as the two appeared at the top of the canopy, they unleashed their strongest attack skills. The Sequoia Leaf's consciousness condensed slightly, and the whole body turned into pieces of four-leaf clover rotating at high speed, and then each leaf, like a spinning dart, cut towards Zhang Shenfei. The locust sound, on the other hand, was deeply conscious, and a wave of energy poured into the locust's body under his feet. Suddenly, the locust waved its huge sharp forelimbs and pounced towards Zhang Shen. But at this moment, the locust bell rode the flying locust king, with snow leaves, leaped up from under the canopy, and directly hit the locust sound mount that was about to pounce on Zhang Shen, and even knocked the person and insects into the canopy. And when the rotating flying leaves of the sequoia leaves were about to attack Zhang Shen's air cover, at a very fast speed, the snow leaves turned into countless rotating four-leaf clover leaves, and with the sound of breaking through the air, they cut towards the leaves made of sequoia leaves one by one. In a flash, the leaves of the sequoia leaf incarnation and the leaves of the snow leaf incarnation collided together, emitting slightest sparks of friction and the harsh metallic sound of cutting each other. Soon, the leaves incarnated by the sequoia leaves were cut in half by the snow leaves, scattered around, and finally condensed back into the main body and fell under the canopy, life and death uncertain. And behind the two of them, none of the believers who rushed up to the canopy could support around under the locust bell and snow leaf falling under the canopy like dumplings. In the sky, looked at his two strongest believers, and under Zhang Shen's orders, he kept blocking his believers and taking a step closer. Suddenly, his eyes breathed fire, and his face was terrifyingly hideous. And opposite him, Hua Kali saw Zhang Shen let the two strongest believers in Kumu keep attacking the believers, and her extremely charming face raised an extremely happy smile. Zhang Shen heard her laughter, looked up at her and said, "Baby, is it time to assist my slave to give you the butterfly queen bud and plant a charm pattern?" "I know." When Hua Kali heard Zhang Shen's words, she said softly, her consciousness was deep, and she looked at the flower bud of the butterfly queen. Suddenly, around the buds of the butterfly queen, peach blossoms appeared out of thin air and slowly poured into the buds. This happened for about 4 or 5 minutes. Zhang Shen saw that the drops of blood filled with the aura of depravity from the succubus slave were slowly penetrating into the buds with the peach blossoms, and as this drop of blood penetrated, the bud wall of the butterfly queen flower bud gradually changed from the original pink to bright red. Meantime, a stream of floral fragrances that make people prone to depravity and obscenity gradually spread from the buds to the surroundings, stimulating the desires in the hearts of everyone present. After Nusi smelled this floral fragrance, his legs went weak and his whole body was numb, and he couldn't help but dissipate the condensed spiritual power, leaned on Zhang Shen, and gasped lightly, "Master, the charm pattern has been successfully planted, just wait for this bud to bloom." "Thank you for your hard work, little baby," Zhang Shen said softly to the slave in his arms, and then with a peeping eye, he threw it over again at the bud of the butterfly flower queen. Mutant butterfly tree pear blossom bud. In this flower bud, a fully developed and powerful butterfly flower queen, under the interference of the succubus slave talent, has undergone a huge change in life form. Has it mutated? Zhang Shen was surprised, and then felt normal again. After all, the talent of succubus is to transform all female intelligent races into new succubus. If the butterfly flower queen bud and the charm pattern integrated into the slave did not change, Zhang Shen would wonder if the charm was not planted for the butterfly flower queen just now. "Master, what has changed?" When the succubus slave heard Zhang Shen's words, he looked up in confusion and asked, "It's okay, baby." Zhang Shen shook his head and then looked around the canopy, and more believers climbed up the canopy and said slowly, "Go and beat these guys who want to destroy it." Said, Zhang Shen gently pushed the succubus away from his body and patted his buttocks. Snap! The succubus slave glanced charmingly, patted Zhang Shen on the buttocks, and then looked at the locust girl who was approaching, condensed her mental power, and released a mental depression. In a flash, among these locust girls, 8 looked stunned, and then a strange and evil expression appeared on their faces, driving their mounts to fly locusts and attack the surrounding believers. Obviously, their minds have been briefly controlled by the succubus slave. After the succubus slave controlled the 8 locust girls, a pair of bat wings condensed behind him, and a black leather whip gushed out from the palm of his hand, wrapping it around the neck
back of a scarecrow who had just climbed up, followed by. She shook suddenly, and the scarecrow let out a scream and was swung down under the canopy. After that, the succubus slave continued to attack the other believers of Cum. With her joining, Cum's believers, under the fierce offensive of the 3 king-level qualifications of the succubus slave, the dead leaf elf Snow Leaf and the flying locust female locust Belle, kept falling under the tree, making it difficult to get close to Zangshin. In the sky, Cum looked at the scene below, his eyes showed a hint of hatred, stared at Zangshin, and roared, "Human god, if I find you, you must. Are you furious about your incompetence?" Zangshin raised his head and squinted his eyes and asked. Cum was so angry at Zangshin's words that he couldn't say anything. Cluck. When Hua Kali saw this, she laughed even more cheerfully and said, "Kumu, I didn't expect it. You wanted to hit my idea of the butterfly flower queen, but now you have planted 2 king-level believers in disguise." When Cum heard Hua Kali's words, he was even more irritable and roared, "Don't think about what I can't get," said. He turned his head and said to the deadwood scarecrow crawling on the butterfly pear tree, "My deadwood scarecrow believers, it's time for you to dedicate your life to me, activate your talents, and let this butterfly pear tree burn." On the butterfly tree pear blossom tree, the other believers in the deadwood, hearing the word of their god and knowing what was going to happen next, jumped back to the ground, and a scarecrow named Deadwood Scarecrow had a slight condensation of consciousness, attracting talent, and a dark green fire gushed out from his body, spreading and burning around the butterfly pear tree, igniting the surrounding green leaves. Suddenly, the whole butterfly pear tree burned hot. Zangshin saw these fires rising, and his face changed suddenly. He didn't expect it. This Cum would let his followers set himself on fire, intending to burn down this butterfly pear tree. "Don't worry, husband, I'll put out these flames for you," the flower on the top of her head said to Zangshin, and as her words fell, a black cloud suddenly appeared above the butterfly pear tree, and then heavy rain fell. Suddenly, the fire was reduced by half, but it was not completely extinguished. When Hua Kali's skill ended, the rainstorm stopped, and the raging fire burned again. "Ha, the fire that my believers turn into life can be extinguished by your low-level rainstorm technique that can only last for a minute." Cum laughed happily, his eyes filled with a hint of revenge. Now, he would rather destroy this future epic intelligent race than see someone pick up peaches after planning for so long. Zangshin looked at the flames that were still burning after the rainstorm, and looked up at Kumu and roared, "Kumu, quickly let your believers extinguish the flames, otherwise I will definitely give you a big surprise in the future." "Ha, what's the surprise? Just come." Cum smiled indifferently. "Okay, you wait for me," Zangshin said, and said to Hua Kali, "Baby, I will give you a meeting gift." Said. Zangshin took out a card in the palm of his hand and threw it next to the whale fall recruitment spectacle. Suddenly, next to this wonder, a 200 square meter building with several large spheres appears out of thin air, full of ultra-technological modernization. Seeing this building appear, the smile on Cum's face froze, and he said in surprise, "This is impossible. You will have such a small weather control station that has not been extinct for thousands of years." Nothing is impossible. I have a lot of this thing." Zangshin snorted coldly. "Ha, even if you have a small meteorological control station, what's the use? This meteorological control station needs at least 5 meteorological technicians to regulate and use." "Thanks for the reminder," Zangshin said coldly, flying to the small weather station at speed. His consciousness condensed slightly, and he took out the 5 intelligent mechanical workers stored in the space backpack. "What? How could you be? There are still intelligent mechanics who have disappeared." When Cum saw these intelligent mechanics appear, his eyes trembled and he was shocked again. Hearing Cum's shocked voice, Zangshin ignored him. While asking 5 intelligent mechanics to control a small weather station and give the butterfly pear tree a freezing snow rain, he secretly wondered, this small weather control station and intelligent mechanic? It seems that in the foreign lands, they are all out of production, so won't it be in the future? When 5 intelligent mechanics appeared, received Zangshin's order, and ran to one of the circular weather houses at their own speed to start the small weather station. Soon, on the top of the 5 round houses of the small weather station, a plume of snow-white smoke surged up. As soon as this white smoke appeared, it flew into the middle of the flower elfland, and above the fiery butterfly tree pear blossom tree, it gathered into a huge white cloud. As soon as the white clouds formed, an extremely cold coolness seeped out from inside, and then snow-white snowflakes, drops of bone-chilling raindrops, flew down. Under these freezing snow rains, the flames that were about to burn to the crown of the trees suddenly began to weaken very quickly. Zangshin visually estimated that it only took about a minute to completely extinguish it. In the sky of the 100 Flowers realm, Cum looked at the 5 intelligent mechanics that Zangshin had taken out, and after falling into a brief shock, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he said to his own believers below, "We believers, no matter what the price, destroy that weather station for me." "Yes, my god." The Deadwood believers, the Dead Leaf elves, the Locust girls, and the Deadwood cannon people stationed around the flower elves immediately responded, followed by the Deadwood people, the Dead Leaf elves, and the Locust girls rushed towards the gate of the flower elfland. The 203-meter-high Deadwood cannon humans adjusted their huge Deadwood cannon muzzles one after another, aiming at the small weather station, and began to gather energy
energy in the cannon light. Zangshin looked at the swarming Kumu believers and hurriedly roared at the three figures in the canopy of the butterfly pear tree. Nusi, snow leaves, locust bells, come down quickly to stop these dead branches and leaves from coming to destroy the weather station. Whoosh! As soon as Zangshin's words fell, the deadwood cannon muzzle of the deadwood cannon leader Gulong condensed a huge wooden cannonball and flew towards the small weather station. Suddenly, a half-meter-long conical wooden shell quickly flew down to the center of a small weather station. In an instant, the conical wooden shell touched the iron wall of the weather station building, and it exploded instantly, emitting a dazzling withered yellow fire. In the withered yellow firelight, the hardwood blocks that were extremely hard and covered with fingernails, with their penetrating power, flew towards the walls of the surrounding weather stations, making a rapid jingling sound. Zangshin stood in front of the gate of the weather station, and at the moment the wooden cannonball bombarded, he immediately threw his head to the ground, when the roar sounded and disappeared. In the wooden shells, some hardwood blocks flew out like bullets, and they also flew towards him. But it's okay. The air cover on Zangshin's body was automatically consuming the power of faith every minute, and it was not cancelled. Therefore, these hardwood blocks flew into the air hood, and did not cause any substantial damage to him, but only made an extremely harsh company commander's jingling sound, which made a trace of lingering fear flash in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't turn off the air cover. Otherwise, you will be beaten into a brush. Zangshin was happy, turned his head, and looked at the location of the small weather station that the deadwood cannon man Gulong had just bombarded. In the middle of a small weather station, on the huge balloon-like roundhouse, there was a dent, and the center of the dent was like broken glass, and there were cracks in the walls everywhere. Especially, if there are a few more rounds at most, the small weather station will be destroyed. As soon as Zhang Shinqi's angry voice sounded, several more wooden cone shells blasted towards the small weather station from the deadwood cannon muzzles of other deadwood cannons. Thundered. 7 or 8 roaring sounds sounded rapidly at different positions of the small weather station, shooting out countless hardwood blocks, making a sharp jingling sound. Suddenly, on the small weather station, several other large round balloon rooms have more or less dents and slight cracks. Especially, you have a cannon. Don't I have a cannon? Zangshin saw the small weather station and was once again hit by such a violent artillery bombardment, and he was directly angry. He quickly took out the Divine Energy rocket launcher card he had never used before from the backpack space, and his consciousness condensed slightly. A bazooka half a meter long, military green, weighing 10 pounds, and with a butt at the bottom, suddenly appeared in his hand. Zangshin clamped the tail of the rocket launcher on his shoulder, held the muzzle with his left hand, grabbed the butt with his right hand, and pressed his fingers on the launcher. Then he looked at the deadwood cannon man around him. Soon, he aimed at a deadwood cannon man who had just turned the muzzle of the deadwood cannon. His strength was only 1 order, and he had ordinary qualifications, and he was about to launch a bombardment. He pressed the transmitter at speed. Suddenly, in the originally empty Divine Energy rocket cannon barrel, a Divine Energy quickly condensed into a Divine Energy cannonball with a diameter of 10 centimeters, which quickly sprayed out of the barrel. Thundered. There was a loud rumbling. A miniature 3-meter-high mushroom cloud instantly rose rapidly in the position of the deadwood cannon man with ordinary qualifications and first-order strength, stirring up countless dust and shattering leaves. Ah! The tragic sound of the deadwood cannon man quickly sounded from the dust and broken wood. All the intelligent races present heard the sound of artillery and this scream. All turned their heads to look at the deadwood cannon man. Immediately, they all saw that in the dust, there was a deadwood cannon man lying on the ground screaming with thick smoke all over his body, and the deadwood cannon barrel disappeared behind him. In the sky, when Kum saw the tragic situation of his believers being bombarded by the rocket launcher taken out by Zhang Shin, he immediately frowned. Although this believer is of first-order strength, but what kind of rocket canister is this rocket launcher? This power is a little too strong. In front of the gate of the weather station, Zhang Shin was very satisfied with the power of the divine rocket launcher and its almost non-existent thrusting power. Just now, the moment this divine cannonball erupted, Zhang Shin was prepared for his shoulders to be shaken and numb, but there was no pushing force. Immediately, he was overjoyed, and his speed was aimed at a deadwood cannon man with second-order strength and ordinary qualifications, and blasted towards him. Boom! Another mushroom cloud exploded and dispersed, leaving countless dust behind. In the dust, Zhang Shin saw that a layer of withered yellow aperture appeared on this second-order deadwood cannon man. Aperture. The deadwood cannon man was unharmed. Damn, this aperture is the defensive skill of the deadwood cannon man, the deadwood barrier, Zhang Shin said impatiently. At this time, the other deadwood cannons also completely adjusted their muzzles and sent out dense wooden bullets towards the small weather station. Suddenly, the small weather station was like an earthquake, completely under the bombardment of wooden shells. Several large circular houses all collapsed. With the collapse of the small weather station, the freezing snow and rain over the butterfly tree pear blossom tree suddenly disappeared. The deadwood scarecrow, which was originally affected by the freezing snow and rain, was able to completely extinguish the flames in just 10 seconds, and a raging fire that was even bigger than just now came out of its body, covering the entire
entire butterfly tree pear blossom tree at a speed. At the moment when the entire butterfly pear tree was completely enveloped by the raging flames, in the minds of all the intelligent races present, they instantly heard the coquettish scream in the center of the canopy, inside the bud of the huge butterfly queen. Zangshin heard the screams of the butterfly flower queen's buds, and his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly put away the 5 intelligent mechanics who were not damaged in the small weather station, then quickly took out a small weather station card, continuously teleported to a kilometer away from the flower elfland, and put it into use. And the speed allowed the 5 intelligent mechanics to release freezing snow and rain against the butterfly pear tree again. As soon as the freezing snow and rain appeared, the flame of the butterfly tree pear blossom tree wrapped in the raging fire weakened again. As long as the freezing snow and rain continue, the flames can be extinguished in no time. Zhang Shenfei was flying over the small weather station, and when he saw the flames weakening again, he was slightly relieved, turned his head to Kumu and yelled, "Come, if anything happens to the butterfly flower queen, I will definitely make you pay a tragic price." "A tragic price? I'd rather see what it is." Kumu's face was full of disdainful sneers, and his consciousness condensed slightly. "What I can't get, Kumu, just destroy it completely for me, and the vitality will rot." As his words fell, a wave of extremely decaying energy surged around the butterfly pear tree, invading the butterfly pear tree, causing many of its branches to turn into dry wood. The fire, which was originally weakened by the freezing snow and rain, burned more vigorously again as soon as it burned to these dry woods, as if the dry firewood had touched the fire. And that's not the end. Come look down at the deadwood cannons that were about to aim at the small weather station and bombard the wooden bombs. Fool, bombard me with this butterfly tree pear blossom tree. When the deadwood cannon people of Kum heard the words of their gods, they would condense wooden cannonballs and bombard them collectively at the fierce fire-burning butterfly trees and pear blossom trees. Moment. In this wonder butterfly pear tree, the largest butterfly tree pear blossom tree, under the vitality of Kumu decayed, the scarecrow set itself on fire, and under the bombardment of more than 200 shells, it collapsed with a slight sound and trembled. Suddenly, the entire flower elf clan land was instantly quiet. The succubus Nusi, the dead leaf elf Snowleaf, and the locust girl Locust Bell who were attacking the Kum believers in the snow and rain all paused and turned their heads to look at the butterfly tree pear tree behind them. And the surrounding Kum believers also stopped their offensive and turned their heads to look at the collapsed butterfly tree and pear blossom tree. "Ah, come, you are special at #%+//. Zangshin saw the butterfly pear tree collapse, and immediately let out a foul sound, and flew towards the bud of the butterfly queen who was surrounded by raging flames and whose life and death were uncertain. As soon as he landed next to the bud of the queen of butterflies, there was a raging fire all around, as if carrying the will of all the deadwood scarecrows, to drown him. But Zangshin's flame resistance has reached an astonishing level of 6, and it can withstand a high temperature of 3000 degrees. These flames, which were only 2000 degrees, could not hurt him at all. Therefore, this flame, which condensed the will of all the deadwood scarecrows, found that it could not cause any harm to him, and turned into a huge flame, surrounding the buds of the butterfly queen flower menace. Zangshin didn't know if the butterfly queen in the bud was still alive. Therefore, he stepped forward, wrapped his hands around the flower bud of the butterfly queen, released an air shield, and blocked the flame, while a peeping eye threw it towards the bud. Mutant butterfly queen bud. There is a butterfly queen who was about to turn into a succubus inside, but under the influence of various external factors, she terminated the mutation and died young. Zangshin saw this prompt, his face was gloomy and terribly dark, his fists were clenched, his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he received the fallen butterfly queen bud into the backpack space. Followed by, he stared at Kum in the sky indifferently, and then gave an order to the succubus slave, Yukiya, and Locust Bell, "Give it to me, annihilate all the believers of Kumu." Said. His consciousness was slightly condensed, and he used his potential empowerment skills on the 3 of them, improving their strength, and then took out 3 bottles of energy and physical strength recovery potions from the backpack space, and threw them at the 3 of them, saying, "Drink it and give me, don't skimp on skills." Succubus Nuji took the potion, his eyes were extremely excited, and he drank it without hesitation. Suddenly, the large amount of mental power and physical strength consumed on the canopy just now was restored. Immediately, as soon as she lost her mind, she controlled the 8 deadwood human hunters and let them kill the male deadwood elves around her. And the leather whip in his hand was like a poisonous snake, and none of the Kum believers who were wrapped around his neck were not corpses separated. Shuai and Locust Bell took the potion that Zangshin threw over, and drank the potion with a face full of resistance. The 2 of them were on the canopy just now, and they also consumed too much energy and physical strength, and they also recovered quickly. Suddenly, with the replenished snow leaf body, it turned into flying leaves in the sky again, cutting towards the surrounding Kum believers. And the Locust Bell also gushed out a burst of energy again, and it came to the flying Locust King under the seat. The flying Locust King obtained the replenishment of Locust Bell energy, and was once again extremely brave, quickly hunting down the believers of Kumu. Kum's followers were killed and wounded in an instant. Zangshin was also not idle, he teleported to the side of the Gulong Deadwood Cannon Man, man, consuming a large amount of faith, and a divine control activated its speed. Control fails, the host and its rank are too different, and the mental power is too different, making it difficult to control. Hearing the prompt, Zangshin frowned and teleported to the others, who only had the second and first ranks, and activated the divine control again. Soon, more than a dozen first-order Deadwood Cannon people were controlled by him, and the second-order Deadwood Cannon man. He released divine control on more than 10 people, and only 3 of them succeeded. For these controlled Deadwood Cannon people, Zangshin gritted his teeth and gave orders to them. So much like boom, right, you bombarded your clansman Deadwood Cannon for me. As soon as these Deadwood Cannon men received Zangshin's order, they stiffly and slowly turned their gun muzzles and blasted at the nearest second-order Deadwood Cannon man. A loud bang exploded. An unsuspecting Deadwood Cannon man was instantly bombarded with more than a dozen wooden bullets, and his branches were all over the field. Zangshin knew that as long as the dead branches and leaves were still there, as long as they absorbed enough decaying energy, they could be reborn and resurrected again. So, when the Deadwood Cannon man was blasted all over the dead branches, he teleported over and plunged its deadwood limbs into a dead silence in an attempt to receive backpack space. As a result, it was not prompted that the item was a living form and could not be stored in the backpack space. Immediately, he teleported to other places, put away those, and under the 3 king level qualifications, he became a branch body of the withered branches and leaves and deadwood believers under the slaughter. Kum saw his followers, a large area of battle damage, and that hateful human god, as if he knew that his followers would not really die. He is receiving the branch body of believers who have fallen into fake death. Suddenly, he was immediately anxious and decided to abandon the invasion and quickly give orders. All, retreat for me. All of a sudden, the believers of the Deadwood turned around and rushed towards the whirlpool gate. Want to leave? No way. Zangshin snorted coldly, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he activated the intermediate seismic technique. Moment. The ground around the whirlpool gate shook wildly. Let these Deadwood believers who wanted to run into the whirlpool gate fall to the ground standing unsteadily. Meantime, in the vibration, a large crack slowly formed in front of the whirlpool gate. This large crack was 17 or 18 meters long, 7 or 8 meters deep, and 3 or 4 meters wide, and it could not completely isolate the Locust Girl from riding the flying locust and jumping into the whirlpool gate. Therefore, after Zangshin saw the appearance of the big crack, he did not stop activating the seismic technique but continued to inject the power of faith so that the strength of the seismic technique quickly increased from level 5 to level 6. Soon, the Great Rift under the impact of magnitude 6 seismic energy, the length of the crack extended to 100 meters to both sides of the Flower Elfland at a faster speed. The width reached more than 10 meters at once, and the depth reached more than 20 meters. Moment. This large crack was like a natural danger canyon, hanging in front of the whirlpool gate so that the believers could no longer jump into the vortex door on the opposite side and return to their own divine realm. Kum saw the big crack in front of the believers, his eyes widened, and he immediately became anxious. Bastard, human god, stop it. Ha! Zangshin smiled coldly, and while continuing to use the seismic technique, he said to the slaves, snow leaves, and locust bells who kept slaughtering the believers behind the believers, kill me, don't leave any of them. No, stop it, human god, if you dare to slaughter my believers, when I find you in reality, I will definitely make you pay. Then we'll have to wait until you find me. Zangshin sneered, flew to the door of the whirlpool, his consciousness condensed slightly, stopped the seismic technique, turned towards the whirlpool gate, and was about to walk in. Outcome. As soon as he touched the door of the whirlpool, a sense of danger surged in his heart, and at the same time, a hurried prompt in his ears suddenly sounded. Danger! Dangerous! The Divine Domain Positioning Channel is not the Divine Domain Invasion Channel opened by the host, and once the host enters the channel, it will inevitably suffer from the impact of spacetime turbulence. It turns out that it is not the Divine Domain Invasion that you opened, and you cannot enter the other party's opening channel. Zangshin heard the prompt, frowned slightly, hurriedly moved away from the door of the whirlpool a few steps, and secretly discussed, giving up the idea of entering the Kumu Divine Realm and sending surprises. Afterwards, from the backpack space, he took out the Divine Energy Rocket Cannon again, and kept bombarding some believers who jumped into the big crack. Kum didn't know Zangshin's idea of approaching the whirlpool gate, but when he saw him take out his Divine Energy Rocket Launcher and blast it at his believers, his speed consciousness condensed slightly, and he summoned 2 huge deadwood beasts to attack him. These 2 deadwood beasts are made of dead branches all over their bodies, like 2 oversized gorillas. As soon as they appeared, they waved their huge fists and blasted at Zangshin. However, Zangshin saw the 2 of them appear, directly used the flying technique, flew into the air, and fired 2 rocket launchers at them. Boom! There was a loud rumbling. A miniature mushroom cloud appeared, and the body surfaces of the 2 deadwood beasts were instantly ignited by artillery fire and became fire orangutans. But these 2 deadwood beasts, as if they didn't feel pain, stood in front of the whirlpool gate and roared at Zangshin, wanting him to come down. Zangshin ignored them, turned his head and continued to hold the Divine Energy Rocket Launcher, firing at the believers in the Great Rift, preventing them from trying to climb from from under the Great Rift and to the side of the Whirlpool Gate. Suddenly, he found that on the periphery of the Kum believers, the Scythe tribe Changqing with more than 10 elite qualifications, attacked the Kum believers. Suddenly, more than a dozen Kum believers were instantly separated, and in the butterfly tree pear blossom forest behind Qingyi. In addition to the leading flower elf patriarch and more than 10 flower elves with elite qualifications, there are thousands of flower Kali believers from different intelligent race groups. In the sky, Hua Kali saw her believers, finally rushed to the battlefield, and immediately said to Zhang Xin, "Husband, my believer is here, next, leave it to my believer." Zhang Xin nodded slightly, put away the divine energy rocket launcher, and observed the Hua Kali believers below. The first intelligent race that caught his attention was a group of girls riding mounts like elk, with flowing white hair, straight chests, delicate and snow-white faces, holding spears, wearing snow-white short leather coats, revealing delicate white fat vest lines, and white flowery thighs leaking. Immediately, he threw a peeping eye at the girl in the lead. Wisdom race, Gardenia, G, female race, qualifications, king level, 3rd order, 1352/28000, name, Gardenia, skills, Gardenia fragrance, intermediate level, funeral flower seal, intermediate level, elk beast impact, intermediate level, Gardenia bloom, intermediate level, flying, leaf techniques, intermediate level, flower elk summon, intermediate level, flower escape, low level, flower therapy, low level, floating flower fall, low level, talent, Gardenia bud, faith, 1st order flower Kali, wood god, mood, murderous intent is everywhere, angry. Analysis, the patriarch of the Gardenia tribe. The Gardenia tribe born from the Gardenia sacred tree, every inch of skin, even saliva, exudes a fragrant Gardenia fragrance. Looking at Huaji's panel information, Xingqian secretly vowed in his heart that when he drew the compulsory contract summoning scroll in the future, he must make a contract. This is by no means an analytical temptation that leads to some strange ideas. Instead, he simply wanted to transform it into a combat power that he could use at any time. Xingqian thought of this, and his eyes shifted to the other intelligent race groups of Hua Kali. Suddenly, he found that among the thousands of believers in this flower Kali, the 9th floor was a group of beautiful female intelligence, and except for those patriarchs, they were basically elite qualifications. It seems that these are all elite believers in Hua Kali. Xingqian said secretly, a peeping eye, and threw it at a woman with slender red hair, a plump figure, holding a thorn flower vine, with a straight chest, very little clothing, and looking like a thorn Xingjie. Wisdom race, thorn tribe, qualifications, lord, 3rd order, 215/15000, name, Hongjie, skills, poison ivy flying thorn, intermediate level, funeral flower mark, intermediate level, thorn rise, intermediate level, winding, intermediate level, flying, leaf technique, intermediate level, thorn linkage, intermediate level, flower escape, low level, flower therapy, low level, floating flower fall, low level, talent, thorn bud, releases 5 thorn buds, which will bloom for 1 minute, shooting enemies. Faith, 1st order flower Kali, wood god, mood, murderous intent, indifference. Analysis, the patriarch of the Thorn clan. Each Thorn clan has an extremely proud figure, but it is as piercing as a rose. This race is not bad either, I like it. Zhang Xin looked at Hongjie's panel, and a trace of love also surged in his heart, and then looked at the other Hua Kali believers, and when he checked the information of Hua Kali's believers, on the battlefield, with the elite believers of Hua Kali joining, the believers of Kum soon turned into a massacre. Kum saw the army of Flower Kali's followers appearing and constantly harvesting his followers. His entire phantom face was extremely distorted, and he roared at Hua Kali and Zhang Xin, sending out various threatening words. It turned out that the threat did not work, and he immediately said urgently, "Hua Kali, we are the same academy. I hope you can let go of my believers. I will pay 50 resource cards of all kinds, 20 divine energy cards, and, who cares about your little broken thing?" Carly snorted coldly. After the followers of Hua Kali joined, the invasion war came to an end. Kum's believers, except for a few lucky believers, were able to run into the Whirlpool Gate, and the rest turned into piles of dead branches and leaves. As soon as these dead branches and leaves appeared, Kumu summoned the powerful deadwood beasts again, held them, and ran towards the Whirlpool Gate, trying to save some believers. However, Zhengxian would not let him get his wish like this. He quickly transformed into a cleaner, and without hesitation, teleported under the big crack, and received all these dead branches and leaves into his backpack space. Kum instantly roared continuously, damn it, stop, you hateful human god, stop, you can't take away all the branches and leaves of my believers." Zhengxian raised his head slightly and smiled. "It's okay if you don't want to take it away, you beg me. As long as you beg me, I will be happier to clean up the battlefield." When Kum heard the first half of Zhengxian's sentence, he hesitated and wanted to ask for mercy, but when he heard his words later, he realized that he was teasing himself. Suddenly, he was even more impatient and roared, okay, human god, remember for me that I will pay back today's revenge 100-fold in the future." Said, his phantom speed vanished. The Whirlpool Gate below also gradually disappeared transparently. So far, Kum's invasion of Hua Karli, because of Zhang Xin's anomaly, disrupted his original layout and plan, and finally ended in in a very fast failure.
As soon as the battle ended, Hua Kali's huge phantom condensed into the big crack from the sky.
Flower Elf Patriarch Chang Wei saw the phantom of Hua Kali appear and immediately took all the intelligent races, knelt down on her knees, and bowed her head and blamed herself. We are ashamed of our God for failing to protect the future God envoy, as well as the Flower Elf swordsmen who have buried our God for a long time, so that Longkue and the other sisters.
Alas,
Hua Kali sighed lightly and comforted. You don't need to transition to self-blame and guilt. From today onwards, you will be able to feed your troops and horses, and you will return them back with me in the future. Raise your heads. When Rose and the others heard Hua Kali's words, they all raised their heads, and saw a man standing in the air next to Hua Kali's huge phantom, who was called a human god by Kumu. He is my divine companion, and will be your god lord in the future. His command is my command. He has come to the divine realm of this god, so you and I will come. You need to obey his words, wait for him to serve him. If you can conceive the Son of God for him, he will become my saint, and there will be a great gift. Yes, our command to the Lord of God will be the same as the command to our God, and we are willing to be the Lord of God and conceive the Son of God. The Flower Elf rose and the believers immediately responded loudly. Hearing Hua Kali introduce herself to her believers, and her believers responded so solemnly, Zhengxin almost fell from the sky.
Whoever conceives the Son of God will be rewarded. Is this trying to use blood relations to completely lock herself and her believers? Women's caution.
Zhengxin sighed secretly, and then shook his head suddenly.
Yes, no.
According to the information provided by Yasha, it is extremely difficult for the gods of the god world to conceive and conceive offspring normally without taking special medicine to assist them, let alone believers of different intelligent races. Then the purpose of her words is to seduce her believers and serve herself better.
Thinking of this,
Zhengxin's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the Hua Kali believers below, and saw that there were many believers, even including the Flower Elf Patriarch Chang Rose, the butterfly flower made by Li, the Gardenia clan leader Hua Ji, the winged sickle clan Chang Qingyi, the thorn clan leader Hong Jie, and so on. All the beautiful eyes flowed, revealing the eyes that were extremely eager for him, as if they wanted to conceive the Son of God for him immediately, but in his expression he seemed a little restrained. At that moment, Zhengxin completely knew why Hua Kali said that. All of a sudden, he looked a little embarrassed and looked at the beauties below and said, I will personally visit the divine realm of your gods, and everything you do in your daily life will be as usual, no need to be restrained. If anyone can conceive a child of God for me in the future, they will also be rewarded. Yes, Lord God. Hua Kali's followers immediately responded, their voices filled with great eagerness, and their beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Let's all get busy. I'll whisper to your God for a while, and then I'll go to you and get to know you better. Zhengxin waved his hand at them and said. As the voices of the Wakali believers fell, all the Wakali believers stood up from the ground and began to get busy, looking up at the sky from time to time, not knowing what they were talking to their gods and the Lord of the gods.
In the sky,
Zhengxin looked at the phantom face Hua Kali in front of him and said, Baby, after Kum drives you away, I am afraid he will retaliate against you in reality. How do you plan to deal with it then? Husband, the Kumu family is big and may bully others, but as long as I stay in the North Courtyard Girls' School, I should be fine if I don't go out.
Hua Kali said in a deep voice. It's not a good idea either.
Zhengxin frowned and said, pondered slightly, stretched out his hand and took out a card from the space and said, I have a secret realm card, which may allow you to get a lot of protection.
Said. Zhengxin shared the secret realm card information.
Great Ranch Secret Realm Card, red card, 30 valid days, can designate an area, generate a third-level high-level Great Ranch Secret Realm, lasting 3 days. 1. Any god who passes the Secret Realm test will have the opportunity to receive rare special Secret Realm rewards. 2. Any god who wants to enter the Secret Realm, the host can choose from the other party.
The items, resources, equipment, skills, and even family members owned by the other party's divine domain as a price.
3. The price is equivalent and is subject to the rules of the Ranch Secret Realm. Hua Kali looked at the Secret Realm card information in Zhengxin's hand, and said with a shocked face, Husband, your Secret Realm card is actually
a legendary red card, and you can also get benefits by collecting things from the other party's divine domain and allowing them to enter it.
So, baby, you know how to get some protection through my Secret Realm card. Hua Kali nodded and suddenly smiled. Husband, you are not an ordinary human god on the Abyss Star. Yes, Zhengxin thought for a moment, admitted generously, and then said with a sincere face, I am from an ordinary human god on a superior planet that is extremely far away from the Abyss Star.
Ah.
Hua Kali was stunned for a second, and then suddenly said with a smile on her face,
My husband is actually from a superior planet, so am I holding Gaofu and handsome?
Zhengxin was amused by Hua Kali's words. Yes, then you have to hold it. When will my husband come to Abyss Star to find me and let me hug you?
Time will pass in the future.
But your husband is a scumbag, and the rules of many gods are not very clear. When the time comes to find you, don't laugh at your husband. You don't even know such a basic common sense of gods.
Hua Kali didn't know that Zhengxin was foreshadowing the future acquisition of some knowledge of the god world.
She believed it and smiled. Where will it be? My husband will come to my divine realm more when he is free, and I will give you a makeup
map lesson. Okay, I'll come more when I have time.
Zangshin chuckled, squinted and smiled. Okay baby, I can only stay with you for 5 days at most. You go find someone, and when everyone arrives, I will use the secret realm card.
Okay, husband, I'll be back soon.
Hua Kali said. The phantom shook slightly, and then slowly disappeared into the 100 Flowers divine domain. Zangshin, on the other hand, was slightly conscious and appeared next to the newly launched small weather station. As soon as he appeared, the succubus slave who was called here by him early in the morning twisted his seductive posture and leaned over and said,
Master, the battle is over. Are you going to trap me for something?
That's natural, but I have to wait for the master to deal with something, Zangshin said, reaching out and hugging his soft waist, looking at the snow leaves and locust bells standing with indifferent faces. When Shui Yi and Locust Bell saw Zangshin looking over, they said in unison, the battle is over, let us go back. It's very simple to go back. Tell me what good things are in the Kum God domain.
Humph, we won't tell you any information in my God Kumu divine domain.
That's right, unless we die.
Snap.
Zangshin clapped his hands, walked up to the two women, and said, very good, since you don't have the consciousness of being born as a summoned beast, then let me make you awaken. Finished. Zangshin pulled out his right hand that was wrapping around Nusi's waist, hugged the Lost Bell's waist, and then stretched out his left hand to hug Shuiya's waist. After that, he didn't care how his two daughters struggled, and walked into the small weather station in front of him with his arms around them, ready to make them awaken. 5 hours later, a prompt sounded. The host is defended by the Deadleaf Elf Snowleaf and the Locust Female Locust Bell, and successfully defeats the two suppressions, and gains plus 4,000 survival points. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zangshin watched the snow leaves and locust bells on the ground that were paralyzed by the succubus in an extremely shameful state, and under his own conquest he was completely ruined and paralyzed on the ground. He was very satisfied. After all, under his conquest, as well as the succubus slave, he used whipping, slightly dripping wax, and finally wore away his will, and then used some induction skills, and finally obtained the detailed information in the Kum divine domain from his two mouths. After getting the information he wanted, Zangshin asked the succubus slave to relieve the mental decline of the two women. After the two women were released from mental control, they did not remember that they had been seduced and controlled by the succubus under Zangshin's conquest just now, and they told them about the divine realm. Therefore, the two women regained their sanity, feeling the pleasure of the constant impact in their bodies, and couldn't help but make a seductive sound in their mouths, and on their extremely charming faces, they immediately looked at Zangshin with vicious eyes and cursed angrily.
Bastard, you despicable human god. We won't give in to you. We will never betray my god and tell you everything about my god's divine domain.
Listening to the words of the two women, Zangshin didn't care. Go back and tell your god. Soon, I will go to his divine realm and let him prepare to eat, drink and have fun waiting for me, said. Zangshin asked the succubus slave to untie the two women, and then ordered them to get dressed and give orders to their bodies. After you go back, any person of the opposite sex who comes within 30 meters of you will be ruthlessly killed by you. When Shui Yi and Locust Bell heard Zangshin's order, their faces immediately changed drastically, and they protested loudly, no, you can't give us such an order, you. However, Zangshin ignored the protests of the two of them. He snapped his fingers gently. A portal appeared at the feet of the two women, teleporting them back and lifting the call to them. I saw the portal at the feet of the two women. A thought suddenly flashed through Zangshin's mind. That is, can he use the wormhole orbit card in Hua Kali's divine domain, set a coordinate so that it is convenient to come over at any time? Thinking of this, he took out the wormhole orbit card from the backpack space. His consciousness was slightly condensed, and he did a suborbital positioning experiment on this small weather station. As a result, as soon as I clicked on the next orbit point positioning, a line of small characters gushed out on the wormhole orbit determination card. Affected by spatial barriers, the host should first set the main orbit point in this area, and then use the secondary orbit positioning. Sure enough, you can use fixed orbit teleportation in the Flower Carly divine realm, but the prerequisite is that the main orbit point must be located first. But the main orbit point is located, and I only have a wormhole orbit card. Zangshin frowned and hesitated for a moment, then took the wormhole orbit card back into the backpack space, planning to wait until the wormhole orbit card was drawn in the future, and then position it in the Hua Kali divine domain. After all, the positioning of the main orbit point of the blue star is too important to me.
Behind Zangshin, the succubus saw that Shui Yi and the Locust Bell were dismissed by him, and asked, Master, I can go back and tell my god that you are willing to help my god and get the first place in the divine examination.
Yes, but the conditions have to be increased, Zangshin said softly.
What conditions?
1. Let him prepare all the textbook knowledge he has learned from kindergarten to high school, as well as some gods that ordinary gods cannot touch. 2. The card he promised me had to be doubled.
Okay, I'll tell my god. Succubus Nusi nodded and said,
well, go back, I will summon you to my divine domain in about 10 days. Zangshin said, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he lifted the summons to the succubus slave.
And then,
he opened the door of the small weather station and was amazed by the beautiful scenery in front of him. It is now dark, and in the entire butterfly pear blossom forest, every butterfly-like flower is like like a neon light releasing strong or weak light, which is extremely beautiful. I can't help it. Zangshin took out Huawei's mobile phone from the backpack space and took some photos. Meantime, he had a thought in his heart that when he went to her divine realm in the future, he would take some photos and videos as a souvenir. And these photos and videos. In the future, you can also give Xiao AI the material for writing the script of Global God's Recovery. I want to know this. Zangshin walked towards the flower elves while constantly filming and recording. Soon, when he was about to walk to the gate of the flower elf land, he saw the spectacle of the whale fall he cast here in front of the gate. Immediately, he took a picture with his camera. Then his consciousness condensed slightly, and from the backpack space, he took out the whale fall recruitment spectacle card, clicked on the recruitment interface of Domain of 100 Flowers, and took a look. Wisdom race, name, qualification, class, survival points required for recruitment, from high to low. Flower elf, dragon sunflower, lord qualification, swordsman, 10,000. Flower elf violet, elite qualification, swordsman, 5,000. Flower elf ding ling, elite qualification, swordsman, 5,000. Flower elf duochun, elite qualification, none, 3,000. Flower elf K-Pok, ordinary qualification, none, 1,000. Zangshin looked at the whale fall recruitment card, the rows of Hua Kali believers who died in battle just now, and the exchange price behind. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's expensive. In the council hall of the Flower Elf land, the Flower Elf Patriarch Chang Wei, with the patriarchs of different intelligent races, was standing in front of the large sand table in the hall. This large sand table is a miniature of the Flower Elf land, but it's a lot bigger than before. After all, now in the middle of the Flower Elf land, there is a big crack formed because of the Divine Lord's heavenly power. Now, the Flower Elf clan leader Rose, holding a dead branch, is using this big crack as the core, outlining the Flower Elf tribe's land and new construction plans for the future. Suddenly, a Flower Elf flew in and reported, Patriarch, the God Lord is next to the wonder outside the gate of the Flower Elf land. When Chang Wei heard this, she immediately put down the dead branch in her hand and said to the clan leaders on the side, today's discussion is over, follow me to greet the God Lord. When the heads of all ethnic groups heard this, they immediately followed. The whale fell in front of the recruiting spectacle. Zangshin looked at the recruitment price on the whale recruitment card in his hand, and after sighing that it was very expensive, he hesitated whether to immediately recruit the top 10 flower elves, or return to his divine realm before recruiting. As a result, at this moment, he heard a gentle voice behind him, Lord God. Zangshin turned around to look, and saw the Flower Elf clan leader Chang Wei, with the Gardenia clan leader Huaji, the Winged Sickle clan Chang Qingyi, the Thorn clan leader Hong Jia, the butterfly flower made by Li, and two humanoid intelligent races that they had seen for the first time, walking towards him. These two humanoid intelligent races, one is petite, with delicate skin, straight chests, dark green hair exuding vitality, delicate oval face, slender eyelashes, and watery beautiful eyes, each with a small sapling pattern. Zangshin threw a peeking eye at him. Intelligent race, Wood Demon race, qualifications, Lord, Third Order, 515/13,000, name, Mu Ni, skills, Heart of the Wood Forest, intermediate, Wood Demon, intermediate, Vitality Mark, intermediate, Leaf Revival, intermediate, Leaf Flying, intermediate, Flower Escape, low, Flower Therapy, low, Floating Flower Fall, low, talent, Morning Wood Dew, condense a drop of wood dew in the bushes. Each drop of wood dew has a strong healing effect and the ability to regenerate severed limbs, a cycle of 30 days. Faith, First Order Flower Kali, Wood God, mood, curious, excited, looking forward to it. Analysis, affected by the characteristics of the 100 flowers divine domain, every 10,000 trees that are more than 5 years old will condense a wood demon, and each wood demon has extremely strong healing power, especially Muanai, who is the patriarch of the wood demon clan. It turns out to be an auxiliary nanny race. Zangshin commented in his heart, looking at the girl beside Muanai and walking side by side with him. This girl is tall, with fiery red hair hanging down her waist, white and red skin, straight breasts, wearing a blood-red v-neck dress, most of which is white and deeply exposed, and the flowers are white and attractive. Zangshin looked at the papaya, swallowed slightly, a peeping eye, and threw it at him. Intelligent race, Mandala race, qualifications, Lord, Third Order, 515/13,000, name, Manfang, skills, poisonous fragrance, intermediate level, Bloodman Bloom, intermediate level, Poison Seed Deep Seed, intermediate level, hallucinogenic, Blockade, intermediate level, Leaf Flying, intermediate level, Flower Escape, low level, Flower Therapy, low level, Floating Flower Fall, low level, talent, Datura Poison, an appropriate amount of Datura toxin, which has the effect of calming and narcotics, once deepened, will fall into a fascinating feeling, floating and immortal, and difficult to extricate itself. Faith, First Order Flower Kali, Wood God, mood, hungry and thirsty, expectation. Analysis, the leader of the Mandala tribe, a race whose skin and even saliva are full of terrifying toxins. If they do not have the ability to resist toxins above level 3, or obtain their consent, they will be close to each other and will be poisoned. Good guy, this is a poisonous flower. Zangshin looked at Manfang's panel and was startled, but I soon remembered that I had drawn drawn 5 poison resistance cards and used 4 to upgrade my poison resistance ability to level 4.
In other words, Manhwa's toxin will not poison himself. Thinking of this,
he immediately felt relieved. When Zangshan was checking these 2 intelligent races, Chang Wei and other female patriarchs walked up to him, looking at him with a hint of expectation in their beautiful eyes, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "Rose leads the heads of all tribes to welcome the God Lord. Visit the Flower Elf clan, and hope that the God Lord can let you humble your body conceive the Son of God for you." Listening to Chang Wei's straightforward words, Zangshan almost thought he had heard something wrong. This is too direct. But soon he was relieved again, because he thought of the events in which the priests and the ancient gods were like sticks, who made believers dedicate the whole family girl to themselves without hesitation, and felt extremely honored. And in this real God world, Rose and these women in front of her all just wanted to carry it out, just the words left by Hua Kali when she left. After thinking about this, Zangshan didn't intend to be polite. After all, through the suppression just now, the experiment of defeating Shui Yi and the Locust Bell was defeated. He found that as long as he took the blood of the believers of other gods, he could get an alternative suppression reward, 1,000 survival points. If you completely suppress it to the point of weakness, collapse, and beg for mercy, and ascend to bliss, you can also get the first 1,000 survival points to defeat. Other words, every female intelligent race in the Flower Carly divine realm is herself, and she can get 2,000 survival points. Yes, therefore, Zangshan also said bluntly, "My time here is very short. If you or his people can conceive the Son of God for me, there will be a heavy reward." Said. Zangshan motioned for Chang Wei and the others to get up, then hugged her, as well as Hua Gardenia, who also had king-level strength, and walked towards their council hall with extremely soft waists. As soon as he walked into the council hall, his consciousness was slightly condensed, so he put it in the backpack space, and took out a lot of quilts and mattresses that the Lolita girls had bought and spread them all over the council hall. Soon, the hall was covered with quilts. Zangshan took out the physical strength potion, as well as the energy potion, and took it, and then directly transformed into a hungry wolf and killed the 7 beauties in front of him. Started to frantically brush up survival points for the first time from these 7 beauties. Soon, a prompt sounded in his ears. "The host is extremely brave, single-handedly, and just put the Flower Elf Rose, Gardenia, Winged Sickle Chang'e, Butterfly, Flower made by Li, Thorn Red Jia, Wood Demon Mu'an'ai, and Mandala Manfang, successfully suppressed and obtained survival points plus 7,000. When the sky gradually brightens, Zangshan completely tossed the 7 beauties in the council hall to the point of weakness and collapse, and when each of them was crowned bliss 7 or 8 times, a prompt sound sounded in his ears again. The host won the battle under the joint battle of Rose, Huaji and others, successfully suppressed and defeated it, and obtained plus 7,000 survival points. This alternative way of brushing points doesn't seem to be what I think. It's so easy to brush. Zangshan listened to the prompt in his ear, looked at the 7 beauties who were paralyzed and motionless in front of him, sighed, held his waist, and slowly opened the door of the council hall. As soon as the door opened, he took a step forward and suddenly stopped the other foot he was about to take, because it is outside the gate. There were many flower elves, gardenia tribes, thorn tribes, wood demons, winged sickle tribes and other women standing. As soon as they saw Zangshan, their eyes were full of longing for him, and they said respectfully, "I have seen the God Lord. I hope that God will allow you to conceive the Son of God with your humble bodies." Zangshan listened to their words, his body stiffened, and he hurriedly took back the kick he had just taken, and then said to them seriously, "You guys disperse first, busy with your own affairs. I will rest for a while, and when you are working, I will suddenly appear behind you, so that you have a chance to conceive a child of God on the spot." "Yes, Lord God." When the beauties present heard Zangshan's words, they immediately became happy, and then slowly dispersed and began to busy with the reconstruction of the Flower Elfland. Zangshan turned around and walked back to the council hall, just about to lie down in the chime pile to sleep, when in his ear, the giggle of Hua Carly, which only he could hear, sounded. Zangshan rested his head on Chang Wei's waist, looked at the ceiling and said, "How long have you been watching?" It didn't take long for my husband and Chang Wei to be in the council hall, and I appeared over the divine realm. Hua Carly's voice appeared in Zangshan's ears again. "Okay, I've watched the whole process. Yes, my husband is so powerful, he actually conquered several of my wise race chiefs all night without stopping." Hua Carly boasted. "You think I want to?" Zangshan said in his heart, "I found a few helpers. Very reliable. As long as my husband opens the secret realm, I will tell them the coordinates, so that they can condense their consciousness and go to my divine realm." "Did you tell them that before entering the secret realm, you need to pay some things in the divine realm as a price?" "I told them, and told them that if they felt that the price they paid was not worth entering the secret realm, they could cancel their departure." "Well, it's good, then tell them the coordinates." Zangshan said, teleported outside, then flew to the small weather station, took out the big ranch secret realm card, and looked at the open space behind the small weather station. His consciousness condensed slightly. Moment. On this big ranch secret realm card, a wave of energy interlaced in time and space gushed out, turning into a portal and appearing behind the small weather station. And on the big ranch secret realm card in Zangshan's hand, a panel slowly appeared.
appeared. Ranch Secret Optional Mode, Solo/Team. Time limit, 72 hours. Difficulty coefficient, determined according to the choice of its gods. The highest difficulty is the third level advanced. The higher the difficulty, the rarer and more precious things are obtained. Click to select the other party's divine domain in detail, and you can pay the price. The maximum number of gods that can be entered in a team, 10. The maximum number of people who can enter the gods alone, 10. Secret Diary. Click to view her dynamics in the Secret Realm and the Harvest. Detailed rules of the Secret Realm. Click to view. Zangshin stretched out his hand and clicked on the detailed rules of the Secret Realm and took a look, and when he had a deeper understanding of this big ranch Secret Realm card, Wakali's voice sounded in his ears again. Husband, they are here, in the void above the divine realm. Okay, you tell them that this Secret Realm can be formed in a team or alone. The highest difficulty is the third order advanced. Everyone has 3 resurrections. Once the resurrection is over, the consciousness will be completely teleported away, waiting for the next time to open before entering again. After a while, Carly's voice sounded. Husband, what is the difference between a team and a solo entry? Form a team. There are many people in great power. You can challenge higher levels, and the things you pay for are evenly shared, but you have to distribute what you get. I understand, you get everything alone, but it's difficult to clear. Yes. Then husband, the highest difficulty is the third order advanced. Whether it is this difficulty, we can choose for ourselves. Zangshin nodded and said, yes, after you choose the difficulty, I will appear here. You choose the corresponding difficulty, and some things of the equivalent difficulty of your divine domain will appear in exchange for it. Husband, they all said they understood, and they all plan to try the single player mode first and choose the first level of advanced difficulty first. Yes, let them condense their consciousness and touch this portal, and I can choose what they have in their divine realm as the price for entering the Secret Realm. Zangshin said, stretched out his hand and double-clicked the difficulty coefficient on the Secret Realm card in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a new interface appeared in front of him. Name, difficulty, God domain, equivalent. Fireworks, first order advanced, phantom divine domain, selectable objects, double-click to open and understand. Robin, first level advanced, dream art online, selectable objects, double-click to. Craft, first order advanced, star core realm, selectable objects. Jade, first order advanced, cornerstone domain. Flower Cali, first order advanced, domain of 100 flowers, selectable objects, double-click. Zangshin looked at the 5 lists above and first opened Hua Kali's panel and took a look. Suddenly, a new panel pops up. According to the difficulty of the current selection, you can choose skills such as green card and green card below. Details include. According to the difficulty of the current selection, the equipment that can be selected is green and of the following quality, and the details are. According to the difficulty of the current selection, the wisdom race qualifications that can be selected can be up to 1 elite qualification or 5 ordinary qualifications. The details are. According to the difficulty of the current selection, the various material resources that can be selected are green and below green quality, and the details are. Zangshin looked at the 5 face frames in front of him, clicked on them all and took a look, and then selected the intelligent race he needed most. Soon, Zangshin chose a butterfly flower made by Ing with elite qualifications as an exchange price, and as soon as he chose it, a face frame appeared in front of Hua Kali in the sky above the divine domain. The master of the Secret Realm chose the wise race butterfly flower made by Ing as the price for this time. Please ask if you agree. Once agreed, the butterfly flower made by Ing will condense into a family card and forget all the original memories. Hua Kali looked at the information on the panel, stretched out her hand and nodded to confirm, and as soon as her eyes shook, she appeared at the door of a secret realm of a vast ranch that could not be seen at a glance. As soon as she appeared, in the security room, 5 ordinary qualification secret realm monsters who had become real secret realm monsters and had first order strength discovered her and attacked her. Seeing this, Hua Kali immediately induced the power of faith, transformed into countless flying leaves, and cut them over. Soon, these secret monster security guards were all cleaned up by Hua Kali, and an ordinary equipment card appeared in her hand, and at the same time provided her with 5 points of divine level experience. She doesn't like ordinary equipment cards, but the 5 points of divine level experience she gained suddenly made her beautiful eyes flash, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she began to look forward to the next harvest. When Hua Kali entered the secret realm, Zangshin opened Craft's equivalent exchange panel and looked. Zangshin quickly glanced at it, and Craft could be exchanged for skills, equipment, believers, and material resources. Among them, there is a green card skill that is equivalent to exchange, which makes him very excited. However, he did not choose this skill as an equivalent exchange, because as long as he turns believers with this skill into his own believers, he can extract cards through low-level skills and keep drawing them. Sooner or later, you can also have this skill. Therefore, he briefly moved away from the skill that caught his attention, and then targeted the followers of Craft. There are a total of 7 different races in Craft's intelligent race group, namely the Blade Tribe, Sam Clan, Electronucleus Clan, Kaikwa Clan, Silver Wolf Clan, Starlight Hunter Clan, and Black Cat Clan. Ultimately, Zangshin
shows the Sam girl named Firefly in the craft Divine Domain, which has the smallest racial crowd, looks very sweet and attractive, can be in both forms of man and machine, has elite qualifications, and has the most skills, named Firefly, as an equivalent exchange. As for other races, he plans to wait until next time to pick up. Soon, Kraft agreed to this equivalent exchange. Zhang Shen's palm instantly appeared a green card that could be put into his Divine Domain and turn Samingzi into his own believer. The other three applicants, Zhang Shen, also set their sights on the other party's intelligent race again after seeing the items they could exchange for equal value. Soon, Zhang Shen also selected the intelligent race in the other party's Divine Domain. The gold content is similar to that of the butterfly flower maid and the Sam tribe, with elite qualifications, as an exchange. These 5 green cards, wait until you go back and then throw them into your own Divine Domain. Zhang Shen muttered, took the 5 cards, received his backpack space, and then opened the secret diary and took a look at Hua Kali's harvest in the secret realm in the past 10 minutes. Hua Kali successfully defeated the security guard of the secret gate, obtained the white card equipment card restrained handcuffs, and the god level experience +5. Hua Kali successfully defeated the owner of the black dessert shop in the living area and his employees, and obtained a white card item card, sweetener, and god level experience +5. Hua Kali was attacked by the little Booze, the girl's dormitory ant, unfortunately injured and defeated, dropped white card prop cards, sweeteners, and god level experience -9. After a lot of hardships, Hua Kali successfully secretly attacked and killed the dormitory guardian ant, obtained the white card prop sweetener, the green card equipment card guard ring, and the god level experience +15. Hua Kali disturbed the lost girl in the girls' dormitory, was surrounded and attacked by hundreds of lost girls, and unfortunately died, dropping white card restrained handcuffs, sweetener, god level experience -16. So careless, only 10 minutes, I used up a chance to revive. It seems that this daughter-in-law, before the 3 repetitions, wants to successfully clear the difficulty of the first order and get more benefits. It is estimated that it is a bit difficult. Zhang Shen muttered, turned off Hua Kali's secret diary, and then opened the secret diary of the other 4 women, took a look, and walked towards the 8 nearby wooden demon girls who were walking here. These 8 petite and cute wood demon girls are all wearing short green skirts, with slender white legs exposed, and each exudes a lively vitality. At this moment, they are forming a team to go nearby to collect morning wood dew every 30 days. As a result, they found that the God Lord was here, and they immediately stepped forward with surprised faces and saluted respectfully. Lord God. Zhang Shen nodded slightly, and didn't ask them what they were going to do. His consciousness was slightly condensed, and on the ground in front of him, 4 large mattresses and soft quilts appeared, followed by, he took out his mobile phone, summoned another intelligent mechanic, set it up as a photographer, and handed it his mobile phone to record a video for himself. And the 8 wooden demon girls saw the 4 large mattresses that Zhang Shen took out from the backpack space. Moment. Their beautiful eyes lit up, and they knew what the God Lord was going to do with them next. Zhang Shen combined the 4 large mattresses into a large square mattress, and after laying out a soft silk quilt, he motioned for the 8 wooden demon girls to lie on them. Thenceforth, he was like a wolf who had been hungry for more than 10 days, quickly rushing into the sheep pile, gnawing and biting, waving his claws at the same time, tearing and scratching, or sometimes whipping and beating, extremely rough. An hour later, a prompt sounded. The host is extremely brave, single-handedly, and successfully suppresses the 8 wooden demon girls, and gets survival points +8,000. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zhang Shen sent the 8 wooden demon girls in front of him to bliss. And then, he motioned for them to go about their own affairs without consuming more physical strength and energy to get the first swipe points of defeat. After all, time does not allow. If you want to get the first brush of defeat, you can only wait for the future, and the future will be long. After the wooden demon girl left, Zhang Shen received the mattress into the backpack space, and without putting on any clothes, he turned around and teleported directly to the area around the flower elf tribe, behind several gardenia tribes who were busy collecting wild fruits. Then one of them, before he could react, hugged him from behind, greedily inhaling the good-smelling gardenia body fragrance, and brushed up the first swipe points of suppression again. And the other gardenia girls were very flattered when they saw the God Lord appear, and wanted to come over and salute. Zhang Shenza ran the dragon and went deep into the quagmire, while looking at them and said, "You are busy with your own business, you don't have to come over to salute, it will soon be your turn." More than an hour later, the gardenia girls who collected wild fruits here contributed thousands of survival points to him in suppression. Zhang Shen teleported away again, towards the flower elf land, and the other busy girls teleported, and then opened the field again to brush up points, trying to get a large amount of survival points when Hua Kali and others came out of the secret realm. Therefore, with the assistance of physical strength potions and energy potions, Zhang Shen rested for 3 hours a day, and then teleported to those Hua Kali believers who had not yet been suppressed, and continued to brush points. This happened for about 2 days, when Hua Kali and her other 4 friends were all kicked out of the secret realm because of the 3 repetitions. Zhang Shen also obtained 300,000 survival points from the Hua Kali believers, who were all female believers. In the sky above the 100 Flowers Divine Domain, Hua Kali looked down, in the 100 Flowers Divine Realm, facing a group of Thorn Tribe girls, Zhang Xin, who was working hard. She looked at the 4 beautiful girls who enjoyed the same name as her school flower. When she found that they were also looking down at her energetic husband, she sent them away with some embarrassment, looked at Zhang Xin, who was still cultivating wasteland below, and couldn't help but tease. Husband, are you a planter? In the 2.5 days I entered the secret realm, I took the blood of 300 of my believers. According to your rhythm, husband, I am a wise race of more than 4,000 female believers. Do you plan to use more than half a month to open up all the wasteland once? Next to a river in the 100 Flowers Divine Domain. Zhang Xin heard Hua Kali's words and did not stop his conquest. He put the soft mattress by the river and then installed the 3 snow white and soft, unsealed one-piece flat gun mounts in front of him to form a stacked Arhat gun rack. At last, he stepped forward at a high speed and in one fell swoop, in 3 gun muzzles of different specifications, while filling the shells, he looked up at the void and responded to Hua Kali. If I have enough time, I naturally want to open up all the wasteland once, after all, it will be good for me. Zhang Xin's words just fell. A phantom of Carly, a flower with pink hair, 2 earlobes, a small peach tree branch, pink phoenix eyes, and a white fat and delicate oval face, appeared on the back of his gun rack. As soon as Hua Kali's phantom appeared, he blinked his phoenix eyes, looked at Zhang Xin with his eyes flowing, and said curiously, "What benefits?" Zhang Xin saw the phantom of Hua Kali appearing on the back platform of the gun mount, and a sense of excitement welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but fill the shells at a faster speed, and at the same time started talking nonsense seriously. My talent is to ask. When I ask for a certain amount of energy from the opposite sex, I can make my divine domain space get some potential bonuses. What a rare talent. Hua Kali nodded in belief, and then continued, husband, that spectacle in my divine domain was cast by you. That's right, Zhang Xin said. Then my believers who died in battle, aren't they? Hua Kali's voice paused slightly, and she didn't say any more, but looked at Zhang Xin with a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Zhang Xin knew what she was going to say, so he shook his head and said, they can all be resurrected, but after I recruit and resurrect them, their memories are gone, and they will be permanently branded with me and can no longer be your believers. Okay. Hua Kali's delicate red lips pouted slightly, and Zhang Xin's heart moved, and he fired all the shells that had been preheated and filled for half a day, and hit the bullseye hard. Congratulations to the host, successfully suppressed the Thorn Tribe Jelu, the Winged Sickle Tribe Otom, and the Gardenia Tribe Bingxue, and obtained 3,000 survival points. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Zhang Xin did not hesitate, lightly withdrew from the artillery fire, and said to Hua Kali, baby, I have to go, I'll come to you next month, and then you can find a few more helpers to enter the secret realm. I know, by the way, husband, you know my name is Hua Kali, but I don't know what your name is yet. Hua Kali said, I just remembered to ask my name. My name is Zhang Xin, I remembered it. Zhang Xin laughed, his consciousness condensed slightly, and a whirlpool gate appeared in front of him again. Immediately, he stepped directly into it, appeared in front of the gate of the Valhalic Tavern in his divine domain, then stretched out his hand to push open the door and walked inside. Soon, he pushed open a private room in the Valhalic Tavern and stopped at the crystal coffin where Yasha's body had been stored. The heroic tavern can resurrect the intelligent race with king-level qualifications into my heroic spirits. I don't know if the bud of this butterfly flower queen can be resurrected through the spectacle of the heroic tavern. Zhang Xin muttered, and then his consciousness condensed slightly, and he put the withered bud wrapped around the queen of butterfly flowers in this empty crystal coffin. Suddenly, on the wilted huge buds, a faint panel emerges. Whether the host consumes 200,000 survival points to revive the butterfly queen bred in the butterfly tree pear blossom bud, and then spends 100,000 survival points to catalyze it to complete the final mutation in bloom, becoming the heroic butterfly flower queen. Indeed, it can. Zhang Xin looked at the information on the panel, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he clicked on the yes under the frame. Suddenly, the 300,000 survival points he obtained from the 100 Flowers Divine Domain for 2.5 days turned into a burst of dark green energy, gushing out of his body and flying towards the crystal coffin in front of him. These dark green energies, as soon as they touched the withered buds, turned into a stream of dark green water full of vitality and a strong gel texture, constantly penetrating into the withered buds. At this time, on the top of the crystal glass pavilion, a line of new small characters appeared. Heroic Spirit Catalysis Blooming, Bloom Countdown, 239 hours, 59 minutes, 55 seconds. Good guy, it takes so long. It takes 10 days to completely transform successfully. Zhang Shenwei muttered, then opened his divine domain panel and looked at the current survival points. Survival points, 368,000. There are still more than 360,000 survival points. How to use them well? Zhang Shen frowned and thought for a while, and then decided to recruit the 2 whales first. After all, what he lacks most now is a very loyal and capable helper like Xiao Ai and Xiao Tiasha, who share his worries and solve problems for himself in reality. Thinking of this, he was slightly conscious, took out the Whale Fall spectacle card, and clicked on the Whale Fall recruitment interface interface that was thrown on Moss's side. Suddenly, during this time, when Moss went to invade other people's divine domains, the list of intelligent races that died in battle appeared in front of his eyes. Wisdom race, name, qualification, class, survival points required for recruitment, from high to low. Demon Young Clan, Yuling, Lord qualification, fire method, 10,000. Fire Rock Giants, Guwen, Lord qualifications, Shield Warriors, 10,000. Demon Young Clan, Young Sound, Elite qualification, fire method, 5,000. Succubus, Meiji, Elite qualification, none, 3,000. Fire Rock Giants, Cotton, ordinary qualifications, none, 1,000. This Moss seems to have invaded other people's divine realms and choked on it, and actually killed 2 believers with Lord qualifications, and many elite believers died. Zangshin pulled down the recruitment interface. I was slightly happy in my heart, and without hesitation, I directly double-clicked the Demon Young Clan with the qualifications of a lord. Whether the host consumes 10,000 survival points to recruit the Demon Young Clan Yuling and become his own believer. Zangshin immediately agreed, and his eyes flashed instantly. A cute little girl who was 1 meter tall, wearing a fiery red one-piece sailor suit and with pony braids, looked only about 12 years old, but had straight breasts and delicate skin like a baby, suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This is the Demon Young Clan? Zangshin looked at the little girl in front of him with about a meter and big watery eyes, and was very puzzled, and threw it over with a peeping eye. Intelligent race, Demon Cub. Qualifications, Lord. Tier 0/100. Name, Yuling. Skills, Whispering, low. Foul language, low. Loss of heart, low. Levitation, low. Talent, Magic Puppy. Can summon a magic puppy that has existed for a long time as a mount. Class, Fire Method. Exclusive skills, Meteor Fire Rain, Fire Control Technique. Faith, First Order Zangshin. Mood, Curiosity, Anticipation, Excitement. Analysis, don't look at every demon race as 1 meter tall, soft and cute and easy to knock down, but they are all intelligent races with terrifying and interfering with people's mental intelligence. Yuling, originally a Demon Young Clan leader under Moss, was beheaded and unfortunately died in a battle. Now he has become a host believer and will serve the host forever until death. When Zangshin was checking Yuling's panel information, Yuling took a slight step forward, knelt on her knees, and respectfully let out a childish and crisp light bell. Yuling, I have seen my God, thank my God, so that Yuling can be reborn in the dark. In this life, Yuling will definitely serve my God and expand the territory for my God. Zangshin said softly. Yuling, I have not yet become a god. You can call me Master first in the future. If I take you to the Master's world, if there is someone else, call me Big Brother or Brother Shin. Yes, Master. Yuling, in the future, you don't have to kneel down and salute like this here. As long as you clench your right hand into a fist and put it on your left shoulder, just bend down slightly and salute. Got it, Master. Get up, come and sit next to the Master. Don't be so restrained here with the Master. Oh. Yuling made an extremely well-behaved voice, blinked her big innocent eyes, stood up, took petite steps, and walked to the sofa in front of Zangshin. Zangshin looked at her pink face like a porcelain doll, felt very cute, stretched out his hand to pick it up, put it in his arms, and leaned over very dotingly. Long. He raised his head, let Yuling lean on him, and taught him fiercely that as his own believer, he had those obligations that needed to be fulfilled. An hour later, Zangshin finished the teaching work, and after letting Yuling, who was completely naked, put on her clothes, her consciousness condensed slightly, and she took out the Whale Fall recruitment card again, ready to continue recruiting. He looked at the card and introduced the Fire Rock Giant race, Guwon, who also had the qualifications of a lord, had a slight condensation of consciousness. Whether the host consumes 10,000 survival points to recruit the Fire Rock Giants and become his own believers. Looking at the inquiry on the card, Zangshin hesitated for a moment and did not immediately click yes. After all, in this race of Fire Rock Giants, with the title of giant, they may be very large, and maybe he might be on fire all over his body. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to recruit in this tavern? Thinking of this, Zangshin hugged Yuling, who weighed only about a pound with one hand and could hardly feel the weight, turned around and walked out of the gate of the heroic spirit, and then he reached out to the Whale Fall recruitment card and clicked yes. Suddenly, in an instant, a hot aura gushed out from the ground 2 meters away in front of him, and then countless scorched red sparks appeared on the ground. These sparks wrapped around the soil and stones on the ground, gradually condensed into a giant, 2 meters tall, with a body surface like a combination of lava stones, flashing fire from time to time. As soon as this firestone giant was formed, he immediately knelt down on his knees and made a loud sound. Guwen, I have seen my God, thank my God, and let Guwen regain his life in the darkness. In this life, Guwen will definitely expand the territory for my God. Listening to the same oath, Zangshin repeated the same words to Yuling just now, and then cast a peeping eye at her. Intelligent race, Fire Rock Giants. Qualifications, Lord. 0 tier, 0 out of 100. Name, Guwen. Skills, Fire Rock Roll, low level, Rock Armor Attachment, low level, Scorching Lava, low level, Smelting, low level. Talent, Lava Condensation. As long as it is not completely annihilated, it can be condensed and reborn again by absorbing the surrounding fire energy once a year. Class, Shield Soldier. Exclusive skills, Giant
giant shield summoning, shield strike. Faith, first order Zangshin. Mood, excitement. Analysis, originally the patriarch of the Fire Rock Giant clan in the hands of Moss, he was strangled by the enemy with special means during an invasion battle, making it impossible to resurrect him. Zangshin simply glanced at Guwen's panel information, then recruited 4 Firestone Giants with elite qualifications again, and then said to them, "You go south and go to a mining area called Lingnan District, where there are many furnaces, you go there to help smelt some ore first." "Yes, master," Guwen responded loudly, then took the 4 clansmen and turned around and left slowly. Zangshin turned around and hugged Yuling, and returned to the Yingling Tavern, in the number 1 private room in the corridor on the left, and then his consciousness was slightly condensed, and he recruited soldiers again. This time, he recruited the succubus clan Maisai with elite qualifications, as well as 3 demon cubs with elite qualifications, Yue, Yuin, and Yumin. The 4 women just came out and also bowed and swore, and Zangshin also told them after they took the oath that he had just told Yuling the rules for an hour. Soon, after a storm rises again, after the rain and dew meet, Zangshin opened the recruitment interface of the 100 Flowers Divine Domain and recruited all 10 flower elf swordsmen such as Longkue. Moment. This huge private room is full of warblers and swallows, which is beautiful. Zangshin originally wanted to take out the 4 family cards in the backpack space and summon the believers obtained from Huakali, Craft, and others, but when I saw so many beautiful believers, he felt that he would not be able to bear it, so he planned to wait for a while to arrange these believers and then summon them. I think about it like this. Zangshin transformed into a vicious wolf again, pounced on the flock of sheep in front of him, or gnawed or bitten. Soon, he began to meet frankly with all his believers, communicate deeply, and put his mark on it. 2 days later, Zangshin ended this crazy battle for 2 days and 1 night, his consciousness was condensed, and he opened the door to the divine realm. Suddenly, in the 2 states of Demol Jiajin, next to a remote and uninhabited forest, a gate of the divine realm appeared. Yuling, Maisai, Longkue, and other women who were lying in the private room of the heroic tavern were all curiously looking at the forest scenery outside the gate of the divine realm. Zangshin got up and walked towards the gate of the divine realm, while saying to them, "This is the master's hometown, get dressed, come out." "Yes, master." The women immediately nodded and got up to get dressed. Zangshin was slightly conscious, released the number 1 divine chariot from the backpack space, then opened the door and looked at the women wearing strange clothes and said, "Get in the car, babies, the master will take you to the nearest village or town, buy some clothes, and a mobile phone, and then teach you how to go online to understand the world." "Thank you, master," the women said softly, and immediately got on the number 1 divine power chariot and found a seat to sit down. Zangshin sat in the cab and gave an order to number 1. "Number 1, the itinerary remains unchanged, go to the clothing store in the nearest village or town, and at the same time change the appearance of the car into the appearance of an anime display car." "Received, master." Hearing the response from number 1, Zangshin took out his mobile phone, opened the WeChat account that had not been opened for 5 days, and took a look. Moment. During the 5 days when he disappeared from reality, many people sent him a flood of messages. In the driver's seat of the number 1 divine chariot, Zangshin looked at the massive information in the mobile phone, and the speed opened one by one. It turned out that his WeChat account was actually replied to various messages by someone 3 days ago, and he replied in his own style. Zangshin was shocked, and a word flashed in his mind: the number has been stolen. At this moment, Xiao AI suddenly called on WeChat. Immediately, Zangshin quickly clicked to connect. In an instant, on the other port of the video, Xiao AI's exotic white skin color face appeared, and the background behind her was in her office. "Yes." Seeing Xiao AI, Zangshin immediately said eagerly in the first sentence, "Xiao AI, my number, it seems to have been stolen." "Master, don't worry, it's not stolen," Xiao AI comforted softly. "Not stolen?" Zangshin wondered softly, and then Mingwu looked at Xiao AI and said, "Is it the message you helped me reply?" "Yes." Xiao AI nodded and explained, "The master has been going to the Outlands for too long this time. The hostess has not been able to contact the owner, so she is very worried. Then the owner's parents suddenly called you and couldn't get through. They asked me if something had happened to the master, so I was worried that the master would take a long time to go to the foreign lands and come back, so I went to the master's bedroom, used the automatic login WeChat function of the master's computer, and after logging in, I gave them a message every day, so that they didn't think too much." Hearing Xiao AI's explanation, Zangshin sighed and smiled. "Xiao AI, you are worthy of being the master's 4 treasures of the study, a caring secretary. In the future, when I go to other places, you will continue to go to my computer, and continue to reply to messages according to my style." "No, master," Xiao AI said, her beautiful eyes with a hint of curiosity. "What is the master's gain from this trip to the foreign lands?" "Ha, it's not bad." Zangshin laughed and began to talk about the gains of his trip to foreign lands. Xiao AI listened carefully, and finally said, "I thought the master had been in the foreign realm for 5 days, but it turned out that he returned to his divine realm 2 days ago, and he also found his 15 sisters with outstanding abilities." "Yes," Zangshin said, turning the phone diagonally to face the co-pilot, wearing a light green leather
leather armor suit and looking at his mobile phone screen curiously, as well as Yuling behind the seat, the succubus charm division, and the demons and flower elves sitting on the soft sleeper in the rest area and in the rear compartment.
Hello. With a sweet smile, Xiao Ai looked at the extremely beautiful owner on the screen, the new believer, and began to introduce herself briefly. My name is Alice, a mechanical tribe, and now I am the master's life-made secretary. It's nice to meet you. You can usually call me Xiao Ai. Longkue, Yuling, Meiji and other girls saw the beautiful woman on the screen called the mobile phone introducing themselves, glanced at each other, and then began to introduce themselves. Hello Xiao Ai, my name is Longkue, and I am a flower elf swordsman. Longkue, who was sitting in the co-pilot, took the lead in introducing herself. It turns out that you are still a swordsman. No wonder you are so beautiful and so heroic at the same time. Xiao Ai laughed, then looked at the lowly girl sitting in the parking space behind her, wearing a seductive fiery red swimsuit, and a woman wearing a black leather jacket with a very hot figure and a burst button, and said softly, "You too, it's Yuling and Meiji." Yuling nodded and said in a crisp and immature voice, "Yes, Sister Xiao Ai, I am from the Demon Young clan. I am a famous fire magic troops, and my clan is good at interfering with other people's thinking and interrupting the opponent's spellcasting skills. A strong auxiliary ability," Xiao Ai said softly, looking at Meiji. Meiji also opened his mouth to introduce himself. "My name is Meiji, the succubus clan, the only succubus in the current master's family. Every 45 days, as long as there is a female humanoid intelligent race, you can transform a succubus for the master." "Can it be converted now?" Xiao Ai asked curiously, and at the same time squinted his eyes, looking out the glass window, a pair of sisters who were busy wearing black silk. "Yes, it can be converted now." The voice of the succubus charm division sounded. "Xiao Ai, do you want to provide me with a target?" "Yes, I have a pair of subordinate sisters who usually listen to me, but unfortunately they have advanced cancer and cannot live to explode divine energy, and they don't know it yet." "A pair of subordinate sisters? Is it Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong?" Zhang Shen asked on the side. "As expected of the master, I guessed it at once," Xiao Ai said. "Ha, this is easy to guess. The sisters in your company, except for the two of them, seem to have no one else." Zhang Shen smiled, and then said, "Since you don't want these sisters to die in a burst of divine energy, then you can find a time to tell them about cancer." "Okay, I know the master. Thank you, master," Xiao Ai said. "Yes, my family, what do you say?" Zhang Shen said, and then pointed to the Demon Young clan resting on the soft bed as well as the flower elf swordsman, Simple and Little Love, and also got to know each other for a while before turning off the video. Afterwards, Zhang Shen began to slowly look at WeChat. During the period when he was not in reality, Xiao Ai helped him reply to his friends on WeChat. First, he opened his parents' WeChat. After his parents couldn't contact him, they sent him messages almost every minute, afraid that something would happen to him, and wanted to call the police and contact the embassy on the side of Dimoli. However, after Xiao Ai logged into WeChat on her computer in time and began to reply messages to their two elders, her parents felt relieved. After that, the two elders asked him about his work on the site of Demold and told him how long it would take for the prefabricated vegetable factory to be completed. Xiao Ai helped herself reply briefly and used her own chat style to weave some of what she saw and heard about her activities on the big bad side, as well as the progress of her work. After replying like this, his parents were completely relieved and didn't think much about it. Followed by, Zhang Shen clicked on Li Yuqing's WeChat. Li Yuqing also sent a lot of messages after she couldn't contact her, and left a message, planning to go back to the family and use the power of the family to find him. As a result, because he told Xiao Ai and Xiao Di of the personal girlfriend group that Zhang Shen could not contact, Lu Tongtong and others were stopped by Xiao Ai and Xiao Di singing and harmonizing. Then Xiao Ai went back to Zhang Shen's bedroom, logged into Zhang Shen's computer set up in the bedroom, and automatically logged into the WeChat account of chat content docking. Later, after Xiao Ai pretended to be herself and replied to Li Yuqing's message, Li Yuqing slowly felt relieved. At the same time, in order to distract Li Yuqing, Xiao Ai increased the amount of scripts for new short dramas, so that she was busy every day and had no time to think. After reading the WeChat of his parents and Li Yuqing, Zhang Shen clicked on the messages sent to him by Lu Miao, Barbara, Kekline, and Jack, as well as a large number of messages on the WeChat group, and slowly looked at them. After watching for about an hour and a half, Zhang Shen finally finished reading all the information. And at this time, the #1 divine chariot also drove to Jiaji Nerzhou, a large prosperous town, and came to the underground parking lot of Walmart's shopping mall. Immediately, Zhang Shen put away his mobile phone, looked at the beauties in the car and said, "Babies, get out of the car and take you to buy clothes, as well as mobile phones, and get mobile phone cards." When Longkue, Yuling, Maisai and other women heard Zhang Shen's words, they were instantly overjoyed. Soon, Zhang Shen took the women, got out of the car, got into the elevator, and went straight to the clothing area on the second floor of Walmart. When the elevator door opened, many blonde men in formal clothes around them showed amazing eyes and looked at Zhang Shen and others with curious looks. Occasionally, are these people actors? Are those in leather armor playing elves? It's all so beautiful. Yes, they are so beautiful, but they may not be actors, but cosplayers. After all, in our small place, we
We have never heard of any Hollywood making movies. Also, look, those 4 little Lolas in swimsuits are so cute. I like them so much. God, is the man next to him wearing a black leather suit with antelope horns on his head playing the role of a succubus? The figure is too seductive and hot. Yes, it's so seductive. If I can marry one, I will be content in this life. Zhang Shen listened to the discussions of men and women around the mall, but he ignored these people and directly took Long Kuei and others to walk towards the girls' clothes placed in the hall. The girls' clothing salesman is a blonde woman. As soon as she saw Zhang Shen coming, she immediately stepped forward and smiled. Sir, are you going to buy clothes for these little girls? Yes, just after a cosplay nearby, they fell into the company car in plain clothes, and the car was driven away early. And we plan to go to the neighborhood to play, wearing these cosplays, which is very inconvenient. Zhang Shen deliberately made his voice loud, so that the people around them thought they were a certain cos company, just as they thought. When the girls' clothing salesman heard Zhang Shen's words, he didn't think much about it, and began to enthusiastically recommend the children's clothes on the hanger in front of Yuling, Yue, Yuyin, and Yumin. These are princess dresses, very suitable for you to wear. Just put them on your body. What color style do you like? There are white, red, pink, suspenders, zippers, and waists. Yuling and the other 4 demon young clansmen looked at the colorful and beautiful skirts in front of them, and they were very excited, but they didn't know which set to choose, so they turned their heads to look at Zhang Shen and said, Big brother, let's wear that suit to look good. It seems to be very good looking. If you like it, buy them all, and the company will reimburse you when the time comes. Zhang Shen said. The girls' clothing salesman understood Chinese, and immediately spoke in Chinese. Little babies, if you like it, you can each choose a set and put it on your body, and I will help you pack the rest. Yes, Yuling said, and then chose a set of red suspenders to put on her body. The 3 of them chose a white skirt tied around their waist and put it on their bodies. Suddenly the 4 demon children became 4 little princesses, and the girls' clothing salesman quickly folded more than 30 sets of girls' clothes in front of him and put them in a box, and brought them to Zhang Shen. Sir, swipe your card or WeChat. WeChat, Zhang Shen said, took out his mobile phone, and after paying on WeChat, he carried the box in one hand, taking Maisai, Long Kuei, and others who had not yet bought clothes, swept to the nearby adult clothing store, and bought 7 or 8 sets of clothes for each of them, as well as underwear and other clothes. And then, Zhang Shen took the women who had changed their clothes to the nearby Huawei mobile phone store, bought a pair of mobile phones for each of them, and also bought more than a dozen mobile phones for himself. By the way, he was nearby and applied for a Dacia Global mobile phone card for Zhongmei before returning to the car. Number 1, go to Zhejiang Erzhou, the nearest grain storage warehouse of Zhejiang Group. As soon as Zhang Shen got into the car, he gave an order to number 1, followed by, he turned around and took out his mobile phone and began to teach Long Kuei and others how to use mobile phones, as well as typing and chatting. Long Kuei and others have strong learning ability. After Zhang Shen only took 3 minutes, Long Kuei and the others completely knew how to use the mobile phone in their hands. If everyone knows how to use their mobile phones, then you can open the downloaded WeChat and register a WeChat account to facilitate daily contact. Zhang Shen said, opened his WeChat account and said, this is my WeChat account. You scan the master, note your name, and that I will pull you to the group of me, Xiao AI, Xiao Ti, and Yasha. Finished. Zhang Shen opened the WeChat QR code. His consciousness was slightly condensed, and the mobile phone slowly flew from the co-pilot to the back of the car. When all the women scanned his QR code, he controlled his mobile phone and flew back to his hands from the back of the car. Immediately, he stretched out his hand to open the friend application form, agreed to the friend application of Long Kuei and others, and then quickly pulled them all into a WeChat group called Longshan. Moment. The chat group that originally had only 5 people suddenly became 20 people. Zhang Shen saw that the girls who entered the group did not speak, so he sent an emoticon in the group, and by the way, I Xiao AI Xiao Tiasha and other 3 girls, typed, what are you doing? Come out and meet the newcomers? In Longshan's office in Jinhai, Love and Dicky are discussing something. As a result, they heard the WeChat prompt sound on their mobile phones, and the 2 picked up their mobile phones and looked at them, and saw that the screen that the mobile phone had not yet been unlocked showed that the owner was Inite and the others. The 2 women quickly opened WeChat and saw a group of beautiful girls suddenly appearing in the group. All of a sudden, the 2 women knew who these new women in the chat group were. Immediately, she began to respond to Zhang Shen's emoticons in the group, and then Itronki and others began to interact with them in the WeChat group. It is located in Bangwaji Prefecture next door to Zhejiang Province. Yasha had just left in his divine chariot from a warehouse where he had emptied his grain storage. When everything is boring, she opened WeChat and saw that in the Longshan group, Zhang Shen had pulled many members in, as well as Xiao AI Xiaoti, who was interacting with Long Kuei and others. Suddenly, she was surprised and said in the group, Master, you're finally back. Yes, I bought a few grain reserves for 0 yuan. Zhang Shen asked in a voice. 2, I'm going to the 3rd one. Yasha replied, not bad. Zhang Shen replied again, and then continued, the people who have just entered the group are all believers of the Master. They have just come to this world, and I plan to let you be responsible for taking them to the side of De Chang and sweeping away all the grain storage. When Yasha heard Zhang Shen's words, her evil beautiful eyes suddenly brightened, and she replied, "Okay, master, when will I let you take them?" "Now, you turn the car around and drive towards me. The destination I am going to now is the grain storage warehouse of the Golden Wharf of Jiajing Group."
Zhang Shen replied, "No, master, I'll go over now."
Yasha's voice showed a hint of evil excitement. In the number 1 divine car. After Zhang Shen finished speaking to Yasha, after making arrangements for Longkue, Yuling, and others, he chatted with his daughters for a while, and saw that there was still a lot of time to reach the goal, so he opened the purple card lottery panel.
System 30 consecutive draws.
Congratulations to the host, draw 5 green cards, low-level draw cards. Congratulations to the host, you have won 3 green cards, intelligent mechanics.
Congratulations to the host, 2 green cards were drawn, a small weather station.
Congratulations to the host, draw 2 green cards, fireball tower. 5 low-level draw cards at a time. Isn't it possible to draw 5 green level skills from a believer and become my own skills after the draw is over? Zhang Shen listened to the prompt in his ear, couldn't help but talk to himself, and looked at the new green card. Fireball tower. The host drops it into the designated area, and a level 1 fireball tower will be generated that can automatically lock the enemy to attack within 100 meters and be designated by the host. A level 1 fireball tower condenses a fireball of first order energy strength every 10 seconds.
Can be lifted.
This fireball tower is good, and when the divine energy explodes in the future, you can directly throw it into your own Longshan new city and guard your territory. Looking at the introduction of this fireball tower card, Zhang Shen suddenly had a usage arrangement for this card in his heart.
And at this time, another prompt sounded in his ears.
Congratulations to the host, you have drawn 2 blue cards, prop cards, and camouflage masks.
Congratulations to the host, draw 2 blue cards, Nyoguard training camp. Congratulations to the host, I drew 1 blue card, equipment card, and obsidian bracelet. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 blue card, wonder card, butterfly tree pear tree. What? Spectacle card? Butterfly tree?
When Zhang Shen heard a ringing in his ears and what the spectacle card was, his face instantly showed a shocked expression. After all, this butterfly pear tree can give birth to the wonder flower forest of the butterfly flower maid and even the butterfly queen.
Suddenly, he immediately looked at the card in the backpack space.
Butterfly pear tree. A small wonder butterfly pear tree can make the surrounding trees grow more vigorous, and at the same time, there will be a very low chance of giving birth to a butterfly maid.
Damn, it turned out to be a plant.
Why isn't it the same as Hua Kali's wonder flower in tree forest, which has growth and will give birth to a butterfly flower maid 100% every month and even has a chance of giving birth to a butterfly flower queen? Zhang Shen curled his lips and looked away from this card in disappointment, looking at another newly obtained blue card. Obsidian bracelet, blue quality equipment, which can increase the recovery speed of the bearer's own energy, stamina, and spirit by 30%.
It is not stackable. Yo-hee, baby.
If you can improve your own energy and physical strength, wouldn't that last longer in the future? Zhang Shen looked at the introduction of the obsidian bracelet, his heart blossomed, a happy smile appeared on his face, and he glanced at the female believers in the car who were playing with their mobile phones. His consciousness immediately froze, and a string of beads with 13 obsidians appeared on his left wrist,
followed by
a burst of vibrant energy gushed out from this string of obsidian bracelets and flowed into his body. At that moment, Zhang Shen felt that every cell in his body was greatly moisturized. The physical strength and energy I consumed today seemed to be recovering significantly.
It's a good thing.
Zhang Shen looked at the bracelet in his hand, and when he liked it very much, the purple card lottery wheel in front of him flew out of dazzling purple rays.
Congratulations to the host, draw 3 purple cards, reserve the ring.
Congratulations to the host, draw 2 purple cards, and force the contract to summon scroll cards.
Congratulations to the host, draw 2 purple cards, Lord Potion. Congratulations to the host, draw 2 purple cards, Wormhole subordinate cards. Congratulations to the host, draw 1 purple card, Talent extraction card.
The quality of the purple card is so good this time, it's all some cards I want. Zhang Shen listened to the prompt in his ear, muttered slightly, and looked at the latest purple card that appeared, and the talent extraction card was on.
Talent extraction card, disposable card.
This card can be used against non-god intelligent races, and its talents can be extracted into cards and given to oneself.
Good thing. Zhang Shen looked at the introduction of the talent extraction card, and his eyes lit up instantly.
After all, as long as this card is there,
he can have another talent. And it's also the kind of talent extraction card that as long as you like the talent of a certain intelligent race, you can get the other person's talent through this card. But this card, why is it a disposable card?
Zhang Shen thought about it a little greedily, and his eyes looked brightly in front of him, still on the purple card lottery wheel that kept turning. A total of 28 cards were released just now, and the purple card wheel is still turning. Then the next one should be 2 red cards, and it may even be 1 red and 1 gold. If it's 2 red cards, it's equivalent to Xiao'o. If it's 1 red and 1 gold, it's Big Europe. If one of the red cards is a wormhole orbit card, that would be great. Zhang Shen muttered, his heart full of anticipation.
Soon,
in the purple card lottery wheel, 2 red lights surged up. Congratulations to the host, draw a red card, Super Beast Fusion card. Congratulations to the host, drawing a Divine Domain characteristic card, Divine Wisdom card. There is no Wormhole Orbit card. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Zangshin was a little disappointed, looked at the 2 red cards in the backpack space, and his eyes lit up again. Super Beast Fusion card, consume a certain amount of survival points. You can fuse the strange beast with the number of fusion times through this card to become a new strange beast. The fused main beast has a certain chance of inheriting the skills and even talents shared by both beasts, and undergoing physical changes. Divine Wisdom card, a rare Divine Domain characteristic card. Invested in the Divine Domain, you can obtain the characteristics of Divine Wisdom in the Divine Domain. The Divine Domain with Divine Wisdom, the strange beasts or animals and plants that live inside will have a certain chance of opening the wisdom root and transforming into a wise race. These 2 red cards are simply the best. One is to let yourself be able to fuse powerful strange beasts through this card in the future, so that they can keep up with your pace. One is to let your Divine Domain obtain the characteristics of Divine Wisdom, so that the strange beasts, or animals, and plants in your Divine Domain have the opportunity to become intelligent races. If this is a powerful beast fused, if it is affected by the characteristics of Divine Wisdom, it will become a wise race. Isn't that a strong alliance? Zangshin immediately understood the wonderful use of these 2 red cards. Immediately, his consciousness condensed slightly, forming a consciousness body, appearing above his Divine Domain, and then stretched out his hand to take the Divine Wisdom card, as well as the Butterfly Pear Tree card, and threw them all down. Congratulations to the host, your Divine Domain has gained the characteristics of Divine Wisdom, and the potential of the Divine Domain has been improved. Congratulations to the host, you have cast a Butterfly Pear Blossom tree on your Divine Domain, and the potential of the Divine Domain has been improved. After Zangshin threw the 2 cards into his Divine Domain, his consciousness withdrew from the Divine Domain, took a soft breath, turned off the purple card lottery roulette wheel in front of him, and began to think about how to use the low-level withdrawal card, but a prompt sounded in his ears again. Warning, warning, the host is about to approach the golden dock controlled by many powerful gods, and once the host is discovered by its gods, it may be suppressed, captured, and squeezed out of the divine energy in the body, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Zangshin heard the prompt, looked up at the window, and saw the front of the highway. On the left is a dock town full of buildings. On the right is a dock area with one huge container after another. In this container, loading and unloading cranes, large trucks, and dock workers wearing Golden Wharf uniforms are constantly running in these containers. They sometimes transfer containers, or carry the contents of the containers, and transport them to container ships not far away, or transport them to trucks and send them to other places. When the number 1 divine chariot stopped in the living area town next to the Golden Wharf, Zangshin opened the car door, took the women out of the car, went to the largest local restaurant, entered a large private room, ordered a lot of food, and sent a voice message to Yasha. Yasha, we're at the Golden Wharf, you still have a few hours to get there. Master, I'm on the highway, and at the current speed of the divine chariot, it will take about 8 hours to reach the Golden Wharf. Yasha replied, okay, give me a voice call when it's over. Zangshin said a voice, and then looked at Longkue, Yuling, Maisai, and others in the private room and said, let's eat first, and after eating, the master will take you to buy for 0 yuan. The women who already knew what the 0 yuan purchase was, showed a spoken smile. Soon, after Zhang Shen and the others finished eating, they began to walk in the direction of the Golden Wharf. This Golden Wharf is the container freight terminal of Jiajin Erzhou Group, which stores a batch of newly harvested grain storage crops, soybeans, wheat, and corn kernels in early summer. According to the information in Xiao AI's remarks, Zhang Shen knew that the grain storage of Jiajin Group would be sold to the Cherry Blossom country in a month. When he was about to walk to the monitoring area in front of the wharf gate, Zhang Shen stopped and began to teach the girls how to buy correctly at 0 yuan. He pointed to the camera next to the gate and said, to ensure that we are not detected, reduce unnecessary trouble later. Every time we buy for 0 yuan, the first thing we do is to find the monitoring room, then control the monitoring room, and then take formal action. Understand the master. Longkue, Yuling, and others nodded one after another. Seeing this, Zhang Shen condensed his consciousness slightly, used telekinesis, controlled the 2 surveillance cameras around him, adjusted their monitoring angles, and took the women to walk towards the gate of the wharf while pointing to the security guard next to the gate and said, in addition to controlling the surveillance, we can't let people know that we've been here, so when we act, we have to control the people we meet, even a dog. Said. Zhang Shen asked Yuling to use her skills to lose her mind, controlled the security guard at the door, and slowly walked past them and walked straight in the direction of the monitoring room. The monitoring room is in the Wharf Administration Building. There are 6 floors in this building, one of which is the basement on the negative floor, and the monitoring room and security room of the Golden Wharf are all in the basement. Therefore, Zhang Shen took the women to control the surveillance camera while controlling the people around them, and then poured into the monitoring room to control the personnel on duty in the monitoring room. Afterwards, he began to teach Longkue, Yuling, and others how to turn off all surveillance cameras, and then leave 2 people before taking others and starting to buy for 0 yuan. When Zhang Shen turned off the surveillance just now, he had already found the location of the container where the grain was stored. Therefore, he walked out of the wharf administration building, took his daughters, went straight to his destination, and then used his space backpack to collect all the containers for storing grain and crops. When Zhang Shen took the women out of the pier gate, in his backpack space, there were more than 100 at once, filled with oversized containers filled with unknown bags of soybeans, wheat, and other crop rations. Yasha still had more than 6 hours to arrive, and Zhang Shen saw that there was still a lot of time, so he took Longkue Yuling and others to buy a lot of things in the dock town. 6 hours later, Zhang Shen took Longkue and others to have dinner in the large private room where they were eating at noon today, when the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open by a pair of slender hands, followed by a slender snow-white leg, wearing black silk, high heels, short blue jeans, wearing a black-purple leather coat. The leather jacket is not buttoned. Most of the white fat can be vaguely seen upright. The face is full of charm, and the eyes are full of evil women, appearing at the door. This woman naturally took more than 10 hours of driving to meet Zhang Shen's Yasha. As soon as Yasha appeared at the door, her evil eyes glanced at the Longkue inside, Yuling and the others with interest, and then when she saw Zhang Shen on the main seat, she immediately walked over and said, "Master, Yasha, you're finally back." Zhang Shen got up, laughed, and then said to the women present, "This is Yasha, the master's first heroic spirit. You will follow her in the future, responsible for helping the master and sweeping away the grain storage on the side of Dimouli." "Yes, master." Longkue, Yuling, and the others nodded slightly, looking at Zhang Shen with reluctance. After all, they knew that when Yasha arrived, they would be separated from their masters. Zhang Shen felt the reluctance in the air, and said a little affected, "As long as you hurry up and help the master sweep away the grain storage on the side of Dashi, you will soon be able to return to the master." "Master, we know." Yuling made a crisp and childish voice. "It's good to know." Zhang Shen nodded, reached out from the backpack space, took out 2 reserve rings and said, "These 2 reserve rings, one for you and one for Longkue, each has a divine energy chariot in it." "Thank you, master." Yuling and Longkue took the ring and thanked them very happily. Don't thank you so early. My 2 rings are not for nothing. I hope that after you and Yasha sweep the grain storage in Jejin Erzhou, one person will take 2 or 3 sisters and go to other states to buy them for 0 yuan. "No, master." Yuling and Longkue immediately replied. Zhang Shen nodded slightly, and then asked Yasha to sit next to him and eat together, and by the way, let her and her newly accepted believers get acquainted with each other again. After eating, Zhang Shen did not immediately separate from the women, but chartered a yacht near the dock town, came to have a yacht party, and had a carnival until 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. When the yacht was delivered to the merchant and he took the women to have breakfast, he parted ways with the women in front of him. Subsequently, he opened the door of the divine realm, let him stay, and prepared to go back to Jinhai with him, and went to stay in the divine realm for a while, then took out the wormhole orbit card. His consciousness condensed slightly, and he returned to Jinhai's own bedroom. As soon as he appeared in his bedroom, he summoned Maisai out, then hugged her, fell directly on the bed, and fell asleep to catch up on sleep. It was almost 3:30 p.m. Zhang Shen smelled the aroma of rice, opened his eyes, sat up with Mei Si, who had woken up a long time ago, and saw outside the bedroom door. Xiao Ai looked at him with a smile and said, "Master, wake up." "Well, I was awakened by the aroma of the food you cooked." Chuckled, "Master, this meal is not made by me, but by Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong, 2 sisters." Zhang Shen heard that the people who cooked were Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong, and immediately realized, "You brought her to me. It seems that you have agreed with both of them." "Yes, master." Xiao Ai nodded gracefully. "How much did you say to them?" Zhang Shen looked at Xiao Ai, who was wearing a red dress with a suspender and a dress, and at the same time got up and started to get dressed. When the succubus Maisai saw Zhang Shen wearing clothes, he also reached out and picked up his own clothes on the side and began to put them on. They knew that they were terminally ill, and they were all frustrated. "I told her that the master can save them by changing their biological form and becoming the master's slave succubus, as well as sex," Xiao Ai said as she walked her slender legs and walked to the bedside to serve Zhang Shen to dress. "Okay, I know." Zhang Shen finished getting dressed, interrupted Xiao Ai's words later, took her and the succubus Maisai, and walked out of the bedroom, and his eyes were attracted by the dining table in the center of the living room. At the dinner table, at this moment, there are more than 10 plates of dishes, including spicy crayfish, stir-fried pork with green peppers, chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed sea bass, chopped pepper fish head, antisantaro, stir-fried beef rice noodles. "It's so fragrant." Zhang Shen took a deep breath, let out a sigh of admiration, and looked in the direction of the kitchen, showing a puzzled look. Now, his kitchen was cleaned up and empty. Xiao Ai knew what Zhang Shen was wondering about, so she spoke, "Master, Miaoling, Miaolong, after cooking, I am taking a shower in the bathroom, changing clothes, and coming out soon." Zhang Shen heard this, looked in the direction of the closed bathroom, glanced at it, took the 2 women, sat down at the dinner table, picked up the chopsticks, picked up the meat on it, and ate it. Just at this time, the door to the bathroom opened, and Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong walked out of it together. Yes, the 2 of them are wearing
white silk, white and blue leather skirts, and white and blue leather jackets that exposed beautiful snow-white belly muscles on their upper bodies. The two women walked to Zhang Shen's side. Their faces were delicate and beautiful, and their skin was as white and tender as water, and they both showed a sweet smile and said, "Mr. Shen, the food is still to your liking." Zhang Shen smelled the bathing fragrance on the two women. His eyes were on the two women's leather clothes, slightly raised and not big hills, and paused for a short second, then smiled. "It's very good. You can all be on par with Xiao Ai. Let's sit down and eat." "Thank you, Mr. Shen, for your compliment." The two women showed a sweet smile, sat on the chair opposite Zhang Shen, picked up their chopsticks, and slowly picked up something to eat. Zhang Shen was eating, while looking at Xiao Ai and Maisai on the left and right of the dinner table, and then looked at the two sisters opposite, and began to chat about homely things, as well as some interesting things about Longshan's company, mediated the atmosphere, and then changed his mouth. "Nialing, Niulong, if you become my slave, you have to hand over everything to me. Are you mentally prepared?" Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong heard this. Their bodies trembled slightly, their bright eyes were bright, and they nodded a little aimlessly and said, "Mr. Shen, we want to live. But I hope that after following Mr. Shen, I can occasionally have some space of my own to do something I like." Zhang Shen looked at the two women's desperate eyes and appeals, and smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I have a good impression of you two sisters, but it's just good, and I won't have too much control over you." And a year later, the world has changed. "You don't want to stay with me. If you want to develop independently, I will give you some resources, but you may need to sign some agreements with me." "Mr. Shen, will the world really be very different in a year?" Lin Miaoling asked, her eyes unconsciously glancing at the succubus Maisai with two antelope horns on her side. Zhang Shen said, but did not explain anything, and Lin Miaoling was also very sensible and didn't ask too much, and turned her words away. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. My sister Miaolong and I are willing to become Mr. Shen's servants and hand over everything to Mr. Shen." "Ha ha." Zhang Shen laughed and said, "Since you are willing to be my slaves, then in addition to making you succubus, I have another race for you to choose from." Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong said curiously, "Immortals, vampires." Zhang Shen said softly, from the backpack space, slowly took out the backpack space, pulled out a card, his consciousness froze slightly, and a woman kneeling on her knees suddenly appeared in front of him. This woman, all over her body, has delicate skin, cute appearance, red eyes, straight breasts, an inverted neckline, a black and red cape, a black tunic on her upper body, a pair of slender and beautiful legs, wearing long gray leather boots, very delicate and luxurious. Zhang Shen's consciousness was slightly condensed, and he threw a peeping eye at this woman, habitually throwing it over. Intelligent race, vampire race, qualifications, elite, tier 0/100. Name, Selena. Skills, blood therapy, low level, stealth, low level, bat summoning technique, low level, sound vibration, low level. Talent, vampire seal. Consuming part of one's own essence and blood pouring into the opponent's body can make the opponent a subordinate vampire slave, or a vampire ghost servant, or a direct vampire. Class, scout. Exclusive skills, detection, lurking. Faith, first order Zhang Shen. Mood, excitement. Analysis, vampires with immortality are keen to transform aliens into their own races, but each time it is cast, it takes a lot of time to restore the essence and blood in the body. When Zhang Shen was checking Selena's panel information, Selena made a loud, crisp, and pleasant sound. "Selena has seen my god. Thank my god for reviving Selena from the darkness. Selena will." Zhang Shen listened to the vampire Selena who was sworn to him in front of him, and said slowly, "Selena, get up. With me, you only need to call me master, and if there are outsiders, you can call me Mr. Shen." "Yes, master," Selena said, immediately stood up from the ground, looked at the four women on the table, and finally stayed on Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong, showing an interested gaze. Zhang Shen knew what Selena was thinking, but the purpose of his release was not because he wanted her to turn them into vampires, but because he wanted to do it himself. Immediately, from the backpack space, he took out the talent card he had drawn today and yesterday, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he threw it at Selena. Moment. A prompt sounded in his ears. "May I ask if you want to extract and copy the talent of the vampire clan Selena and become your own?" Zhang Shen said silently in his heart. In an instant, a red light gushed out of Selena's body and flew towards his body. "Congratulations to the host, who has gained a new talent, the vampire blood mark." Hearing the prompt in his ear, Zhang Shen turned his head and looked at the two sisters opposite with a smile and said, "Have you thought about it? Whether to become a succubus or a vampire?" Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong heard Zhang Shen's question, and the two looked at each other and asked each other, "Sister, do you want to become a succubus or a vampire?" Lin Miaoling asked. When Lin Miaolong heard this, his eyes wandered around the succubus Maisai and the vampire Selena for a while, and finally looked at Zhang Shen, and asked, "Mr. Shen, if I become a vampire, will I be the same as on TV? I can't appear in the sun, and I can only drink blood in the future." Zhang Shen came into contact with vampires on the first day, so naturally he didn't know this, so he set his sights on Selena directly. Selena understood and replied, "Only the lowest level vampire slaves cannot appear in the sun for a long time, and can only rely on drinking blood to maintain their physical strength and vitality. If you become a direct vampire, Can you be in the sun for a long time? Zangshan thought for a moment and asked.
Selena said, Master, becoming a direct vampire, you can appear in the sun for a long time, but if you appear for too long, you will feel uncomfortable in the direct sun for more than 5 hours.
What about maintaining physical strength and vitality? Can you only rely on drinking blood? Lin Miaoling on the opposite side asked.
If you become a direct vampire, or a vampire servant, drinking blood is just the fastest way to get energy.
But as long as you are not in a hurry to restore your physical
strength and life essence and blood in your body, you can also eat chicken, duck, fish, meat and red wine to slowly gain physical strength and life essence and blood,
Selena said.
When Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong heard Selena's explanation, they immediately made a choice in their hearts, and said in unison, Mr. Shin, we want to become vampires, the kind that can live in the sun for a long time.
Zangshan seemed to have known for a long time that with the personalities of the two sisters, most of them would not choose succubus, so he chuckled slightly. No problem, you two come here.
When Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong heard this, they got up a little nervously and walked behind Zangshan. Zangshan turned around, his eyes were exactly parallel to the two women, the abdominal muscles that were exposed to Snow White, smooth and faintly shimmering. He stood up, looked at the two sisters in front of him, stretched out his hands, hugged the smooth waists of the two women, and walked towards the bedroom. At the same time, he signaled Xiaoai not to clean up the tableware, and asked Selena and Maisai to walk into the bedroom with him. After a while, the room was full of flowers.
4 hours later,
Zangshan looked at the bed. Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong, who were completely naked, had just experienced the wind, moon and rain, and transformed into a human being. Their faces flushed, and they looked slightly charming. He opened the panel and looked at whether he needed to consume a lot of essence and blood to transform his target into his own direct vampire. Vampire seal, consuming a small amount of one's own essence and blood, or 1,000 survival points, pouring into the opponent's body, can make the opponent a
subordinate vampire servant.
Consuming a large amount of essence and blood, or 10,000 survival points, can transform the opponent into their own direct vampires. It seems that if I don't have survival points, I will also need to consume a lot of essence and blood to transform others into vampires. But before using the points, I can see that with my own essence and blood, I can probably transform a few direct vampires. Zangshan muttered slightly, signaling Selena, who was working hard under him, to open her mouth and let go of her teeth.
Followed by, he pulled away and moved to the side of the two sisters Lin Miaoling, who were sleeping tiredly with their eyes closed. Their consciousness condensed slightly, and they used the talent they had just acquired, the vampire seal. Suddenly, his eyes were dark red, and a pair of fangs grew out of the corners of his mouth, biting towards Lin Miaoling's extremely white neck, and then a blood-colored energy poured into Lin Miaoling's body. Lin Miaoling was suddenly bitten by Zangshan's neck, and suddenly opened her beautiful eyes that gradually turned red, with a look of enjoyment on her face. A few seconds later, a pair of tiny snow-white fangs gradually grew from the corners of her mouth, her ears became slightly sharp, her skin was whiter, her hair was longer and thicker than before, and her temperament gradually became a little more elegant and noble than before, which made people want to get close to her and learn more about her family background. Congratulations to the host. Consume 1/3 of your own essence and blood and transform Lin Miaoling into a direct vampire. Pan believer +1, survival points 100, faith 100. Well, consume 1/3 at a time. Isn't that what you say? With my current strength, I can only transform 2 at most, and I have to start spending a lot of time to restore my essence and blood?
Zangshan heard the prompt in his ear, immediately let go, thought a few times, turned his head to look under him, and Lin Miaoling, who became more attractive than before, said, Baby, you will be my person in the future. Master, thank you for giving me a new life. I feel like I have a power flowing in my blood, and there are a lot of strange abilities pouring in my mind.
Lin Miaoling said.
Ha, Zangshan laughed. Those abilities are some skills unique to vampires. You don't know? Then you can ask Selena. When Lin Miaoling heard Zangshan's words, she felt an irresistible force, which made her subconsciously reply obediently. I know the master. Zangshan leaned over and took a bite, then looked up to the side, and the sleeping Lin Miaolong glanced at him and said, Go ask Selena. Master, go and turn your sister into a vampire too. Said. Zangshan moved away from her, moved to Lin Miaolong's side, hugged her, and then continued to use the essence and blood to cast the vampire seal. Soon, Lin Miaolong also woke up in vain at the moment of transforming into a vampire, and at the same time, her body also changed in the same way as her sister. But compared to her sister, she is elegant and has a bookish temperament. Congratulations to the host. Consume 1/3 of your own essence and blood and transform Lin Miaolong into a direct vampire. Pan believer +1, survival points 100, faith 100. Zangshan heard the system prompt, let go of his fangs, and felt a sense of fatigue and anemia gushing out of his body, making him unable to help but lie down and cling to Lin Miaolong. Meantime, he felt that at this moment, his body needed to eat a lot of various supplements in order to recover.
Master, are you okay?
Lin Miaolong felt Zangshan's fatigue and asked with concern.
I'm fine, just sleep for a while.
Zangshan said, turned sideways, moved away from her, and continued, How do you feel after becoming a vampire? It feels so strange, as if the body has become very strong, and it can release a burst of energy at once and fly into the sky.
Lin Miaolong sat up and said,
"Ha, if you can fly into the sky, it should be the release of the skill bat summoning technique." Zangshin laughed, his consciousness condensed slightly, and a divine domain gate appeared in front of him. Forthwith, he stretched out his finger to the door of the divine domain and said to the two sisters, Selena and Lin Miaoling, "This is the master's divine
domain, and I will position it on the beach.
Selena, take the two sisters inside and teach them how to use their abilities after becoming vampires."
"Yes, master,"
Selena said, and walked in with the two sisters Lin Miaoling. Zangshin hugged Xiaoai and Maisai with his left and right hands, leaned on the head of the bed, and threw a peeping eye at the two sisters Lin Miaoling who were about to enter the gate of the divine realm.
Intelligent race, vampire race, qualifications, normal,
tier 0/100.
Name, Lin Miaoling.
Skills, blood therapy, low level, stealth, low level, bat summoning technique, low level, sonic vibration, low level. Talent, vampire seal, consumes part of its own essence and blood, pours into the opponent's body, and can make the opponent a subordinate vampire servant, or a direct lineage.
Faith, first order Zangshin. Mood, excited.
Analysis, existence that should have better qualifications, but because of the transformation process, it is impossible to obtain more divine energy from the outside world, so it can only temporarily stay in ordinary qualifications. If they are impacted by divine energy, their qualifications will inevitably change. I said that the vampire I transformed for the first time. Why did I only have ordinary qualifications? It turned out that in the process of transformation, the other party could not obtain more divine energy from the outside world, so he could only stay in ordinary qualifications for a short time. Zangshin looked at the analysis of Lin Miaoling's panel, muttered slightly in his heart, and then looked at Lin Miaolong's panel, which exuded a bookish temperament, like a young lady from a wealthy family in ancient times. Lin Miaolong's panel, like her sister, is an ordinary qualification, but if it is impacted by divine energy in the future, the qualification will inevitably change. As for what will change, Zangshin was a little curious and expectant. After all, this was the first time he had transformed into a believer sister flower. The two sisters Lin Miaoling, as soon as they walked into Zangshin's divine realm, were curious to look at everything around them. The blue sky, the vast sea, the fine sand beach impacted by clean seawater, and there is another place not far from the beach, sloping upwards in towering cliffs. Lin Miaolong looked at the scenery in front of her, couldn't help but step on her smooth bare feet, ran to a meter shallow in the water, turned to her sister and smiled, "Sister, this place is so beautiful, the seawater is so clear, so cool." Lin Miaoling was looking at the gate of the divine realm behind her, lying on the bed, hugging Mr. Ai and Maisai, looking at their master Zangshin, and her eyes crossed the gate of the divine realm and looked at the emerald green woods behind the beach. When she heard her sister's words, she turned her head and nodded slightly, responding to her sister, "I want to play in the water, and I will play it after I am familiar with how to use vampire skills."
"Got it."
Lin Miaolong spat out her little red lips at Lin Miaoling, then walked back to the gate of the divine realm from the shallow beach, looked at Selena and said, "Sister Selena, teach us how to use vampire skills." "Okay." Selena nodded and said, "First of all, I have to confirm that after you become vampires, you have comprehended a few common skills of vampires."
"How to confirm?" Lin Miaolong asked.
Although Zangshin knew through the panel that Selena would have skills, and the two Lin sisters would also do them, he was also curious about how Selena would confirm that they would have these skills. Therefore, he leaned quietly on the head of the bed and watched, without speaking, and Xiao Ai and Mei Si in his arms also watched quietly, as if they were watching TV.
Selena heard Lin Miaolong's question and replied, "First of all, the first point is the feeling." "Feeling?"
Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong thought thoughtfully. Selena nodded and said, "Yes, for example, you just said that you have a feeling and want to fly into the sky, then you should have comprehended the bat summoning technique."
"Oh, how do you use this bat summoning technique, Sister Selena?" Lin Miaoling asked.
"It's very simple. You feel the energy in the blood in your body, use your consciousness to condense it all to the position of the bagua bone on your back, and then your self-consciousness deepens, generating a strong desire to fly, just like me." Selena said. A pair of huge black-winged membrane wings surged out of her back, and then with a slight flap, the whole person flew into the sky. "Wow, sister, when Sister Selena flies in the sky, it looks so cool."
Lin Miaolong raised her head and let out an envious voice. "Well," Lin Miaoling responded lightly and said, "Let's try it too."
Saying that, Lin Miaoling began to follow Selena's method, and soon a pair of black bat wings surged out behind her. Her consciousness was slightly condensed, so she flapped her wings, and her body flew into the sky with a light lightness. But due to the first flight, she didn't have a good sense of balance, a sense of suspension, and if Selena hadn't reached out to hold it, she would have almost fallen. Lin Miaolong was very envious when she saw that her sister was also flying, and she immediately followed the method Selena said and experimented. Her consciousness deepened slightly, and she began to feel a strange energy contained in her body's blood, condensing to her back.
The result is the next second. A group of palm-sized black shadows suddenly flew out from behind her, surrounding her. When Lin Miaolong saw these black creatures, she was immediately frightened and took a step back. "Ah, sister, how did I summon a group of bats?" "Ha ha." Zangshin saw these bats, and saw Lin Myelong's frightened cute little appearance, and couldn't help but laugh and said, "Baby, summoning bats, but in addition to summoning a pair of bat wings that can make you fly, you can also summon a group of bats under your control that can assist you in attacking enemies, disrupting them, or even acting as your extra vision." So that's the case, no wonder when I wanted to summon the bat wings just now, a group of bats flashed in my mind. Lin Myelong heard Zhang Shen's words behind him, and then turned around and asked, "Then master, how can I let these bats go back?" "Ask your sister Selena." Zhang Shen smiled. Lin Myelong heard this and turned his head to look at Selena in the sky. Selena looked at Lin Myelong's group of bats and said softly, "Myelong, you can make these bats disappear by dispersing the energy condensed in your back, and then just think about condensing a pair of bat wings in your mind." "I know, sister Selena," Lin Myelong said, dissipating the energy condensed in his back. Suddenly, the bats flying around her in front of her disappeared, and then, her consciousness was deeply condensed and a pair of bat wings appeared on her back in vain. "Ha, sister, master, I also have wings." Lin Myelong laughed happily, then flapped his bat wings and flew into the sky. Lin Myelong has a good sense of balance, and as soon as she flies, she has mastered the skills of flying. Selena saw that the two sisters had mastered the bat summoning technique, so she motioned for the two girls to return to the beach and continue to give them to confirm the vampire skills they had realized. Zhang Shen's eyes narrowed slightly for a while, and then he began to lie down sleepy and prepare to sleep to recover the energy he had consumed. Before going to sleep, he said to the two Lin Miaoling sisters on the beach of the Divine Realm, as well as the women in front of him, "I don't close the door of the Divine Realm. If you want to play in the water on the beach, just have a meeting." When Lin Miaolong heard this, he took the lead in cheering, jumped naked into the sea in front of him, and swam happily. The same is true for other women. The next morning, after Zhang Shen finished washing, he hugged Xiao Ai and Mei Si, sat together on the sofa in the living room, waiting for the two sisters Lin Miaoling to prepare breakfast for him in the kitchen. At the same time, he began to ask about the progress of the project he was most concerned about in several Longshan Group. How long does it take for a prefabricated vegetable factory to be put into use? Zhang Shen asked. Xiao Ai replied quickly, "Master, at the end of July, the first and second factories in the prefabricated vegetable factories can be put into use, and the third and fourth factories will be at the end of September at the earliest. It's still a few days until July." Zhang Shen took out his mobile phone and glanced at the date, pondered for a moment and said, "Yasha and I bought a lot of materials at 0 yuan and Deshio. What do you think we should do to make these substances have a legal source of channels?" "Master, I have registered a subsidiary in Australia and bought a lot of local food," Xiao Ai said. "You mean, let me go to Australasia and then have a secret Chen Song?" "Yes." Xiao Ai nodded. Zhang Shen thought for a moment and said, "Okay, in a week, arrange a plane to Australia for me." "No, master, I will let Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong accompany me when the time comes. After arriving there, the detailed docking will be left to her to deal with, and the owner goes wherever he wants." "Ha, you understand me." Zhang Shen laughed loudly, and then saw Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong, two sisters, walking over from the kitchen with hot soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed meat buns, and crystal shrimp dumplings. Immediately, while drinking soy milk, he asked about the construction progress of Longshan New Town and the transformation of the zoo. Then he asked how his daughter-in-law's studio was developing, the current situation of Barbara and other Lolita girls, how many people were in the security force formed by Xiaodi in Jinhai, what Kekline was doing in Jinhai, whether Lu Miao was harassed, etc. Soon, after Zhang Shen understood everything he wanted to know during the period when he left Jinhai, he opened the door of the Divine Realm, took the girls, entered the gate of the Divine Realm, and appeared on the beach below the Valheroic Tavern. Lin Miaolong stepped on the beach with her snow-white jade feet, turned to look at Zhang Shen and asked, "Master, what is this beach called?" "Valorine Beach." Zhang Shen looked at Lin Miaolong's seductive bikini swimsuit, casually named the beach, and closed the door of the Divine Realm, followed by, his consciousness condensed slightly, and he whispered to summon the succubus slave. Moment. Wearing a leather one-piece swimsuit and succubus costume, the more and more seductive Nusi appeared in front of Zhang Shen. As soon as Nusi appeared, he was about to talk to Zhang Shen when he suddenly saw the succubus Maisai beside Zhang Shen, and immediately showed a surprised expression on his face and said, "Meiji, why are you here? Aren't you already dead?" When Mei-Si heard Nusi's words, his face showed a look of confusion and looked at Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen smiled and said, "The believers of your god will all be my people in the future, and it is normal for them to appear with me." Nusi heard Zhang Shen's words, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I know, the one that appeared not long ago in my god's divine domain can give us a spectacle of resurrection and rebirth after death, and it was cast by you, master." As expected of a king-level succubus, his thinking turns quickly. Zhang Shen praised lightly and did not deny it. When Nusi heard this, there was a hint of such a look on his face, so he took out 10 cards from his leather pants pocket and handed them to Zhang Shen. "My god agrees. To your request, the white card is the study material, the green card is the construction card and resource card, and the blue card is the mermaid and anemone girl." "Very good." Zhang Shen squinted his eyes and took the cards and looked at them. The complete works of children's enlightenment. White card, a book that
that records easy to understand relevant conventional God knowledge, as well as common wisdom race drawings, building cards, resource cards, prop card categories, and extremely relevant abilities. Full volume of primary school textbooks, white cards, a set of higher primary education in the world of gods, and the popularization of basic knowledge of various gods, a total of 220 books. Full volume of junior high school textbooks, white cards, a set of Abyssal Star higher junior high school education, about the use of divine energy, talents, skill deepening, divine fire, godheads, family, professional troops, strange beasts, potions, and the relationship between the mother planet and the small world and other related knowledge popularization. There are a total of 520 copies in total. Full volume of higher education textbooks, white card, a set of Abyssal Star higher high school education complete books, a total of 1,300 copies. It records the development guides related to various gods, the cultivation direction of relatives and strange beasts, the potential development and operation of the divine domain, the advancement of troops, saints, divine envoys, the invasion and defense of the divine domain, the plundering of resources in other people's divine domains or small worlds, etc. Exercise book, white card, God World, about 3 years of mock exercises for children to high school, a total of 10,000 copies. Zhengxian looked at the last white card in his hand, and his cheeks darkened. What a special exercise. Still 10,000 copies? This moss is intentional. Zhengxian thought indignantly, and then looked at the slave in front of him and said, "Where are the education textbooks about universities?" "Master, my God said that as long as you help him get the first place in the divine examination, you will definitely spend a lot of money. Please ask a friend to make a white card for you in the research direction of various disciplines related to the university," Nusi explained. Zhengxian pondered for a moment, nodded, and looked at the other 5 cards in his hand. World Library, green card, architecture card. Invested in your own divine realm, you can form a library covering an area of 1,000 square meters, which can continuously expand the internal space with the number of books invested and the corresponding number of people. Water God Willow, green card, resource card. A water god willow that can grow in seawater, eating one of its leaves, can breathe freely in the water for 2 hours in a short time. Dinghai Needle, green card, prop card, a total of 12 pieces, carry a Dinghai Needle out to sea, which can keep the sea area calm at all times. Mermaid, blue card, invested in your own divine domain, you can appear 30 intelligent race mermaids, with a male to female ratio of 1 to 2. Anemone girl, blue card, thrown into the waters of your own divine domain, 10 anemone female believers can appear. After reading the introduction of the green card and blue card in his hand, Zhengxian received all of them into his divine domain, and then said to the slave in front of him, "These 5 cards are not bad. You go back and tell your God, don't think about my wonders. In 3 months, you will definitely help him get the first place in the divine exam." "Yes, master." The succubus slave nodded, and his figure gradually blurred and left Zhengxian's divine domain. After she left, Zhengxian took out the world library and threw it at the steep slope of more than 30 meters below the heroic tavern. 30 meters below the slope of the valiant tavern, there is a flat forest of trees, and there is a large river on the side, flowing into the sea. But with Zhengxian, he threw the world library card here. Silent for a moment. At the beginning of the river and on the cliff, a huge glass curtain wall, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, 20 steps, and a huge library with 5 floors, rises from the ground out of thin air, which is very magnificent. "No. Wow, master, sister, what a big library. Can I go in and take a look?" Lin Miaolong pulled Lin Miaoling's arm and said, looking forward to looking at Zhengxian. Lin Miaoling also looked at Zhengxian as well. "Okay, let's go in and take a look." Zhengxian chuckled, and as soon as his consciousness froze, he teleported to the 5-meter-high platform of the library, and did not immediately walk towards the door, but turned to look at the 5 women who were still on the beach, waved his hand, and motioned for them to come over. The 2 sisters, Lin Miaoling and Lin Miaolong, saw Zhengxian appear on the steps of the World Library in a blink of an eye and waved to them. The 2 sisters were slightly conscious, and a pair of bat wings appeared behind them, and then they hugged Xiao Ai and flew towards Zhengxian. And the succubus Meiji and the vampire Selena also appeared a pair of wings behind them and flew towards the World Library. Soon, the 5th woman stood in front of Zhengxian. Zhengxian Kai turned around and took a few steps forward. The glass door of the World Library, as soon as it felt someone approaching, the 2 glass doors opened to both sides, one left and one right. Suddenly, a spacious and bright library appeared before their eyes. This library is large and neat and clean. There are several scanners at the front desk, computer desks for searching for books, reading tables and chairs in the window area, and rows of huge empty bookshelves in the hall and behind the hall. "Master, this library is so big and empty." Lin Miaolong put his arm around Zhengxian and said. Zhengxian nodded, took out the other 4 white cards given to him by Nusi, and his consciousness froze slightly. These 4 white cards turned into a white light, turning into books 2 or 3 centimeters later, as well as practice questions, and placed on those bookshelves. But even so, it still gives everyone a feeling of emptiness. After all, that little book was not even filled with 1/10 of the bookshelves on the first floor. floor. Zhang Xin was about to walk towards the bookshelf to look at the books about the world of gods, but he stopped in front of the computer desk on the side, because on the screen of this computer desk there was actually a list of books that he had just put into the bookshelf. He stretched out his hand and clicked on the Complete Children's Encyclopedia, and suddenly the content of the Children's Encyclopedia recorded in the text of the Abyss Star appeared on it. The Abyssal Star text Zhang Xin couldn't understand. After all, the building of the wonder of diplomatic classics could only allow him and his followers to gradually grasp the other party's words after hearing each other's words within 30 seconds, but they could not understand the other party's words. But fortunately, the library in this world is very smart, and Zhang Xin found that in the lower left corner there was an icon with translation written in Chinese characters. He stretched out his hand and clicked. On the computer desk screen, under all the Abyssal Star texts, a line of Chinese character translation appeared. What a smart world library! Lin Miaolong saw it and couldn't help but say, "It's really smart." Zhang Xin agreed, then reached out and clicked on the computer desk for a while to check the instructions. Soon, through the information on the computer desk, he had a clear understanding of the world library. It turns out that as long as the books are placed on the bookshelf, the text and pictures inside will be automatically sorted out and recorded on these computer desks. And even if the books on it are taken away, there will still be a backup left on the computer desk. After learning some of the rules of this world library, Zhang Xin turned his head to look at Xiao Ai and said, "Xiao Ai, you can memorize all these books about gods." "Master, with the running speed of my B-level mechanical heart, I should be able to read it all in 3 days, and then record it in my mechanical heart," Xiao Ai said. Zhang Xin pondered and said, "I will go to the Longshan group and locate the Divine Realm Gate in the bedroom behind your office, and if you have time in the next 3 days, you will read all this information about the world of gods, and then improve the script of global recovery of the gods in the future." "I know the master," Xiao Ai replied. Zhang Xin said him, and then said, "You plan to read the book here, or follow me to the beach to meet the upcoming new partners?" "Master, are you going to release the mermaid and the anemone girl?" Lin Miaolong asked with bright eyes. "Then I'll accompany my master to the beach to see what the legendary mermaids in this fairy tale look like," Lin Miaolong said cheerfully. "Me too," Lin Miaoling said the same. "Master, so do we," Maisai and Xiao Ai said at the same time. "Ha, then go to the beach." Zhang Xin laughed loudly, took the women, and came to the cliff below the Valiant Tavern in a blink of an eye. However, as soon as he arrived at the cliff, he did not immediately release the mermaid tribe and the anemone girl, but took out the green card water god Willow and threw it into the seawater below the cliff wall. Moment! A seedling with a little divine light drilled out of the cliff grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it became an extremely lush willow tree, twitching slender willow branches hanging in the seawater. "Go down and collect 6 willow leaves," Zhang Xin said to Lin Miaolong on the side. Lin Miaolong immediately jumped into the seawater, swam towards the water willow god, collected 6 emerald green water god willow leaves, and then swam out of the sea, returned to Zhang Xin, and delivered, "Master, water god willow leaf." Zhang Xin picked up one of them, and then said to them, "One piece of each person swallowed into the stomach." Said, he pinched the palm of his hand, swallowing the water god willow leaf that was shining with light water into his stomach. Followed by, he turned around and jumped into the sea and dived to the bottom of the sea. Xiao Ai and the others picked up the water god willow leaves, and when they swallowed them into their stomachs, they all popped, jumped into the seawater, and swam towards Zhang Xin. The sea area at the bottom of the cliff below the Valiant Tavern is 5 or 6 meters deep, and there are many rugged sea rocks. Zhang Xin took the 5 daughters, sat on a smooth sea rock, pointed to the rugged sea stone in front of him and said, "How is this area, as a mermaid tribe and an anemone girl tribe?" "Master, some of these rugged and bizarre sea stones, some of which are natural pits, can be used to clean up and tidy up, which can be used as building materials for mermaids and sunflower girls," Xiao Ai analyzed. "Okay, this is the land where the mermaid and the Kuei girl tribe will thrive in the future, and it will be named Sea Water Village." Zhang Xin said. From the backpack space, he first took out the anemone girl card, and his consciousness condensed on this card. In an instant, this card gushed out with deep blue light, turning into a beautiful woman without a name, appearing in front of Zhang Xin.